Chapter 1, 99S Level Talents. D-Level Talent, Master of Alchemy. Life-related talents, so eating enough food is no problem. Next. On the podium, Teacher Yang, dressed in a black uniform, was asking students to go up one by one to awaken their talents. Some people awaken good talents and are very happy. We are full of expectations for the future. Kill ferocious beasts, become stronger through practice, reach the highest level of martial arts, and even condense a golden body and live a long life. Some people have awakened to their rubbish talents and feel that they can see the end of their lives at a glance. Most of the talent levels are D or E. There are very few C-level talents, and B-level talents have not appeared yet. Below the podium, Xu Feng, who was sitting in the corner, was also looking forward to his next talent. He is a time traveler. I have been in this world for many years and have a clear understanding of this world. This is a world where ferocious beasts and humans coexist. Human survival is constantly threatened by ferocious beasts. High-level ferocious beasts are extremely powerful and can ignore nuclear weapons. High-level ferocious beasts can easily destroy a city and threaten the lives of countless humans. Only by awakening powerful talents and cultivating to become high-level warriors can one contend with ferocious beasts and safeguard the survival of humanity in this world. And talent. It is the potential activated by human beings, which gives them combat talents, the ability to control thunder and kill ferocious beasts. Or strengthen your body and become unrivaled in combat power. Holding flames in hand, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Even low-level combat talents can also possess impressive combat capabilities, and can rely on talents to kill ferocious beasts and obtain corresponding training resources. But life-related talents are not good enough, and the combat effectiveness is too weak. For example, the alchemists before could basically only rely on refining medicine to make a living, and even if they were B-level, they could only live a slightly better life. If it is a low-level lifelike talent, then I can only support my family. For example, Xu Feng's aunt, Han Shui, is only an E-level kitchen worker and basically has no combat power. He makes a living by running a small restaurant. There are ferocious beasts in this world, and their meat is very nutritious and very beneficial to the training of warriors. If you can't get the meat of ferocious beasts, the restaurant you open can only barely feed yourself. Because the audience of such restaurants is too small. No matter how good your cooking skills are, you can only sell to ordinary people to make a living. Xu Feng grew up with his aunt and lived a hard life. He also knew that if he could not transfer to a combat-type talent, he would probably only be able to make a living in this world. These years, Xu Feng knew too well how hard it was to make money, and he also understood how difficult it was for his aunt to use a small restaurant to support his studies. So his wish is, he could switch to a combat profession, kill more ferocious beasts, use high-level ferocious beast meat, help his aunt open a restaurant, and let his aunt live a good life. Next. Xu Feng. The voice of our homeroom teacher, Teacher Yang, came from the podium. Xu Feng slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and walked towards the podium. How your future life will be depends on the talents you awaken now. He came to the podium. Placing his hand on a purple stone on the podium, Teacher Yang at the side manipulated the instrument in his hand to start the talent awakening ceremony. A weak energy was injected into Xu Feng's body. Immediately afterwards, the purple stone suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light, covering the entire school and causing everyone to exclaim in amazement. Frog Fun, this is the Golden Legend. It's definitely an S-level talent, and it's a very rare hidden S-level talent. A normal S-level talent wouldn't have such a dazzling golden light. According to statistics, among tens of millions of people, there is only one person with an S-level talent. Xu Feng is such a lucky kid. As long as he's S-rank, even if it's just a life-related talent, he'll be a leader in the future. Yes, high-level life talents, all major companies are vying for them. I'm envious. The golden light slowly dissipated. At the same time, a piece of information flooded into Xu Feng's mind. S-level hidden talent, gigantamax talent. Gigantamax talent increases the effectiveness of all other talents by 100%. Active skill increases the effectiveness of other talents by another 100%. Simply put, the talent effect is directly doubled, and active use can make the talent effect directly quadruple. Let one talent have the effect equivalent to 4 talents of others. Greatly raise the upper limit of talent. If it is an attack-type talent and a combat-type talent, then the attack power provided will be increased to a very terrifying level. If it is a recovery talent among some combat talents, the speed of recovering vitality will reach an extremely exaggerated level due to the gigantic talent. The enormous increase in talent is quite powerful. However, Teacher Yang standing by also knew Chu Feng's talent, but she frowned deeply. Although the talent Gigantamax can enhance other talents, and the enhancement is very large, at least twice. It can even be quadruple strengthened, which is equivalent to turning one S-level talent into 4 S-level talents. And talents can also be upgraded. S-level talents can be gigantic. After several upgrades in the future, they can even enhance the effects of other talents tenfold or even 20-fold at a time. But the problem is that you don't have any other talents. Warriors can awaken a second talent, but they have to wait until they reach the 7th level and awaken the power of their souls. Before the 7th level, warriors only have one talent. Chu Feng's S-level talent, Gigantamax, can only enhance other talents. It strengthens the loneliness. Forget 20 times, even if it is 10,000 times, without other talents it will all be zero in the end. Unless Chu Feng can cultivate to the 7th level. Otherwise, this talent would be wasted. Moreover, it is difficult to cultivate to the 7th level, which requires a lot of resources. Chu Feng does not have extra combat power, so it is very difficult for him to kill the ferocious beasts and obtain enough resources for cultivation. More importantly, even if you upgrade to a 7th level warrior, the awakened talent is not stable. If you awaken a life-related talent at the 7th level, then this S-level talent will still be wasted. Overall, although Chu Feng's talent is S-level, it is really useless. Teacher Yang was helpless. This was such a pity. It was clearly a hidden powerful talent, but in the end, alas! She cleared her throat and announced. S-level talent, extremely powerful talent. Advanced talents can be cultivated faster. Come on, maybe you can also have a chance to become a 7th level strongman. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation speed. Although Chu Feng's talent has no combat effectiveness, and its effect is not as good as some F-level talents, but it is still at the S level. If he practices some bodybuilding exercises, his speed will be extremely fast. Under the premise of sufficient resources, his realm breakthrough will be far ahead of others. By using some powerful bodybuilding techniques in conjunction with martial arts, it is possible to become a master. Certainly, it is impossible to become the strongest warrior. There is even a high probability that Chu Feng will become the target of a challenge from someone of a higher level. Teacher Yang felt very sorry, but she had no choice but to continue. Next, the sound spread throughout the class, everyone fell silent, and then a heated discussion broke out. Isn't this the worst hidden talent? It's a pity that I can't use it even after awakening. I thought Chu Feng was going to make a comeback, but I didn't expect that even after a salted fish makes a comeback, it's still a salted fish. I feel like it's not even as good as a life-related profession. The 7th level is so difficult to cultivate. The innate power of fierce beasts is extremely terrifying. If humans want to compete with them, they must have powerful talents. Chu Feng's talent is really a pile. On the podium, Chu Feng remained calm in the face of everyone's comments. Because in front of him, a pale blue screen appeared that no one else could see. Bite. Wanjie Mall activated successfully. Talent Zone. Kung Fu Area. Weapon Zone. Medicine Area. Daily Special Offer, Random S-Level Talent Pack includes one S-Level talent. Buy one, get one free. Plus a bonus S-Level talent. Shocking price, 9.9 Dragon Coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only one left. Activity Area. Chapter 2 3 S-Level Talents. Chu Feng looked at the panel in front of him, and his mood couldn't help but feel a little excited. Are you here? The benefit for time travelers, Golden Finger. He took a quick look and immediately saw the 9.9 Dragon Coins benefit in the special offer area, buy one get one free for S-level talents. Chu Feng looked at the price and was a little confused. No, it's so cheap? A normal dragon countryman can easily earn 2,000 to 3,000 Dragon Coins a month, and it is not difficult to earn 4,000 to 5,000 with a little effort. Like my aunt, she earns an average of 6,000 Dragon Coins a month. And his own panel, 2 S-level talents. It only costs 9.9 Dragon Coins. Chu Feng searched his pockets, found a 20 Dragon Coin note, and immediately purchased an S-level talent random pack on his panel. It may be random, but this is an S-level talent. Purchase successful. The dragon coin in Chu Feng's pocket disappeared out of thin air and turned into a 10 yuan note and a 1-cent coin. Immediately afterwards, a gift package similar to a courier appeared in Chu Feng's huge system space. He opened the gift package without hesitation. Opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level talent 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. S-level talent Life Tide. As the express box was opened, a tremendous force was injected into Chu Feng's body along with the system's prompts. The violent and gentle power forcibly improved Chu Feng's physical fitness. The strange feeling made Chu Feng's body soften and he fell to the side uncontrollably. On the side. Seeing this, class teacher Yang Xiaolei hurried to support him. She thought that Chu Feng couldn't bear the blow of awakening his rubbish talent, so she comforted him. It's okay. If you don't have talent, just study liberal arts. You should have no problem eating enough in Dragon Country. She took out the basic bodybuilding techniques in her hand and was about to put them back. This is the most basic technique for martial artists to practice. Only after a warrior awakens can he practice, strengthen his physique, and become a powerful warrior. Break through the 7th level and awaken the 2nd talent. With Chu Feng's talent, he can indeed practice quickly, but there are also some big problems. After all, talent does not have combat power, and when he practices later, he will naturally be weaker than warriors of the same level. If there is not enough fighting, the difficulty of hunting ferocious beasts will increase significantly. Without ferocious beasts, there would be no resources. Without resources to practice, no matter how talented you are, you will still be walking on one foot. Let's forget about taking the placement test tomorrow. Even if I get into the military science class, it's going to be hard to get into a good university. Yang Xiaolei didn't know that Chu Feng had obtained 2 more S-level talents. She was also thinking about Chu Feng. High school is divided into liberal arts and military departments. Students in the military department really have to go to the front line and fight ferocious beasts with real swords and guns. The rate of return from killing ferocious beasts is high. But if you don't have good enough talent, it's easy to lose your life. I still want to try. Chu Feng carefully comprehended the surging power in his body, and then took the basic bodybuilding technique from Yang Xiaolei's hand. He had just awakened 2 more S-level talents, and combined with the existing S-level talent of Dynamax, his combat power increased several times. Therefore, there is absolutely no reason for him to go to the liberal arts class. You must hunt down ferocious beasts ruthlessly and improve your strength rapidly. In order to give his aunt a better life, he must pass tomorrow's class placement test and become a real warrior. When Yang Xiaolei saw Chu Feng take the basic bodybuilding techniques from her hand, she couldn't help but sigh. She could understand Chu Feng's reluctance and the desire to try it out. If one could really break through to the 7th level warrior and awaken another combat talent, it would be a qualitative change. Even if he awakened a D-level combat talent when breaking through to the 7th level, it was enough to make Chu Feng comparable to the general S-level combat talents. Tomorrow's placement test, you only need to kill a first-order, first-level beast to join the martial arts class. If you can rely on this body tempering technique to get started and break through to the first level and first stage today, then you'll have a chance. If you can't break through and don't have the talent, it's impossible for you to defeat the ferocious beasts. Then you'll have to join the liberal arts class. Yang Xiaolei did not stop Chu Feng, but carefully introduced the rules of tomorrow's exam. It is certainly difficult to cultivate to the 7th level without the blessing of talent, but many warriors have done it. A 7th level warrior. He has basically reached the peak of Dragon Country's combat power. He is an absolute strong man anywhere. If Chu Feng can really break through to the 7th level, he will definitely be the pride of their Nanjiang No. 1 middle school. But, having said that, it is really difficult to break through to the first level of a warrior in one day. Without damaging the foundation, the fastest breakthrough to the first level took 7 days. Unless one relies on some good potions or powerful pills, such as bodybuilding pills, or with the help of external objects, it is possible to break through in a short period of time. Of course, a breakthrough within one day will most likely have some sequelae. Moreover, pills and other things are relatively expensive. Poor in literature but rich in martial arts. If Chu Feng's family was not well off, the resources required to break through to the 7th level of warrior would be astronomical. And those resources need to be earned by Chu Feng himself. The difficulty is like climbing to the sky. Thinking of this, Yang Xiaolei also knew that it was useless to say more. The road of martial arts was so difficult, especially for children from ordinary families. It was even more difficult. Next, Chu Feng took the basic bodybuilding techniques, thanked teacher Yang Xiaolei, and left the podium. There are many kinds of exercises. The most basic bodybuilding exercises can only help Chu Feng cultivate his physique, and the training speed is not very good, and there are no other special effects. If you want to acquire powerful skills, you still need to enter the martial arts class and get better training resources. The martial arts class has special martial arts teachers who teach martial arts, and students can also choose powerful martial arts that suit them from the school library to practice. For example, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder that Chu Feng had just awakened was more suitable for thunder-attributed bodybuilding exercises, relying on the power of thunder and lightning to temper the body. The effect will definitely be outstanding. Think of talent. Chu Feng slowly returned to his seat and opened his panel to check. Name, Chu Feng. Cultivation, none. Talent, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder S, Lifetide S, Talent Gigantamax S. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, Thunder of Heavenly Punishment, destroying the body and burning the soul, with infinite power. Controls the unparalleled power of thunder. Lifetide, a tide of vitality, reviving the desolate, nourishing the soul, and ensuring endless life. The recovery of the body and soul is greatly improved. When practicing body and soul training techniques, the training speed is doubled. Wanjie Mall. Today's special, already purchased. Refreshed at 12 p.m. daily. Special event, every time you kill a fierce beast, you have a chance to get a lucky bag. The lucky bag contains various rewards, such as dragon coins, spirit stones, skills, weapons, etc. The stronger the fierce beast, the better the lucky bag. Good. Chu Feng was very satisfied looking at his 3 talents. They are all very strong. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder provides extremely strong attack power. Even if Chu Feng has no cultivation now, he will not have any pressure in killing a first level ferocious beast. It's hard to say whether it can kill a level 1 level 4 beast. After all, Chu Feng had never tried it, so he didn't know the true power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. But he estimated that there is a high probability that the enemy can still be killed, and it will be an easy crush. If that doesn't work, add the talent of Dynamax to quadruple the power. Kill by force. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, when combined with Thunder attribute martial arts, can also double its power. For example, a first-level Thunder-type martial art, combined with the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, can probably produce the effect of a second-level martial art. Coupled with the extreme talent, the power is unimaginable. In addition to the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, there is also the Lifetide. This talent provides endurance, allowing Chu Feng to fight continuously. In addition, it can also provide training speed. The Tide of Life combined with some defensive enhancing bodybuilding techniques would probably make warriors of the same level despair. Not only does it have high defense, it also has a fast recovery speed. Without a high enough attack power, there is no way you can hurt Chu Feng. It's also a very useful talent. 2 talents. One attacks, the other defends, and together they are invincible. Only. Chu Feng's current skills only include basic bodybuilding techniques. If he wants to maximize his talent, he must join the martial arts class. Find a way to obtain better skills. There are also special events where you can get lucky bag rewards by killing ferocious beasts. So tomorrow. During the competition, he had to be ruthless, since there was no rule against killing ferocious beasts. Give it a try. What if you get a lucky bag? Anything in the mall is worth tens of thousands of dragon coins, so the profits are quite high. Chapter 3, Arc. In addition to checking his talents, Chu Feng also studied his own panel. There are countless categories in Wanjie Mall. In addition to talent and skills, there were also things he had never heard of, such as weapon refining, alchemy, formations, etc. Taishu Huanyu Ring contains a self-contained, independent world called Taishu Realm, spanning 1,000,000 square miles. Time flow can be controlled up to 1:1000, allowing for the cultivation of spiritual herbs, the rearing of spiritual beasts, and the deployment of formations. Price, 9.8 trillion premium spirit stones. 9 transformation golden pill. After taking it, your cultivation level will be greatly improved, and you can condense a golden body, become immune to magic, and be reborn by a drop of blood. Price, 6.8 trillion top-grade spirit stones. Chaos Primordial Pill, engraves one's memories within the primordial chaos. When the physical body is destroyed, one can be reborn within the primordial chi, retaining all memories. Price, 9.9 trillion supreme spiritual stones. Zhou Tianxing Doju Xian Sword Formation. The things there are dazzling and the prices are very expensive. For Chu Feng, who only had 10 yuan and 1 cent, it was an astronomical figure. Moreover, the unit behind it was top-grade spirit stones, a currency he had never heard of. I can't afford it. I can't afford it at all. But it doesn't matter. The daily specials section is still affordable, although the items are random. But Chu Feng has studied it. No matter what the items in this area are, they are only worth 9 Kowloon coins, which is quite affordable. There are actually quite a few things that can be bought with dragon coins. For example, body strengthening pill, tempers the physique. Price, 20,000 dragon coins. First level ferocious beast meat, increases chi and blood, 1,000 dragon coins per pound. Thunderbolt bodybuilding, strengthens the body through lightning. Price, 390,000 dragon coins. Thunder palm, greatly enhances palm power, doubling its power when mastering the lightning talent. Price, 190,000 dragon coins. Thunderstorm technique, cultivate and condense thunder attribute spiritual energy. Price, 630,000 dragon coins. Chu Feng looked at the prices above and realized that he couldn't afford any of them, but there was still hope. Work hard. If you kill a few more ferocious beasts and sell them for money, you should have enough dragon coins to buy the elixirs and skills on the panel. The meat of a first-level ferocious beast costs 1,000 yuan per pound. Chu Feng still wanted those thunder-related skills very much. Combined with his own talent of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, the effect would definitely be outstanding. Of course, there are also lucky bag rewards. Therefore, the most urgent thing is to pass tomorrow's class placement test. Otherwise, hunting ferocious beasts without any skills or cultivation is no different from seeking death. Even if Chu Feng had 3S level talents, if he encountered a ferocious beast with a huge gap in strength, he probably would not have any room to fight back. Still need a teacher to escort. Hands-on teaching is better. Soon, the job transfer ceremony ended. In addition to Chu Feng, who awakened the S-level talent, there was another person in the class who awakened the B-level talent Dragon Warrior, which greatly improved his physical strength. He was enough to be called the strongest combat talent in the class. There were voices of congratulations all around. With such talent, he had every chance of getting into a good university and his future was bright. Chu Feng didn't care much about this. After school, he took the basic bodybuilding techniques and turned to leave. He still had to try his best to get a good score in tomorrow's test. If nothing else, let us see if I can raise my cultivation to the first level by practicing bodybuilding techniques. With cultivation, you will be more confident in battle. Only when talent and martial artists' realm work together can the effect of 1 + 1 be greater than 2 be achieved. Chu Feng returned home. His home is in an old town area of Tomato. He rents a small restaurant. Upstairs is a simple 2-bedroom, 1 living room house where Chu Feng and Han Shui live. The door was ajar, with a sign saying temporarily closed hanging on it. Chu Feng pushed the door open. The first thing I saw was a table full of steaming hot dishes, braised pork, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried pork with peppers. Very rich. Auntie, I'm back. Chu Feng threw his school bag aside and went into the kitchen to help prepare dinner. In the kitchen, Han Shui, who had fair skin and looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, was still preparing other meals. Han Shui has delicate facial features, and from her appearance, you can't tell that she is already 25 years old. So many dishes? Are there any guests today? After Chu Feng entered the kitchen, he was not idle either. He helped wash and prepare vegetables. Xiaofeng is back. Han Shui's smile was very warm, which made Chu Feng feel a little warm in his heart. There aren't many customers. Isn't today the day you awaken your talent? How is it going? Any good news? After hearing this, Chu Feng subconsciously wanted to say that he had 3S level talents. But after thinking about it, a warrior can only awaken 1 talent. 3 talents are really too exaggerated. If known by someone with ulterior motives, it will easily bring unnecessary trouble to myself and my aunt. Although the S-level talent Dynamax has been known to everyone, Chu Feng still decided to hide it a little. At that time, he would directly say that his talent had mutated into the S-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. After all, this talent would definitely be exposed. If he hid his talent when fighting monsters tomorrow, he might not even be able to enter the martial arts class. He had no confidence in reaching the first level of martial artist within 1 day. The nine heavens divine thunder talent must be used. As for the other two talents, there is no need to reveal them. Anyway, talents are something that only the teacher can know when the talent is awakened, and basically no one can find out at other times. If Teacher Yang asks me tomorrow how my talent turned into lightning, that would explain it being a genetic mutation or a problem with the ritual. The talent is extremely gigantic and mutated into the nine heavens divine thunder. From the perspective of a single talent, it is definitely stronger. This is a good thing that everyone is happy about, so there is no reason to ask too many questions about yourself, right? If I can't hide it anymore. At most, he would expose two S-level talents, and he still had a trump card to use, so it wasn't a big problem. Thinking. Chu Feng put these thoughts behind him and prepared to tell his aunt about his S-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder talent so that they could have fun together. But Han Shui seemed to see Chu Feng's hesitation and wiped her hands. Then he took Chu Feng into his arms and comforted him. It doesn't matter. All talents are the same. Studying liberal arts is also good. Your aunt can continue to support your college education. Wuku is so dangerous. If you get eaten by a ferocious beast, I don't know how I'll survive on my own. Saying, Han Shui's tears flowed unconsciously, and she was immersed in that atmosphere and couldn't extricate herself. Subconsciously, she hugged Chu Feng tighter. Chu Feng took a deep breath, and the faint warm fragrance flowed into his nose, which was very pleasant. There is a little bit. Can't breathe. You hugged me too hard. Han Shui's strength has reached the second level of warrior. Chu Feng, who has just awakened his talent, is no match for her in terms of strength. Don't worry, Auntie. I've awakened an S-level talent. Even in martial arts, I'm top-notch. Chu Feng explained. I have 3 S-level talents. And there's also a talent for rapid health recovery. Just like Xiaoqiang, I won't die that easily. S-level talent? Han Shui looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. This level of talent only exists once in a million people. As long as they awaken, even if it is a talent related to life, they can directly become the best of the best, and basically they will be sought after. Top chefs can use the meat of ferocious beasts to make dishes with additional amplification effects, and such dishes are of great help to warriors. It can fill you up and has additional benefits, so how can it not be popular? There are 360 professions, and every profession has its top talent. With top-notch talent, there's no doubt about it. Really? Han Shui was a little bit unbelievable. She didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Really? Chu Feng nodded heavily. At the same time, on his right hand, a dark blue arc of electricity condensed and jumped like a small snake. The power brought by the electric arc made Han Shui, a second-level warrior, feel a strong sense of palpitations. It was very strong, definitely S-level. Chapter 4, Bronze Skin Realm. Great. Bring the dishes over quickly, I have a surprise for you. After Han Shui finished speaking, she ran to the second floor in a hurry. Chu Feng looked at his aunt's back and felt warm in his heart. He prepared the dishes and served 2 bowls of rice. In the hall. After Chu Feng had finished everything, he waited quietly for his aunt to come and serve dinner. Han Shui also quickly ran down with a passbook. After sitting at the dining table, she immediately handed the passbook to Chu Feng. There's 30,000 yuan in it. It's my aunt's savings over the years. It's not much, but it's a little gift from my aunt. Take it quickly. Martial arts practice cannot be separated from resources. Since Chu Feng has awakened his S-level talent, she, as his aunt, must give him her full support. Chu Feng looked at the passbook but did not accept it. He did need resources, but he also knew that his aunt needed money everywhere. For example, the rent of the store and the ingredients that are usually purchased. Opening a store requires money. Although I can earn 6,000 yuan a month, after deducting rent and daily living expenses, I can only save about 1,000 yuan a month. Besides, my aunt also helped pay my tuition. He still remembered that his aunt planned to save 500,000 yuan to buy this store. If I took the 30,000 yuan, my aunt's financial pressure would probably become very great. Auntie, I can't take this money. Martial arts is not something that can be learned overnight. If I take the money away, won't we even have trouble eating? I appreciate your kindness, but I definitely can't accept the money. Han Shui felt heartbroken when she saw Chu Feng reject her. Xiaofeng has been a sensible child since he was young. Now that he has awakened the S-level talent that everyone envies, he is neither arrogant nor impatient. This kind of character is rare and precious. But Han Shui, still with her martial arts cultivation at the second level, shoved the passbook into Chu Feng's hand. Here. Don't you listen to your aunt? This money is saved for you to help you get started on the road of martial arts. As for matters at home, you don't have to worry about it. I, your aunt, am here to take care of you. Chu Feng wanted to refuse after hearing this. Because 30,000 is nothing for martial arts, but for ordinary people like my aunt, it is enough to make life much more comfortable. Have a meal. Han Shui interrupted Chu Feng, who was about to speak. He forced several pieces of meat into Chu Feng's bowl. Chu Feng ate his meal without worrying about it anymore. Instead, he secretly decided to save the money for his aunt. When I have saved enough money, I will use it to help my aunt buy this shop and give her a surprise. This meat smells so good. Of course, this is the meat of a ferocious beast, very nutritious. Han Shui said as she picked up several more pieces for Chu Feng. Ah! Isn't that 1,000 yuan per pound? Chu Feng was surprised. He had seen this price in the Wanjie Mall. It was shockingly expensive, and it was the meat of a first-level ferocious beast. How could that be? The most expensive first-level beast meat is only 500 yuan per pound, while the price of second-level beast meat is over 10,000 yuan. We can't afford it. 500? Chu Feng frowned slightly. So the things in the Wanjie Mall are more expensive than those in his own world? If you don't believe me, you can go and find out. Would my aunt lie to you? Okay, let's eat. Yeah. Chu Feng felt warm in his heart and nodded, then picked up a few pieces of ferocious beast meat for his aunt. Auntie, you eat too. After dinner, Chu Feng returned to his room. He immediately picked up the basic bodybuilding techniques and began to practice. The ferocious beast meat just now made Chu Feng feel his body was hot and his blood was full. The effect of his cultivation would definitely be good. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn the art of bodybuilding. The body tempering technique is a method of strengthening the physique, which can greatly increase strength and defense. The realms are divided into 9 levels: refining skin, tempering bone, tempering flesh, coagulating veins, opening organs, building marrow, moving blood, shedding tendons, and golden body. There are 9 realms in total, corresponding to the 9 ranks of warriors. The first level of skin refining is divided into 3 small realms: copper skin, silver skin, and jade skin. They correspond to the 1st to 3rd levels, the 4th to 6th levels, and the 7th to 9th levels respectively. As long as Chu Feng enters the bronze skin realm, his skin will turn a light bronze color and his skin defense will be greatly improved, which means he has successfully entered the realm. He checked the basic bodybuilding techniques. Following the above method of body training, he began his martial arts training. Chu Feng silently recited the incantation and punched his body with both fists. After feeling a slight pain, he continued to recite the incantation to move the qi and blood throughout his body. Repeat this process several times. Even the most talented people, combined with maintenance using medicinal liquids, can usually achieve success in 7 or 8 days. The essence of the skin refining realm is to rely on the body's injuries and repairs to increase the body's strength. Getting hurt is simple. But it takes time for the body to repair itself. Of course, resources are also needed to accelerate this process. If the injuries to the body cannot be recovered in time and forced training is carried out, it is easy to cause further injuries and cause irreversible damage to the body. But Chu Feng possesses 3 S-level talents. The S-level talent itself can speed up the training speed, and the S-level life tide can allow Chu Feng to recover quickly. So his efficiency is extremely high. After practicing the basic bodybuilding technique twice, Chu Feng felt hot all over. It's coming. With the support of 3 S-level talents, Chu Feng's cultivation speed is extremely abnormal. And there's no worry of getting hurt. At a critical juncture in his cultivation, he used his talent to maximize his power without hesitation, increasing the effects of all his talents by 100%. Especially with the improvement of the effect of the life tide, his cultivation speed was increased again. The next moment, as his blood flowed, Chu Feng's skin emitted a faint bronze glow. Powerful force flows throughout the body. Copper skin realm. Chu Feng clenched his fists slightly, feeling the strength of his body and the power in his fists, and he was full of confidence in tomorrow's big test. The current Chu Feng? One punch could probably kill a cow, of course it was just an ordinary ox. facing ferocious beasts is another matter. However, after breaking through the realm, he felt that even without the 9 heavens divine thunder, he could probably be easily assigned to the military class. And it's still early, only 11:30. Specials are coming soon. After breaking through the realm, his spirits had improved a lot, so there was naturally no reason for him to sleep now. Continue practicing. I might have a chance to break through to the silver skin realm, which is the 4th level of the first stage. The higher your cultivation level, the more attention you will receive in school, and the more resources you will obtain. A high enough level of cultivation. Chu Feng could even go out and hunt low-level ferocious beasts by himself, earning a lot of dragon coins in exchange for good enough training resources so that he and his aunt could live a better life. Therefore, improving your cultivation as much as possible is the top priority. Chu Feng calmed his mind and prepared to continue training his body and practicing basic bodybuilding techniques. At this moment, a feeling of hunger surged in his heart. Goo! Cultivation requires the consumption of qi and blood, as well as energy, and also requires sufficient replenishment. Chu Feng felt hungry and weak inside and went downstairs to look for food. I opened the refrigerator and found a lot of leftovers inside. 3 times 5 divided by 2. After eating all the food in the refrigerator, I felt full in my stomach, but the hunger did not ease. Insufficient energy density of food. This feeling of being both full and hungry made Chu Feng very uncomfortable. Does a warrior's training still require the meat of ferocious beasts? But the meat of ferocious beasts costs hundreds of dollars per pound. His current pocket money is only 200 yuan. If he wants to buy enough ferocious beast meat for training, he must use his aunt's savings. But that was his aunt's money, and Chu Feng didn't want to spend it carelessly. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng endured the hunger and returned to his room. He would try his best to get into the martial arts class tomorrow. The martial arts class would distribute ferocious beast meat and also take students to hunt ferocious beasts. A ferocious beast weighs at least dozens of kilograms, so the problem of ferocious beast meat is naturally solved. At this time quietly passed by 12 o'clock. The system prompts also appear. Today's special, 1 pound of hand-shredded mountain beef. Mountain beef, a level 2 ferocious beast. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Today only, buy 1, get 1 free. Chapter 5, Bragging Without Thinking. Chu Feng looked at the refreshed panel and his heart moved slightly. Here we go. Special offer on 2nd level ferocious beast meat. A pound of 2nd level ferocious beast meat is worth tens of thousands. Now it's only 9.9 yuan, it's almost like giving it away for free. The system is quite powerful. Purchase. The 10 yuan and 1 cent in Chu Feng's pocket disappeared in an instant and turned into 2 cents. Purchase successful. 2 plates of mountain beef appeared in Chu Feng's system space without any warning. Chu Feng's mind moved slightly. The wild beef came in front of him. The strong aroma of the meat made Chu Feng's mouth water. Even though I just ate. But if you squeeze in, you should be able to eat some more. Without hesitation, Chu Feng picked up the wild beef and stuffed it into his stomach, piece after piece, without even noticing that he was full. I just think that mountain beef is very fragrant and very delicious. As the mountain beef enters the stomach, the feeling of hunger gradually disappeared, and the 2nd level mountain beef turned into qi and blood, strengthening Chu Feng's body. He took the opportunity and began to strengthen his body on the spot according to the instructions of the body tempering technique to enhance his own cultivation. Time passes. As the wild beef was consumed, the sky gradually brightened. When he ate the last piece of mountain beef, Chu Feng's breath suddenly rose. The skin all over his body exudes a faint bronze color, and if you look closely you can see a hint of silver mixed in it. 1st level, 3rd level. Chu Feng spent a night. With just 2 kilograms of wild beef, he successfully broke through to the late stage of the bronze skin realm and was only 1 step away from the silver skin realm. Strength and physical strength are improved again. He casually picked up the handmade knife on the table and gently scratched the skin, leaving only a faint white mark. The defense is quite strong. And the strength has also been increased several times. The current Chu Feng, he felt that he could kill a 1st level, 1st tier beast with just 1 punch, and his attack power was also improved. If combined with the 9 heavens divine thunder, it is estimated that it can easily kill a 1st order 6th level ferocious beast. Chu Feng turned his head and looked towards the window. The sun gradually rises. Almost there. I'm going to pass today's placement test. Chu Feng went downstairs to eat. My aunt got up early to work and prepare food for the day. She would also prepare Chu Feng's breakfast in advance. When Han Shui saw Chu Feng coming down the stairs, she immediately noticed the faint bronze color on Chu Feng's body. Is this the leather refining realm? Han Shui was a little confused. He remembered that Xiao Feng's talent had just awakened yesterday, so how could he have broken through to the skin refining realm today? You can practice martial arts only after awakening your talent, so as not to harm your body. Therefore, Xiao Feng could only start practicing yesterday. And then, in just one night, he broke through to the skin refining realm? That's too much. As far as I remember, it would take at least 7 days to break through the skin refining realm. The breeze is really too fast. Han Shui was a little bit unbelievable. She rushed to Chu Feng's side, held Chu Feng's shoulders and looked at him carefully. After confirming that it was really the skin refining realm, he was completely stunned. Xiao Feng? Have you made a breakthrough? Yes. I've broken through to the 3rd level of the first order. Chu Feng nodded, indicating that it was easy. After all, it only took 1 night, plus 2 pounds of mountain beef. It's not difficult at all. But when Han Shui heard this, her beautiful eyes widened. In 1 night, he broke through to the 3rd level of the first stage from no cultivation at all. This cultivation speed is simply amazing. It seems that Xiao Feng's awakened S-level lightning talent should be related to the practice of martial arts. Otherwise, there is no reason for the breakthrough to be so fast. Good thing. The stronger you are, the safer you will be in this world. Han Shui gently touched Chu Feng's head and smiled happily. Hurry up and eat. Good. After Chu Feng finished his meal, he said goodbye to his aunt and went to school. Han Shui looked at Chu Feng's departing back, but a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. Remember, Xiao Feng's parents died in a battle with a ferocious beast. As Xiao Feng's aunt, she actually doesn't want Xiao Feng to go down the path of martial arts. It's too dangerous. I just hope Xiao Feng can be safe and sound. But there is no way. With Xiao Feng's talent, he is destined to go further and further on the road of martial arts. As his aunt, I can only support him as much as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shui took out her cell phone and dialed a number she hadn't called in a long time. Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. Chu Feng returned to school and returned to his position. In the class, there are still many students. As long as there is a little hope, they all want to try to get into the military science class, even if their awakened talents are in life. The 1st level and 1st level ferocious beast is very powerful. But if you master some fighting skills, it is possible to defeat it even without any cultivation. Everybody wants to try it. If you fail, you will just get hurt. There were teachers in the school, so it was impossible for anyone to die. And if it succeeds, you can directly enter the martial arts class and obtain the qualifications to practice. I don't have good talent, so I have to try my best to catch up in martial arts realm. Chu Feng, do you have any ideas for the next battle? A short boy came over. He is Chu Feng's classmate, named Zhang Kai. He awakened to be a D-level alchemy master, which has basically nothing to do with combat power. I came here to ask Chu Feng how to pass the next class placement test. After all, Chu Feng's awakened talent has become extremely powerful, and it is no different from his alchemy master, and is even worse than his alchemy master. The alchemy master talent is good for developing the economy both in the early and late stages. And the talent is extremely huge. Although it is S-level, the effect it provides to warriors may not be as good as some F-level combat talents. Although S-level talents can increase the speed of cultivation. However, the fastest record for reaching the skin refining realm was 7 days. It was impossible for Chu Feng to achieve any level of cultivation within a single day. The next placement test. If Chu Feng didn't have some tricks, he would most likely not be able to get into the military science class. Judging from Chu Feng's attitude yesterday, he was definitely going to take the martial arts exam, so he had to prepare some means. Therefore, Zhang Kai came over to ask Chu Feng how to pass the exam. Chu Feng's method is likely to help him as well. His talent doesn't have much combat power. Although the two have different talents, there is actually no difference at the current stage. Sharing. I plan to choose a spear. An inch longer, an inch stronger. I will use the spear to stab the beast to death. Zhang Kai said it very naturally. It was as if he and Chu Feng had known each other for several months. After hearing this, Chu Feng was silent for a moment and then shook his head. No tricks, just kill with one punch. He is already in the late bronze skin stage, the third level of the first order. Could it be that he still cannot defeat a first-level first-order ferocious beast? If it really doesn't work. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder teaches the ferocious beasts to behave like human beings. What? A punch? Brother? Are you still asleep? Zhang Kai was completely stunned. Ferocious beasts are famous for their strength and physique. Warriors of the same level, if they do not have talent, are basically weaker than ferocious beasts. For ordinary people like them, without any talent, it is extremely difficult to defeat a first-level ferocious beast. Going to take the class placement test is basically risking your life. But Chu Feng, isn't it nonsense to say that he can kill a ferocious beast with one punch? Are you still asleep? If you want to kill a ferocious beast with one punch, you have to be at least 2 or 3 realms higher. So, Chu Feng's realm has reached the 3rd level of the first stage, or even the 4th level of the first stage? Is it possible? How long has it been? A day. The injuries from practicing the body tempering technique haven't healed yet, right? Zhang Kai could still clearly feel that the wound left when he practiced the basic bodybuilding technique yesterday was still aching. It is so difficult to practice the bodybuilding technique. Not to mention the 3rd level of the first stage. Even if Chu Feng could break through to the 1st level of the first stage in one night, that would be an incredible speed of cultivation. Breaking the record of human history. Zhang Kai looked at Chu Feng suspiciously, feeling that this guy was just bragging without thinking. Without any talent or realm, Chu Feng wanted to kill the beast with one punch. It can be asserted that he was either bragging or dreaming. However, just as he was looking at Chu Feng, he suddenly saw a faint bronze glow emanating from the skin on Chu Feng's neck. This is? Chapter 6 Report. You haven't reached the leather refining realm yet? Zhang Kai looked at Chu Feng in disbelief, looking at the bronze skin on Chu Feng's body. Right. Chu Feng nodded and thought about it. I feel there is no need to hide my realm. After all, I have awakened an S-level talent, so it is normal to practice faster. It's the 3rd level of the first stage. Chu Feng added. After hearing this, Zhang Kai felt a little dizzy. He immediately started to carefully examine Chu Feng's skin, holding Chu Feng's hand and studying it for a quarter of an hour. Zhang Kai's eyes sparkled with shining stars. I can't tell at all. It's so true. Chu Feng's skin is exactly the same as that of a real bronze-skinned warrior. He leaned close to Chu Feng's ear with excitement and asked in a low voice. Brother, what kind of elixir are you using? Can you give me one? I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Pills? Chu Feng was puzzled. There was no medicine, he only ate 2 pounds of wild beef. I've seen through everything. There's no need for you to keep pretending, right? Zhang Kai had an expression that showed he had everything under control. He explained. Even with S-level talent, it would take at least 7 days to break through to the bronze skin realm. We just awakened our talents yesterday, just one night. There's no way you could have made a breakthrough. So you definitely can't be a warrior at the bronze skin realm, let alone the first order, 3rd level. Your words may fool others, but you can't fool me, Zhang Kai. Is it possible that he used some elixirs that could quickly increase your combat power in a short period of time to help you pass the upcoming placement test? Give me one of the pills you used, and I'll buy it at full price. We can both pass the exam together. How about it? Chu Feng shook his head. He said he did not take any pills at all. The 3rd level of the first order was achieved through hard practice. Not very good. Chu Feng refused. No other assistance is allowed during the class placement test. Once it is discovered that you rely on some special external force, you will be directly disqualified from the test. As for the elixir that could temporarily improve his realm, he did not take it, so naturally he would not admit it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai tried to persuade her for a long time. After all, Chu Feng's body strengthening effect was too real, and there was almost no difference between him and a warrior in the bronze skin realm. With the pills disguised at this level, the teachers in charge of supervising the exam probably won't be able to tell anything. If he could take it, even if he only has talents in life, Zhang Kai is confident that he can directly pass the next class placement test and be assigned to the military science class. Zhang Kai saw that Chu Feng had not answered him. I also gradually became impatient. I'm warning you, If you don't hand over the pills, I'll report you for using drugs. And then no one will be able to get into the martial arts class. Chu Feng was speechless and said that he could report it casually. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. I didn't use any elixirs, so what could Zhang Kai report? Right at this moment, the bell for class rang. Teacher Yang walked into the classroom, cleared his throat and said, "Attend class. Stand up." "Hello, teacher." "Hello, students. Please take a seat." After the normal process, Yang Xiaolei talked to everyone about the rules of the class placement test. The exam will be held in the competition venue later. The exam involves defeating the first level, first grade pig. If you defeat the pig, you can enter the school's martial arts class. The martial arts class focuses on actual combat, which is very beneficial for the practice of martial arts. If you are interested in martial arts, don't miss this opportunity. Saying, Yang Xiaolei looked at Chu Feng. If an ordinary person wants to defeat the pig, he needs sufficient fighting skills and a strong fighting will. If you don't have a strong heart for martial arts, you will basically be beaten by pigs in the competition arena. Yang Xiaolei saw the firm belief in Chu Feng's eyes and couldn't help but nodded slightly. Very good. Even if his talent is a little weaker, he still has a chance to kill the pig if he fights hard with his teeth. Then, Yang Xiaolei continued. Of course, there are also different levels of martial arts classes. There are 6 classes in the school's martial arts department, from 1 to 6. The teacher of Class 1 is a 5th level Tonzong Realm Warrior, while the teacher of Class 6 is only a 3rd level Qiru Realm Warrior. Therefore, for the next exam, I recommend that you kill as many high-level beasts as possible. If you can get into Class 1, the resources you enjoy will far exceed those of other classes. As she spoke, Yang Xiaolei turned to look at Zhang Hao again. Zhang Hao has awakened the B-level talent of Dragon Warrior and is the student with the greatest hope of being admitted to Class 1. There is a condition for being admitted to Class 1, which is that you must challenge a Level 1, Level 4 ferocious beast, which is equivalent to the strength of a warrior at the Silver Skin realm. Look at the performance. If you can defeat him, you will definitely be able to join the first class. It's normal if you can't defeat it. If you can hurt a first-order 4th level ferocious beast, you also have a chance to join the first team. For these students who have little cultivation, it is extremely difficult to defeat a level 4 ferocious beast. Even with a B-level combat talent, there is still a high probability of failure. If you have neither talent nor cultivation, it is almost impossible to defeat a level 1, level 4 ferocious beast. Zhang Hao met the head teacher's gaze. Nod confidently. He was very confident in his talent as a dragon warrior, and was even sure that he could defeat a level 4 beast of the first order. He was determined to win the first class of the military department. Because, if even he couldn't defeat a level 1, level 4 beast, I guess no one in the class can beat him. Let alone Chu Feng, his S-level talent does not provide any combat power and is not on the same track as his Dragon Warrior talent. Okay, the rules are not complicated. Just kill the beast. Everyone follow me, it's time to go to the competition arena. After Yang Xiaolei briefly explained the rules, she waved her hand and signaled everyone to follow her. Zhang Hao, who has B-level talent, took the lead, followed closely behind. Chu Feng followed the team at a leisurely pace. Zhang Kai still didn't give up. Sometimes he threatened fiercely, sometimes he begged desperately, just to get the secret method for Chu Feng's breakthrough. Brother, stop teasing me. If you can really break through to the 3rd level of the first stage in one day, I'll have the same last name as my dad. Just tell me what the method is, otherwise if I report it, it will be embarrassing for everyone. Even the strongest S-level talent can only break through to the 1st level and 1st stage in 7 days at the fastest. Aren't you also an S-level talent? It doesn't make sense that you could break through to the 3rd level of the 1st stage in just 1 day. Could it be? You have more than one S-level talent? That's ridiculous, right? A warrior can only awaken 2 talents at most. How could you possibly have 3 S-level talents that could simultaneously increase your training speed? Zhang Kai tried every possible means and quoted from classics. After finally finding that Chu Feng was still indifferent, he was forced to give up. You forced me to do this. He gritted his teeth in his heart. Report it. You must report it, and you must report it to the head teacher of Class 1. After Chu Feng defeated the beast, report when you are about to be admitted to the military science class. Let him be brought down at the peak of his power and make him lose face in front of the whole school. I guarantee that Chu Feng, the cheating thief, will not be able to enter the military science class. Chapter 7, Pig Pig Pig. Competition Arena. A place like the Roman Colosseum, with a circular space in the middle, which is the venue for fighting ferocious beasts. The surrounding stands were filled with students who came to take the martial arts exam. At this time, there were male students from Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School fighting on the field. The opponent is a fat pig with a pink body. The fat pig is a first level ferocious beast, the pig pig. The pig is over 2 meters tall and is covered with fat. It seems like it can knock people away in one go. At this time, Pig Pig was locked in the iron gate on the west side, waiting to join the battle. Prepare. The battle begins. The referee blew the whistle and the iron gate was pulled up with a hum. Seeing this, Pig Pig immediately rushed towards the students in the field. The male student was holding a dagger, probably preparing for close combat. The moment the pig rushed in front of the boy seized the opportunity, raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it hard at the pig. The dagger scratched the thick pig skin, leaving a very conspicuous wound and blood flowing out. However, no effective damage was caused. Instead, it aroused the ferocity of the pig. With a flying blow, the boy was pushed 3 meters away. The dagger flew out of his hand, and he lost his only means of attack. After Pig Pig sent the male classmate flying, it did not stop at all and continued to use its pig nose to launch another round of attack on the male classmate. The male student's awakening talent was obviously not a combat talent. After losing the dagger, it is almost equivalent to losing all combat effectiveness. Facing the pig with huge blood volume and super high strength, it has almost no ability to fight back. I give up. He didn't want to be hurt again, so he just stayed in the liberal arts class. He accepted his fate at this moment. Don't give up. On the side, the strong referee interrupted the boy's plea for mercy. He is Wei Tian, the head teacher of Class 1, a powerful warrior at the 5th level of Tongzong realm. He explained. The beast only wants to use you as food. Only by fighting to the end will you have a chance of survival. Give up? You will definitely die. Unless you've passed out or your life is in danger, get up and fight to the death. Outside the venue, most of the students couldn't help but start talking when they heard this. Especially some students who came to take the class placement test with a fluke mentality, began to back out after seeing the referee's resolute attitude. Isn't this request too cruel? After all, this is just a competition. Yeah, if you can't win, forget it. Isn't it the same as studying liberal arts? This has made me a little afraid to take the exam. Being pushed away by a pig is embarrassing, and considering the size of a pig, it would probably be quite uncomfortable to be pushed away. Oh. Forget it, let's go home. No more exams, just watch the show. Inside the venue. When the boy heard this rule, his head started buzzing. He thought the military academy only had good treatment. I didn't expect that fighting with ferocious beasts would be so cruel. He struggled to fight back against the boar pig, but it was too late. He had lost his weapon and was completely defenseless against the attacking boar pig. Pig Pig made a fierce charge and hit the boy's head with its big nose, knocking him unconscious. The battle is over. Wei Tian appeared at this time, raised his hand and easily held down the pig, saving the male classmate. In his hand, no matter how Pig Pig struggled, it could not escape from Wei Tian's palm. The gap in strength was too big. Wei Tian cleaned up the scene a bit and replaced the pig with a new one. Shouted. Next. At this moment, 2/3 of the students in the stands remained silent, even some with combat talents. They thought that studying liberal arts might not be a bad idea. I can't pass the test at all. I have a talent for life, so I'd better go home and farm. I can accept being a cook. It was so miserable. I was knocked unconscious right away. Fighting with ferocious beasts is really too dangerous. Zhang Kai followed behind Chu Feng, and he also looked a little depressed. Looking at Chu Feng, seeing the confident look in Chu Feng's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Hey, are you really going to fight like this? What's the point of getting into the martial arts class? Your talent doesn't increase your combat effectiveness. If you go on the field, you'll end up just as miserable as that guy, right? Hearing this, Chu Feng was also a little speechless. This guy was making no sense at all. If he could, he really wanted to pin Zhang Kai to the ground and beat him up. He took a deep breath and explained calmly. I am really at the third level of the first order. You will know it later, won't you? Zhang Kai still didn't believe it and shook his head. You're either taking drugs or using secret techniques. You're so confident, I definitely can't tell the difference. Although I admire your courage, since you said so, don't blame me later. Did the referee see that? Wei Tian, the head teacher of the martial arts class, is a 5th level Tonzong realm warrior. I don't believe he can't detect it. Moreover, no matter how powerful a secret technique is, it will eventually reveal its true form over time. Is it possible that Chu Feng can maintain his cultivation speed? He is pretending to be so powerful now, and when he enters the military science class, he will definitely have a good life. The key is that Chu Feng's talent is useless. Even if his cultivation is high, he will definitely be attacked by those of higher levels. Feel free to report it. Chu Feng didn't care. He watched the field being cleared and felt eager to try. Too lazy to bother with Zhang Kai anymore. He immediately prepared to jump down to see the strength of the first level, first grade ferocious beast, Pig. It would also allow Zhang Kai to know that not only was his realm powerful, but his talent was also extremely abnormal. He made the decision yesterday. Prepare to show the power of his S-level talent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Fighting is inevitable in the future, so this talent will probably be used very frequently. There has not yet been a warrior who can awaken 2 talents at once. If someone asks why the awakened talent is gigantamax, but can use thunder, I can explain the talent variation myself. Or simply say that you have awakened 2 talents. No one has done this before, but now. Thinking, Chu Feng set off, ready to leave. Zhang Hao, who mastered the B-level combat talent of the Dragon Warrior, jumped into the field first. I'll do it. Although he has no cultivation. But his whole body exuded unrivaled power, as if a giant dragon had descended, crushing everything. Wei Tian, who was standing by, saw Zhang Hao's momentum and couldn't help but nodded slightly. A warrior needs this kind of indomitable spirit. With this momentum, only then can you make rapid progress in martial arts practice. In the stands, when Yang Xiaolei, the class teacher, saw Zhang Hao finish his fight, she couldn't help but clench her fists and cheer him on. Zhang Hao's B-level Dragon Warrior talent makes him the strongest combat professional in their class. There is a very great chance of being admitted to the military science class. Zhang Hao was admitted to the military science class. As the class teacher, she also received a good bonus, so naturally she hoped that Zhang Hao could win. Prepare. The battle begins. Chapter 8, Raging Wild Boar. Inside the competition arena. As Wei Tian's voice fell, Pig rushed into the venue and charged towards Zhang Hao without hesitation. Zhang Hao was not afraid at all when facing the first level, first grade Pig. With a roar, his muscles swelled, as if an enormous dragon was attached to his body, greatly increasing his strength. Zhang Hao raised his right fist and smashed it hard on the pig's head. Boom! Despite the powerful impact, Zhang Hao remained motionless. Meanwhile, Tatuzu's head was violently hit, and after stumbling 2 steps, he fainted. The pig that could push an ordinary person away was defeated by Zhang Hao with just 1 blow. From this we can see that the power of the B-level talent Dragon Warrior. When the students saw this, they also started to talk softly. Too strong. He was killed with just 1 punch. And that's without any cultivation. If he combined it with bodybuilding techniques and martial arts, how strong would his combat power be? That's a B-level talent, and there are only 2 of them in our school. There is also an A-level talent and an S-level talent. I heard that the A-level talent is also very strong. It seems to be called Zuan Binjiu. It summons ice and is very powerful. Oh my god, that sounds impressive. What about S-level talent? Isn't it even more powerful? S-class talent? It's useless. It's tasteless and a pity to discard. It's the most frustrating talent in S-class. It's useless in the early stages. It seems that the A-level talent must be the strongest person in our school, right? Zhang Kai was very surprised when he saw Zhang Hao knock Pig unconscious with 1 punch. He turned to look at Chu Feng and couldn't help but compare himself a little on behalf of Zhang Hao. Can your S-level talent be this powerful? It's much more powerful than this. Although Chu Feng had not tried the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder yet, he could tell from the descriptions of his two talents alone. With one strike of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, the piglet would be turned into a roasted suckling pig on the spot. TSK. Just keep bragging. You'll be in big trouble when your true colors are revealed. Zhang Kai doesn't care. Anyway, it will be Chu Feng who is exposed and embarrassed. Since Chu Feng was so stubborn, he didn't bother to argue anymore and would just wait and see the result. Inside the venue, Wei Tian felt that Zhang Hao's aura was quite good, so he nodded and asked. Great. What's your name? Zhang Hao. Continue? Killing a level 1, level 2 beast will reward you with 2 chi and blood pills, and a level 3 beast will reward you with 3. There's no upper limit. Chi and blood pill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. This thing costs 10,000 dragon coins each, which is quite expensive for an ordinary family. The effect of a chi and blood pill is equivalent to 10 kilograms of first-level ferocious beast meat, and the chi and blood pill provides concentrated chi and blood, which is more conducive to the warrior's practice and breakthrough. Zhang Hao's family was not very wealthy, so he nodded without hesitation, determined to gain more resources for his cultivation. I want to directly challenge a level 1, level 4 beast. Is that okay? After all, this is a hard condition for joining the first class of the military science class, and he doesn't want to waste too much energy on the ferocious beast in front. Sure. Wei Tian waved his hand and asked the working teacher to prepare for the next challenge. A moment later, Wei Tian shouted. Ready. The battle begins. Inside the competition venue, the heavy iron gate on the west side was quickly pulled up. Then, a huge wild boar with a height of 2 meters, a length of 4 meters and a body covered with black hair appeared in everyone's sight. In addition to its huge size, this wild boar also has sharp fangs half a meter long growing on both sides of its rough nose. If you are scratched by the fangs, the probability is that he will be directly disemboweled. The violet wild boar, a level 1, level 4 ferocious beast. Among the many ferocious beasts of the same level, the violent wild boar's combat power is also ranked among the top. When the students on the field saw the big wild boar, they couldn't help but start talking. How do we fight this? I guess breaking through the defense is a problem, right? Its fangs look terrifying. If you accidentally touch them, you'll be seriously injured. He's estimated to be 2 meters tall. Facing him head-on must be very intimidating. Not at all sure. Compared to that, the piglets are still too cute. It feels like being nudged by a piggyback pig isn't a big deal. I'd rather study liberal arts. Forget martial arts. I can't learn anything at all. After seeing the ferocious wild boar, Zhang Kai began to feel like backing out. He had only seen pictures of ferocious beasts in textbooks, and was mentally prepared for the beasts to be very large and ferocious. But when he actually saw such a huge creature, the wild breath that hit him made him want to retreat involuntarily. The treatment in the military academy is indeed good, but you have to be alive to get it. The beast is scary. The referee in the audience didn't treat the students as human beings at all. He could already imagine what kind of hell life would be like in the martial arts class. Turn your head. Zhang Kai saw the confidence in Chu Feng's eyes and became confused again. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Chu Feng asked back. No? It's okay if you fooled your buddy, but don't fool yourself too. You're fighting such a big wild boar, and you don't have any talent. How are you going to fight it? After hearing Chu Feng's speech, Zhang Kai began to understand a little. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. If a wild boar that big hits you, it can knock your soul away. Even a B-class dragon warrior whose main purpose is combat would not stand a chance against that wild boar. Zhang Kai looked towards the field. At this time, the violent wild boar has come in front of Zhang Hao, with its head slightly lowered and its fangs ready to strike. The next moment, when the pig's head is arched, it can use its sharp fangs to directly rip open the opponent's belly. Zhang Hao also knew that the situation was critical. Faced with such a huge monster, cold sweat broke out on his palms and back. With a roar. Courage +3. His muscles swelled up, and with a ripping sound, he tore the school uniform he was wearing, revealing his strong body. Its body is covered with light red scales, which makes it look incredibly defensive. Dragon Bloodline, fully activated. Zhang Hao took advantage of the wild boar's lowered head, raised his fist, and smashed it hard on the wild boar's head. Boom! Fists collided with fists. Zhang Hao used his terrifying strength to suppress the violent wild boar. With a crack, someone's bones broke. The teeth-aching sound spread throughout the room. Seeing that the first attack failed, the violent wild boar immediately distanced itself and prepared for the next attack. And Zhang Hao. His face was distorted, and his right hand, which had just punched, was now irregularly twisted. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury in the previous confrontation. The hardness of the fist was not as strong as that of the wild boar skull, and the bones in the right hand were directly broken by the blow. Intense pain swept through Zhang Hao's consciousness. The loss of his right fist, coupled with the pain, greatly reduced his fighting ability. At this time, the violent wild boar retreated and kicked the ground, and its long fangs suddenly stabbed towards Zhang Hao's vital points. Zhang Hao's situation is extremely dangerous. As the referee, Wei Tian just watched calmly and seemed to have no intention of helping. Chapter 9 Me. In the stands, many viewers closed their eyes, as if the ending was already determined. The entire competition venue is about to be soaked in blood. Inside the venue, the violent wild boar's fangs stabbed Zhang Hao's body fiercely. Zhang Hao was seriously injured. Before he was injured, he suffered heavy losses in the confrontation with the violent wild boar. Now that he is injured, the situation will only become more unfavorable. But he also knew. You cannot admit defeat in the competition, you can only force yourself to be fully prepared to deal with the piercing blows of the ferocious wild boar. In critical moments, Zhang Hao suddenly felt that everything around him seemed to slow down. He didn't know whether it was a psychological effect or the effect of adrenaline, but he discovered the weakness of the violent wild boar through this slow perception. Even find opportunities to fight back. During the rabid boar charge, Zhang Hao turned slightly to the side, and with his small body, he easily avoided the attack of the violent wild boar by sticking close to the sharp fangs. But this is not enough, you cannot win by simply dodging. When Zhang Hao brushed past the wild boar's long tusks, he raised his right elbow and smashed it hard into the center of the tusks. Snap! The fangs broke with a sound. He thought that cutting off its means of attack would help him save the situation. At least we can get a chance to breathe. Only. The violent wild boar felt pain and struggled frantically with its huge body. Although the fangs are broken, they are more effective when used for close combat. With a whoosh, the remaining half of the fang ruthlessly brushed past Zhang Hao's body, and the huge force directly left a shocking blood mark on Zhang Hao's body. His dragon warrior's scales, stained with scarlet blood, were scattered everywhere. This time, Zhang Hao was seriously injured on the spot, and the pain that shot straight into his head made him faint on the spot. The wound on the chest was extremely hideous, and the white bones under the chest could be vaguely seen. After the violent wild boar severely injured Zhang Hao, he still felt unsatisfied. Lower your pig head. He was ready to use his fangs to whip Zhang Hao's corpse repeatedly. At this time, Wei Tian made a move. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes without seeing how he moved. The next moment, a bang sound was heard in the venue. The huge and violent wild boar's eyes turned white and it fainted. Wei Tian came to Zhang Hao's side and checked his injuries. Explore for a moment. After finding that it was just some flesh wounds, he tapped Zhang Hao twice and successfully woke him up. He took out a pill and forcefully stuffed it into Zhang Hao's mouth. The medicine was powerful and quickly stopped Zhang Hao's injuries. You have too little combat experience and need to improve. Go and rest first. Zhang Hao slowly stood up, staggered out of the competition arena, and returned to the stands. The violent boar is really too strong. After a quick review, he saw no hope of winning at all. Zhang Hao returned to his seat. He didn't want to lie down. He wanted to see who could defeat the terrifying and violent wild boar. In the stands, many people expressed their regret for Zhang Hao. There's a chance. A level 1, level 4 beast may be powerful, but it doesn't have much intelligence. I tried my best. I'm just a newbie after all. Being able to break a tusk of a wild boar is already amazing. The one before couldn't even beat the pig. It's really great for a novice to be able to achieve this level. Inside the venue, Wei Tian dealt with the violent wild boar casually. Immediately following. Next. Before the blood in the arena had dried, Wei Tian started a new round of competition. This time, the stands were completely silent. The previous violent wild boar was too shocking. Especially the injured Zhang Hao. He was almost ripped open, with his chest bones exposed. It was a horrible beating. The key point is that the wild boar was not seriously injured. Broken fangs? But it doesn't affect the combat effectiveness too much. The strength of the 4th level first order violent boar was beyond the imagination of these people. At this time, Chu Feng stood up, jumped into the competition venue, and looked at Wei Tian confidently. In the stands, Zhang Kai looked at Chu Feng, who was in high spirits, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. In the end, he gave up reporting Chu Feng. The benefits of the military science class are indeed good. However, Zhang Kai could only say that Chu Feng was this person who dared to risk his life. He gave a thumbs up. After the 2 battles just now, Zhang Kai expressed his full support for those who just wanted to join the military science class. The cruelty of the military science department must be far beyond the imagination of these people. Military science students are a group of warriors who risk their lives. They have better welfare benefits, and Zhang Kai said he is not jealous at all. However, although Zhang Kai said he would not report it, but Wei Tian in the field widened his eyes. No. Are you a student at Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School? Why are you here to take the Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School placement test? Your first order, 3rd level cultivation is right there. Do you think I, a 5th order Tonzan realm warrior, am blind? Get lost, stop joining in the fun. Wei Tianxia subconsciously thought that Chu Feng was not a student of their school and asked Chu Feng to get out immediately. The talent that just awakened yesterday has just been able to be practiced. You broke through to the 3rd level of the first stage in just 1 day? Is this bullshit? Why? I'm also a student at Nanjiang Middle School and can take the placement test. Chu Feng was puzzled. It doesn't make sense to chase people away right away. You? Wei Tian felt like he was about to laugh out of anger. Do you really think I have no eyes? Which class are you from? I can't tell you. Don't blame me for being rude. If this guy is really my student, it would be fine. If not, he deserves a beating. Is he treating the class placement test as a joke? I'm in class 7 of senior 3. My homeroom teacher is Ms. Yang Xiaolei, and she's in the stands. Chu Feng explained. At the same time, he looked at teacher Yang in the stands. Yang Xiaolei also stood up at this moment. Chu Feng is her student, and he has also awakened an S-level talent, which is quite impressive. Chu Feng is a student in our class and has awakened an S-level talent. Zhang Hao can also testify to this. Does teacher Wei have any questions? Not far away. The seriously injured Zhang Hao spoke with difficulty. Chu Feng is indeed my classmate, and he has awakened an S-level talent called Gigantamax. Even the awakened talents were revealed. Now Chu Feng is definitely Zhang Hao's classmate, there is basically no doubt about it. Only, when some people heard about the S-level talent's Dynamax, they couldn't help but start a slight discussion. So he is the one who awakened the S-level talent? What a shame. Among all the S-class talents, Dynamax has the highest ceiling, but it's also the most useless one. If Chu Feng can awaken an S-level talent at level 7, then combined with the doubling effect of his Dynamax talent, he would be equivalent to possessing 4 talents, which is truly abnormal. However, if you accidentally awaken a life-related talent, or an F-rank talent, then the Dynamax talent will be completely wasted. The upper limit is indeed high, but the lower limit is also frighteningly low. And you need to cultivate to the 7th level, the conditions are extremely harsh. It has little combat power in the early stages. It feels worse than some C-level talents. Really? The Dynamax talent was criticized by classmates. However, Wei Tian, who was off the court, was stunned after confirming that Chu Feng had just awakened his talent yesterday. No, classmate? Are you so outrageous? Even with S-level talent, it took a full 7 days to cultivate to the 1st level at the fastest speed. You reached the 3rd level of the first stage in just 1 day? What about practicing like riding a rocket? Does bodybuilding training not require time? When you exercise, the damage to your body doesn't require time to recover? Even if you practice faster. One night there was a breakthrough. But what does it mean that you have the 3rd level of the first order? Chapter 10, Cultivating Genius. Chu Feng's light bronze skin flickered with a faint silver sheen, which was clearly a sign of him about to break through to the silver skin realm. Wei Tian was a little confused. The Dynamax talent doesn't increase the training speed, how can it be trained so fast? Could it be some secret method to overdraw potential? Wei Tian felt that it was very likely. In just a moment, he came to Chu Feng's side, grabbed Chu Feng's arm and carefully examined Chu Feng's body. The unique energy and blood power of a warrior roamed throughout Chu Feng's body. A moment later, Wei Tian was stunned. Because, not only did Chu Feng not use any secret techniques, he didn't even have any injuries on his body. Practicing the body strengthening technique is a process of constantly destroying and then repairing the body. How can we practice the bodybuilding technique without causing harm to the body? Since it will cause harm to the body. What about the injuries on Chu Feng's body? Even if you use some panacea, the medicinal effects will inevitably remain. Moreover, overly powerful pills would be harmful to low-level warriors. Therefore, without damaging the foundation of the body, the fastest breakthrough for a warrior with S-level talent would take a full 7 days. And Chu Feng? Could it be that he possesses this special physique that can quickly repair his body, which is why his physical training speed has been greatly accelerated? Wei Tian muttered in his heart. His dazed eyes regained a bit of clarity and he began to explore Chu Feng again. On the field, class teacher Yang Xiaolei became suspicious when she saw Wei Tian touching Chu Feng. What's wrong? Is there any problem? She looked carefully. Then he noticed the faint bronze glow on Chu Feng's skin. This is? First-level warrior, bronze skin realm. Yang Xiaolei's cultivation level was not high, and she didn't pay much attention to Chu Feng, so she didn't discover Chu Feng's cultivation level until now. But when he discovered Chu Feng's cultivation level, he felt a little confused. No. Yesterday she asked Chu Feng to practice, just to be polite. Who could have thought that Chu Feng could really practice to become a first-level warrior? Moreover, the speed of cultivation is even faster than that of people who take drugs. Does Yang Xiaolei know that? Chu Feng's family background is not good, and he certainly does not have top-notch resources for him to squander. Even when life is tight, one can still break through to the warrior realm one day. What about sufficient resources? Chu Feng couldn't just break through to the second level of bone-tempering realm in a week? Yang Xiaolei was silent. It seems that becoming a 7th-level warrior is not a difficult task for Chu Feng, if he can awaken a powerful S-level talent at the 7th level. Then Chu Feng's future is simply unimaginable. Beside Yang Xiaolei, Zhang Hao was also a little confused. What was going on? It was just a useless S-level talent. There was no need to make such a fuss, right? I feel that Chu Feng's S-level talent is not as good as mine. Zhang Hao had no cultivation, and he had never thought about martial arts, so he had no idea that Chu Feng was already a warrior, and a 3rd-level first-order warrior at that. The current Chu Feng? Even without any talents, he could probably fight his dragon warrior on equal terms. What's more, there are 3 S-level talents. Chu Feng is already a first-order 3rd-level warrior. Inside the venue, Wei Tian's voice came slowly and spread throughout the venue. As a martial artist at the 5th level of Tongzong realm, he confirmed that Chu Feng indeed possessed the physique to quickly repair his body, and was a rare genius in cultivation. Soon, I figured out why Chu Feng's cultivation was so fast. After all, Chu Feng is his student. It is a good thing that he can practice quickly, the faster the better. It is best to cultivate to the 9th level of the Golden Body realm within 1 year. We have added another top fighter to our human race. With one more warrior in the Golden Body realm, the human race will be able to better expand its territory and drive out ferocious beasts. Wei Tian's voice was not loud. But to Yang Xiaolei, it sounded like a thunderclap. She stood up suddenly, staring at Chu Feng with her almond-shaped eyes. After finding a hint of silver on Chu Feng's skin, she took a breath. It turned out to be a warrior in the late bronze skin realm. Copper skin is not very strong in the later stage. But he was able to break through to the late bronze skin realm in just one night, and he did it even though his family couldn't help him. Chu Feng's talent in martial arts was so exaggerated that it was unimaginable for an ordinary person. Yang Xiaolei sat back down somewhat helplessly. The person's entire worldview suffered a severe impact, and his eyes were dull. Although Chu Feng's talent is S-level, it is not too strong. However, his talent for cultivation has transcended the 3 realms and is no longer within the 5 elements. Unprecedented, it directly broke the record for the fastest breakthrough among warriors. Remember, what I gave him was just a basic bodybuilding book without any special effects, right? Yang Xiaolei didn't know what to say. Beside him, when Zhang Hao heard that Chu Feng had reached the third level of the first stage of cultivation, his eyes widened. As someone who has practiced basic bodybuilding techniques, he certainly knows how difficult it is. Now Zhang Hao is feeling extremely sore all over. After strengthening the body, how can it be so easy to recover from the damage done to the body? And cultivation also requires speed, right? Zhang Hao estimated that with his B-level talent, he would need to train his physique at least a few hundred times before he would have a chance to break through to the skin refining realm. You can only exercise a few times a day. If you exercise more than that, your body will not be able to recover and it will cause irreversible damage to your body. Simply put, it would be impossible for him to break through to the skin refining realm without a month or so. Breaking through to the leather refining realm in just one day, and even reaching the third level of the leather refining realm, is simply unbelievable. In the stands, Zhang Kai was also dumbfounded. He thought Chu Feng's cultivation was fake. Who would have thought it was real? Then why report it yourself? If you really report it, wouldn't that be a slap in your own face? Chu Feng's cultivation talent is really a bit abnormal, isn't it? Isn't the S-level talent dynamaxing pretty useless? Why does it feel like Chu Feng is so strong? But fortunately, Chu Feng's cultivation was just fast, and his talent was not strong. Even if it is the third level of the first order, it is estimated that at most it can be evenly matched with a B-level talent Dragon Warrior. It is easy to be challenged by those of higher levels. Overall, even though Chu Feng's cultivation speed is fast, his overall strength is not that abnormal. Many classmates around also started talking about it after hearing Chu Feng's cultivation level of the third level of the first stage. What a genius in cultivation! It breaks the record, doesn't it? The fastest cultivator took 7 days to break through to the first level of the first order. This kid broke through in 1 day, and to the third level of the first order? It feels like it's on. By the way, is S-level talent really that powerful? Could it be that Chu Feng has awakened several S-level talents? Several talents simultaneously increase his aptitude, which is why he can cultivate so quickly. It's useless. Bodybuilding requires physical injury. Even if the training efficiency is high, you still need to wait patiently for the body to recover. Besides, it's impossible for Chu Feng to have several S-level talents. Yes, a person can only awaken 2 talents at most. I've never heard of anyone possessing 3 talents at the same time. It can only be explained as a special physique. Chapter 11 Lucky Bag Reward. Inside the venue, Chu Feng also knew that his cultivation speed was indeed a little faster. He was silent for a moment, giving these people time to be shocked. He spoke only after seeing the referee Wei Tian gradually recover. Can we start? Chu Feng still wanted to kill the ferocious beast, so he tried the activities in the Wanjie Mall. If the lucky bag of reward gave him some skills, it would be a huge profit. He saw that in the Wanjie Mall, the price of any martial arts book started at 300,000 dragon coins. 300,000. Even if Chu Feng were sold by weight now, he probably still wouldn't be able to afford it. Okay, I'm fine now. Since Wei Tian confirmed that Chu Feng was a student of his school, there was naturally no reason to pursue the matter further. He raised his hands and shouted, "Prepare! The battle begins!" An iron gate opposite Chu Feng was slowly opened, and a pink-skinned piglet ran out with a grunt. Facing this first level, first-tier ferocious beast, he decided not to hold back any strength and to kill it with all his strength. 9 heavens divine thunder. All I heard was a crackling sound. The azure lightning instantly covered Chu Feng's body, providing him with an attack power beyond his current cultivation level. When the 9 heavens divine thunder appeared, a strong sense of oppression instantly spread throughout the venue. The next moment, the 9 heavens divine thunder on Chu Feng's body gushed out like a waterfall, and in the blink of an eye it was all poured into the body of Pig. Boom! With a loud bang, Pig was unable to fight back and died on the spot. The battle was won. Chu Feng restrained the 9 heavens divine thunder. At the same time, the panel prompt pops up. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a first-level lucky bag. Inside the venue, it only took Chu Feng a few seconds from summoning the 9 heavens divine thunder to killing the Pig. The destructive aura contained in the 9 heavens divine thunder sect has not even dissipated yet. Not far away, as the referee, Wei Tian opened his mouth wide after witnessing Chu Feng's fighting process. No? Isn't your talent the most useless one among the S-class talents, the Gigantamax, which has a bleak future? When did he become known for his offensive power? Moreover, this lightning move can kill a piglet instantly. It is definitely an A-level or even S-level talent. The powerful talent coupled with Chu Feng's exaggerated speed of cultivation. Classmate, you are afraid that it is really open? Wei Tian was a little bit unbelievable. He walked to Chu Feng tremblingly and asked with a little hope, "Is this your martial art?" Even though Wei Tian knew that most martial arts would hardly have this kind of effect, he still felt that the scene before him was somewhat unreal. I think Chu Feng's is too dazzling. It was so dazzling that even a 5th level Tonzan realm warrior like him couldn't look directly at it. Moreover, even if it was martial arts, Chu Feng was able to learn it in one day, which was an unprecedented abnormal speed. I don't know. Anyway, I just felt that I could do it, and then I used it. Chu Feng was a little confused. What martial arts? Of course it's talent. However, there are some minor issues with his talent, so he has to find a way to get around it. Anyway, I don't understand, and I can't explain it. I just use thunder and lightning, isn't that what you mean? After hearing Chu Feng's words, Wei Tian was basically certain that it was talent. Either the detector is wrong, or the talent has mutated. In short, Chu Feng awakened a lightning attribute talent with super abnormal attack power. A powerful talent is more heartbreaking than a powerful martial art. It is possible to learn martial arts. But talent is the gap that cannot be crossed between warriors. Chu Feng was able to awaken such a powerful talent, coupled with an extremely exaggerated cultivation speed. His future can no longer be measured with the naked eye. In the stands, everyone was stunned when they saw the azure lightning released by Chu Feng. Ha! Who just said that this kid's talent is Dynamax? Can't he see such thick lightning? This is clearly a rare lightning talent. Its attack power is incredibly strong. Chu Feng's training speed is so fast, coupled with such a powerful talent. I feel that our dragon country is about to produce another peerless warrior. That's outrageous. This kid Chu Feng must be cheating. For these uninformed students, the most they discovered was that Chu Feng had great talent. As a classmate of Chu Feng, especially Yang Xiaolei, the class teacher who personally witnessed Chu Feng awakening his talent, she was completely stunned. Impossible. I clearly remember that Chu Feng's awakened talent was Gigantamax. How could it suddenly turn into such a powerful lightning talent? Kill the piglet with one move. Chu Feng's training is fast, and his combat power is also very high. Is that reasonable? What good things are all taken by Chu Feng, right? Fortunately, it's just an S-level lightning talent and has not broken any human records. Chu Feng's awakening talent is nothing compared to his cultivation talent. Unless he awakened 2 or even 3 S-level talents, his talent is actually just like that. It's not like no one has awakened S-level thunder talent before. Beside Yang Xiaolei, Zhang Hao, who possesses the B-level talent of a dragon warrior, couldn't help but smile bitterly after seeing Chu Feng's attack. He also thought that no matter how fast Chu Feng's cultivation speed was, it would only be like that. Future. Sooner or later, won't he be challenged by someone of a higher level? Even just now, Zhang Hao was confident that he could fight Chu Feng on equal terms. As for now, Zhang Hao's few remaining feelings of superiority were shattered by Chu Feng's Azure Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Whether it is the speed of cultivation or the strength of talent, he was severely crushed by Chu Feng. If a fight breaks out, Zhang Hao felt that he might not be able to survive even a single move from Chu Feng. Not far away, Zhang Kai, who came with Chu Feng, felt a little dizzy. Where is the secret method you promised? How can you have such a high level of cultivation and such abnormal talent? How can someone with a talent for daily life like yourself have fun? Zhang Kai remembered his threats to Chu Feng. I just felt like a joke. All the reporting and threats were nonsense. The other party had real strength, and no means would work against Chu Feng. At this moment, Zhang Kai was also a little relieved. Fortunately, he didn't really tell Wei Tian about Chu Feng just now, otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Inside the venue, Wei Tian looked at the pig that was turned into a roasted suckling pig by Chu Feng's lightning, and waved his hand to ask someone to clean up the scene. Then he turned around and asked, "How about challenging the level 1, level 4 violent boar? I recognize your strength. I'll still distribute chi and blood pills." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng shook his head. There is a chance of dropping a lucky bag when killing a ferocious beast, so it would be a waste if you don't kill it. It is so dangerous to go out into the wild alone. Here you can kill safely and with peace of mind. Chu Feng explained. I still want to test the power of my talent, so I don't want to skip levels. Wei Tian nodded. That's right. Talents need practice to become proficient. Especially strong talents, it's best to combine them with some martial arts to unleash their full power. Then he waved his hand and asked the staff to continue releasing the first level, second level black-haired pig for Chu Feng to challenge. Chu Feng took advantage of this short period of time. The selection directly opens the exquisite blue lucky bag in the system space. Chapter 12, 10 million dragon coins. Congratulations on obtaining the inherited memory, 3000 thunders incomplete. 3000 thunders, a unique physical skill from a powerful being in a parallel universe. Then, a flood of memories flooded into Chu Feng's mind from the lucky bag. Because it is a legacy of memory. So Chu Feng basically didn't need to learn much, all the techniques about 3000 thunders were engraved in his mind. 3000 thunders is a kind of body movement technique. When running at full power, the cultivator's speed can be as fast as lightning, and he can move hundreds of thousands of meters in an instant. The conditions for operation require spiritual power and the mastery of a kind of lightning. The stronger the lightning, the faster the 3000 thunders will move. Chu Feng's S-level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder is definitely strong enough to drive 3000 thunders. Only, he had no spiritual power and was unable to unleash the full might of the 3000 thunders. Moreover, the inherited memory is still incomplete, with only about 5% of the effect. Chu Feng's current condition. It can only exert less than 1% of the power of the full version of 3000 thunders. It can move hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. This speed is quite good. Chu Feng knew that in order to move hundreds of meters in an instant, he would have to be at least a second-level warrior with top-level body movement and martial arts skills. He is a first-level warrior. With only the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder at his disposal, he could move hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye, so he would be able to escape from many second-level ferocious beasts. Although the 3000 thunders were incomplete, Chu Feng couldn't even unleash their full power. But the effect is definitely quite practical. Once I have gathered all 3000 thunders and mastered the spiritual power, it will probably not be a big problem to travel across the entire blue star in an instant. Are you ready? Wei Tian saw Chu Feng in a daze and reminded him kindly. Genius students are always lovable, especially the genius among geniuses like Chu Feng. No problem, come on. Chu Feng nodded. The next moment, the heavy iron gate under the stands was lifted up, and a strong black-haired wild boar was released. This time, Chu Feng did not immediately use the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder to kill the black-haired pig. Instead, he quickly approached the black pig. In his right hand was condensed the Azure 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, ready to kill the black-haired pig with minimal consumption. The school rewards chi and blood pills for killing ferocious beasts. The system also has a probability of rewarding lucky bags. So, what Chu Feng wanted was to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and take advantage of the system. There aren't many environments like this where you can kill ferocious beasts safely. Chu Feng must kill the 4th level first-order violent wild boar. Using the innate 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder would consume physical strength. Considering that there were still many ferocious beasts to kill later, Chu Feng chose to condense the Divine Thunder in his palm to save physical strength. This is also the reason why he did not use the 3000 thunders. He would use it when he was unable to win. There was no need to rush. Soon, Chu Feng came to the black pig. The black pig was not willing to be outdone, and raised its head and pushed towards Chu Feng fiercely. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and slapped the black pig's forehead with his right palm. The cultivation level of the 3rd level of the first order is unreserved. With a sizzling sound, the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder flowed through Chu Feng's palm and penetrated into the black pig's brain, killing it on the spot. This time, the ferocious beast did not drop the lucky bag, but Chu Feng did not panic. Instead, he shouted loudly. Next. Confident and strong. Everyone looked at the high-spirited Chu Feng and couldn't help but feel envious. The Azure Lightning is so powerful and handsome. It can not only kill enemies from a distance, but also inject lightning into the enemy in close combat, causing terrible destructive damage. It's a pity that Chu Feng doesn't have any martial arts. If he learns a martial art that involves physical movements, he'll be like a mobile artillery platform. Is this a pity? Is this Chu Feng's newly awakened talent? He wants to master the martial arts of body movement in just one day. Is he really that perverted? It will be very quick. With Chu Feng's talent, it won't take him long to learn martial arts. After all, he suffered the disadvantage of being young. He only practiced for one day. Inside the venue. After seeing Chu Feng's energy-saving behavior, Wei Tian couldn't help but praise him. Very nice. Defeat a level 1, level 4 beast and you can choose a level 3 bodybuilding technique in school. Defeat a level 1, level 7 beast and you can choose a level 3 breathing technique in school. I know there's a thunder bodybuilding technique that's perfect for you to practice. Once you master it, your physical strength will be twice as strong as that of a cultivator of the same level. There's also breathing techniques. They can significantly increase your physical recovery speed. Once you learn a breathing technique, you can basically use your talent at will to be able to kill the strongest first-order 9th level beast. The school will give you an extra 10 million dragon coins. On the field, everyone was shocked when they heard the reward. A 3rd level bodybuilding technique. The official price in Dragon Country seems to be over 1 million dragon coins. The 3rd level breathing technique is even more incredible. The cheapest one costs over 4 million dragon coins. There's also a direct reward of 10 million dragon coins. Come on, Chu Feng. A first-order, 9th level ferocious beast, it seems, has never been defeated by anyone, right? Can Chu Feng defeat it? Yes, I admit that Chu Feng's lightning is very strong, but his realm is too weak, and he doesn't have any martial arts that can be used in conjunction with thunder. I think it will be difficult for him to challenge a first-order 7th level beast. Basically, you can only rely on your talent. No wonder Chu Feng didn't use thunder to kill the beast directly just now. It turns out he was trying to save energy. Can Chu Feng's thunderbolt surpass the 6th level to kill his opponent? It's hard to say. It depends on the size and species of the beast. Some beasts have thick skin and tough flesh, and can't be electrocuted at all. Other beasts also control thunder and are resistant to lightning damage. It all depends on Chu Feng's luck. Inside the venue, Wei Tian looked at Chu Feng's figure. After telling him all about the rewards, he really wanted to see whether Chu Feng, with his first-order 3rd level cultivation and nearly S-level thunder talent, could kill a first-order 9th level beast. In the history of Nanjiang Middle School, the strongest student in the class placement test only managed to kill a first-order, 7th level ferocious beast. If Chu Feng could do it, speak out. Enough to shock the entire Nanjiang city. After awakening his talent, he was able to kill a level 9 ferocious beast in just one day. His deeds can even leave a profound mark in history. Soon, the first level 3rd level ferocious beast was released. Chu Feng used one move and the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder killed him instantly. Even without the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, with Chu Feng's cultivation level of the 3rd level of the First Order, he would have a great chance of defeating a 3rd level ferocious beast. Unfortunately, I still didn't get the lucky bag this time. Then, Wei Tian released a ferocious wild boar that was 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, as big as a small bungalow. A first-order, 4th level ferocious beast. Zhang Hao fought hard, but in the end he could only barely break one of the opponent's fangs. No substantial harm was caused. Zhang Hao was seriously injured because of his broken fangs. The powerful strength of the violent wild boar is enough to make most novice warriors despair. Chapter 13 3000 Thunders. Humph. The moment the violent wild boar appeared, it immediately rushed towards Chu Feng, its long fangs flashing with sharp luster. Both of its tusks were intact, and it was obviously a brand new, violent wild boar. Chu Feng was not afraid at all when facing the violent wild boar, and the azure lightning condensed on his right palm. When the wild boar approaches, Chu Feng raised his hand and slapped the violent wild boar's head hard. At this moment, the violent wild boar seemed to sense the power of the lightning in Chu Feng's hand. It suddenly turned sideways, dodged Chu Feng's palm, and used its long fangs to sweep towards Chu Feng fiercely. The half-meter-long fangs swept across a large area of space, leaving Chu Feng with almost no room to dodge. The fangs are sharp and strong. Once scratched or swept by the fangs, it is likely to be seriously injured on the spot, or even ripped open by the sharp fangs. The situation is extremely dangerous. In the stands, the students were a little nervous when they saw this scene. This is dangerous. It's a pity that he hasn't mastered any martial arts. If he knew any martial arts related to physical movement, the violent boar would never have had this opportunity. Chu Feng doesn't have a weapon yet, otherwise there would be a chance to block it. I suffered a loss due to my lack of experience. If I had encountered a beast like this with its own weapons, I would have definitely killed it from a distance. If I get hurt here, I probably won't get 10 million dragon coins, right? There are 5 more ferocious beasts behind us, and each one is stronger than the last. I thought Chu Feng was so amazing, but now it seems he's only about the same level as a B-level talent. Zhang Hao, who possesses the B-level talent of a dragon warrior, was a little worried when he saw Chu Feng in danger. After all, they were classmates. But more of it was a long sigh of relief. He just said, "How could someone be both civil and military? It doesn't make sense. How is it possible that he can cultivate quickly and have great talent? At most, Chu Feng can only practice faster, but his talent level is definitely average, maybe even worse than his own dragon warrior? Otherwise, how could he be stuck in a tough fight with a level 4 ferocious beast?" Now Zhang Hao is basically certain that Chu Feng has awakened the S-level talent of Gigantamax. Although the lightning may be a mutation, its power is probably only C-level or even D-level, which is not comparable to his own dragon warrior. He has no cultivation. The fight with the wild boar was evenly matched, and I ultimately lost. Chu Feng, who was at the 3rd level of the 1st rank, was also forced into a desperate situation by the violent wild boar, and he estimated that he would not be able to defeat it either. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He said that Chu Feng was just like that, and his talent was still the strongest. Inside the venue, Chu Feng faced the fangs of the violent wild boar and knew that he had no way to avoid it. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. He also knew that there were several ferocious beasts waiting for him behind. So, can't fall here. 3,000 thunders. Chu Feng used his mind to summon the 9 heavens divine thunder, and the lightning on his right fist instantly spread to his entire body. The flashing azure light illuminated the entire place in an instant. Then, Chu Feng disappeared without any warning. With the disappearance of Chu Feng, a wound deep enough to see the bone immediately appeared on the huge and violent wild boar's head, and blue lightning visible to the naked eye was flashing on the wound. After the wound appears, the violent wild boar twitched all over and fell to the ground with a thud. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a 1st level, 4th level lucky bag. In the stands, everyone, after seeing the fallen violent wild boar and Chu Feng disappearing from sight, everyone was stunned. Where are the people? Why did the violent boar fall down? What happened? I didn't even blink. Is this martial arts? It's kind of scary. I just said Chu Feng didn't know martial arts, how come he used it now? Don't be so quick to slap me in the face. How could it be martial arts? Have you ever seen anyone with such a fast speed? It must be Chu Feng's talent. Yes, and it's too abnormal for Chu Feng to learn a martial art in one day. But what kind of talent is this? It feels too exaggerated. It disappeared in a flash and even killed the violent boar in the process. It feels like killing a wild boar is just like cutting vegetables. It must be an S-level talent, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to be so strong. It's still a top-notch S-level talent. When Zhang Hao saw the violent wild boar fall, he stood up all of a sudden. The large movement caused the injury on his chest to increase. But he looked at the field regardless, his pupils full of shock. How strong is the violent boar? He has a deep understanding of this. When he fought with the violent wild boar before, his fists were broken, but the violent wild boar's head did not suffer any damage. This shows that the wild boar's defense is so high and its vitality is so strong that it cannot be broken by ordinary warriors. Now, Chu Feng easily cut a wound on the huge pig's head, which shows that Chu Feng's attack power is far beyond his dragon warrior talent. And the method of disappearing on the spot is simply unheard of. Zhang Hao felt a little powerless. I didn't expect that my B-level talent was like a primitive man compared to Chu Feng's. The dragon warrior can only increase strength and defense. If he fights with Chu Feng, Zhang Hao has no idea how to defeat Chu Feng. He felt a little sore. He was wrong. He shouldn't compare himself with Chu Feng. Chu Feng is just a wallflower. Not only is his cultivation speed extremely fast, but his talent is also extremely strong, making it difficult for people like him who have B-level talent to even compare with him. The head teacher Yang Xiaolei looked at the situation in the field with a complicated expression. She had thought that Chu Feng's admission to the martial arts class was an extraordinary achievement, but she had never expected that he would have such an abnormal talent. The speed Chu Feng showed just now. Even though she was already a second-level warrior, she felt a little caught off guard. If you fight with Chu Feng, as a teacher, she might not be able to survive even one move. Zhang Kai, who came with Chu Feng, he felt a pang of jealousy when he saw Chu Feng easily kill the violent wild boar. I originally thought that everyone was about the same, that their talents were all useless, and that no one was better than anyone else. But I didn't expect that. The gap between people is actually greater than the gap between people and dogs. Inside the venue, after Chu Feng killed the violent wild boar, he took a little time to adapt to the extreme speed of 3,000 thunders, and finally slowly appeared in front of everyone. The blue lightning on his body faded away, and the moment he reappeared, this left Wei Tian, the referee, dumbfounded. Wei Tian has a 5th level cultivation level and saw Chu Feng's actions clearly. What Chu Feng used must be martial arts, and it was a very high level martial art that was suitable for his thunder attribute talent. Martial arts. Wei Tian felt it was outrageous. Did this kid really awaken his talent yesterday? Judging from his combat performance alone, he even felt that Chu Feng was a warrior who had been practicing for a year and had rich experience, rather than a newcomer who has just entered the martial arts world. Which newcomer can break through to the 3rd level of the First Order within one day? Can you also learn a super high level martial art in one day? Even if it is a 1st level martial art, it takes 3 or 4 months to slowly get started, and then several years of polishing before it can finally be mastered. 3 or 4 months is much harder than breaking through a realm. Moreover, the level of Chu Feng's martial arts is not low. He can transform his lightning talent into speed to propel himself forward. It is estimated that it is at least a 4th level martial art. Martial arts below the 4th level are just some punches and kicks. Learn the 4th level martial arts in one day. Wei Tian was certain that Chu Feng's talent far surpassed all the warriors in this world. He looked at Chu Feng with complicated eyes. Even such a genius still wants to constantly challenge ferocious beasts to hone his mastery of his talent. The level of effort is also far beyond that of ordinary people. Wei Tian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he just raised his hand and asked the staff to release the 1st level 5th level ferocious beast, and shouted. Next. Chapter 14:5 Ferocious Beasts. Chu Feng had just emerged from the 3,000 thunders, and before his physical fatigue had eased, he heard Wei Tianxia's voice. Another wild boar slowly walked into the competition arena. No. I'm not ready yet? I haven't even opened the lucky bag I just got. And explosive use of 3,000 thunders will significantly increase physical strength consumption. Now, he can only use 3,000 thunders twice more at most, and then he will probably die of exhaustion. So, can you give me some time to rest? However, Wei Tian had already determined that Chu Feng had the strength to continue the challenge, so he directly released a 1st level 5th level ferocious beast. With Chu Feng's attack, there will be no suspense below the 7th level of the 1st stage. But Chu Feng raised his hand and stopped the competition. Wait. I have a question. What's the problem? Wei Tian flashed to the side of the 1st level 5th level wild boar and raised his hand to hold the wild boar down, waiting patiently for Chu Feng to ask questions. I want to challenge all the ferocious beasts behind at the same time, is that okay? Chu Feng asked. Taking into account his lack of physical strength, he wanted to kill all the ferocious beasts with 3,000 thunders at once. Otherwise, 3,000 thunders would only kill one ferocious beast at a time. It's really too physically demanding and I can't bear it. But after Chu Feng's words were spread, everyone in the stands could no longer hold back. Fuck, your tone is just too arrogant. He almost couldn't defeat the 1st level 4th level wild boar just now. How dare he challenge the 1st level 5th to 1st level 9th level beasts in one go? I admit that Chu Feng's method just now was indeed mysterious, but the health of a 1st level 9th level beast is not just talk. Even lightning is unlikely to kill a level 1, level 9 beast instantly. Otherwise, we humans wouldn't be constantly threatened by ferocious beasts. Unless Chu Feng's lightning power can be doubled, it is basically impossible to defeat a 1st order 9th level beast. Everyone was talking about it. However, most people are not optimistic about Chu Feng. It's not that they are hostile to Chu Feng, but the ferocious beast is really strong. Key. Chu Feng is just a newcomer who has awakened his talent for less than a day, and his combat experience is basically close to zero. The lightning talent is indeed strong. If it is combined with the Dynamax talent, it will be truly invincible. Yes, but as we all know, warriors can only have two talents. Chu Feng currently has only one talent at most, and his talent is lightning, so it is impossible for him to have a gigantamax talent. If he wants to surpass the 6th level and kill a first-order 9th level beast by relying solely on lightning, I think he will fail miserably. It's okay to lose once, flowers in a greenhouse will never grow up. Yes, genius always needs to go through hardships. Chu Feng's head teacher Yang Xiaolei pursed her lips and said nothing more after seeing Chu Feng's aggressiveness. She actually didn't think much of Chu Feng. After all, the pressure is too great, and it is too difficult to deal with 5 ferocious beasts at the same time that are stronger than violent wild boars. But, with previous experience, Yang Xiaolei felt that Chu Feng was someone who could create miracles. Maybe he can actually do it. Zheng Hao, who was standing by, couldn't help but clench his fists as he listened to Chu Feng's speech. If nothing else, even the courage to challenge 5 ferocious beasts at the same time is commendable. You know, in a battle with a ferocious beast, Wei Tian would not be able to come to the rescue unless he was seriously injured. If Chu Feng can't win, there will definitely be a scene in the field where the 5 ferocious beasts will ravage the scene at the same time. Zhang Hao felt a dull pain in his bones just thinking about that scene, and he even lost the courage to challenge it. Zhang Kai, who was also in the stands, had a complicated look on his face. It feels like Chu Feng and he are not from the same world. Inside the venue, Wei Tian was surprised when he heard Chu Feng's request. He knew that Chu Feng didn't have much physical strength, so was he planning to solve all the problems in one go? If we kill them all in one go, then we do have a plan for victory. But 5 fierce beasts came together. The margin for error left to Chu Feng will be infinitely small. Once he makes a mistake, he will be attacked by several powerful beasts. Are you sure? In a battle with a ferocious beast, I won't help unless your life is in danger. Wei Tian asked, giving him a chance to regret. At the same time, he explained the dangers involved. The price of losing the battle might be having to stay in bed for several days. Sure, come on. Chu Feng did not hesitate. If he wanted to get 10 million, this was the only way. Instead of facing challenges one after another, they would collapse on the eve of victory due to exhaustion. Chu Feng was still thinking. I will use this money to buy the shop for my aunt. With such a large sum of money, my aunt won't have to work anymore. And my own practice? It also requires a lot of resources. The 3,000 thunders required the consumption of spiritual energy to maximize their effect, so he needed a technique that could cultivate spiritual energy. Besides, Chu Feng had also discovered the problem of his insufficient attack before. Apart from the 9 heavens divine thunder, there are almost no other means of attack. Moreover, the 9 heavens divine thunder cannot exert its full power if it is used simply to kill the opponent. He needs a martial arts book to use with the 9 heavens divine thunder. I also lack physical strength. The realm is too low. Chu Feng needs a lot of resources now, so he has to win as much as possible in the next battle. Good. Wei Tian nodded, looked at the staff and waved. Then, a total of 5 black-haired wild boars were released, from largest to smallest, and each wild boar was larger than the previous violent wild boar. The largest one was 4 meters tall, and Chu Feng had to look up to see the wild boar's eyes. These are all families of violent boars. The strongest is the violent boar king of the 1st level and 9th level. Do they need time to prepare? Wei Tian exuded a majestic aura. Although he did not make any move, the wild boars did not dare to act rashly. Although the wild boar did not move. But the 4-meter-tall violent wild boar king, just standing there, gives people a strong sense of oppression. Like a hill. It looks very powerful. The thick fangs are big enough for 2 people to hug together. If you are hit by the fangs, you will be seriously injured or even killed in one blow. In the stands, many students looked pale, and they felt shortness of breath just from feeling the violent aura of the wild boar king. Is this really something a novice can handle? I didn't expect Chu Feng to dare to challenge this. He is really brave. With fangs that thick, even a casual touch from them would probably make your body unable to withstand it, right? With a body nearly 4 meters tall, it feels like even lightning can't move. Thick skin and flesh, I don't know how to kill him. As the class teacher, Yang Xiaolei had no confidence in facing so many ferocious beasts, even though she was a second-level warrior. No way. The second-level warrior has not mastered powerful offensive martial arts, and his talents are also life-related talents. So even if she was one level higher, she would not be able to defeat the 5 ferocious beasts in the field. Even can't defeat the strongest violent wild boar king. Zhang Hao, who had awakened a B-level talented dragon warrior, turned slightly pale when he saw the violent wild boar king with great visual impact in the field. Don't talk about fighting. Facing his inner self, Zhang Hao felt that he didn't even have the desire to fight. 5 ferocious beasts. As the weakest one, he had no hope of winning. Zhang Kai stared intently at the field. He admires Chu Feng. He actually dared to challenge so many ferocious beasts at the same time. This kind of courage that was almost like facing death was enough to impress people. Inside the venue. No need to prepare, let's get started. Lightning flashed on Chu Feng's body, and 3,000 thunders were ready to strike. The aura on Wei Tian's body gradually subsided, and the 5 ferocious beasts beside him were ready to move. Fighting. Start. Chapter 15, Violent Boar King. As Wei Tian's voice fell, the 5 wild boars grunted in unison. Humph. Then, led by the strongest and most violent wild boar king, 5 wild boars charged towards Chu Feng together. The wild boar stomped on the ground vigorously, causing smoke and dust to rise. The oppressive feeling of the huge monsters charging together is suffocating. In the stands, many people felt panicked when they saw this scene. 5 ferocious beasts charged together, blocking all possible movement. How can we play this? Even for a second-level warrior who has awakened a combat talent, it will probably be a tough fight, right? I feel like even if Chu Feng used that move just now, he might not be able to kill all 5 beasts. It's too difficult. The highest level in the history of Nanjiang Middle School is only the 7th level of the first stage. It's a sure loss. Zhang Hao looked at the situation on the field and unconsciously put himself in Chu Feng's position. If it is yourself, what should he do when faced with 5 such powerful beasts charging at him? Can a B-level dragon warrior really fight? Can you kill a ferocious beast? Even, can we launch an effective counterattack? Zhang Hao feels that if he were in Chu Feng's position, being able to keep his legs from going weak would be his limit. Facing the ferocious beast that was over 4 meters tall, he had no idea that he had any chance of winning. There is no chance of survival. Inside the venue, Chu Feng was not at all panicked when facing the 5 ferocious beasts. Lightning light spread out from his body and covered his entire body in an instant. The azure 9 heavens divine thunder turned him into a ray of blue light. The next moment, Chu Feng's figure disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard a loud thunder that flashed across the entire venue. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from heaven, each of the 5 beasts had a wound on its head that was deep enough to see the bone, with blue arcs of electricity flowing through the wounds. 2 of them were so badly injured that you could vaguely see the brain matter inside their heads. The injuries were extremely serious. The technique is exactly the same as the previous violent boar. Chu Feng used the super-fast speed of 3,000 thunders and in an instant used the divine thunder to cut a deep wound on the heads of all the wild boars. The 9 heavens divine thunder then injected into the wild boars' heads through the wounds, piercing their vital points. Plop! After several consecutive sounds, both wild boars fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast team lost nearly 1/3 of its combat effectiveness. Chu Feng's attack was extremely powerful. Seeing this scene, the students couldn't help but sigh. Too strong. Chu Feng's move is at least at the level of a second-level warrior. A mere first-level beast can't even touch the corner of Chu Feng's clothes. I couldn't even see Chu Feng's figure clearly. I only saw a flash of blue light, and then the beast fell to the ground. Chu Feng's talent should be the transformation into lightning, which greatly increases his speed. The strength of his talent is definitely S-level, because the effect is really too abnormal. Those are 2 first-level, 4th-level ferocious beasts. The ferocious beast that Zhang Hao couldn't defeat even with all his might is nothing more than a soldier to Chu Feng. Zhang Hao felt quite bad when he saw the ferocious beast he had fought so hard against being easily captured. But there is no way. The gap is too big, Chu Feng is too strong, whether in cultivation or strength, people have no desire to catch up. Only. Zhang Hao looked at the field. He had only killed 2 of them. Aren't there still 3 left? Victory is still a long way off. The 3 strongest wild boars, including the wild boar king, are still alive. How can it be easy to win? The defensive power of the ferocious beast is not exaggerated. Inside the venue, the remaining 3 wild boars were all first order, 6th level beasts or above. They also staggered and stopped, but after a moment's sway, they regained their mobility. Although the 3 wild boars were attacked, Chu Feng's attack failed to break through the defense of their skulls. Instead, because of the pain, it aroused their ferocity. Especially the violent wild boar king, his eyes were red and he exuded a suffocating sense of terror and oppression. At this time, Chu Feng showed up, beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his forehead. 5 consecutive attacks consumed too much of his 9 heavens divine thunder and too much physical strength. The wild boar's skull is really strong. If Chu Feng wanted to break through the skull's defense, he could only use a large amount of 9 heavens divine thunder to attack forcefully. Otherwise, even with a steel dagger, he might not be able to cut open the skulls of these wild boars. If the skull cannot be broken, the effect of the injected 9 heavens divine thunder will be greatly reduced. No way. The skull of a first-order 7th level wild boar is really too hard. While moving at high speed, Chu Feng not only needed to break through his solid skull defense, but also needed to inject lightning into his head. In a short period of time, such tedious steps are prone to errors. Once something goes wrong, then Chu Feng would face the siege of 5 wild boars. At close range, they would definitely not show any mercy when they saw Chu Feng. Chu Feng was not able to master the use of 3,000 thunders to the point where he could use them as easily as his own arm. Under various restrictions. Therefore, the amount of 9 heavens divine thunder he could release was not much, and he failed to successfully break through the skull defenses of the 3 remaining strongest wild boars. It only caused some minor injuries, which were not fatal. It's a pity that Tide of Life only restores health but not mana, otherwise. The current Chu Feng, with little physical strength left, the 3 wild boars of level 1 and above level 6 adapted to the power of thunder and lightning and launched a new round of charge towards Chu Feng. On the side, Wei Tian looked at the beads of sweat on Chu Feng's forehead and his somewhat disordered breathing, and his body tensed up. Be ready to take action at any time to rescue Chu Feng. The attack of the violent boar king is no joke. Once you are hit, you won't know how you died. He serves as a referee. It was naturally impossible to watch Chu Feng seriously injured, or even injured in the foundation. It's good enough. There's no need to be too harsh on geniuses. It's already great to kill 2 ferocious beasts in one breath. Chu Feng had just awakened and had only been practicing for 1 day, so it was normal that he couldn't win. He would master more fighting methods in the future. If you are proficient in body movements or powerful martial arts, these first level 9th level ferocious beasts will not be difficult to deal with. As for now, Wei Tian felt that Chu Feng was probably in danger. If you can't break someone's defense, then what's the point of fighting? Chu Feng's attack power is indeed strong, but the wild boar king's defense and life are quite tenacious. Even ordinary humans can survive after being struck by lightning. Not to mention the wild boar king, which is huge in size and has powerful strength. It was right that Chu Feng did not choose to kill it directly with lightning, because that would consume more physical strength, and the attack might not be effective. If Chu Feng had enough physical strength, he could directly control the thunder and lightning to kill. If you are not physically strong enough, the method of breaking the skull at close range just now is the most cost-effective method. However, there is nothing we can do if we can't break through the defense. Unless the power of Chu Feng's 9 heavens divine thunder can be increased by 100%, or he can try again and successfully hit the wound caused by the previous attack while moving at high speed, there will be a chance to successfully defeat the 3-headed wild boar king. But it is obviously impossible to temporarily increase the power of lightning. Chapter 16, Instant Kill. Wei Tian really couldn't believe that Chu Feng, a warrior who had just awakened, could have so many tricks. What Chu Feng can do? It is estimated that only by continuously attacking the same position and using multiple attacks can the wild boar king's skull defense be forcibly broken. However, this places very high demands on Chu Feng. After all, the wound caused by his attack was not big, but the wild boar king's head was very big. It was very difficult to accurately hit the last attack point in such a large target. There are strict requirements for warriors. Key: Chu Feng's physical strength is running out, and he probably only has 1 use of the 9 heavens divine thunder left. 1 chance, can he turn the tables? In the stands, When the classmates saw Chu Feng knock down 2 wild boars with one blow, they all gasped. But when they saw that the 3 strongest wild boars were not seriously injured, they couldn't help but worry again. It's over, it's over. It looks like Chu Feng's attacks can't break through the defenses of the remaining 3 beasts. It's obvious that he's not proficient enough in the use of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. It would be much better if he could master an offensive martial art. We just had a great fight. I see Chu Feng's head is all sweaty. He must be running out of energy. He's in danger. How can I deal with the 3 strongest wild boars without any physical strength? One wild boar might be able to deal with it for a while, but if there are 3, they can form an encirclement and attack on Chu Feng, and eventually force him into a dead end and defeat him. It's a sure loss. Who told him to challenge 5 ferocious beasts in one go? Now he can't get any rewards, right? Chu Feng should have one last burst. Unless he can deal double the lightning damage, failure is the only thing that awaits Chu Feng. Double lightning damage? Isn't that bullshit? Do you really think Chu Feng is cheating? Increasing the power of lightning by 50% would be considered impressive. Doubling it is simply impossible. Unless he has a gigantamax talent, it doesn't make sense. Inside the venue, 3 first level, level 6 or higher ferocious beasts charged together, and every time they stepped on the arena, it caused a slight tremor. They are like tanks. The power it carries is terrifying, and the fangs at the corners of its mouth are enough to pierce mountains and split rocks. With the charge of 3 giant wild boars, the battle is coming to an end. Chu Feng stood there motionless, looking at the 3 powerful wild boars approaching. He took a deep breath. Feeling his limited physical strength, he knew that he only had one last chance to attack. If he couldn't kill the 3 ferocious beasts in one breath, then Chu Feng would fail. The speed of 3,000 thunders is extremely fast and can easily attack the heads of these ferocious beasts. Now, Chu Feng has the talent of gigantamaxing, which can enhance the power of his lightning. Because using talents consumes physical strength, the active effect of the talent's Dynamax doubles the power of the talent. Chu Feng has always kept it in order to preserve his physical strength as much as possible. But it has to be used, a last-ditch effort. Among them, Chu Feng was not sure how thick the wild boar king's skull was. If the doubled 9 Heavens Divine Thunder still could not break through the defense, then Chu Feng, who had exhausted all his physical strength, could declare himself a complete failure. Unless this attack overlaps with the previous attack to maximize the power, the chance of victory can be maximized. However, the operation is too difficult. If there is any mistake, not only will the attack fail to reach the same place, but even the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder may miss the target. Even when Chu Feng was fully physically fit, he was still unsure. What's more, he is currently lacking in physical strength, and if he forces himself to carry out a difficult attack, the probability of making mistakes is too high. Or attack 3 beasts at the same time. It can be said that the probability of failure is infinitely close to 100%. The main reason is that he is not very proficient in the use of 3,000 thunders, and has not converted it into muscle memory through long-term practice. Therefore, Chu Feng was not very confident about this attack method. His brows were furrowed. After Chu Feng thought for a moment, he came up with a solution. Talent Gigantamax. All talent effects increased by 100%. Sizzle. This time, before Chu Feng could summon the Divine Thunder, his whole body was naturally covered with the blue 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. The azure arc of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder became visibly thicker, and the aura of destruction it brought was enough to make anyone feel scared. On the side, Wei Tian's eyes widened when he saw the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder on Chu Feng. No, classmate? Your 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is really enhanced? He could clearly see that the lightning on Chu Feng's body now was not at the same level as before. The power has obviously doubled. That's not right. The effect of doubling the talent effect, isn't that only possible with Gigantamax talents? And if it was a talent mutation, shouldn't Chu Feng's S-level talent, Gigantamax, disappear? Why does Chu Feng still have this talent effect? Could it be that his talent mutated in half, transforming into lightning, but also retaining the effect of Gigantamaxing, which doubled the power of his talent? Hiss. This is a bit exaggerated. Wei Tian knew that the Gigantamaxing of the talent directly increased the power of the talent by 100%. If Chu Feng's talent retains this effect, then Chu Feng's 1 lightning talent is equivalent to other people's 2 talents, or even 4 talents. Judging from the powerful lightning summoned by Chu Feng, it is likely an S-level talent. In addition, the effect of the talent's Dynamax is retained. So, at this moment, doesn't Chu Feng directly possess the strength of nearly 4 S-level talents? Thinking of this, Wei Tian's eyes changed when he looked at Chu Feng. Others could only awaken S-level talents at most, but Chu Feng had directly awakened 4 S-level talents, a fourfold crushing advantage. In terms of talent, Chu Feng was already invincible, even surpassing the vast majority of 7th-level warriors. The key is that Chu Feng's cultivation speed is extremely fast. Breaking through the realm is as easy as eating and drinking water. This guy is so fucking scary. I've never seen such a powerful warrior before, with all his abilities maxed out. He also mastered a martial arts skill that was at least 2nd level powerful. The most important thing is, he just awakened his talent 1 day ago. Apart from the lack of combat experience and some effective fighting methods, Chu Feng is simply a perfect warrior. Wei Tian feels that one day in the future, Chu Feng is likely to lead all of humanity to wipe out all the ferocious beasts on the entire blue planet, so that all of humanity will no longer be threatened by ferocious beasts. Let everyone live and work in peace and live happily and happily. Inside the venue, Chu Feng didn't think so much. He followed his own idea, and a flash of lightning still flashed across the entire venue. At a speed that was difficult for most people to see with their naked eyes, it flashed across the heads of 3 first-level ferocious beasts in an instant. This time, he adjusted his strategy and stopped trying to hit the beast's skull head-on. Instead, he used the enhanced power of lightning to cut their necks, which had no bone protection. The destructive 9 heavens divine thunder flowed along the necks and fiercely penetrated into the brains of the 3 ferocious beasts. Chu Feng showed up. His gray school uniform was soaked with sweat, and his whole body ached, especially his right hand, which was shaking uncontrollably. The excessive consumption of his physical strength made it very difficult for him to even move a little. In front of Chu Feng, the 3 first stage, 6th-level beasts had stopped, their bodies twitching slightly as they staggered in place. It looked as if he couldn't even stand steadily. However, Chu Feng knew they had actually been gone for a while, because a system prompt popped up. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a first-level, 7-layer lucky bag. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a first-level 9-layer lucky bag. 2 more lucky bags. Chapter 17 Double S level. In the stands, the students looked at Chu Feng, who was covered in sweat and exhausted, and the 3 powerful wild boars lying motionless in front of Chu Feng, and couldn't help but start a brief discussion. What's going on? Why does the beast look like it's drunk? He won't be killed, will he? Impossible. I didn't see any wound on the wild boar king's head. This means Chu Feng didn't attack his forehead at all. Yeah, I didn't see it either. If Chu Feng didn't attack the head, how could he defeat the wild boar king with 1 blow? They probably just used lightning to slightly control the wild boar king. Otherwise, if they killed the wild boar king, the 3 huge wild boars would have fallen down immediately. That's right, Wei Tian hasn't even announced Chu Feng's victory. Everyone was talking about it. Zheng Hao stared at the 3 ferocious beasts, wanting to see a result. And Zhang Kai, he still hopes that Chu Feng can win, kill the 3 ferocious beasts, and break the historical record of Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. Famous in Dragon Country. Chu Feng had just awakened his talent for 1 day, and he was able to defeat a level 9 beast. This strength. From now on, when he goes out, just say Chu Feng is his classmate. Zhang Kai feels very proud. Inside the venue, the heads of the 3 enormous beasts had been smashed by the 9 heavens divine thunder, but their bodies were still moving unconsciously. A moment later, with a bang, he fell to the ground and died. When falling to the ground, the necks of the 3 ferocious beasts twisted, revealing an extremely hideous bloody wound, with large amounts of blood and even white brains flowing out. This is the effect of Chu Feng attacking the neck. The ferocious beast's fragile neck couldn't withstand the double attack. The students on the field were shocked to see the wild boar die in such a miserable way. Wow, this. Just kill him? Why does it feel as easy as eating and drinking water? What a brilliant idea. Knowing the beast's head is hard, he chose to attack its relatively vulnerable neck. Amazing. His combat awareness is simply abnormal. He can change his mind in a short time and choose the simplest and most efficient attack method. This shows that Chu Feng has an extremely keen sense of combat and is a natural-born warrior. It's incredibly fast. No matter which angle it attacks from, it's basically impossible to defend against it. That's why the beast is like a hammer in Chu Feng's hands. Too strong. If I didn't know that Chu Feng's talent was awakened yesterday, I would believe you if you said he was a warrior at the 3rd level of the flesh-tempering realm. Chu Feng's comprehensive strength is impeccable. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Chu Feng. He is a true genius. He has strong talent, fast training, and abnormal combat awareness. I believe that it won't be long before our Nanjiang No. 1 middle school will definitely produce a legendary top warrior. Chu Feng's class teacher Yang Xiaolei looked at Chu Feng with a complicated look as he killed 5 ferocious beasts in 2 breaths. Originally, she was not optimistic about Chu Feng, but was optimistic about Zhang Hao. But who could have thought? Chu Feng's strength is not even on the same level as Zhang Hao's. If 2 people fight, Chu Feng alone can easily kill hundreds or even thousands of Zhang Hao's. The gap in strength between the two can no longer be made up by numbers. Yang Xiaolei admitted that she had made a mistake. If you meet a warrior with similar talents to Chu Feng in the future, you must pay more attention to him. Zhang Hao on the side. He slumped powerlessly in his seat, having completely lost the desire to catch up with Chu Feng. Chu Feng's strength was simply not comparable to his. Although there is only a difference of 2 levels between B-level talent and S-level talent. But the gap between them is as huge as heaven and earth. From now on, I'm afraid I can only look up to him. Zhang Hao sighed softly, but there was no doubt in his eyes. Regarding Chu Feng's strength, he expressed his complete approval. Zhang Kai sat in his seat, clenching his fists tightly, strong. He seemed to have completely forgotten his previous doubts about Chu Feng. He only felt that Chu Feng was his classmate, and even his brother after the conversation just now. My brother is so glorious. As the younger brother, he naturally benefited from it as well. Inside the venue, Wei Tian, the referee, took a deep breath when he saw this scene. Others don't know. But as a 5th-level warrior, he naturally understood clearly what had just happened. Chu Feng's speed doubled directly, almost reaching the speed of a 2nd-order 7th-level warrior or above, and it was a speed that only a martial artist with great perfection could achieve. Being able to have such speed at the 3rd level of the first stage shows that Chu Feng's martial arts level is very high. But the reason Chu Feng was able to double his speed just now was not because of his martial arts. But it's because of lightning. That's right, Chu Feng's lightning power doubled in a short period of time. This also caused Chu Feng's speed to double. And the attack power is doubled. Even though the beast's neck was cut open, its cervical vertebrae were also broken by Chu Feng's 9 heavens divine thunder. You know, Chu Feng's previous attack could not break through the defense on the beast's head. But now he was able to cut off the beast's cervical vertebra, which was enough to show that Chu Feng's attack power had been greatly improved. It is estimated to be a 100% improvement. With such a huge improvement, Chu Feng could easily break through the beast's skull head-on, but he chose to play it safe and attack the beast's neck, which was then a fatal move. Very stable. He is neither arrogant nor impetuous, and his fighting qualities are excellent. Once there is an opportunity, the opponent will not be given any chance to survive. Even a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. This quality is not possessed by many warriors. Most warriors, after gaining an advantage, you will unconsciously become complacent, or even make sarcastic remarks, giving your opponent a chance to turn the tables. This is extremely stupid. Chu Feng's talent can double the power of lightning, and he also possesses such excellent combat qualities, which means that his future achievements will be very high. Thinking of this, Wei Tian announced, "The battle is over. Chu Feng wins." Then he hurriedly took out a qi and blood pill and fed it to Chu Feng to help Chu Feng recover his consumed strength. At the same time, he carefully confirmed it. Just now, the power of your Thunder Palace doubled. Is that the effect of your Dynamax talent? Chu Feng swallowed the qi and blood pill. When faced with Wei Tian's question, his eyes flickered for a moment before returning to confusion. I don't know. I just felt like I could use it this way, and then I used it, and it seems to work pretty well. He certainly can't tell the truth. If people knew that I had 3S level talents, I would probably be caught and sliced up for research. Anyway, I just don't know. Wei Tian listened to Chu Feng's answer and thought for a moment, then slowly gave his own conclusion. Your talent is very strong. The lightning alone can reach the power of S level. Add to that your ability, which can increase the power of your talent by 100%. Your mutated talent is enough to be equivalent to 2S level talents. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a double S-level talent. Chapter 18, 4th Level Martial Arts. Wei Tian's voice was sonorous and powerful. While explaining to Chu Feng, he also let everyone hear what he said. In the stands, after hearing Wei Tian's words, all the students' eyes widened. No? 1S level talent is equivalent to 2S level talents? That's bullshit, right? Just now he said that he couldn't increase the power of lightning, but it actually increased the power by 100%. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The talent mutation is outrageous. While retaining the power of Dynamax, a new, terrifyingly powerful lightning has also appeared. When combined with each other, they are simply invincible. Not only is his talent amazing, but his training speed is also incredibly fast. Chu Feng's talent allows him to teleport instantly. I guess no beast below the first level can be his opponent. That ability to transform into lightning and teleport instantly should be a martial art, right? Martial arts? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be talent. Chu Feng has only awakened his talent for 1 day and yet he can master such a powerful martial art? Do you think this is right? I also feel it's a talent. It's a natural ability, right? When everyone was arguing, as a teacher, Yang Xiaolei, who is also Chu Feng's class teacher, stood up. She has many years of teaching experience and has a clear judgment of talent and martial arts. Chu Feng had used thunder and lightning to kill the ferocious beast before, but this time his attack was a true talent. As for the subsequent rapid movement, it must be a martial art, a way of using one's talent, and it is definitely not a talent. Yang Xiaolei explained. Chu Feng's method of transforming into lightning is an extremely advanced martial art, at least a 4th level martial art. Because this martial art makes very high use of talent, it looks like talent. Its essence is martial arts. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students present stopped arguing. After a full quarter of an hour of silence, faint sounds of discussion were heard again. Martial arts, forget it, but advanced martial arts? A 4th level martial art, learned in 1 day? Quick! Give me 2 slaps and tell me you're dreaming. Do you think it's possible that Chu Feng learned it in advance? Ahead of time? How is that possible? Talent awakening is random. Can he predict which talent he will awaken? Yes, if Chu Feng doesn't awaken his talent, no matter how much he studies martial arts, it will all be castles in the air and unrealistic. And without awakened talent, ordinary people simply cannot practice. The only possibility is that he mastered martial arts in 1 day. Otherwise, Chu Feng is not even a senior high school student. Wait, a day? After everyone drew reasonable conclusions, they felt it was even more terrifying. In 1 day, he mutated into a talent comparable to double S level, and was able to break through to the 3rd level of the first order. Finally, he learned a martial art above the 4th order. No? Is this conclusion correct? It took at least 7 days to break through to the 1st level of cultivation. It takes even longer to cultivate a martial art above the 4th level. It would take several years to even begin to learn. Is Chu Feng still a normal human being? No matter how I think about it, I feel that Chu Feng is no longer in the category of genius. It feels like cheating is just like this. Outrageous. Who can compare? Zheng Hao and Zhang Kai were completely silent. They knew that Chu Feng would be someone they could never reach. Fortunately, we are classmates. No one is stupid enough to jump in someone's face and mock them, otherwise they don't know how they will live the rest of their lives. Zhang Kai just had some misunderstandings, it wasn't a big deal. Inside the venue, after Chu Feng took Wei Tian's pill, he felt that most of his strength had recovered. Next, it's time to distribute the rewards, right? Remember, the 3rd level bodybuilding technique allows Chu Feng to practice to the 3rd level 9 without any worries. It should also be suitable for his own 9 Heavens Divine Thunder bodybuilding technique, and the training effect will be doubled. It is much better than the basic bodybuilding technique he had before. The speed of practicing basic bodybuilding techniques is not very fast, and there are no special effects of practicing. At most, it can only be practiced to the 9th level of the 1st stage. There are too many problems and it is not suitable for long-term practice. In addition to bodybuilding, there is also the very important 3rd level breathing method, which can speed up the recovery of physical strength. If Chu Feng had mastered a breathing technique now, there is no way a mere wild boar king could survive Chu Feng's hands. For example, the long-range 9 Heavens Divine Thunder attack, the continuous output of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder for dozens of seconds, with the power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, basically no ferocious beast can withstand it. Chu Feng chose 3,000 thunders because he didn't have enough physical strength. If he had enough physical strength, he could use the 3,000 thunders at will, and those ferocious beasts would definitely not be able to touch a single hair of Chu Feng. At last, 10 million dragon coins. With this money, Chu Feng can buy the 500,000 yuan shop for his aunt first, and he won't have to pay rent for the shop in the future. Buying a house means you truly have a home. And if I just take out 500,000 yuan, my aunt probably won't need to work anymore and can just stay at home and enjoy her retirement. Besides, he can also go to the Wanjie Mall to buy his own martial arts skills. Remember that 3,000 thunders needs to be combined with spiritual power to maximize its power. So, Chu Feng wants to buy a book that can cultivate spiritual power and unleash the full power of the 3,000 thunders. Body technique is very important. If you run fast enough, you basically won't encounter any major danger. He also needs some offensive martial arts. For example, Palm Thunder and Thunder Palm are martial arts that can amplify the power of Divine Thunder. Otherwise, simply using the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to kill the enemy not only consumes a lot of physical strength, but is also too inefficient. Learning a powerful martial art can not only increase the power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, but also greatly improve the utilization rate of physical strength, which is very necessary. Thinking, Chu Feng turned to look at Wei Tian and asked, "How will the rewards be distributed? Will we have to wait until all the competitions are over?" Wei Tian shook his head when he heard this. His figure flashed and he disappeared at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. He reappeared a moment later and found a staff member. "I'll take you to claim your reward. Just leave this to Xiao Chen. By the way, I'll take you to meet the principal of our school. If he knew about your talent, he would definitely treat you like a treasure. When the time comes, you can put forward some appropriate conditions, and the principal will most likely not refuse." Saying, Wei Tian leaned close to Chu Feng's ear and whispered, "Tell you a secret, our school has a 4th level martial art called Thunderfinger. It has extremely powerful attacking power. Combined with your lightning-fast body movements, it can produce amazing results. A 4th level martial art would cost tens of millions of yuan if you put it out there. You'd better seize the opportunity." After saying that, he took Chu Feng away from the competition venue. The remaining staff member, Xiao Chen, continued to arrange the competition. Chapter 19 Grandpa. Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. Principal's Office. A middle-aged man in formal attire was pacing back and forth in the spacious room. He is the principal of Nanjiang Middle School, his name is Chen Ming, and he is worried about the upcoming school exchange competition. In front of him were 3 students with considerable abilities. The skin of 2 of them shone with a silver luster. They were warriors of the first order 5th level silver skin realm. The one in the middle of them had a body as lustrous as jade, and his cultivation had reached the first order 7th level jade skin realm. These 3 were the best students in the senior year. After a year of training, they had acquired impressive combat capabilities. For the strongest one, if he takes the college entrance examination, it will not be difficult for him to get into a university among the top 100 in the country. Chen Ming paid a huge price to buy them so that they could repeat a year. The purpose is to prepare for the 4-School League one day later. The 4 Schools League is a competition jointly organized by the 4 major middle schools in Nanjiang, with the aim of showcasing their respective teaching strengths. The more capable the students are, the better the teaching resources of the school are. Excellent teaching resources will naturally attract excellent fresh blood and inject strong vitality into the entire school. It is the most important publicity tool for the entire school. Whether we can recruit good talents and whether the school can prosper depends on whether we can get a good ranking in the 4-School League. Ah! Chen Ming frowned. The 7th level of the first rank was very powerful, but he did not expect that a warrior at the first level of the 2nd rank in bone forging realm would appear in the 2nd middle school. In the bone tempering realm, the bones of the whole body are as strong as iron and have infinite strength. The 2nd level bone tempering realm can easily crush the 1st level skin refining realm. The combat power of the 2 is not on the same level. Is our number 1 middle school going downhill from now on? The ranking of the 4-School League basically determines the quality of students that a school can recruit. The first place takes away 80% of the outstanding students, and the remaining 20% is the turn of the other 3 schools. Therefore, if we fail to get the first place, we probably won't be able to find any talented candidates with excellent backgrounds next year. Even a large number of high school students who are already studying in school this year will go through the procedures for transferring schools. If they fail to win first place in the 4-school league, it will have a huge impact on number 1 middle school. Not only will their income be cut in half, but their reputation will also plummet. If possible, he would never give up the first place even if he died. But the other person's second level, first stage, is a whole realm higher than my first level, 7th stage. Chen Ming also didn't know what means he could use to defeat it, which was why he was worried. If I had the strength to fight. He must have trained his students like crazy. The most despairing thing is to participate in a game knowing it's a losing battle without any hope. It would be great if God could give me a warrior at the second level, first rank. Even if it's just the strength of the second level, first rank. Chen Ming wailed in his heart. But he also knew that this unrealistic daydream was basically impossible to achieve. In front of him, an old soul suddenly appeared in the mind of the warrior in the Jade Bone realm. Xiaohaozi, aren't you going to stand up for your school? The Bajikwan I taught you can easily defeat a level 2, level 1 bone tempering realm warrior. The warrior of the first level and 7th level is named Zhang Hao. He shook his head secretly and explained in his mind. It's okay to stand out, but there's no need to be so ostentatious. If the time comes, we can just accidentally defeat our opponent and surprise the principal. Dan Lao. Don't forget that our target is the purple sky divine thunder outside Nanjiang City. Once we subdue it, it will be equivalent to possessing an S-level talent. For a treasure of this level, you must keep a low profile. The soul named Dan Lao was silent for a moment, which seemed to indicate that he agreed with Jiang Hao's words. However, he still couldn't help but sigh and said, unfortunately, if you had awakened your thunder talent, you could have devoured the purple sky divine thunder and evolved your talent to S level or above. Jiang Hao's eyes flickered when he heard what Dan Lao said. Things like talent awakening cannot be forced. The divine thunder is about to appear in the world. Let's subdue it first. As the two of them were secretly communicating, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Chen Ming said without hesitation that he was worried now and needed someone to help him solve his problems, or let him complain and vent his frustrations. Wei Tian pushed the door open and took Chu Feng into the office. This is? Chen Ming saw Chu Feng behind Wei Tian and frowned slightly. As the strongest warrior in the school, he has reached the 6th level of cultivation and is a master in the marrow building realm. His bone marrow has been sublimated and surging power flows throughout his body. Chen Ming could tell Chu Feng's cultivation level at a glance, which was the 3rd level of the first stage. This level of cultivation can only be said to be very weak, especially as a senior high school student. It can only barely pass, not be called good, let alone excellent. It's obvious. The person behind Wei Tian was here to use his connections. He wanted to study in the senior year of high school at his own school and try to get into some good universities. Could it be that this guy is still a senior high school student? If I remember correctly, my talent awakened just yesterday in my senior year of high school, and I cultivated it to the 3rd level of the first order in just one day. Are you on a plane? Stop talking nonsense. That guy can only be a repeater who failed the college entrance examination. Therefore, Chen Ming explained before Wei Tian could respond. As long as the money is in place, our school welcomes all repeaters. What he meant was that Chu Feng should get out as soon as possible. If you have money, you don't need to come to me, just sign up yourself. Don't come to me if you don't have money. There's no need to force yourself to study martial arts if you can't afford it. Martial arts training depends on talent. Chen Ming's meaning is very simple, there is no need to waste time. Upon hearing this, Wei Tian glanced at the other 3 students in the field. The strongest one was only at the 7th level of the first stage, which was still a long way from the bone tempering realm. And he also knew that a true bone tempering realm student had emerged from number 2 middle school. In the subsequent 4-school league, the status of number 1 middle school was greatly threatened. The principal was probably worried about this matter. Wei Tian first introduced the principal to Chu Feng. Then get straight to the point. Chu Feng has the opportunity to help you win first place in the 4 schools league. Do you welcome it? As soon as these words came out, Chen Ming's eyes widened immediately. No? Are you still asleep? The Chu Feng you mentioned is only at the third level of the First Order? A person at the third level of the First Order Bronze Skin Realm challenges someone at the first level of the Second Order Bone Forging Realm? Warriors in the Bone Tempering Realm have tempered their bones and are extremely powerful. With one punch, they can knock 10 warriors in the Bronze Skin Realm away. Now you tell me. Can the kid behind you defeat the second level first level Bone Tempering Realm? If this isn't just sleepiness, what is it? Chu Feng awakened 2S level talents, otherwise he would have no chance of winning against a warrior in the Bone Tempering Realm. Don't even mention the Bone Forging Realm. Even if it was Zhang Hao, who was at the late 7th level of the First Order Leather Refining Realm, behind him, Chu Feng would not have any chance of winning. Chapter 20 Battle Replay. Are you sure? It's fine to let a level 1, level 3 warrior participate in the Four Schools League, but you'll be responsible for the consequences. Chen Ming is the principal after all. After a little thought, he knew that Wei Tian had no need to lie to him. This young man named Chu Feng may really have some hidden abilities. Only. No matter how you think about it, a level 3 warrior who challenges a level 1 warrior of level 2 has no chance of winning. Even if one has some special abilities, the risks involved are ridiculously great. The gap in hard power. It cannot be compensated by some small tricks. I'm not here to participate in the Four Schools League, I'm here to receive the reward. Wei Tian explained. He just mentioned it just now. Whether to participate in the Four School League depends on Chu Feng's attitude. He continued. Chu Feng killed 5 ferocious beasts in one breath, 3 of which were late-stage First-Order ferocious beasts, and 2 were early-stage First-Order ferocious beasts, breaking the record of the historical placement test. I'm here with Chu Feng to claim the rewards. A third-level bodybuilding technique, a breathing technique, and finally, 10 million dragon coins for killing a first-level, 9th-level ferocious beast. Of course, the chi and blood pills are also included, and the corresponding rewards need to be distributed to Chu Feng. Chen Ming was a little confused. What did you just say? A cultivator of the 3rd level of the First Order killed a beast of the 9th level of the First Order? Is Chu Feng so powerful? Wrong. Etc. Chu Feng is still a senior high school student who has just awakened his talent? Aren't you a repeater here for senior year? Chen Ming remembered that the high school student's talent seemed to have awakened only yesterday? In just one day, this kid cultivated to the 3rd level of the first stage? Is this correct? With 9 points of doubt and 1 point of silence, Chen Ming asked. Are you sure? Chu Feng broke through to the 3rd level of the first stage in just one day? You know, even for an S-level cultivator, it would take at least 7 days to break through to the 3rd level of the first stage. Could it be that he used some secret method that consumed his foundation? Chu Feng's potential has been completely consumed. Has his martial arts path reached its end? Chen Ming said that this is not the way to brag. Just open your mouth, right? It's free to tell lies, right? Do you really think the historical record is easy to break? Are you sure? If you don't believe it, we can go find a level 1, level 9 beast and try it out. With Chu Feng's strength, he can kill it with a wave of his hand. Wei Tian had personally witnessed Chu Feng's achievements. In response to the principal's questions, he naturally expressed his 100% support for Chu Feng. The strength is there. No matter how much you question it, when the time comes for actual combat, you will know how perverted Chu Feng is. In the room. Good. Of course, Chen Ming wanted to see Chu Feng's fighting ability. The stronger the better. If it was really as Wei Tian said, he might have a chance to defeat the 2nd-level warrior of number 2 middle school. He broke through to the 3rd level of the First Order in one day, and there was only 1 day left until the Four Schools League. If Wei Tian hadn't lied, Chu Feng only practiced for 2 days in total. Perhaps, if he pushes his limits a little, Chu Feng might even have a chance to break through to the 2nd level of cultivation within tomorrow. Chen Ming just thought about it for a moment and found it incredible. That's too exaggerated. Others broke through to the 1st level in 7 days, and you broke through to the 2nd level in 2 days. How is this possible? You know, among the 3 students I brought with me, the strongest one only reached the 7th level of the first stage after a year of study. The guy from number 2 middle school also took a full year to break through to the 2nd level of Bone Tempering Realm. So, it is easy to imagine how fast Chu Feng's cultivation speed was as he broke through to the 3rd level of the first stage in 1 day. The key is that he also has the ability to fight across levels. This shows that one's cultivation is very solid. Otherwise, one's body is weak and one can only be challenged by those of higher levels. After thinking about it, Chen Ming knew how powerful Chu Feng was, but he still had to look at the evidence and see actual combat. Empty words can't prove anything. Then, he slowly looked at the three students behind him, especially Jiang Hao, who was in the lead. Jiang Hao felt Chen Ming's gaze and his eyelids twitched slightly. "Are you using yourself as a whetstone?" He looked at Chu Feng, and seeing Chu Feng's confident eyes, he actually felt vaguely that he was no match for him. Could he really be some extraordinary genius? Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask Dan Lao in his mind. Do you think Chu Feng really has this kind of strength? He broke through the 3rd level of the First Order in one day and can easily kill a 9th level beast of the First Order? In Jiang Hao's sea of consciousness. Dan Lao waved his hand and said disdainfully. It takes a genius to reach this level. With the help of some powerful magic weapons, such as flying swords or formations, a 1st level warrior can surpass his level and kill a 3rd level or even a 4th level warrior. Chu Feng may have obtained some inheritance, which allowed him to quickly break through his realm. I don't know if he has the strength to kill a 9th level rank 1 warrior, but if Chen Ming dares to let Chu Feng challenge you later, he will definitely lose unless he has a powerful magic weapon to protect him. The Bajikwan I taught you is enough to make you shake a level 2, level 7 bone tempering realm warrior. A mere level 1, level 3 warrior can't even withstand a single blow from you. Even though Chu Feng has mastered some high-level martial arts, the gap in cultivation is a fatal flaw. You can rest assured. Jiang Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Dan Lao's conclusion. That's good. Otherwise, even though I have the cheat of Dan Lao and have practiced for a year longer than others, I still can't beat them. It feels really embarrassing. Since Master Dan has given his conclusion, I will just perform a little later. There is no need to use Bajikwan, so as to avoid junior brother Chu losing too badly. At this time, Chen Ming spoke, he said lightly. It's you. He pointed at Jiang Hao, then turned to look at Wei Tian. As long as Chu Feng can defeat Jiang Hao, who is at the 7th level of the Jade Skin realm, I will recognize Chu Feng's training speed and his fighting talent. Not only will I give you the previous rewards, but I will also give you all the martial arts in the library of Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. You can choose whatever you want. How? Wei Tian turned to look at Chu Feng, asking for Chu Feng's opinion. Chu Feng clenched his fists, feeling the little strength left in his body, and shook his head with a wry smile. His current physical strength is estimated to only allow him to use 3,000 thunders once, and his combat effectiveness is far from its peak. Moreover, the power of 3,000 thunders is too strong. I'm not proficient enough and can't master it. It would be terrible if I accidentally hurt Jiang Hao. Chu Feng explained. Forget it. There should be a battle video. Wouldn't it prove my strength if I showed it to you? As for Senior Jiang, let's spar with each other again when we have time. Wei Tian nodded. There is indeed video footage of the battle, and it can be viewed in the principal's office. Let me bring up the battle replay. He walked through the crowd, came to the principal's desk, and turned on the computer. Then a few operations. The replay of Chu Feng's battle was successfully played on the computer. Chen Ming slapped his head and realized that he had forgotten about this matter, but it didn't matter. Now, he wanted to see how powerful Chu Feng, who was almost blown to the sky, was. Whether he could successfully kill the 9th level First Order ferocious beast by relying on his own means. To be honest, he didn't believe it and felt that Chu Feng must have relied on his natural and scoundrel methods to exhaust the murderer to death. As for killing the ferocious beast head-on, the probability is too small. Jiang Hao also came over to watch Chu Feng's performance. He was really curious about what methods Chu Feng had. Bragging is easy, who can't boast about how powerful they are. Battle videos are the ultimate proof, they're the best way to prove a fighter's strength. By the way, let Dan Lao analyze who has a greater chance of winning in the battle between himself and Chu Feng. Chapter 21, Inheritance. As the replay unfolded, several people started out questioning loudly, then fell silent when they saw Chu Feng Sanchen laid on, and finally they couldn't believe it and even started talking nonsense. Forget about the 3rd level of the First Order cultivation, what level of martial arts is this lightning incarnation body movement? It was so fast that the beast of the 1st level and 9th level couldn't react at all. When fighting, those ferocious beasts were like hammers, being played around in the palm of their hands. Chen Ming watched silently to the end, then turned around and asked, "Are you sure Chu Feng's talent only awakened yesterday? You think this kid is a senior in high school? This is really outrageous. Be it cultivation or martial arts, it's not at the level that a novice who has awakened for one day can achieve. Even if you are a senior high school student." Chen Ming dared to assert that no one could have the speed that Chu Feng had just achieved. That movement allowed Chu Feng's speed to reach the late stage of the second stage, 7th level of Bone Tempering Realm. The key is not only to be in the late stage of Bone Tempering Realm, but also to master a perfect second level body movement martial art, so that he can barely be on par with Chu Feng's performance in the video. You know, Chu Feng's current cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of the first stage. It is obvious that Chu Feng is not proficient in his martial arts skills, but he can achieve the speed effect of the late stage of Bone Tempering Realm and Great Perfection martial arts. This is enough to show that the level of Chu Feng's physical skills is far beyond imagination. The higher the level of martial arts, the more time it takes to learn. High-level martial arts. It would take at least 5 to 10 years to even reach the threshold, but Chu Feng learned such a perverted martial art in just one day. His talent is a bit exaggerated. Therefore, Chen Ming began to doubt whether Chu Feng was a senior high school student. Because this is unbelievable. Yes. You can go and look at the student records. There should be complete records of Chu Feng's 2 years of study in our school. Wei Tian answered affirmatively. After all, the teacher testified at the time, and many classmates also recognized Chu Feng. There should be no reason to fake it. Chen Ming nodded after hearing this. Without saying a word, he sat down in front of the computer and looked for Chu Feng's student file. Remember, all the files should be saved in a folder, including what talents have been awakened, so he can know them, etc. Chen Ming suddenly thought that the lightning talent that Chu Feng had just displayed seemed to be quite powerful. At least they are all a level, right? Even if it is S level, it is not surprising. Such a high-level talent in Thunder attribute is definitely top-notch in combat talent. It is a very good seedling. He should have some impression of it. Why is there no reaction to Chu Feng at all in my memory? Thinking. Chen Ming clicked the mouse in his hand and quickly searched through Chu Feng's student file. Beside him, Jiang Hao took a breath after watching Chu Feng's battle. I couldn't help but ask in my sea of consciousness. Dan Lao, do you still think I can beat Chu Feng? In his silent sea of consciousness, Dan Lao, whose hair and beard were all white, was silent for a moment and then asked in return. Want to hear the truth? I do. Jiang Hao nodded. You can't survive even one move from Chu Feng. Dan Lao's eyes showed a look of reminiscence as he spoke slowly. Although Chu Feng is only a first-order third-level warrior, the martial arts, or techniques, he possesses far surpass our level. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Feng's body movement, when combined with spiritual power, can multiply its power several times. Double? Are you serious? Jiang Hao was shocked. He thought Chu Feng was strong enough, but he didn't expect that Chu Feng's true strength was much stronger than he imagined. Ha! There is always someone better than you. He took a deep breath, and at the same time couldn't help but feel a little confused. That's not right. Could Chu Feng really learn such a powerful technique in one day? I remember that I spent 9 months learning Bajiquan. Learning a martial art even more powerful than Bajiquan in just one day is really a bit inhumane. Hearing this, Dan Lao shook his head. He explained. It's not something you learn in a day, it's something you pass down. It should be the inherited memory that instilled all the skills into Chu Feng's mind. It was also the power of inheritance that allowed him to break through to the 3rd level of the first stage in one day. Chu Feng has a great opportunity. This kind of powerful inheritance is hard to come by. What kind of inheritance should it be? Jiang Hao was envious. He also wanted to master that kind of teleportation-like movement. By then, when you run away, your opponent will not be able to catch up with you unless he is a few levels higher than you. The key attack power is still strong. He can attack or defend, and except for the fact that he himself cannot learn it, Chu Feng's body movement is simply perfect. You kid, forget it. Only people with thunder attribute talents can learn it. You have fire attribute talent. Even if the inheritance is handed to you, you won't be able to get started. Once you take down the purple sky divine thunder, I will teach you a form of physical skill that is even more powerful than Chu Feng's. As long as you can master it, he will definitely not be your opponent. Dan Lao said confidently. He has mastered countless advanced martial arts techniques, so what's so difficult about running fast? Only. The higher the level of the technique, the more difficult it is to learn. It took Jiang Hao 9 months to learn Bajikwan. If he wanted to learn the kind of body movements that Chu Feng had mastered, it would probably take him 7 or 8 years before he could even get started. Certainly. Dan Lao would not say it out loud, as it would easily dampen Jiang Hao's enthusiasm. Moreover, with martial arts, as you gradually learn, you will become more and more proficient. Step by step, it will be natural for you to learn advanced martial arts in the end. It won't be that difficult. Chu Feng achieved success overnight by inheriting memories, which cannot be compared. You can't generalize people. Besides, inherited memories are dead, but oneself is alive. Dan Lao was confident that his inherited memory was definitely stronger than Chu Feng's, even much stronger. At this time, Jiang Hao asked this question in his mind. Elder Dan, do you have any inherited memories? Can you give me one too? In his sea of knowledge, Old Dan moved quickly and gave Jiang Hao a sudden blow on the head. You kid! I am the greatest inheritance. Study alchemy with me carefully, and powerful people like Chu Feng will beg to protect you in the future. Thinking about fighting and killing all day long, what kind of talk is that? Old Dan has received quite a few of these inherited memories. Only. Such a good thing, he either used it or gave it to another traitorous apprentice of his. Who would have thought that one day he would be stabbed in the back and only his soul would be left? So, although they received the information, Dan Lao did not keep any of it. At the same time, Principal Chen Ming also found Chu Feng's file. He carefully checked Chu Feng's information, verified it one by one, and was shocked after confirming that he was indeed a senior high school student. Considering Chu Feng's previous battle record, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Good. Great, there is hope for the 4-school league in one day. Chen Ming looked at Chu Feng's information excitedly. His excitement was beyond words, until he saw Chu Feng's talent. I saw that the talent registered above was S-level talent, Gigantamax. Wrong. He knew clearly that the talent was Dynamax, but a useless talent was as good as nothing. This talent is useless in the early stages. It may not be useful later. If this is the talent Chu Feng awakened, then where did the lightning talent Chu Feng displayed before come from? Chapter 22, Harvest. Chen Ming immediately pointed out the loophole he had discovered, saying that Chu Feng's talent did not match and there was a problem. He just said, "There is no way I don't remember such a strong lightning talent." Chen Ming looked at Chu Feng, waiting for him to give him an explanation. Why doesn't your talent match the information? Of course, this is not a big problem. It doesn't matter what kind of talent you have, as long as you are strong enough and can help you win the 4-school league the next day. Chu Feng faced Chen Ming's gaze and didn't know how to explain. He can't say that he was cheating, right? At this time, Wei Tian took the initiative to come forward and explain. Chu Feng's talent is an S-level talent that has been Dynamaxed, but his talent has mutated. So saying, he passed through the crowd. The last part of the surveillance video, the video of Chu Feng killing 3 first-stage late-stage ferocious beasts in one breath, was played repeatedly. Then he explained it himself. Chu Feng's talent has mutated into something very abnormal. Not only does it have terrifying thunder damage, it can also double the power of lightning damage. At first, Chu Feng couldn't even break the beast's skull, but later on, he shattered the beast's neck with one strike. This shows that his attack power has clearly undergone a qualitative change. The surveillance video isn't very clear. But with everyone's eyesight, under Wei Tian's guidance, it was obvious that the beast's head was abnormally bent after it fell, which was obviously a sign of a broken cervical vertebra. Chen Ming looked at the surveillance footage with his eyes wide open. He snatched the mouse from Wei Tian's hand and carefully watched the surveillance again. After finally confirming that Wei Tian had not lied to him, he was a little dazed. He really didn't expect that such a mutation could occur even with Gigantamax talent. Not only did it retain the ability to double the power of its Gigantamax talent, it also mutated into a powerful thunder attribute talent comparable to an S-level talent. If the power of the S-level lightning talent is doubled, wouldn't that be equivalent to Chu Feng suddenly having 2 S-level talents? 2 extremely powerful S-level talents. Thinking of this, Chen Ming was completely dumbfounded. It took him a full quarter of an hour to recover from his shock. He turned to look at Chu Feng, trembling for a long time without uttering a word. Finally, he waved to the other 3 seniors. You guys, go back to class first. I'll contact your teacher if there's anything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao and the other two looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. They know. The principal has abandoned them. The four-school league one day later has nothing to do with them. They no longer have the chance to take advantage of Principal Chen. Next, a lot of resources will definitely be given to Chu Feng, making Chu Feng an invincible dark horse in the subsequent four-school league. Jiang Hao and the other two left the principal's office together. But before they left the house, they heard Principal Chen's very kind voice. Here are 10 million dragon coins, the reward for defeating the ferocious beast. Take them first. There is also this storage ring, which contains many chi and blood pills and bone strengthening pills. Use them as you like. You haven't learned the breathing technique yet? Come with me. There are more techniques in the school library than you can imagine. There are at least dozens of thunder-attributed bodybuilding techniques, and even a fourth-level thunder-attributed martial art called Thunderfinger. Jiang Hao and his friends felt very uncomfortable when they heard the principal's voice. It felt like Chen Ming had not found hope for the Four Schools League, but had found his long-lost son. Jiang Hao felt sad. He had never been treated so well. He was not allowed to enter the library casually. It was very time-consuming and troublesome to borrow a martial arts book. What's more, Chu Feng can take as many pills as he wants, and he can get 10 million dragon coins just by asking. Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask in his heart. Is the mutant talent really that strong? It's powerful lightning, and the power is doubled. It doesn't make sense. In his sea of knowledge, Dan Lao's eyes flickered as he kept recalling the replay of what he had seen. He spoke after a full quarter of an hour. With luck, there could be anything with mutated talents. I remember some demonic sects would use some evil means to mutate warriors' talents, selecting the strong talents to cultivate and burying the bad ones on the spot. Which sect? Jiang Hao asked. The Blood Demon sect is extremely powerful and is one of the three major demon sects in the central region. It is much more powerful than your enemies. Your place is relatively remote, so it's normal that you don't know much about it. Mayor Gui explained. It also had some stories about the Blood Demon sect, which captured warriors to become disciples, torturing disciples to mutate their talents. The Blood Evil Pill controls the life and death of disciples. Once you are forced to join the Blood Demon sect, there will be no chance of turning things around in your life. The leader of the Blood Demon sect only has the strength of the 7th level Blood Moving Realm, while his 3 disciples are all at the 9th level Golden Body Realm. A 9th level Golden Body Realm cultivator obeyed every order of a 7th level Blood Moving Realm cultivator. How strong is the control of the Blood Demon Pill over people? You can imagine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis. I'm afraid that one day I'll be caught accidentally and live a life worse than death. How about we stop hiding our strength? Chu Feng is certainly strong, but with your Bajiquan, Elder Dan, you shouldn't have any problem easily killing a 2nd level beast, right? If we show our full strength, our salaries will definitely increase significantly. Dan Lao shook his head. Explained. No need for that. No matter how talented you are, can you still beat Chu Feng? If you can't beat Chu Feng, then you can't snatch your Principal Chen's resources from Chu Feng. It's useless to show your strength. Indeed. Jiang Hao thought of Chu Feng's terrifying fighting ability, scratched his head with a wry smile. He had no means to deal with Chu Feng's lightning-fast speed. Chu Feng's strength makes people despair. Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, Library. The library not only has many kinds of exercises, but also has a number of well-equipped training rooms. After borrowing the exercises, students can directly enter the practice room to practice, which is very convenient. In one of the practice rooms, Chu Feng sat quietly in it, constantly studying the 3rd-level thunder breathing method in his hand. The thunder breathing technique can restore a large amount of physical strength in an instant, which is very suitable for his explosive body movement such as 3,000 thunders. The disadvantage is that continuous use will put a great burden on the body. It is best to breathe once in a while, and then use 3,000 thunders to kill the enemy. In addition to the thunder breathing method, Chu Feng also received a large number of high-quality chi and blood pills and body tempering pills. Chi and blood pills are similar to the meat of ferocious beasts and can restore the chi and blood of warriors and help with cultivation. The body tempering pill speeds up Chu Feng's body tempering. On his left hand, he was wearing a black iron ring, which was a storage ring worth at least 1,000,000 dragon coins and contained 3 cubic meters of space. The elixir is placed in here. There was also a bank card with 10 million dragon coins in the ring, as well as a 4th level martial arts book called Thunderfinger, and a 3rd level book called Heavenly Thunder Body Tempering Art. These are the best skills in Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School and the most suitable for Chu Feng. After all, it is just a middle school and there are no particularly advanced skills. The 4th level is already the top level, and most of them are not suitable for Chu Feng's talent. Want more advanced techniques? You have to go to a more advanced institution of higher learning. Chapter 23, Level 2, Level 7 Attack Power. In the practice room, Chu Feng looked through the thunder breathing technique. Although it was a 3rd level technique, Chu Feng had the inherited memory of 3,000 thunders, which brought his understanding of the technique to a whole new level. This 3rd level skill is not difficult for him. Just look at it once. He then understood the principle of thunder breathing. Chu Feng silently recited the incantation according to the description of the technique, guiding the 9 heavens divine thunder in his body to travel through the meridians of his body along the path of the technique. Between one breath and another, it was like the howling of wind and thunder. A large amount of air was exchanged in his lungs, bringing with it a powerful special energy that soothed the fatigue in his body. Ha! After just one breath, Chu Feng felt much more energetic. The effect on physical recovery is very obvious. Yes, it's easy to get started. Chu Feng felt the condition of his body and was very satisfied with the thunder breathing method. If he could have mastered this breathing method earlier, Chu Feng felt that he could have released at least 2 more 3,000 thunders when facing the 5 ferocious beasts. With those 5 ferocious beasts in front of him, he would not have any chance to fight back. This breathing technique is just the beginning. When Chu Feng becomes more proficient and cultivates the thunder breathing method to perfection, he will probably be able to use the 3,000 thunders continuously without interruption. By then, he will transform into lightning, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Chu Feng maintained the rhythm of his breathing, practiced the thunder breathing method, and then took out the 3rd level Heavenly Thunder Body Tempering Technique. The Heavenly Thunder Body Strengthening Technique is a body strengthening technique that uses thunder and lightning to train the body. The higher the power of the thunder and lightning, the better the effect. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is an S-level talent. In terms of quality, it is naturally close to the top level. Combined with the Heavenly Thunder Body Tempering Technique, Chu Feng's training speed should be more than twice as fast as yesterday. According to the description of the exercise, Chu Feng guided the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to stimulate the major acupoints throughout his body, initially strengthening his body. Sizzle! Blue arcs of electricity danced across his body. Chu Feng took the opportunity to swallow several body tempering pills and blood strengthening pills in one gulp, and increased the power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to the maximum. Under the stimulation of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, the body tempering pill and the Qi and blood pill quickly decomposed and integrated to help Chu Feng increase his body strength. His strength began to increase rapidly. The skin of his body was cracked by the power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, but quickly recovered with the help of Chu Feng's S-level talent, the Life Tide. The speed of practicing the Heavenly Thunder Body Tempering Technique is certainly fast enough. However, the degree of damage to the body is far greater than that of ordinary bodybuilding exercises. Fortunately, Chu Feng has S-level Life Tide. Otherwise, just recovering from injuries will waste a lot of time and consume a lot of extra resources. Chu Feng uses his talent. It only requires the consumption of Qi and blood points, which is quite convenient and fast. With the Divine Thunder forging the body, the silver luster on his skin gradually became brighter, and finally completely covered the bronze luster. At the same time, Chu Feng's breath suddenly rose. A silver skin realm warrior of the 1st level and 4th level. He slowly exhaled and clenched his right fist. Very good, his strength increased by nearly 50%. The current Chu Feng, if he met the 1st level 4th level violent wild boar again, he was confident that he could defeat it head-on without using any talents. Besides, the improvement of his realm also increased the power of Chu Feng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Of course, this also includes the power of 3,000 thunders. The speed of 3,000 thunders has increased. Previously, it could move 100 meters in an instant, but now it is estimated that it can move 120 meters in an instant. The attack power has also been significantly improved. If he were to encounter a wild boar king of the 7th level of the 1st order in the competition arena again, Chu Feng would be confident that he could break their solid skulls with a single blow. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Afterwards, he swallowed a large number of body-tempering pills and qi and blood pills, and unleashed the full power of the nine heavens' divine thunder, pushing his realm up as much as possible. Lightning flashes. The silver luster on Chu Feng's skin continued to deepen, and finally a short hint of light blue emerged. Level 1, Level 6. Only one step away from the Level 1, Level 7, Jade Skin Realm. His 3000 thunder speed and attack have been improved accordingly. Very nice. With enough pills and the right skills, his realm improved as fast as flying on an airplane. At this time, Chu Feng felt his body getting a little hot and knew he couldn't continue exercising, as too much is as bad as too little. The body needs time to adapt to the strength. If you force yourself to improve your level, it is easy to make your foundation unstable, your strength weak, and the gain will outweigh the loss. He put away the Heavenly Thunder body tempering technique. Finally, he took out the 4th level martial art Thunder Finger, which could use lightning to cause huge damage. Extremely powerful. Although the attack range is small, the speed provided by Chu Feng's 3000 thunders can make up for this shortcoming. Chu Feng looked through this 4th level martial art. According to martial arts, the power of thunder should be concentrated on the fingers, and then assisted by the power of qi and blood. The tremendous power is gathered on the index finger and middle finger that are put together. His fingers were swollen and uncomfortable. It is urgent to release this power. Chu Feng looked around and found a strength testing machine in the training room. There is a target in the middle of the machine, and above it is a screen showing the power. Chu Feng came to the machine. Aim at the center of the target and then poke it out hard. Thunder Finger. The terrifying force was released without reservation, and the numbers on the machine screen jumped rapidly. Soon. It is fixed at 3110 gene, the second stage, 4th level. Chu Feng looked at the attack power he had unleashed and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Not to mention the 3,000 pounds. The second level and 4th level at the back means that Chu Feng can break the defense of a second level and 4th level warrior with one strike. You know, Chu Feng's current cultivation level is only the 6th level of the first stage. Before, even with Chu Feng's full strength attack, he couldn't even break the skull of the first order 9th level ferocious beast. Now, just by mastering the basics of the Thunder Finger, one can break the defense of a second level 4th level warrior. This is enough to show the power of Thunder Finger. Key. Chu Feng had only just started learning this martial art, but he already had the power of the second level, 4th level. If Chu Feng cultivated it to perfection, wouldn't he be able to directly jump over levels and kill a 3rd level warrior? If you use your talent to the fullest, the attack power has to be doubled. Chu Feng thought about it and decided to try the power of his full strength attack so that he could have a comprehensive understanding of his own strength. Without much hesitation. Talent is extremely gigantic. The lightning flashed violently, and the power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder doubled on the spot. He used the Thunder Finger martial arts technique again and stabbed it hard at the target of the machine. Sniff. This time, Chu Feng actually poked the center of the target into a dent. Moreover, all the screens on the machine were lit up, without any numbers being displayed. Was it my own fault? Chu Feng looked at the machine and studied it for a while, only to find that this machine could only test the power below the 7th level of the second stage. It is approximately equal to the power of the 7th level of the second stage, so it cannot be tested. After all, it is for senior high school students, and the strongest of these students is only Jiang Hao, who has the 7th level of the first stage. A person at the second level, 1st level of bone tempering realm is a very rare existence in high school, and it may take dozens of classes to produce one. So, the upper limit of the power of this machine at level 2, level 7 is completely sufficient. But who could have thought? Chu Feng was so abnormal that he could reach the attack level of level 2, level 7 or above in one go, causing the machine to break down. Even he himself couldn't have expected it. This shouldn't be expensive, right? Chu Feng thought about it, then he turned on his phone and contacted the principal to ask about the machine. I didn't pay attention. My attack was too high. If I wasn't careful. Chapter 24 Chen Ming's Shock. Principal's Office. Chen Ming and Wei Tian sat opposite each other, poured a cup of tea, and discussed things about Chu Feng. Old Wei, you're just going to let Chu Feng learn on his own? You're not going to give him some pointers? That's not necessary. Chu Feng has mastered such powerful body movements. He can easily learn some low-level martial arts. Wei Tian still remembers Chu Feng's movements clearly, they were frighteningly fast. What's even more frightening is that he learned it within one day. If this isn't genius, what is? This kind of genius should just be left to learn. If you give them pointers, it will only delay their practice. Let's leave our phone number. When he has any questions, he'll call us. If that happens, wouldn't it be more helpful than just adding icing on the cake? In this regard, Chen Ming agreed deeply. He took a sip of tea slowly and then thought about the 4-school league. In one day, we must make all those schools look good. Even if Chu Feng didn't improve at all, he could probably defeat the second-level bone-tempering warrior from number 2 middle school just by relying on his body skills. By then, if a warrior with the cultivation level of the 3rd level of the bronze skin realm of the 1st order defeated a warrior with the cultivation level of the 1st level of the bone forging realm of the 2nd order, the reputation of their school would explode. Moreover, Chu Feng is so talented. The top 3 universities in Longguo will definitely come to poach people directly. Then I can take Chu Feng with me and make a lot of money. Thinking. The smile on Chen Ming's lips was like an AK, and he couldn't suppress it at all. Do you think Chu Feng can break through to the 4th level of the 1st stage tomorrow? Although Chu Feng cultivated to the 3rd level of the 1st stage in just one day, the difficulty of cultivation increased as he went on. The 3rd level of the 1st stage, the bronze skin realm, and the 4th level of the 1st stage, the silver skin realm, were still small thresholds. It's not that easy to break through. Tomorrow? I think Chu Feng will be able to break through to the 4th level of the 1st stage today. Don't forget, he also learned a high-level body movement martial art before. Wei Tian retorted. Chu Feng definitely didn't spend any time practicing the 3rd level of the 1st stage, and he still had plenty of time to learn body techniques. Chu Feng's body movement skills are of a very high level. Even Wei Tian couldn't tell what level he was at. The fact that he could learn that kind of body movement showed that Chu Feng's cultivation speed had reached an incredible speed. It's so fast. Chen Ming sighed. I still remember that it took me 2 full months to break through to the 4th level of the 1st stage. Chu Feng here. It doesn't even take 2 days, the gap between people is really too big. Chu Feng's future realm will definitely be beyond the imagination of these people. Right at this moment, Chen Ming's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the note was Chu Feng. A smile of triumph appeared on his face. Look, Chu Feng called. He must have encountered difficulties in his cultivation. That's perfect. Let me, a 6th level marrow building realm grandmaster, give him some pointers. After all, reaching the 4th level of the 1st order isn't easy. It's understandable that it's a little difficult. Even a genius can't have it all smooth sailing. Saying, Chen Ming answered the phone. Chu Feng's somewhat embarrassed voice came from the other end of the phone. Principal, I accidentally broke the school's strength testing machine. But don't worry, no matter how much it is, I will compensate you. Chen Ming listened and frowned. Isn't this a matter of cultivation? It seems it's not my turn yet. Oh, it's nothing. It's just a machine for testing strength. If it's broken, it's worthless. Just find another training room. Chen Ming thought he could give Chu Feng some advice, but he didn't expect it to be just a machine for testing strength. A little disappointed. On the side, Wei Tian felt something was wrong when he heard it. Broke the strength testing machine? Just when Chen Ming was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly discovered the key. Isn't the upper limit of the power machine's power that only a 2nd order 7th level warrior can break it? And Chu Feng's current cultivation level. It's only the 3rd level of the 1st order. A cultivator of the 3rd level of the 1st order destroyed a strength testing machine that could withstand the strength of a warrior of the 7th level of the 2nd order? When Wei Tian thought of this, he became excited all over. He slammed the table and shouted loudly. Strength testing machine. What's wrong? Just as Chen Ming was about to hang up the phone, he saw Wei Tian's excited expression and felt confused. It's just a machine, it costs only a few 100,000 at most, not even as much as a bottle of pills. If it breaks, it breaks. What's the problem? He looked at Wei Tian. From Wei Tian's horrified expression, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait. How did Chu Feng destroy the power machine? Hiss. There is a problem. Chen Ming immediately picked up the phone and asked about the location of Chu Feng's training room. Don't move, I'll come and fix it right away. After that, He disappeared from the spot in a flash, with such speed and swiftness that even the door of his office was blown away. The mahogany gate flew high, attracting the attention of many students. Then, he was caught by Wei Tian, who followed behind and placed steadily next to a flower bed. The two of them quickly went to the library, one in front and the other behind. Library? The training room where Chu Feng is. He was a little confused holding the phone. It's just a strength tester, it shouldn't be that expensive, right? No need to make such a fuss, right? After thinking about it, I took out my phone and searched on Tao Duo. According to the arranged prices, the most expensive one is only 180,000, which is just a small amount of money for Chu Feng, who has 10 million dragon coins. It's nothing. At this time, a strong wind blew by. Principal Chen Ming suddenly rushed into the training room where Chu Feng was, quickly came to the strength testing machine, and carefully checked what was broken. It was a malfunction, and it was really broken by Chu Feng's punch. If it is due to a machine failure, it's understandable. Can't blame Chu Feng. But if it was broken, it would be really scary. Chen Ming looked at the two finger holes on the machine target with confusion in his eyes. Where did this hole come from? Didn't you hit it with your fists and poke it with your fingers? Wrong. Finger. Not long ago, he just taught Chu Feng the 4th level martial art, Thunder Finger. Chen Ming carefully looked at the finger hole in the center of the target, and after discovering many charred marks on it, he took a deep breath. It really is the Thunder Finger. You've learned the 4th level martial art, Thunder Finger? Chu Feng nodded. It is not difficult to express the Thunder Finger. Isn't this the point? The point is, I was the one who broke the strength testing machine. No matter how much it costs, I will be responsible. Chen Ming looked at Chu Feng's sincere eyes and his mouth opened wide. Strength machines are shit. If your talent isn't the point, then what is? 4th level martial arts, even for a 4th level condensation realm warrior with rich experience, it would be impossible to learn it without a month or so. Even if you are at the 6th level of the marrow building realm and want to learn the Thunder Finger, you won't be able to get started without 3 or 4 days. But Chu Feng. Chen Ming's voice trembled slightly. That's the point. Your talent, if told to others, is enough to shock warriors all over the world. You don't have to pay for the strength testing machine. Just help me win the 4-school league tomorrow. The reward will definitely exceed your imagination. Teachers from the top universities in Dragon Country will be here to watch. I'll help you out when the time comes. I'll give you high-level skills and powerful weapons, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The 3rd level Heavenly Thunder body tempering technique is definitely not enough for you. I believe it won't be long before you can break through to the 4th level, and even surpass me, the principal. Saying, Chen Ming patted Chu Feng's shoulder with relief. I am extremely happy to have such a talented student. Right at this moment, he suddenly discovered Chu Feng's level of cultivation. Chu Feng's skin was gleaming with a silver luster, mixed with a faint green. This is? Level 1, Level 6. Chapter 25, The Devil's Way. Chen Ming stared at the silvery white skin on Chu Feng's neck, his face full of disbelief. No? It would be fine if he just learned the 4th level Thunder Finger, but he actually broke through to the 6th level of the 1st level? Remember that when Chu Feng just left, he was only at the 3rd level of the 1st stage, right? The 3rd level of cultivation can be broken through just like that? It's not even dark yet. Chen Ming was a little incoherent. According to Chu Feng's cultivation speed, he would probably be able to break through to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage tomorrow, right? Chen Ming had seen S-level talents before. After all, he has been the principal for so many years and he knows all kinds of talented students. But this is the first time I have seen someone cultivate as fast as Chu Feng. At this time, Wei Tian also rushed in and immediately came to the side of the strength testing machine to check Chu Feng's performance. Looking at the hole in the bull's eye, he reacted faster and immediately thought of the Thunder Finger. As expected, Chu Feng can even learn such a powerful body movement, so the 4th level Thunder Finger is no problem at all. In just one afternoon, I was able to learn the 4th level of martial arts. This speed. This is definitely beyond the reach of most warriors. Even I myself cannot learn 4th level martial arts so quickly. Chu Feng's talent is beyond doubt. But, compared to martial arts, the level of cultivation is obviously more important. A martial artist of a higher realm can easily crush a martial artist of a lower realm. As a martial artist reaches a higher realm, his or her understanding of the martial arts will naturally become more profound. When practicing martial arts, the speed will only get faster. Chu Feng had just started his martial arts career, so it was normal that he didn't know these things. As a senior, he must give some advice. Wei Tian turned his head and looked at Chu Feng. He was about to talk about the realm of cultivation and bring out the profound knowledge that only high-level warriors have. However, the first thing he saw was the look of horror on the principal's face. When you are in doubt. Then he discovered that Chu Feng's skin had a faint blue-silver luster. This is Silver Skin Realm? And he's in the late Silver Skin Realm? Only one step away from the Jade Skin Realm? Wei Tian's eyes widened, and he immediately moved closer to Chu Feng, staring at him carefully with his eyes wide open. He really couldn't believe it. I had heard that Chu Feng was fast in cultivation, but I had never seen him, so my feeling was not strong. Now I see it with my own eyes. Wei Tian's entire cognition was completely overturned by Chu Feng. It was simply exaggerated. He carefully studied Chu Feng's skin, trying to find some evidence of fraud. However, no matter how he observed, all the signs showed that Chu Feng's realm was really the most genuine one, and he was definitely in the genuine Silver Skin realm. But Wei Tian did not gain nothing. He figured out that Chu Feng probably stopped practicing martial arts and switched to practicing martial arts because his breakthrough was too fast. The practice of martial arts is a physical exercise, which will inevitably cause damage to the body. Chu Feng deliberately slowed down his training speed. It is to keep the body in peak condition and avoid any hidden dangers on the path of martial arts as much as possible. This thought, this talent. Even the 3 strongest people in the human race today are no more than this, right? Wei Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart. Faced with a genius of Chu Feng's level, he had no idea what to say. As long as Chu Feng did not die young, it was almost certain that he would achieve the 7th level in the future. Even one day, all the ferocious beasts will be completely wiped out. Let humans unify the entire blue planet. Think of this. He patted Chu Feng's shoulder and tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. No matter what difficulties you have, you can always come to me in the future. Seeing this, the principal Chen Ming. He also answered immediately. Me. I am a 6th level marrow building realm warrior. My role is much greater than that of Wei Tian, a 5th level organ opening realm warrior. At this moment, Wei Tian felt Chu Feng's breath from his hand. As Chu Feng's chest rose and fell, there was a faint whistling sound similar to thunder. What was this? Thunder breathing technique. Oh my god. How long has it been? Less than an hour? Chu Feng has already mastered all 3 of the techniques he just received? It's really exaggerated. Chu Feng's speed in practicing martial arts is even faster than flying an airplane. I believe that until tomorrow. In the 4 School League, Chu Feng can definitely use his terrifying strength to crush the 2nd level bone forging realm warriors of number 2 middle school. By then, all the spectators were probably shocked by Chu Feng's appearance. Only Wei Tian was a little worried. With such talent, what if he was noticed by some mentally ill demon? Chu Feng has not grown up yet. If he offends the devil because of his talent, he will probably live in dire straits for the rest of his life. My own in Shen Ming's cultivation is not strong. He hadn't even reached the 7th level, and his 2nd talent hadn't even awakened. If he were to be targeted by the demons, he would likely be powerless to do anything. Chu Feng, you should not participate in the 4 School League tomorrow, right? As far as I know, some demonic warriors love to capture novice warriors with abnormal talents as their disciples. If you become a demonic disciple, it will use special means to control you, and you will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Demonic way? Chu Feng's face turned serious when he heard this. That makes sense. He is only at the 6th level of the 1st rank now. If he really has such extraordinary talent and defeats a warrior at the 1st level of the 2nd rank in the bone tempering realm in public, it will be easy for him to become famous. Force yourself to be exposed to the public sight. Chu Feng's current strength is very weak, so if possible, of course he must protect his own safety as much as possible. However, I heard from the principal that the 4 School League has generous rewards. He has now learned all the skills at hand, and believes that it won't be long before he can reach perfection. By that time, I will still need more and better skills and martial arts to practice. Warrior, if you don't have resources, how can you reach the top? So, if possible, Chu Feng still wants to participate and gain as much benefit as possible for himself. Thinking. Chu Feng shook his head. I want to join. Didn't the principal say that top universities would come to recruit students? Top universities still have considerable weight in Dragon Country. They are a very good safe haven. There are also more advanced techniques waiting for me to practice. So, I'm going to participate in tomorrow's for-school league and pave the way for my future as much as possible. Chu Feng's eyes were firm. It is right to be cautious, but it is not good to be too cautious. He needs resources for cultivation. Pills, dragon coins, skills, etc. Strength is the foundation. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Then who will dare to threaten you? But you can't just jump in headfirst. When the time comes, I will use my strength of the 9th level of the first stage to barely defeat a warrior of the first level of the second stage. That doesn't count as genius, does it? In terms of strength, just a little bit of acting will be enough. Of course, you have to help me disguise my identity. Just pretend I'm a senior high school student. Otherwise, if I do a quick check, my talent will be exposed. Chen Ming nodded first. Of course, he was happy to lend a helping hand to a promising talent like Chu Feng. What's more, he is still waiting for Chu Feng to help him win the for-school league tomorrow. No problem. Then they discussed tomorrow's affairs. In the end, Chu Feng was the only one left in the training room, continuing to practice. He still has a few lucky bags that have not been opened, as well as 10 million dragon coins. Chu Feng can also buy some skills and cultivation resources in the Wanjie Mall. If you want to unleash the full power of 3,000 thunders, you must practice spiritual power. Bodybuilding exercises do not increase spiritual power. Therefore, other techniques that can cultivate spiritual power are needed. Chapter 26 3 Lucky Bags. Chu Feng has 3 lucky bags in total. They are lucky bags of level 1, level 4, level 1, and level 1, level 9. The previous first level lucky bag opened up the incomplete inheritance of 3,000 thunders, which allowed Chu Feng to take his battle to a higher level. The current Chu Feng, just relying on the martial art of 3,000 thunders, he is confident that he can fight against most second-level warriors. It was also the 3,000 thunders that helped Chu Feng defeat the First Order 9th level ferocious beast, which was quite practical. From this we can see that. How good are the rewards in the lucky bag? Of course, the Wanjie Mall said that the rewards are random, and it may be that you were just lucky and got the novice gift package. However, according to the rules, the higher the level of the lucky bag, the better the rewards will be. But low-level lucky bags also have the possibility of opening good things, while high-level lucky bags still have the probability of opening garbage. His lucky bags are all first level. Not that great. However, the best one has reached the 9th level of the First Order. I hope to be more powerful and open some high-level inheritance to directly provide myself with a lot of combat power. Chu Feng was thinking. In his system space, he opened 3 lucky bags in succession without hesitation. Open the first level quadruple lucky bag. Congratulations on obtaining the Qi refining technique, Thunder Control Technique. Thunder Control Technique, cultivate the spiritual power of thunder attributes, greatly increasing the power of your own thunder attribute attacks. Zixia Thunder Control Technique prerequisites, very suitable for cultivators to lay the foundation. Open the first level 7-level lucky bag. Congratulations on obtaining 10 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stone, a stone containing spiritual power. Cultivators can absorb this spiritual power to enhance their own strength. Spiritual power, a special and powerful force. Open the first level 9-level lucky bag. Congratulations on obtaining the Qi refining technique, virtual reality method. False and real method, consume spiritual energy to change your aura, making it stronger or weaker. Not bad, not bad. Chu Feng looked at the 3 rewards and felt very satisfied. The art of controlling thunder is a technique that can cultivate spiritual power, which can be combined with the 3,000 thunders to maximize the movement speed of this martial art. In particular, the thunder control technique can increase the power of thunder attribute attacks, which is quite compatible with his own 9 heavens divine thunder. There are also spirit stones. It is probably used to speed up cultivation. Like elixirs, it should be an essential substance for cultivation. Chu Feng found the low-grade spirit stone in his own system, the Mall of Worlds. A low-grade spirit stone is worth 1 million dragon coins. 10 coins would be 10 million. The value of this lucky bag is quite high. Finally, there is the virtual real method. Chu Feng looked at the description of this technique and felt that it was quite practical. It could not only hide his cultivation level, but also catch the enemy off guard at critical moments. It can also enhance your own aura, making others think that you are a master, having the effect of borrowing the power of others to intimidate others. If we have the method of reality and illusion. In tomorrow's For School League, can Chu Feng temporarily use the aura of the second level, third level of Bone Tempering Realm to force his opponents to retreat on the spot? If he displayed the aura of the second order third level Bone Tempering Realm, and then instantly killed the second order first level warrior in the second middle school, wouldn't it be reasonable? The realm cannot be too high. With the cultivation level of the third level of the second stage, he doesn't seem to be too talented. Chu Feng pondered. I think this idea is feasible, but it is hard to say whether it can be hidden from the principal and others. If I can't hide it, my talent will still be exposed, so I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. But if you can hide it, the virtual real method is so powerful, and the effect will be very great. Whether it's a surprise sneak attack or a powerful crushing blow, the virtual and real method can do it. Key. Chu Feng felt that there was a good chance that he could trick the principal and the others as well. After all, the virtual and real method is a spell that requires the consumption of spiritual energy, and it is a training system that is completely different from the current martial arts. Therefore, if Chu Feng mastered the method of illusion and reality, and spiritual power and martial arts were not mutually exclusive, he would most likely be able to conceal it. Thinking. Chu Feng opened the Thunder Control Art. The most urgent task now is to cultivate spiritual power as quickly as possible. Both the virtual reality method and the 3000 thunders need to be based on spiritual power. The art of controlling thunder is quite complex and difficult to understand. Chu Feng read it word by word and gradually understood the Qi refining cultivation system. The levels of cultivation are Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, return to void, fusion, tribulation crossing, Mahayana, and finally crossing to the immortal realm and ascending to immortality. Longevity. The lifelong pursuit of many warriors. Chu Feng knew that even a warrior at the 9th level of the golden body realm could only live for 300 or 400 years. Years of fighting will further reduce their lifespan. When life is up, no matter how strong your iron walls are, they will all be defeated. Warriors in the golden body realm will also die of old age. At that time, their bodies will be immortal and can be preserved for tens of thousands of years through appropriate means. However, what is the use of having a body if the person is dead? After all, immortality is a century-old problem that has troubled mankind. However, the entire book of Yulei Ju clearly states that it can lead to immortality, which shows that the level of its cultivation system far exceeds the existing warrior system. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. I feel like this system of mine seems to have something special, and it brings a completely different way of cultivation. He took a short break and then continued his research. As the research deepened, Chu Feng also discovered that Qi refining practitioners could fly into the air with the help of some spells. The foundation building cultivators flew very fast with the help of magic weapons. By practicing Jindan and utilizing one's own strength, one can stand directly in the air and cross a distance of tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. This. Chu Feng had read in textbooks that in today's world, only 7th level blood-moving realm warriors could fly. From the 7th level of blood transfer to the 9th level of golden body, does it correspond to the early, middle and late stages of the golden elixir? Chu Feng thought of this. I couldn't help but take a breath. This Qi refining cultivation system is really quite powerful. After roughly understanding this information, Chu Feng did not conduct further research. What is the Yulei Ju? Don't you have to practice yourself to know? Chu Feng looked through the contents of the Yulei Ju and followed the description of the technique. The first step is to draw the air into the body. Feel the spiritual energy around you, and try to guide it into the dantian of your body, and then open up the Qi Si. This step is related to the qualifications of the monk. If you have good aptitude, you will succeed immediately. If you have poor aptitude, you may not be able to feel the surrounding spiritual energy for a long time. Chu Feng closed his eyes. Following the instructions of the exercises, he carefully sensed the surrounding environment. He could feel that the sparse spiritual energy around him was approaching nothingness, like a dry riverbed. Is it because I don't have enough talent? Or is this world just lacking in spiritual energy? Chu Feng felt it was the latter. Otherwise, with such strong chi training, there must be many who have achieved enlightenment and become immortals. Such a thin spiritual energy. He simply couldn't draw the energy into his body. But fortunately, I have other means. Chu Feng silently took out a low-grade spirit stone. Although it was worth 1 million per piece, now was the time to use it. Chapter 27, Second Level of Qi Refining. Ha! As a trace of spiritual power was extracted from the spirit stone and flowed into Chu Feng's dantian, his qi sea was successfully opened up. The weak spiritual power nourishes Chu Feng's body through the sea of qi. It made him feel full of strength, his ears and eyes were sharp, and even his vision became much clearer. Spiritual power seems to naturally have the effect of strengthening the body. Chu Feng was immersed in cultivation. He began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stone in his hand. Every infusion of spiritual energy improves Chu Feng's physique in a special way. This transformation is carried out from the inside out. Chu Feng's flesh, bones, and meridians began to emit a very faint and lustrous luster. On the skin, it was stained with some dark and smelly liquid discharged from the body. Spiritual power has the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. It once again improved Chu Feng's talent in martial arts and greatly strengthened Chu Feng's strong body. The body, which had been somewhat weak due to continuous physical training, now became stronger. Can feel. My physical condition is very good, and my martial arts level can continue to improve rapidly. In the practice room, as the last spirit stone was consumed, Chu Feng's aura suddenly rose, and his cultivation successfully broke through to the second level of qi refining. Although it is the second level of qi refining, but Chu Feng felt that the strength of his body at this moment was roughly equivalent to that of 2 silver-skin realm warriors. That is to say, the physical strength provided by the second level of qi refining is exactly the same as the physical strength provided by the silver-skin realm. Chu Feng stood up and stretched his muscles. At this moment, even without using his gigantamax talent, he could still use the Thunder Finger, a 4th-level martial art he had just mastered, to destroy the strength testing machine in the training room with one strike. His strength, aided by his qi refining skills, is twice that of a normal silver-skin realm warrior. If you add the talent Dynamax support, Chu Feng even had the confidence that he could break through the defense of a 3rd-level flesh-tempering realm warrior. Qi. This is just physical strength. The spiritual power in his dantian has another magical use. For example, releasing powerful spells, fireball, ice cone, lightning and so on. Certainly. The most important thing is the 3,000 thunders. Try the power. Chu Feng turned his head to look at the window. It was already dusk and time to go home. He went to the window and opened it. Looking towards the school gate, I can see many classmates leaving the school. I originally wanted to try using 3,000 thunders to go home directly, but there were too many people and it was too eye-catching. Maybe tomorrow. You can try out the power of 3,000 thunders without restraint in the competition. Regarding the content of the 4-school league, Chu Feng still knew something about it. After all, humanity's enemies are still ferocious beasts, so most of the competitions are about killing ferocious beasts. The 4 schools league is a competition among the 4 middle schools in Nanjiang. Each of them selects 3 students to compete in the Nanjiang forest. Whoever kills the most powerful and ferocious beasts will win. This competition is not only about killing ferocious beasts. You can also defeat students from other schools and steal points. So, when a second-level bone-tempering realm warrior appeared in number 2 middle school, other middle schools did not have the ability to fight against him. Then the whole thing will become a game of cat and mouse. Victory will fall directly to one side. A second-level bone-tempering realm warrior is much stronger than a first-level skin-refining realm warrior. Their strength, defense, and attack are not on the same level. Besides, they also have teammates. Unless the other 3 middle schools unite, there is no chance of winning. But the union couldn't do it. Everyone wants to be first, to get the opportunity to promote the school's reputation, and to get the olive branch of special recruitment of teachers. The 3 schools simply will not cooperate wholeheartedly. This also led to the fact that the first place in this competition was basically reserved for number 2 middle school. Chu Feng was thinking about the rules of the game as he walked on his way home. This competition. It is still very suitable for me. He is good at killing ferocious beasts. With the speed of 3,000 thunders and the attack power of the Thunder Finger, even a second-order 7th-level ferocious beast would be killed by him in seconds. killing ferocious beasts must be done quickly. And there is a chance of dropping a lucky bag when killing ferocious beasts. The more you kill, the more benefits and rewards you will get. There was no reason for Chu Feng to refuse such a good thing. The contents of the lucky bag are pretty good, and most of them have been very useful so far. Especially the spirit stone. Chu Feng will not mind anymore. Chu Feng had squandered all the 10 spirit stones he had obtained before, and had only managed to break through to the second level of qi refining. If one wants to break through to the 9th level of qi refining, or even to the foundation establishment stage, a large amount of spirit stones will definitely be needed. A low-grade spirit stone costs 1 million dragon coins. Chu Feng now only has 10 million dragon coins, so he can only buy 10 of them. It is estimated that this is only enough for him to practice qi refining to the 3rd level. The further back you go, the more spiritual energy is needed. There is no way. The spiritual energy in the air of this world is too thin. If you want to rely on absorbing the spiritual energy in the air to break through the realm, it will take a few years of precipitation. It will be difficult to break through the 3rd level of qi refining. Not to mention foundation building and golden elixir, there is no possibility at all. On Chu Feng, he still has 10 million left to use. The main thing is to wait to go home and buy a shop for my aunt, and then see where else I need money to supplement the household expenses. Then go to the Wanjia Mall to buy some spirit stones for cultivation. There is also the virtual real method. Chu Feng hasn't started practicing yet. It's getting dark, go back early and don't let your aunt worry. The same applies to practicing the virtual and real method when you go home. Thinking, he quickened his pace and walked towards his home. On the road, Chu Feng contacted the landlord who rented the house to his aunt and spent 500,000 to buy the entire house. He transferred the remaining 500,000 yuan into the bank card that his aunt had given him, which had 30,000 yuan in it. As for the remaining 9 million, Chu Feng planned to use all of it to buy spirit stones and improve his cultivation as much as possible to prepare for tomorrow's for school league. He returned home only after he bought the house and did all this. Opened the door. He saw that his aunt had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and was busy cleaning, waiting for him to come back. "Auntie, I'm back." When Han Shui heard the voice, her eyes lit up. She put down the work in her hands and invited Chu Feng to eat. Although there was a table full of food, he still felt very guilty. Because there is not much ferocious beast meat in the dish. As a warrior, if Xiaofeng wants to practice, he will not get enough nutrition. He must have the meat of ferocious beasts or the assistance of qi and blood pills. If you don't get the corresponding nutritional supplements, practicing martial arts will only hurt your body. As an ant, she has no ability and can't even prepare a decent meal. Han Shui felt sad. He picked up the few ferocious beasts and put them into Chu Feng's bowl. "Come, eat meat." Chu Feng also noticed the unnaturalness in Han Shui's expression at this time. He sat next to Han Shui and handed her the bank card that Han Shui had given him before. "Auntie, are you having any trouble?" Han Shui saw the bank Chu Feng gave her and quickly pushed it back. This was the training fund she gave to Chu Feng. How could she possibly ask for it back? 30,000 yuan is still too little after all. But you don't have to worry, Xiaofeng. I have already arranged everything for your training. Someone from the army will come to pick you up tomorrow. Although the training of the Dragon Nation army is a bit tough, the resources for cultivation are guaranteed. At least there's enough ferocious beast meat. With your talent, Xiaofeng, if you have enough training resources, you will definitely achieve great success in the future. Chapter 28, Success. Chu Feng was a little confused. There was no need for that. He was strong enough now, and it was not difficult to earn some resources for cultivation. The main reason is that the Dragon Kingdom's military is very strictly managed. Once you're in there, you basically have no freedom. Aunt, you and I have grown up and can make money on our own. There's 530,000 yuan in this card. Take it and use it to buy groceries and cook meals. Saying, Chu Feng passed the remaining pieces of beast meat to Han Shui. I've also bought this hotel, so you don't have to worry about accommodation. I won't go to the army. The rules are very strict. Once I go in, I won't be able to see you, my aunt, for sure. 530,000? Han Shui felt a little bit unbelievable when she heard what Chu Feng said. You know, she worked so hard for so many years and only saved 30,000 yuan. How did Chu Feng make more than 1 million in a day? It's not that she doubts, but it's really exaggerated. Xiaofeng, stop trying to make your aunt laugh. Making money is not that easy. Even the most profitable beast hunter, with a first-level leather refining realm cultivation, can't make $1 million in a day. A pound of first-level beast meat is estimated to cost only a few hundred yuan. If you want to make 1 million, you need 10,000 pounds of ferocious beast meat. And you should know that a domestic wild boar usually weighs only about 100 pounds. Unless you kill that large beast. However, the larger the size of the ferocious beast, the stronger its combat power and the greater the risk. Chu Feng has just awakened his talent. Can he still defeat a level 9 ferocious beast? So, Han Shui listened to Chu Feng's words, but she didn't believe it at all. However, considering Chu Feng's good intentions, even if he was lying to himself, it would be a white lie. She did not refuse, but silently accepted her bank card. Let's eat. I didn't delve any further into it. Xiaofeng is a boy after all. It would be so embarrassing if he checked the money in his bank card in front of him and the number didn't match. See if you can scrape together some money. Practicing martial arts is indeed a heavy burden. Even the qi and blood pills and the body strengthening pills are all priced in tens of thousands. The better quality meat of ferocious beasts costs tens of thousands of yuan per pound. What's more, there are also techniques. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. In addition, many warriors will prepare medicinal baths in order to speed up the body's recovery and increase the speed of training. The price of a set of medicinal materials starts at 10,000 yuan. Without enough money, the path of martial arts will only become more and more difficult. Yeah. Eat. Seeing that his aunt accepted the bank card, Chu Feng felt that his goal had been achieved. Eating the rice in the bowl happily. The two chatted as usual, and after dinner, they went about their own business. Chu Feng washed the bowl, then took a shower, cleansing away the dirt on his body. He returned to his room and exchanged 9 spirit stones to continue practicing. Strive to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining. His martial arts skills broke through to the 9th level of the first stage. I will also try to learn the final method of virtuality and reality. It should be very useful in tomorrow's for-school league. Han Shui picked up her phone to see if she could borrow some money from some relatives to support Chu Feng's practice. When she turned on her phone, the first thing I saw was a bunch of messages and documents sent by the landlord Sun Qi. Roughly speaking, the house has been sold to you. Prepare the transfer procedures, register the house, and complete the final steps. Etc. Han Shui was a little dumbfounded. When did she buy this house? Although this house is a bit remote, it is worth 500,000. How could she afford it? After some communication. Only then did she realize that it was Chu Feng who paid the full amount for her. So, Chu Feng really earned more than 500,000? Being able to earn 500,000 a day, could it be that Chu Feng really became a ferocious beast hunter and hunted down a first-level 9th level ferocious beast? No, more than 500,000. If Xiaofeng buys the house, that means he still has 500,000 yuan in his bank card. Altogether, it's 1 million dragon coins. Thinking of this, Han Shui opened her mouth wide and couldn't utter a word for a long time. She quickly opened her mobile banking app and was completely shocked when she found out that the balance of her bank card was 530,000 yuan. Xiaofeng, really? Earned 1 million in one day. Unexpectedly, after just one day of not seeing each other, Xiaofeng earned more money than he could ever earn in his entire life. Han Shui was moved. Sister and brother-in-law, did you see that? Xiaofeng has become quite successful. She had no intention of returning the more than 500,000 yuan. It's not that Han Shui is greedy, but she plans to buy more good beast meat to improve Xiaofeng's meals. Save the extra money. Keep it as a betrothal gift later. If Chu Feng encounters any emergency, he can take it out immediately. Chu Feng's room. He sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, holding a shiny stone in his palm, muttering the mantra of the thunder control technique and absorbing the spiritual power from it. There were 8 dull stones placed in a mess in front of him. He has the last spirit stone in his hand. Chu Feng's internal skills were running, slowly absorbing all the spiritual energy. Open your eyes. A sharp aura flashed across his entire body. Relying on 9 spirit stones, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining. What a pity, he's only a little short of reaching the 4th level of qi refining. Without spirit stones, if Chu Feng breaks through to the 4th level of qi refining, he should be able to rival the warriors in the bone tempering realm with his physical body alone. We still have to find a way to make more money. Chu Feng thought about it. I feel that being a ferocious beast hunter is a good profession, as a ferocious beast is worth at least hundreds of thousands. If it was a huge wild boar of the 9th level of the first order that we saw during the day, it would definitely weigh several tons. 1 ton is 1,000 kilograms, or 2,000 jin. It is not a problem to make tens or even hundreds of millions from one fish. This ferocious beast. If you kill a few more, you'll have money, right? After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng put the idea aside. There's no rush for this. Let us first pass tomorrow's for school league. It is said that the rewards are equally generous. You know, today the principal gave me 10 million in cash rewards alone. If I can get the first place in the for school league, can Principal Chen still be stingy? What's more, there will be many universities recruiting teachers by then. Principal Chen said. As long as he performs well, he can bid hard and make a lot of money. Simply put, as long as the league is played well, profits are inevitable. Chu Feng put these thoughts aside, then took out the virtuality and reality method he had acquired before and began to practice. This technique can change your breath. You can make yourself look strong, or look weak. In tomorrow's for school league, whether it is used to deter ferocious beasts or to launch a sneak attack on opponents, it is a very useful skill. In addition to the virtual and real method, Chu Feng also started to exercise his body while taking qi and blood pills. Realm is the real means of survival, and breaking through to a high level as quickly as possible is the effective way to earn a large amount of resources. Chapter 29 Bone Tempering Realm. Practice overnight. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the special offers of the day in Wanjie Mall were refreshed. Today's special, Edgeless Soft Armor, a level 2 item, capable of withstanding attacks from most level 2 warriors. Explosive Special, 9.9 Dragon Coins. Chu Feng took it without hesitation. With this equipment, his defense is no longer a problem. After putting on the silver gray soft armor, Chu Feng was full of confidence for tomorrow's league. Then he immersed himself in cultivation again. Prepare to use up all the pills and raise your strength to the peak. The next morning, Chu Feng finished all the pills given by the principal, and his martial arts realm reached the 9th level of the first stage. Only one step away from successfully breaking through to the bone tempering realm. However, this step is still a bit big. After all, Chu Feng lacks precipitation, so it is not easy to break through. He estimated that it would take about 3 days. Once the body has fully adapted to the power of the Jade Skin realm, he will be able to easily break through to the bone tempering realm. If there are enough pills. Within 1 day, Chu Feng broke through to the bone tempering realm. Alas, I'm still poor. This is just the skin refining stage. The resources required for the second stage of bone refining, flesh tempering, and vein condensation will be even greater. Perhaps, the beast hunter should be suitable for me. Killing a first-order 9th level ferocious beast can cost tens or even millions. If you can kill a second-level ferocious beast, you can easily get millions, or even tens of millions. Chu Feng pondered. I put on a clean school uniform and the soft armor given by the system. After having breakfast, I said goodbye to my aunt and headed to school. Be careful. Han Shui watched Chu Feng leave. Wait until I come back. Chu Feng waved goodbye. As for the beast hunter, there is no need to rush about this matter for now. Let us win today's for school league first. At this time, Chu Feng. Although he has reached the 9th level of the first stage of cultivation, his skin not only shines with a lustrous green color. There is also a barely visible hint of black iron. He used the virtual and real method he had learned to disguise his cultivation level as the first level of the second stage. His cultivation level of the second stage, first level of the bone tempering realm, was just right, on par with the warrior from number 2 middle school, and he wouldn't appear to be too talented and attract attention. It can also have a good deterrent effect, making some low-level warriors dare not act casually. Chu Feng mainly wanted to test the disguise level of the virtual real method. Let us see if high-level warriors like the principal can see through my disguise. If not, then Chu Feng would not have to worry about being discovered by other warriors whether he was hiding his cultivation or strengthening his aura. Soon, he returned to Nanjiang number 1 middle school. In the principal's office, Chen Ming was sitting at his desk, looking over the materials of number 2 middle school repeatedly. He frowned. I studied all night yesterday, just to help my students find an advantage as quickly as possible. Also for my number 1 middle school to achieve the best results in the league. At this time, Chu Feng knocked on the door and walked in. When Chen Ming saw Chu Feng, his frown instantly relaxed and he couldn't stop smiling. So early? Come on, let me tell you about your opponent, Li Wei. He's a second-level bone-tempering realm warrior. Those in the bone-refining realm refine their bones, and their physical strength is much stronger than those in the skin-refining realm. Whether it's attack power, reaction speed, or defense, a skin-refining realm warrior can't compare to a bone-forging realm warrior. Chen Ming explained the difference in detail. Of course, he also knew that Chu Feng now mastered the 4th-level Thunderfinger, which had extremely strong attack power. But still be careful. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Of course you don't have to worry too much. You are very powerful, but your realm is temporarily unable to keep up. It took him a whole year to successfully break through the bone-tempering realm. It's normal for his combat power to be a little higher. When you meet a bone-forging realm warrior, just treat him normally. After all, you only practiced for 2 days. Saying, Chen Ming's eyes widened instantly. He looked at Chu Feng, especially the faint black glow emanating from Chu Feng's body, his eyes full of disbelief. No, you just forged your bones? The Iron Bone Realm, the early stage of the bone-tempering realm, will greatly strengthen your bones, and then turn them into a light silver-gray color. This silver-gray color will appear as a very slight black iron sheen on the skin. As a 6th-level warrior, Chen Ming. He was very keenly aware of the black iron-colored luster on Chu Feng's body, and it was obvious that he had broken through to the bone-tempering realm. I've made a breakthrough. It doesn't feel that difficult. Chu Feng actually hasn't broken through yet. He just relies on the virtual real method to maintain his current realm. He deliberately disguised his cultivation level as level 2, level 1, just to see if Principal Chen Ming could discover his disguise. Now, Chen Ming seemed completely unaware that his true cultivation level was only the 9th level of the 1st stage. If the method of falsehood and reality can deceive even Chen Ming, it can basically deceive most warriors. Chen Ming stood there in a daze. He was first shocked at Chu Feng's cultivation level, and then ecstatic. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Chu Feng's side. He pinched Chu Feng's arm and carefully observed every bone in his body. A full quarter of an hour later, he let out a deep breath. It really is, level 2, level 1. It's just that his cultivation is a bit superficial, and his bones are not completely iron-made. It is obvious that he has just entered the 1st level of the 2nd stage. Among them, what shocked Chen Ming the most was that Chu Feng's cultivation speed is fast, and the key is that he doesn't have any sequelae. You know, the way a warrior practices is to strengthen himself by destroying his body. The process of cultivation is bound to cause harm to the body. The faster you practice, the easier it is to accumulate hidden injuries, and you will need corresponding high-level elixirs to allow your body to recover and adapt to the powerful strength that is unique to warriors. Therefore, many warriors, even Chen Ming, had some hidden injuries on his body. It is an accidental mistake during practice that will cause irreparable damage to the body. And Chu Feng, the whole body is intact, both the skin and bones are polished to almost perfection. There are only 2 ways to achieve Chu Feng's physical condition. Or, warriors are very careful and try to do every step of their training perfectly without making any mistakes. Carefully polish your body and try not to leave any hidden injuries. Or, it is the talent that can speed up the body's recovery. That kind of self-recovery talent allows warriors to practice at will without worrying about any problems with their bodies. Because of this talent of the body's self-awakening, it can repair 99% of physical injuries. Chu Feng cultivated so quickly. There were no hidden injuries on his body, not even the slightest trace of training. All I can say is, he must have awakened an advanced talent with recovery ability. But a warrior can only awaken one talent, unless he is at the 7th level. So, draw conclusions. Chu Feng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder not only possesses unparalleled attack power, but also has unparalleled recovery ability, and can even directly double its own lightning damage. Is it really necessary to exaggerate this 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? It's not an S-level talent at all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's an SSS-level talent. Hiss. Chen Ming took a deep breath. After a full quarter of an hour of silence, he threw away the information he had been studying all night. It doesn't matter. You have the strength of the second-level bone-tempering realm, plus the Thunder Finger and that abnormal body movement. In today's Four Schools League, no one can stop you. By the way, what's the name of your body movement technique? 3,000 Thunders. Chu Feng replied. Chen Ming nodded after hearing this. It was a very good name, which matched Chu Feng's unparalleled speed. This is a sure thing. Once Jiang Hao and Lu Hu arrive, we'll set off immediately. At this time, there was a sound of conversation outside the door. They are Chu Feng's other two teammates. Chapter 30. Jiang Hao is dumbfounded. Brother Hao, you've reached the 8th level of the first stage? Outside the door, Lu Hu felt that Jiang Hao's aura had become even stronger and couldn't help but envy him. For Jiang Hao, this genius, since he became enlightened not long ago, breaking through the realm has become as easy as eating and drinking water. This is not. It hasn't been long, and there's another breakthrough. Jiang Hao felt a little proud when he heard this. Of course, with Elder Dan's assistance, he can achieve twice the result with half the effort in his cultivation. But Jiang Hao was not proud. He waved his hand and said, "It's all hard work and sweat, nothing special." Inspired by Chu Feng yesterday, he went back and practiced hard all night, successfully breaking through a small realm. With the help of Dan Lao's plug-in. Now, the gap between him and Chu Feng was definitely getting smaller and smaller. No, it should be getting bigger and bigger. Chu Feng is only at the 3rd level of the First Order. If it weren't for his powerful inheritance, Jiang Hao was confident that Chu Feng would never be his opponent. Once I break through to the 2nd level, I should be able to easily make up for this gap. Thinking, he confidently pushed open the door of the principal's office. He clearly revealed his aura of having just broken through to the 8th level of the first stage, intending to slightly dampen Chu Feng's momentum from yesterday. By the way, improve your status in Chen Ming's heart so that you can gain more resources in the future. Good morning, Principal Chen. Before the principal even finished speaking, Jiang Hao couldn't take his eyes off him. He saw that Chu Feng's skin was emitting a light green sheen. Was this the Jade Skin Realm? Aren't they all at least at the 7th level of the First Order? Yesterday he was at the 3rd level of the First Order, and today he broke through to the 7th level of the First Order. How can this be called cultivation? This is like riding a rocket, right? Jiang Hao couldn't believe it. It must be my eyes playing tricks on me. I am not fully awake yet and I must have seen it wrong. He closed the door, went out and came back in, and after repeating this 3 times, he was picked up by Chen Ming. Stop wasting time here. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Chen Ming carried Jiang Hao. Taking Chu Feng and Lu Hu, they boarded the school bus and headed to the big forest in the suburbs of Nanjing to participate in the Four School League. Along the way, Jiang Hao's eyes were somewhat dull. It was hard for him to accept it. He had practiced hard for an entire night and finally broke through to the 8th level of the first stage. And Chu Feng? He broke through from the 3rd level of the first stage to the 7th level of the first stage in just one day. You know, it took Jiang Hao a whole year to cultivate from the 1st level of the first stage to the 7th level of the first stage. In Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao looked at his empty eyes, and instead of comforting him, he hit him hard. Who said Chu Feng is at the 7th level of the first rank? Isn't it? Isn't the jade-like luster on his skin the most striking sign of the Jade Skin Realm? Jiang Hao asked back. As a warrior at the Jade Skin Realm, he is most familiar with this. Not only is it green, there's also a faint hint of black iron. Chu Feng's cultivation is at the 2nd level of the Bone Tempering Realm. Dan Lao clearly pointed out some of the color on Chu Feng's skin. Hit him mercilessly. And Jiang Hao? He broke free from Chen Ming's right hand, crawled to Chu Feng's side, and took Chu Feng's hand to observe it carefully. Finally, the black iron color that Dan Lao mentioned was found in Chu Feng's hand. You? Are you in the Bone Tempering Realm? Jiang Hao asked tremblingly. He didn't dare to open his eyes, hoping it was my hallucination. Yeah, I just broke through. What's wrong? Chu Feng explained softly. After all, his real cultivation level was only the 9th level of the first stage, not the true Bone Tempering Realm, so naturally he didn't have that kind of confidence. No. It's okay. Jiang Hao let go of Chu Feng's hand and slowly sat back in his seat. The gap between people. There is no comparison at all. He looked helplessly at the roof of the car. In front of Chu Feng, the harder he tried, the more useless he seemed. At this time, Dan Lao and Jiang Hao's mind spoke. Dan Lao is a 7th level warrior. Not only has he awakened his secondary talent, he also possesses powerful soul power. In the close contact just now, he saw through Chu Feng's disguise clearly. Chu Feng's 2nd level bone tempering realm is fake. Chu Feng's real cultivation level is only the 1st level. Pretending? Jiang Hao took a deep breath. That's great, that's what he said. He works so hard, how could he not be as good as Chu Feng? What is Chu Feng's cultivation level? Level 1, level 9, said Elder Dan. Jiang Hao. Is there any difference? Chu Feng was at level 3 yesterday and level 9 today. Wouldn't it be level 2, level 7 if we climb tomorrow? How do you compare and play this? Don't be impatient. Dan Lao explained steadily. Chu Feng must have obtained a powerful inheritance. He even tricked me just now. This shows that Chu Feng's inheritance is very powerful. It's normal for him to upgrade quickly in the early stages, but upgrading too quickly is not necessarily a good thing. As a warrior, you also know that training will inevitably harm your body. Practicing too quickly will definitely leave many hidden injuries. If these hidden injuries are not repaired in time, they will definitely affect the martial arts realm of the warrior in the future. So, I can be sure that Chu Feng's body must be aching all over right now. This hidden injury is the price he pays for rapidly advancing his realm. It will affect the speed of his future cultivation. Jiang Hao heard this. It's like I've found hope again. Indeed, he knew from his own practice that the process of practice is to temper the body, and if the body is damaged, it takes time to repair. Chu Feng is practicing so fast, there must be many injuries in his body that have not yet healed. And those injuries that have not been repaired. It will definitely affect his future cultivation speed. Simply put, just because Chu Feng is practicing fast now doesn't mean he can keep practicing so fast. Thinking of this, confidence rekindled in Jiang Hao's eyes. Chu Feng sighed. He was unaware of all this, and was just silently thinking about how to kill more ferocious beasts and make greater profits for himself. Soon, several people came to a large gymnasium outside the Nanjiang forest. The 4-school league was held in a designated area in the forest. There are many drones and cameras in the forest, and these devices will transmit the images back in real time to ensure fairness. As for the rules of the game, all you have to do is kill the ferocious beasts within the specified time. The more you kill, the higher the score you will get. You can also beat students from other schools to steal their scores. Chen Ming took Chu Feng and others into the gymnasium to register. There is a huge screen in the gymnasium. If you look closely, you will see that the big screen is made up of densely packed small screens, each of which broadcasts real-time images from the Nanjiang forest. Just as several people were registering, a student wearing the number 2 middle school uniform rushed up to Jiang Hao with great momentum. Are you Jiang Hao, the strongest student in number 1 middle school? Jiang Hao was not surprised to see someone provoking him like this. This kind of thing, he has experienced a lot. However, I can't say I'm the strongest, but I'm probably the 2nd strongest. Even if you insist on saying that I am the strongest, I will admit it. It is a matter of time. As Elder Dan said, Chu Feng practiced fast in the early stage, which would leave a lot of hidden injuries. He will definitely be inferior to himself in the later stage. Thinking about, Jiang Hao asked back. Who are you? Do I know you? Chapter 31, 1 billion. Don't know him? Li Wei couldn't believe it. He was the only warrior in the 2nd level of bone forging realm in this class of Nanjiang Middle School. I am so strong, but number 1 middle school doesn't even know about me? Humph. I'll let you know my name, Grandpa Li, soon. After saying that, he turned and left. Li Wei was just trying to show off before the game, but now it seems that number 1 middle school is so ungrateful, he must teach them a lesson later. In the league, students from other schools can be eliminated. By then, he chased after the students from number 1 middle school and beat them up, making them rank last in the league, so that they would know how to respect the strong. Until Li Wei left. Jiang Haozai finally reacted and said why it looked so familiar. It turns out that I had known about it before and seen photos. The strongest warrior in the 2nd level bone tempering realm in number 2 middle school is not that strong in the bone tempering realm. His Bajiquan is a 4th level martial art. With the help of Bajiquan, Jiang Hao is confident that he can fight Li Wei head on. Alright. Chen Ming had finished registering with a few people at this time. He waved. The 4-school league is about to begin. Jiang Hao and Lu Hu will both follow Chu Feng's instructions. Chu Feng is strong enough to fight Li Wei on equal terms. As he said that, he led a few people to the spectator seats. He patiently explained the rules of the competition, mainly to Chu Feng. After all, it was normal that Chu Feng was not very clear about the 4-school league yesterday. The rules are not complicated. It's just about killing the beast, not that difficult. However, you need to be careful not to break the rules, kill people, or leave the designated area. In addition to the rules of the game, Chen Ming also introduced several referees to Chu Feng. The judges are specially recruited teachers from various universities. They are not responsible for grading, but only for selecting talents for their own universities. Did you see the man in the black martial arts uniform sitting at the front of the referee's table? He's a specially recruited teacher at Shenzhou University, the strongest school in Dragon Country. Shenzhou University is quite generous. Last time, when they saw a promising young talent, they offered 1 billion yuan to poach him on the spot. Chen Ming introduced. Chu Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. If 1 billion is converted into spirit stones, that would be 1,000 pieces, right? With 1,000 spirit stones, Chu Feng is confident that he can raise his realm to the 9th level of Qi training, which is equivalent to a 3rd order 9th level flesh tempering realm warrior. If there are enough resources, Chu Feng's martial arts level can also be improved rapidly. By more high-level pills, it's easy to break through to the 2nd level warrior. Don't think it's over 1 billion yuan. It's just the tuition. People pay tuition to enroll, and Shenzhou University pays tuition for enrollment. After entering Shenzhou University, all kinds of skills and elixirs are available. There are also special teachers to guide us. As long as we can complete the monthly assessments, we can easily make tens of billions a month. Saying, Chu Feng couldn't help but be moved. He didn't expect that the treatment at Shenzhou University would be so good. Then why would you want to be a beast hunter? You have to pass the exam. In addition to the strongest Shenzhou University, there is also Baichao Tongji Medical University, which is the strongest alchemy university in Longhua. As well as Lingxiao Institute of Technology, it is also the best weapon-making university in Longhua, forging weapons. Powerful weapons can easily improve the combat effectiveness of warriors. For example, the soft armor without a sharp edge on Chu Feng's body. It can greatly improve Chu Feng's defense and survivability. After wearing the edgeless soft armor, the attacks of the 2nd level bone forging realm warriors can basically not break Chu Feng's defense. Except for the top universities in Longhua, most of the well-known universities are here. It's a 4-school league. In fact, it is a special recruitment that concerns the future reputation and even life and death of several schools. Soon, a deep broadcast voice spread throughout the venue. Everyone, please prepare to enter. The league will start in 10 minutes. Hear the sound. Chen Ming took Chu Feng and the other two out of the spectator seats and came to the outer area of the Nanxiang forest. He then gave the map to Chu Feng and introduced the corresponding rules. Once the game starts, you can enter it, kill the beasts and earn points. Chu Feng and his companions put on the corresponding equipment. It's a bracelet. It's called the scoring ring, and it can protect the players from harm at critical moments. It is also possible to collect the players' scores. The main way for the contestants to kill the ferocious beast is to smash the scorer on the beast's head, and then the bracelet will record the corresponding score on the scorer. By plundering the wristbands of students from other schools, you can eliminate other students. Final. The school with the highest score will be the first in this league. During Chu Feng's preparation, Li Wei from number 2 middle school rushed over again. He didn't recognize Chu Feng, who had just arrived. From all the information he knew, he only knew that Jiang Hao was the strongest. So, Li Wei rushed to Jiang Hao and then showed off his muscles. He. Now you know who I am? A 2nd level warrior is naturally stronger than a 1st level warrior. Now give me the scoring ring, and I can save you from taking a few more beatings. Jiang Hao had no choice but to nod and say yes. What else can I do? I can't take action now, otherwise I'll kill him with one punch. In the gymnasium, teachers from various universities watched the performance of students from the 4 major middle schools through surveillance. Especially after seeing Li Wei, they couldn't help but talk about it. Is this the strongest middle school student this year? I feel a little impatient. Besides, the first level of the second stage isn't that impressive. I remember the most impressive one reached the 7th level of the second stage in just 1 year. Talent is above average, combat capability needs to be tested, and mentality is a bit impetuous. Overall evaluation, C+. Fan Yu, a special recruitment teacher at Shenzhou University, looked at the screen silently. In the end, he labeled Li Wei as unqualified in his mind. Their university would rather have no one than have unqualified students. If there are no suitable candidates, they would rather not recruit students. Of course, if there is money, I will not be stingy no matter how much it costs. At this time, the radio sounded again. Please enter the Nanjiang Forest, everyone. In 1 minute, the scoring ring will officially begin. Outside the Great Forest. Finally, Chen Ming gave 3 packages of beast meat and qi and blood pills to the 3 people. These things can help warriors recover their strength quickly and are very useful at critical moments. Finally, he said patiently. The strongest of the beasts in the center of the forest can reach the 9th level of the second stage, and may even possess some special abilities. I don't recommend you go. After all, almost no one can defeat a level 2, level 9 beast. However, challenging powerful beasts is a great opportunity for you to show yourself in front of the special recruitment teachers. If you want to get into a good university, you have to grit your teeth and try to challenge yourself. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Feng. It was obvious that they wanted Chu Feng to give it a try. After all, the speed of 3,000 thunders was obvious to all. Even a second-order 9th level ferocious beast might not be Chu Feng's opponent. Chu Feng nodded. Even if Chen Ming didn't say it, he would definitely try it. After all, there is a lucky bag reward for killing a ferocious beast, so if you can kill it, you must kill it. He then led Jiang Hao and the other man into the forest. Chapter 32 The Powerful Silverback Wolf. After entering the forest, Chu Feng said that they should act separately. His strength should be enough to sweep the entire venue. Bringing Jiang Hao and the other 2 with him would make it inconvenient for him to move. The only problem with acting separately is that Jiang Hao is likely to be surrounded and killed. But it's not a big problem. When the time comes, Chu Feng will just snatch it back for him, right? Thinking. The azure lightning covered Chu Feng's whole body. He turned into a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky above the forest and heading towards the center according to the map. There is a powerful beast in the center of the forest. Killing it will give you a lot of points, and the lucky bag it drops will also be of a high level. The most important thing is, Principal Chen said that this is a very good opportunity to show off. There was no reason for Chu Feng to ignore the generous rewards of being specially recruited. Nanjiang Forest Core Area. The trees here grow very lushly, with thick trunks rising into the sky, and there are many powerful and ferocious beasts around them. As soon as Chu Feng entered the core area, he encountered a python covered with green scales. When they are coiled together, they are 6 meters long. If it were to unfold, it would definitely be a giant python of exaggerated size. According to the map given by Chen Ming, this is a green-scaled snake, with the strength of the 7th level of the second stage. The scales all over its body have super strong defensive power and can defend against attacks of the 9th level of the second stage. Chu Feng was not afraid at all when he saw the green-scaled snake. Just right. I'll use him as a starting point to test the power of the thunder finger that I just learned. 3,000 winds and thunders are blowing with full firepower. With a sizzling sound, transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning. Before the green-scaled snake could react, he had already slashed across its body. Thunder refers to the full power. The terrifying force directly pressed on a scale on the green-scaled snake's head, shattering it fiercely. He also knocked the green-scaled snake away fiercely. It knocked down a big tree and startled a large flock of birds. However, although the green-scaled snake was knocked away and a piece of its scales was broken, it did not suffer serious injuries. The defensive power provided by Qinglin is really abnormal. Even if Chu Feng's thunder finger reached the power of the 2nd level and 7th level, he could still kill the enemy with one strike. It just shattered the scales. The skull was not blown open, nor could the 9 heavens divine thunder be injected into it, so no fatal damage was caused. The snake's defense. A bit strong. Chu Feng showed up. His right finger twitched slightly, and the power of his attack just now was almost full. The super high speed combined with the 4th level martial art of Thunder Finger made Chu Feng confident that his attack had definitely reached the 9th level of the 2nd level. Such a powerful attack only broke a scale of the green-scaled snake. From this we can see that the green-scaled snake's defense is indeed abnormal, far more abnormal than what is written on Chen Ning's map. At this time, the attacked green-scaled snake quickly moved its body. He roared at Chu Feng. Hiss! As the king of the forest, it was beaten up as soon as it came up. This human was really too much. With a swish, the green-scaled snake sprang into action, opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Chu Feng fiercely. In the forest, Chu Feng looked at the ferocious green-scaled snake with a flickering gaze. Should I just run away? I just arrived. If I run away, it will be a huge disgrace. After all, there are too many cameras in this forest. There is a high probability that my performance has been recorded. If you run away, it's not a waste to miss the opportunity to perform in front of the special recruitment teacher. But if you don't run, he couldn't break the beast's scale defense because the green scales were too hard. It would be a waste of time to continue to dwell on it. While Chu Feng was thinking, he looked at the green-scaled snake in the air. Soon, he had a solution. The azure lightning covered his body again, and he once again slashed across the green-scaled snake's head at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The green-scaled snake was not afraid of Chu Feng's attack at all. It also knew that Chu Feng could not break its defense, so it twisted its body in the air, and its snake body showed an attitude as if it wanted to strangle Chu Feng. Only, this time, although Chu Feng came to the snake's head, he did not attack the snake's scales. Instead, he stabbed his fingers fiercely into the green-scaled snake's eyes. He poked the green-scaled snake's left eye out in one go. This blow, the green-scaled snake struggled violently, but it was not fatal. The green-scaled snake twisted its body, and its desire to attack Chu Feng became stronger and stronger. But Chu Feng's attack is not over yet. The 9 heavens divine thunder followed its left eye and penetrated into the green-scaled snake's head with a crackling sound. The powerful lightning carbonized the green-scaled snake's brain on the spot. The green-scaled snake died on the spot. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his whole body twitching. Chu Feng showed up again, came to the front of the green-scaled snake, opened its mouth, took out the scorer from its mouth, and added points to his own scoring ring. Drop. Kill the green-scaled snake, score plus 1,291. More than 1,000 points, not bad. Remember, the previous highest record was only 3,000 points, right? It's a pity that no lucky bag dropped. Chu Feng thought about putting the green-scaled snake's body into the system space. Such a big snake would definitely sell for a lot of money. Afterwards, he continued to go deeper into the forest, killing as many ferocious beasts as possible to increase his score. Of course, lucky bags are also essential. Stadium. Special recruitment teachers here. On the largest screen in front of them was playing a scene of Li Wei and 2 other students from number 2 middle school fighting a silver-backed wolf. Because Li Wei is the strongest student at the moment. Therefore, the special recruitment teacher's attention was naturally focused on Li Wei, to see if this so-called genius could have any outstanding performance. Now, the battle between Li Wei and the second level, second stage silverback wolf was fierce. The teachers were also fascinated by the scene. No one noticed that Chu Feng's name quietly took first place on the score list. First, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second, Zhang Hao, 99 points. Third, Xian Mengmeng, 53 points. Fourth, battle on the big screen. Li Wei and the second level, second grade silverback wolf were evenly matched, and the man and the beast wrestled with each other. The silverback wolf knocked Li Wei to the ground, opened its big mouth full of fangs, and bit Li Wei's neck fiercely. And Li Wei? He tried his best to pry open the silverback wolf's big mouth with both hands, and would not let the silverback wolf bite him no matter what. Once bitten by a silverback wolf, once the scoring ring's protection mechanism was triggered, he would be eliminated. Help me. Li Wei's other 2 teammates punched and kicked the silverback wolf, but the effect was average, or almost non-existent. The gap in realm is too big. In addition, without any powerful martial arts, the attacks from the other 2 first-level warriors on the silver-backed wolf were no different from scraping. Li Wei's martial arts is also first level, and his attack power is not strong. The talent is B-level Iron Wall, which increases defense. The key is to fight at a higher level. This is why he had such a hard time dealing with a level 2, stage 2 silverback wolf. Fortunately, Li Wei's two teammates still used their brains. A man used his fingers to pinch the silver-backed wolf's eyes, causing the wolf to howl. Take this opportunity. Li Wei broke free from his restraints, pressed down on the silver-backed wolf's head and hammered it hard, unleashing 5 or 6 first-level martial arts. Finally, relying on the power of the second-level bone-tempering realm, he hammered the silver-backed wolf to death. A fierce battle. He also received the silverback score, 226 points. A very high score. You know, the highest record is only more than 3,000 points. As long as Li Wei kills a dozen more silverback wolves, he can firmly take the first place. Ha! He exhaled deeply and collapsed weakly on the leaf-covered ground in the forest. Now, my score is directly first, right? Too bad I can't see it. I really want to see myself ranked first and see the shocked looks of other middle schools. Chapter 33 Part 1. Li Wei was lying in the Nanjiang forest, very satisfied with his achievements. A score of over 200. It's enough for other warriors to catch up for a while. Generally speaking, a first-level ferocious beast would only have a maximum score of 80 or 90 points. If one wanted to surpass him by more than 200 points, he would have to kill at least 3 first-level 9th-level ferocious beasts. But how could a first-order 9th-level ferocious beast be so easy to kill? Even if he is a second-level warrior, it will take time to kill them one by one. Not to mention other first-level leather refining warriors. For a warrior in the skin refining realm, killing a first-order 9th-level ferocious beast would probably be as difficult as it would be for him to kill this second-order silver-backed wolf. And the apparent combat effectiveness? He was the only one at the second level of bone-tempering realm, while those from other schools were at the skin refining realm. I vaguely remember that there seemed to be a new warrior named Chu Feng in number 1 middle school, and his registered cultivation level was the 9th level of the first stage. Although the first level 9 is the pinnacle of the leather refining realm. But compared with his second level bone tempering realm, there is a world of difference. Li Wei is confident. If he meets Chu Feng, he can beat 2 of them with one hand. So, with more than 200 points in hand, this is a sure win. Even though he only masters a first level martial art, his fighting ability is definitely the strongest among all novices. As for why he only mastered the first level of martial arts, there's nothing I can do. All my time is spent on improving my realm, so where is the extra time left to learn martial arts? It is enough to master a first-level martial art. When you reach a higher level, you can slowly learn higher-level martial arts, right? Now is the time to lay the foundation. Li Wei didn't believe that someone would practice high-level martial arts in the early stage and master it proficiently. How difficult is it to learn high-level martial arts? Wouldn't it be better to use that time to learn advanced martial arts and improve your martial arts realm by 2 more levels? The realm of martial arts is the real power. While thinking, Li Wei and 2 teammates continued to go deeper into the Nanjiang forest, looking for powerful beasts to fight. Try to kill a few more second-level beasts and get as close to the 3,000-point record as possible. Find a few more second-level ferocious beasts similar to the silverback wolf and kill them. 200 points on one head. At least 15 must be killed. With a 6-hour competition, an average of 2.5 must be killed per hour. The task is still a bit heavy. Certainly. Stronger beasts, such as some second-order 7th level or even second-order 8th level beasts, have more points. But I can't beat him. It's also easy to be killed in return, so there's no need to provoke them. Li Wei also didn't believe that other warriors could defeat the ferocious beast that even he, a second-level warrior, couldn't defeat. Even if all the first-level warriors are added together. I guess it's impossible to kill a second-order, 7th level ferocious beast, right? Higher-level ferocious beasts are too weak. You either need to have powerful talents or high-level martial arts, otherwise don't even think about fighting them. Li Wei put this idea behind him. Among all the contestants, he is invincible as long as he doesn't touch the butts of high-level beasts. Just kill the beast with confidence. By then, when the competition is almost over, you can plunder the results of other players and win the first place with certainty. On the big screen in the stadium. As Li Wei and his 2 companions killed the silver-backed wolf, the special recruitment teachers also had a brief discussion. I don't think he's very strong. He's been fighting a level 2, stage 2 silverback wolf for so long. If he had met a slightly stronger one, he would have been eliminated immediately. It seems that this second level Li Wei still has limited talent. Many talented warriors have time to practice some powerful martial arts when they are in the cultivation realm. At the same realm, the more high-level martial arts they master, the more talented they are. This Li Wei can barely be considered a genius. After all, among all the warriors, his realm is the highest and his combat power is probably the strongest. There is no doubt about that. Indeed, to be able to kill a level 2, second stage silverback wolf, one must have exceptional talent. Judging from the standards of previous years, Li Wei can definitely be ranked in the upper echelons. You have to know that in last year's Nanjiang City 4 Schools League, there wasn't even a single second-level warrior. You don't want it, but I want Li Wei. I want one too, don't fight with me. Stop talking nonsense, set a clear price, and compete fairly. Following the discussion among the teachers, everyone got into a heated argument and almost started fighting over Li Wei. The principal of number 2 middle school watched the scene and almost couldn't stop laughing. He looked up at the principals of the other 3 high schools with disdain. His arrogant eyes seemed to be saying, "How about my genius?" Special recruitment is only beneficial to students, but being first in the league is beneficial to the entire school. If number 2 middle school can win the first place in the league, it will be able to greatly improve the school's reputation and thereby plunder the outstanding students of the entire Nanjiang City. Good students can naturally develop good grades. Such a virtuous cycle. Sooner or later, their number 2 middle school will be able to overtake the other 3 middle schools and become the strongest middle school in all of Nanjiang City. The principal of number 1 middle school, Chen Ming, just curled his lips in the face of the pride of number 2 middle school. He believed that Chu Feng will not let himself down. Among the specially recruited teachers, none of the teachers at the strongest university in Dragon Country commented on this. They have no shortage of talented students. Li Wei's cultivation level is only at the second level, level 1, but he can't even defeat a second level, level 2 ferocious beast. He is really too weak. If it weren't for the help of teammates, he would have basically been killed. So, top universities' specially recruited teachers basically look down on Li Wei unless he has connections. Fang Yu from Shenzhou University? He stared at the screen silently, but he was not surprised at all. It seems that I will return empty-handed again this time. But it's normal. There aren't that many geniuses. It's not surprising that I haven't met one. They at Shenzhou University would rather have no one than someone of inferior quality. For someone like Li Wei, Fang Yu would never take him back even if Shenzhou University had no more students to recruit. As Li Wei killed the second-level second-stage silverback wolf, there have also been some minor changes in the rankings. First, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second, Li Wei, 226 points. Third, Jiang Hao, 99 points. Fourth. At this moment, some teachers noticed the rankings and were shocked to discover that Li Wei was not number 1. I don't know where the first one came from. Over 1,200 points, 6 times Li Wei's score. Look! The leaderboard. An exclamation drew all the teachers' attention to the ranking list. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Chu Feng's score on the leaderboard. Over 1,200 points, and this guy killed 6 silverback wolves? 6 of them. Just now, a single silverback wolf almost killed Li Wei. If 6 silverback wolves came together, they could probably wipe out the entire group of contestants, right? Such a high score, could it be that Chu Feng killed a late-stage second-order beast? Impossible. I'd rather believe that Chu Feng killed 6 silver-backed wolves. Don't you know how powerful a late-stage second-order beast is? Even 12 silver-backed wolves, let alone 6, can't possibly be a match for a single 7th-order second-order beast. Chapter 34 Monitoring. High-level ferocious beasts have thick skin and flesh. Like the green-scaled snake that Chu Feng faced before, even if the silver-backed wolf's teeth broke it, it would be impossible to break the green-scaled snake's defense. All the special recruitment teachers are very clear about this. That's why it was so unbelievable when I saw Chu Feng's score. I feel like there might be a system error, otherwise how could Chu Feng's score be so high? Yes, how long has the competition been going on? And they killed a late-stage second-order beast? That doesn't make sense. The strongest is only the first level of the second stage, right? If Li Wei faces a ferocious beast in the late second stage, he will be dead. Even if Chu Feng is trying to kill a second stage early stage beast, it will take time to kill them one by one, right? At this time, Fang Yu stood up. He didn't really believe Chu Feng's score. Because it was too fast and the score was too high. Too outrageous. Fang Yu has participated in countless four-school leagues in Nanjiang City, but he has never seen anyone score more than 1,000 points in such a short time. This made him suspect that there was something fishy going on. Someone is cheating. Fang Yu snorted coldly. The aura unique to a 7th-level blood-moving realm warrior instantly overwhelmed a large group of people. Check. Investigate thoroughly. Of course, it is possible that Chu Feng really has this ability. But no matter whether it was fake or he was really strong, he had to know all the information about Chu Feng immediately. The scene is full of surveillance cameras. The net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. No one can escape his sharp eyes under this all-round surveillance. What is the specific situation? Once the surveillance footage is turned on, everything will be clear. Fang Yu is a specially recruited teacher at Shenzhou University, the strongest university in Dragon Country. He holds a very high position. What he said was carried out almost immediately. The staff screened Chu Feng's scoring ring and searched for surveillance records. Targeted screening is extremely efficient and the entire cause and effect can be known in just a few minutes. In the gymnasium, in the spectator seats. When Chen Ming, the principal of number 1 middle school, saw Chu Feng's score, he raised his head unconsciously. Looking at the principal of number 2 middle school, the provocation in his eyes was evident. How about my genius? The principal of number 2 middle school, Shen Zhu, gritted his teeth. He was unhappy and naturally felt that there was something wrong with Chu Feng's grades. Said harshly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be faking it. Once the surveillance footage comes out, you'll be expelled from the league and become a disgrace to the entire Nanjiang City. Shen Zhu didn't believe Chu Feng's score at all. Because their second-level bone-tempering realm warriors had only just managed to kill a second-layer silver-backed wolf. I worked hard and got more than 200 points. And 1 middle school. There was no second-level warrior on the surface, but his score was nearly 6 times his own. Is this correct? It's obvious that something is wrong. It must be a special method, either hiring foreign aid, or using some equipment that is expressly prohibited in the competition. Otherwise, how could it be possible that his score was higher than that of his own second-level warrior? Chen Ming was not at all panicked when facing Shen Zhu's questioning. Didn't even bother to answer. It was only because he had witnessed Chu Feng's fighting ability with his own eyes and believed in Chu Feng's strength. Words are always pale. By then, when the surveillance video comes out, won't the truth be revealed? At this time, the big screen image in the gymnasium changes. Chu Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a scene where the game had not yet started and Chu Feng was still with Chen Ming. When Shen Zhu, the principal of number 2 middle school, saw that the surveillance footage had been called up, he couldn't help but sneer. Humph. The evidence is irrefutable. I will definitely bring your reputation to ruin. On the big screen. As the competition began, Chu Feng stepped into the examination room. He decided to act separately, then turned into a blue lightning and disappeared from the screen at an extremely fast speed. Everyone watched the scene. Especially after seeing Chu Feng's lightning-fast speed, they all gasped. What level of martial arts was that just now? It was so fast. I looked at the information and Chu Feng isn't at the 9th level of the first order? Why does it feel like Chu Feng's speed is as fast as a second-order 9th level warrior using perfect body movement skills? Can a first-level warrior really have this speed? Where's the principal of number 1 middle school? Give me an explanation. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming just scratched his head. The contestant's information was submitted yesterday. Yesterday he had overestimated Chu Feng as much as possible. He didn't expect Chu Feng to be able to break through to the second level of bone-tempering realm today. There was nothing to explain, he said the truth. Chu Feng just achieved a breakthrough yesterday and hasn't had time to modify the data yet. When the teachers heard this, they found it reasonable. It is reasonable to break through from the 9th level of the first stage to the first level of the second stage in one night. Etc. Wrong. Even a level 2, level 1 cultivator couldn't be this fast. Li Wei, who is also at the second level, does not have this kind of combat power at all. Some special recruitment teachers wanted to continue asking questions, but seeing that Chen Ming had no desire to answer, they did not dare to continue asking. Read on. Chu Feng's performance and how he achieved a score of over 1,200 points will all be fully revealed in the surveillance video. Beside Chen Ming. Upon hearing this, Shinju, the principal of number 2 middle school, felt a little uncomfortable. The main thing is that there is nothing to find fault with. Chu Feng is young and has a high level of cultivation. The key point is that judging from the speed just now, his combat effectiveness is not at the same level as Li Wei of my own family. If Chu Feng was as strong as shown in the replay just now, that wouldn't his own second-level bone-tempering realm be severely crushed, or even become a stepping stone for Chu Feng? Shinju turned and looked at Chen Ming from number 1 middle school. After seeing the relaxed expression on Chen Ming's face, he felt even more depressed. Said unhappily. Humph. What are you so proud of? Did you resort to some shady tactics? We'll have to keep watching. Specially recruited teachers. Fang Yu looked at the screen, his eyes flickering, with a hint of excitement of discovering a genius in his eyes. He can see it. Although Chu Feng is at the second level, the first level, his realm is exactly the same as Li Wei's at the scene. But the fighting power of the two. Judging from his movements just now, Ten Li Weiss probably wouldn't be a match for Chu Feng. It feels like Chu Feng might really have killed a late-stage second-order ferocious beast. But what killed him? Still have some doubts. The ferocious beasts in the late second stage are all very strong. Some of them have extremely abnormal defenses and are impossible to kill without sufficient means of attack. There are also some ferocious beasts that are extremely agile and roam around in the forest. If you are not fast enough, you can't even touch the fur of others. Moreover, most of the fierce beasts have very strong vitality. If he gets hurt a little, he'll be fine and it won't have much impact at all. Without powerful means, it would be extremely difficult to kill a powerful beast. While Fang Yu was thinking, the picture on the big screen changed again. This time, what appeared on the screen was Chu Feng, and a ferocious green snake in front of Chu Feng. It's a green-scaled snake. The defense of a level 7 beast of the second order even exceeds that of some level 9 beasts of the second order. Chapter 35, Hardworking Jiang Hao. When the teachers saw the green-scaled snake, they couldn't help but be shocked by the defense of this ferocious beast. It's totally unimaginable how a second-level warrior could kill such a powerful beast. If Li Wei came here instead, I'm afraid he would only be able to fill people's stomachs. Chu Feng is only at the second level, first level. Can he really defeat him? Chu Feng was indeed very fast just now, but if his attack power is not strong enough, he will not be able to break through the defense of the green-scaled snake. How can we defeat the green-scaled snake if we can't break its defense? Yes. Chu Feng should be able to outrun it, but defeating or even killing the green-scaled snake is a bit difficult, isn't it? At this time, the teachers were shocked to discover this. The score for killing the green-scaled snake is exactly the same as Chu Feng's current score. They are exactly 1291 points. In other words, Chu Feng did kill the green-scaled snake and successfully obtained the green-scaled snake's points. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Although no one knows how Chu Feng killed it, it is certain that the green-scaled snake was definitely killed by Chu Feng. Not far away, Shinju, the principal of number 2 middle school, still felt that Chu Feng must have used some shameful means. But he didn't continue talking. We know what methods Chen Ming used soon? Just wait and see the results. Stadium. On the big screen. The surveillance video was playing all the time. 2 confrontations. Chu Feng relied on his overwhelming speed to finally use the Thunder Finger to pop the green-scaled snake's eyeballs, and then released the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder with all his strength to crush the green-scaled snake's brain. The whole process takes only a quarter of an hour. After watching it, all the teachers present fell into a long silence without exception. They couldn't help but redefine the second-level warrior. You said Chu Feng is a senior high school student and has only been training for a year? You said this is a warrior at the second level of bone-tempering realm? Let alone the bone-tempering realm, I'm afraid many third-level flesh-tempering realm cultivators wouldn't be able to reach Chu Feng's level, right? Not only is it fast enough to crush the green-scaled snake, but its attack power is also terrifyingly strong. The cultivation levels of the teachers present were at least 4th-level warriors. They can clearly grasp the key points in the battle. In the first confrontation between Chu Feng and the green-scaled snake, the green-scaled snake was severely knocked away by Chu Feng, and was obviously inferior to Chu Feng in strength. And a scale on the green-scaled snake's head was severely shattered. This shows that Chu Feng's attack power is quite abnormal, and it has definitely reached the 9th level of the second stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break the scales of the green-scaled snake. The key part in the end is the eye-poking part. If Chu Feng could only break the scales of the green-scaled snake, it would be impossible to kill the green-scaled snake. Because the green-scaled snake is so tenacious, breaking a few scales can only mean that Chu Feng's attack power exceeds its defense power. But in addition to defense, the green-scaled snake still has vitality. Just when it is coiled up, it is 5 meters long. Its vitality is definitely strong enough. Judging from the attack power of Chu Feng's first attack, this kind of attack strength can easily kill a silver-backed wolf in seconds, but if you want to kill a tenacious green-scaled snake, it will be impossible without 100 or 80 hits. And Chu Feng, with just the second attack, the green-scaled snake, which had abnormal defense and extremely strong vitality, was killed instantly. Chu Feng's talent should be S level, right? And it should be a Thunder attribute combat talent known for its attack power. Just now, I must have injected lightning into the green-scaled snake's head, and then killed it with one strike. This attack power is simply exaggerated. The first attack must have involved martial arts, otherwise it would have been impossible to break the green-scaled snake's skull defense. It's mainly because of his lightning-fast movements that provide him with superb mobility. With his unparalleled speed and superb physical skills, I feel like there's no ferocious beast in the entire forest that can be Chu Feng's opponent, right? Among the specially recruited teachers, Fan Yu from Shenzhou University watched the replay silently, but his heart was already shocked beyond words. He has decided to take this student. This is the talented warrior that I want to recruit. Although both of them were at the first level of the second stage, Chu Feng's fighting ability was much stronger than Li Wei's. If both of them are at the 9th level, so how strong is Chu Feng? Relying on realm to crush the enemy only means that you have practiced for a long time and have better talent. And cross-level combat. Talent is an essential quality for a genius. Chu Feng can kill a ferocious beast of the second level 7 when he is at the second level 1. So if Chu Feng cultivates to the 9th level 1, can he kill a ferocious beast of the 9th level 7? And if Chu Feng cultivates to the 9th level, does it mean that there is no one in the world who can rival him? Is it still possible? Breakthrough to the legendary 10th level? From Fan Yu's perspective, the talent Chu Feng has currently demonstrated can easily rank among the top 10 among all the geniuses he has ever seen. He is a talented warrior with outstanding talent and unlimited potential. The spectator seats on the side. After seeing Chu Feng's performance, Shenju, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, was sure that Chu Feng did not use any illegal means. It was entirely relying on his own strength that he successfully killed the tenacious green-scaled snake. Its combat effectiveness. He is definitely a whole level higher than our own Li Wei. Thinking of this, Shenju showed bitterness on his face. Li Wei, whom he had recruited with great effort, was crushed so casually by Chu Feng. Maybe Chu Feng didn't even notice Li Wei's existence? Shenju couldn't help but look at Chen Ming beside him. After realizing that Chen Ming completely ignored him, he suddenly felt like he was performing like a clown. With Chu Feng's strength, enough to dispel 99% of the doubts. This time, the championship of the 4 School League probably has nothing to do with him, as Chu Feng firmly occupies the first place. He could only barely fight for second place. After this league, Chu Feng will probably be directly recruited by Shenzhou University, get a large amount of training resources, and study at Shenzhou University, the top university in Dragon Country. The reputation of No. 1 Middle School will also soar to its peak. Ah! Shenju couldn't help but sigh. He really wished Chu Feng was his student. At this time, the leaderboards have changed again. First, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second, Jiang Hao, 417 points. Third, Li Wei, 226 points. Fourth, Jiang Hao gained 318 points, successfully surpassing Li Wei and coming to the second place. But, although he added more than 300 points, the total score reached more than 400, but it was still far from enough compared to Chu Feng's 1,200. Someone noticed the change in the rankings. But no one took it to heart. In the Nanjiang forest, Jiang Hao collapsed on the ground powerlessly. In front of him was the smashed body of a giant spider. The spider's body was hit hard and pale green blood flowed all over the ground. A second order, 3rd level beast added a full 318 points. We should be first now. Jiang Hao thought about it and then thought of Chu Feng. I wonder how many points Chu Feng got. Will it be higher than mine? I really want to see it. Jian Hao wanted to see himself ranked above Chu Feng. Don't worry, you'll definitely be number 1. The Bajikwan I taught you, although a 4th-tier martial art, has an attack power that ranks among the best in 5th-tier martial arts. Dan Lao said proudly in Jian Hao's mind. Don't even mention the 2nd level, 3rd level, even if a 2nd level, 6th level beast comes, you can withstand it with Bajikwan. Chu Feng is just a little faster. If he encounters a slightly stronger beast, he won't be able to break through its defense at all. Chapter 36, The Power of the Gibbon King. The core area of Nanjiang Forest. After killing the green-scaled snake, Chu Feng did not pause at all and continued to look for ferocious beasts to fight. There are not many high-level ferocious beasts in the core area. Considering the strength of the contestants, the ferocious beasts here serve more as a deterrent. Generally, no one will challenge. Chu Feng wanted to earn more points, show off more in front of the special recruitment teacher, and get a higher-level lucky bag, so he came directly to the core area. As Chu Feng wandered around the core area, soon he made a discovery. Not far away was a 2-meter-tall ape. The monkey's arms are extremely long, reaching past the knees when hanging down. It has a well-proportioned body and does not have the oppressive feeling of a ferocious beast. At this time, the monkey was playing with a tile in his hand. The palm-sized tile was engraved with mysterious runes and exuded strange power. Chu Feng looked at the monkey, which was slightly taller than him, and his alertness was extremely high. On the map given by Principal Chen, the name of this ape is the Gibbon King. There are 2 of them in the forest, 1 male and 1 female. They are 2nd level, 9th level ferocious beasts. It is the most powerful existence in this forest of the competition. As long as you can kill one, you will get a reward of 2,300 points. Now, the Gibbon King happened to be alone. After killing it, the other one would definitely come running after hearing the noise. Chu Feng killed 2 in a row, and his score easily exceeded 5,000 points, breaking the historical record. More than 5,000 points. I should be able to be noticed by the specially recruited teachers of Shenzhou University, get a reward of 1 billion yuan, and then enter Shenzhou University to study, right? Chu Feng was thinking. A deep blue lightning flashed across his body. Near him, a camera hidden in the dark broadcast everything here back to the gymnasium in real time. The live broadcast was in front of everyone's teachers. In the gymnasium, after watching Chu Feng's previous battle with the green-scaled snake, the teachers gave all the screens to Chu Feng. Now, they looked at the Gibbon King on the screen and Chu Feng's eager figure, and couldn't help but start discussing again. No? The Gibbon King was just there to show off his power, not to challenge you. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Gibbon King is less than 2 meters long, but most of them have mastered some powerful fighting skills, and their combat power is comparable to some 3rd-level beasts. Their fighting skills, combined with their beast-like strength and vitality, would be enough to overwhelm even warriors of the same rank. The key is the 2 of them. They form a pair and are almost inseparable. If Chu Feng can't make a quick decision, he'll probably end up in a 1-on-2 situation. 2 level 2, level 9 beasts are surrounding a level 2, level 1 warrior. No matter how you think about it, it seems there's no chance of winning. Among the teachers, even Fang Yu from Shenzhou University, who was very optimistic about Chu Feng, felt that Chu Feng was going to lose at this moment. Just leave now and don't provoke the Gibbon King and everything will be fine. But, judging from the lightning on Chu Feng's body, it was obvious that he was planning to fight with the Gibbon King. Spectator seats. Shinju, the principal of number 2 middle school, couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the scene on the screen where Chu Feng was preparing the Gibbon King. He had almost felt like giving up. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng dared to find the 2nd level 9th level Gibbon King. If Chu Feng is eliminated here, then according to Chu Feng's score of 1,200, it is very likely that his students will surpass him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stare intently at the big screen. As long as Chu Feng can't defeat the Gibbon King, then number 2 middle school will have a chance to turn the tables. The core area of Nanjiang Forest. The lightning on Chu Feng's body crawled all over his body, and then he turned into a dazzling lightning and rushed straight to the head of the Gibbon King. A ferocious beast like the Gibbon King can be seen at first glance to have poor defense, as long as his thunder finger can hit. So, Chu Feng was confident that he could kill him with one move. Sizzle. While thinking, Chu Feng came in front of the Gibbon King, and the nine heavens divine thunder condensed on his fingers. With unparalleled strength, he pointed his finger at the Gibbon King's head. At this moment, it's as if time has been slowed down infinitely. During this slow motion, the Gibbon King slowly turned around and looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Chu Feng and the Gibbon King looked at each other. I was shocked. The current situation. Chu Feng knew clearly that this was not slow motion, but that the ferocious beast had seen through his actions. It's the first time. Ever since he mastered the 3,000 thunders, his speed has been seen through by others. The green-scaled snake before had no chance to fight back against his attack. Chu Feng's speed and the green-scaled snake's reaction are not at the same level at all, so no matter how weak the green-scaled snake is, he can easily crush it. It just takes a little more effort. The reaction ability of this Gibbon King has completely kept up with its own speed. Combat effectiveness? Definitely not inferior to me. In front of Chu Feng, the Gibbon King looked at him and instantly felt the malice coming from him. This human wants to kill himself. The Gibbon King's eyes showed a ferocious look. He quietly clenched the tile in his palm, then turned his head slightly to avoid Chu Feng's fatal blow. Then he twisted his body and threw a straight punch, hitting Chu Feng in the chest, knocking Chu Feng out. Boom! 1. This punch was powerful and heavy, and Chu Feng was also at high speed. Just like playing badminton. He was knocked back by the attack of the Gibbon King and crashed into several large trees. A big tree fell, startling a flock of birds. And Chu Feng. Finally, he was blocked by a big rock. He felt chest tightness and was seriously injured. If he hadn't been wearing the edgeless soft armor purchased from the System Mall, this would have definitely triggered the scoring ring protection mechanism in his hand. If he was protected by the scoring ring, he would be eliminated. Chu Feng knew that the situation was critical. The Gibbon King is too powerful, and he is at risk of being eliminated at any time. He endured the discomfort in his body. Then the lightning flashed. Be prepared to run away first. There is no need to fight to the death if you can't win. Killing a few more second-order 7th-level beasts will have the same effect. This time, he underestimated the fighting ability of the Gibbon King, thinking that it was a ferocious beast that could be easily dealt with like the green-scaled snake, so he didn't take it seriously. But unexpectedly, the fighting power of this ferocious beast is so strong. When Chu Feng was about to escape, suddenly, a strong sense of crisis spread in his heart. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng increased the speed of 3,000 thunders to the extreme in an instant. The spiritual power in the body is output without reservation. There is also a talent of extreme transformation. It was also activated in an instant, instantly maximizing the power of the nine heavens divine thunder talent. Boom! The sound of violent stone breaking came from behind him. Another Gibbon King. Fine. You have to react quickly, otherwise you will be eliminated on the spot. Just when Chu Feng was feeling relieved, he suddenly discovered that the Gibbon King who had injured him was right in front of him. The situation was critical just now. Chu Feng ran away subconsciously without choosing a direction, but went straight to the Gibbon King who knocked him away. Now, it's all over. He was going too fast and it was too late for him to turn. He could only choose to fight, try his best to avoid getting hurt, and then escape directly past the Gibbon King. Chapter 37 Double Kill. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng came to the side of the Gibbon King. He concentrated his attention, used his fingers to summon the nine heavens divine thunder, and prepared to fight another battle with the Gibbon King. Right here, Chu Feng found that the Gibbon King was a little dazed. The movements seemed to slow down. Wrong. It wasn't that the Gibbon King slowed down, but that I got faster, and much, much faster. Chu Feng's thoughts raced. It only took a moment to understand the reason. His 3,000 thunders were already very fast, not much slower than the Gibbon King. The 3,000 thunders used before did not have the blessing of spiritual energy and was only at the lowest speed. As for why we don't use spiritual energy, there's nothing we can do about it. Spiritual energy is precious, and the less you use, the less you have. Moreover, you still have to maintain the spiritual energy consumption of the virtual and real method. The meager spiritual energy usually absorbed from the air can only barely maintain income and expenditure. How dare I squander it? But the situation was urgent just now, so Chu Feng directly poured all his spiritual power into it, and his talent for gigantic transformation doubled the power of the nine heavens divine thunder. With the double blessing, the speed of 3000 thunders skyrocketed, but the speed of the Gibbon King did not increase at all. So in Xu Feng's eyes, the Gibbon King's movements naturally slowed down, and it was a very slow one. Xu Feng passed by the Gibbon King. The thunder finger swept across his neck without hesitation, and the nine heavens' divine thunder invaded his head in an instant, crushing his brains. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a level 2 9-layer lucky bag. It exploded. Xu Feng was surprised, but he did not open the lucky bag immediately. Instead, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the other Gibbon King. Both Gibbon Kings have the cultivation level of the 9th level of the second stage, and the difference in strength is not big. Naturally, the other one has no ability to fight back in front of Xu Feng. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a level 2 9-layer lucky bag. Another lucky bag. Xu Feng killed 2 Gibbon Kings in a row and slowly emerged, with the spiritual energy in his body almost exhausted. The virtual real method could not be maintained, revealing his original cultivation level of the 9th level of the first stage. Physical strength is also consumed in large quantities due to the use of talents. Xu Feng half knelt on the spot and rested for a while before he began to clean up the battlefield. And the battle scene he just had. All of it was transmitted back to the gymnasium without reservation through cameras hidden throughout the forest. Stadium. The big screen was frozen at the moment when the second Gibbon King appeared and Xu Feng transformed into a blue lightning. It wasn't that the staff paused intentionally. Instead, the nearby monitors were subjected to strong electromagnetic interference, causing signal disorder, so the live broadcast was temporarily interrupted. It must be that Xu Feng's lightning talent is too strong. There was a little unexpected situation. But it's not a big problem. The staff are trying their best to repair it. Once Xu Feng leaves, or the lightning on his body subsides, the live broadcast should be able to return to normal. Inside the venue, the teachers sighed in their hearts as they watched Xu Feng being knocked down. It's over. If I can't even defeat one Gibbon King, let alone 2, I'm bound to lose. Now we can only pray that Xu Feng doesn't get eliminated. With Xu Feng's speed, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Run? Where to run? We're being attacked from both sides. There's no way you can escape. Although Xu Feng is fast, he hasn't been able to distance himself from the Gibbon King. If the Gibbon King wants to chase him, he won't be able to escape. 2 Gibbon Kings can completely encircle and suppress Xu Feng. He can only maneuver for a while, and defeat is only a matter of time. Alas, what a pity. I lost to the Gibbon King. The final score was only over 1,000 points. I'm still over 2,000 points away from the record of 3,000 points. The teachers discussed non-stop. No one thought that Xu Feng could survive the siege of the Gibbon King. Even Fang Yu, the strongest person in the field, thought so. As a specially recruited teacher at Shenzhou University, Fang Yu naturally has a unique vision. But even if it was him, if you put yourself in Xu Feng's situation, you can't think of any way to avoid being eliminated. A Gibbon King might be able to maneuver a bit. But at both ends, it was a hopeless situation. Unless Xu Feng could burst out with several times the speed, he would not be a match for the Gibbon King. But how difficult is it to increase your speed? Xu Feng's speed was fast to begin with, and it was not easy for him to fight against a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the second level at the first level of the second level. And double your speed. How is this possible? But in Fang Yu's eyes, even if Xu Feng was eliminated like this, it could not conceal his talent. It doesn't matter if we don't get first place in the league. It's okay if I don't break the record. He acknowledged Xu Feng's talent. No matter how badly Xu Feng loses in the end, he will find a way to recruit Xu Feng into Shenzhou University. It would be a great loss if we don't bring back such a human being. Just a little bit more hot-blooded. A little sharper. It is normal for young people to like adventure. When they reach a higher level of cultivation in the future, they will naturally become more stable. Stadium, spectator seats. When Shinju, the principal of number 2 middle school, saw Xu Feng frustrated, the corners of his mouth almost rose to the sky. The hope of victory has arrived. Xu Feng is no match for the Gibbon King, not to mention that there are now 2 Gibbon Kings. In the current situation, there is almost only one way out for Xu Feng, which is death. Even if Xu Feng could break through on the spot, he would definitely not be a match for the Gibbon King. With the cultivation level of the first level of the second order, if he breaks through again, can he still crush the 9th level of the second order? So, his chance at number 2 middle school has come. You know, Zhu Feng's current score is only over 1,200 points. If his only Weinhua works hard, it will definitely not be a problem for him to surpass Chu Feng. Shinju thought that he was about to surpass number 1 middle school. Thinking that a genius like Chu Feng was still being severely crushed by his own number 2 middle school, he felt extremely happy. He looked at Chen Ming beside him. I couldn't help but ask. This is your student, isn't that a bit arrogant? Chen Ming did not reply. Because he knew that Chu Feng had a way to double his speed. Once he used it, escaping would definitely not be a problem. It looks dangerous, but in fact, for Chu Feng, it is not a dilemma at all. Thinking about yesterday. Chu Feng was at the 3rd level of the first order and was able to kill 5 ferocious beasts in succession, 3 of which were at the late first order. Now that his cultivation is stronger, he should not be afraid when facing 2 level 9 second stage ferocious beasts. However, Shinshu became even more proud when he saw that Chen Ming ignored him. Stop talking? When Chu Feng is completely eliminated, you'll be the one crying. He said fiercely. I am very dissatisfied with Chen Ming's attitude. Chu Feng was obviously injured, so why was Chen Ming so calm? Shouldn't he be worried and anxious? If Chu Feng is eliminated, the first place in this 4-school league will belong to me. Shinju thought. Right at this moment. The picture on the big screen returned to normal and continued to play the battle scene between Chu Feng and the Gibbon King. Shinju watched the picture move and couldn't help but look at Chen Ming. It's coming. Are you prepared to fail? Chapter 38. This is my student. In the gymnasium, everyone's eyes were focused on the large screen in the center. After the screen is restored, Chu Feng transformed into Azure Lightning again and rushed towards the Gibbon King that knocked Chu Feng away at an extremely fast speed. You're running in the wrong direction. Do you still want to kill the Gibbon King? If we keep fighting, we'll just be outnumbered 2-on-1. As soon as these questions popped up in the teachers' minds, they saw a flash of lightning on the screen. Immediately afterwards, a beam of blood shot up into the sky from the neck of the Gibbon King. The Gibbon King showed no reaction. He fell straight down. In the entire league, the strongest second-order 9th level beast has fallen. Dead? Few people could see clearly what was going on. All we know is that the Gibbon King, who was extremely powerful just now, couldn't withstand a single move from Chu Feng. Then, as expected, the other Gibbon King was killed by Chu Feng with one blow. 2 ferocious beasts that can dominate all the contestants. He died in front of everyone. Gurgle. The scene was silent for nearly a quarter of an hour before the sound of someone swallowing was heard. Chu Feng, is he really a level 2, first stage warrior? A level 3 warrior is probably only this good, right? What happened to his sudden burst of speed just now? The 2 Gibbon Kings died so cleanly. Unbeatable. Chu Feng's score is about to break the historical record of the 4 schools league. A score of 5,000 points is nearly 80% higher than the previous record. Chu Feng is so strong? How did he manage to be a senior in high school? Yes, he should be able to get into a top university directly during the college entrance examination, right? The specially recruited teachers were discussing this. He looked at Fan Yu from Shenzhou University. Fan Yu was helpless, he didn't know Chu Feng's performance in the college entrance examination. As far as I can remember, there didn't seem to be anyone named Chu Feng who applied to their university. But that doesn't make sense considering the strength Chu Feng has shown now. Even a few months ago, even when his strength was not as high as it is now, he was definitely a leader in the leather refining realm. For Chu Feng, getting into Shenzhou University should be a piece of cake. Fan Yu thought about it, but in the end there was no result. Never mind. It doesn't matter. No matter what Chu Feng was like in the past, today I must bring this good seedling back to Shenzhou University. A level 2, level 1 beast could kill 2 level 2, level 9 beasts in succession alone. His combat talent is top-notch. Especially the speed increase in the last section. With Fan Yu's eyesight, it is obvious that Chu Feng's speed increased by more than 2 times in an instant, which is a very exaggerated improvement. The sudden increase in speed was also the key to Chu Feng's ability to defeat 2 level 2, level 9 Gibbon Kings. So, in addition to the lightning effect, Chu Feng's talent should also have a short burst effect, which increases the strength of the talent and thus increases his speed. Judging from the form of expression, the level of his talent is definitely S level, there is no way he can escape. Talents that are not S level do not have this effect. And it is the strongest one among the S level talents, otherwise there is no reason for him to cross levels and kill two level 2 ninth Gibbon Kings. The key is that Chu Feng not only has a high level of talent, his talent in martial arts is also abnormal, and the speed of his body movements is not something that ordinary people can master. From all angles, Chu Feng has almost reached perfection. Fan Yu looked at Chu Feng, who was cleaning the battlefield on the screen with satisfaction, and the admiration in his eyes was not concealed at all. As expected, she was the seedling he had chosen. The performance far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, Fan Yu suddenly saw Chu Feng's skin emitting a lustrous and shiny glow. Normally, a warrior in the bone-tempering realm would have a faint black iron color on his skin. And Chu Feng, the black iron color on his body completely disappeared. What's going on? Fan Yu's brain wasn't enough. When Chu Feng was fighting with the green-scaled snake just now, there was clearly that faint black iron color on his body. Why did it disappear here? Could it be? Chu Feng concealed the realm. His actual realm is actually the 9th level of the First Order? Hiss. Fear. A warrior at the first level and 9th layer of the leather refining realm, relying on his own strength, single-handedly killed 2 second level and 9th layer ferocious beasts. I'm afraid that if I tell this to others, few people will believe it, right? No, that's too exaggerated. Fan Yu felt that Chu Feng should not have concealed his realm. Rather, his outburst just now would cause his own realm to be temporarily lowered. After all, a talent that can double one's speed is a bit abnormal, so it is normal to have some side effects, which is understandable. As for covering up the realm, Fan Yu felt that Chu Feng probably didn't have that ability. I am a 7th level warrior in the blood-moving realm, with broad knowledge and extraordinary eyesight. How could Chu Feng, a 2nd level warrior, hide his realm right under his nose? How is that possible? The most likely reason is that after using the explosive talent, the realm has temporarily regressed. Fan Yu thought for sure. But none of this matters. What's truly impressive is being able to kill the level 2, 9th layer Gibbon King. What realm is Chu Feng at? We can just ask him after the competition is over to find out, right? Not far from Fan Yu. Spectator seats. Shinju, the principal of number 2 middle school, felt bad when he saw Chu Feng killing 2 Gibbon Kings. We are all senior high school students. They are all 2nd level warriors. Why is it so difficult for our only way to challenge a 2nd level silverback wolf? Chu Feng killed the 2nd level 9th level Gibbon King in the blink of an eye, just like eating and drinking water. The most important thing is, Shinju recalled the words of doubt he had just expressed. At this moment, he turned around and saw Chen Ming from number 1 middle school staring at him. This is my student, Chen Ming said lightly. When Shinju heard this, his head turned red in an instant. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any reason at all. There is no doubt that Chu Feng is powerful. On the rankings, score changes. First, Chu Feng, 5,903 points. Second, Jiang Hao, 417 points. Third, Li Wei, 226 points. Fourth, Chu Feng, who ranked first, was far ahead of the others. Even if his score was only a fraction, it was still much higher than the 2nd place. Even the combined scores of the 2nd to 4th placers were not even a fraction of Chu Feng's score. I remember that the highest score in history was only around 3,000 points. Chu Feng's score not only broke the historical record, it was almost twice as much as others. Shinju looked at the rankings. He felt as if he had lost all his face. What he had just said to Chen Ming was like a sharp blade, cutting into his face. He now wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Is Li Wei really a 2nd level bone-tempering realm warrior? Why is he only ranked 3rd? At this time, Chen Ming discovered that Jiang Hao was actually 2nd, with a score higher than Li Wei, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Jiang Hao knows. A true 1st level 8th order cultivation base is actually stronger than Li Wei, who is only at the 2nd level 1st order. Chapter 39, A Rider Away from the Others. Shinju heard Chen Ming's words. Only then did I see that the 2nd place was even a warrior from number 1 middle school. His eyes went dark. He slumped in his seat, feeling powerless. The second-level bone-tempering realm warrior that we recruited with great effort was hung up and beaten. He knew that he had completely lost the 4-school league. The price you spent before. I guess it was all wasted. The core area of Nanjiang Forest. Chu Feng killed 2 gibbon kings, and after a short rest, he began to clean up the battlefield. Get the points. Collect the body of the gibbon king. The gibbon king is only about 2 meters tall and weighs only about 1 or 200 kilograms, so it doesn't have much meat. The key is that this ferocious beast has extremely strong combat power. If Chu Feng hadn't been wearing soft armor, it is very likely that you will fall flat on your face. If you sell it for money, it's obviously more cost-effective than the green-scaled snake, which is 5 meters long when coiled up. The green-scaled snake has obviously more meat, so it is not very stressful to kill it. But there is no way. Chu Feng didn't just want to sell the gibbon king's body for money. More importantly, get higher scores. I have already shown my ability in front of all the teachers. It would be great if someone could offer me 1 billion and poach me on the spot. There are also lucky bag rewards. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. That's why he chose to challenge the difficult gibbon king. My current score is over 5,000 points, which is 2,000 points higher than the historical record. After this battle, Shenzhou University should be basically safe. Chu Feng thought. When preparing to put the body of the last gibbon king into the system space, he suddenly found a tile that fell from the gibbon king's hand. There are mysterious runes engraved on the tiles, which seem to be a little unusual. Chu Feng studied the tile for a while. I discovered that there was extremely weak spiritual power on it. Could it be related to the qi refining cultivation system? Could it be some powerful inheritance, similar to the 3000 Thunders, which can greatly improve combat effectiveness once obtained? It would be fine if you give me a few more spirit stones. Chu Feng is currently in need of spirit stones for his cultivation. After thinking about it, he tried to inject the spiritual power in his body into it, and then he saw the tiles light up with a faint light. The light spread and then enveloped the entire tile. Finally, a palm-sized disc was formed. At the same time, some scattered information also came into Chu Feng's mind. It's an incomplete map. The message above is vague. It seems that the tiles are just some incomplete fragments. We have to collect all the tiles and piece together the disc to get the complete picture of the map. Chu Feng casually put the tiles into his system space. It's useless for now. Maybe it will be useful in the future, but it's hard to say. After putting the remaining body of the gibbon king into the system space, Chu Feng was ready to kill more ferocious beasts. Get more points and lucky bags, don't waste the time of this great competition. At this time, Chu Feng suddenly discovered that his virtuality and reality method was ineffective, and his first order 9th level realm was displayed without reservation. However, he did not continue to maintain the realm of the first level of the second stage. No other reason. He still wanted to recover more spiritual power. After experiencing a round of outbursts, more than half of the spiritual power in his chi was gone. Without spiritual power, 3000 Thunders would not be able to reach its maximum speed. There is a lot less sense of security. That's why Chu Feng didn't continue to maintain the virtual real method, but instead absorbed as much spiritual power from the air as possible to restore the spiritual power in his dantian. Wait until your spiritual power is fully restored, then continue to maintain the realm of the first level of the second stage. Chu Feng thought. Then he took out the pill given by the principal and swallowed it to restore some strength. Then he transformed into thunder and continued to search for ferocious beasts in the forest to kill them. In this examination room, the strongest second-level 9th-level beasts were killed by Chu Feng, and the other ferocious beasts were basically no match for Chu Feng. Chu Feng relied on his super-fast speed to chop melons and vegetables along the way, and his score kept rising. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a level 2, level 4 lucky bag. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a level 2 6-layer lucky bag. Notifications about lucky bag harvests also continue to be communicated. Chu Feng also discovered a problem, that is, he had no means of reconnaissance, and could not accurately detect the ferocious beasts around him and fight efficiently. Most of the time was spent wandering around the core area. The one who got the most points was encountering a group of silverback wolves, the strongest of which had reached the 4th level of the second stage. However, this strength could not defeat Chu Feng in one move. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng harvested all these silver-backed wolves and turned them into ruthless scores, adding to Chu Feng's record. Of course, the corpse was also taken in. There are also lucky bags and other rewards. I got a lot of them. After the game is over, I can settle the accounts properly. Time passes by. Soon. There are only 5 minutes left before the end of the 4-school league. The score ranking of each contestant. First, Chu Feng, 12,981 points. Second, Li Wei, 1906 points. Third, Xian Mengmeng, 553 points. Fourth. Last place, Jiang Hao, 0 points. In the gymnasium, the teachers looked at the ranking list and fell silent. There is no other reason. Chu Feng is just too strong. His performance throughout the game was overwhelming. Kill the green-scaled snake with all your strength. Counterattack the 2 strongest gibbon kings in the competition. The final score was even more exaggerated, reaching an astonishing 12,981 points, far surpassing the historical record. Even Li Wei, who came in second with a score of 1,900, didn't seem that outstanding. It was really Chu Feng who was too dazzling, covering up everyone's light. It will go down in history. Whether it's Chu Feng's awakened talent or his martial arts talent, both have reached an extremely abnormal level. I'm getting more and more curious. Why is Chu Feng still in his senior year of high school? With his ability, shouldn't he be able to easily get into Shenzhou University? Yes, even if Chu Feng's current strength is halved, it shouldn't be difficult for him to easily get into the top 10 in the province in the college entrance examination. It's only been 2 months since the college entrance exam. In 2 months, Chu Feng shouldn't be too weak, right? I can't figure it out. The teachers looked at Fan Yu from Shenzhou University. Here. Fan Yu has the highest status and he has the most say. Fan Yu is currently on the phone with the president of Shenzhou University and had no time to care about these things. I discovered an incredible talent, whose score in the 4 schools league was as high as 12,000 points. You know, the historical record in Nanjiang province is only 3,000 points. In this kind of competition in the entire Dragon Country, the highest score is only 8,000 points. Once Shenzhou University recruits Chu Feng, it will surely become the top 3 high schools in Dragon Country. The tone on the other end of the phone was somewhat impatient. How could he not know about the 4 schools league? This is a competition held by senior high school students, for those who failed to get into college, or those who failed to get into their favorite college and had to repeat their studies. What's so good about it? No matter how talented they are, can they compare to the new talents I recruited? Even if the students in the 4th year of high school are very strong in fighting ability. But talent is just that. If you are really talented, why don't you just go to your own university, Shenzhou University, instead of studying in the senior year of high school? Thinking. Xiang Jin, president of Shenzhou University, said. Well, just bring him back. There's no need to make such a fuss. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Only Fan Yu was left in the Nanjiang gymnasium, feeling excited and a little at a loss. Chapter 40, Instant Kill. Nanjiang Forest. Chu Feng was very satisfied with his score of over 10,000. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was worth it that he used 3,000 thunders for several hours in a row and successfully raised his score to nearly 13,000 points. It exceeded the historical record by almost 10,000 points. Using his talent for a long time made Chu Feng almost exhausted, and his school uniform was completely soaked. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in the Dantian is abundant. Spiritual power nourishes Chu Feng's body, helping him to recover his physical strength. At the same time, he can also call on spiritual power to force himself to recover some of his combat effectiveness. But Chu Feng didn't do that. Spiritual energy is precious, and he needs to use it to maintain the method of virtuality and reality. The 9th level of the first stage cannot be seen by others. And although Chu Feng has little physical strength, he should be able to defeat some level 2, level 4 ferocious beasts if he grits his teeth. Besides, the game is almost over. There's nothing left to fight about, right? Thinking. Chu Feng walked towards the gymnasium outside the Nanjiang forest, ready to settle the scores. Right at this moment, a somewhat embarrassed figure was thrown in front of Chu Feng. It was Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was tied up and gagged. The whole person was moving on the ground like a bug. After seeing Chu Feng, he struggled violently and felt that he had lost all his face. Damn Li Wei. Once we get out, he will definitely pay a heavy price. Jiang Hao was seriously killing monsters, and he killed several second-level beasts in a row. His score was rising rapidly. Jiang Hao was very confident at that time. He decided on the spot to go deep into the forest, hoping to find a mid-stage second-level ferocious beast to fight and earn more points. Who knew that he would be attacked by a poisonous snake on the road? Poisoned? If it weren't for Dan Lao's coercion to drive away the poisonous snake, he would have been eliminated on the spot. However, even with the cheat, the snake's venom was too strong, and Jiang Hao fainted after taking the detoxification pill. Wait till you wake up again. He was captured alive by Li Wei, and all his points were taken away by him. Period. Dan Lao also thought about taking action. But there is no way, there are too many surveillance cameras around. It was difficult for Dan Lao to save Jiang Hao openly, as it would be easy to leave traces behind. He could only watch Jiang Hao being taken as a trophy by Li Wei. Jiang Hao struggled and tried to break free from the restraints, but it was of no avail. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Hao in front of him, frowned slightly, and looked around. Then he saw Li Wei. Li Wei's clothes were a little torn, and there was a very obvious scratch on his chest. Obviously, he experienced a lot of high-intensity battles during the competition. Now, he was completely unaware of his injuries. He looked at Chu Feng proudly, then waved to his other two teammates to surround Chu Feng. Said confidently, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hours of fighting must have been tiring, right? Hand over your points obediently, and I can save you some pain. Otherwise, did you see this kid? This is what will happen to you." Li Wei relied on his second-level bone-tempering realm cultivation and was blocked on the way back. No matter who comes, they have to pay the toll. Pity. He didn't know Chu Feng's battle record, otherwise he would have run as far as he could. Li Wei was not clear about Chu Feng's strength. But the teachers in the gym are very clear about this. On the big screen, the teachers were all dumbfounded when they saw Li Wei threatening Chu Feng. No, isn't Li Wei so brave? Chu Feng's score is over 10,000. Even if Li Wei snatches Jiang Hao away, his score will not be as good as Chu Feng's. That's not the case. After all, Li Wei doesn't know Chu Feng's true combat power, right? Although everyone is at the first level of the bone-tempering realm, their actual combat strength, I estimate that even 5 or 6 Li Weis combined would not be enough to defeat Chu Feng. I can only say that Li Wei is unlucky. There was a small discussion among the people. They all stood on Chu Feng's side. In the spectator seats, when Shinju, the principal of number 2 middle school, saw Li Wei trying to attack Chu Feng, his eyes turned dark. I almost fainted. With Li Wei's strength, it would have been no problem for him to secure second place. But now, why did you find Chu Feng when there were so many people to look for? What kind of battle record does Chu Feng have? He couldn't even last 2 moves against a level 9 ferocious beast of the second order. You are just an ordinary second-level bone-tempering realm warrior. It's hard for you to kill a silver-backed wolf. How can you fight against Chu Feng? Shinju couldn't help but cover his face. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore and turned and left the gym. In the Nanjiang forest, Li Wei was completely unaware of all this. He was very confident in his cultivation level of the second level of bone-tempering realm. He threatened Chu Feng on his own. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't pay much attention to him, Li Wei was too lazy to explain and prepared to use his own strength to make Chu Feng surrender. He raised his fist and went straight to Chu Feng's head, without mercy. Li Wei is extremely fast. The cultivation level of the second-level bone-tempering realm was fully revealed, which was completely beyond the ability of ordinary skin-refining realm warriors to resist. Chu Feng looked at Li Wei's fist and made up his mind. He has little physical strength. I originally didn't plan to use spiritual power, but I didn't expect Li Wei to cause trouble for me. It was simply too much. Sizzle! Lightning instantly covered Chu Feng's entire body. The next moment, almost no one present could see clearly what happened. They only saw Li Wei and the other two flying out suddenly as if they had suffered a heavy blow. He fell to the ground, twitching. There was a black palm print on the chest of all 3 people, and a faint arc of electricity was flashing on it. Chu Feng just gave them a slap. If he had used the thunder finger, the 3 of them would not have just fainted. At the same time, he also untied the ropes that tied up Jiang Hao. he said after taking a glance at Zhang Hao. The scores for the three of us are now in your hands. I'll go first. Then he turned and left. Only Zhang Hao was left standing there, stunned. No, isn't it so strong? He thought that the gap between himself and Chu Feng was very small, but he didn't expect that a second-level bone-tempering realm warrior could not withstand a single move from Chu Feng. Chu Feng's strength is quite impressive. But if he hadn't fainted, he should have been able to kill Li Wei alone. Zhang Hao was thinking about it, and suddenly found that Chu Feng left directly. Wait. Don't you want any points? There are at least more than 2,000 points on the scene. If you take it, you will easily get first place, right? After all, the historical record is only 3,000 points, so it shouldn't be difficult to get first place with more than 2,000 points, right? Could it be that Chu Feng's score is already over 3,000 points? Is it really that powerful? Zhang Hao was a little bit unconvinced, because the score on the spot was the sum of his and Li Wei's scores. Adding all of them together, can Chu Feng compare to him? Zhang Hao thought about it, and then took the scores of Li Wei and his two younger brothers. The total score reached 2,208 points. Only 1,000 points away from the historical record. With such a high score, he has to compete with Chu Feng no matter what. He wanted to see how many points Chu Feng had and wanted to compete with him. Zhang Hao walked towards the gymnasium with the scores in his pocket. At this time, in his mind, the silent old Dan spoke. Xiaohaozi, you'd better not compare yourself with Chu Feng. Chu Feng's fighting ability is beyond your imagination. Zhang Hao was a little dissatisfied when he heard this. He was just ambushed by Li Wei. If you believe it will take a few moves, it can also capture Li Wei and others. He admitted that Chu Feng was very strong, but he was definitely capable of fighting too. After all, Zhang Hao is only at the 8th level of the first stage, while Chu Feng is at the 9th level of the first stage, so it is normal to have some gap. Thinking, Zhang Hao also walked towards the gymnasium to settle the scores. By the way, let us take a look at Chu Feng's score to see if he can really break the historical record. Chapter 41 Selling for Money. Chu Feng sighed. After saying goodbye to Zhang Hao, he began to plan his next steps. If nothing unexpected happens, with his performance, he should be able to easily get the 1 billion dragon coins rewarded by the specially recruited teachers of Shenzhou University. The score of over 12,000 far surpassed the historical record. If this is not enough to get into Shenzhou University, then I guess no one in the entire Nanjing city can do it? 1 billion dragon coins will definitely be obtained. Chu Feng planned to. Most of it will be used to purchase spirit stones in the Wanjie Mall. There is no other way. The spiritual energy in this world is too thin. If you want to improve your cultivation to a higher level, you can only rely on spirit stones. Wait until he breaks through to the 4th level of Qi refining. You can also learn a thunder technique from the thunder control art. The attack power of the thunder technique can harm the physical body of a foundation building cultivator, which is equivalent to the damage caused to a 4th level vein condensation realm warrior. The attack power is definitely much stronger than Thunder Finger. After learning the thunder method, if you encounter a green scaled snake again, you can smash its head with one blow. In addition to the realm, Chu Feng felt that he still lacked some investigative means. Just now when I was hunting ferocious beasts in the forest, I wasted too much time looking for them. Otherwise, my score could be improved by several thousand points. And powerful detection methods are not only used to find ferocious beasts, but also to avoid some critical sneak attacks. If he encounters an ambush hiding in the dark, he can also find it out in time to save his own life. Chu Feng thought. He quietly planned the whereabouts of the 10 billion. Certainly, the martial arts realm cannot be lowered either. Chu Feng planned to ask for more resources from the special recruitment teachers at Shenzhou University. Use these extra resources to purchase essential cultivation elixirs such as bodybuilding pills and qi and blood pills. He also collected a lot of carcasses of ferocious beasts. These are all good resources for cultivation. You can eat them yourself or sell them for money. We killed quite a few beasts today. Most of them will be sold, leaving only some corpses of large ferocious beasts, enough for me and my aunt to eat. After all, it is a 2nd level beast. When my cultivation level reaches a higher level in the future, I will definitely replace the 2nd level ferocious beast meat with 3rd level ferocious beast meat. Thinking, Xu Feng left the Nanzheng forest, and the first thing he saw was a place where the corpses of ferocious beasts were collected. Here you can exchange dragon coins by the kilogram according to the level of the ferocious beast. Many people are queuing. Xu Feng followed behind and joined the team. It's just right to clear out the spoils in the system space. Everyone handed over the corpses they had harvested to the recycling personnel in turn. The corpses of the ferocious beasts were mostly first level, so the recycling speed was very fast. When it was almost Xu Feng's turn, suddenly, a burly man emerged from the nearby forest, carrying a huge wolf corpse on his shoulders. Like a fisherman showing off his big fish. The man shouted arrogantly, "Everyone, get out of the way. Do you see the beast on my shoulder? It's a second-level silverback wolf." The loud voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look. After seeing the nearly 3-meter-long silver-backed wolf on the man's shoulder, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Is it really that powerful that it can hunt down a second-level beast? I remember that among all the participating students, only Li Wei is a second-level bone-tempering realm warrior. Could this person be Li Wei? No, I know him. His name is Wang Dagong. He's a senior in number 3 middle school and only has the 6th level of the first rank. A level 1, level 6 can kill a level 2 silverback wolf? Amazing. He should be the strongest person besides Li Wei, right? Second place in this league will probably go to number 3 middle school. Wang Dagong is very capable. What about number 1? No need to think about the first one, it must be Li Wei. He is a second-level warrior. His strength directly crushes everyone. Now I remember, number 2 middle school is really lucky. There's nothing I can do. After all, he's already reached the second level of the bone-tempering realm. In the team, Xu Feng listened to the discussion and also saw the silver-backed wolf on the man's shoulder. At a glance, he saw a bloody hole in the wolf's head, which was obviously caused by his own thunderfinger. Xu Feng remembered. I killed a pack of silverback wolves, probably about 20 or 30 of them. There may be 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net. Let Wang Dagong take advantage of the opportunity. A second-level silverback wolf must be worth more than 200 points. This kid is quite lucky. Xu Feng didn't even think about taking it back. After all, there are a lot of them in the system space, so if they leaked, it's his good luck. The key now is to exchange the ferocious beasts in your hands for money as soon as possible and then settle the points. There's no need to waste time here. There aren't many people in the team. Soon it was Xu Feng's turn. Xu Feng raised his hand and prepared to release all the ferocious beasts in his system space. The ferocious beasts he killed were at least level 2. Among his trophies, the silverback wolf was considered weak. However, right at this moment, Wang Dagong pushed forward in front of Xu Feng in a brutal manner. He threw the silverback wolf on his shoulder directly in front of the recycling personnel. Help me take a look first. This is a second-level ferocious beast. I believe this is the first time you have received such a good thing? Wang Dagong was very proud. Behind him, Xu Feng's veins bulged and he kicked Wang Dagong in the waist without hesitation. Power pours out. With a bang. With a full-strength kick, he sent Wang Dagong flying 5 meters away. Roll. Damn it. I killed so many ferocious beasts without cutting in line, but you picked up a silver-backed wolf from somewhere and stabbed it directly in your face. If Wang Dagong were to pick up a level 2, level 9 Gibbon King, wouldn't that be a disaster? Saying, he turned his head and looked at the recycling staff. This silverback wolf's corpse is mine. Xu Feng was certain that he was the one who killed this silver-backed wolf, so there was nothing wrong with taking it back now. Originally, he didn't intend to care about it. But he didn't expect that Wang Dagong would ride on his face, so he had to teach him a lesson. When everyone saw this scene, they were silent. The atmosphere in the venue was very solemn. After a while, a slight discussion was heard. Is this kid so brave? He single-handedly killed a second-level silverback wolf. His strength is probably second only to Li Wei, who is at the second-level bone-tempering realm, right? A fight is about to begin. We'll soon see what Wang Dagong is capable of. Keep some distance, don't get caught in Wang Dagong's attack. Everyone was not optimistic about Xu Feng, and felt that Wang Dagong would almost single-handedly crush Xu Feng in the next battle. Including Wang Dagong. He was just enjoying everyone's attention, but was kicked away in an instant. He was completely humiliated. Not to mention, the man also wanted to take possession of the silver-backed wolf he had picked up. That's a second-level beast. 1 kilogram is 10,000 dragon coins. One can be sold for at least several million dragon coins, which is a huge resource for cultivation. This is intolerable. Wang Dagong stood up, raised his fist, and rushed towards Chu Feng angrily. Chapter 42 2,000 points. Chu Feng frowned when he saw Wang Dagong rushing towards him. He quickly made a decision in his heart. He had shown mercy just now, otherwise Wang Dagong would not have been able to stand up after being kicked. Now, he didn't want the last bit of face I left for Wang Dagong, so he couldn't blame me for being ruthless. The Chu wind moves like thunder. In an instant, he arrived in front of Wang Dagong and hit Wang Dagong's chin with a rising dragon punch. Wang Dagong's strength is like that of a child in front of Chu Feng. I couldn't react at all. Chu Feng knocked him away with one punch. This time, Chu Feng showed no mercy and only spared Wang Dagong's life. Powerful punch. He knocked Wang Dagong unconscious on the spot. Wang Dagong flew backward several meters and fell in front of a group of specially recruited teachers with a thud, unconscious. Everyone thought it was a one-sided battle. I didn't expect it to be such a one-sided battle. Didn't Wang Dagong kill a second-level silver-backed wolf, a warrior second only to Li Wei? Why couldn't he survive a single move from this guy? I don't know this guy. He's obviously not Li Wei. How can he be so powerful? His strength crushes Wang Dagong. Is he another second-level warrior? Chu Feng, strong. Lu Hu shouted. He was also a student of number 2 middle school. He had just seen Wang Dagong cutting in line, so he naturally agreed with Chu Feng's punch that sent Wang Dagong flying. When everyone heard Lu Hu shout, they just turned their heads to look and didn't say much. After all, Chu Feng's strength is there. Wang Dagong is no match for Chu Feng. I guess the only one who can fight with Chu Feng is Li Wei, right? It seems that the champion of this competition will be between Chu Feng and Li Wei. I wonder who is stronger. By the way, where's Li Wei? During the discussion among the students present, searching everywhere for Li Wei, the most famous bone-tempering realm warrior. He didn't see Li Wei being knocked unconscious by Chu Feng, but he saw Wang Dagong falling in front of the special recruitment teachers and the principal. The game is over. All the teachers and principals are here. You know, Wang Dagong is a student of number 3 middle school. The principal of number 3 middle school will definitely not let it go when he sees his student being bullied like this. Chu Feng is probably in some trouble. Moreover, if the special recruitment teacher sees someone bullying classmates by relying on their strength, it is estimated that his impression of Chu Feng will be lowered. It will increase the difficulty for Chu Feng to be admitted. Simply put, although Chu Feng is powerful, he is powerful at the wrong time. You may be strong, but if you ruin the impression you make in front of the special recruitment teachers, it will be difficult for you to get into a good university. If the principal of number 3 middle school asks about responsibility, Chu Feng will inevitably feel the pressure. Unless his grades are good enough, otherwise, the price of that punch just now might be a bit high. Yeah, I heard that high-end universities test character more than strength. Although Chu Feng had his reasons for taking action, if the principal of number 3 middle school catches him and criticizes him, the impact will be huge. Lu Hu, who was also from number 2 middle school, also changed his expression when he heard the discussion among the crowd. He sighed. Ah. I shouldn't have been so reckless. It's just cutting in line. I'll be fine if I just bear with it. Chu Feng heard this. He remained calm and did not feel the slightest bit of guilt towards Wang Dagong. If someone makes a fuss about this matter, then it will be the same for him not to go to this university. Among the specially recruited teachers, everyone looked at Wang Dagong, who was lying on the ground, and Feng Yu was the first to stand up. As a 7th level warrior, I saw what happened from a distance. So, Feng Yu stepped over Wang Dagong's body, came to Chu Feng's side, and discussed in a soft voice. Xiaofeng, I'm Feng Yu, a special recruitment teacher at Shenzhou University. You know Shenzhou University, right? It's the best university in Dragon Country. The words haven't been finished yet. Several teachers came over and interrupted. I am a specially recruited teacher at Baichao Tongji Medical University. As long as you can be admitted to our university, you will never have to worry about elixirs from now on. Practice is inseparable from elixirs. Join us at Baichao Tongji Medical University and you will have a promising future. Another teacher took over. Lingxiao Polytechnic Institute, our school has the most advanced equipment and weapons. Chu Feng, the soft armor on you saved you at the critical moment. The teachers rushed to surround Chu Feng tightly. As for Wang Dagon, who was knocked away, no one cares. Even the principal of number 3 middle school was too lazy to help. The main reason is that Wang Dagon's actions were seen by almost all the teachers, and he brought complete disgrace to number 3 middle school. He sighed and walked away silently. As for the students present, they were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No? What's going on? Why did Chu Feng kick Wang Dagon away, but was favored by the special recruitment teacher? He even took over Wang Dagon's silver-backed wolf. Even if Li Wei comes, he won't get this kind of treatment. Top universities are vying for him. It's unheard of. What's Chu Feng's score? He seems to be driving these teachers crazy. When everyone discussed, Jiang Hao left the Nanjiang forest with more than 2,000 points. As soon as he left the forest, he saw Chu Feng surrounded by teachers. In this situation, it made him a little confused. Is Chu Feng so popular? He's not that strong, isn't he just at the 9th level of the First Order? Although I am at the 8th level of the First Order. But with only a difference of 1 realm, Jiang Hao was confident that he could still exchange a few moves with Chu Feng. It also made him a little excited. He scored more than 2,000 points, which is less than 1,000 points away from the historical record. I believe the gap with Chu Feng should not be that big. Chu Feng can have such good treatment. I'm sure I won't be able to find out anywhere. Of course, Jiang Hao's requirements are not high. Just take the entrance exam for Shenzhou University. If you are specially recruited, you can enter the university in advance and save the time of struggling in the senior year of high school. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat. Humph. Then he showed the score on his wristband. 2,208 points. This score is quite high among the participating students, enough to easily rank second. You know, the third place only got over 500 points. Jiang Hao's score instantly attracted most people's attention. Oh my god, another big shot. I think it's Jiang Hao from number 1 middle school? Over 2,000 points. Isn't this definitely first place? First? Li Wei hasn't shown up yet. How can you say Jiang Hao is first? I believe Li Wei's score will definitely be higher. Li Wei is a second-level bone-tempering realm warrior. But why doesn't any of the special recruitment teachers pay any attention to him? Everyone saw. After Jiang Hao showed his scores, no special recruitment teacher came to find Jiang Hao. Instead, they had already surrounded Chu Feng and were explaining the admission requirements of their own school. It seems that as long as Chu Feng has not let go, these teachers must take Chu Feng back. Their attitude is very firm. The students present were shocked to see this situation. How many points does Chu Feng have to have over 2,000 points ignored? It should be a record, over 3,000, right? I think it might be 4,000. Otherwise, no one would have paid attention to Jiang Hao. A score of over 2,000 is definitely excellent. 4,000 points? Doesn't that mean you have to kill a late-stage second-order beast? That's a bit exaggerated. I feel like Chu Feng is even stronger than I thought. We'll know soon. The score rankings will be announced then. Chapter 43, Not Short of Money. Jiang Hao felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that no one paid attention to him. He couldn't help but ask Dan Lao in his heart. What's Chu Feng's score? I scored over 2,000, so why didn't the special recruitment teacher come to see me? Dan Lao sighed. As a powerful soul body, he had already seen the score on Chu Feng's scoring ring. Tens of thousands. Jiang Hao's score is not even a fraction of others. Ah. Xiaohaozi, forget it. Chu Feng is too abnormal. We just need to cultivate our own skills. There is no need to compete with him. Jiang Hao became even more curious after hearing this. Isn't Chu Feng's cultivation level only the 9th level of the first stage? He hasn't even broken through to the second stage of bone forging. Even if his score is higher than mine, how much higher can it be? He has more than 2,000 points. But he took away the points of Li Wei and the other two, as well as the points he got from killing the ferocious beast. Jiang Hao killed 4 second-level ferocious beasts. If Li Wei hadn't ambushed him, His score could be even higher. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask Dan Lao how many points Chu Feng had scored, but Dan Lao remained silent and just shook his head. Jiang Hao saw this. I had no choice but to wait patiently for the scores to be announced. Even if Elder Dan didn't tell him, he would know Chu Feng's battle record sooner or later. Chu Feng sighed. The special recruitment teachers have already been fighting each other. Student Chu Feng, our Baichao University's Baichao Yinchi pill can greatly accelerate a warrior's training speed. Once it appears on the market, it will cost tens of millions of dragon coins per pill, and we at Baichao University have an unlimited supply. Learn how to make pills, and earning tens of millions a day will be easy for you. Baichao Tongji Medical University. Abbreviated as Baichao University. Their special recruitment teacher was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a Taoist robe. At this moment, he was holding the pill and trying hard to sell it to Chu Feng. No way. After all, pills are auxiliary and cannot directly improve combat effectiveness. Although their Baichao University is one of the top 3 universities in Longhua, it ranks 3rd. They are really eager to have a student with great talent. Chu Feng, don't listen to his nonsense. Relying on pills to build up your realm is nothing but a waste of talent. Fang Yu from Shenzhou University stood up. Pills can only be used as an aid. If you are lazy and rely on pills to forcibly improve your realm, it is easy to make your foundation unstable. This is also the reason why Baichao University can only be ranked 3rd. Their school is rich. But success or failure depends on the elixir. Most students lack practical experience. When they are at the same level, the students trained by Baichao University can hardly be the opponents of the students trained by Shenzhou University. Join us at Shenzhou University. The title of Dragon Country's top university isn't given for nothing. We at Shenzhou University focus on actual combat. We will have top-notch teachers to teach you how to slay ferocious beasts. Through real battles, you will hone your skills to the highest level. As long as you nod, 1 billion will be transferred to your account immediately as the starting capital for your cultivation. Except Fang Yu. Other universities have also set their own conditions. Chu Feng made a serious choice. Although Shenzhou University said it would give 1 billion, compared with other schools, the amount given is really too little. Lingxiao University of Technology directly offered a set of 5th-level soft armor. The defensive soft armor used by 5th-level Tonzong realm warriors. It can make Chu Feng almost immune to attacks from warriors below level 5, greatly improving his defense. The market price is about 700 to 800 million yuan. It is much more valuable than the 10 billion given by Shenzhou University. Speaking of money, Baichao University is still the most sincere. It has an unlimited supply of pills, and 1 pill costs tens of millions. The value of it is simply inestimable. Chu Feng really wanted to kill the ferocious beast and get the lucky bag. But killing the ferocious beast does not mean that you have to join Shenzhou University. You can also kill ferocious beasts by joining Baichao University. You can also earn a lot of dragon coins, which you can use to exchange for spiritual stones for skills in the Wanjie Mall to enhance your own cultivation. Think of this. Chu Feng looked at Fang Yu in confusion. I feel that the conditions offered by Shenzhou University are too meager and not very attractive. Fang Yu felt the gaze and took a deep breath. He understood what Chu Feng meant. Need to pay more. But 10 billion is the upper limit of what he can mobilize. I had no choice but to call the principal. President Xiang. We don't have enough funds, and the other 3 universities are offering too much. Principal Xiang Jin became a little impatient upon hearing this. He knew that Fang Yu was going to attend a recruitment meeting for senior high school students. What is there for high school students to fight for? The really talented ones would have passed the exam in their 3rd year of high school, so why would they have to study in their 4th year of high school? Forget it then. If those schools want it, just give it to them. We at Shenzhou University are not short of talented people. In the upcoming 100 schools martial arts competition, we have a very good chance of taking 1st place. The 100 schools martial arts competition is an exchange competition among hundreds of universities in Longhua. This exchange competition will directly determine the rankings of major universities. It also determines the state's funding for colleges and universities. Shenzhou University has won the championship for several consecutive years. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the strongest university in Longhua. Thinking, Xiang Jin hung up the phone casually. No need. After practicing for a year and scoring tens of thousands of points in the league, he was considered a genius, but not particularly amazing. There are at least 5 or 6 people like Chu Feng in their class at Shenzhou University. Unless Chu Feng is a high school student who has just awakened his talent. If you practice to this level in one day, that's definitely worth in taking a second look and spending a little more money to get it. But is it possible one day? Without damaging his foundation, it would take at least 7 days. If Chu Feng really broke through in one day, then his foundation would probably be completely exhausted, right? In an office at Shenzhou University. Xiang Jin shook his head and threw his thoughts out of the window. In short, no matter how strong Chu Feng is, it is not worth spending a huge price to fight for him. Nanjiang City. Next to the big forest. Fang Yu felt helpless after the call was hung up. He looked at Chu Feng and explained. The principal has something going on. The only offer I can make right now is 1 billion. No way. I tried my best. But still can't get better conditions. Zhou Yanbai, a specially recruited teacher at Baichao University, saw this and understood what Chu Feng meant. There is a chance. Chu Feng was not obsessed with Shenzhou University, but chose a university based on the conditions. You know, Shenzhou University is so famous that many geniuses basically have to go to Shenzhou University. Now, we finally meet a genius like Chu Feng, who is powerful and not just from Shenzhou University. We must do our best to win him over. Zhou Yanbai immediately called his own admissions office. Tell Chu Feng the truth about his situation. The admissions office of Baichao University was shocked to hear that Chu Feng was able to kill 2 level 2, level 9 beasts with his level 2, level 1 strength. This is only one step away from becoming a top genius. The strongest warrior in the history of Dragon Country, Wu Badian. His proudest achievement was killing a 3rd level 9th order beast with his 2nd level 9th order cultivation, which was a leap forward. And Chu Feng? Just a little bit more in his talent would be comparable to the historical record of the strongest warrior in Dragon Country. It can be said to be very strong. The admissions office immediately contacted the principal and gave Zhou Yanbai great authority. No matter the cost, we must bring Chu Feng back. Just a little money. The last thing he lacks at Baichao University is money. Chapter 44 2 billion. Zhou Yanbai was in contact with the admissions office. Chu Feng kept staring at Fang Yu from Shenzhou University, asking him if he could offer high enough conditions. Fang Yu felt Chu Feng's gaze. But he felt helpless. He couldn't afford to pay for it, right? Even if Chu Feng was forcibly recruited back to Shenzhou University, he probably would not be welcomed. If we're destined to, we'll see you at the 100 schools martial arts competition. After saying that, Fang Yu turned and left. Without the support of the school, he would definitely not be able to compete with Chu Feng. See you later. The only way to exchange martial arts is at the 100 schools martial arts competition. Before leaving, he accidentally saw the score on Jiang Hao's bracelet not far away. It was over 2,000 points, which was a pretty good result. The key is that Jiang Hao's cultivation is only at the 8th level of the first order. It is much weaker than Chu Feng's 2nd level, first stage. It's a good seedling. Fang Yu turned around and gave Chu Feng one last look with complicated eyes, feeling regretful. This glance, he suddenly discovered. Chu Feng's realm seems a little unstable? Fang Yu's curiosity was immediately aroused. Could it be that Chu Feng's real realm is not the 1st level of the 2nd stage, but the 4th level of the 2nd stage, or even the 7th level of the 2nd stage? If Chu Feng's realm is really that high, doesn't it mean the previous cross-level battle was nothing? Chu Feng actually doesn't have that kind of talent. After thinking for a moment, Fang Yu quietly spread his soul power as a 7th level warrior to Chu Feng, exploring Chu Feng's true cultivation level. The power of the soul carefully explored Chu Feng's physical condition. It's better not to watch it. This sight made Fang Yu gasp. Chu Feng's bones were almost pure white, without a trace of black iron. The black iron color his body displayed belonged to a 2nd level bone tempering realm warrior. This was a secret method he used to conceal his realm. Chu Feng's true realm. Only the 9th level of the first order. He was at the 9th level of the first order, but he easily killed 2 9th level Gibbon Kings at the 2nd order. Even the strongest Wu Badian in human history couldn't do this, right? Chu Feng's fighting talent directly crushed all the students in Shenzhou University. not only combat talent. The secret method that could shield a 7th level warrior was quite terrifying, and it completely fooled him. See this? Fan Yu instantly felt like he had lost countless billions. He even wanted to call the principal. However, considering Chu Feng's average talent for cultivation, it took him more than a year to cultivate to the 9th level of the first stage. Compared with some geniuses, the cultivation speed is too slow. Many of their freshman students at Shenzhou University were already at the 4th level of the second stage at this time, and there were even some at the 7th level of the second stage. Chu Feng's realm of the 9th level of the first stage was still too disadvantageous after all. Certainly. The most important thing is that the conditions offered by Baichao University are too good. I can't compete on my own. Without the principal's consent, there was no way he could recruit Chu Feng back. Fan Yu withdrew his soul power and then came to Jiang Hao's side. He looked at Jiang Hao. Thinking of Chu Feng's incredible record, he asked impatiently, "Are you interested in studying at Shenzhou University?" Jiang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard that. His goal is Shenzhou University. Certainly. Then come with me. Fan Yu prepared to take Jiang Hao away without any hesitation. At this time, Jiang Hao, however, had a face full of question marks. "No, what about the 1 billion reward?" he asked in confusion. Fan Yu walked forward on his own, as if he didn't hear Jiang Hao's question. Just said it lightly. Whether to leave or not, forget it. Jiang Hao almost bit his back teeth off when he heard Fan Yu's dismissive tone. Why? Chu Feng has tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but he won't give me even a penny. Isn't he at the 9th level of the first stage? I am at the 8th level of the first rank, only one level lower than Chu Feng, but why is the treatment so different? Jiang Hao looked at Fan Yu with hatred, unwilling to accept Fan Yu's prejudice. But he had no choice but to seize the offer from Shenzhou University, because it was the best university in Longhua. In the end, he had no choice but to follow Fan Yu. When the students present saw Jiang Hao being recruited, they couldn't help but look at him with envy. That is the best university in Longhua, Shenzhou University. Even if there are no prerequisites, the treatment after entering Shenzhou University is incomparable to that of ordinary schools. With teacher resources, school connections, and a wealth of talented people, Jiang Hao's future is bound to soar. Of course, that's a score of over 2,000 points, not far from the historical record of 3,000 points. Ah! What I didn't expect was that Chu Feng actually rejected the invitation from Shenzhou University. How arrogant! I'm becoming more and more curious about Chu Feng's score. If I could go to Shenzhou University, I would be willing to pay for it. Everyone expressed their curiosity about Chu Feng's score. Chu Feng sighed. Faced with the quotes from various teachers, he was not in a hurry at all and waited quietly for the highest bidder to appear. Soon, Zhou Yanbai received an order from the admissions office to bring Chu Feng back at all costs. Then, he immediately moved closer to Chu Feng. 2 billion, plus all the pills you used during your college years, how about that? This is just a basic reward. As long as you can complete your studies, our Baichao University has countless resources waiting for you. Zhou Yanbai's voice was very loud. The purpose is to suppress other competitors. The students present were also shocked when they heard Zhou Yanbai's offer. What's so charming about this Chu Feng? He's almost been sucked dry by the admissions teacher, right? Jiang Hao didn't make a dime just now. Chu Feng's offer is 2 billion. He will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. He even has an unlimited supply of elixirs for cultivation. The treatment is incredible. The treatment Jiang Hao and Chu Feng receive is so different. Many teachers fell silent after seeing that Baichao University had invested a huge amount of money. Even many specially recruited teachers left. The specially recruited teachers of Lingxiao University of Technology also received orders from the school. Their school holds the same view as the president of Shenzhou University. Chu Feng, who was already in his senior year of high school, was not particularly optimistic about the price, so the price did not change much and remained the original 5th level soft armor. Come and send it. It's fine if you don't come. After listening to the whole process, Chu Feng was most satisfied with Baichao University. The equipment at Lingxiao University of Technology is indeed quite good. Pity. They don't give cash, only equipment, and the equipment is not allowed to be auctioned. Chu Feng really needs powerful equipment. But compared to equipment, he needed cash to exchange for spirit stones, and then used the spirit stones to strengthen his own cultivation. With enough dragon coins, he can buy the skills he needs in the Wanjie Mall. For example, detection spells. Under the bidding of all the specially recruited teachers, Chu Feng finally chose Baichao University. Zhou Yanbai was delighted and very satisfied with recruiting the genius Chu Feng. Perhaps in the upcoming 100 schools martial arts competition, their Baichao University would have a chance to defeat Shenzhou University and take first place. Thinking of this, he immediately wanted to pull Chu Feng back to report. But Chu Feng shook his head and refused. I have to go back. Although I was specially recruited and will be going to college, I still have to tell my aunt. There are also corpses of ferocious beasts in the system space that need to be sold. Zhou Yanbai could completely understand what he said. After leaving his phone number, he handed Chu Feng a badge engraved with grass. Just come to our school and register before next Monday. After that, he worked again, found Chu Feng's bank card, and transferred 2 billion to Chu Feng. As for the precious Baichao Yunqi pill, Zhou Yanbai also took out a bottle with 10 pills in it and gave it to Chu Feng. The 100 herbs Qi pill can greatly speed up a warrior's bodybuilding process and has almost no side effects. Can be eaten as beans. Greatly improve your realm. The disadvantage is that it is useless against warriors of level 3 and above. Moreover, the power contained in the 100 herbs Qi pill is extremely pure, and it takes a lot of time for a warrior to absorb it. Chu Feng took the Baichao Yunqi pill. He looked at the money in his bank card again and made a rough plan for his future practice. Then he said goodbye to Zhou Yanbai. He returned to the staff member who had just recovered the ferocious beast. The body must be sold. Just leave a little for food. Seeing that Chu Feng had obtained 2 billion worth of cultivation resources and was still continuing to sell corpses, the other students present couldn't help but look over with curiosity. What kind of ferocious beast's corpse is it that could be worth 2 billion? A second-level beast costs about 10,000 dragon coins per kilogram. Like the silver-backed wolf that Wang Dagong killed just now, each one was worth only a few million. A few $1 million is nothing compared to Chu Feng's 2 billion. It's not even money at all. Unless he could probably kill 20 or 30 silverback wolves. In that case, a pack of wolves could be worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. But is it possible to kill a group of second-level silverback wolves? Not far away. Jiang Hao, who was about to leave with Feng Yu, couldn't help but stop. He really wanted to know what kind of battle record Chu Feng had. End of chapter 45. In front of the recycling booth, Chu Feng distanced himself from the staff, then raised his hand and took out all the corpses he had collected from the system space. Everyone saw countless corpses of ferocious beasts piled up into a small hill. Chu Feng has at least a dozen of the silver-backed wolves that Wang Dagong had previously shown off. There are many other large and ferocious beasts. All the students present were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Did he sweep the entire playing field? Was that monkey corpse just now the Gibbon King? That's a second-order, 9th-level ferocious beast. And there are 2 of them. I'm afraid that with Li Wei here, there is no way to get this record? Could it be that Chu Feng killed all of these? How high a score would he have to have then? Compared to that, Jiang Hao's previous score of over 2,000 is just that, right? Oh my god, this is outrageous. Far away. When Jiang Hao saw the pile of corpses that Chu Feng took out, he fell completely silent. No wonder. No wonder Mr. Dan didn't let him watch it. Not to mention his 2,000 points, even 3,000 points would seem ridiculous in front of Chu Feng. The score of the Gibbon King alone is enough to leave him behind. Not to mention other ferocious beasts. There is no comparison at all. I really didn't expect that the gap between him and Chu Feng would be so big. Although Chu Feng was only one realm higher than him, if he met the second-order 9th-level Gibbon King, he would have no chance of winning at all. Do you know why Chu Feng is so popular? Feng Yu also stopped at this moment and spoke slowly. He really wanted to bring Chu Feng back to Shenzhou University, but unfortunately the school did not support him, so there was nothing he could do. Don't look at it, let's go. You are definitely no match for Chu Feng right now. After saying that, he pulled Jiang Hao away. It is not good to continue watching, as it will easily cause great damage to Jiang Hao's young mind, and it will inevitably hinder Jiang Hao's cultivation. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. He secretly made up his mind to surpass Chu Feng, and then followed Feng Yu away completely. At this time, Wang Dagong, who had just been knocked unconscious by Chu Feng, also stood up. Wang Dagong, who had just woken up, recalled what had just happened and immediately remembered that he was knocked flying in front of everyone. His face flushed instantly. Damn Chu Feng, he brought shame upon himself to his grandmother's house. Wang Dagong shook his head to find the right direction. When he saw Chu Feng and was about to seek revenge on Chu Feng, he was completely stunned. When he saw the pile of corpses in front of Chu Feng, especially the 9th level second order Gibbon King among them, he stood there in a daze, unable to move. A full quarter of an hour later, he slapped himself hard. Wang Dagong, why are you so stupid? He is just a first level warrior, how could he kill so many ferocious beasts? Even if a rank 2, 9th level warrior came, it would be impossible for him to kill so many ferocious beasts in one go, right? Among the contestants, only Li Wei is a second level warrior, and the others are first level warriors. So, there is only one possible truth. Chu Feng is lying. Wang Dagong felt that he was very smart at this moment. Discovered the truth of the matter. These ferocious beasts of Chu Feng must have been prepared in advance. He rushed to Chu Feng angrily and shouted loudly. Everyone, don't be fooled by this brat. He must have prepared these ferocious beast corpses in advance and deliberately deceived us. The highest score in history is only 3,000 points. He brought out so many ferocious beast corpses, is it possible that he can get over 10,000 points? Many students heard this. He also cast a puzzled look at Chu Feng. However, many people ignored Wang Dagong's words. Lie? What good would it have done him to lie to me? Yes, and once the scores come out, won't it be clear what Chu Feng's situation is? Wang Dagong, you must have been beaten unconscious. What's the point of saying this? Just then, the league has officially ended, and everyone's score rankings have been announced. First, Chu Feng, 12,981 points. Second, Jiang Hao, 2,208 points. Third, Xian Mengmeng, 553 points. Fourth, last place, Li Wei, 0 points. Everyone checked the scores. Especially after seeing Chu Feng's 12,000 points, everyone was shocked. Isn't this a bit outrageous? The second place Jiang Hao's score is not even a fraction of Chu Feng's? The highest record was only over 3,200 points, but Chu Feng's score reached a terrifying 10,000 points. It's too exaggerated. Who can compare to this? Everyone scoffed at Wang Dagong's previous questioning. Wang Dagong looked at the rankings. His whole body turned red and he was incoherent, not knowing what to say. He lowered his head and ran away without looking back. Chu Feng ignored it and waited patiently for the staff to count the bodies and exchange them for money. At this time, as the score rankings were announced, many people discovered Li Wei's ranking. He was actually ranked last? The key is still 0 points? Where's Li Wei? He's not a second level warrior, so why did he get 0 points? Killing a ferocious beast will earn you dozens of points. Could it be that someone robbed him? I remember Li Wei stole the points of several classmates. I'm afraid it wasn't Chu Feng who did it. Evildoers will be punished. Discussion room. Li Wei, with his clothes torn and a slap mark on his chest, crawled out of the woods. He thought of Chu Feng's strength. The whole person couldn't help but shiver. Too strong. He was at the second level of bone tempering realm, but he couldn't even withstand a single move from Chu Feng. This time Chu Feng snatched away all the points, he was doomed. Li Wei thought. As soon as he left the forest, he saw Chu Feng selling the corpse of a ferocious beast. Especially when he saw a pile of ferocious beast corpses in front of Chu Feng. Among them is the strongest second order 9th level Gibbon King. After fighting the silver-backed wolf with great difficulty, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This person. How strong is it? Li Wei turned around and saw Chu Feng's score on the leaderboard again. The score of over 12,000 points made him freeze in place. Did he actually want to steal Chu Feng's points just now? Chu Feng's strength at the 9th level of the first stage is simply that of a god of war. Chu Feng didn't care about these. He waited quietly for his ferocious beast to be recovered. The ferocious beast weighed tens of thousands of pounds and, according to the staff's calculations, was sold for a total of 480 million yuan. Seeing Chu Feng's amazing fighting ability, the staff did him a favor and gave him 500 million dragon coins, which were transferred to his account. Chu Feng got the money. Prepare to leave. He found Chen Ming, the principal of number 1 middle school, and greeted him. Chen Ming was smiling and was very satisfied with Chu Feng's performance. More than 12,000 points is the pride of number 1 middle school. If it is promoted a little, the enrollment effect will surely be outstanding. Before Chen Ming said goodbye to Chu Feng, he took out a silver wristband and handed it to Chu Feng. This is a 3rd level armor. At a critical moment, you can unleash its power to help you resist a 3rd level attack. Chu Feng did not refuse. After expressing his gratitude, he put the silver wristband into the system space and then walked home. Chapter 46, Old Friend. Chu Feng returned home. When I opened the door, I saw a table full of sumptuous food and a man in camouflage military uniform looking around. The man was tall and straight, and exuded a stern aura. When Chu Feng looked at the man, he could feel that he was a very powerful warrior, probably stronger than the principal. "Are you back?" The man looked over as soon as Chu Feng opened the door. He had a gentle smile on his face. Said softly, "Chu Feng? My name is Lin Zhanfeng, and I'm your parents' comrade in arms." As he spoke, he walked over to Chu Feng in 2 or 3 steps, stretched out his hand, and rubbed Chu Feng's head naturally. "Act quickly." Chu Feng was not given any chance to react. This man might be even more powerful than Chu Feng thought. "Xiaofeng, you're back? Come and sit down. This is your Uncle Lin. Back then, he was the one who brought your sister and brother-in-law's ashes back here." Han Shui also came out at this time, carrying the last plate of vegetables. Her sister and brother-in-law are Chu Feng's parents. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. Let's have dinner together," Chu Feng said sincerely. Although he was separated from his parents since childhood and did not have many memories of his parents in this world, he knew that Lin Zhanfeng came with good intentions. So naturally, we became closer. Several people took their seats. Lin Zhanfeng looked at Chu Feng and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After so many years, I didn't expect that my old friend's son is about to go to college. But Han Shui didn't tell her earlier that Chu Feng had only contacted her after he had reached the 9th level of the Jade Skin realm. He also said that his child had just entered his 3rd year of high school. It's a mess. If he remembered correctly, did the high school senior just awaken his talent these days? He reached the 9th level of the 1st order right after awakening his talent? And he's on a plane? He is clearly a senior high school student. But then again, spending a year to cultivate to the 9th level of the 1st stage is still a very good speed. Many students are still lingering in the bronze skin realm after a year. But if Han Shui could have spoken earlier, Lin Zhanfeng was very confident that he could place Chu Feng under his command. With his position in the army, there would definitely be no problem in arranging a carefree environment for Chu Feng to grow up in. Moreover, Chu Feng also has S-level talent. If he is trained well, he may become a general of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, Chu Feng has already achieved some cultivation, and if he wants to join the army, he will have to go through many tests. Those assessments are hard indicators, and if he fails, there is nothing he can do. Thinking, Lin Zhanfeng picked up a piece of meat for Chu Feng and asked gently, "I heard from your aunt that you have awakened an S-level lightning talent?" Chu Feng raised his hand, revealing a deep blue lightning. The lightning flashed like strands of electric arcs, giving people a strong sense of aggression. Lin Zhanfeng stared at the electric arc. After a moment, he slowly nodded. It's a very powerful talent. Its attack power is top-notch among all S-level talents. What's its name? 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Lin Zhanfeng nodded repeatedly. A very nice name, and such a powerful talent destined Chu Feng to have a different future. After seeing Chu Feng's talent, he decided to recruit Chu Feng into his 3rd Legion at all costs. After thinking about it, Lin Zhanfeng said again, "Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? For an S-level talent, it's normal to cultivate to the 2nd level, 4th level in a year. You are only at the 9th level of the 1st stage now, it's a bit slow. To cultivate to the 9th level of the 1st stage in 1 year is a very good cultivation speed for a high school student. But for a warrior with S-level talent, it is not good enough." Chu Feng listened to Lin Zhanfeng's question and felt confused. "What year? This is my talent that I just awakened the day before yesterday. As for the problems in cultivation, I haven't encountered any so far." At this time, Han Shui, who had been listening attentively at the dinner table, also heard something wrong. She explained carefully. Xiaofeng hasn't been practicing for a year. His talent just awakened the day before yesterday. The words haven't been finished yet. Han Shui froze in his seat because he saw the bluish-white glow emanating from Chu Feng's skin. This is? A Jade Skin Realm warrior? I awakened my talent the day before yesterday, and was at the Bronze Skin Realm yesterday morning, so I should be at the Jade Skin Realm tonight? It seems to make sense? Wrong. Han Shui was confused. She now thought about it. It took a normal warrior at least 7 days to break through to the Bronze Skin Realm. The record for breaking through the Jade Skin Realm is also 30 days. Why? Xiaofeng broke through to the Jade Skin Realm in one go? Lin Zhanfeng was also confused when he heard Han Shui's explanation. What? You're talking about Chu Feng's awakened talent the day before yesterday? Can you be reasonable? What can be done in one day? Some warriors cannot even understand the bodybuilding exercises in one day. Bodybuilding exercises are not something you can just practice whenever you want. That is through harming the body. It is a process of allowing the body to continuously repair and strengthen itself. If you don't fully understand the bodybuilding exercises, it's easy to hurt yourself in the process. So, the first step in cultivation is to understand the exercises. Then the second step is practice. There is no need to say much about the process of cultivation. The body will definitely be injured, and after being injured, it needs to be repaired. If you fail to repair your body in time and force yourself to practice, it will definitely have a counterproductive effect. It can also cause permanent damage to your body. Chu Feng cultivated to the Jade Skin Realm in just 2 days. How is that possible? Even if he has good aptitude for cultivation with S-level talent, it is absolutely impossible for him to progress so quickly. Unless you awaken 7 or 8 S-level talents. Together, we provide him with a blessing to speed up his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for him to break through the Copper Skin Realm in 1 day and the Jade Skin Realm in 2 days. But is this possible? A warrior can awaken 2 talents at most, and the upper limit of the training speed is there. Apart from the magic techniques, it is impossible to practice so fast. So, a conclusion can be drawn. Han Shui must be talking nonsense. She probably doesn't even know that Chu Feng is already in his senior year of high school. Lin Zhanfeng thought about it, looked at Chu Feng, and said gently. It's okay. If you want to get into a good university, it's okay to study for an extra year. It's just your senior year. There's no need to hide something as trivial as this. Besides, isn't Chu Feng studying at Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School? I can just do a quick check and find out what grade Chu Feng is in. Chu Feng frowned. He was indeed in his senior year of high school, and he had asked Principal Chen Ming to change this. But it doesn't matter. Since Uncle Lin misunderstood, then let it be. Cultivation is your own, misunderstanding is others. Misunderstandings are good too, as they can help conceal your abnormal talent. However, Han Shui didn't think so. She felt that Chu Feng was obviously very talented, but she was very unwilling to be misunderstood like this. She wanted to continue explaining for Chu Feng, but suddenly she felt her hand under the table being grabbed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng signaled with his eyes. Never mind. In that case, Han Shui took a deep breath and let it go. Chapter 47 Hidden Truth. At the dinner table, Lin Zhanfeng looked at the 2 people exchanging glances and felt something was wrong. There must be some hidden secret that is hard to tell. That's also normal. Who doesn't have a secret? But, as the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Zhanfeng could easily understand Chu Feng's background by making use of the intelligence system. Give him some time and everything will come to light. By then, in the face of irrefutable evidence, any words are powerless. Thinking. Lin Zhanfeng skipped this topic directly. Talked about the purpose of coming here. Chu Feng, are you interested in joining the army? Your S-level talent is very strong. As long as you can pass the recruit assessment, I can let you join my 3rd Legion. With my protection, your promotion in the army will be smooth sailing. Don't worry about the cultivation resources, all the skills are available. When I retire, you will have a great opportunity to take charge of the 3rd Legion and defend the area. Join the army? To be honest, Chu Feng was not very interested. I feel that the military is a place with strict rules and very little freedom. Although Lin Zhanfeng said that he would protect himself, he would also lose a lot of opportunities. Certainly. The most important thing is whether you can kill the ferocious beast and get the lucky bag. Can you make enough money? Xu Feng needs to kill the ferocious beasts to get the lucky bags dropped by the system, and he also needs to sell the ferocious beast meat for money to exchange for various cultivation resources in the Wanjie Mall. Among them, the spirit stones that are essential for Qi training cost 1 million each. If the benefits brought by the army are not as good as those brought by Baichao University, then he will definitely go to college. Having said that, if the treatment in Uncle Lin's army is better than that in college, then there is no problem in joining the army. Thinking of this, Xu Feng asked back, "Are there enough resources for cultivation? I want to kill lots and lots of ferocious beasts and make a lot of money." Although it sounds a bit earthy, but this is what Xu Feng needs right now. Killing ferocious beasts and making money. Lin Zhanfeng fell silent. The main role of the Dragon Country Army is to protect the safety of the people and serve as a guardian. The main thing is to deal with the occasional beast tide. For beginners, there are not many opportunities to kill ferocious beasts in the army. Most of the time, high-level warriors go out in full force to encircle and suppress the ferocious beasts. The task of low-level warriors is to practice well. As for making money, the army is not that kind of place. Lin Zhanfeng thought about it and finally shook his head. The military can only provide a relatively stable training environment. To earn a large commission by killing fierce beasts, one must be at least a 4th-level warrior. Xu Feng is only at the 1st level now. Even if he joins the army, he will probably have physical training every day and will not have any chance to go on any mission. It's not that I won't give him any missions, but Xu Feng is too weak. Forcing him to go on the mission would harm him. High-level warriors have a high chance of dying when fighting ferocious beasts. This is how Xu Feng's parents died. What is more, he is a low-level warrior. Forget it. I'd rather go to college than join the army. Xu Feng refused, as he needed a lot of resources for cultivation. Baichao University just happens to meet his needs. By the way, Aunt, I was just specially recruited by Baichao University, the Baichao Tongji Medical University, which is ranked 3rd in Longhua. As soon as the words fell, Han Shui's eyes widened and she asked in disbelief. Really? No wonder he didn't believe it. Remember Xu Feng's talent just awakened the day before yesterday? Other warriors studied for nearly a year before they were admitted to university. As a result, when it came to Xu Feng, he was admitted to the top 3 universities in the country in less than a day? It's simply exaggerated. Lin Zhanfeng was a little confused when he heard this. He didn't expect that Xu Feng was directly admitted to Baichao University. Baichao knows it all too well. All the outstanding alchemists in the country come from Baichao University, and the training of warriors cannot be separated from elixirs. Therefore, to a certain extent, Baichao University is more famous than Shenzhou University, which is the best in the country. Certainly. This ranking is still based on the 100 schools martial arts competition. Baichao University ranked 3rd in the last 100 schools martial arts competition, so naturally it will be ranked 3rd in the country. Perhaps one day, Baichao University will also cultivate a genius and win 1st place in the martial arts competition among 100 schools. Then Baichao University is ranked number 1 university in the country. After learning that Xu Feng was admitted to the top university in Longhua, Lin Zhanfeng also knew why he did not join the army with him. With this strength, study hard in college and you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Thinking about. He flipped his hand and took out an antique brass bracelet from his storage ring and handed it to Xu Feng. Take it. It can save your life at a critical moment. Study hard at university. After you graduate successfully, you can come to the 3rd Legion of Dragon Country to find your Uncle Lin. Xu Feng looked at the bracelet. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to put it away. After all, Lin Zhanfeng is his parents' comrade in arms, and is equivalent to his elder. Since it was a gift from his elders, he naturally had to accept it. Thank you, Uncle Lin. He thanked me sincerely. I will repay you when I have the chance in the future. Xu Feng really needs some equipment to ensure his safety now. Seeing Xu Feng accept his brass bracelet, Lin Zhanfeng smiled and picked up a piece of meat for him. Taking the opportunity, I chatted with Xu Feng about cultivation. In the chat, he originally wanted to give Xu Feng some advice. However, I didn't expect that Xu Feng had extremely unique insights into martial arts, and he could understand many problems at a glance. Even many problems that I couldn't think of were easily solved by Chu Feng. As we were chatting, Lin Jianfeng couldn't help but think in his heart. You kid, you still say you are not a senior high school student. How could a person who had just awakened his talent for martial arts have such a profound understanding of martial arts? At this point in time, I'm afraid that most warriors don't even understand the bodybuilding techniques of martial arts, right? While thinking, several people finished the meal in a pleasant chat and left their contact information. Lin Jianfeng said goodbye to Chu Feng and the others. He rushed back to the nearby temporary military camp without stopping and immediately called his adjutant. Let the adjutant investigate Chu Feng's background thoroughly. Chu Feng must be a senior high school student. Certainly. Lin Jianfeng felt that there might be more hidden secrets. Because what Chu Feng said was so fake. 1 day to the bronze skin realm, 2 days to the silver skin realm, 3 days to the jade skin realm. Isn't this bullshit? He can even tell such an outrageous lie. Does he really think that he, as the army commander, is just there to do nothing? There must be something wrong. That's why he immediately went to check to see if Chu Feng had encountered any difficulties and to help if he could. As the army commander, Lin Jianfeng has great power to wield. Soon, his adjutant thoroughly investigated Chu Feng's background. The adjutant took the information and reported. Chu Feng is currently a senior at Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. He's obviously been practicing for over a year. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng shook his head slightly. Sure enough, just as I guessed, he was a senior high school student. But why did Han Shui say that Chu Feng was in his senior year of high school? Just thinking about it. At this time, the adjutant said again. There are a lot of strange things in it, they don't match up. Speak. Lin Jianfeng felt that there was something hidden, and it turned out to be true. If Han Shui really has any difficulties, he can just help. Chapter 48 Hong Meng Alchemy. Chu Feng's enrollment time is a bit strange. Based on this calculation, he should have just entered his 3rd year of high school. Even Chu Feng's birth age doesn't match. Among them, the most crucial thing is that Chu Feng didn't even register for this year's college entrance examination. If he was a senior high school student, it would be impossible for him not to take the college entrance examination. The adjutant expressed his opinion. All the information showed that Chu Feng was not a senior high school student, but a junior. You mean? Lin Jianfeng vaguely guessed the conclusion, but still wanted to confirm it. The adjutant took the information and explained seriously. Chu Feng's academic record has been altered. It must have been done by the principal of No. 1 Middle School himself. At first glance, it seems fine, but it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Chu Feng is obviously a senior high school student. Senior year. But the college entrance examination was just over 2 months ago, and the talents of the senior high school students were only awakened the day before yesterday. So, did Chu Feng really reach the bronze skin realm in 1 day, the silver skin realm in 2 days, and the jade skin realm in 3 days? This is fucking ridiculous. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Lin Jianfeng's eyes were filled with contemplation, and it took him a full quarter of an hour to come to his senses. The first reaction was to protect Chu Feng. Because Chu Feng not only has the S-level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, but also has such a fast martial arts talent, he will definitely be a warrior standing at the top of the human race in the future. So it is necessary to protect it. But Lin Jianfeng took into consideration that Chu Feng had been admitted to Baichao University. I was specially recruited and will report soon. Protecting her by myself would be a waste of time and would only attract attention. After thinking about it, he said to his adjutant, Go and modify Chu Feng's information to show that he is a senior high school student. Remember to make sure it is perfect. Baichao University is enough to protect Chu Feng's safety. Helping Chu Feng complete these steps is the only thing he can do. Chu Feng sighed. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes, he gave his aunt another 100 million dragon coins. This money is enough for my aunt to use. If the money is more, it will easily get her into trouble. A man is guilty of possessing a treasure even if he is innocent. Then he reminded his aunt to take good care of herself. If you don't have enough money, just ask him for it. Then I said goodbye to my aunt, took the train and headed to the Magic City. Moto City is the city where Baichao University is located. Shenzhou University is also here, and it is also the capital of Longhua. On the train, Chu Feng rented a workshop for himself to facilitate his practice. Three main aspects of cultivation. They are martial arts cultivation, Shi refining cultivation, and opening the lucky bag obtained before. Also visit the Wanjia Mall. Find a technique that can detect the surrounding environment. Eternal life begins with a single step. If you don't practice well, you will end up as a handful of earth after 100 years. And there is also my aunt. He felt sad when he thought that his dearest aunt would grow old and die. Therefore, he needs to cultivate to a high enough level. Possess sufficiently strong cultivation. In the future, one person will become an immortal and my aunt will ascend to heaven. Think of this. Chu Feng first took out the Baicha Yunling pill and swallowed one. In an instant, he felt a powerful and extremely pure energy. He concentrated all his attention and absorbed this energy with all his strength. Under the influence of this force, Chu Feng's bones gradually transformed and became stronger. There was a faint black light flickering on the bones. His cultivation also steadily advanced towards the second level of bone tempering realm. The effect of the 100 herb soul nourishing pill is indeed powerful. In just a few hours, I will be able to become a true bone tempering realm warrior. Chu Feng was delighted. Originally, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to break through the bone tempering realm, but now with the 100 herb soul pill, it only takes a few hours. This shows how powerful the Baicha Yunling pill is. Moreover, Baicha University has an unlimited supply of such pills. Thinking. Chu Feng paid some attention and entered the system space, preparing to open all the lucky bags he had obtained before to see what good things he could get. I got a lot of lucky bags this time. Without saying anything, I directly bought 10 lucky bags. Opened the second level 9-layer lucky bag. Congratulations on obtaining the inherited memory, Hongmeng Alchemy incomplete. Hongmeng Alchemy, the alchemy technique used by the legendary Hongmeng Saint. Open the second level 9-layer lucky bag. Congratulations on obtaining 35 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations on obtaining the technique, Dust Avoidance Technique. Dust avoidance tips can remove dust and keep the surrounding environment clean. Congratulations on obtaining the low-grade magical weapon, Ice Condensing Flying Sword. Ice Flying Sword, control the flying sword to kill the enemy. Congratulations on obtaining 21 low-grade spirit stones. A large number of items appeared in Chu Feng's system space. At this time, Chu Feng was immersed in the memory of Hongmeng's alchemy and couldn't extricate himself. Countless alchemy techniques and experiences were directly poured into his mind, which he could neither reject nor forget. This inherited memory. But it's much faster than learning. A moment later, Chu Feng slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He sorted out the memories in his mind. The incomplete Hongmeng alchemy technique is more about experience, and there are only 3 memories about the alchemy formula. They are the spirit gathering pills that help cultivators to speed up their cultivation. The spirit gathering pill can help cultivators absorb spiritual power faster, and its mild medicinal properties can also strengthen the cultivator's body. Price in Wanjia Mall, 30 million dragon coins per bottle. There are 10 pills in one bottle. Except for the spirit gathering pill. There is also the light wind pill that can increase the speed of the cultivator for a short period of time. After taking, the monk's body will be as light as the breeze, and his casting speed and running speed will be improved. Price in Wanjia Mall, 35 million dragon coins for 2 bottles. Finally, there is the Foundation Establishment Pill. It is an essential elixir for cultivators to build their foundation. Price in Wanjia Mall, 120 million dragon coins per piece. Chu Feng silently recalled the alchemy techniques of the 3 kinds of elixirs, and the skilled memories were intertwined in his mind. He felt a little itchy. Unfortunately, it was on the train. If the furnace exploded, he would become a terrorist. But it's not a big problem. Once you get to Baicha University, there will definitely be plenty of opportunities. Chu Feng temporarily suppressed his inherited memory, and then took stock of his lucky bag gains. The most important of these is the Spirit Stone. After a little calculation, there are 203 Spirit Stones alone, which is equivalent to 200 million dragon coins. It's still pretty good. In addition to the Spirit Stones, there are also many spells and magical tools, including the alchemy furnace he needs. Chu Feng's favorite is still a small sword, the Ningding Flying Sword. He flipped his hand and took out the flying sword that was only as long as his forearm. Inject a little spiritual power. The flying sword flew up lightly like a drone, and circled around Chu Feng like an ice elf. But Chu Feng knew. As long as he had a slight thought, the condensed ice flying sword would fly out at the fastest speed and kill the enemy. The flying sword also has the power of extreme cold, which can slow down the opponent's movements or even freeze the opponent directly. Chu Feng played with it for a while. Then he put away the ice flying sword. Then he took out the spirit stone and immersed himself completely in cultivation. First, raise your realm. It will be much easier to practice spells and martial arts afterwards. Chapter 49 Foundation Building. Time slowly passes. As Chu Feng slowly absorbed one spirit stone after another, his realm continued to break through. Soon, the 200 spirit stones were completely absorbed. Chu Feng's aura suddenly rose. Reached the 7th level of Qi refining. The 7th to 9th levels of Qi refining correspond to the 3rd level flesh tempering stage for warriors. At this time, Chu Feng's physical strength was equivalent to that of a warrior in the early stage of the flesh tempering realm, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. If we encounter the same situation as before where two gibbon kings attack us, Chu Feng is confident. He didn't use any means, just relying on his physical body, he was confident that he could kill two level 9 second stage ferocious beasts. And, in addition to a strong physical body, Chu Feng also mastered a spell in the thunder control technique, called the small thunder technique. The thunder technique can summon thunder to kill enemies. The terrifying thunder is enough to harm the body of a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Simply put, if the cultivators in the late stage of foundation building stood there and let Chu Feng hit them, Chu Feng could use the small thunder technique to smash their bodies into pieces. This means that his small thunder technique can break through the defense of a 6th level ferocious beast. You know. Previously, Chu Feng used the 4th level martial arts Thunder Finger, but he was unable to completely break the green scaled snake's defense with one strike. If Chu Feng had mastered the little thunder technique at that time, with one strike, the green scaled snake can be killed directly. Chu Feng took a deep breath. I have to say that the realm of Qi refining is more practical than the realm of martial arts. He directly spent 400 million on the realm. I bought 400 spirit stones from the Wanjie Mall and continued my cultivation. Strive to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining in one breath. At this time, Chu Feng's bottleneck in martial arts was also quietly broken through. The bones all over his body turned hard black iron, and he broke through to the bone tempering realm. The cultivation level of the 1st level of the 2nd stage cannot provide much help. Chu Feng swallowed another Baichao Yunling pill. Holding the spirit stone in hand at the same time, he took 2 approaches at the same time. It takes about 14 hours to get from Nanjiang City to Mo City, and half of that time has already passed. Chu Feng set out in the evening and arrived by dawn. Tomorrow is Sunday. He has plenty of time to practice. Calm down and immerse yourself completely in cultivation. Period. Chu Feng also specially bought some spirit gathering pills and compared the spirit gathering pills and spirit stones to see which one had a better price-performance ratio. Found this after a little research. Spirit stones are still more cost-effective, and the effect of Qi gathering pills is only equivalent to 2.5 spirit stones. In the Wanjie Mall, 3 spirit stones are needed to exchange for a Qi gathering pill. Unless Chu Feng buys medicinal materials, you can refine the Qi gathering pill manually by yourself, otherwise, the cost-effectiveness of spirit stones will be better. However, alchemy is tedious and there is a possibility of failure. Therefore, it is most cost-effective to directly absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit stone at the moment. Soon, as the train arrives at the station, Chu Feng also absorbed the 400 spirit stones in his hand. His Qi refining skills had also reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, and his strength was equivalent to that of a 3rd order, 9th level flesh tempering realm warrior. There are only 7 Baichao Yunling pills left. His martial arts realm broke through to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. If it weren't for the help of Baichao Yunling pill from Baichao University, Chu Feng would not have been able to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time. This time's breakthrough, Chu Feng's strength skyrocketed. A small thunder technique that is comparable to the physical strength of a 3rd level warrior and can harm a 6th level warrior. I still remember what Feng Yu from Shenzhou University said before, see you at the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition. When the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition came, it will definitely surprise Feng Yu. Thinking, Chu Feng found a training room nearby and prepared to spend the remaining 2 billion. Next, he planned to use all his money to buy the foundation building pill. Use the Foundation Establishment Pill to help yourself break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. The foundation building monks have powerful magic power. Once he successfully breaks through, like before he could only occasionally use the 3000 thunders at full power, after breaking through the foundation building, Xu Feng should be able to fight for several hours in a row. Powerful magic power will also enhance the power of spells. It's also a small thunder technique. If used in the late stage of qi refining, it can harm the body of a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment. However, when used by a foundation establishment cultivator, it can harm the physical body of a golden core cultivator. Certainly. This is assuming that the opponent does not use magic. If everyone uses magic, it will be almost impossible for the foundation establishment cultivator to be a match for the golden core cultivator. While thinking, Xu Feng opened a training room. He spent 150 million to buy a foundation building pill and immersed himself in cultivation again. Take the foundation building pill. Xu Feng gathered his energy and focused his mind, following the techniques in the Yulei Ju, guiding the power of the foundation building pill to use the spiritual energy in his dantian to forge the foundation of the Tao, laying the foundation for the future supreme path. As the spiritual energy in dantian is exhausted, Xu Feng suddenly discovered that building the foundation required a large amount of spiritual energy, but the air around him was too thin. So much so that it was completely unable to support him in completing the foundation building. In dantian, the established foundation of Taoism is crumbling due to the lack of support from spiritual energy. Xu Feng made a prompt decision. He immediately exchanged all of his remaining 1.85 billion dragon coins for spirit stones in the Wanjie Mall. A total of 1,850 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Feng was directly drowned in the small river of Lingshi. He absorbed the spiritual energy around him unscrupulously, and his Taoist foundation gradually stabilized. Xu Feng was concentrating. Carry out the whole process carefully. Time flies. On Monday, the sky was getting light. Of the more than 1,800 spirit stones around Xu Feng, nearly 1,700 were absorbed by him. There are more than 100 pieces left. The spiritual power contained in it was not much, so Xu Feng simply absorbed it all. Consolidate your own cultivation. His foundation building realm gradually stabilized, and tremendous pressure burst out from him. Now his physical strength is comparable to that of a 4th-level warrior in the condensed veins realm. If he were to return to the Nanjiang forest where he was before, a mere level 2, level 9 Monkey King would kill him with one punch. His score can still go up a level. And after breaking through to the foundation building stage, Xu Feng discovered that a 3-dimensional image of the surrounding environment appeared in his mind. It is a manifestation of soul strengthening. Now, he can use his soul to detect others and explore the surrounding environment. Very practical. Directly solve the problem that he has no detection skills. Of course, with the detection technique, he can detect at a farther distance. Moreover, Xu Feng also knew, if a warrior wants to unlock the power of the soul, he must break through to the 7th level. But he has unlocked it now. To a certain extent, his strength is no less than that of a warrior of the 7th level. Xu Feng thought. Only. His martial arts skills are only at the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. There is no way around it. I have to focus on refining qi, and my martial arts will have to fall behind a little. In martial arts, no matter how hard Xu Feng practiced, it would be difficult for him to reach the 4th level in one day. But in the realm of qi refining, if he has enough resources, his breakthrough will be very fast. I have great talent. It's just a pity that there are not enough resources. The next step in foundation building practice is still a problem. He only has the qi refining chapter of the lightning control art, and wants to obtain the foundation establishment chapter of the lightning control art. Xu Feng took a look at the Wanjie Mall. The price of the art of controlling thunder foundation building chapter, 180 billion dragon coins. Quite expensive. It seems that we have to continue to struggle. Now that I have run out of money, spirit stones are also a big problem. I can only slow down my progress in qi refining for the time being. It's time to report. Chapter 50, Immaculate Golden Pill. The morning light is bright. As Xu Feng walked into the gate of Baichao University, he was immediately hit by a strong medicinal fragrance. He uses the method of virtuality and reality. He hit his own cultivation level to the 1st level of the 2nd stage. After all, it only took 1 day to break through from the first level of the second stage to the third level of the second stage. It was really too fast. It's easy to attract attention. If he encounters some magic, it's easy for him to be defeated since his strongest combat power is only level 4. After hiding his cultivation, he contacted Zhou Yanbai via mobile phone. Soon, Zhou Yanbai, wearing a Taoist robe and with white hair and beard, appeared in front of Chu Feng, greeting with a smile on his face. Afterwards, he took Chu Feng to travel around their vast Baichao Tongji Medical University. In college, the tall teaching building stands proudly. The vast medicinal field is filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. Zhou Yanbai introduced the history of Baichao University and helped Chu Feng with the admission procedures. When registering, Yi Hongyu, a teacher in the admissions office, looked at Chu Feng with wide eyes. As a 7th level warrior, Yi Hongyu originally wanted to use his soul power to explore Chu Feng's cultivation. But when investigating, encountered an obstacle. You know, only 7th level warriors have soul power. Chu Feng, does he possess the power of the soul? He is a 7th level warrior. Chu Feng smiled and rejected Yi Hongyu's probe. After awakening the power of the soul, one becomes very sensitive to this kind of soul exploration. Besides, Yi Hongyu is just a strange man. Of course, Chu Feng could not agree to be detected. On Yi Hongyu's side, he looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. Chu Feng's whole body exuded the aura of a 2nd level, 1st level warrior. Where is the appearance of a 7th level warrior? What's wrong? Zhou Yanbai's cultivation was only at the 6th level, and he could not see Chu Feng's soul power at all. All he could see was Yi Hongyu's shock. Yi Hongyu smacked his lips and quickly thought of a wonderful way to use Chu Feng's soul power. Possessing soul power. It not only has a detection function, but also has powerful attack power. Attacks on the soul cannot be blocked by non-soul power. Are you interested in participating in this year's 100 Schools martial arts competition? Yi Hongyu asked. Another competition? Chu Feng raised his eyebrows, remembering that the last 4 school league provided him with a lot of rewards, which made his cultivation soar like a rocket to the foundation building stage. And his subsequent cultivation also requires a large amount of dragon coins. Just purchasing one thunder control technique would cost more than 10,000 spirit stones, which is equivalent to more than 100 billion dragon coins. What's more, cultivation requires the absorption of spiritual energy. So, as long as the reward is high enough, he will definitely participate. What's the reward? Chu Feng went straight to the point. However, Zhou Yanbai on the side was confused. No, are you serious about participating in the 100 Schools martial arts competition? The students participating in the 100 Schools martial arts competition are all juniors or even seniors. He is not only a genius. They have been practicing for 3 or 4 years, and their realm is at least the 3rd level of flesh tempering realm. There have even been many warriors in the late 4th level of vein condensation realm. You want Chu Feng, a beginner who is only at the 2nd level of bone tempering, to challenge a 4th level warrior? Isn't that a gift? No, at least let Chu Feng practice for 2 years? Letting him participate in the 100 Schools martial arts competition now, other than getting a few kills, what else can it do? Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyu shook his head. Chu Feng mastered the power of the soul, and it was easy for him to use the power of the soul to deal with warriors below the 7th level. Chu Feng, what is your talent? Yi Hongyu asked. He subconsciously felt that Chu Feng's talent was related to soul power. Could it be that he swallowed some rare spiritual herb? That's very unlikely. The spiritual energy of Blue Star is now declining, and it is simply unable to produce some of the spiritual herbs recorded in ancient books. Even if it is their Baichao University, there is only one place where spiritual energy gathers, where some spiritual herbs can be cultivated. It is impossible to find spiritual herbs in other places. There is no spiritual place. Spiritual herbs will not be able to survive. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, is there something wrong with my talent? Chu Feng asked back. Yeah, what's wrong with this talent? Zhou Yanbai also asked. Yi Hongyu was full of confusion when he heard this. Talent is fine. But how did the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder awaken the power of the soul? Then where does your soul power come from? Yi Hongyu was puzzled. The power of the soul. Only then did Chu Feng react. That was something that could only be awakened by a 7th level warrior, but he, a second-level warrior, had awakened it. This is obviously not common sense. While thinking, Zhou Yanbai on the side was also shocked. A full quarter of an hour later, he finally realized why Yi Hongyu wanted Chu Feng to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition. It turns out that there is the power of the soul. What the 7th level warriors mastered. If Chu Feng knew more about the techniques of using soul power, his combat effectiveness would definitely not be weaker than those 4th level warriors. He can even fight against a 6th level warrior. Okay. Chu Feng, you must participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition. The rewards are quite generous. If you can take first place, you will first obtain the Immaculate Golden Pill from Baichao University. After taking it, you will almost certainly become a 9th level golden body expert, and your future cultivation will be smooth sailing. There's also Lingxiao University's 9th level Lingxiao War God Armor. This armor can even defend against a full strength attack from a late stage 9th level warrior. Once you put on the Lingxiao War God armor, almost no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can threaten your life. Finally, there's the 9 Revolutions Profound Art, taught by Shenzhou University. This technique is a non-injury body refining technique that allows a warrior to continuously refine their current realm 9 times, making their combat power invincible at the same level. As long as you condense your current realm 9 times with the 9 Revolutions Profound Art, you will almost certainly be able to break through your current level. That is to say, this technique can give warriors the opportunity to break through to the 9th level. The 3 major rewards all go to the first place. Zhou Yanbai was talking with saliva flying everywhere, and Chu Feng was full of confusion. Feeling good. However, it seems that there are no dragon coins as rewards. If I sell the Immaculate Golden Pill, how many dragon coins can I get? There is no way. The Wanjia Mall only accepts dragon coins and does not accept other currencies at all. After hearing this, Zhou Yanbai froze. After a minute of silence, he then said, clutching his chest, "You prodigal son, you sold all the Immaculate Golden Pills for money. I'll make up for the difference." Chu Feng scratched his head. He wanted to say that he was short of more than 180 billion. But it's hard to say where the money will be used. So I can only remain silent. Zhou Yanbai seemed to see what was on Chu Feng's mind, and then he took out a golden bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Feng. "There's 10 billion here. As long as you train hard, you'll have plenty of money." Chu Feng took the bank card and was a little surprised. This little money? It's totally not enough. The skills required for the foundation building period cost a full 180 billion dragon coins. However, it is better than nothing. Kill more ferocious beasts and open more lucky bags, and money will come naturally. Seeing this, Yi Hongyu on the side did not continue to ask about Chu Feng's soul power. Maybe it's some opportunities for Chu Feng. If we continue to ask questions, it will not be good for both of them. Are you going to participate in this year's 100 schools martial arts competition? It's okay if you don't, you can just wait 2 years and then participate. Participate. Chu Feng nodded. Although there are no dragon coins as rewards, those 9th level equipment can obviously be sold at a high price. If he sells it secretly at that time, who can blame him? Okay then, let's go to the senior martial arts class, and ask your homeroom teacher, Wei Shuhan, and have Zhou Yanbai take you to report. Chapter 51, Stay After Class. After Chu Feng completed the admission procedures, he said goodbye to Yi Hongyu and followed Zhou Yanbai to report to the martial arts class. On a sunny playground, he found the martial arts class doing morning exercises and Wei Shuhan wearing black training clothes. Wei Shuhan has long hair and is a very gentle girl. However, Chu Feng just learned from Zhou Yanbai that Teacher Wei is a genuine 9th level Golden Body Realm warrior. Even in the entire Dragon Country, he has top combat power. "Teacher Wei, I have brought you a new student," Zhou Yanbai said politely. After all, the core of Baichao University is still alchemy, so there is only one martial arts class in each session. The martial arts class is tasked with winning the 100 schools martial arts competition. So, Wei Shuhan is not only strong in strength, but also has an extraordinary status in the school. He can easily occupy some martial artists' training grounds. If Wei Shuhan had a conflict with other teachers, the principal would definitely protect Wei Shuhan. No way. The martial arts class is really important, and the students in the martial arts class are the few talented students in their school. In order to maintain the title of the 3rd university in Longhua, Baichao University also works very hard. After hearing what Zhou Yanbai said, Wei Shuhan frowned tightly. Freshman? Are you making me laugh? The students she taught were all seniors who had practiced for 4 years. The weakest of them had reached the 3rd level of flesh-tempering realm, and the strongest had even reached the late stage of vein condensation realm. They were ready to go all out and get a good result in the 100 schools martial arts competition. What do you mean by bringing a new student here? Thinking. Wei Shuhan looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng was wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, and looked calm and composed, which made her a little confused. This kid is clearly only at the 2nd level, 1st level of the bone-tempering realm. Why is he so calm in front of me, who is at the 9th level of the golden body realm? But it doesn't matter. Wei Shuhan frowned tightly and looked at Zhou Yanbai beside her. 2nd level bone-tempering realm? Letting him participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition, do you want the school to not even make it into the top 3? Zhou Yanbai shook his head. He laughed. Teacher Wei, don't worry. Chu Feng has awakened his soul power. His soul power is not weaker than that of a 7th level warrior. He may be able to have an unexpected effect in the 100 schools martial arts competition. Soul power? These 4 words immediately aroused Wei Shuhan's curiosity. She had almost no hesitation, and her powerful soul power penetrated towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng subconsciously blocked it. After all, the power of the soul is still very sensitive. After awakening, outsiders must not be able to detect one's body at will. However, Wei Shuhan seemed to be aroused by Chu Feng's resistance, which aroused his desire to win. She had no explanation. Using his own powerful soul power, he directly forcibly pried open Chu Feng's soul defense, and then looked Chu Feng up and down. Finally, he nodded slowly. It is indeed the power of the soul, but when Wei Shuhan was detecting just now, he was surprised to find that Chu Feng's cultivation level was actually the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. When I first saw Chu Feng, I didn't realize this and was deceived by Chu Feng. This kid. He has some tricks. He also has mastered the power of the soul. If he is taken to participate in the 1-month martial arts competition of 100 schools, maybe there will really be unexpected results. Just what? Zhou Yanbai asked. If there is a problem, solve it. As the teacher who specially recruited Chu Feng, it was natural for him to arrange Chu Feng's whereabouts. This kid's cultivation is a bit strange. If Ling hadn't detected it with soul power, I wouldn't have realized that he was at the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. But it's no problem. It's normal to hide your cultivation. Leave Chu Feng to me, you can go now. After Wei Shuhan finished explaining, he waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Yanbai could leave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanbai looked at Chu Feng with some confusion. Hidden cultivation. Could it be that when he was fighting with the Gibbon King of the 2nd level and 9th level, his cultivation level was already at the 2nd level and 3rd level? In this way, Chu Feng's combat talent rating will drop by 1 level. Certainly. It's not a big problem. Chu Feng now relies on the power of his soul, and the level of martial arts is secondary. Only. Zhou Yanbai also thought of another possibility. Chu Feng was at the 1st level of the 2nd stage before, and then in just 2 days, he broke through to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. Break through 2 small realms in 2 days. This speed. Zhou Yanbai didn't dare to think about it, it was too outrageous. He instinctively chose to believe the former. Then he said goodbye to Wei Shuhan, told Chu Feng where to stay, and finally left in a hurry. Baichao University covers a vast area. Most students in the school live in single rooms, so that they have enough privacy and space for warriors to move around. On the playground, Chu Feng stood there, feeling his whole body was burning. When Wei Shuhan's soul power was detecting me just now, I felt like my whole body was being touched by Wei Shuhan. That feeling. This made Chu Feng, who has been single until now, extremely uncomfortable. Okay, stop standing there. Wei Shuhan didn't care about this at all. Like an older sister, she pulled Chu Feng and introduced him to her students. There are 15 students in the martial arts class, and including Chu Feng, there are 16 in total. However, only 5 people can participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition. The rest are reserve players. So, if Chu Feng wants to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition, he must stand out in the upcoming selection. After hearing that Chu Feng only had the 2nd level of cultivation, basically, he had no defense against Chu Feng. The 2nd level of cultivation was really not enough, because the weakest senior student present had the 3rd level, 7th level of cultivation. It is obvious at a glance that Chu Feng is at the 2nd level of the bone tempering realm, and he can only be a reserve player. After Wei Shuhan introduced Chu Feng was allowed to join the team and began a full day of training. In addition to basic physical fitness, warriors' training also includes combat skills. Chu Feng's fighting skills are very weak. He just has a strong fighting talent. He swallowed a Baicha Yunling pill, then followed everyone's footsteps and honed his fighting skills. Improve your own combat skills. For warriors, in addition to realm and martial arts, the most important thing is fighting skills. The same realm, the same martial arts. Whoever has better fighting skills will be more powerful and win. One day of training. It was quite peaceful, mostly explaining some combat theories and then letting the students practice on their own. As for eating, he relied entirely on pills. Convenient and fast. Save a lot of time on eating. Chu Feng also took the opportunity to refine a Baichao Yunling pill. My cultivation level is only one step away from the 2nd stage, 4th level. I believe I can break through successfully tonight. After practicing, his cultivation speed also gradually slowed down, and it would definitely take more time for him to break through in the future. During this period, he also met a senior who was in the middle stage of the condensation vein realm, that is, the 5th level of the 4th stage, named Tian Hai. Tian Hai took good care of the newcomer. Give yourself some special treatment from time to time. Student Chu Feng, you must straighten your back to unleash the full power of this move. Using momentum to overwhelm the opponent is also an important part of combat. And here, Chu Feng accepted it humbly. If someone is willing to teach, he is also willing to learn. At the same time, I gradually formed an impression of my senior Tian Hai. The day goes by quickly. After class, Wei Shuhan called Chu Feng and prepared to give Chu Feng special training individually. After all, Chu Feng's soul power is very special, an ability that other students do not possess. Chapter 52, Soul Condensation. Take this soul forging technique and read it carefully when you get back. It can strengthen your soul power. Wei Shuhan handed a book to Chu Feng. She had intended to explain it briefly. Think about it. She still felt that the most effective way for her to explain it would be after Chu Feng had read it once and asked her about it when he encountered difficulties. By the way, what is your talent? I can arrange corresponding training for you. Wei Shuhan asked. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, a thunder attribute talent with very strong attack power. As Chu Feng spoke, he collected the soul tempering technique that Wei Shuhan had given him. It's exactly what I need, so I must get it. Wei Shuhan nodded after hearing this. This talent sounds like it's S-level, but I'm not too surprised. He has seen many S-level talents. The highest level of talent has a very high upper limit, but the ultimate combat effectiveness still depends on the degree of development of the talent. Chu Feng just arrived. After all, they are freshmen. No matter how their talents are developed, they are definitely not as good as those seniors. So, Wei Shuhan didn't take Chu Feng's talent seriously. The most urgent thing is to learn the soul forging technique in your hand as soon as possible. Only then will you have a certain level of combat effectiveness when participating in the 100 schools martial arts competition. As for your talent, Wei Shuhan took out another book from his storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng. Please take a good look at this starry thunderstorm art. It's a 7th level bodybuilding technique that uses thunder to strengthen the body. The effect is very good. However, the downside is that the power of thunder is too violent, and the damage to the body can be extremely exaggerated. This kind of damage cannot be repaired by ordinary pills. It takes a lot of time to heal the body. Advanced skills require time to hone. Unless a warrior possesses special abilities, such as the talent to repair his body, the physique to absorb thunder, etc., no matter how good his talent is, if he wants to become stronger, he can only rely on time. After practicing the starry lightning storm technique, one can transform into a thunderstorm, covering a large area and having extremely strong combat power. However, the most important thing is to first master the soul forging technique. Soul power is the key to your competition with the seniors. Okay, you can go back first. We will still have class in this playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. There will be a real battle tomorrow, which will allow you to get a first-hand feel for the strength of the opponents you will face at the 100 schools martial arts competition. Don't be late. Chu Feng listened patiently. It was not until Wei Shuhan asked him to go home that he took the 2 martial arts books and waved goodbye. After eating in the cafeteria, he returned to the dormitory according to the location given by Zhou Yanbai on his mobile phone. The cafeteria at Baichao University is free. Eat as much as you want as long as you don't waste it. The dormitory is for single people, with a comfortable big bed and independent bathroom, exquisite wardrobe and tidy room, and even a separate practice room. The overall impression is very comfortable. After Chu Feng returned to the dormitory, he immediately opened the soul forging technique in his hand and began to study. Looking at this bodybuilding exercise, Chu Feng gradually understood the soul cultivation system and some knowledge about the soul. The practice of soul power is divided into 4 stages. From low to high, condensed soul, wandering soul, soul core, and divine soul. Chu Feng is now in the soul condensing stage. Having just awakened the power of the soul, he can rely on the power of the soul to detect the surrounding environment at a short distance. They are more sensitive to their surroundings and have a certain ability to foresee danger. In the soul gathering stage, the soul is still very fragile and can hardly provide any combat power. It can only serve as an auxiliary to help warriors move better, practice, etc. When the soul gradually condenses and finally becomes almost physical, it can leave the body and wander around. This is the wandering soul stage. Warriors at this stage can leave their bodies and use the power of their souls to perform certain spells, giving their souls considerable combat power. The magic performed by the soul is called soul magic, which is an attack at the soul level. Without the corresponding strength of soul power, it is impossible to resist this attack. The martial arts book that Wei Shuhan gave to Chu Feng. I just hope that Chu Feng can cultivate to the wandering soul stage. In this way, although he is a 2nd level warrior, warriors below the 7th level cannot withstand the soul level attack. Even if a warrior is at the 7th level, if his soul power is not strong enough, he will definitely not be able to withstand Chu Feng's attack. Certainly, it takes a lot of time to cultivate to the wandering soul stage. The book Soul Forging Technique says, according to records, the person who cultivated the soul power to the wandering soul realm the fastest took at least half a year. Someone happened to find a magical herb that could repair the damage to the soul, refining spiritual herbs into corresponding elixirs. The speed of soul recovery was greatly accelerated, so that within just half a year, the soul power could be cultivated from the soul condensation realm to the wandering soul realm. But half a year is still too long. You know, the 100 Schools League will begin in a month. If you want to cultivate to the wandering soul realm, it will take at least half a year. Then I will be of no use at all in this 100 Schools martial arts competition. Perhaps, teacher Wei Shuhan should have a way to make a warrior like me who has just mastered the power of the soul also have a good fighting ability. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng put this idea behind his mind. His heart was completely immersed in the training of the soul tempering technique. A slight tearing of the soul. Then repair the soul. During this process, the power of the soul will continue to grow stronger and more solid, and will eventually be able to leave the body and achieve the state of soul leaving the body. After practicing for a while, Chu Feng suddenly discovered that the speed at which his soul was repairing was extraordinary. According to the bodybuilding techniques, it would take about 1 to 500,000 times to tear the soul apart before one could successfully increase the soul strength to that of a wandering soul. Every time the soul is torn apart, there is great pain. Until the pain disappears, only then can you proceed to the next practice. Normally, the recovery interval takes 3 or 4 days, and the total time is about 1.5 to 2 years. Many warriors are unable to practice continuously. So, the average time calculated is 2.5 years. But Chu Feng, as soon as he tore his soul apart, he found that his soul was restored to its original state almost in the blink of an eye, and the feeling of pain lasted almost no time. He could feel that it was his S-level talent, Life Tide, that was taking effect. This talent can not only repair damage to the body, but also repair damage to the soul. Life Tide, a tide of vitality, reviving the desolate, nourishing the soul, and ensuring endless life. The recovery of the body and soul is greatly improved. When practicing body and soul training techniques, the training speed is doubled. It can be said to be very practical. Chu Feng did not hesitate and immersed himself in the cultivation of his soul. One night, until dawn, Chu Feng had torn his soul apart nearly 60 times. So, in a month, he could tear the soul apart at least 1,080 times. I am absolutely confident that I can break through my soul cultivation to the wandering soul realm before the 100 schools martial arts competition next month. Chapter 53, Strength. After a night of practice, Chu Feng was still full of energy. After becoming a foundation-building cultivator, he could go for several days without sleeping, and even eat by absorbing spiritual energy. But he has no money. Or maybe they are reluctant to buy spirit stones and need to save enough money to purchase the skills needed for foundation building and cultivation. I can only go to the cafeteria of Baichao University for free. If I practice with teacher Wei Shuhan, will I always be broke? Chu Feng suddenly thought. Because this is a martial arts class, Baichao University will cover the students' food and accommodation, as well as their daily elixirs. Therefore, students at Baichao University naturally cannot use dragon coins. But I am different. He can spend money to buy skills to improve his chi training and overtake his senior who has practiced for 4 years longer than him. As long as there is enough money. Chu Feng was completely confident that he could break through to the golden core stage within a month. A cultivator in the Jindan stage is equivalent to a warrior at the 7th level of the blood-moving realm, and in the 100 schools martial arts competition, the strongest is only a cultivator at the 4th level. If I break through to the golden core stage, with the soul power of the upper soul realm, participating in the 100 schools martial arts competition is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Although Zhou Yinbai gave him 10 billion, it was not enough to quench his thirst. The foundation building technique requires 180 billion, which also includes a series of resources such as spirit stones required for cultivation. There is simply not enough money to spend. While thinking, after Chu Feng had breakfast, he took another Baichao Yunling pill and went to the playground for training. I'll ask teacher Wei Shuhan later. If there's a way to make money, I'll continue training. If not, I'll have to leave school and go find some ferocious beasts to kill. The reward for the first place in the 100 schools martial arts competition is very generous. There's no reason for him to give up. Soon, Chu Feng came to the playground. Although he arrived at 7:30 in the morning, the students on the playground were already there and were training in an orderly manner. Wei Shuhan had naturally arrived a long time ago. As a teacher, she supervised the students' training. After Wei Shuhan saw Chu Feng, instead of asking Chu Feng to join the morning exercise, he waved to Chu Feng to come to his side. How was yesterday's soul forging technique? Wei Shuhan asked. The soul tempering technique is still difficult to practice, and the power of the soul is a power that can only be cultivated by 7th level warriors. The soul tempering technique naturally corresponds to the skills of a 7th level warrior. The difficulty is naturally very high for a 2nd level warrior like Chu Feng. Chu Feng came to Wei Shuhan's side, prepared to report on progress. He was fully confident that within a month, he could elevate the realm of his soul from the condensed soul realm to the wandering soul realm, which had lethal power. However, Wei Shuhan did not give Chu Feng a chance to answer. I believe you have read the contents. If you want to cultivate to the wandering soul realm, you will not be able to do it without a year or two. Just practice normally, there's no need to worry. You're a freshman. Even if you don't participate in this year's 100 schools martial arts competition, in your junior year, when your soul power reaches full strength, it will be time for you to officially go on the expedition. Wei Shuhan said to himself. He did not deliberately check the progress of Chu Feng's soul power cultivation. Instead, he directly took out a book of martial arts and stuffed it into Chu Feng's hand. This is the soul splitting technique. It can be used by warriors in the soul condensation realm. It can cause the opponent to be temporarily dazed. If the strength is equal, a moment of daze can determine the winner. Once you reach the wandering soul realm, the soul splitting technique will be able to knock down your opponent directly. Only then will you possess greater combat power. Now, with the soul splitting technique, you can also be a powerful support. Saying, Wei Shuhan waved his hand, signaling Chu Feng to return to the team. Since I'm a support, I must cooperate with my teammates, so I have to take care of them a little in the upcoming practical training. Chu Feng was not given much chance to speak throughout the whole process. Until the last time I left. Chu Fengkai asked with courage. Teacher Wei? Is there any place in Baichao University where we can make money? I'm really short of money for cultivation lately. He did not say how long he spent on soul cultivation. There was no breakthrough after all. There's no point in saying it now. It will only make sense to talk about soul power when your cultivation breaks through to the wandering soul realm. Are you short of money? Wei Shuhan asked in confusion. The cultivation pills, food, accommodation, and school are all covered. How can you be short of money? Chu Feng was silent. No answer. He couldn't possibly tell others that he had the system that would be too dangerous. Seeing this, Wei Shuhan didn't ask any more questions. It is normal for students to have their own secrets, and I understand if they don't want to tell them. How much money do you need? Chu Feng scratched his head. He replied somewhat embarrassedly. About a few hundred billion. 180 billion is not enough at all. That is just the money needed for the cultivation method. The subsequent cultivation requires spirit stones, which is another huge expense. Even if he doesn't study law. If you want to cultivate to the late stage of foundation building, 200 or 300 billion is just the basic expense. Wei Shuhan was silent. This amount of money is a huge expense for a second-level warrior. Although it is not much for the school, she can also apply to the school. But without a reason and without knowing where the money was spent, the school will definitely not approve it. So, Wei Shuhan introduced several places to make money to Chu Feng. First, the alchemy room. Alchemy is the foundation of our Baichao University, and alchemy is very profitable. But if you want to earn hundreds of billions, and you are only at the second level of cultivation, it is too difficult. Learning alchemy also takes a lot of time. The competition at Baichao University is very fierce. If you can refine high-quality pills, you might not even be able to support yourself. No way. Everyone's pills are good, but the ones you make are rubbish. Who would buy them? If you want to sell the pills at this time, you can only lower the price, which will lead to a significant reduction in income or even a loss. It is indeed profitable to refine alchemy in the later stages. But if you don't have a few years of experience, don't make a living in the alchemy business. In addition to refining pills, you can also hunt ferocious beasts. This only requires combat ability, which is quite suitable for you. I've read your information. You once hunted down 2 level 2, level 9 gibbon kings alone with your level 2, level 1 cultivation. This shows that you have quite a talent in this area. The price of fierce beasts is also very considerable. A second level fierce beast costs several million, and a third level fierce beast costs tens of millions. But Wei Shuhan thought about it. He stated the method he most recommended. If you can take first place in the 1-month 100 schools martial arts competition, you can get any of the 3 major rewards, each worth trillions. I think it would be better for you to prepare for the 100 schools martial arts competition. The reward for winning first place in the 100 schools martial arts competition is the best reward in the entire Blue Star. It's so easy to exchange some money. And if Chu Feng won first place and directly asked Baichao University for tens of billions, the school would definitely give it to him without even blinking an eye. Chu Feng nodded after hearing this. The rewards from the 100 schools martial arts competition are what he needs most. He was just worried. With my foundation building skills, it is very likely that I won't be able to secure first place. That's why I wanted to do it before the game. Improve your strength as much as possible. From Wei Shuhan's suggestion just now, he knew that refining medicine and hunting ferocious beasts were both very profitable. He has the Hongmang alchemy technique. I don't know what level it is considered at Baichao University. He knew the most about hunting ferocious beasts. He had killed many second-level ferocious beasts last time and earned more than 500 million. Now he has become a foundation-building cultivator and has mastered the small thunder technique, a powerful method that can kill 7th-level warriors. If we go hunting ferocious beasts now, the 3rd and 4th level ferocious beasts probably pose no threat at all in front of him. Based on the previous efficiency, earning tens or hundreds of billions a day should not be a problem at all. Obviously. If Chu Feng wants to make money, hunting ferocious beasts is his best option at the moment. Okay, let's get back to the team. If we want to win first place, we have to prepare well. Wei Shuhan said. It is very good to work hard when you have a goal. Let us arrange a few more actual combats for Chu Feng later to increase the intensity a bit. It also allows him to understand the approximate strength of his opponents in the 100 schools competition. Chapter 54, All-Out Attack. Teacher, I'm planning to go kill ferocious beasts to earn some money. Can I ask for a month's leave? I'll definitely be back before the 100 schools martial arts competition. For Chu Feng now. The fastest way to improve your strength is to practice foundation building. Once he breaks through to the middle stage of foundation building, his physical strength will be comparable to that of a warrior at the 5th level of Tonzong realm. By then, at the martial arts competition of 100 schools, Xu Feng will definitely dominate the entire venue with his absolute strength. Now, Wei Shuhan was a little surprised. She didn't expect Xu Feng to be so anxious that he didn't even want to go to class. Of course, if you don't want to go, forget it. Xu Feng is a freshman after all. The time for him to really show his talent should be when he is a junior, which is the next 100 schools martial arts competition. At that time, Xu Feng's soul power has reached its peak, and he can easily sweep away all opponents and help Baichao University win the championship. Wei Shuhan thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to know the strength of your opponent? When you practice, you will have a rough idea of the level you need to cultivate to. Baichao University is one of the top 3 universities in China. The strength of the contestants basically represents the strength of the strongest students in the country." Xu Feng heard this. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. "We really need to understand. At his current early stage of foundation building, he is equivalent to a 4th order warrior, coupled with the extremely powerful small thunder technique and the abnormally fast 3000 thunders. Xu Feng is very confident of winning the championship in the 100 schools martial arts competition." "That's just right. Try to see how much progress you have made these days." "No problem, arrange the strongest one for me." "Ah?" Wei Shuhan was a little confused. Was he the strongest right from the start? Wouldn't that put too much pressure on this kid? You know, Xu Feng's realm is only the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. He couldn't even beat the weakest substitute player on the scene, right? And he wanted to challenge the strongest player directly? Wei Shuhan shook his head. It is a good thing for young people to have some ambition, but if they are too ambitious, they will appear a bit conceited. She didn't listen to Xu Feng, but shouted, "Tian Hai, come up and have a real fight with Xu Feng." Tian Hai, who is at the 4th level and 5th level, is not the strongest player in his team, but his strength is at least in the 2nd tier, and his combat effectiveness is very considerable. The main reason for arranging Tian Hai is because Tian Hai has a gentle personality. If it was Wang Xingyu, the strongest in the class, he would probably knock Xu Feng away in one round, which would greatly undermine Xu Feng's self-confidence. While Wei Shuhan was speaking, at the same time, he signaled Tian Hai with his eyes to take care of Xu Feng as much as possible in the next battle. It's just a teaching session. Let Xu Feng know the gap between him and the top players, rather than the actual combat situation. Level 2, Level 3 versus Level 4, Level 5, no matter how you think about it, there is no chance of winning. After Tian Hai felt Wei Shuhan's gaze, he understood. He had a gentle smile. Came to the vast playground, came in front of Xu Feng. "Do you need to prepare?" Xu Feng stood up straight and shook his head slightly, indicating that no preparation was needed. On his left are the senior students from Baichao University who are preparing to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition. They can be said to be the most capable students from Baichao University. On the right is teacher Wei Shuhan watching the game. Xu Feng turned and looked at Wei Shuhan beside him. He asked, "Can you use your full strength?" The small thunder technique was enough to harm a 7th level warrior if Wei Shuhan wasn't paying attention. It's easy to blow Tian Hai into pieces with one move. We are all classmates. He didn't want to cause any unpleasant incidents due to accidents. However, Xu Feng's words frightened the senior students around him so much that they all opened their eyes wide. No, it's okay for a 2nd level warrior to challenge a 4th level warrior, but he even said he would use his full strength? Watma, you heard it right. Although Tian Hai's strength is not the best, he can easily defeat some ordinary 5th level warriors. Besides, there is a huge gap between 3rd level warriors and 4th level warriors. The speed of the blood circulation of 4th level warriors can be increased several times in a short period of time. Warriors below the 4th level are almost impossible to be the opponent of 4th level warriors. In the team, the strongest Wang Xingyu's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. He is now at the 9th level of the 4th stage, but he is confident in challenging an ordinary 6th level warrior, which is a leap of 2 levels. When he was at the 9th level of the 3rd stage, he had to use all his strength to defeat an ordinary 4th level warrior. If I'm not mistaken, Xu Feng's cultivation level is only the 2nd level of bone refining realm, right? It seems that he is still in the early stage of bone refining realm. And Tian Hai is not an ordinary 4th level warrior. His real combat power is definitely comparable to some 5th level warriors. So, the current situation is that a 2nd level warrior has crossed 3 major realms and is challenging a 5th level warrior. No matter how you look at it, this guy named Chu Feng has no chance of winning. Even. It is a question whether Chu Feng can survive a single move from Tian Hai. Wei Shuhan, who was standing by, was also a little dumbfounded when he heard this. But just pursed his lips. Didn't say much. I just thought silently in my heart, don't blame me for not helping you when Tian Hai pins you to the ground and beats you. Cleared his throat. Wei Shuhan said. Both sides can go all out. I'll be watching, so there's no need to worry about any accidents. This time, Wei Shuhan did not use his eyes to signal Tian Hai to hold back. The purpose was to let Tian Hai dampen Chu Feng's enthusiasm and let Chu Feng know that there is always someone better than you. All right. Get ready. The battle begins. The words fell. Chu Feng took the first step and the azure blue light on his body instantly lit up. The incomparable power of thunder rose from Chu Feng's body into the sky, and then fell heavily from the sky. The thunder, carrying the power of destruction, struck Tian Hai fiercely. Little Thunder Spell. A terrifying magic that is powerful enough to kill a 7th level strongman. Chu Feng's attack was merciless, and the spiritual power in his dantian poured out. He took advantage of this competition to test his full combat power as a foundation-building cultivator. The students around were all frightened when they saw the thunder falling from the sky. The power of thunder and lightning seems a bit strong? Is this a 2nd level warrior? Even with S-level talent, a 2nd level warrior can't launch such a strong attack, right? Indeed, but it's hard to say. Perhaps it's just a majestic aura, and the attack is just that. Look at how much damage the thunder will do to the grass. The grass on the school playground is specially made. As long as Chu Feng's thunder can blast up a piece of the ground, it can kill me. At the front of the team, Wang Xingyu felt the thunder and was secretly shocked. The power of thunder was great enough that he would not dare to resist it without knowing its strength, and could only dodge it. Regardless of Chu Feng's true strength. But the power of this thunder alone is enough to make some 4th level warriors fall. Only. Tian Hai is not an ordinary 4th level warrior. Inside the venue, Tian Hai had no intention of resisting Chu Feng's small thunder technique. Only by facing Chu Feng's attack head-on could he realize the strength of Chu Feng's attack power. In Tian Hai's perception, the power of this thunder is definitely not inferior to the attack launched by some 6th level warriors. He looked at Chu Feng silently. After feeling the black iron-like luster on Chu Feng's body, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is this a fucking 2nd level warrior? Tian Hai did not hesitate too much, he immediately activated his talent Blue Sea. With a bang, it turned into a stream of water and scattered in all directions. Disappeared on the spot. Chu Feng's attack hit the grass in the playground hard. There was a loud bang. 7 or 8 pieces of grass were lifted up by Chu Feng's small thunder technique, and a deep pit of several tens of centimeters was left in its place. Chapter 55, Sky Battle Group. The students present saw the flying grass and a deep pit more than 10 centimeters deep. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is Chu Feng really a 2nd level warrior? With his attack power, he can kill 7 of me in one go. That's too exaggerated. That lightning bolt just now could easily kill a 6th level warrior. I don't know if Wang Xingyu can handle it. Wang Xingyu recalled Chu Feng's attack and shook his head silently. Not sure. He will most likely be able to dodge it, but if he is hit head-on, he will most likely die. This Chu Feng is really exaggerating. If it weren't for the clear aura on Chu Feng's body, he would only be at the 2nd level. If Wei Shuhan hadn't introduced him yesterday, Chu Feng would be a freshman. Wang Xingyu even thought that Chu Feng was a student from Shenzhou University who had graduated several years ago, which was why his attack power was so strong. Wei Shuhan, who was also watching the game, was completely stunned. As a teacher, she had clearly checked Chu Feng's cultivation level yesterday, and it was at the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. But why can a 2nd level warrior launch an attack that can harm a 7th level warrior? As a warrior of the 9th level of the Golden Body Realm, she was very clear about the power of Chu Feng's attack. Even a 7th level warrior would be seriously injured if hit. What's more, Tian Hai is only a 4th level warrior. If you are electrocuted, you will die on the spot, there is no room for negotiation. Just now, if Tian Hai hadn't dodged quickly, I would have almost taken action. No wonder. Xu Feng asked himself if he could give his all. Wei Shuhan had thought that Xu Feng, a second-level warrior, could be very powerful at full power, but he hadn't expected that he would be so powerful that he could kill all the students present. Even Wang Xingyu, the strongest in the class, couldn't withstand Xu Feng's attack head-on. Wei Shuhan looked at Xu Feng silently. The look is complicated. I really don't know where that old guy Zhou Yanbai found such a monster. The second-level cultivation is too deceptive, and the 7th-level attack is too real. If we add the temporary control of soul power. So, the first place in this 100 schools martial arts competition must basically be our own Baichao University. Wei Shuhan took a deep breath, full of anticipation for the outcome of the upcoming 100 schools martial arts competition. Inside the venue. Although Xu Feng delivered an attack that exceeded the target. But due to the attack speed, Tian Hai easily dodged it. Strong attack power. If you fail to hit the target, it will eventually return to 0. The key point is that Tian Hai turned into a stream of water and disappeared on the spot. Xu Feng frowned. Are these the most powerful people in the strongest university in the country? His soul power is released. He easily captured Tian Hai's soul, and suddenly found that Tian Hai's soul power was lingering everywhere around him. Tian Hai. I don't know when it came to my side. And wrap yourself completely. Xu Feng did not hesitate and stimulated the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder to the extreme. His whole body lit up with azure lightning. He immediately launched 3,000 thunders and prepared to escape from this place completely. However, a big, broad hand grasped the back of Xu Feng's neck. You lose. Tian Hai's voice came from behind Xu Feng. Lost. There was no point in unleashing the 3,000 thunders if someone grabbed his neck. As long as Tian Hao exerts a little effort, your neck will die immediately, and even with the tide of life, it is estimated that it cannot be saved. About this battle, Xu Feng was reviewing the game silently. He didn't even know how he lost. The power of his soul has been exploring the surrounding environment. It is impossible for Tian Hai to approach him quietly. Okay, the battle is over, Tian Haishang. Wei Shuhan took a deep breath. The battle just now had given her a great shock. She stepped forward and comforted him. It's normal that you can't win. Your talent has not been developed yet, so your fighting ability is naturally inferior to Tian Hai. In terms of attack power alone, he surpasses all the students present. Most of the students watching the fight thought it was absurd that they were actually inferior to a second-level warrior. Even the strongest Wang Xingyu curled his lips. I have to admit, Xu Feng's attack far exceeded his own. But if he fought with Xu Feng, Wang Xingyu was confident that he could defeat Xu Feng before he released the thunder. Attacking alone is far from enough. He has great talent, but I'm not sure about his martial arts talent. For a freshman, it's a bit slow to reach the early stages of the bone-tempering realm in just 1 year. Wang Xingyu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Xu Feng sighed. He calmly accepted the fact that he was defeated. It's normal that he is stronger since he has practiced for 5 years longer than me. But there were some questions he couldn't figure out. How did I lose? And how was Tian Hai able to get close to me in an instant? Wei Shuhan explained. Tian Hai's ability is the ocean. He can control the water flow and merge into the ocean, gaining extremely strong combat power. Through the development of his gift, Tian Hai will eventually be able to blend into the invisible vapor in the air and appear from any location. When Tian Hai stands in front of you, the game has already begun. While Wei Shuhan was speaking, Tian Hai demonstrated his previous ability again. He could transform himself into a stream of water and disappear, or appear from any location. It can avoid damage and move instantly on the field, leaving no trace at all. Your 9 heavens divine thunder can also transform into thunder. Then you won't have to be afraid of Tian Hai anymore. Do you still remember the technique I gave you? Practice it well. And your attack power is very strong, which is something Tian Hai can't match. Tian Hai is only good at protecting his life. If he encounters a strong beast, he can basically only deal with it. But Xu Feng, you are different. You can kill the beast head-on. Your impact is much greater than Tian Hai's. Wei Shuhan continued to explain. In the game, killing the ferocious beast is the key to scoring. There are 3 scoring events in the 100 schools martial arts competition, 2 of which are related to killing ferocious beasts. Xu Feng learned about Tian Hai's abilities. He reviewed the battle just now. Discover. No matter what means he used, he seemed unable to defeat Tian Hai. Tian Hai's ability to transform into water vapor is too abnormal. Unless he can fill the entire field with thunder, or cultivate his soul power to the wandering soul realm, he can attack Tian Hai from the soul level. Otherwise, he could only use 3,000 thunders to create distance and barely achieve a draw. The key point is that Tian Hai is just a player from Baichao University. Baichao University is ranked 3rd. If it is the number 1 ranked Shenzhou University, how amazing would their students be? Chu Feng had a rough understanding of his own strength. 1 month's time. If he cannot improve his strength to the middle stage of foundation building, or even the late stage of foundation building, the possibility of winning the 100 schools martial arts competition in a month will be very slim. However, to improve your strength, you need a lot of dragon coins. Although Chu Feng lost, he still turned around and said to Wei Shuhan, "Teacher, I still want to ask for a month's leave." He is really short of money for his recent cultivation. He must kill enough ferocious beasts to quickly improve his cultivation. After hearing this, Wei Shuhan looked puzzled. Are warriors so short of money for training? Baichao University covers all the expenses for elixirs, which is not right. But this question had been asked last time, so Wei Shuhan did not continue to ask. Instead, he recommended it to Chu Feng. Sky Battle Group, if you want to earn money by hunting ferocious beasts, this organization has a large number of hunting ferocious beasts missions with generous rewards. Chapter 56 Giant Bear Regiment. After Wei Shuhan recommended Chu Feng to join the Sky Battle Group, she allowed Tian Hai and others to train freely. She pulled Chu Feng aside and introduced the organization to him in detail. The Sky Corps is an organization established by the state that specializes in hunting ferocious beasts. At present, the biggest threat to human survival is ferocious beasts. There are not only 9 levels of ferocious beasts, there are also extremely powerful ferocious beasts above the 9th level, which are simply beyond the ability of humans to deal with. You know, the strongest human being today is only at the 9th level. Once a ferocious beast of the 9th level or above wreaks havoc on humans, they will have almost no chance to fight back. Therefore, the number of ferocious beasts must be strictly limited. Most of the ferocious beasts. Some ferocious beasts above the 9th level also grew up step by step from being weak. A few people are born strong, and there is really nothing we can do about it. All humans can do now is to kill the weak ferocious beasts as much as possible, prevent them from gathering, and prevent them from growing. So the country became an organization like the Sky Legion. There will be special people in the battle group to scout the location of the beast's nest, and then issue tasks to kill it. Destroying the beast nest will not only earn you rewards from the Sky Group. You can also sell the corpses of ferocious beasts for money. Besides, most places where ferocious beasts gather usually hide some precious treasures, such as high-level minerals, or some spiritual herbs with special functions. The returns can be said to be extremely high. If Chu Feng could wipe out several 3rd-level or even 4th-level beast nests by himself, it's not difficult to make hundreds of billions. Most hunters work in teams. When you first arrive, you can try to join some war groups to learn the rules of hunting ferocious beasts. You can't be impatient when hunting ferocious beasts. 1 month is still too short. In 2 years, I look forward to your performance at the 100 schools martial arts competition. As Wei Shuhan spoke, he couldn't help but rub Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng is really strong. If it weren't for the loss of training time, he would definitely be able to sweep all opponents in the 100 schools martial arts competition. Then, Wei Shuhan took out a set of red soft armor from the storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng. This Red Eagle battle armor is an 8th level protective gear. As long as you don't provoke ferocious beasts above the 7th level, your life will basically be safe. Chu Feng was somewhat moved when he looked at the armor. The edgeless soft armor he was wearing was only level 2, and he really needed a high-level armor equipment. Instead of refusing, he accepted Wei Shuhan's Red Eagle armor. Don't worry, teacher. I'll definitely come back in a month to help you win first place. At last, Chu Feng learned about the location of the Sky Battle Group, then said goodbye to Wei Shuhan and left Baichao University. He took a car to the westernmost part of the Magic City. It is also the front line of the human race. There stands a huge city here, called Beastmaster City, which is surrounded by tall walls. The headquarters of the Sky Corps is here, defending against the monsters in the western part of Dragon Country. No certification is required to enter the city. This city welcomes anyone who comes to kill the ferocious beast. The buildings in the beast taming city are exceptionally tall, built of ochre-colored stones, exuding a strong sense of wildness. On the road, there are many stalls selling ferocious beast meat, weapons, armor, elixirs, etc. Chu Feng walked into the Sky Hall, the tallest building in the Beastmaster city. Apply to become a ferocious beast hunter here. The Sky Hall was very empty. There were quite a few warriors standing inside, all of them with more or less scars on their bodies. There is no difficulty in joining the Sky Battle Group. After joining, Chu Feng is a first-level hunter and can only accept tasks to hunt first-level ferocious beasts. Only after completing a first-level mission can you upgrade to a second-level hunter. A second-level hunter can only accept missions to hunt second-level beasts, but cannot accept first-level missions. This is to prevent some high-level warriors from snatching tasks from low-level warriors. It is a way to protect low-level warriors. After Chu Feng became a first-level hunter, he did not accept the mission immediately. Instead, he was in a corner of the hall, looking for a third-level battle group, ready to join it. The third-level battle group is mostly composed of second-level warriors. A group of second-level warriors can have the power to destroy third-level ferocious beasts. The third-level battle group is also qualified to accept the task of hunting third-level ferocious beasts. Chu Feng's martial arts cultivation is exactly the second level. Can easily kill a level 2, level 9 ferocious beast. Chu Feng had never challenged a third-level ferocious beast before. By joining the third-level battle group, he could skip the time of hunting first and second-level ferocious beasts and directly challenge the third-level ferocious beasts that he had never fought before. This was just right for Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked for it in the regiment's recruitment. Found a warband that suits him, the Giant Bear Warband. Giant Bear Regiment recruitment, need a warrior with ranged attack power, the stronger the better. Leader, Xiongzhan. Contact number. Chu Feng took out his cell phone and contacted Xiongzhan, who said he would be there soon. Chu Feng will be rewarded with a lucky bag for killing the ferocious beast. The reason he joined the Giant Bear Corps was naturally to become the team's main output and take on the task of killing. That way, not only can he share the team's profits, but he can also get extra rewards from the system's lucky bag. Unfortunately, there are no good things in the recent 9.9 yuan special price of the system. If I could buy a foundation building technique for 9.9, it's not enough. Chu Feng still lacks spirit stones and magic. Without enough spirit stones to provide spiritual energy, he couldn't practice. If I don't have powerful magic, I probably won't be able to defeat Tianhai if I meet him. Still short of money. While thinking, a burly man came to Chu Feng's side. After taking a quick look at Chu Feng, he asked in a powerful voice, "I'm Xiongzhan, and you're Chu Feng?" Chu Feng nodded, then covered his entire body with his 9 heavens divine thunder. The azure lightning carried a terrifying destructive power. This also includes the bonus brought by the talent Dynamax. Even without using the small thunder technique, his attack definitely reached the 3rd level. If you use Thunder Finger, it is estimated that it can harm a 4th-level ferocious beast. Xiongzhan was secretly shocked when he saw the lightning on Chu Feng's body. As a second-order 8th-level warrior, Xiongzhan could accurately feel the threat posed by Chu Feng and the terrible damage caused by the thunder on Chu Feng. These are at least A-level talents, right? Xiongzhan thought silently. He originally wanted to test Chu Feng's attack power, but now it seems completely unnecessary. In the hall, after many warriors felt the thunder on Chu Feng's body, they began to discuss quietly. What a powerful talent, and still so young, the future is bright. The premise is that it doesn't die young. I've seen many geniuses, but unfortunately, there are only a few who have truly grown up. There were all sorts of different sounds in the hall. There were even people who came directly to Chu Feng and tried to recruit him in front of Xiongzhan. But they were all pushed away one by Xiongzhan. The atmosphere in the Sky Hall was quite harmonious. At least Chu Feng did not see any scenes of bullying. Even when a 4th-level warrior came to recruit Chu Feng, he did not rely on his strength to pester him when he was rejected by Chu Feng. The 4th-level warriors joined the 5th-level battle group. After Chu Feng learned about Tianhai's strength, he also had a deep sense of awe for the ferocious beasts and did not dare to challenge high-level ferocious beasts casually. In case you haven't played it, the ferocious beast will not show mercy like Tianhai. Chapter 57, Gigantic. Xiongzhan was very happy when he saw that Chu Feng was not recruited by others. Then he took Chu Feng to go through the procedures for joining the group. There were a total of 4 people in the giant bear group, and with Chu Feng, there were 5 people in total. The giant bear regiment received the mission of destroying a 3rd-level ferocious beast's nest. Among them are 2 3rd-level, 2nd-level earth dragon lizards. The rest are small lizards of the 2nd level. As long as we can kill those 2 3rd-level earth dragon lizards, the remaining 2nd-level beasts will not be a problem. Xiong Chang introduced the situation. His plan was to hold down one of the 3rd-level beasts himself. Then Chu Feng cooperated with the other 3 people in the team to kill the remaining 3rd-level ferocious beast, which then came to help him, and finally completed the encirclement of the ferocious beast's nest. Chu Feng listened silently. A 3rd-order, 2nd-level ferocious beast shouldn't pose any threat. The biggest problem is need to leave the human safety zone. There may also be more powerful beasts lurking around the beast's lair. Moreover, there will be no one to protect your safety. If an accident happens, you will really die in the stomach of the ferocious beast. Do you need to prepare anything? If not, I'll leave now. Xiong Chang asked. Complete the mission as quickly as possible, acquire resources, and then move on to the next mission. Chu Feng shook his head. There's nothing much to prepare, and a month isn't a lot of time. The meat of a 3rd-level ferocious beast costs about 100,000 dragon coins per pound, and one beast is worth tens of millions. Even if it costs hundreds of millions of dragon coins, it is not very valuable to Chu Feng now. He needs 180 billion dragon coins. The ideal situation is to kill a large number of 4th-level or even 5th-level beasts. If you kill a 3rd-level beast, you may need to kill tens of thousands of them to save enough money to buy the foundation building skills you need. Of course, there are considerable risks in rashly challenging high-level ferocious beasts. Chu Feng decided to start with the 3rd-level ferocious beasts and kill his way up. The mission reward is 100 million dragon coins in ferocious beast meat. In the end, all of it will be converted into dragon coins and divided equally among the 5 of us. Xiong Chang was talking about the rules of the team. At the same time, he took Chu Feng out of the Sangkong Hall and got into a camouflage off-road vehicle outside the hall. In the car, Xiong Chang contacted 3 other people, 2 men and 1 woman, a group of 5, and left the beast-taming city in an off-road vehicle. There is a wilderness to the west of Beastmaster City. There are a large number of ferocious beasts hidden in the wilderness. When Chu Feng releases his soul power slightly, he can feel the threat hidden under a big rock not far away. In the team, Lu Xiaoli is responsible for exploring the surrounding environment. The martial arts she mastered allowed her to promptly detect the surrounding ferocious beasts and command Xiong Chang to avoid them in time. But there are simply too many ferocious beasts in the wilderness. After leaving the beast-taming city for a distance, even if someone explores the way, they will inevitably be surrounded by the ferocious beasts sleeping underground. Prepare for battle, Lu Xiaoli shouted. Then, Chu Feng saw a giant scorpion nearly 3 meters tall with a solid black shell suddenly emerge from the ground. The huge pair of pincers, carrying a tremendous force, smashed down towards the off-road vehicle. The attack came quite suddenly. Fortunately, Chu Feng's teammates all have considerable experience. The 3 of them kicked open the car door skillfully. They each used their own methods to escape from the off-road vehicle. In addition to the bear battle, Chu Feng looked at Xiong Zhan with some confusion. The scorpion's claws were about to fall down, so why didn't he run away? However, Lu Xiaoli did not give him too much time to doubt. Lu Xiaoli saw Chu Feng in a daze. He took Chu Feng and left the off-road vehicle, and took Chu Feng to hide near a huge rock nearby. After all 4 of them left, Chu Feng saw it. Xiong Zhan moved, his body suddenly swelled up, and quickly expanded to 3 times its original size. His original height of 1.8 meters grew to 6 meters in a short period of time. The off-road vehicle exploded under the expansion of Xiong Zhan. The impact of the vehicle explosion did not hurt Xiong Zhan at all. Instead, the fire from the explosion made Xiong Zhan look even more burly. With a height of 6 meters, he looks like a giant and has a very strong visual impact. A 3-meter giant scorpion. In front of Xiong Zhan, it seems not worth mentioning. I saw. After Xiong Zhan expanded, he leaped up and then fell from the sky. He used his elbow to hit the scorpion's head hard, killing the level 2, level 7 ferocious beast on the spot. Green blood splattered. But Xiong Zhan, like a god of war, used his fists to smash the scorpion's head, which was killed by his elbow, into pieces. Also in the late second stage, the combat effectiveness displayed by Xiongzhan was overwhelming for the Scorpion. Invincible at the same level. No wonder he dared to challenge the third-level Earth Dragon Lizard alone. It turned out that he was confident in this. Isn't our captain strong? Lu Xiaoli asked with admiration. This is an A-level talent, gigantism. After activating this talent, your body strength can be tripled. At the same level, the captain is almost unstoppable. Killing enemies above your level is just a common occurrence. As long as we can hold back that third-level beast, the captain can kill all the Earth Dragon Lizards by himself. Chu Feng nodded. It does look very strong, a giant over 6 meters tall, with a strong visual impact. Its strength also crushed the second-level ferocious beast. But we have lost our off-road vehicle. What are we going to do next? And a good car is scrapped just like that? Lu Xiaoli shook her head. She replied. A few $100,000 for an off-road vehicle is not expensive. It's not even as valuable as some first-level fierce beasts. The corpse of this second-level black stone scorpion is worth at least several million. If the car is gone, it's gone. The next section of the road is basically full of ferocious beasts. Turning on the engine will only attract them, so having a car is useless. Is that so? Chu Feng recorded silently. His soul power could not detect too far and he was not familiar with the surrounding terrain. It would be much better to have someone to accompany you on your adventure in the wild. At this time, after Xiongzhan cleaned up the battlefield and changed his clothes, he naturally took on the second-level ferocious beast alone. Chu Feng and his companions did not contribute any effort and had no objections to this. Let's go, it's getting dark soon. Try to complete the task before dark. Xiong Chang came to Chu Feng's side. Signaled Lu Xiaoli to lead the way. Lu Xiaoli took the mission map, activated her detection capabilities, and led the team of 5 forward. This time, with Lu Xiaoli leading the way, they didn't encounter any ferocious beasts along the way. Soon, several people came to a sand dune several meters high. Under the sand dunes, there are densely packed earth dragon lizards, which are earth yellow in color, walk on all fours and have thick tails. There are bumps on the skin, similar to rock-like armor. The longest earth dragon lizard is nearly 4 meters in length. Its thick claws pressed against the sand dunes, and its powerful tail swung gently. There are 2 such earth dragon lizards. This is the biggest challenge of this mission. Xiongzhan observed the movements of the ground dragon lizards under the sand dunes and arranged the next course of action. Xiaoli, you are responsible for leading the second-level earth dragon lizard away, and I will hold back the strongest third-level earth dragon lizard. The remaining one is left to you. Xiongzhan said to Chu Feng, Wang Tao, and Li Jun. Wang Tao nodded first. Don't worry, Captain, I will hold it back. Li Jun agreed. Chu Feng silently summoned the 9 heavens divine thunder, and the terrifying power was about to burst out. Chapter 58, Easily Killed. On the sand dunes, Lu Xiaoli took the lead. She took out a flute and started playing it. The sound of the flute instantly attracted the attention of all the earth dragon lizards under the sand dunes, including 2 third-level earth dragon lizards. The earth dragon lizards came out in full force, stirring up clouds of dust and heading straight for Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli chose a direction and escaped as quickly as possible. At this time, Xiongzhan roared, and his body expanded to 6 meters. He took the lead and took the initiative to meet the largest third-level earth dragon lizard, and the remaining one was naturally left to Chu Feng and the other 2. Xiongzhan hugged the third-level earth dragon lizard, fighting with the earth dragon lizard on the sand dunes. Xiongzhan punched the earth dragon lizard hard on the head, but the earth dragon lizard's vitality and defense were really exaggerated. Although he could smash the head of a second-level black stone scorpion with one punch. But no matter what, they couldn't defeat this earth dragon lizard. Even when he used his martial arts skill, Stone Crushing Fist, to its fullest potential, he was still unable to completely defeat the earth dragon lizard. But the earth dragon lizard could not pose any effective threat to the thick-skinned bear warrior. Between battles, most of Xiongzhan's attention was still on Chu Feng. Let us see what Chu Feng's true strength is. Just joined the team. They are not familiar with each other. If Chu Feng is just to show off, then after this mission, he can be kicked out of the team. The requirements for bear battle are not high. At the very least, he had to cooperate with his 2 teammates and fight the remaining third-level earth dragon lizard on equal terms. If he can't do that, there's really no value in Xu Feng staying. Xu Feng sighed. After he understood his mission, he had no intention of hiding his incompetence. Not only must the ferocious beasts be killed, but they must also be killed in large numbers. Sizzle! The azure light of the nine heavens' divine thunder jumped on Xu Feng's body. Let's hold him back. Wang Tao and Li Jun said that although they only had second-level warriors, they could work together to hold back a third-level beast without any problem. During this period, Xu Feng would give his all. Xu Feng did not respond. His small thunder technique was launched first, and Wang Tao and the other two landed on the body of the third-level Earth Dragon Lizard. The people present only heard a loud bang. Then, his vision was completely illuminated by the blue light of Xu Feng's small thunder technique. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a level 3, level 2 lucky bag. After a moment, the blue light dissipated. Wang Tao and Li Jun saw that the third-level Earth Dragon Lizard they were about to fight had turned into a piece of black charcoal, lying there motionless. The death was without a doubt. So, kill him? Brother Chu, are you really a second-level warrior? The two couldn't believe it. They have taken on many third-level missions and have fought against many third-level ferocious beasts. The real fight. Only then will you realize how difficult it is to deal with a third-level ferocious beast. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it also has a tenacious life force. The two had been hunting ferocious beasts so far, and had only killed a third-level ferocious beast with the help of poison powder. And Xu Feng? A flash of lightning, and he was killed so easily? Wang Tao and Li Jun turned around and looked at Xu Feng, feeling awe as if they were seeing a thunder god. On the side, Xiang Zhan, who was still fighting, was also dumbfounded. I saw Xu Feng's talent before and thought it was very strong, so I wanted to confirm it. But unexpectedly, it was so powerful that it could kill a third-level beast in one blow. Isn't Xu Feng also a second-level warrior? Even Xiang Zhan could see that Xu Feng's cultivation was only at the third level of the second stage, which was much weaker than his own. So his request to Xu Feng just now was just to fight the Earth Dragon Lizard on equal terms. But I didn't expect that. Xu Feng was so strong that he completely crushed the Earth Dragon Lizard in terms of strength and attack power, killing it with one move. Xiang Zhan took a deep breath. It seems that I have to show my ability a little, otherwise the captain of the Giant Bear Regiment will probably be given to Xu Feng. However, just when Xiang Zhan was about to make a move, suddenly a buzzing sound was heard in the distance. The ethereal cry went straight into the minds of several people. After hearing this voice, Xiang Zhan's expression changed instantly. He used all his strength to lift the Earth Dragon Lizard on his body, and then threw the Earth Dragon Lizard out with all his strength. Withdraw! Xiang Zhan roared, as if the situation was very critical. A matter of life and death. Xu Feng saw this. He was a little confused, but didn't ask too much. Instead, he raised his hand and cast a small thunder spell, killing the Earth Dragon Lizard that was thrown away by Xiang Zhan in one move. I completed the task I accepted smoothly. Of course, the body of the Earth Dragon Lizard has to be taken back to exchange for money. However, Xiang Zhan didn't care about this at all. He turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. Judging from the sound, it was obviously an extremely powerful beast. The key point is that it came from the place where Lu Xiaoli left, which means that Lu Xiaoli probably encountered a tough battle and even had the possibility of death. Lu Xiaoli is not good at fighting. Once you encounter a high-level ferocious beast, you will most likely die. Xu Feng, you and Wang Tao. Xiang Zhan originally wanted Xu Feng and the other two to leave first. Only, the situation is a bit complicated. They are now far away from the beast-taming city, and there are likely to be ferocious beasts lurking everywhere around them. If Lu Xiaoli hadn't come back to lead the way, bumping headfirst, the most likely thing is that you will provoke a powerful beast and die in battle. Or they might be surrounded and attacked by endless ferocious beasts and die of exhaustion. Just think for a moment. Xiang Zhan didn't leave a word and ran towards the place where the voice came from, which was the direction Lu Xiaoli left. Xu Feng was left standing there in a daze. What's going on? Li Jun sighed and turned to pick up the two corpses under the sand dune. And Wang Tao? He explained to Xu Feng with a sad face. Sister Xiaoli might have provoked a powerful beast, so the boss is going to save Sister Xiaoli. The boss didn't explain just now. He just told us to fend for ourselves. If they can come back, we can go back to Beastmaster City. If they can't come back. Xu Feng listened. I understand it in my heart. If Xiongzhan doesn't come back, the three of them will go back home. However, now that we are far away from the beast taming city, it will be a bit difficult to go back without Lu Xiaoli leading the way. Certainly. Xu Feng has mastered the power of the soul, and if he is careful, he can return safely. But it's not in his character to give up on his teammates like that. No matter what the situation is, Xu Feng has to go over and find out what's going on. Come together? See if I can help. Wang Tao was sat alone for a long time, and after hearing Xu Feng's words, he explained. If it's a 4th level beast, we can only hold them back. The defense and vitality of 4th level beasts have undergone a qualitative change. This is also the reason why Xiongzhan asked the 3 people to stay. It's over. It's not just a drag, it's also a suicide mission. If you stay and run away, there may be a glimmer of hope. Xu Feng nodded. Then you guys stay here, I'll go take a look. After that, he then ran in the direction where Xiongzhan had left. Chapter 59, Sky Dragon Lizard. Xu Feng's true strength is at the initial stage of foundation building, and his physical strength is comparable to that of an ordinary 4th level warrior. So even if it is a 4th level beast, he was not afraid at all. Wait for me. Wang Tao shouted immediately when he saw Xu Feng walking away. Xu Feng is only a 2nd level warrior, or even a 2nd level 3rd level warrior, and his strength is not as good as his own. In Wang Tao's opinion, Xu Feng is a fragile ranged player who has mastered powerful attacks. It's impossible for a person to have strong attack power, high physical strength, and fast movement speed at the same time, right? This makes absolutely no sense. Wang Tao felt that with Xu Feng's attack power, if he could help him block the interference of the ferocious beast, there might be a possibility of defeating the 4th level ferocious beast. He actually didn't know what level of beast Xiong Chang was facing. I just thought so subconsciously. After Li Jun picked up the 2 earth dragon lizard corpses, he didn't want to follow. Because if the beast is so ferocious that even a bear can't defeat it, it will be useless for me to get close to it. If the bear can be defeated, there was no need for him to follow. But Li Jun watched Xu Feng leave without hesitation, and finally gritted his teeth and chased after him. With Xu Feng's attack power, they would not despair even if they faced an overly powerful beast. Xu Feng sighed. He is extremely fast, and his physique as a foundation-building cultivator allows him to surpass Xiongzhan in all aspects of physical strength, even after his transformation. It's just that the attack power of the small thunder technique is too strong. The strength of the body cannot be expressed. Soon, Xu Feng crossed the numerous sand dunes and came to a flat desert. Far away, it was a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun, and Xiongzhan, who was nearly 6 meters tall, was as small as dust in the sandstorm. When Xu Feng just arrived, then he saw Lu Xiaoli surrounded by a large group of 2nd level earth dragon lizards. Lu Xiaoli's fighting ability is not that strong. She holds a huge tooth in her hand and uses the tooth to intimidate the surrounding earth dragons. Seeing this, Xu Feng naturally came to the rescue without hesitation. Small thunder magic fell from the sky. After several consecutive loud bangs, the group of earth dragon lizards were killed and smashed to pieces. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a 2nd level triple lucky bag. You killed the ferocious beast and were lucky enough to receive a level 2 6-layer lucky bag. With just a few small thunder spells, he obtained a large number of rewards. I have to say, still very good. The small thunder spell is just a spell for refining chi. As a foundation-building cultivator, Xu Feng has no problem using it hundreds of times when his dantian is full of spiritual power. After Xu Feng dispersed the group of earth dragon lizards, he came to Lu Xiaoli's side. What's going on? Why is Xiongzhan trapped in a sandstorm? At this time, Lu Xiaoli. She looked at Xu Feng in a daze. Was it him who killed all those 2nd level earth dragon lizards? Was that thunder just now Xu Feng's talent? It seems to be extremely powerful. I wonder if it is possible to deal with a 3rd order, 9th level sky dragon lizard. Can Xiongzhan be rescued? While thinking, Lu Xiaoli explained anxiously. It's a sky dragon lizard that's about to break through to the 4th level. 4th level beasts all control some of the power of nature. The 3rd order, 9th level sky dragon lizard is about to break through to the 4th order. It has also mastered a portion of the sandstorm's power and used it to trap the captain inside. A fourth-level ferocious beast controls the power of nature? Chu Feng silently wrote down the information, and then signaled Lu Xiaoli not to worry. I'll go take a look. As he spoke, he moved closer towards Xiongzhan. Right at this moment, the sandstorm suddenly became stronger, with strong winds and countless sand and gravel blowing in our faces. The huge force made Chu Feng unable to stand. And the bear fights. He was thrown out violently by this force, and his 6-meter-tall body slammed onto the sand. His whole body was covered with blood from being scraped by gravel. Xiongzhan wanted to struggle to stand up. However, due to excessive blood loss and severe injuries, he could only lie on the sand and look at the sky helplessly. In the sky, a huge, ferocious head appeared in front of the three people. The head blocked out the sun, and the size of the eyes alone was a size larger than the 6-meter-tall Xiongzhan. The feeling of oppression is extremely strong. The three people who saw it were all frightened. Xiongzhan looked at the head in the sky. Sighing in my heart, it's over. Lu Xiaoli, who was standing by, hurried to Xiongzhan's side, crying and sobbing. Lu Xiaoli ignored the head in the sky. It seems that he has completely lost the will to resist. Or they may think that they are doomed to die and simply give up resisting. Chu Feng on the side. He looked at the head and his heart began to beat wildly. Is this a third-level ferocious beast? The eyes are nearly 10 meters long, so the body must be over 1,000 meters long? Is it the same species as the third-level earth dragon lizard? Chu Feng took a deep breath and asked. What kind of ferocious beast is this? When Xiongzhan heard Chu Feng's voice, his eyes suddenly widened. He was trembling. He asked in a weak voice. I didn't ask you to follow me. Stay where you are, there's at least a glimmer of hope. He did not explain the problem of Chu Feng. His eyes were full of unwillingness. One more person could have survived, but in the end everyone died. Lu Xiaoli said with tears in her eyes. Yes, this is only a third-tier beast. Third-tier beasts are also different. The sky dragon lizard is the strongest of the third-tier beasts. Its strength is comparable to some sixth-tier beasts. The earth dragon lizard is a branch of the sky dragon lizard. With the sky dragon lizard's aptitude, it can easily grow to the 10th level, which is above the 9th level golden body warrior. Chu Feng silently stared at the huge head in the sky. My heart is beating a little faster. He didn't know whether his small thunder magic could pose a threat to such a behemoth. How did the sky dragon lizard appear here? Such a large and talented beast, there is no reason for the Sky Corps to let it grow unchecked. Chu Feng did not sense the malice of this sky dragon lizard. So there was no rush. Even though he knew that such a large and ferocious beast must be worth a lot of money. Because if we can't win, we're really finished. What he wanted was to first understand the strength of this ferocious beast, and preferably know its weaknesses, so as to facilitate subsequent battles. Dimensional space. Xiongzhan explained in a hoarse voice. All ferocious beasts escape from the dimensional space. With such a powerful sky dragon lizard, there is likely a dimensional rift nearby, connecting to the powerful dimensional space. This sky dragon lizard is still curious about us. Try to see if you can escape. As long as you're out of its sight, there's a chance you'll survive. Cough, cough, cough. Xiongzhan knew that he was seriously injured and there was a high probability that he would die here. So just let Chu Feng escape. Remember to bring Lu Xiaoli with you. Xiongzhan reminded. Chu Feng understood. He asked back. Can't you just kill him? When Xiongzhan heard Chu Feng's words, he turned around in surprise. There was a hint of confusion on his blood-stained face. If you attack such a big and ferocious beast while it's standing still, you probably won't be able to break through its defense, right? What's more, the other party also controlled the power of sandstorms, and his body, which was more than 6 meters tall, was swept away by him at will. Xiongzhan had no idea how to kill him. Chapter 60 Great Thunder Technique. I admit that your previous attack was very powerful, but the vitality of the sky dragon lizard is far beyond your imagination. It is best not to attack it. Xiongzhan explained. Because this dragon lizard has not shown much malice. It may have just encountered a new life and became curious. Once its curiosity wears off, it will naturally leave. So keep it as it is. There may still be a faint glimmer of hope. Chu Feng nodded. Indeed, even his little thunder technique was not enough to defeat this terrifying giant lizard. If it fails to kill, the Sky Dragon Lizard will be completely enraged. My own 3,000 thunders might be able to run away. But Xiongzhan and Lu Xiaoli were almost certain to die. While thinking, Chu Feng restrained his breath and prepared to wait for the Sky Dragon Lizard to leave. The Sky Dragon Lizard stared with its big eyes, full of curiosity about the three humans in front of it. Especially Xiongzhan, who was over 6 meters tall. The burly Xiongzhan was much taller than Chu Feng and the others, which greatly aroused his curiosity. It brings up a breeze from time to time, testing the reactions of Chu Feng and others. However, the so-called majesty is only for the Sky Dragon Lizard. For Chu Feng and others, it is a storm that is deadly enough, and he must be fully prepared to resist it. Otherwise, if they were blown up into the sky and then fell from a high place, they would only face death. Chu Feng took advantage of the time when the Sky Dragon Lizard was testing. He kept thinking about possible ways to break the deadlock. Soon, Chu Feng looked at his lucky bag. If the lucky bag could give him some good stuff, such as powerful weapons, or formations to hide his body, or advanced inheritance, he wouldn't be so passive. Certainly, Chu Feng also knew that the rewards of the lucky bag were very random, so he can only give it a try. Open the second level quadruple lucky bag. Congratulations on obtaining 23 low-grade spirit stones. Open the second level 6-fold lucky bag. Open the third level double lucky bag. Congratulations on obtaining the foundation building technique, Great Thunder Technique. As the last lucky bag was opened, Chu Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the Great Thunder spell that came out. This is the foundation building technique. You know, the small thunder technique that he was using now was merely a chi refining spell, but it could damage the physical body of a Jindan cultivator, which was equivalent to having the attack power to kill a 7th level warrior. And if you change the small thunder spell to the big thunder spell, your own attack power, it cannot increase exponentially. The Great Thunder spell is a foundation building spell. It should be more than enough for a foundation building cultivator like me to perform it to kill a 9th level strongman, right? While thinking, Chu Feng immediately opened the book of Great Thunder Technique in his system space. With the understanding of the Great Thunder Technique, he soon found out. If you learn this technique, there will be no problem in killing this extremely long and terrifying dragon lizard in front of you. It is not necessary to kill the Sky Dragon Lizard. But at least, even if the Sky Dragon Lizard wants to harm him, he will not be completely powerless to fight back. Always be on guard against others. Beside Chu Feng, the Sky Dragon Lizard summoned a raging sandstorm, and the sand and gravel scraped against Xiongzhan's body, leaving scars and splattering blood. The same sand and gravel scraped against Chu Feng's body, but could not even break his skin. Just summon a sandstorm. The Tianlong Lizard felt that it was far from enough, so it stretched out its huge claws and picked up Xiongzhan to play with him. The huge claws were so powerful that Chu Feng and the others could not resist them at all. Even if it is a 6-meter bear battle, under the claws of the Tianlong Lizard, it was only the size of a person's fingernail, not to mention Chu Feng and Lu Xiaoli, it was almost invisible on the claws. Just like humans playing with ants. When interest comes, I look around, and when interest fades, I turn around and leave the next moment. Beast Control City. The top floor of the Sky Hall. In a spacious conference room, dozens of warriors with majestic auras sat. Every one of them is a top-level warrior at the 9th level of the Golden Body Realm, and the strongest fighting force standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom. The leading warrior was named Zhang Chen. He had a serious look on his face. Everyone, a dimensional rift has appeared again. Within the rift are ferocious beasts of level 10 or even higher. The danger within is extremely dangerous even for us. However, since there are beasts above level 10, it means that there is a very likely method for us humans to break through to level 10 and above. Everyone knows how powerful a 10th level beast is. The strength of an 11th level beast is simply beyond our human capability to contend with. If you want to reach a higher level as a warrior, come with me and explore the dimensional rift. The risk of death would also be significant. We won't force you to go if you don't want to. The country needs your protection. The dragon lizard that emerged from the dimensional rift needs to be dealt with. It is estimated that many battle groups will suffer from the unexpected disaster of the Sky Dragon Lizard and must be expelled or killed. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, all the warriors in the audience stood up, and no one wanted to go. They are able to climb to the highest peak of martial arts and are able to sit here. They are all warriors with powerful goals. Continuously break through the highest realm. This is the lifelong pursuit of these warriors. Besides, even though some warriors are greedy for pleasure, they also know that humans are always facing the threat of ferocious beasts that far exceed the strength of the country. If we don't deal with those ferocious beasts, whether there will be a tomorrow depends almost entirely on the mood of the high-level ferocious beast. If they just wanted to survive under the shadow of the ferocious beasts, they would not have come to the Sky Battle Group, nor would they have risked their lives to resist the ferocious beasts. So, almost everyone present stood up. But Jiang Chen looked at his family's enthusiastic attitude, but his brows were furrowed. The country needs the protection of powerful warriors. If all the high-level warriors are gone, there will be dangers in the dimensional rifts that even 9th-level warriors cannot resist. If I and others can't come back, the western defense line of Longwei is likely to collapse directly. Let's draw lots. Only half of the people can go. The risk is too great. The draw was soon completed. The warrior who drew the prize had a resolute expression on his face and faced death head-on. The warriors who didn't draw it didn't think it was a big deal, as dimensional rifts appeared very often. 9th-level warriors are always replaced in batches. Jiang Chen said. Those who are chosen can come with me. Those who are not chosen can stay and continue to protect the Dragon Kingdom. By the way, several sky dragon lizards have appeared outside the beast-taming city. Remember to deal with them in time and don't let them harm our people. With the last order issued, all the 9th-level warriors left the meeting room. Half of them were going to the dimensional rift, while the other half were going to deal with the dragon lizards that escaped from the dimensional rift. Xu Feng sighed. As the sky dragon lizard got to know Bear War better, it began to show signs of impatience. For the dragon lizard, it is very common to crush ants to death after playing with them. So, for Chu Feng, now is also the most dangerous moment. If any accident occurs, they will most likely be crushed to death by this dragon lizard with one claw. At this time, with Chu Feng's talent, he also completed learning the Great Thunder technique. This spell requires charging. Once charged, the damage caused should be enough to easily destroy this sky dragon lizard. The 9 heavens divine thunder accumulated in Chu Feng's body. The spiritual power was mobilized by him. As long as the sky dragon lizard has the intention to attack him, the power of the Great Thunder technique will be poured into the sky dragon lizard. Chapter 61 Killing the Sky Dragon Lizard. Before long, the sky dragon lizard felt a little bored. It gradually lost interest in the human in its hands, and the storm around it began to gather. At this moment, Li Jun and Wang Tao arrived late. When they saw the sky dragon lizard as big as a mountain in the sky, they were so scared that they sat on the ground. I wanted to protect Xu Feng. But now, both of them felt that they were in a state of being unable to protect themselves. No matter how strong Xu Feng's attack power is, can he still shake a giant beast like the sky dragon lizard? Based on the body length of the Tianlong lizard, it is simply beyond human capability to contend with. When Li Jun and Wang Tao were horrified, the Tianlong lizard also completely lost all interest. Its big claws began to close gradually. Prepare to massacre the human being who has been studied for a long time. And Xu Feng? Of course he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The Great Thunder spell was already prepared. The azure light of lightning instantly covered his entire body, and he had brought the 3,000 thunders to its full potential. Following the claws of the Tianlong lizard, he rushed towards the head of the sky dragon lizard at the fastest speed. Xu Feng, who has built his foundation. With the support of 3,000 thunders, its speed was difficult to discern with the naked eye, and it easily broke through the powerful sandstorm created by the sky dragon lizard. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on top of the dragon lizard. The terrifying power of thunder exploded from Xu Feng's body like a sea of thunder, completely covering the head of the sky dragon lizard before it could react. Great Thunder Spell. The extremely powerful force of thunder invaded the 5 orifices of the sky dragon lizard fiercely. Just a moment. Then he completely electrocuted the dragon lizard's head into charcoal. You killed the ferocious beast and obtained a 3rd level 9-layer lucky bag. Xu Feng operated for a while. It's so fast, not to mention the sky dragon lizard. Even Xiong Chang and Lu Xiaoli, who were closest to Xu Feng. They were even immersed in the sorrow of impending death, telling each other their last words. Until a feeling of weightlessness came over me. The two discovered that, at some point, the head of the sky dragon lizard was covered by an extremely terrifying thunderstorm. The power of the thunderstorm was shocking. Even though Xiongzhan was hundreds of feet away, he still felt a palpitation. So powerful. This must be the 9th level warrior from Beast Taming City. Great, we survived. The two were thankful for their luck. The joy of surviving the disaster made them feel that the dusty air was so fresh. Xiongzhan took a deep breath. We'll have to rest for at least half a month before we return. If it weren't for the high-level warriors who came to our rescue, we would have definitely died. Lu Xiaoli patted her chest. We should thank that warrior, right? Although thank you. But to be able to kill such a powerful sky dragon lizard, one must be at least a 7th level warrior. They are the 2nd level warriors. Even if I express my gratitude, I can't come up with anything good. It's just a verbal thank you. When Lu Xiaoli thought of this, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She knelt on the Tianlong lizard's weak claws, staring fixedly at the sky. A thunderstorm on the head of the sky dragon lizard. Although I can't produce anything substantial, I should at least remember the appearance of my savior. It won't be too late to visit him and express my gratitude when I have reached a higher level of cultivation. By the way, where's Chu Feng? Lu Xiaoli asked. Chu Feng was by his side just now, how come he disappeared all of a sudden? Xiongzhan looked around. He did not notice Chu Feng's figure and felt confused. Could it be that Chu Feng was blown away by the storm? The sandstorm summoned by the sky dragon lizard just now was extremely powerful. Even Xiongzhan, who had grown to a huge length of 6 meters, could not stand firmly, let alone Chu Feng, whose cultivation level was only level 2, level 3. It was normal for Chu Feng to be overturned as he could not withstand the force of the storm. Xiongzhan thought of this. I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After finally being rescued, is your team going to lose a member? He recognized Chu Feng's attack power. With Chu Feng's long-range attack, it will be much easier for them to complete the 3rd-level tasks in the future. Look around. At this time, with a loud bang, the huge body of the sky dragon lizard fell to the ground. Xiongzhan also took a deep breath, jumped off the claws of the Tianlong lizard, and looked around for Chu Feng. He didn't see Chu Feng. Instead, he saw Li Jun and Wang Tao chasing after him. Li Jun and Wang Tao at this time. They stared blankly at the head of the sky dragon lizard, their eyes full of disbelief. He was still muttering to himself. Impossible, this is impossible. Just now. When they came over, they didn't just look at the sky dragon lizard. He also looked at Chu Feng and the other two on the claws of the Tianlong lizard. Li Jun and Wang Tao saw it with their own eyes. Just when the Tianlong lizard was about to crush Chu Feng and the other two to death, Chu Feng exploded. Chu Feng transformed into a blue lightning and arrived on the head of the sky dragon lizard in the blink of an eye. Then, unparalleled thunder power instantly erupted from Chu Feng's body. The power of thunder rushed into the ears and eyes of the sky dragon lizard frantically, and finally killed the huge sky dragon lizard. Give Xiongzhan and Lu Xiaoli a chance to survive. But, if I remember correctly, Chu Feng is only a 2nd-level warrior, or even a 2nd-level 3rd-level warrior. Why? Also a 2nd-level warrior. Chu Feng's attack is extremely powerful and can hurt the sky dragon lizard. It was so damn fast that it wasn't just the sky dragon lizard that failed to react. Even Xiongzhan and Lu Xiaoli beside Chu Feng didn't react. Chu Feng ran to the head of the sky dragon lizard. An explosion. Take the Tianlong lizard away. With fast speed and high attack power, Li Jun and Wang Tao, as warriors in the late 2nd stage, would probably not be able to survive a single move from Chu Feng if they met him. Xiongzhan looked at Li Jun and Wang Tao, who were confused. I wanted to ask what happened. Right at this moment, Lu Xiaoli let out a cry of surprise. Chu Feng. Lu Xiaoli saw that the thunderstorm above the Tianlong lizard disappeared, and the person who appeared was not a big boss. But it was his teammate, Chu Feng. It's Chu Feng. Take action at the critical moment, kill the Tianlong lizard, and save yourself and Xiongzhan. But after this contact, Lu Xiaoli was very sure that Chu Feng was a 2nd-level warrior. A 2nd-level warrior. Can it kill a sky dragon lizard with strength comparable to level 6? Xiongzhan heard the sound. He immediately turned around. The first thing he saw was Chu Feng gradually sliding down from the head of the sky dragon lizard. Chu Feng seemed to be unconscious and could not stand on the head of the Tianlong lizard. Etc. Why is Chu Feng on the head of the Sky Dragon lizard? Xiongzhan guessed the result in an instant, but it was still a little hard to believe. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he endured his injuries, took a step forward, and quickly came to the head of the dead Tianlong lizard, stretching out his sturdy arms to catch the exhausted Chu Feng. At this moment, a majestic aura descended from the sky. An extremely powerful warrior came to the side of Xiongzhan and his companions. Xiongzhan happened to know this person. Xian Feng. The 9th rank warriors of the Sky Dome Corps often impart their martial arts experience in the Sky Dome Hall, and Xiongzhan has also attended several classes. Senior. Xiongzhan held the unconscious Chu Feng in his arms and said respectfully. Chapter 62 1 trillion. Xian Feng looked at Xiongzhan. He looked at the collapsed Sky Dragon lizard again with a puzzled look. As a 9th rank warrior, Xian Feng could clearly sense that the Sky Dragon lizard that was killed was a 3rd rank ferocious beast, and its strength was comparable to some 6th rank ferocious beasts. The 5 people in front of me. The strongest one is probably this big guy, right? Even if the strength of the 8th level of the 2nd stage can rely on some means to fight against the 3rd stage beast, it will definitely die if it encounters a 3rd stage Sky Dragon lizard. Xian Feng did not see the process of Chu Feng killing Tianlong. He asked curiously. What's your name? Did you kill the Sky Dragon lizard? Upon hearing this, Xiongzhan quickly replied. I am Xiongzhan from the Giant Bear Regiment. Chu Feng killed the Sky Dragon lizard. Saying, he signaled with his eyes to Chu Feng in his arms. Xian Feng looked at Chu Feng. The doubt in his eyes grew stronger. Is this guy Chu Feng? He is the one who killed the Sky Dragon lizard? Xian Feng could see clearly. Chu Feng's strength is only at the 3rd level of the 2nd stage, not even as good as Xiongzhan. Just considering the combat power on paper, how could Chu Feng possibly kill the Sky Dragon lizard? Thinking, Xian Feng came in front of Xiongzhan. He reached out and checked Chu Feng's condition. It was discovered that Chu Feng had overused his talent, causing him to become exhausted and faint. It seems that in the fighting power just now, Chu Feng probably put in a lot of effort. Only, no matter how hard a level 2 warrior tries, he won't be able to hurt a level 3 Sky Dragon lizard at all, right? Xian Feng thought. Then he took out a pill from his storage ring and fed it to Chu Feng. What is going on? Wouldn't it be better to wake Chu Feng up and ask him and find out? As a 9th rank warrior, Xian Feng immediately used a 9th rank top level healing elixir. After Chu Feng took it, his condition improved immediately. Soon, Chu Feng regained consciousness. After realizing that Xiongzhan was holding him, he struggled to stand up. After turning around and seeing the dead Tianlong lizard in the distance, he sighed sincerely. It's a good thing he was killed. If the Great Thunder technique cannot kill the Sky Dragon lizard, then he will surely die. No way. The Great Thunder technique consumes an extremely huge amount of spiritual and physical energy. Chu Feng fainted from overdrawing just from actual combat. According to his estimation, the Great Thunder spell should be a spell from the late stage of foundation building, and there is another thunder spell between it and the small thunder spell. It is normal to have your strength in the early stage of foundation building drained when using techniques from the late stage of foundation building. But the result is good. Such a large Sky Dragon lizard, even if it is a 3rd level ferocious beast, if bought by kilogram, it would easily cost tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Not surprisingly, I've finally found my foundation building technique and the spirit stones I need for cultivation. Chu Feng was thinking. A voice came. Did you kill the Sky Dragon lizard? Xian Feng was still more concerned about who killed the Sky Dragon lizard. Although he couldn't believe it, the facts were before him. A group of 2nd level warriors killed a Sky Dragon lizard with strength comparable to that of a 6th level one. This shows that the talent of this group of 2nd level warriors is rare in the world. Chu Feng nodded. I killed him, what's the problem? He did not know Qian Feng, a 9th level warrior, and Qian Feng's powerful aura as a 9th level warrior was not released. In Chu Feng's opinion, Qian Feng was a ferocious beast hunter like himself, so he naturally admitted it openly. Certainly. Even if Chu Feng knew that Qian Feng was a 9th rank warrior, he still had to admit that he was the one who killed the Sky Dragon lizard. Because Chu Feng is still waiting to use the corpse of the Sky Dragon lizard to exchange for the cultivation resources he needs. How did you kill him? Can you demonstrate it again so I can see? Qian Feng asked. There was no way he would believe Chu Feng's one-sided words. Since Chu Feng admitted it, of course Qian Feng looked at Chu Feng's methods. He was really curious about how powerful the attack must be to be able to kill the Sky Dragon Lizard, which was as powerful as a 6th-level ferocious beast. You know, Chu Feng's strength is only at the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. He is still in the bone-building stage, and hasn't even fully developed his talents. Qian Feng couldn't believe it. At the same time, he looked at Chu Feng, his burning eyes constantly searching for the answer he wanted. Chu Feng was a little confused when he heard this. There's no need to show off, my teammates can all testify for me. Certainly. He couldn't show it either. The spiritual energy in the Dantian was completely consumed, and the Great Thunder technique was completely useless. Chu Feng looked around. Then he asked several of his comrades. You should have seen it. Can you testify for me? Xiong Zhan and Lu Shaoli didn't see it at all. But Xiong Zhan remembered that the thunderstorm that appeared on the head of the Sky Dragon Lizard was the one that killed the Sky Dragon Lizard. And Chu Feng fell off the head of the Sky Dragon Lizard again. So, the thunderstorm was released by Chu Feng. The Sky Dragon Lizard was naturally killed by Chu Feng. He nodded first. I didn't see the whole process, but I'm sure Chu Feng killed the Sky Dragon Lizard. I can testify for him. Qian Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. Chu Feng neither showed his strength nor Xiong Zhan said that he did not see the whole process. It is impossible to confirm whether the Sky Dragon Lizard was really killed by Chu Feng. Maybe. It was possible that a 9th-level warrior passed by and killed this 9th-level Sky Dragon Lizard, and then Chu Feng took advantage of it. Because Qian Feng really couldn't believe that a 2nd-level warrior could kill a 7th-level beast. Even Wu Badian, the strongest in the history of Dragon Country. The most brilliant achievement of ours. It was only when he was at the 2nd level that he defeated a 3rd-level warrior. When it came to Chu Feng, he directly jumped to the 6th level, and it was a 6th-level Sky Dragon Lizard with terrifying strength. Is this correct? At this time, Wang Tao and Li Jun, who were standing by, said they witnessed the entire process. They looked at each other and said together. We saw the whole process. Chu Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning and instantly ran to the head of the Sky Dragon Lizard. Then he released a thunderstorm, electrocuting the Sky Dragon Lizard to death. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng looked around. The few people present basically believed that it was Chu Feng who killed the Sky Dragon Lizard. Of course, Qian Feng was also willing to believe that it was Chu Feng who killed it. After all, the more geniuses the human race had, the more hope there was to completely drive the ferocious beast out of this land. But there is no evidence. It's hard to convince him with just words. Qian Feng thought about it and finally said, as long as you can show me some methods to kill the Sky Dragon Lizard, I will reward you with 1 trillion dragon coins. How about that? You know, the body of this Sky Dragon Lizard can only be sold for 70 to 80 million at most. He directly added another trillion. This condition. It can be said that he is very sincere. He just wants to see Chu Feng's upper limit and see how strong Chu Feng is. And Chu Feng? After hearing Qian Feng's offer, he was naturally very excited. The foundation building technique has been found. You can also buy a lot of spirit stones for your own practice. However, the spiritual power in the Dantian has been used up, and the spiritual energy in this world is very thin. I want to recover all my strength in a short time. It is almost impossible to cast the Great Thunder spell again. Chu Feng thought about it. He said, yes, I can, but I really can't unleash the attack I just made now. Can you please leave me your contact information? Tomorrow morning, when I recover, I'll show you how I defeated the Sky Dragon Lizard. Chapter 63 Return to the City. Okay. Qian Feng nodded. He looked at Chu Feng's sincere eyes. Although he didn't believe it, he didn't question it. Because only if Chu Feng demonstrates his attack power will he give out 1 trillion dragon coins. Then, he exchanged contact information with Chu Feng. Then he took another look at the Sky Dragon Lizard behind Chu Feng. Said slowly, this Sky Dragon Lizard is only level 3. Its market value will definitely not exceed 1 trillion. I will buy its corpse for 1 trillion dragon coins. How about that? Qian Feng was thinking. It would be very troublesome for Chu Feng to bring back such a big corpse. Since you have left your contact information, Chen Feng chose to temporarily believe that it was Chu Feng who killed the Sky Dragon Lizard, so he did a favor. By this dragon lizard. Well, thanks. Chu Feng nodded quickly. Chen Feng's purchase of the corpse could be said to have helped him a lot. Saves a lot of trouble. He got 1 trillion yuan directly. Next, Chu Feng must practice in seclusion for a period of time. With 1 trillion dragon coins, he should be able to break through to the late stage of foundation building. The physical strength in the late stage of foundation building is comparable to that of some 6th level warriors. If you can achieve the golden elixir. So, although Jin Dan's physical strength can only be compared to that of a 7th level warrior, but with the combination of magic, even if a 9th level warrior stands in front of Chu Feng is confident that he can kill him. The lethality of the Great Thunder spell just now demonstrated the power of the spell to the fullest. While thinking, Chen Feng put the body of the Sky Dragon Lizard into his storage space. Then he transferred 1 trillion dragon coins to Chu Feng's bank card. The whole process is smooth and flowing. No delay at all. Okay, there are other Sky Dragon Lizards to deal with, so I'll be leaving first. When you recover, remember to come find me. If you can prove your strength, I will give you a reward of 1 trillion dragon coins. After that, Chen Feng then stepped into the air and left. The few remaining members of the Giant Bear Regiment stared blankly at Chen Feng's departing back. After half a quarter of an hour, then someone reacted. 1 trillion. I can't even imagine it. Li Jun and Wang Tao looked at Chu Feng with envy in their eyes. 1 trillion dragon coins can save him many years of hard work. You know, the reward for completing the 3rd level mission this time was only 100 million dragon coins, and the Sky Dragon Lizard killed by Chu Feng was equivalent to completing 10,000 3rd level missions. Even if you complete 1 level 3 task a day, that would take 10,000 days, or nearly 30 years. 30 years? How many 30 years does a warrior have? Chu Feng looked at the people around him and knew that it was not easy for them to carry out the mission. The reward for this mission is not much. It's only 1 trillion. Even if the corpses of the 3rd level ferocious beasts were included, it would definitely be far less than the 1 trillion dragon coins he had obtained. Chu Feng waved his hand. Said to several teammates of the Giant Bear Regiment. Alright, I won't share the reward for this mission with you. Also, I am about to withdraw from the Giant Bear Regiment. Thank you all for your care along the way. With enough money, Chu Feng naturally needs to practice hard, break through the realm, and then win the first place in the 100 schools martial arts competition in a month. 1 month's time. After digesting 2 trillion dragon coins, it should be enough for him to get the 3 major rewards for being the first in the 100 schools league. Several people from the Giant Bear Regiment listened to Chu Feng's words, but quickly waved their hands to refuse. This mission. Both 3rd level ferocious beasts were killed by Chu Feng. Their Giant Bear Regiment basically didn't contribute much. And if Chu Feng had not come to the rescue, Xiong Zhan and Lu Xiuli would most likely have died at the hands of the Tianlong Lizard. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Chu Feng's contribution is the greatest in the entire team. Several people here. Basically, they all expressed that they would give all the gains from the mission to Chu Feng. It's not just about respecting Chu Feng's contribution. More importantly, want to have a good relationship with Chu Feng. There is no doubt about Chu Feng's fighting ability. If it can kill the Sky Dragon Lizard, how weak can it be? Key. Chu Feng is only a 2nd level warrior. A 2nd level warrior can kill ferocious beasts with strength comparable to that of a 6th level warrior. Facing such a talented warrior, there is no reason for him not to make friends. After some discussion, final. Xiong Zhan forced the reward on Chu Feng. Several people pooled their money and transferred a total of 1 billion to Chu Feng's card. The maximum profit from this mission is 2 to 300 million. But compared to the 1 trillion that Chu Feng just received, 2 or 300 million is not enough. So Xiong Zhan and his friends paid out of their own pockets and bought a dozen for Chu Feng. I can't take out any more money. After all, they are only 2nd level warriors. Certainly. Chu Feng is also a 2nd level warrior. Chu Feng actually doesn't think much of the 10 billion dragon coins. This amount of money is not of much help to his cultivation, but it is of great help to Xiong Zhan and others. But Chu Feng did not refuse because of their resolute attitude. Instead, he accepted the 1 billion dragon coins. Same. He did not withdraw from the giant bear core. When he became stronger, he would take a few people on a mission and earn back the 1 billion dragon coins easily. Xiongzhan smiled happily when he saw Chu Feng accepted the dragon coins. He took out an off-road vehicle from his storage ring. With a few people, returned to Beastmaster's city. In addition to completing tasks, it is also to allow team members to take a break. The life and death battle consumed too much of their physical strength. It was getting dark. Soon, Chu Feng returned to the beast-taming city. He said goodbye to Xiongzhan and the others and rented a training room in the city. Prepare to practice well all night. Then he would find Shen Feng tomorrow and take away the 1 trillion dragon coins he promised him. The first thing I did after returning to the training room was Chu Feng spent 180 billion to buy the Art of Controlling Thunder Foundation building chapter. The lightning control technique can be practiced continuously until the true art of Zixiao's thunder control. There is no need to change the technique during the practice, and there is no need to disperse the spiritual power gained through practice, thus saving practice time. If you change the method, a lot of time will be wasted in converting the spiritual power in the body, otherwise the practice of new skills will not be smooth. However, if you practice a complete set of exercises, you won't have this problem. Just keep practicing. The level of the Yu Lei Ju technique is also very high. In the foundation building chapter, it also comes with a foundation building technique called 10,000 Thunders Net. The 10,000 Thunder Net can transform lightning into a lightning net and release it around one's body. Can be used to detect enemies. It can also gather the lightning net and tie up and kill the enemy. If he learns this move, he should have no problem defeating Tian Hai. While thinking, Chu Feng directly spent 20 million to buy a lot of spirit stones for cultivation. Absorb spiritual power and replenish it into the Dantian. He studied the art of controlling thunder and continuously improved his foundation building strength. In addition to the improvement of foundation building strength, Chu Feng did not neglect martial arts this time. Last time, in Baichao University, Tian Hai's ability is really strong, and it is impossible to say that he doesn't want it. He also took out the starry thunderstorm technique given to him by teacher Wei Shohan. This exercise, after practicing to a certain level, one can transform oneself into real thunder, and like Tian Hai, possess mysterious and unpredictable abilities. 1 month's time. Learn this technique as much as possible and reach the level of Tian Hai. Chapter 64, 4th Level Vein Condensation Realm. 1 night of practice. Relying on a large number of spirit stones, Chu Feng steadily approached the middle stage of foundation building. During this period, he also discovered many elixirs that could improve martial arts in the Wanjie Mall. Bone Solidifying Pill, after taking it, it can directly improve the martial arts realm of the Bone Tempering realm by 1 level. The price is 30 million dragon coins. 30 million? For an ordinary 3rd level warrior, it must be a huge expense. But for Chu Feng, who has 1 trillion dragon coins, 30 million dragon coins, not a lot. Without much hesitation, he immediately bought 6 bone solidifying pills and took them one by one. The 2nd level, 3rd level realm. Under the effect of the bone consolidating pill, he made a rapid breakthrough, and within a short period of time, his cultivation reached the 9th level of the 2nd stage. A rapid breakthrough in the martial arts realm. The inability to control the rapidly growing power would cause the warrior to suffer a negative state of powerlessness. Only Chu Feng's body was originally equivalent to that of a 4th level warrior. Therefore, he did not feel the sense of emptiness of power. At least, it will take until Chu Feng's realm breaks through to the 5th level before he will find it difficult to control his own power. So, you can make breakthroughs to your current level. In addition to the bone solidification pill, Chu Feng also found many other realm-enhancing elixirs in the Wanjie Mall. Flesh Tempering Pill, after taking it, it can directly improve the martial arts realm of the 3rd level Flesh Tempering realm by 1 level. The price is 1 billion dragon coins. 1 billion. For an average 3rd level warrior, it is a very large amount of money. You know, the reward Chu Feng received for the 3rd level mission he had taken before was only 100 million dragon coins. And to break through 1 level of the Flesh Tempering Pill, one needs 1 billion dragon coins. If it is an ordinary 3rd level warrior, it is absolutely impossible to spend so many dragon coins to buy the Flesh Tempering Pill. Xu Feng did this mainly because the Starry Thunderstorm art states that if one wants to develop one's talent, one must at least wait until one's cultivation breaks through to the 4th level. A 4th level warrior. Your own talents will awaken new abilities. So, Xu Feng increased his strength as quickly as possible. He divided his attention into 2 tasks, not only improving his qi refining skills, but also improving his martial arts skills. Xu Feng is now at the 9th level of the 2nd stage. He bought 9 flesh tempering pills at once, relying on the powerful medicinal power in the flesh tempering pills and the cultivation talent provided by his 3S level talents. Xu Feng's realm easily broke through to the 9th level of the 3rd stage. With the help of powerful elixirs and terrifying talents. His martial arts skills. It's like soaring up like a rocket. Next, it is a breakthrough to the 4th level. For 4th level warriors, their talents will be upgraded and they can start to cultivate their talents. Xu Feng's S-level talent. The talent is maximized, which can greatly increase the strength of other talents. If you get an upgrade, the boost multiplier will be increased. Previously, the maximum increase was 3 times. After the upgrade, it is very likely to increase by 4 times or even 5 times. If the strength of talent can be increased 5 times, then Xu Feng's 1S level talent will be equivalent to 5S level talents of others. Thinking of this, Xu Feng bought a Gathering Meridian pill worth 20 billion dragon coins without hesitation. The effect of Jumai Dan is similar to the previous pills. Only, the Jumai pill is used to help break through to the small realm of the 4th level, and taking it can also help warriors break through to the 4th level. After Xu Feng bought it, he swallowed it immediately. He forcibly raised his own cultivation to the 1st level of the 4th stage. At the moment of breaking through the 4th level, it was as if an invisible shackle in the body was broken, and tremendous power rushed out of the body. Xu Feng could feel it clearly. My 3 talents. All of them have been significantly enhanced. The S-level talent is gigantic. When not in use, the talent effect can be tripled. If the effect is actively activated, the talent can be strengthened to 6 times the original value. With this talent, Xu Feng's 3S level talents are equivalent to others' 13S level talents. The effect is quite powerful. And the tide of life. After the upgrade, Xu Feng could clearly feel that this talent should be able to help him regenerate his broken limbs. That is to say, broken limbs can grow back under the influence of the innate life tide. Plus the effect of the talent's maximization. As long as Xu Feng is not shot in the head, he will not die. Even if the heart is crushed, one can still come back to life in a short time. Certainly. Burned to ashes, he must die. There is also the brain. If the brain is gone, even if the person can survive, he or she will probably become a vegetable. Memory loss. I am no longer myself. The tide of life is very strong, but not strong enough to be reborn by dripping blood. The last one is the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. After the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was strengthened, Xu Feng could control thunder and lightning more skillfully. Among them, the most obvious is he can truly transform into thunder. 3,000 thunders just run fast. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder transforms itself into a bolt of lightning, possessing extremely terrifying destructive power. It is also possible to do what Tianhai did, releasing tiny thunders that wander freely in the air. Xu Feng is not very proficient in controlling thunder. Mainly, relying on the ability of Gigantamax talent can double the effect of talent. This allowed Xu Feng to achieve the results of Tianhai's years of training in a short period of time. Otherwise, even as a 4th-rank warrior, Xu Feng estimated that he would have to practice for several years before he could hone his talent to the point where he could transform into thunder at will. Strengthening of the 3 major talents. Let Xu Feng's combat effectiveness soar. The most obvious thing is that if the Great Thunder technique is released again, the power it will cause will be several times more than before. The current Xu Feng, even if he only used a small thunder spell, it was estimated that he could kill a sky dragon lizard with strength comparable to that of a 6th level one. For the rapid improvement of one's own strength, Xu Feng looked out the window at the sun gradually rising and couldn't help but sigh. Money is such a good thing. Then, he took a shower, took out his cell phone and contacted Shenfeng. One night of cultivation. He mainly practiced martial arts and restored his own spiritual energy. He only had 60 million dragon coins left. After reaching the golden core stage, you will need a lot of spirit coins to improve your cultivation level. So, the 1 trillion dragon coins in Qianfeng's hands must be taken. After seeing Chu Feng's message, Shen Feng responded quickly. I'm giving a lecture in the Sky Hall. You can come over later, or you can come and listen first. It's an alchemy class, if you're interested. Chu Feng looked at the message. His eyes flickered as he recalled that he had also mastered the art of alchemy. Hongmeng alchemy. However, up to now, this alchemy technique has not been used. Just right. Go and see how Qianfeng teaches people how to make elixirs and learn about the alchemy industry. Chu Feng thought about it, put the extra spirit stones into the system space, and left the training room. Using the virtual real method. Hide your own cultivation at the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. Breaking through 2 major levels in one night, the speed of breakthrough is really scary. It's better to keep a low profile. Chu Feng thought as he walked on the streets of Beastmaster City and headed towards the Sky Hall. Chapter 65 You. Come up. Sky Hall. A corner in the vast space. Surrounded by a large number of warriors. Qianfeng stood at the highest position and demonstrated his alchemy techniques. It is said to be alchemy. But Chu Feng saw that Qianfeng was clearly cooking with an induction cooker. It's completely different from the alchemy in Hongmeng alchemy. Thinking. Chu Feng joined the crowd to see what was going on. On stage. As a 9th rank warrior, Qianfeng noticed Chu Feng in the audience at a glance. Seeing that Chu Feng was interested in alchemy, he couldn't help but raise his voice slightly. Everyone, watch carefully. What I'm going to refine next is one of Baichao University's signature elixirs, the Baichao Yunling pill. Baichao University's signature elixirs are powerful, but only a few people can learn how to make them. Why? Because it is difficult to refine. It's like having a math book in front of you. Even if you tell everyone that it contains the secrets to success and that their future will be bright if they learn it, many people still won't be able to learn it. And Qianfeng. It is here that the Baichao Yunling pill is explained, whose refining difficulty is similar to that of advanced mathematics. For pills, the most important thing is the temperature. Only by mastering the temperature and extracting as much of the medicinal properties as possible can the efficacy of the soul-enhancing pill be squeezed to the extreme and the 100 herbs soul-enhancing pill be refined. Qianfeng spoke as he demonstrated. Chu Feng looked at it with a puzzled look on his face. If you boil herbs in a pot, won't the medicinal properties of many herbs be mixed together? In Hongmeng alchemy, the extracted medicinal liquid needs to be kept separately and then used to refine it, and finally a top-quality pill can be refined. If Qianfeng does this, the medicinal properties of medicinal materials will be wasted in large quantities. While thinking, Chu Feng suddenly discovered the blind spot. To extract the medicinal liquid from the flame, the help of soul power is needed, and to master the soul power, one must be at least a 7th level warrior. In other words, many alchemists do not have soul power. Naturally, there is no way to use the methods of Hongmeng alchemy to refine pills. Thinking of this, Chu Feng finally understood why Qianfeng wanted to use an induction cooker to make the elixir. It turned out that it was to take care of those low-level warriors. Baichao Yunling pill. After all, it is just a pill for 2nd-level warriors. On stage, Qianfeng was concentrating on refining the Baichao Yunling pill. And off stage, Chu Feng also tried to abandon the power of his soul and try to understand Qianfeng's refining method. With the help of Hongmeng alchemy, he easily understood the method of refining the Baichao Yunling pill. The medicinal materials for this kind of medicine are very simple and cheap. There is only one 2nd-level main ingredient, and the rest are 1st-level medicinal materials. But if you want to refine it, we need to solve the problem of fire poison in the 2nd-level main material, blood spirit vine. It can dilute the fire poison, but it will inevitably take away the medicinal properties of the blood spirit vine. Neutralizes the fire poison of blood spirit vine. It becomes the most critical core in refining the Baichao Yunling pill. According to Qianfeng's introduction, if the blood spirit vine is handled properly, up to 100% of the fire poison can be removed. This is the top-grade Baichao Yunling pill. Take it casually. There won't be any hidden dangers. It can remove 95% of the fire poison and is also a standard Baichao Yunling pill. The remaining fire poison will not cause too much problem during the digestion of Baichao Yunling pill. If it is below 95%, It can only be called the soul-enriching pill. You cannot take too much Yunling pill at one time, as it will easily lead to the fire poison of the blood spirit vine. Chu Feng watched Xianfeng's refining silently. Not only did he understand Xianfeng's explanation, but he also gained a new understanding through the Hongmeng alchemy method. Fire poison must be eliminated. But it would be a bit of a waste to just eliminate the fire poison. Chu Feng thought. The fire poison can be converted into power that can be absorbed by warriors, making the fire poison a part of the elixir. In this way, with the help of the power of fire poison, a Lingxue vine can exert 150% or even 200% of its medicinal properties. The key is that there are no sequelae. The material needed is just a first-level spiritual ice grass. Ling Bingko is a purely poisonous grass, but it can neutralize the fire poison of the blood spirit pill. After neutralization, not only can it eliminate the toxicity of fire poison and ice poison in one's body, but it can also transform the two poisons into nutrients needed by warriors. Increase the effect of Baichao Yunling pill exponentially. Right at this moment, Xianfeng completed the refining of the elixir. He solidified the liquid medicine, kneaded it into a ball, looked around, and said, "Do you have any questions?" Off stage, many students only understood half of what was said and kept silent. However, there are also powerful alchemists. These alchemists. He already knew how to refine the Baichao Yunling pill, so after listening to Qianfeng's explanation, he felt that his alchemy skills had reached a new level. No! The men shouted loudly. The remaining ignorant alchemists were too embarrassed to ask questions. I could only agree. No. Chu Feng also nodded, there was indeed no problem. Xianfeng spoke very well. Except for two areas for improvement. One is that when refining elixirs on an induction cooker, the medicinal properties of the elixirs will inevitably be mixed, reducing the efficiency of the final elixir. Also, the Baichao Yunling pill can be improved. While removing the fire poison in it, it can also greatly enhance the medicinal properties of the Baichao Yunling pill. But Chu Feng didn't say anything either. Alchemy is not his strong point, and he certainly would not try to make it even if he was told. After all, it is a second-level pill, and one pill costs only a few million at most. For Chu Feng now, it is not worth much. The most urgent task is. The key is to get 1 trillion yuan. Right at this moment, Xianfeng on the stage keenly noticed Chu Feng's nod. Xianfeng couldn't help but feel a little doubtful, something was not right. Can Chu Feng also refine the 100 herb soul pill? Otherwise, why didn't he have any doubts about his own refining? Isn't Chu Feng very powerful in combat? A second-level warrior's counterattack strength is comparable to that of a sixth-level beast. Is that possible? This kid Chu Feng is not only very strong, but also has great alchemy skills? Thinking of this, Xianfeng's curiosity was aroused by Chu Feng. As a warrior who graduated from Baichao University, he is naturally adept at alchemy, and he is also happy to discover talented people among the people. Even Xianfeng also recommended several powerful alchemists to study at Baichao University. If Chu Feng really has a talent for alchemy, he can also recommend Chu Feng to study at Baichao University. Thinking about, Xianfeng cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Since everyone has no questions, I'll ask someone to come up and demonstrate so we can see what everyone has learned. The sound is not loud, but it made the alchemists present in the room silent in an instant. Because many alchemists have not learned how to refine the Baichao Yunling pill. If they are allowed to go up, they have to show off their useless alchemy skills in front of all the alchemists? That would be so embarrassing. If this happens to me, I probably won't be able to stay in the alchemy circle anymore. Everyone prayed. Don't point at yourself. At this moment, Xianfeng looked at Chu Feng and said, You! Come up here and show me how I refined the 100 herb soul containing pill. Chapter 66, Powerful Alchemy Techniques. In the crowd, Chu Feng was a little surprised when he was called. No. Xianfeng clearly knew me, so why did he still let me go up and refine the elixir? Now, shouldn't he show off his thundering skills, take 1 trillion and leave? How come you're still refining pills? Around Chu Feng, the alchemists all looked at Chu Feng. Most of them were relieved that it was not them who was called out. It's a bit unlucky. If I can't refine it, won't I be thrown away? And it will leave a bad impression on Mr. Qian, who is a 9th level cultivator and a big shot in the Sky Corps. The Sky Group is not just an organization. It's more of a battle group. It gathers countless 9th level warriors from the Dragon Kingdom. All those who can enter the Sky Battle Group are warriors standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom. What if he's really amazing? If he can successfully refine the 100 Herb Soul Pill, he'll be instantly famous. Awesome? Have you seen him? It's impossible that he's that powerful. I asked several people, but no one knew him. If he really is an alchemist, he would be well known in the alchemy circle. This kid, I still don't even know his name. People around were talking about it. And Chu Feng. When Qian Feng called him, he quickly waved his hand to refuse. Mr. Qian, we still have important things to do, right? Qian Feng heard this. He nodded, but was still persistent in his words. I saw you nod just now. You said you could make pills yourself, so you can't blame me. Chu Feng looked a little embarrassed. It seems that I can't escape. When the people around heard the conversation between Chu Feng and Qian Feng, they kept talking about it. What's the origin of this kid? How dare he bargain with Mr. Qian? I can tell he's only at the 2nd level of the bone tempering realm. The key seems to be in the early stages of the bone tempering realm. A 2nd level warrior trying to establish a relationship with a 9th level warrior? It seems his background is not ordinary. If it were me, even if I didn't know how to make pills, I would have stood in front of the alchemy furnace and bit the bullet. This kid dared to refuse Elder Qian, he's got guts. After Chu Feng thought for a moment. Finally, he stood on the stands and came to the alchemy furnace. No way. We still have to get 1 trillion yuan from Qian Feng. It is really unreasonable to reject Qian Feng now. Qian Feng saw Chu Feng standing up unwillingly. I couldn't help but comfort him. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't know how to do it, just try it out. He didn't think Chu Feng could make pills. Dan Dao in martial arts. If you want to push one path to the limit, you must give it your all and give up the other path. Chu Feng defeated the Sky Dragon Lizard, which was as powerful as the 6th level, with his 2nd level cultivation. Suffice it to say, he has almost reached the pinnacle in martial arts. So, it is inevitable that the way of alchemy will be a little worse. Of course, the Sky Dragon Lizard was not necessarily killed by Chu Feng. In any case, today, Qian Feng wanted to see Chu Feng's alchemy skills, and he was extremely curious about Chu Feng's nod just now. Chu Feng stood in front of the alchemy furnace. This was his first time refining an elixir, and it was an extremely difficult elixir to make, such as the Baichao Yunling pill. I briefly recalled the process of Qian Feng refining the elixir just now. He raised his hand. With a light swipe of his fingers, a ball of green spiritual fire floated in front of Chu Feng. Since it is alchemy, of course, he would use the Hongmeng alchemy technique that he was best at. Chu Feng really didn't know much about the alchemy that Qian Feng mastered. If he used it rashly, it would easily fail. However, although the spiritual fire summoned by Chu Feng was small, it instantly stunned everyone present. What is this? I've never seen it before. Is there any warrior who can summon fire out of thin air? Silly. This is his talent. The talent of summoning fire. A warrior with this talent can refine pills many times more efficiently than other warriors. Mastering the talent of fire, being extremely sensitive to temperature changes, it is easy to refine high-level elixirs. Unfortunately, there are so few people with this talent. Among the alchemists I know, there is only one with a talent for fire. I don't have any. The alchemists present thought that Chu Feng was gifted. However, Qian Feng, who was standing next to Chu Feng, could clearly tell that this was not a talent at all, but its spiritual power. As a 9th rank warrior, Qian Feng also knows a thing or two about the truth of this world. In addition to martial arts, there is also a new kind of power called spiritual power. It is recorded in some ancient books of Longhua. Alchemy. It is from those ancient books that it was modified and became modern alchemy. That's not the point. The point is, the spiritual power in this world is extremely thin. No matter how talented a warrior is, it is almost impossible to cultivate through spiritual power. Most. After cultivating to the 9th level of qi refining, it is impossible to go any higher. Xianfeng is also a qi refiner. He has tried qi refining before, but his cultivation level is only at the first level. The strength of the first level of qi refining. Not even as good as a second level warrior. He also couldn't convert spiritual power into spiritual fire as easily as Chu Feng. Chu Feng can achieve this level. At least they must be cultivators at the fourth level of qi refining. This kid has some background. Xianfeng thought. Because if you don't have the background and talent, it will be impossible to get started in qi refining. He looked at Chu Feng. I am increasingly looking forward to Chu Feng's alchemy. After Chu Feng summoned the spiritual fire, he took a quick inventory of the herbs on the table. Then, throw the herbs onto the spiritual fire in order to extract the medicinal liquid. Then use the power of the soul to control the separation of the medicine liquid. A set of movements, flowing smoothly. The second level 100 herb soul pill can be easily refined by Chu Feng, who has already reached the fourth level cultivation level. Look at the alchemists in the audience. Looking at Chu Feng's actions, they were all confused. Is this how you make pills? It looks amazing. More than that. I'm afraid even Mr. Qian can't do this. This is too abnormal. Where did Mr. Qian choose this genius? Many people expressed envy. There are also many people who understand alchemy and know that it cannot be superficial. They argued. Tisk, why are you in such a hurry? Whether you are really powerful or not depends on the elixir you make. If you can't even refine the 100 herbs soul containing pill, then you are just a showpiece. The method is not important at all, what matters is the result. However, I see a bit of shock in Mr. Qian's eyes. It's not just shock, it feels like Mr. Qian's eyes are about to pop out. Xianfeng is a 9th level warrior. Naturally, he was very clear about what methods Chu Feng used. Spiritual power is fine. The alchemy actually uses the power of the soul. You know, the power of the soul is something that can only be awakened by a 7th level warrior. Why? Chu Feng, a 2nd level warrior, can master the power of the soul. And, as a master of alchemy, Xianfeng knew at a glance that Chu Feng's alchemy method could greatly reduce the consumption of medicinal liquid. Preserve the medicinal properties of the elixir. Maximize the performance of the elixir. It is an extremely excellent alchemy technique, much more powerful than the alchemy techniques he has learned over the years. Certainly. The threshold is also relatively high. Spiritual fire can be replaced by talent or some special flints, but it is the power of the soul. But only 7th level warriors can master it. Chu Feng here. Just an accident. Do you have any spirit ice grass? Give me some. Chu Feng was practicing when he suddenly gave an order. During the refining process, he always felt that something was missing and it was not perfect. I originally wanted to just fool around. But in the end, he still wanted to see his full strength in alchemy, so he directly asked for the lingding grass. Prepare to transform the fire poison in the blood spirit vine into medicinal power. Take this Baichao Yunling pill. Achieve 200% effect. Chapter 67, Pill Success. Xianfeng was a little confused when he heard this. Lingding grass is a poisonous grass. After adding it, can the pill still be eaten? But he looked at Chu Feng's serious attitude and his technique, which seemed even more professional than his own. In the end, he did not question it, but took out the lingding grass from his storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng. After Chu Feng took the spirit ice grass, he threw it into the spiritual fire and in an instant the spiritual ice grass was refined into medicinal liquid. Then, he used the power of his soul to refine and fuse all the medicinal liquids, entering the final stage of pill formation. The alchemists present. I saw Chu Feng added poisonous grass and integrated it into the formula of Baichao Yunling pill. Many alchemists have questioned this. Isn't he going to improve the formula on the spot? The Baichao Yunling pill is Baichao University's signature elixir. If there was room for improvement, it would have been done long ago, right? So, this kid is messing around? I don't know. Isn't Mr. Qian watching right next to him? He's a 9th level warrior. How could he fool him? Sky Hall. As Chu Feng refined the elixir. At this time, Xiong Zhan and his companions also returned here to see if there were any tasks suitable for them. While recuperating, he also sought out information. 4 people walked in the hall. Still discussing what happened yesterday. Chu Feng is really strong. We are both second-level warriors, so why is the gap so big? If it weren't for Chu Feng yesterday, our giant bear regiment would have been disbanded, right? Xiongzhan listened to the discussion between Wang Tao and Li Jun and nodded slightly. Indeed. If Chu Feng hadn't killed the Sky Dragon Lizard in time, there would be no way they would have survived. That's a 6th-level Sky Dragon Lizard. After Xiongzhan used his talent, he was like a little child in front of the Tianlong Lizard and had no ability to fight back at all. On the side, Lu Xiaoli echoed. Chu Feng is still listed in our regiment. When he becomes famous, our giant bear regiment will also be able to benefit from it. At this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of the corner of the Sky Hall. A group of alchemists in white robes gathered together. On the stage, Chu Feng seemed to be concentrating on refining the elixir. The distance was a bit far and Lu Xiaoli couldn't see clearly. She said in disbelief. Look, is that Chu Feng? The other three heard the sound and looked over. When they saw Chu Feng refining the elixir, their eyes widened. No way? Chu Feng is strong in combat, but he can actually refine pills? I heard that even the most formidable genius can only choose between martial arts and alchemy. Xiongzhan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. His eyesight was very good, and he was basically certain that it was Chu Feng. Next to Chu Feng was Qian Feng, who had bought the corpse of the Sky Dragon Lizard yesterday. And now, Chu Feng seems to be refining the elixir under Qian Feng's guidance? No, it should just be a test of alchemy. No one can master both martial arts and alchemy at the same time. Wang Tao and Li Jun heard this. Then he echoed. Yes. After all, Mr. Qian is a master of alchemy, so it's normal for him to give Chu Feng some guidance. They should be refining some beginner's elixirs. Should we go over and ask? Several people were discussing. Xiongzhan also did not accept the mission because of the injury he suffered yesterday. I just happened to be free. Let's go. Let's go take a look together. He waved his hand and walked towards the corner where Chu Feng was with his teammates. Come to the back of the crowd. Only at this moment did the few of them finally see clearly Chu Feng's alchemy technique. A green spiritual fire was floating in front of Chu Feng. Several drops of medicinal liquid circled around the spiritual fire, as if an invisible giant hand was controlling the medicinal liquid to be tempered by the spiritual fire. Several people watched Chu Feng making the elixir. Everyone was a little confused. Xiongzhan couldn't help but ask. Have you ever seen this method of refining medicine? Lu Xiaoli is not strong in combat, but is good at logistics and reconnaissance. She is also responsible for purchasing healing pills for the team. She looked at Chu Feng. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed. I've never seen this before. Chu Feng doesn't even use an alchemy furnace? Wang Tao and Li Jun also shook their heads. The two of them had attended Qian Feng's classes, and even Qian Feng, who was at the 9th level of alchemy, needed to use alchemy. Like Chu Feng, I have never seen anyone summon a ball of fire and make elixirs from a distance. Although Xiongzhan didn't quite understand this method of alchemy. But looking at Chu Feng strolling leisurely and doing things effortlessly gave him a very powerful feeling. It's like Chu Feng is the master of alchemy. Qian Feng, who was at the 9th level of cultivation, was just a student, observing Chu Feng's extremely advanced alchemy skills. When this idea came up, Xiongzhan himself was shocked. Qian Feng is a 9th-rank warrior and a top-notch alchemy master. How could he possibly still need to learn from Chu Feng? Chu Feng is a 2nd-level warrior. No matter how strong his fighting ability was, he only killed a 6th-level Sky Dragon Lizard. You know, a 6th-level Sky Dragon Lizard is like an ant on the roadside in front of the 9th-level Qian Feng, and can be easily crushed to death. You said Qian Feng wanted to learn from Chu Feng, how is that possible? What do you think? Chu Feng is a novice in alchemy, and Qian Feng is the alchemy master, who is currently guiding Chu Feng in alchemy, right? On stage, Chu Feng, who was already a foundation-building cultivator and had inherited the Hongmeng alchemy technique, had no difficulty in refining this 2nd-level elixir. As the refining progresses, Chu Feng's technique became more and more skillful. Finally, he clasped his hands together and let out a clear shout. Congeal. The medicinal liquid gradually took shape in the spiritual fire, and finally turned into 3 crystal-clear Baichao Yunling pills. The pill floated in front of Chu Feng. A faint medicinal fragrance filled the air, and just by smelling it, you could tell that this was definitely a top-grade elixir. On stage, the alchemists looked at the 3 pills in front of Chu Feng in silence for a quarter of an hour before they started to discuss slightly. The pill looks good, but I don't know if it's safe to eat. He was able to refine 3 pills from 1 set of herbs. His skill level is probably on par with old Qian's. I think the spirit ice grass he added is for a reason. As long as they are 3 normal Baichao Yunling pills, then Chu Feng's strength will be unquestionable. At the back of the team, Xiong Zhan's face changed drastically after hearing these people's discussion. He also thought that Chu Feng only refined ordinary pills. I didn't expect it to be Baichao University's signature elixir, Baichao Yunling pill. Although the Baichao Yunling pill is a second-level pill, the price of 1 pill is as high as 1 million dragon coins. Its biggest advantage is that it does not contain any impurities and can be taken casually. The disadvantage is, it is extremely difficult to refine. Even if Baichao University published the recipe for Baichao Yunling pill, there would be only a few people who could make it. Chu Feng was able to refine the spirit of hundreds of herbs, and he was able to refine 3 of them in one breath. Suffice it to say, he possesses extremely high attainments in alchemy. If you are only good at refining pills, it's nothing. Chu Feng's fighting ability is also frighteningly high. Being at the 2nd level, he was able to kill a 6th-level beast. It was simply terrifying. Chapter 68, Mr. Qian's Sincerity. On the side, Lu Shaoli couldn't help but nodded. She listened to the discussions of the people around her and roughly understood what had happened. It's not that simple. Unless the elixir Chu Feng refines is truly effective, it won't count. Xiong Zhan nodded after hearing this. He looked at Chu Feng on the stage. Next, we have to wait for Elder Qian to identify Chu Feng's elixir, right? On stage, after Chu Feng refined the 3 pills, he used the power of his soul to send them to Qian Feng. Take a look at the effect of the 100 herbs spirit condensation I refined. Qian Feng took out a small porcelain bottle. He packed 2 of the Baichao Yunling pills refined by Chu Feng. Leave 1. He held it and observed it for a moment, then grabbed 2 little white mice from a spirit beast bag at his waist. Feed Chu Feng's medicine to one of them casually. After marking, Qian Feng took out another 100 herb soul-containing pill that he had just refined and fed it to another little white mouse. He specially bred mice, a ferocious beast used to verify the effectiveness of elixirs. The stronger the medicinal properties of the pill, the more obvious the growth of the mouse will be after eating it. Everyone saw. After the 2 little white mice ate the 100 herb soul-enriching pills made by Old Qian and Chu Feng respectively, their tiny bodies began to grow rapidly. At first, the 2 mice grew at about the same rate. Even Old Qian's little white mouse showed a tendency to surpass Chu Feng. But soon, the little white mouse that swallowed the elixir made by Master Qian stopped growing. And Chu Feng's. But it is still growing visibly. In the end, the little white mouse that swallowed the Baichao Yunling pill refined by Chu Feng was even twice as big as the one that Old Qian had. And Chu Feng's little white mouse was full of energy and didn't seem to be in any discomfort at all. That is to say, the Ling Binko that Chu Feng added just now not only increased the toxicity of the pill, but also almost doubled the efficacy of the pill. The alchemists present were instantly excited after seeing this result. Genius! It's unheard of that they could actually improve upon Baichao University's signature elixir and significantly enhance its effectiveness. The most incredible thing is, judging from this kid's aura, he's probably only a 2nd-level warrior, right? Exaggerated. With such talent in alchemy, the future is definitely bright. I'm so tired of looking at Old Qian. He looks at Chu Feng as if he's looking at a priceless treasure. Of course. Such a good seedling, there's no reason not to cultivate it well. On stage, Qian Feng stared at Chu Feng. Even with the skills of a 9th-rank grandmaster, he could not hide the horror in his eyes. Putting aside yesterday's performance, Chu Feng's elixir alone is enough to make him famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Put away the little white mouse on the table. He asked sincerely, like a student. Chu Feng, can you tell me about your idea for refining the elixir? Why did you add the spirit ice grass? And why did the effect of the 100 herb soul-containing pill double after adding the spirit ice grass? Although Qian Feng is a 9th-level golden body realm warrior, but at this moment, He asked Chu Feng about the principles of alchemy like a student eager to learn. Qian Feng had just finished speaking. The alchemists in the audience were excited again. Mr. Qian didn't understand Chu Feng's alchemy technique? I thought Chu Feng was strong enough, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated him. Even if a master of alchemy like old Qian watched him closely, he would be able to understand the principles of his alchemy. I really don't know where this evil monster came from. It's so terrifying. Isn't it possible that this kid Chu Feng will start a revolution in the field of alchemy that will sweep across the country? He's a pervert. The rear of the team. When Xiongzhan heard what Mr. Qian said, his eyes widened. Mr. Qian actually wants to learn from Chu Feng. How outrageous. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Feng is only a second-level warrior. His alchemy level is actually higher than that of the 9th-level Master Qian. Lu Xiaoli beside her was also completely shocked. For a true genius, both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts would not be difficult at all. Just like Chu Feng. Its combat capability is comparable to that of a 6th-order ferocious beast, and its alchemy level exceeds that of a 9th-order alchemy master. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Lu Xiaoli would never believe that there was such a genius in the world. As for Wang Tao and Li Jun, they were both completely speechless. I held it in for a long time with a red face. Finally, I will just say, awesome. On stage. When Chu Feng heard Mr. Qian's request, he naturally expressed his thoughts. It's actually nothing complicated. It is the ice poison of Ling Binko, which can not only neutralize the fire poison of Zuelinko, but also convert the fire poison into energy that is beneficial to the practice of warriors. The difficulty lies in when to add the Ling Binko. How much to add? To what extent should it be neutralized in order to eliminate the fire poison and leave no ice poison? It's very difficult. Of course, the most important point is the separation of medicine and liquid. Greatly reduces the waste of medicine. Not only does it double the effect of the elixir, but it can also simultaneously produce 3 times the amount of Baichao Yunling pill. Chu Feng narrated. The alchemists in the audience were taking notes seriously. It was not until they heard Chu Feng talk about using the power of the soul that they stopped taking notes and stood there in a daze. The alchemists present? Their cultivation level is at least at the 3rd level. Something that Chu Feng, a 2nd-level warrior, can do. Can't these warriors above level 3 do it easily? So, everyone wants to learn Chu Feng's method. But who would have thought? Chu Feng, a 2nd-level warrior, actually comprehended the soul power that only 7th-level warriors can comprehend. The 7th-level warriors present. There aren't many at all. Only Mr. Qian could understand Chu Feng's alchemy technique just now. Isn't Chu Feng a bit abnormal? A 2nd-level warrior can awaken the power of the soul? There must be some adventure. I can understand it. I just listened carefully. Even without soul power, adding spirit icegrass can greatly improve the medicinal properties of the pill. It doesn't matter. Just remember that when I awaken my soul power at the 7th level, I'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Feng. Behind the alchemists, Xiongzhan and the others were completely dumbfounded. Strong fighting ability. His alchemy skills are also amazing. He even awakened the soul power that can only be awakened by high-level warriors. How on earth does this kid resemble a human warrior? Xiongzhan muttered. Who can be as strong as Chu Feng? I'm afraid those top students at Shenzhou University are far inferior to Chu Feng, right? At least, Chu Feng only has 1 talent for martial arts. Lu Xiaoli said. Chu Feng is indeed very strong, but martial arts talent is something that cannot be changed by human power. No matter how strong Chu Feng's martial arts talent is, no matter how powerful the alchemy is, before becoming a 7th-level warrior, one can only have 1 talent. That makes sense. Xiongzhan nodded. But it doesn't matter anymore. Even if he had 2 talents, he probably wouldn't be a match for Chu Feng. Chu Feng is too strong. It makes people lose the desire to compare. Chapter 69 is a bit weak. In the corner of the Sky Hall. On the stands surrounded by alchemists. After Chu Feng finished refining the pill and explained the principles of pill refining, he looked at Qian Feng. Mr. Qian, is it time to get down to business? 1 trillion dragon coins were the purpose of his coming here, and refining a soul-nourishing pill was just a matter of convenience. At this time, Xianfeng was still immersed in the knowledge points that Chu Feng had just talked about. Now that you know how to improve the efficacy of Baichao Yunlingdan, how can you resist trying it yourself? In particular, the magical alchemy technique mastered by Chu Feng. He has the power of the soul and he also has the ability to cultivate qi. It is entirely possible to replicate Chu Feng's refining process one-to-one. Thinking, Xianfeng waved goodbye and left the get out of class. Come with me. Then he took Chu Feng to the 9th floor of the Zhangqiang Hall, which was also the highest floor, where he had his own training room. When taking the elevator, a group of warriors suddenly squeezed in. There were 6 people in the group, and each of them exuded an aura more powerful than Xianfeng's. Xianfeng is already a 9th level warrior. And Chu Feng had never heard of a 10th level warrior. Then this group of people are most likely the top combat force of the Sky Corps in the late 9th stage. Xianfeng's train of thought was also interrupted by this group of warriors. When he saw the leader of the group of warriors, he spoke respectfully. Captain Jiang. How is the situation of this dimensional rift? Captain Jiang is Jiang Chen. He is the most powerful warrior in the Sky Corps and once killed a 10th level ferocious beast by himself. Averted a disaster that could have destroyed a city. Jiang Chen's strength is obvious to all. Even though Xianfeng is also a 9th level warrior, his major is alchemy. Even if there were 3 of him, they would not be a match for Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen heard Xianfeng's question, shook his head. Nothing. Then, he took off a storage ring from his hand and handed it to Xianfeng. Here are some herbs I collected in the dimensional space. Take them and see if they are useful to us humans. Xianfeng stretched out his hands to take the pill, as this was his duty. When Jiang Chen handed the things to Xianfeng, he happened to see Chu Feng standing beside him. With his 9th level cultivation, he could tell at a glance that Chu Feng was only a 2nd level warrior. Is this your disciple? His cultivation is a bit weak. Jiang Chen asked casually. It is normal for warriors to recognize a disciple. Especially as an alchemist, it is not surprising that Xianfeng teaches his disciples how to make elixirs step by step. My disciple? Xianfeng was a little confused by the question. When he turned around and saw Chu Feng with a calm expression, he suddenly realized. Just now, he didn't even consider Chu Feng as his disciple. Because Chu Feng's skills in alchemy are definitely not inferior to his own. In other words, his cultivation was a little weaker. In terms of martial arts, Xianfeng might be able to give him some pointers, but in terms of alchemy, Chu Feng was definitely his peer. For this, Xianfeng didn't hide much when answering Jiang Chen's questions. His realm is a little lower, but his understanding of the Tao of alchemy is no worse than mine. Before he finished speaking, everyone in the elevator looked over. Dozens of eyes were looking up and down at Chu Feng, the 2nd level warrior. You know, Xianfeng is the chief alchemist in the entire Zhangqiang Corps. The Sky Corps' top healing medicine, the 9-turn resurrection pill, was made by Xianfeng. It can only be refined by Xianfeng. The 9-turn resurrection pill is extremely effective. As long as you still have a breath, a 9 turns resurrection pill can save you. Almost everyone in the Sky Corps has one of these life-saving pills. And Xianfeng, it can be said to be the second life of these warriors. Xianfeng's high status and strong alchemy skills are evident. But now, Xianfeng actually admitted in person that this 2nd level warrior's understanding of alchemy was exactly the same as his own. This kid, how powerful is he to be able to impress a top alchemist like Xianfeng? Ding! Take the elevator to the 9th floor. In the elevator, no one left. Instead, they all stared at Chu Feng, trying to find out what was going on. Jiang Chen asked, May I have your name? Chu Feng felt a little scared when being stared at by a group of 9th level warriors. When preparing to answer, Xianfeng stood up. His name is Chu Feng. He has a strong talent for alchemy. When he grows up, he will definitely be able to inherit my legacy. The 9-turn resurrection pill is an extremely powerful 9th grade pill. It is enough to be called strategic materials. However, there are not many alchemists who can refine the 9-turn resurrection pill because it is too difficult to refine. This also led to the 9 revolutions resurrection pill often being in short supply. Now, Xianfeng said, however, that Chu Feng would definitely be able to inherit his mantle, which meant that Chu Feng would definitely be able to refine the 9-turn resurrection pill in the future. This shows how talented Chu Feng is. I'm afraid it's beyond these people's imagination. Xian Feng brought Chu Feng and introduced him to this group of top warriors. The meaning is obvious. Chu Feng is my man. I will protect him from now on. You guys can also help keep an eye on him. As a top alchemist who can refine the 9-turn resurrection pill, Xian Feng has a lot of face. Even Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Corps, couldn't help but nod his head after seeing it. I understand. Let's go. Although talented people in alchemy are important, they cannot change the current situation in Dragon Country. 10th level or even 11th level beasts. It threatens the security of the entire Dragon Kingdom at all times. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? The same principle applies to both top-level ferocious beasts and the Dragon Kingdom. The seemingly peaceful Dragon Kingdom. It is very likely that in the next moment, he will suffer a devastating disaster from a 10th-level ferocious beast. This is also the reason why Jiang Chen risked his life to explore the secret realm of the dimension. What Longhua needs more now is... he is a top-level warrior who can break through the 9th level. He is a talented warrior who can kill enemies above his level. Rather than a genius alchemist. Jiang Chen just glanced at Chu Feng twice, then asked everyone to leave and go to take stock of the gains from this dimensional secret realm. Xian Feng brought Chu Feng with him. Returned to his own training room. The space on the top floor is also very spacious. Xian Feng's training room is fully equipped with huge floor-to-ceiling windows, from which one can take in the scenery of the entire beast-taming city at a glance. Sit down. Xian Feng signaled Chu Feng to do as he pleased. He tidied up the table full of medicinal herbs, and then made a pot of tea for Chu Feng. Prepare to have a good discussion with Chu Feng about the idea of refining the Baicha Yunling pill. Needs improvement. Let all alchemists be able to successfully refine the Baicha Yunling pill with double the efficacy. Once such a recipe is completed, then his name will be recorded in the history books of the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years. Oh, that's not right. It should be Chu Feng, so that I can benefit from it. Xian Feng also wanted to bring Chu Feng to Baicha University to show off his amazing alchemy skills and new alchemy thinking in public. By then, those old-fashioned people in Baicha University will be so shocked that they will be speechless when they see the Baicha Yunling pill improved by Chu Feng himself. Then come another sentence. Look, this is my alchemist. At this moment, Xian Feng felt that the top alchemists at Baicha University were just so-so. In front of him, Chu Feng slowly took a sip of tea and went straight to the point. Mr. Qian, I'm ready to recreate the same attack power that defeated the Sky Dragon Lizard yesterday. Regarding the 1 trillion goal. He never forgot. Upon hearing this, Xian Feng slapped his head. He was really obsessed with alchemy. Almost forgot about this. Chapter 70. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. I was so shocked just now that I forgot that Chu Feng also has an extremely abnormal talent in martial arts. Xian Feng came to a corner of the training room. In the corner, there is a dummy placed there, and its head is a display, showing the strength of the attack launched by the warrior. Attack this dummy. If you can make the monitor on its head display data above level 6, 1 trillion will be yours. Xian Feng pointed at the dummy. Then he stepped aside. He also knew that the current situation in Longhua was indeed very dangerous. Although few people have sensed it, there are 10th level and even 11th level ferocious beasts on this planet. Once these top level beasts go crazy, the Dragon Kingdom had no ability to fight back. So, a genius warrior is much more important than a genius alchemist. Chu Feng sighed. He did not rush to attack the dummy, but asked with some doubt. Can this dummy withstand a 9th level attack? The attack power of the Great Thunder technique has definitely reached the 9th level. Once it is released at full strength, Chu Feng probably won't be able to control this destructive power. Powerful thunder. It is very likely that the entire building will be destroyed. If I accidentally blew through the floor, wouldn't those 9th level warriors come after me and ask for compensation? 9th level? Xian Feng was a little confused. You are a 2nd level warrior, how can you unleash the attack power of the 9th level? Is this bullshit? That's not the way to brag. Don't think you'll be powerful just because you killed a Sky Dragon Lizard. You know, that was just a 3rd level Sky Dragon Lizard. Like that kind of Sky Dragon Lizard, Xian Feng can kill 5 or 6 of them with one hand. Thinking, Xianfeng just thought Chu Feng was bragging and patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I definitely can." The dummy was custom made for a 9th level warrior like him. 9th level attack. I can barely bear it. Of course, it is not recommended to attack the dummy with the 9th level attack power, as it is easy to blow the dummy up. The reason why Qianfeng was so sure. He didn't believe that Chu Feng could launch a 9th level attack. That's why I said it so confidently. If I accidentally break something, I won't be responsible for paying for it. Chu Feng warned again. The power of the Great Thunder technique was simply beyond his control. A super powerful foundation building spell, when used with full force, can easily harm the body of a cultivator in the late Jindan realm, which means it can harm a 9th level warrior. The power of this move is absolutely terrifying. After hearing this, Qianfeng couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Broken? It seems like this kid really doesn't know the difference between a 6th level warrior and a 9th level warrior. Do you really think that by killing a 3rd level Sky Dragon Lizard, you can become comparable to a Golden Body Realm warrior who has been training for many years? How is that possible? The gap between the 2nd level Bone Tempering Realm and the 9th level Golden Body Realm is like the gap between plankton on the ground and the sun in the sky. No matter how hard Fuyo tries, there is no possibility of touching the sun. Xianfeng's only worry is Chu Feng's attack could potentially destroy the wall, as the wall could only withstand a 7th level attack at best. If the attack reaches level 8, the surrounding walls will definitely not be able to withstand it. Floors could collapse. But Xianfeng felt that Chu Feng's attack not only failed to reach the 9th level, but not even the 7th level. The 6th level attack is really too much. Being able to kill the Sky Dragon Lizard was purely due to good luck, as I hit its vital point. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to kill the Sky Dragon Lizard either. Okay, stop dithering and unleash your full attack power. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Xianfeng said confidently. I don't think Chu Feng can cause any trouble at all. Yeah. You're responsible. Chu Feng felt at ease. With Mr. Qian's words, he could give it his all. Sizzle. The azure thunder covered him. The strengthened 9 heavens divine thunder danced wildly on Chu Feng's body like a lightning snake. To get 1 trillion, Chu Feng had no intention of holding back. Talent is extremely gigantic. 6 times amplification effect. The lightning snake on Chu Feng's body instantly expanded and turned into a blue python, with its fangs and claws bared, full of aggression. On the side, Qianfeng stared at the thunder on Chu Feng's body and silently kept his distance. At the same time, I admired it in my heart. Good. The talent strength is very high, and this talent alone is enough to harm some 5th level warriors. But that's not enough. This level of attack power is completely inadequate to kill a level 6 beast head-on. Not to mention harming a 9th level warrior. If only this extent. I guess I can only barely get 1 trillion in my hands. Chu Feng sighed. He had just activated his talent, and after the upgrade, the power of his talent increased dramatically. Even without the help of spiritual power, Chu Feng was confident that he could kill the Sky Dragon Lizard from yesterday. If on this basis, the Great Thunder spell is performed, how powerful should it be? Sizzle. The thunder on Chu Feng's body spread again, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was drawn to the surrounding area of his body, strengthening his talent while being consumed madly. The terrifying power took shape in an instant. Great Thunder spell. Thunder poured out. The lightning snake on Chu Feng's body exploded in an instant, bringing out a rumbling sound of thunder. All the thunder was directed at the dummy in the training room without reservation. On the side, when Chu Feng's Great Thunder technique was condensing, Qianfeng instantly felt something was wrong. I don't know what tricks Chu Feng used. It increases your innate attack power by at least dozens of times. The attack power, which was originally at level 6, reached level 9 in an instant, and it was still increasing. Qianfeng subconsciously wanted to speak out to stop it. However, the power of the Great Thunder technique intimidated this 9th level warrior and forcibly shut up what he wanted to say. Qianfeng couldn't utter a word under the aftermath of Chu Feng's attack. Also on the 9th floor. Now, Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Corps, was in a conference room, taking stock of the gains from the previous dimensional rift. Everyone, the 11th level beast is too troublesome. The most urgent task is to unearth more talents. There is strength in numbers. As long as one person breaks through to the 10th level, the remaining 9th level warriors can also benefit from it and break through together. And some warriors have done research and said there is actually no bottleneck from the 10th level to the 12th level. As long as you can break through to the 10th level, you can practice to the 12th level step by step. Members present here all know this. They all expressed their opinions. Let's see what happens at the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition in a month. Shenzhou University. Right here. A suffocating feeling of palpitations appeared in everyone's heart. It was as if an invisible giant hand was clutching his heart, and all the 9th level cultivators present had difficulty breathing. Enemy attack. Jiang Chen was the first to react and keenly caught the source of the palpitations. He turned his head and looked at the wall behind him. At the same time, he put his hands in front of his chest, ready for defense. As the strongest person present, if he retreated, it would mean the fall of the entire beast-taming city. Boom! There was a loud bang. The wall in front of Jiang Chen exploded instantly, and blue lightning covered everyone's vision. The golden body realm warriors present. His whole body turned into gold, and he resisted this extremely fierce force of thunder with the strongest defensive posture. Damn it! It's actually a thunder-attributed beast. When did it sneak into the beast-taming city? Why didn't I notice it at all? Jiang Chen felt the power of the attack. It was almost the same as the 10th level beast he had fought before. Very powerful. Fortunately, the target of the attack was not him and others, otherwise, most of the warriors present would be seriously injured by this attack. At this moment, Jiang Chen just hoped that it wasn't an 11th level ferocious beast. Otherwise, the entire beast-taming city is about to fall. Chapter 71. Your attack? The lightning created by Chu Feng's great thunder technique was extremely dazzling. The terrifying power exploded on the top floor of the Sky Hall. Even during the day, they attracted the attention of most of the warriors in the beast-taming city, and made many uninformed warriors look over. What's going on? Did a fight break out? This power, I'm afraid it's not the full strength of a 9th level warrior, right? It feels like the entire Sky Hall is a bit shaky. We should stay away from it. If we are accidentally affected, it will not be good. Rooftop. The lightning quickly dissipated. Jiang Chen, who was on high alert, also saw Chu Feng and Qian Feng through the big hole created by the lightning. It's not an invasion of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, if it really was a vicious beast, the beast-taming city would probably be reduced to ruins. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then he frowned, took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye he was beside Qian Feng. Scolded harshly. This is the headquarters of the Sky Corps, not the wilderness. Even if you have practiced powerful techniques, you cannot mess around in the headquarters. Jiang Chen was almost scared by Qian Feng just now. Result? This is the old guy who was experimenting with the power of new martial arts, right? The power is indeed great. Judging from the looks of it, it should be enough to harm a level 10 ferocious beast, but what's the point of unleashing such powerful martial arts at home? Do you want to demolish the house? Qian Feng is also a veteran of the regiment, but he doesn't even have this little common sense, which made Jiang Chen couldn't help but scold him. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's teammates came forward to dissuade him. Qian Feng's attack power just now was obvious to all. Although a bit reckless. But if it can be successfully developed, wouldn't all 9th level warriors be able to possess the martial arts to kill 10th level beasts? Now, the 10th level ferocious beast that originally posed a huge threat to the Dragon Kingdom may be easily eliminated. Everyone understands this principle, so they also give advice. Forget it, it's just blowing up some buildings, no big deal. We can just make up for it. Our Sky Corps doesn't lack this little money. There's no need to be angry, this is a completely good thing. As the team leader, Jiang Chen naturally understood that it was definitely a good thing for his warriors to have strong attack power. In particular, the attack power that can be exerted by alchemists like Qian Feng. If I let myself do it, is it possible to raise the attack power to another level and increase the power to 11 levels? Just now, he scolded Qian Feng mainly because he was scared. If it was really a ferocious beast attacking everyone present here, I guess few people can survive. Most of the warriors in the beast-taming city will sacrifice in vain. It really scared him. So I couldn't help it for a moment and almost started fighting. Now I understand. Jiang Chen's attitude also softened a bit. That attack just now was pretty good. What martial arts did you use? He distanced himself from Qian Feng and asked slowly. And Qian Feng? My brain is still a little down at this moment. After a while, his eyes regained clarity and he shook his head and said, Have no idea. What? Jiang Chen was a little confused. You're attacking, don't you know? Are you kidding me? Or pretending to be stupid? But, is there any point in playing dumb now? With so much damage, do you think everyone is blind, or do you think everyone has no eyes? Just saying you don't know and trying to get away with it? At this time, Qian Feng continued to add. It wasn't me who did it, it was Chu Feng who did it. Saying, he also pointed at Chu Feng beside him. I really don't know what martial arts it is. I have to ask Chu Feng. As the words fell, everyone turned their heads and looked at Chu Feng, who was standing aside with an innocent look on his face. He's still a child. From the looks of it, he should be no more than 20 years old. There has never been a warrior at this age who has reached the 9th level of the Golden Body Realm. Even Wu Badian, who once possessed the greatest martial arts talent, took him 30 years to reach the Golden Body Realm. Qian Feng's excuse is really unacceptable. Jiang Chen, the leader, was even more confused after hearing this. No. This is even more outrageous than before. Chu Feng is only a 2nd-level warrior. You said that his attack power can threaten me, a 9th-level Golden Realm warrior, right? Even if you want to fool people, you should at least come up with a good excuse. Do you believe what you're saying? Jiang Chen didn't think that Chu Feng, who was at the 2nd level of Bone Tempering Realm, could be a threat to him. So, the first thing he did was to cause trouble for Qian Feng. Qian Feng is a 9th-rank warrior, and only he can deliver such a strong attack. Qian Feng felt a little depressed after being questioned repeatedly. He took a deep breath. He looked at Chu Feng and asked, What's the name of that move just now? Can you use it again? It doesn't matter if these people don't believe it, I didn't believe it either at first. Now, if Chu Feng could use the same attack again, wouldn't they definitely be convinced? At this time, Chu Feng felt the spiritual power in his body drying up, but shook his head helplessly. It's called the Great Thunder Technique, and it can only be used once within a short period of time. Now that his spiritual power was used up, he naturally couldn't perform the Great Thunder spell. After all, this is a spell for the late stage of foundation building. For a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, it is already very good that he can use it, but it is impossible for him to use it continuously. Qian Feng nodded. Chu Feng can't use it for now, but it was indeed an attack launched by him. It is true. An attack of that intensity just now would not be possible even for a 9th-rank warrior like me. He is just an alchemist. Not good at fighting. However, Qian Feng's words sparked a small discussion among the 9th-level warriors behind Jiang Chen. It feels so fake. Even if it's just acting, there's no need to be so deliberate, right? I don't understand why Mr. Qian insisted on pushing it to the 2nd-level warrior next to him. Isn't this too unreliable? Could it be that this is really the attack power from that 2nd-level warrior named Chu Feng? How is that possible? If a 2nd-level warrior can be this strong, then my combat power is exactly the same as that of an 18-level beast. I can probably walk across the entire blue planet. As the team leader, Jiang Chen also felt that Qian Feng was hard to trust. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for Chu Feng, a warrior of only the 2nd level, to possess such a strong attack power. If Chu Feng is really that strong, then what are the use of these 9th-level warriors? Didn't Qian Feng just say that Chu Feng could prove that he had such a powerful attack? So if I see Chu Feng release it once with my own eyes, won't all the doubts disappear? Jiang Chen thought. Then he came to Chu Feng and placed his big, broad hands gently on Chu Feng's shoulders. Said earnestly, The beasts on Blue Star are far more powerful than you can imagine. In addition to the beasts, there are also dimensional spaces that may appear at any time, threatening the survival of the people of Dragon Country. If you really have such a powerful ability, I hope you can tell me in time. Whether it's dragon coins or elixirs, our Sky Battle Group will do its best to meet any needs. Chapter 72, Demonic Path? Jiang Chen said sincerely. The Dragon Nation does need stronger warriors, or martial arts that are powerful enough to kill 10th-order ferocious beasts. The martial arts released by Chu Feng at the second level are so powerful. If they were replaced by 9th level warriors, wouldn't the attack power be through the sky? After hearing this, Chu Feng also nodded. When the human race faces ferocious beasts, they will surely share their success and failure together. If he truly masters powerful martial arts, he will definitely share it. Only, what he mastered was not martial arts, but magic. Only cultivators who have established their foundation can practice magic, and they need spirit stones to gain such strong attack power. And want to share the spirit stone. There is definitely a risk of the system being discovered. The current Chu Feng, he is still a little too weak and doesn't have much ability to protect himself. If someone wants to do something bad to him, he will be doomed. Being able to launch a 9th level attack doesn't mean you can defeat a 9th level warrior. So to be on the safe side, Chu Feng wanted to wait until he became a 9th level golden body warrior before taking out the spirit stones to share. By then, he will have enough strength to help him cover up the secrets of the system. If discovered, also has the ability to protect itself. Thinking, Chu Feng nodded. Yes, I will. It's just a matter of time. It won't take him long to reach the 9th level. Jiang Chen was very satisfied after hearing Chu Feng's answer. No more words were said. He just pinched Chu Feng's shoulders lightly, his eyes full of admiration. However, just a gentle pinch. Jiang Chen immediately noticed that something was wrong with Chu Feng. Chu Feng's body is very tough. His physical strength definitely far exceeds that of a second-level warrior. Could it be that Chu Feng is not a second-level warrior, but a high-level warrior in disguise? Think of this. Jiang Chen was shocked. The 9th level on the scene has gathered all the top combat forces of the Sky Corps. There is also Qian Feng who has close contact with Chu Feng. Every warrior here. If they are taken out, they will all be famous figures in the Dragon Country. And Chu Feng, right under the noses of so many people, he hit his cultivation level to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage. The key is, no one has discovered it yet? Just now, if I hadn't accidentally patted Chu Feng's shoulder, I would have thought from beginning to end that Chu Feng's cultivation was only at the 2nd level. What is this? What kind of method could deceive the eyes of all the top experts? Jiang Chen's originally kind eyes turned cold in an instant. Since Chu Feng has hidden his cultivation level, he probably has some hidden purpose. He knows there are still many evil cult organizations hidden in Longhua. Those organizations want to turn warriors into training materials and geniuses into puppets. It is extremely disgusting. If Chu Feng is a member of those cult organizations. But it is extremely dangerous. At the same time, it also explains why he can deliver a strike that is almost at the top level of the 9th level. Chu Feng is most likely a 9th level warrior. He is just playing the pig to eat the tiger. He wanted to attract his attention, and then take the opportunity to infiltrate the Sky Regiment, and use some despicable means to make the entire Sky Regiment his exclusive possession. What's wrong? Any other questions? Chu Feng was a little confused. Why did Jiang Chen keep pinching his shoulders and not let go? Jiang Chen did not answer. Instead, he struck Chu Feng on the back of the neck at the fastest speed, and the knife hand strike even created a shadow. He easily knocked Chu Feng unconscious. Chu Feng's true cultivation level is only at the 4th level. How could he be a match for Jiang Chen, a senior 9th level warrior? Facing Jiang Chen's attack, he naturally had no ability to fight back. What are you doing? Qian Feng was dissatisfied when he saw that his proud alchemist was knocked unconscious. Don't say anything. You're going to start fighting right away, right? Chu Feng was the one he brought here, so he must be responsible for Chu Feng. But Jiang Chen ignored Qian Feng. He just looked at Qian Feng with a stern look to stop his actions, then caught Chu Feng, who was about to fall to the ground, and spoke slowly. He has hidden his cultivation level. Su Qing, please check and see what level of martial artist Chu Feng is at. Saying, Jiang Chen threw the unconscious Chu Feng casually and accurately in front of a mature woman. The woman was wearing a black martial arts uniform. He reached out and gently caught Chu Feng, then began to examine him carefully. Her name is Su Qing. He is extremely good at disguising himself and hiding his abilities. It can even help warriors raise their aura to the 10th level to threaten powerful beasts. Or completely hide the warrior's aura to facilitate the secret execution of the mission. Go deep into the dimensional space. Her assistance is necessary, otherwise if the warrior's powerful aura attracts unknown terrifying beasts, the entire team will be wiped out. So, it is no exaggeration to say that Su Qing is the best in Dragon Country in terms of hidden cultivation. Under Su Qing's careful inspection, he quickly cracked Chu Feng's method of distinguishing true from false. She felt Chu Feng's cultivation level, her expression was strange, and then she checked him carefully from head to toe. Finally confirmed. Chu Feng did not change his appearance. His cultivation level is actually at the 4th level, the first stage, and the technique he practices should be the Starry Thunderstorm technique, which is more common for thunder attribute talents. From top to bottom, there is no trace of evil cultivation. His method of hiding his cultivation level is very advanced. It is difficult for ordinary warriors, even those at the 9th level, to tell Chu Feng's true cultivation level from his appearance. How is it? Are you a 9th level warrior? What kind of skills do you practice? Jiang Chen asked. Evil practitioners usually practice quick and evil skills that harm others and benefit themselves. And the technique? It is not so easy to transform. Even if the evil cultivator turns to the right path, the evil spirit in his body is deeply rooted in his bones. Based on the skills, it is basically possible to determine whether it is an evil cultivator. Su Qing gently placed Chu Feng on the ground. Then he told everyone the results of his examination. Chu Feng's true cultivation level is only the 1st level of the 4th stage. He practices the Starry Lightning Storm technique. He doesn't look like an evil cultivator at all. After hearing this, Jiang Chen, his brows, which were already somewhat worried, were furrowed tightly again. You said that his hidden cultivation level of the 1st level of the 4th order could deceive the eyes of us 9th order warriors. Is it that powerful? Wait. Even if it was at the 4th level, there was no reason why it could launch an attack like that just now, right? That was an attack just now that was enough to threaten a 9th level expert. Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. He asked. Are you sure? Su Qing answered affirmatively, I am sure that this is his level of cultivation, and his foundation is a bit unstable. He must have taken too many pills recently. At this time, no matter how much Jiang Chen didn't believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. He let out a long breath. No matter what, it's a good thing. A 4th level martial artist who can hurt a 9th level warrior is definitely very powerful. On the side, Qianfeng was a little confused. Level 4? Wasn't he still at the 2nd level yesterday? Wait, could it be that Chu Feng was at the 4th level yesterday, and then disguised himself as a 2nd level cultivator to deceive my eyes? But if he really has the strength of a 4th level warrior, why would he join a 3rd level warrior group? The 3rd level battle group consists of only 2nd level warriors. Could it be? Chu Feng's realm was only the 2nd level yesterday, but in one night, he broke through to the 4th level. Didn't Su Qing just say that? Chu Feng took too many pills, and his realm improved too quickly, so his cultivation was a little unstable. Therefore, it is not impossible to break through 2 major levels in one day. Wake him up, it was my fault. After Jiang Chen realized it was a misunderstanding, he prepared to have a good talk with Chu Feng. Mainly, an apology. Just clarify the misunderstanding you created, nothing else matters. Chapter 73 Big Harvest. The top floor of the Sky Hall. A huge hole suddenly appeared. Looking through the cave entrance, you can see that the 2 rooms on the top floor were pierced through by a powerful attack and connected together. The floor was blown through. You can see a storage room downstairs that is full of books. As for the previous test dummy, it was blasted into a piece of charcoal under Chu Feng's attack and lay quietly in the storage room on the 8th floor. At this time, Chu Feng. After Qianfeng fed him 2 precious pills, he slowly woke up. What happened? Chu Feng felt a slight pain in the back of his neck and his head was a little confused. It seems so. Was he knocked unconscious by Jiang Chen? At this time, Jiang Chen came to Chu Feng and explained. I just discovered that you were hiding your cultivation level and thought you were a warrior from a cult, so I knocked you out. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, I apologize to you here. Sorry. The attitude is sincere and full of sincerity. Even as the head of the group, he lowered his head in front of Chu Feng. And Chu Feng? After listening to Jiang Chen's apology, his eyes flickered. Chu Feng felt. If I tell anyone about the Wanjie Mall, I will probably be tied up and investigated. These people. He was really quick to act. He couldn't react at all. With Jiang Chen's attack just now, he had no chance to fight back. But, although Chu Feng thought so, he still smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Cults are dangerous, so it's normal to be more cautious." Pause. Chu Feng's head turned quickly, he looked at Jiang Chen and said, "That's right, I still feel a little pain in the back of my neck. Can you give me some medical expenses?" In fact, he was just trying it out. It would be best if you could succeed. With more resources for cultivation, the future path will be much more comfortable. If you can't succeed, forget it. After all, he is no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen heard this and did not refuse. He nodded solemnly. He saw Chu Feng's talent. A 4th level cultivation base can hide one's cultivation base from the eyes of a large group of 9th level warriors. It can also deliver a blow that can harm a 9th level warrior. Talent can be fully affirmed. Just based on this qualification, he should be given more training resources. What's more, he accidentally hurt Chu Feng just now. Jiang Chen felt guilty. He flipped his hand and took out 3 shiny green stones from the storage ring. Each stone is half the size of a small ball and exudes an incomparable rich spiritual energy. You've never seen a mid-grade spirit stone before, have you? When worn on the body, the spiritual energy contained in it can nourish the warrior's body and improve the warrior's aptitude. It has infinite uses. The effect is 1,000,000 times that of low-grade spirit stones. If you calculate the price, one piece would cost about 1 trillion dragon coins. Jiang Chen explained. This thing is very precious. It does not exist on the blue planet at all. It only appears in the dimensional space. But even in the dimensional space, medium-grade spirit stones are extremely rare, and most of them are low-grade spirit stones. The number of this thing? It can be said that there are only a handful of them, and many times they cannot be bought with money. Now Jiang Chen took out 3 at once, which showed his sincerity. Chu Feng looked at the mid-grade spirit stone. My heart moved slightly. As a person at the foundation building stage, he can clearly sense the concentration of spiritual energy in the mid-grade spirit stone. Not only is the spiritual energy content high, it also has extremely high purity. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the purer it is, the easier it is to absorb, and the faster the spiritual power increases. With a mid-grade spirit stone, Chu Feng was confident that he could break through to the middle stage of foundation building within 10 days, and he can only become a cultivator of the late stage of foundation building in 1 month. These 3 spirit stones are very valuable. Moreover, in the mall, it costs about 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for 1 medium-grade spirit stone. For this medical expense, he was very satisfied. But, you're taking this and just wearing it as a decoration? Chu Feng asked. Isn't it a bit of a waste to carry such a good thing as a mid-grade spirit stone with you? Yes, it can be used to practice some special skills, but the effect is not very good, and it can't enhance martial arts skills, so most of the time it can only be used as a decoration. Jiang Chen explained. He looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Could it be that there are other uses? Seeing this, Chu Feng pondered for a moment. Finally he shook his head and said, I don't know. He also used it to practice qi refining techniques, which should be the same as the special techniques Jiang Chen mentioned. As for other uses, Chu Feng hasn't discovered it yet. Well, since you're interested in this, take it. Jiang Chen stuffed 3 medium-grade spirit stones into Chu Feng's hands. There aren't many spirit stones. This is also the main reason for its high price. To Chu Feng, mainly because he felt the breath of spiritual power from Chu Feng. When practicing some skills that require spirit stones, this aura will be present on your body. So Jiang Chen guessed that Chu Feng needed spirit stones. He gave the middle grade one to Chu Feng. After placing the spirit stone in Chu Feng's hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but persuade him. Martial arts is the most important thing. As long as you can cultivate to the 9th level, I can take you to various dimensional spaces and collect a lot of these spirit stones. The main reason is that the upper limit of those special skills that require spirit stones is not high and is far inferior to martial arts. He was thinking. Let Chu Feng concentrate on martial arts and not take a detour because of miscellaneous things. Chu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. A lot of spirit stones? This is great. With enough spirit stones, you can save a lot of money. And You can use spirit stones to purchase items directly in the Wanjie Mall. There is no way that killing a ferocious beast can be as satisfying as directly robbing a spirit stone mine. Key. These people from the Sky Corps don't know what's good. If we find the spirit stones, can't we take them all? Chu Feng thought of this. He nodded with certainty. Yes. I must cultivate to the 9th level as soon as possible. Good. Jiang Chen praised. He was very satisfied with Chu Feng's attitude. He had great talent and youthful energy. There will definitely be great achievements in the future. At last, he originally wanted to see Chu Feng's powerful attack. But Qian Feng said before. Chu Feng was unable to launch that kind of attack for the time being, so he can only give up. There will be a chance in the future. Let us learn more about it. Okay, you continue refining the elixir, I'll send someone to clean up here. Jiang Chen said. Then he led his team and left the 9th floor of the Zhangqiang Hall. He also has important things to do, and many dimensional secret realms need people like them to guard them. Chu Feng watched Jiang Chen leave. Then he turned and looked at Qian Feng. Mr. Qian, are you satisfied with my attack just now? Qian Feng gave a thumbs up. Said sincerely. Powerful. If someone is stronger than me, even a 9th level warrior like me cannot launch such a terrifying attack. Chu Feng's attack. It is probably comparable to the full strength attack of a top warrior like Jiang Chen. It can be said to be quite powerful. Qian Feng admired in his heart. Then he took out 2 mid-grade spirit stones that were shining with green light from the storage ring and handed them to Chu Feng. 1 trillion dragon coins, just exchange these 2 stones, okay? Qian Feng could also see that. Chu Feng is interested in this kind of stone. It's a good opportunity to find a reason to give the stone in my hand to Chu Feng. The only 3 were allocated to him as a top alchemist. The medium-grade spirit stones are not very useful. It can only be used to cultivate some spiritual plants and refine special elixirs. It was enough to keep 1 for myself, and the extra ones were naturally given to Chu Feng. Chapter 74 SSS Level Talent. Chu Feng took over 2 mid-grade spirit stones. I am very satisfied with this exchange. Now I have 5 medium-grade spirit stones, which are enough for me to practice well. At the moment, he prepared to say goodbye to Qian Feng. Go back and retreat, and prepare well for the 100 schools martial arts competition for a month. Mr. Qian, is there anything else? If not, I'll go back first. Chu Feng looked at the results of his battle. I'm still a little worried about this. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng seemed to be hesitant to speak. He does have something else going on. The reason for bringing Chu Feng up here was that he wanted to discuss with Chu Feng his talent in alchemy. I originally wanted to take Chu Feng back to Baichao University to show him off. After all, he improved the Baichao Yunling pill, and his contribution was so great that it can be said that it was enough to benefit the entire people of the Dragon Kingdom. The new Baichao Yunlington is very cost-effective. Once promoted, the strength of the entire Dragon Kingdom will be slightly improved, and the effect will be very obvious. Thinking, Qian Feng still hesitated, and he finally said, "Can I spread your new recipe?" Chu Feng was not invited to Baichao University to demonstrate his alchemy skills, mainly because Chu Feng's martial arts skills were more important than his alchemy talent. Qian Feng could see that. Chu Feng will sooner or later be able to stand at the top of the martial arts world, and his time should not be wasted on this kind of alchemy. He should become a 9th order golden body realm expert. Then break through to the 10th level, and even the 11th level. Drive out the ferocious beasts and lead the entire Dragon Kingdom to fight for a safe and stable land for survival on the Blue Star. So, Qian Feng just asked if it could be transmitted. At that time, I will go to Baichao University in person to promote Chu Feng as improved Baichao Yunling pill. Of course. Chu Feng answered affirmatively. It was just some alchemy skills, it had no effect on him at all. In Hongmeng alchemy, there are many more techniques like this. Although it was only 5% of the inheritance, and all of it was basic, it was a very valuable experience for Qian Feng, who had never seen any other alchemy techniques. Chu Feng thought. Then he found a table, paper and pen, and spent some time writing down all the alchemy experiences in his memory. Just some inherited memories. It's not worth much. Qian Feng was watching from the side, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter as he looked at the alchemy experience written by Chu Feng. A whole new world of alchemy slowly unfolded before his eyes. The original knowledge is collided and sublimated. Staring at the few scribbled words written by Chu Feng, Zhen Feng's mind was flooded with ideas. Okay. 3 consecutive good words symbolize his current excitement. Unexpectedly, I have already reached this level, and I have taken another step forward in the field of alchemy. Chu Feng wrote eloquently on 3 sheets of white paper. Thousands of words. I only wrote some of the essential parts of Hongming's alchemy. I couldn't write more, and there was no need to do so. He handed 3 pieces of white paper filled with words to Qian Feng. Okay, that's about it. If you have any questions about alchemy, just contact me on the phone. Qian Feng took the 3 pieces of white paper filled with notes as if they were treasures. With the most serious attitude. Look carefully at the scribbled words written by Chu Feng on it. At this time, it seemed that Chu Feng, who had reached the 4th level of cultivation, was the top alchemy master. Qian Feng, who is at the 9th level, is just an alchemy apprentice who has just started. See you later. Chu Feng waved goodbye, got on the elevator and left. Only Qian Feng was left with an intoxicated look on his face, carefully studying the notes written by Chu Feng. After Chu Feng left the Zhangqiang Hall, he returned to the training room he had rented before. In the next time, prepare to train with all your strength and prepare for the 100 schools martial arts competition. He took out a mid-grade spirit stone and followed the lightning control technique to improve his chi refining skills as much as possible. Time flies by quickly. A month passed in a flash. His chi refining skills had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and he was just 1 step away from breaking through to the golden core stage. The most important thing is, only less than 1/10 of the mid-grade spirit stone was consumed, which shows how powerful the effect of this spirit stone is. By the way, Chu Feng bought the Zishou Yulei Jinjue for the Jindan stage in the mall. It cost 3 medium-grade spirit stones. This left him with only 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Condensing the golden elixir requires a bit of chance and insight. Even with his talent, he can't break through in a short time. But once you break through to the golden core realm, his magic power will increase nearly 100 times. He can use the Great Thunder technique unlimitedly, which would exhaust his spiritual power after using it once. There is also the ability to survive, which will also undergo qualitative changes. The spiritual consciousness will exist in the golden elixir, which means that even if his brain is damaged, he will not die. As long as the golden elixir is still there. Combined with the S-level life tide, Chu Feng's survivability is quite exaggerated. Certainly, even if Damien's physical body is destroyed, he will still die. For the time being, there is no way to survive in the outside world with only a golden elixir. Only when we reach the nascent soul stage. Only after condensing the nascent soul could Chu Feng use his nascent soul to reshape his physical body. Chu Feng, who is in the late stage of foundation building. He mastered the spell of the thunder control art, the 10,000 thunder net, which is extremely powerful in trapping the enemy. When the martial arts competition of 100 schools takes place, it will surely shine. During this period, Chu Feng also took the time to complete a 4th level mission with Xiang Zhan and others, killing a large number of ferocious beasts. That mission earned the regiment billions of dragon coins. Everyone will get at least 10 billion. In addition to the tasks. 1 month. The special offer mall also brought out a lot of good things. The most powerful are the 2 SS level talents. Yes, Chu Feng learned that above S level talents, there are SS level and SSS level talents. The effect is more powerful and violent. This time, the special offer mall directly gave 2 SSS level talents. Divine Presence SSS rank, leveraging the power of the gods, you instantly gain extremely powerful combat power. Beast Taming Technique SSS rank, you can control the ferocious beasts you have defeated, and gain a ferocious beast space to store the ferocious beasts you can control. Both talents are very useful. One is to instantly increase one's combat effectiveness several times. It allows a warrior who was originally in the late stage of foundation building, which is equivalent to the strength of a 6th level warrior, to fight against a 9th level warrior. The improvement in overall combat effectiveness is extremely exaggerated. There is also the Beast Control Secret Technique. Controlling ferocious beasts is extremely useful. If you defeat more 9th level ferocious beasts, then by piling up the numbers, defeating 10th level ferocious beasts should not be a problem. There is also a beast taming space, which obviously allows him to form a legion of ferocious beasts. The ceiling is very high. On the other side, suburban area of Nanjiang City. In the deserted forest, the rumbling thunderstorm in the sky gradually subsided. A young figure emerged. It's Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's whole body was flashing with lightning, and his clothes were torn. However, the smile on his face could not be suppressed no matter what. Ha ha ha. Finally, I've conquered the purple sky divine thunder. Now, it's like I've gained an extra S-level talent. Now, what else does that Chu Feng kid have to compete with me? You know. No matter how strong Chu Feng's talent is, it is only one 9 heavens divine thunder. The power of the purple sky divine thunder that he had subdued was comparable to his 9 heavens divine thunder, in addition to his awakened 11 blue lotus earthfire. With 2 talents, Chu Feng could never be his opponent. Moreover, his cultivation had also broken through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage. He would surely shine at the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition in 2 years. This year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition. He, Jiang Hao, can also participate as a reserve member of Shenzhou University. When Chu Feng sees himself competing in the arena, he will be so shocked he won't be able to speak. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao's laughter became even more unbridled. Finally, I defeated Chu Feng once, which made up for all the suffering I had endured in the past month. He patted his tattered clothes. He turned around and left Nanjiang City, preparing to return to the Magic City as soon as possible to participate in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition held every 2 years. Chapter 75 Returning Home. Beast Control City. Chu Feng sighed. He sorted out the abilities he had acquired. For a month, he did not stop practicing the power of his soul. Now he has cultivated to the wandering soul realm. The strength of the soul undergoes a qualitative change. He also learned a small spell called Soul Control from a lucky bag. Soul Control can control the target's soul and even change the target's movements and actions. In battle, this little spell will have a huge impact. After counting the gains of this month, Chu Feng felt very satisfied. Regarding the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition, he is also full of confidence. My current self. His martial arts cultivation was at the 4th level, 1st layer, but his Qi training had given him a physical strength comparable to that of a 6th level warrior. This month, Chu Feng was concentrating on honing his martial arts foundation, so he was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. The 4th level of cultivation is just the right time to begin to comprehend talents and develop new uses for them. Regarding the Starry Thunderstorm technique, he has been able to do it to almost the same level as Senior Tian Hai. If he fights Tian Hai again, he has almost absolute confidence that he can defeat him head-on. Thinking, Chu Feng walked out of the training room and prepared to return to Baichao University to participate in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition and win the championship. This time, he needs to get all 3 major rewards of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition. Lay the foundation for future cultivation. Chu Feng also found the complete version of 3000 Thunders in the Wanjie Mall, which required 10 medium-grade spirit stones. For Chu Feng, who only has 1 spirit stone, it is undoubtedly a huge expense. It seems that after winning the reward, I will have to become a member of the Sky Battle Group and explore the dimensional space with them. Otherwise, as his cultivation level improves, it is very likely that the dragon coins in the entire dragon country will not be able to cover his cultivation expenses. While thinking, Chu Feng decided to go back to Nanjiang City to visit his aunt first. There are still several days before the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition, so there is still enough time. Tomato Community. Chu Feng, wearing a casual t-shirt, returned to his home. When he opened the door, he saw that the restaurant was packed with warriors dining. Most of the warriors are at the 1st level of cultivation. Not that great. There was also a young girl whom I had never seen before, who was serving dishes to the guests. She must be my aunt's new employee. Chu Feng walked into the kitchen with ease. I put on the apron very naturally and helped my aunt deal with various problems from the guests. After all, he grew up in such an environment, so doing some rough work was no psychological burden for Chu Feng. However, when Han Shui saw Chu Feng coming back, she immediately put down the work at hand and went up to hold Chu Feng. Look at you, you didn't even say hello in advance when you came back. Saying, his voice couldn't help but choke. She could see that Chu Feng had become much thinner. I guess he ate a lot of bones at school. Definitely. Chu Feng had just entered his 3rd year of high school. Not long after awakening his talent, he was admitted to university. Compared with his peers, they had been practicing for more than a year. Chu Feng's training pace definitely can't keep up. To do this, you have to put in double the effort, and naturally you will have to suffer some hardships. Han Shui thought. I couldn't help but hug Chu Feng in my arms. There's no need to push yourself too hard when practicing. Just be good enough. Your health is the most important thing. You just came back and haven't eaten yet? Just sit here and I'll make you your favorite fried pork with chili. After a long chatter, Chu Feng was held in the kitchen and not allowed to walk around. Although Chu Feng is already a 4th level warrior, his strength is comparable to that of a 6th level warrior. But regarding my aunt's order, he still did as he was told. Staying in the kitchen, I quietly listened to my aunt's life over the past month. In fact, they are all some trivial matters in life and some gossip around us. Chu Feng learned that the new employee is named Lin Xiaowei, also a student of No. 1 middle school. She is in her 3rd year of high school this year and comes here to work on weekends to earn some living expenses. I heard from my aunt. Lin Xiaowei awakened an A-level talent, which is only a little bit away from the most powerful S-level talent. He is already an incredible genius. Not long ago, he just broke through to the middle stage of the bronze skin realm, which is the 2nd level of the 1st stage. His cultivation speed is one of the fastest in the entire senior year. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Xiaowei must be a strong candidate for admission to Shenzhou University. And this year, Lin Xiaowei and Chu Feng are in the same class of high school. Only Chu Feng has been specially recruited and is going to college. Although they are from the same class, their lives and goals can be said to be completely different. Back kitchen. Chu Feng was not completely idle either. He helped his aunt wash the vegetables and stir the iron pot. He also praised from time to time. Lin Xiaowei is indeed talented. It is not easy to awaken S-level talent. Anyone who can awaken a level talent is already a very powerful warrior. At this moment, a young girl walked into the kitchen with a red face. It's Lin Xiaowei. Lin Xiaowei pretended not to hear anything, took away a plate of cooked dishes as if nothing had happened, and left the kitchen. However, the blush on her face completely betrayed her inner thoughts. Afternoon. Not until all the guests had left did the 3 of them have time to sit down at the table. A table full of meat dishes. They are all made from the meat of ferocious beasts, at least 3rd level ferocious beasts. The dragon coins Chu Feng left behind were enough to ensure Han Shui would have enough food and drink for the rest of her life. But running a restaurant has become a part of Han Shui's life. It seems like if I lose this store, I don't know how to live. So, this store still has to open. At the dinner table, Han Shui brought Lin Xiaowei into the topic. She even played the role of a matchmaker. Speaking of talent, Xiaofeng's S-level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder is definitely not bad, and his martial arts talent is even more amazing. The fact that he was directly admitted to Baichao University is the best proof of this. She picked up some food for them from time to time. We were chatting enthusiastically alone. And Lin Xiaowei, when she looked at Chu Feng, actually felt that he looked vaguely familiar. Memory flashes. Lin Xiaowei suddenly remembered. During the previous martial arts class placement test, there was a warrior with awakened thunder talent who, with his 1st order 3rd level cultivation, killed a 1st order 9th level ferocious beast. The key is not to kill one. Instead, he challenged 5 beasts at the same time. From the 5th level of the 1st stage to the 9th level of the 1st stage, a total of 5 ferocious beasts. Lin Xiaowei looked at Chu Feng. Pupils shocked. Memories came flooding back like a tide, and she remembered everything about the previous competition. That's right, it's him. He is Chu Feng. Those are 5 ferocious beasts. If it were herself, even after practicing for a full month, Lin Xiaowei would not be confident that she could challenge the 5 ferocious beasts alone. It's hard to imagine how this man did it. More importantly, Chu Feng had already become a 1st level 3rd level warrior a month ago. And I have only now cultivated to the 2nd level of the 1st stage. After truly practicing, only then did Lin Xiaowei realize how difficult the path of martial arts was. No matter how hard she worked, her path of martial arts remained as unmoved as a turtle. But her cultivation speed. Among high school warriors, this is considered very fast. And Chu Feng, What kind of monstrous talent does one have to be able to break through to the third level of the first stage in just one day? What is Chu Feng's cultivation level now? Second level, ninth level? Or is it the third level and third level? Lin Xiaowei guessed and let her imagination run wild as much as possible. The look in her eyes when she looked at Chu Feng also changed from a little pride to a little inferiority. I cheered silently in my heart. Lin Xiaowei, your talent is not worth mentioning. You need to work harder. Chapter 76 Return to School. The meal was very enjoyable. Han Shui was the happiest, as she could see the shyness in Lin Xiaowei's eyes. It means there is an opportunity. As for Chu Feng, he is happy when his aunt is happy. Isn't the purpose of practicing hard to give your family a better life? He occasionally met his aunt's gaze. He looked at Lin Xiaowei gently. Even if it's just acting, you have to finish the play. At last, as expected, contact information was also added. However, Chu Feng was busy participating in the 100 schools martial arts competition, so he didn't have much time to stay. At this time, he secretly decided to leave the immaculate golden pill to his aunt. Although my aunt's talent in martial arts is not that good, with the help of the immaculate golden pill, it should not be difficult for her to break through to the 9th level warrior. Martial artists at the 9th level of the golden body realm do not claim to be immortal. But there is no problem in prolonging life. Before leaving, Chu Feng also left behind 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a chi refining technique called the Eternal Green Secret that he found in a lucky bag. He also told my aunt to practice well. The art of evergreen is peaceful and calm. After learning it, one can master many small spells and easily allow the cultivator to live to the upper limit of his lifespan. It is a very suitable exercise method for health preservation. After doing all this, Chu Feng embarked on his journey to Baichao University. On mobile phone, Lin Xiaowei also sent a message. I will definitely work hard to get into Baichao University. Expression. Chu Feng looked at the message, feeling somewhat confused. Could it be that she took seriously what her aunt said when she was acting as a matchmaker? Thinking of this, he immediately decided to clear up the misunderstanding. But Chu Feng then thought that it might dampen Lin Xiaowei's fighting spirit. It won't be too late to explain everything after she gets into college. Maybe Lin Xiaowei recognized me and wanted to learn from me. I was just overthinking it. Final. Chu Feng just replied. Come on. The next morning, the sun is shining brightly. Chu Feng once again stepped into the campus of Baichao University. According to memory, he walked towards the playground where Wei Shuhan was training. On the way, many people walked with him and rushed towards the playground. Chu Feng followed the crowd and arrived at the playground. He saw. At this time, the playground was surrounded by countless students from Baichao University. In the middle of the students is a huge stage, as if there is some grand event going on. This activity is also very unusual. It continuously attracts students from Baichao University. The crowd surged. There was a tendency to sweep Chu Feng away directly. He looked around and saw that the rooftops of the surrounding teaching buildings were full of students. Chu Feng found a senior to inquire about the situation. Understand that he is a top alchemy master who improved Baichao Yunlingdan, the signature elixir of Baichao University. Not only does it make the refining of Baichao Yunlingdan easier, it also doubles the efficacy of the Baichao Yunling pill. More importantly, this master alchemist will also bring a brand new alchemy technology, which can be said to bring about a very impactful change in the alchemy world. Baichao University. The main focus is on training alchemists. If you don't like alchemy, it's basically impossible to come to Baichao University. So, whether it is the improved Baichao Yunling pill or the new alchemy technique, they both have a fatal attraction to these students. If you're into alchemy, you can't miss this alchemy demonstration. This also led to the entire playground was packed with people, all trying to get a good spot so they could observe the new alchemy techniques up close. When the senior learned that Chu Feng was a freshman, he emphasized it. The 100 herbs soul-containing pill is one of the basic elixirs for low-level cultivators. Once its efficacy is improved, the strength of all warriors in my entire dragon nation may be greatly improved. Don't underestimate this little bit. When applied to hundreds of millions of people, it's absolutely terrifying. This time, the merits of that alchemy master are enough to make him a memory in the history of Dragon Nation. After hearing this, Chu Feng looked a little strange. Could that master be Qian Feng? But the senior student did not know the master's name, but only knew that he was an alumnus of Baichao University. Gained new inheritance and came back to benefit alma mater. Chu Feng felt that it was most likely Qian Feng. But it doesn't matter. My most urgent task is to find teacher Wei Shuhan and then prepare for the 100 schools martial arts competition the day after tomorrow. This is the real thing. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wei Shuhan. Wei Shuhan responded quickly. She said she had a good viewing position in the stands nearby. Also invited Chu Feng to come over. Can get a good perspective. Wei Shuhan is a teacher at Baichao University, but he doesn't know how to make elixirs. But she understood very well the importance of today to Baichao University, so she came to join in the fun. As for inviting Chu Feng, it was just a matter of convenience. After all, he couldn't even beat Tian Hai, so they definitely couldn't expect him to contribute in this year's 100 schools martial arts competition. 1 month is still too short. The power of the soul cannot be significantly enhanced. And how strong can a second-level warrior be? In the 100 schools martial arts competition, a second-level warrior is not even qualified to be a substitute. You have to be at least a 4th-level warrior to become a formal contestant. So, Chu Feng's training is not stressful and he has plenty of time. Wei Shuhan naturally called Chu Feng over to observe the new alchemy skills brought by the alchemy master. Even if you don't know how to make pills, it's good to gain some knowledge. Chu Feng just started his freshman year. He probably doesn't know how to make elixirs, and even if he does, he definitely won't be that good. Certainly. It would be even better if Chu Feng could make pills. He could learn more from his alchemy techniques. Chu Feng sighed. After receiving Wei Shuhan's invitation, he walked towards the stands beside the playground. On the stands, several leaders of Baichao University, dressed in formal attire, sat upright. Including the president of Baichao University. This is a special stand for the school's top brass, gathering the most powerful people in Baichao University. As the instructor of the 100 schools martial arts competition, Wei Shuhan is naturally qualified to sit here. And the location is pretty good. Right behind the principal. Chu Feng came to the stands. As a student, he could only stand next to Wei Shuhan. There were many students around, all standing next to their teachers. They must be the pride of the school, as they had the opportunity to stand and observe with the school leaders. After seeing Chu Feng, Wei Shuhan wanted to ask Chu Feng how he had been doing in the past month. Have you gained anything? How much of a breakthrough has been made in this realm? Because Chu Feng still has to prepare for the 100 schools martial arts competition in 2 years, he must not slack off in his training. At least, as a teacher, she should supervise Chu Feng well to prevent him from being lazy. So he subconsciously explored Chu Feng's martial arts level. However, the moment Wei Shuhan realized Chu Feng's cultivation level, his eyes widened instantly. She clearly felt that Chu Feng's realm has already reached the 4th level. You know, a month ago, Chu Feng was still a 2nd-level, 3rd-level warrior. At that time, Wei Shuhan personally used the power of his soul to check, and it was impossible for Chu Feng's previous realm to be fake. In just 1 month, how is it possible that he broke through from the 3rd level of the 2nd stage to the 1st level of the 4th stage? Even Wang Xingyu, the strongest in his class, took him 4 years to break through from the 2nd level to the 9th level of the 4th level. Chu Feng completed the journey that took others 4 years in just 1 month. Is this reasonable? The martial arts talent is a bit exaggerated. Wang Xingyu has S-level talent, and his training speed is definitely the fastest among warriors. Martial arts talent is related to the level of awakened talent. The higher the talent level, the faster you practice martial arts. Chu Feng's cultivation speed is so fast, could it be that he has several S-level talents? This is impossible. Wei Shuhan immediately denied his guess. A warrior can only awaken 1 talent at most, and Chu Feng can only have 1 talent now. If there is only 1 S-level talent, then why is Chu Feng's cultivation so fast? It doesn't make sense at all. Really? Is Chu Feng's current realm fake? He uses secret methods. Deliberately elevating one's own realm? Wei Shuhan remembered that Chu Feng was very good at concealing his realm. When they first met, he suppressed his cultivation level to the 1st level of the 2nd stage. If she hadn't used her soul power to forcibly investigate, she wouldn't even know Chu Feng's true martial arts cultivation level at that time. The same principle applies. It is possible that Chu Feng has modified his realm now. He deliberately showed his cultivation level as the 4th level to deceive himself. Thinking of this, Wei Shihan's soul power pressed towards Chu Feng without hesitation, wanting to know Chu Feng's true martial arts realm, whether it was the 4th level. Chapter 77, Good Training. As a 9th rank warrior, Wei Shihan's soul power is extremely powerful. Chu Feng subconsciously used the soul power that had broken through to the wandering soul realm to fight against it. However, his soul power against Wei Shihan's soul power was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and was completely useless. Teacher Wei Shihan's strength far exceeded Chu Feng's imagination. The strength of their soul power is at least hundreds of times stronger than their own, or even more. Totally unstoppable. He could only allow Wei Shihan to use his powerful soul power to thoroughly explore him. As for Wei Shihan, she had already felt the strength of Chu Feng's soul power before she even detected Chu Feng's cultivation level. Although Chu Feng's soul power is weak, it is as real as a substance and has considerable strength. It can even leave the body and exist independently. It's obvious. It was Chu Feng who broke through to the wandering soul realm. That's not right. Wei Shihan clearly remembered that a month ago, Chu Feng's cultivation level was only at the soul condensation realm. At that time, I had not even started to cultivate soul power. In just 1 month, he was able to start practicing from scratch and then reach the wandering soul realm. Isn't this speed a bit too abnormal? You know, it took at least half a year to cultivate the power of the soul to the wandering soul realm, and that was under the premise of being very lucky and obtaining the best spiritual herbs. Even if Chu Feng obtained the best spiritual herbs, there was no reason for him to achieve success within a month. The cultivation of the soul cannot be sloppy. If you practice too fast and damage the essence of your soul, you will become an idiot. The consequences are extremely serious. Judging from Chu Feng's condition, it is obvious that his mental state is full and his soul power is also very solid. It is achieved through practical practice, step by step. In the soul, it is also very pure. There is absolutely no sign of him taking any spiritual herbs, which means that he relied on his own talents to cultivate his soul power to the wandering soul realm. What a terrifying talent! Only then can one break through the soul cultivation from the soul condensing realm to the wandering soul realm within a month. Wei Shihan looked at Chu Feng, unable to think of any words to describe him. Just know, this kid's talent in soul cultivation is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. It's really outrageous. Wei Shihan took a deep breath, and the horror in his eyes could not be concealed. But then, she also discovered Chu Feng's cultivation level. The powerful soul power allowed Chu Feng's body to be seen clearly. Level 4, Level 1. This kid Chu Feng's cultivation has already broken through to the 4th level. You have to know that a month before he left, he was only at the 2nd level of cultivation. He broke through to the 4th level of cultivation in just 1 month. What kind of incredible talent is this? Even those talented people in Shenzhou University cannot cultivate at such a fast speed. Take Tian Hai, who defeated Chu Feng before, for example. He is already a senior in college and has practiced for 3 years before breaking through to the 6th level of the 4th stage. The hard work involved. All I can say is that only those who practice will know. But when it came to Chu Feng, he broke through in just 1 month. What on earth did this kid eat? Why could he cultivate so fast? More importantly, Wei Shihan could see that Chu Feng's martial arts skills were extremely solid, and it was not a breakthrough he had made recently by taking medicine. It's not even a recent breakthrough. It is very likely that he has broken through to the 4th level for some time, and then stayed in the 1st level of polishing at the 4th level. That is to say, it took Chu Feng less than a month to truly break through to the 4th level. His cultivation speed was simply inhuman. Wei Shihan swallowed and slowly withdrew his soul power. Then he waved towards Chu Feng. Come here quickly. She wanted to know how Chu Feng practiced. Why was the breakthrough so fast? At the same time, I also feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, this time, the 100 Schools martial arts competition left Chu Feng a spot as an official contestant. Originally, I planned to let Chu Feng understand the rules of the game. Even if he sacrifices a little bit of his performance, he can prepare for Baichao University's championship in 2 years. I don't plan to rely on Chu Feng for anything. Now it seems that Chu Feng is likely to become the main force of Baichao University in the 100 Schools martial arts competition. The soul strength of a wandering soul realm alone is an incredible combat power, not to mention that Chu Feng also has the 4th level of cultivation. This year's 100 Schools martial arts competition. Even if Chu Feng's martial arts skills are not mature enough, he will definitely help Baichao University defeat Shenzhou University and win the title of the #1 university in the country in the 100 Schools martial arts competition 2 years later. Thinking, Wei Shuhan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Is Baichao University finally going to get rid of the title of being the 3rd best university for eternity? Chu Feng also came to Wei Shuhan at this time. To be honest, Teacher Wei's way of greeting is really hard to accept. The feeling of being seen through someone else's soul power made Chu Feng feel very uncomfortable. Soul power is the strongest sense of a warrior. Teacher Wei Shuhan is a bit too. Well, although he could launch a 9th level attack, he was ultimately no match for a 9th level warrior. He could only sigh silently in his heart. When we become stronger in the future, we should be able to avoid similar things from happening. Chu Feng stood beside Wei Shuhan helplessly. Wei Shuhan looked Chu Feng up and down and was very satisfied with Chu Feng's level of cultivation. The results of this month's training are very good. The sound is not loud. The admiration in his words was hard to conceal. In front of Wei Shuhan's seat, a man with extraordinary demeanor turned around when he heard the voice. It was Su Jiqiang, the president of Baichao University. Su Jiqiang knew Wei Shuhan's responsibilities, which were to train contestants for the 100 Schools martial arts competition. And at this moment, Su Jiqiang could see that the student in front of Wei Shuhan was only at the 1st level of the 4th stage. Even if the training results are good in 1 month, this level of cultivation is not enough to be considered in the 100 Schools martial arts competition, right? Wei Shuhan shouldn't focus on a 4th level, 1st level warrior. Su Jiqiang cleared his throat. He said slowly, "The process isn't that important, the result is what matters. Now that you're here, take a good look at today's alchemy conference. After all, it can be considered as witnessing history." As the principal, Su Jiqiang just reminded Wei Shuhan not to put his focus in the wrong place. No matter how talented a warrior of the 4th level and 1st layer is, he is just that good. What's more, he's already a senior, and he's only at the 4th level, 1st level. That means his talent isn't that great either. Wei Shuhan's focus should be on teaching Wang Xingyu and the others well, as that is the only hope of winning the championship in the 100 Schools martial arts competition. At this moment, behind Wei Shuhan's seat, Zhou Yanbai, the special recruitment teacher who recruited Chu Feng, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not hide his cultivation level, and his 4th order, 1st level martial arts realm was fully exposed. Zhou Yanbai stared at Chu Feng. He almost thought he was hallucinating, and gave Chu Feng a loud slap. After confirming Chu Feng's realm, he asked in disbelief, "You're at level 4? The sound of Zhou Yanbai's slap was loud, and his voice of inquiry was even louder. It attracted the attention of almost everyone present. Chapter 78 Old Acquaintance Qian Feng. When Chu Feng saw that it was Zhou Yanbai, he nodded seriously. After all, he was the first teacher I met at Baichao University, and I still have a deep impression of him. You. After receiving a positive answer, Zhou Yanbai became a little incoherent. How long has it been? In just 1 month, he broke through from the 2nd level to the 4th level. How can this be called cultivation? This is like riding a rocket, right? He was so excited that he immediately thought of the 100 Schools martial arts competition 2 years later. By then, what realm would Chu Feng be at? Level 8 or level 9? The 9th level Golden Body Realm warriors participated in the 100 Schools martial arts competition to fight against those 4th level warriors. No matter how talented the warriors of Shenzhou University are, Chu Feng will definitely have no problem defeating those geniuses. Suppression of boundaries. It is not easy to break through, not to mention that there is a difference of several levels. It can be said that as long as Chu Feng maintains his training speed, Baichao University will eventually win 1st place in the 100 Schools martial arts competition and become the strongest university in the entire Dragon Country. In the stands, everyone was stunned when they saw Zhou Yanbai slap themselves. Su Jiqiang, the principal, was even more dumbfounded. There's no need for a 4th rank warrior to make such a fuss. The cultivation level of the 1st level of the 4th rank is simply not good enough for a senior student. Even if Wei Shuhan's students were to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition, they would most likely be substitutes. Even if they are official contestants, the strength is definitely at the bottom. As the principal, Su Jiqiang knows too much about the 100 schools martial arts competition. He is probably even more concerned about this competition than Wei Shuhan. But, seeing the shocked expressions of several people, Su Jiqiang subconsciously asked, "Is there something so special about this kid that makes you react so strongly? Everyone present here? There are many high-level warriors, and he himself is a 9th-level warrior. He is a strong man standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom pyramid. Wei Shuhan is also a 9th-level warrior, and one of the strongest among the 9th-level warriors." However, he was shocked by a 4th-level warrior, which made Su Jiqiang a little curious about Chu Feng. Wei Shuhan was silent for a moment when he heard Su Jiqiang's question. Then he spoke slowly. "Principal, you may not believe this, but Chu Feng is just a freshman." "Freshman? So what?" "Wait." Su Jiqiang reacted instantly. "This guy has already reached the 4th level of cultivation in his freshman year? You know, many freshmen only have the 2nd level cultivation level, while Chu Feng's cultivation level is as high as the 4th level. The point is, 4 years of college. Chu Feng is only a freshman and still has the opportunity to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition in 2 years. 2 years, not to mention breaking through to the 9th level. Even if he breaks through to the 5th level, he will definitely be a strong enough fighter in the 100 schools martial arts competition. If I could break through to the 6th level, then it is the overwhelming combat power that can easily sweep away everything and help Baichao University win the title of the strongest university in the country. The strongest university in the country. Not only the honor, but also the national funding. There are also high-quality students. Why does Shenzhou University always take first place? Isn't it because the students who enter Shenzhou University are naturally extremely talented? The best students naturally choose the best institutions of higher learning. If his Baichao University can become the strongest university in the country, then the problem of student recruitment will be solved directly. It is not a dream to win first place continuously in the future. That is to say, the chance for Baichao University to turn things around lies in Chu Feng. As long as Chu Feng practices normally, the 100 schools martial arts competition in 2 years will be the time when their Baichao University will become famous throughout the entire Dragon Country. Thinking of this, Su Jiqiang couldn't help but feel excited. He stood up and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Practice well. If you need anything, you can ask Wei Shuhan directly, or you can come directly to me, the principal. This promise is quite big. That is to say, if Chu Feng encounters any problems, he can report them directly to a higher level." His words. This was said not only to Chu Feng, but also to the teachers around him. The implication is that Chu Feng is my man. You should open your eyes and don't mess with Chu Feng. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. The teachers around were silent, and no one dared to offend the principal. Chu Feng heard this. He did not hide it from Su Jiqiang and directly took out a medium-grade spirit stone from his system space. Then he spoke. "Principal, do you still have this kind of stone? I need a lot. Since I participate in the martial arts competition among 100 schools for my school, it's normal for the school to pay some money. Now, my talent has been recognized. It's time to cash in on your talent. Isn't the purpose of practicing hard to obtain more resources and become stronger?" Su Jiqiang looked at Chu Feng deeply. This kid is really good at talking. He even asks me in private. In front of so many people. Alas! If I give it to someone, what should I do if someone else asks me for something in the future? Should I give it to them or not? Still too young. If someone else came, he would definitely tell them to get out. However, who made Chu Feng carry the hope of Baichao University to move to a higher level? If not him, who else should I favor? Give. You must give. Su Jiqiang glanced at the stone in Chu Feng's hand. I recognized it at a glance. It was a mid-grade spirit stone, a special resource needed for the qi refining cultivation system. This kind of spiritual stone. They have quite a few of them in Baichao University, all buried in the back mountain, used as materials for cultivating spiritual herbs. If Chu Feng wants it, of course he can dig it out. There are a lot. I'll have Teacher Wei hand them over to you when the time comes. Saying, Su Jiqiang reminded again. There is a limit to chi refining after all, and martial arts is the right path. If you need mid-grade spirit stones, I have more than a dozen here, but you have to promise me that you will practice martial arts well. When one reaches the peak of chi training, his strength is equivalent to that of a third-level warrior, which is not very powerful at all. And the process of cultivation requires spirit stones and a lot of requirements. It is a system with a low upper limit, weak strength, and complicated practice. Su Jiqiang has also practiced it. But it's not that great. That's why he gave a kind reminder. At last, Su Jiqiang felt a familiar breath and knew that his protagonist today had arrived. The alchemy master who was about to revolutionize the entire alchemy world. Thinking, Su Jiqiang said to Chu Feng, well, now that we're here, let's take a good look. Even if you don't know how to make an alchemy, watching today's alchemy conference is definitely worth it. After that, he sat back in his seat and looked quietly at the audience and the stage on the playground. At this time, on the playground, an old man in a white robe, with an ethereal air, slowly walked onto the stage. In the stands, Chu Feng's pupils contracted when he saw the old man. This is Qian Feng? Why did he come to Baichao University? Could it be that the following content is a demonstration of the alchemy skills that he demonstrated in the Sky Hall a month ago? Based on the information I have learned. Improvement of Baichao Yunlingdan. A brand new alchemy technique. Aren't they all displayed by myself in the Sky Hall? Thinking of this, Chu Feng's expression was a little strange. He was a little curious. If Qian Feng saw him watching the game in the stands, how would he feel? Chapter 79, Second Level Warrior? Playground. There were huge crowds of people. In the stands, Chu Feng silently looked at Qian Feng below. Listening to Qian Feng's explanation of his alchemy skills, he has completely understood what this alchemy conference is about. In this regard, Chu Feng didn't pay too much attention to Qian Feng. Instead, he turned around and asked Wei Shuhan in a low voice. Teacher, who are our opponents in this 100 schools martial arts competition? Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. His real purpose in coming to see Wei Shuhan was to understand his opponent and participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition, not to see Master Qian's alchemy skills. Wei Shuhan heard this. He took out a stack of information from the storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng. Take a look for yourself. It's what we at Baichao University collected. But it can only be used as a reference. They may have other methods hidden. Chu Feng nodded. The most powerful means of expressing understanding is to never let the opponent know easily. Isn't it true that no one knows about several of my talents, including the SSS level talent I acquired not long ago? Thinking, he slowly opened the information given to him by Wei Shuhan. Understand the strength of the opponent one by one. Shenzhou University. Ji Xian, mastering the S-level talent Zhongshuan, he can exert unparalleled gravity on the opponent, greatly restricting the opponent's actions. He is the captain of the Shenzhou University team. A 4th order 9th level warrior. According to investigations, Ji Xian has been training with his own profound talents for many years, and his physical strength is now comparable to that of a 5th order 9th level warrior. When you meet one, you need to be extremely careful. Su Qingqing, mastering the S-level talent beast taming, she can control several powerful beasts. A 4th order 9th level warrior. No helpers are allowed during the competition. However, once the ferocious beasts controlled by Su Qingqing form a beast tide, her threat will exceed that of all the contestants. My strength is not that strong, so I will try my best to target you when I meet you. Yi Fenchen, mastering the S-level talent Burning Flame, he can absorb powerful flames and increase his own strength dramatically. He possesses the Earth Burning Fire and once used this fire to fight head-on against a 6th order 9th level warrior. He is extremely powerful. The power of Earth Fire is comparable to an S-level talent, so be careful when handling it. The competition information of most people from Shenzhou University is available. Chu Feng also saw a familiar figure among them. Substitute player. Zhang Hao, level 2, level 4, average strength. He only had a name, and after all, his cultivation was at the 2nd level, so it was impossible for anyone to take him seriously. However, Chu Feng knew that Zhang Hao is just a freshman. This time, Shenzhou University arranged for him to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition, probably to prepare for future competitions. Thinking, Xu Feng continued to look through the information of other schools. Right at this moment, several teachers beside him suddenly applauded and cheered loudly. Under the stands, Qian Feng, not very skilled, used the spiritual fire to successfully refine 2 improved Baichao Yunling pills. The entire alchemy technique was exactly the same as the one Xu Feng had used in the Tsang Hall before. At this time, Principal Su Jiqiang exclaimed, "Mr. Qian really has a brilliant idea." He actually thought of using the ice poison of the spirit ice grass to neutralize the blood poison of the spirit blood. This tactic of using poison to fight poison not only saves a lot of refining steps, but can even increase the potency of the elixir after neutralization. It's truly amazing. As the president of Baichao University, Su Jiqiang's alchemy skills are also among the best, ranking among the best in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The teachers around me, hearing such praise from their principal, they also expressed their opinions. Indeed, the effect of the 100 herbs soul-containing pill must be increased by at least 50% in the future. Master Qian possesses such excellent alchemy skills, yet he shares them without hesitation. He is truly selfless. There's also the alchemy technique that utilizes soul power, which greatly improves the efficiency of refining. It's no wonder it's a revolution in the alchemy world. Mr. Qian's status is enough to be recorded in history. It is true. Chen Feng's refining skills really produced results and also brought a new alchemy technique. Under the stands, after refining the elixir, Chen Feng silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. When it comes to actual refining, only then did he realize how powerful Chu Feng's refining skills were at that time. 1 month's time, Chen Feng raised his cultivation to the late stage of qi refining, but he still couldn't control the spiritual fire as easily as Chu Feng. The spiritual energy in the body is never enough. The spiritual fire was not stable enough, and only 200 herb spirit pills were refined this time. Compared to Chu Feng, who was able to practice 3 in 1 breath, there is still a big gap. Thinking of this, Qian Feng couldn't help but elevate Chu Feng's image infinitely in his mind. Although Chu Feng's martial arts skills are not very good, his attainments in alchemy are probably better than his own. He looked around at the students in the audience. Then he spoke. "Do you know that this alchemy technique and the improved recipe were not created by me?" As the words fell, there was a burst of discussion in the audience. What? It wasn't created by Master Qian? Could it be that someone else created this alchemy technique? If there's someone else, why not let that person demonstrate alchemy? It should be the ancient books that Mr. Qian saw. It is said that our current alchemy techniques were improved from some ancient books. On stage, Qian Feng said this and paused for a moment. Continued to add, "All the things I just showed you were created by a second-level warrior. I'm just promoting him here." He asked Chu Feng a month ago. I had wanted to come to Baichao University to demonstrate for a long time, but Chu Feng's alchemy skills are really difficult to learn. It took him a month to learn almost everything. But if you want to reach the level of proficiency that Chu Feng has, it will take several years to do it. After Qian Feng finished speaking, the audience immediately became excited. How is that possible? You said a second-level warrior could learn such a powerful alchemy technique? Doesn't that mean that everyone is a top alchemy master? The alchemy that anyone can learn is the truly useful alchemy. In the stands, Su Jiqiang, the principal, stood up immediately after hearing Qian Feng's words. He thought, it is already a remarkable achievement for Qian Feng to bring the improved Baichao Yunling pill. Who would have thought that behind Qian Feng, there was actually a second-level alchemy master? Only the second level of cultivation. He can teach Mr. Qian how to refine pills. What if he breaks through to the 9th level? How powerful the alchemy skills must be. Thinking, Su Jiqiang couldn't help but feel a little excited. He felt that his Baichao University might see another leap forward because of this warrior. It is already the strongest alchemy university. If it can raise the alchemy skills of Longwei to a higher level, what level will it be? By then, I guess in the martial arts competition among hundreds of schools, your own school will sit directly on the referee's bench, right? Su Jiqiang's eyes lit up. He looked at Qian Feng in the audience and asked loudly, "Mr. Qian, who is that second-level warrior?" I feel like he has a special connection with our Baichao University. Chapter 80, Personally Take Action. No matter who it is. No matter how old he was, Su Jiqiang decided to do everything he could to recruit that warrior into his Baichao University. It is such a waste to let such talented people wander around. When Qian Feng heard the principal's words, he turned around and nodded. Then, he continued. That man's name is Chu Feng. He's very young and very talented. I believe that in the near future, he will become the strongest alchemy master in Dragon Country. As for who Chu Feng is, Qian Feng did not give a detailed introduction. After all, he did not ask for Chu Feng's opinion, and casually exposing other people's information seemed very disrespectful. Chu Feng's position in Qian Feng's heart is still quite high. Upon hearing this, the students of Baichao University in the audience couldn't help but discuss the name. Is there such a person in our school? I haven't heard much about him. He's probably not a student of our Baichao University. I didn't expect that there would be a Grand Master of Alchemy living abroad. Chu Feng spent very little time at Baichao University. So basically no one knew him in school. But in the stands, when Principal Su Jiqiang heard the name Chu Feng, his head started buzzing. Etc. He turned his head and looked at Chu Feng behind him. Chu Feng's 4th level cultivation was undoubtedly revealed, which was somewhat different from what Old Qian described. Old Qian said that the Chu Feng he met was only at the 2nd level of cultivation? Su Jiqiang looked puzzled. Wei Shuhan, who was standing by, started to think rapidly when he heard the name Chu Feng, and connected everything in an instant. She knew. Chu Feng left a month ago. This month, he will definitely go to the Sky Regiment that he recommended. And Qian Feng happened to be a member of the Sky Battle Group. Key. A month ago, Chu Feng's cultivation was only at the 2nd level. That is to say, the warrior in front of him, with abnormal martial arts talent and unrivaled soul cultivation speed, might also be a master of alchemy who masters powerful alchemy techniques. At this moment, although Su Jiqiang had doubts in his heart, but Qian Feng was right in front of him, so he shouted loudly. Mr. Qian, is the Chu Feng you mentioned him? Saying, he also made way for Chu Feng, leaving him in the most conspicuous position in the stands. Qian Feng in the audience. After seeing Chu Feng, he was so frightened that his whole body shuddered, and the 2 Baichao Yunling pills floating in front of him fell to the ground. You. Qian Feng was a little incoherent for a while. He didn't expect that. Chu Feng was actually a student at Baichao University, and he had just watched the entire process of refining the elixir? Thinking that he had just refined only 2 Baichao Yunling pills, his old face turned red and he felt ashamed. Such a good alchemy. But I was not able to fully show it. Qian Feng felt a little sorry for Chu Feng, and the key point was that Chu Feng saw all of this. At this time, Qian Feng. I just feel so embarrassed. He is the best alchemy master in the Sky Corps. In the stands, when Principal Su Jiqiang saw Qian Feng's reaction, he couldn't help but gasp. It's really you. Su Jiqiang really didn't expect that such a talented alchemist would be right next to him? But why is Chu Feng's cultivation level at the 4th level? Could it be that they knew each other a long time ago? Su Jiqiang stared at Chu Feng silently. He still found it difficult to connect this handsome young man with an alchemy master like Qian Feng. At this time, the students in the audience also noticed Chu Feng in the stands. There were some questioning voices coming from them. Does this look like a 4th level warrior? You look very young. Can you really have such a powerful alchemy skill? It doesn't look as old as Qian. I know that Master Qian used soul power to refine the elixir. Can a 4th level warrior have soul power? In the stands, after a moment of silence, Su Jiqiang spoke in a low voice. It seems hard to convince everyone, why don't you go up and give it a try? Considering Chu Feng's talent alone, it doesn't really matter whether he goes up or not. Even if it's just exaggerated, Su Jiqiang won't have any grudge against Chu Feng. Because Chu Feng is only a freshman, he already has the strength of the 4th level. On this point, this made Chu Feng's importance rank among the top in Su Jiqiang's heart. It would be even better if you had powerful alchemy skills. No, forget it. It doesn't affect anything. Actually, Su Jiqiang felt that Chu Feng was not very good. Because Qian Feng used the power of the soul when he was refining the elixir just now, which is a mysterious power that can only be awakened by a 7th level warrior. And Chu Feng, with only a 4th level cultivator and no soul power, could he extract and fuse the medicinal liquid so skillfully? It should be difficult, right? If you can't do it, no matter how good his alchemy skills are, it would be difficult to surpass Qian Feng. So, there wasn't much expectation in Su Jiqian's eyes. Just looking at Chu Feng quietly. Hand over the choice. If you don't want to accept it, then forget it. It won't have any impact. Even if there is, I'm blocking it too. Chu Feng heard this, but felt it was difficult to refuse. After all, he still had to ask for the other person's mid-grade spirit stones to use for cultivation. A little demonstration of alchemy. You won't lose anything, even if you pay some interest. After thinking about it, he jumped off the stands and came to Qian Feng's side. Are there any more herbs? Let me try. Qian Feng heard this. His eyes lit up instantly. To be honest, he had only watched Chu Feng refine the pill once, and there were still many problems with the alchemy techniques that had not been resolved. Qian Feng remembers. Chu Feng can refine 3 pills with 1 set of medicinal materials, but he can only refine 2. If I could observe Chu Feng's alchemy at a close distance. By the way, I have some more questions. So, he also had the confidence that, like Chu Feng, he could refine 300 herb soul pills in one breath. So after Qian Feng heard Chu Feng's request, he took out 5 sets of medicinal herbs from his storage ring without any hesitation and handed them to Chu Feng. Refining? Just practice it. Chu Feng took the herbs and lit the spiritual fire in front of him. The spiritual power blessing in the late stage of foundation building. The spiritual fire instantly grew larger, becoming more than 3 times the size of the spiritual fire Qian Feng had summoned before. At the same time, Chu Feng also threw all the medicinal herbs into it, and then used the power of his soul to refine all the herbs. One operation. The students in the audience were stunned. No? His flames are so big? It feels much more powerful than Qian Lao's. Old Qian is a 9th rank expert, so why is Chu Feng's flame stronger than old Qian's? The key is that he seems to want to refine all the medicinal herbs at once. Is his soul power really that strong? No, he's a 4th level warrior. Where does his soul power come from? In the stands, when Principal Su Jiqiang sensed Chu Feng's soul power, his heart almost stopped with excitement. No! This kid has more than just soul power. The soul power is at the wandering soul realm, which is stronger than the soul power of many 7th level warriors. Although it is the 4th level of cultivation. But relying solely on the power of the soul is enough to easily kill some 6th level warriors in seconds. Chu Feng, this kid. It's a bit too strong and scary. Su Jiqiang felt a chill down his spine. He looked at Chu Feng as if he was seeing the tip of an iceberg. It's simply unimaginable. How many secrets are hidden under the iceberg? Chapter 81 Soul Locking Technique. Baichao University. The huge playground was crowded with students from Baichao University who came to learn alchemy. Students crowded onto the rubber track and even onto the rooftops of the surrounding student dormitories. Just to witness this revolution in alchemy with my own eyes. The location is in the center of the playground. Chu Feng was very skilled in refining the Baichao Yunling pill in his hand. Compared with Qian Feng's alchemy skills before, Chu Feng, who only has the 4th level of cultivation, looks more like a highly experienced alchemy master. The students of Baichao University in the audience watched intently. It looks so amazing. Could it be that he really designed the improved Baichao Yunling pill? It's hard to say. Just because it looks powerful doesn't mean it's really powerful. We have to wait and see the results. I saw that Mr. Qian standing by didn't even blink. It's obvious that he really recognized Chu Feng's alchemy ability. On stage, Chu Feng skillfully used the power of his soul to extract the medicinal liquid, melt the pill, and make the pill in one go. This was his 2nd time refining the elixir. With the experience from last time, efficiency has been significantly improved. Qian Feng watched Chu Feng making the elixir. He nodded frequently. Many of the previous confusions were easily solved after Chu Feng's demonstration. If he were to practice for a while longer, he was confident that, like Chu Feng did last time, he could refine 300 herb soul pills in one breath. The harvest this time was so great that Qian Feng couldn't stop looking satisfied. Besides, He also discovered that Chu Feng's soul power had also been elevated to the Wandering Soul realm. Although not great. But it's only been a month since the last time, right? The speed of cultivation is like riding a rocket. Chen Feng didn't expect that Chu Feng not only had an incredible talent in alchemy, but also had an extremely abnormal talent in combat. Killing enemies of higher levels was as easy as eating and drinking water. Even his talent for cultivation is exaggeratedly strong. In the stands, the teachers were silent as they watched Chu Feng refining the elixir. As the principal, Su Jiqiang. No one would have thought that Chu Feng not only had an incredible talent in cultivation, but also had an equally abnormal talent in alchemy. He can also teach a senior alchemy master the art of alchemy. Chen Feng is one of the few top alchemists in Long Country who can refine the 9-turn resurrection pill. To rank in terms of alchemy strength, Chen Feng is good enough to be ranked in the top 5. Now, like Chu Feng's student, he stands aside and watches quietly. It seems that Chu Feng's alchemy skills were far beyond Su Jiqiang's imagination. The key is that Chu Feng is still young. The potential for the future is limitless. Faced with such top talents, Baicha University must train them with all its strength and spare no effort. Give all the mid-grade spirit stones from our school to Chu Feng, Su Jiqiang ordered. After hearing this, Wei Shuhan immediately agreed. Yes. She also didn't expect that Chu Feng would be such a versatile person. Whether it was martial arts skills, soul power, or alchemy, he crushed his peers in all aspects. But this time, the opponent is a senior student in the senior year. 1 month's time. How much can Chu Feng improve in combat? Can he defeat Tian Hai, who defeated him before? Wei Shuhan felt that it was still a bit difficult. Although Chu Feng's soul had been cultivated to the Wandering Soul realm, he probably had not yet mastered the means of using the power of the soul. Unable to use soul power to deal a dimensionality reduction attack to the opponent. So, if he really faced Tian Hai, he would probably not be able to beat him. Thinking, Su Jiqiang continued. Zhou Yanbai, you were the one who specially recruited Chu Feng, right? That's great. Are you interested in the position of Special Recruitment Director? On the side, Zhou Yanbai responded quickly after hearing this. Yes, yes. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for his original vision. At that time, I thought Chu Feng was extremely talented, but I never expected him to be this talented. At that time, Shenzhou University did not fight for it. It's really a pity. I wonder how they will feel when they see Chu Feng on the field at this year's 100 Schools Martial Arts competition. Chu Feng is only a freshman. He has already reached the 4th level of cultivation, even though his combat power is a little weaker. When the 100 Schools Martial Arts competition is held 2 years later, Shenzhou University will probably feel hopeless when facing Chu Feng again. Fang Yu, who failed to win over Chu Feng at that time. I wonder if you will regret it when you see your university being pulled down by Chu Feng himself. While thinking, Zhou Yanbai turned his head and looked at the audience. On stage, Chu Feng clasped his hands together. The elixir is ready. As expected, 3 round 100 herb soul enriching pills appeared in front of everyone. He refined more than one pill than Qian Feng. The quality of the pill is visibly richer than the Baicha Yunling pill refined by Qian Feng. Students watching the game from the audience. Most of them are masters who are proficient in alchemy. After seeing the pill, all doubts about Chu Feng disappeared. Even though these genius alchemists were arrogant, anyone who saw it would know that Chu Feng's alchemy skills far surpassed those of Qian Feng, a 9th level warrior. Too strong. This guy is only a 4th level warrior? I'm already at level 7 and have awakened my soul power, but I feel like my soul power is far inferior to Chu Feng's. The refining technique is also quite skillful, dazzling. He even refined 300 herb spirits. He is simply better than Qian Feng. It's obvious that Chu Feng is the teacher when it comes to alchemy. After Chu Feng finished refining the Baicha Yunling pill, he briefly explained the principle to everyone. He also answered some of Qian Feng's questions about alchemy. Finally, he walked off the stage. Back to the stands. In the stands, when the teachers saw Chu Feng coming up again, everyone's mood changed. Wei Shuhan did not wave to Chu Feng again. Instead, he came directly to Chu Feng's side, took out a book of martial arts and handed it to Chu Feng. Soul locking technique. It can temporarily lock the enemy's soul, making the enemy unable to move. It is a very practical soul attack spell. Soul magic is still difficult to practice. The 100 Schools martial arts competition will be held the day after tomorrow. It's normal that you can't learn it. Don't worry. Wei Shuhan patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and comforted him. She had never expected that Chu Feng could break through to the Wandering Soul Realm in just 1 month. So the soul locking technique was not given to Chu Feng. Now giving. It's indeed a bit late, but it's not a big problem. The 4th level cultivation can also come in handy. Chu Feng took the soul locking technique, flipped through it briefly, and then put the technique away. It's a good spell. But it is not as good as the soul controlling technique that he has already learned. The soul controlling technique can manipulate the enemy's soul. Not only can he control the enemy, but he can also make the enemy do what he wants. It can be said to be very practical. He has already learned the key soul controlling technique, so this soul locking technique is not very useful to him. Thank you, Teacher Wei. But Chu Feng still expressed his gratitude. After all, it was a good intention, and it was difficult for him to refuse. Okay, you go back first. Remember to come to this playground for class at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wei Shuhan said. The alchemy conference was almost coming to an end, and with Chu Feng's strength, there was no point in staying here. Now, the most important thing for Baichao University is the 100 Schools martial arts competition. Tomorrow. Let Tianhai and Chu Feng fight again. Let us see who is stronger, and also see Chu Feng's progress in the past month. Not surprisingly, Chu Feng is probably still no match for Tianhai. After all, he is only at the 1st level of the 4th stage, while Tianhai is already at the 6th level of the 4th stage, so there is a big gap in strength. The power of the soul is indeed very powerful. However, before learning the soul locking technique, there is no way to directly determine the outcome of the battle. Can only rely on the power of the soul to have limited impact on the opponent. If other abilities were not improved, there was a high probability that the battle would be ended by Tianhai in one move. Chapter 82. Don't you dare accept my challenge? Chu Feng said goodbye to Wei Shuhan and walked back to the dormitory. The alchemy conference is coming to an end. There were also many seniors on the road who recognized Chu Feng. The crowd surrounded Chu Feng and kept asking him various questions about alchemy. I heard from Elder Chen that you mastered such a powerful alchemy technique when you were at the 2nd level. Is that true? Classmate Chu Feng, how old are you? Add me on WeChat. Can you tell me about the alchemy process? I feel like I'm almost there. Chu Feng answered patiently one by one. It was not until dark that he returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and lay down on the bed exhausted. I still have classes tomorrow. Get some rest, stay in good shape, and prepare for the 100 Schools martial arts competition the day after tomorrow. As for tomorrow's class, Chu Feng also wanted to fight with Tianhai to verify the abilities he had learned this month. The first is soul control. Look at the power of this soul spell and the strength of his soul in the Wandering Soul Realm. There is also a breakthrough to the 4th level, learning the thunder transformation. Chu Feng has been able to transform himself into thunder and achieve the same form as Tianhai. If Tianhai wants to use the same method against me, it is bound to lose. In addition to these martial arts methods, Chu Feng also mastered the foundation building spell, the 10,000 Thunder Net, which can summon an endless thunder net to cover the battlefield, with extremely strong power. The Great Thunder technique can threaten 9th level warriors. The physical strength of a warrior in the late stage of foundation building is comparable to that of a 6th level warrior. As well as the SSS level talent of divine intervention, using the power of the gods to double one's combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Key: SSS level talents can be amplified by the Dynamax talent. This talent is equivalent to several talents of the same level, which can be said to be extremely powerful. Regarding their own combat effectiveness, Chu Feng had strong confidence and won the championship in the subsequent 100 Schools martial arts competition. The next day. Playground. Chu Feng arrived early at the class location that Wei Shuhan mentioned yesterday. Many students have already arrived and are taking advantage of the precious early morning time to exercise their bodies in martial arts. When Tianhai saw Chu Feng, he walked up naturally. I'm back. How are the results of this month's training? However, the words haven't finished yet. He discovered that Chu Feng's aura was unusual. This is a 4th order, 1st level warrior? Xu Feng did not hide his cultivation level, so his 4th level cultivation level was exposed to everyone without reservation. When Tianhai discovered Xu Feng's cultivation level, his eyes widened. If I remember correctly, a month ago, Xu Feng was still a 2nd level warrior, right? How could he break through to the 4th level in just 1 month? Tianhai has a deep understanding of how difficult it is to practice at the 4th level. Even though he was one of the top talents in Baichao University, it took him 3 years to cultivate to the 4th level. And Xu Feng? It only took 1 month. Isn't this cultivation speed a bit too abnormal? At this moment, a disdainful voice came over. Ha! Are you Xu Feng? Xu Feng turned around and saw a burly warrior with the cultivation level of the 4th stage and the 4th level. His martial arts skills were not as good as Tianhai. Xu Feng nodded and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Ji Hong, and I want to challenge you now," Ji Hong said angrily. It seemed as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction on Xu Feng. Originally, under normal circumstances, Ji Hong is an official participant of Baichao University in the 100 Schools martial arts competition. However, this kid Xu Feng suddenly appeared and directly deprived him of his official contestant status, making him a substitute contestant. Where is the chance for the substitute players to play? Being a substitute basically means you are just there to watch the show and have almost no chance of winning the championship. How could the arrogant Ji Hong accept this? He was already a top-notch talent to be able to be admitted to Baichao University. Now that his qualification as an official contestant was snatched away out of thin air, he naturally felt very dissatisfied. Before, Xu Feng was only a 2nd-level warrior. It would be fine if he was better than himself, but Ji Hong admitted that he couldn't beat him and would just be a substitute. Now, a 2nd-level warrior snatched away the competition qualification of a 4th-level warrior like him. Isn't that purely relying on connections? Since he got here through connections, Ji Hong must teach this kid Xu Feng a lesson. On background, who hasn't he had it yet? Ji Hong rushed at Xu Feng angrily, wanting to challenge Xu Feng. Right at this moment, he suddenly discovered that Xu Feng's cultivation has actually reached the 4th level. In just 1 month, he broke through from the 2nd level to the 4th level? This couldn't help but startle Ji Hong, but he suppressed his surprise because he saw clearly that Xu Feng was only a 4th level 1st level warrior. So what if the breakthrough is fast? I am a 4th level warrior. Remember, last month, Xu Feng was unable to defeat Tianhai, but if Ji Hong faced Tianhai, he was confident that he could win 30-70, and even had a certain chance of winning. In terms of combat talent, Ji Hong was confident that Xu Feng would never be his opponent. Why, you don't dare to accept my challenge? Seeing that Xu Feng didn't say anything, Ji Hong continued to provoke him. He wanted to defeat Xu Feng to prove that he had a chance to become an official contestant. Xu Feng was silent for a moment and then said, "Okay, do you need to get ready?" He expressed his understanding of Ji Hong's challenge, saying that he was parachuted in and his strength was not enough to convince others. It really requires a lot of actual combat. Create a WeChat account for yourself. Xu Feng also needs to understand the strength of his opponents in the 100 Schools martial arts competition. In addition to Ji Hong, he also wanted to challenge everyone present, and it would be best if he could take the position of captain so that it would be easier for him to command during the competition. The chances of defeating Shenzhou University will also be greater. No need to prepare, it's right here. When Ji Hong saw Xu Feng's attitude as a challenger, he became even angrier. He wished he could defeat Xu Feng the next moment and make him realize the gap between people. At this moment, Tianhai stepped forward and raised his hand to stop the fight. Forget it, Ji Hong. There's no need. The official list of contestants has already been confirmed. Even if you beat Xu Feng, it won't change anything. He seemed to comfort Ji Hong. In fact, it was to help Xu Feng out of trouble, because if Xu Feng was a regular contestant of Baichao University, he would be defeated by a substitute player. If this gets out, what will other universities think of Baichao? Nepotism? Ignoring talents? Internal corruption? So, in Tianhai's opinion, there was no need to fight. If Xu Feng lost, he would suffer a huge loss, and if he won, there would not be much benefit. The key is, can Xu Feng win? Tianhai felt that Xu Feng was still a little young. Teacher Wei Shuhan arranged for Xu Feng to become a formal contestant, not for Xu Feng to get good results. just to let Chu Feng experience the 100 schools martial arts competition. Is this laying the groundwork for the next 100 schools martial arts competition? This was Tian Hai's guess, so for the sake of Teacher Wei and the entire Baichao University, he stopped the fight directly. Chu Feng saw this, but he declined Tian Hai's kindness. If he couldn't even beat Ji Hong, how could he talk about getting first place in the martial arts competition among 100 schools? How can he get a series of top rewards such as the Immaculate Golden Pill? So, he needs to fight. Not only defeat Ji Hong, but also defeat everyone present. Ji Hong was just the beginning of his challenge. Get out of the way, Senior Tian Hai, this battle must be fought. Chapter 83 One Move. Tian Hai heard what Chu Feng said, but didn't want to move away. He was not only thinking about Chu Feng, but also about the entire Baichao University. He has strong enough strength. It was enough to stop the fight between the two. Even if he had to take forceful action, Tian Hai was confident that he could subdue Chu Feng and Ji Hong at the same time by himself. Right at this moment, Wei Shuhan's voice came over. Let them fight. When everyone heard this, they turned around and saw that it was Teacher Wei, and quickly lined up. Tian Hai jogged all the way. He came to Wei Shuhan and explained the pros and cons to her. If Chu Feng, as a regular team member, has never beaten a substitute player, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Baichao University if it got out? With this in mind, Tian Hai wanted to protect the reputation of his alma mater, so he forcefully stopped the two from fighting. After listening to Tian Hai's answer, Wei Shuhan nodded. Only Chu Feng now possesses the soul strength of the Wandering Soul Realm, plus the cultivation level of the first level of the fourth stage, as well as extremely powerful attack power. Chu Feng has a great chance of winning against anyone present. The Wandering Soul Realm can already attack opponents at the soul level. Even if they have not mastered the soul locking technique, just an ordinary soul attack is not something these fourth level warriors can easily withstand. Wei Shuhan knew Ji Hong's chances of success are slim. Moreover, once Chu Feng wins, he will be able to take the position of a regular player rightfully. So, Wei Shuhan did not consider Tian Hai's opinion. She said, Ji Hong challenges Chu Feng, both of you step out. Then he waved his hand and asked Tian Hai to return to the team. Tian Hai heard this. He looked at Chu Feng helplessly. He tried his best but couldn't stop the challenge. Before returning to the team, Tian Hai patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. If you can't win, just admit defeat. There's no need to force yourself for a spot on the regular team. Chu Feng couldn't beat Ji Hong, so it just made Baichao University lose face. But if you get hurt, the one who really suffered was Chu Feng himself. In the team, Wang Xingyu, the strongest student in Baichao University, expressed his disapproval after hearing Tian Hai's words. Wang Xingyu added, Chu Feng's fighting ability is still very impressive. I think he can at least survive 3 moves from Ji Hong. Although breaking through 2 levels of cultivation in 1 month is very exaggerated. His realm is not much different from Ji Hong's. But there is too little time and lack of experience, so he is definitely not proficient in many combat skills, or even unclear about them. Facing Ji Hong, who had trained hard for 3 years. The key realm has not been suppressed yet. Chu Feng's chances of winning are very slim. Many students also recalled the battle between Chu Feng and Tian Hai a month ago. Indeed, Chu Feng's attack power is still very strong, but the techniques he uses are very unfamiliar. A simple bombardment is easy to dodge. Unless he has some means to control his opponent, it's almost impossible for him to be a match for Ji Hong. I don't know what Teacher Wei was thinking. He can just use connections, but he has to start a fight. I don't think it's necessary. Yes, when Ji Hong promotes it, our Baichao University. I admit that Chu Feng is good at refining pills, but that doesn't mean he's also good at fighting. In the various discussions among classmates, few people were optimistic about Chu Feng, but they all thought that Ji Hong had a great chance of winning. After all, they are all top young warriors of Dragon Country. For ordinary warriors, fighting across levels is like eating and drinking water. Chu Feng does not have a very high level of martial arts. He doesn't have any extraordinary combat experience, so naturally few people are optimistic about him. As Wei Shuhan finished speaking, Chu Feng and Ji Hong also walked to the front of the team, and the battle was inevitable. Get ready. Wei Shuhan said that she didn't say too much nonsense. Because between warriors, only victory or defeat can suppress all voices of doubt. Ji Hong stood in front of Chu Feng. He clenched his fists together, looking confident. He didn't say too much nonsense, for fear that if he spoke too much, the challenge would be stopped and he would not be able to regain his qualification as a formal contestant. There was no way to beat Chu Feng up and vent his anger. The battle begins, Wei Shuhan announced. The words fell. Ji Han's body temperature suddenly rose. Red flames that burned the air burned up on his body. Then, Ji Hong turned into a bunch of brilliant sparks and completely dissipated in front of Chu Feng. Dear students, please see this scene. I couldn't help but praise. I didn't expect his S-level talent, Red Flame, to have been developed to this extent, to be able to completely transform himself into sparks. Each spark could be Ji Hong himself, and each has unparalleled lethality. Wang Xingyu's eyes flickered. As the strongest student at Baichao University, he knows very well how strong Ji Hong is at the moment. It won't be long before you can catch up to Tian Hai's level. You'll definitely be qualified to be a regular contestant. I wonder how Chu Feng will respond. In front of everyone, Chu Feng silently watched the scattered sparks in front of him and Ji Hong disappearing. At this moment, with the soul power of the wandering soul realm, he easily captured Ji Hong's figure. There was almost no hesitation. Soul control technique. The powerful soul power instantly penetrated Ji Hong's body. Ji Hong was completely unprepared. He didn't even awaken the soul power in his body, but just felt that Chu Feng became extremely terrifying in an instant. Chu Feng stretched out a pair of invisible big hands from the void and grabbed his vital points tightly. The power of those big hands is extremely abnormal. The big hand is nowhere to be found. There is no way to resist. Ji Hong couldn't even last a single round in Chu Feng's hands, and he powerlessly retracted the sparks and revealed his true form. He fell to his knees with a thud. Although he was unwilling to do so, he lost completely and there was no doubt about it. I lost. On the side, all the students were stunned. What? You've lost already? Have we started fighting yet? Why do I feel like Ji Hong is playing me? I've been staring at Chu Feng the whole time, and he hasn't even moved. This is just a deliberately planned act, right? I didn't even last a single move. In the team, Tian Hai was also puzzled by this. Logically speaking, given Ji Hong's previous resentment towards Chu Feng, it was impossible for him to cooperate with Chu Feng in acting. Certainly, nothing is absolute. If it was just a play, then kneeling quickly is understandable. But what if it isn't? So how did Chu Feng defeat Ji Hong? At this time, Wang Xingyu, who was at the front of the team, also had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had extraordinary combat experience and instantly sensed the methods used by Chu Feng. It's the power of the soul. I see, I understand. Chu Feng used soul power to refine the elixir yesterday, which shows that his soul power is beyond ordinary people. Soul-level attacks are the methods of warriors above the 7th level. Naturally, we can't see them, so Ji Hong's defeat was very strange. All of this is due to Chu Feng's soul power, right? Teacher Wei? Wang Xingyu looks at Wei Shuhan. His eyes were full of questions, eager to get an answer. And Wei Shuhan? Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with shock. It is indeed the power of the soul. But it is not just the power of the soul, there is also a soul attack technique, and it is more advanced than the soul locking technique that he gave to Chu Feng. Only with the powerful soul power. Manipulating Ji Hong and forcing him to admit defeat. Chapter 84. Let me try. Otherwise, with Ji Hong's arrogant personality, even if he was defeated, he would never say the words "I lost." Wei Shuhan thought of this. There was surprise in her eyes when she looked at Chu Feng. What's the name of that spell? Soul controlling technique. Chu Feng answered truthfully. It was the first time he used his soul to attack his opponent, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Ji Hong had no chance to fight back. He took it down with one move. Chu Feng said that he was too weak and he still had many tricks that he had not used yet. For example, the SSS level talent God's presence. There are also methods such as the Starry Thunderstorm art. If all of them are used, Ji Hong will probably lose even more miserably. Good. Very good, your soul power is an absolute killer. If you use it well, it will definitely be very effective in the 100 schools martial arts competition, Wei Shuhan said. She came to Chu Feng's side and stuffed a storage ring into Chu Feng's arms. There were a total of 20 crystal clear medium-grade spirit stones inside. It's a huge sum of money, Wei Shuhan explained. This is the spirit stone that the principal promised you yesterday. Take it. At this time, when the students watching the game heard Wei Shuhan talk about the power of the soul, their heads were buzzing. He can already kill enemies with soul power? I thought Chu Feng was only able to refine pills, but I didn't expect him to have cultivated to the wandering soul realm. Everyone present here is a top-notch talented warrior. His understanding of soul power far exceeds that of most ordinary people. They all know. The power of the soul is divided into 4 realms. Only when it reaches the 2nd realm, the wandering soul realm, can it be used for attack. It is rare to awaken the power of the soul before cultivating to the 7th level. If the soul power is cultivated to the wandering soul realm, that is even rarer. Key. Now that he possesses the soul power of the wandering soul realm, it is like a dimensionality reduction attack for warriors of the same level. In the team, Tian Hai pondered Chu Feng's soul power. Suddenly discovered that Chu Feng's current strength is such that he can easily fight against me on equal terms just by relying on his spiritual means. 1 month. Has he progressed to this point? Chu Feng now truly has the qualifications to become an official player. Instead of being a person with connections who is trying to take someone else's position. In front of the team, Wang Xingyu was also shocked. I originally thought that Chu Feng was just a relative and had no real ability. But I didn't expect that. The soul that Chu Feng controls makes his strength far superior among many university warriors. Become a warrior of great value to the team. At this time, Wang Xingyu, as the captain, he couldn't help but nodded towards Chu Feng. It means that he completely recognizes Chu Feng as a team member. And Chu Feng? He took the storage ring Wei Shuhan gave him and put it on his hand. With this amount of spiritual stones, the 3000 Thunders technique can be fully supplemented and is very useful. At this time, Wei Shuhan looked around at the classmates in the audience, then she grabbed Chu Feng and said, I believe you have already recognized Chu Feng's strength. However, recognition alone is far from enough. The 100 schools martial arts competition will begin tomorrow. Who among you wants to come up and get a deeper understanding of Chu Feng's strength? A team. Without understanding, there is no cooperation. Chu Feng is very strong, but how strong is he, or where are his weaknesses? What role can Chu Feng play at the critical moment? It requires mutual understanding among everyone. Of course, the most important thing is that Chu Feng is strong enough. Like before, Chu Feng was defeated by Tian Hai in 1 move, so naturally there was no need to understand. He was too weak to participate in the mission. Now that Chu Feng has gained strength, he naturally wants to compete with his teammates and understand each other's combat effectiveness and methods. Let me try. When Tian Hai heard Wei Shuhan's words, he was the first to stand up. He really wanted to know how much stronger Chu Feng was compared to a month ago. Facing the attack of soul power. And are they completely powerless to fight back? With these thoughts, he was the first to stand up. The defeated Ji Hong returned to the team in silence and looked at Chu Feng with complicated eyes. He was unwilling in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. The power of his soul was simply too strong, and he had no idea how to deal with it. But Ji Hong was also silently comforting himself in his heart. The soul is only useful before the 7th level. After the 7th level, everyone has awakened the power of the soul, and Chu Feng's talent is quite useless. Until then, Ji Hong still has the confidence to defeat Chu Feng head-on. On the field, Tian Hai stood in front of Chu Feng. A month later, I met this junior again. But this time, Tian Hai's palms unconsciously oozed a little sweat. He was very nervous and not very confident about defeating Chu Feng. And Chu Feng is full of confidence. Although he wanted to challenge Wang Xingyu more and take the captain position. But as a captain, how can you not convince the public? If he doesn't defeat his teammates one by one, he won't be able to convince these geniuses even if he becomes the captain. Thinking, Chu Feng looked at Wei Shuhan who was standing beside him. I'm ready. Me too. Tian Hai agreed. Wei Shuhan nodded, distanced himself, raised his right hand, and swung it down fiercely. The battle begins. The moment the voice fell, the surrounding water vapor instantly spread and turned into mist that enveloped Chu Feng. Tian Hai also disappeared in the water vapor. No trace. Chu Feng's soul power spread out, trying to find Tian Hai's trace. But suddenly discovered. Tian Hai completely spread his body and soul, turning into countless tiny water droplets. Even if Chu Feng could control some water drops. But these water drops are not worth mentioning at all to Tian Hai. Random attacks would only waste Chu Feng's own soul power. Tian Hai used this method too. In an instant, Chu Feng's originally fatal soul attack was resolved. At the same time, the surrounding water vapor twisted like waves and pressed towards Chu Feng, trying to suffocate Chu Feng with the dense water vapor. Tian Hai can also show up at critical moments. Give Chu Feng a fatal blow. Obviously. This was when Tian Hai used all his means to treat Chu Feng as a top-level opponent. Classmates watching the game from the sidelines. Seeing this situation, I couldn't help but sigh. Tian Hai's move, Moon on the Sea, is truly powerful. He maximized his talent and deftly neutralized Chu Feng's soul attack. Not only that, if Chu Feng hadn't developed his talent, it would have been impossible for him to break Tian Hai's move, Moon over the Sea. Chu Feng's talent seems to be called Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Unless he can transform into thunder, he can only tie with Tian Hai at best. In front of the team, Wang Xingyu also watched the situation in the field silently. This time, Chu Feng suffered the loss. Because Tian Hai knew in advance that Chu Feng possessed the power of the soul, he was able to activate the bright moon on the sea to block him in an instant. Otherwise, if Tian Hai didn't know Chu Feng's abilities, it is very likely that he will be defeated by Chu Feng the moment the battle begins. Chu Feng's strength lies in his ability, which is completely unpredictable. Who would have thought that a fourth-level warrior could master such powerful soul power? But there's no point saying this now. The two of them started fighting. Let us see if Chu Feng has any other tricks up his sleeve. If you only master the power of the soul, this battle is likely to be lost, and the loss may be a foregone conclusion. Chapter 85 Lost. Ji Hong, who had just lost, was also watching the fight between the two intently. Tian Hai's understanding of martial arts is very deep. Extremely strong combat effectiveness. Chu Feng obviously failed to get rid of Tian Hai at the moment of the fight, and his soul power was temporarily ineffective. Judging from the current situation, Chu Feng was obviously in a tough fight if he couldn't use his soul power to target Tian Hai. Defeated. It's just a matter of time. Thinking of this, Ji Hong felt a little comforted in his heart. He was no match for Tian Hai, and neither was Chu Feng. Doesn't that mean the gap between him and Chu Feng isn't that big? There is still a chance. As long as I practice hard, I believe I will be able to surpass Chu Feng in strength in the near future. At this moment, everyone saw it. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling blue light flashed on Chu Feng's body. The lightning is like substance. And on the playground, a large and powerful thunderstorm quickly formed, painting the scene in front of everyone blue. The water vapor that Tian Hai transformed into, completely wrapped in Chu Feng's thunderstorm. More importantly, Tian Hai could feel that Chu Feng's thunderstorm was at least several times more powerful than his own water vapor. You know, he also has S-level talent, and Chu Feng also has S-level talent. Logically speaking, the power of the martial arts used should be almost the same. Tian Hai has been honing his martial arts skills for many years. With his mastery of martial arts, he is absolutely no match for any warrior of the same level. But Chu Feng's martial arts are powerful and majestic. Just in terms of power alone, it is at least 5 times more powerful than my own martial arts. The same level of martial arts. But the power is so different. No matter how many skills Tian Hai mastered, he was completely powerless in the face of Chu Feng's almost crushing thunderstorm. A moment. Chu Feng hasn't even used his innate gigantamax ability to further enhance the power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Tian Hai was forced to reveal his true form. Shouted loudly. I lost. His hair was blown apart by the thunder and his face was covered in black. Apparently, in the brief battle just now, he was severely shocked by Chu Feng's thunder. And Chu Feng. He put away the thunderstorm without changing his expression, and there was no trace on his body. Even the corners of his clothes were not wet by Tian Hai's talent. Judging from the results of the battle alone, the gap between the two is extremely huge. All the students were dumbfounded when they saw this. Recalling the scene a month ago, Chu Feng's full strength attack was easily resolved by Tian Hai, and he was even killed instantly in one move. And now, when they thought about the scene of Chu Feng killing Tian Hai, they were totally unconvinced. No? When did Chu Feng become so powerful? He was able to defeat Tian Hai head-on. Is this still the Chu Feng who was killed instantly a month ago? In addition to being strong in frontal combat, he also possesses the power of the soul. Is he still human? The talent is exaggerated. Can you make such great progress in just 1 month? In the team, when Ji Hong saw the embarrassed Tian Hai, his eyes were full of disbelief. He really didn't expect that. In addition to his abnormal soul power, Chu Feng also has such strong combat power. I thought, if you work hard and break through to the 7th level and awaken the power of your soul, you will be able to surpass Chu Feng. But I didn't expect that. Chu Feng's martial arts skills are equally terrifyingly strong. Judging from the current situation, if Chu Feng could defeat Tian Hai head-on without relying on soul power, then I, who couldn't beat Tian Hai, would have almost no chance of winning against Chu Feng. Thinking of this, Ji Hong couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. I originally had some desire to compete with others, but I was completely crushed by the strength displayed by Chu Feng. Regarding Chu Feng's qualification as an official player, Ji Hong was completely convinced. Chu Feng is really strong, just like the moon in the sky, making people look up to him. As for who the sun is, Ji Hong silently looked at Wang Xingyu at the front of the team. This person is the strongest student in Baichao University today, without a doubt the best. At this time, Wang Xingyu was thinking about the battle just now, his brows furrowed. He sensed something was wrong. Wang Xingyu, who has rich combat experience, can clearly sense that Chu Feng is not very proficient in the use of martial arts. Logically speaking, it's impossible to defeat Tian Hai Kai. Both of them should have S-level talents. Chu Feng is only at the 4th level, level 1, while Tian Hai is at the 4th level, level 6, so Tian Hai's martial arts should be more powerful. But Chu Feng's martial arts power is at least 5 times, or even 6 times, that of Tian Hai. In terms of martial arts, he crushed Tian Hai on the spot. Lead 2. Many of the combat skills that Tian Hai mastered had no place to be used. One force can break all laws. The attack power was too strong. Chu Feng killed Tian Hai directly with a normal attack. The gap was so big that it was despairing. Wang Xingyu pondered silently. I still can't figure out why Chu Feng can perform such powerful martial arts. Then, he took a few steps forward and came in front of Chu Feng. He patted Tian Hai on the shoulder, motioning him to go down and rest, and then asked Chu Feng, "Need a break?" Although asking, but the meaning is already very clear, Wang Xingyu wants to test Chu Feng's strength. Chu Feng shook his head. The battle just now did not consume too much of his physical strength. Of course, the most important thing is, his core is qi refining. In the late stage of foundation building, his physical strength is comparable to that of a 6th-level warrior. This is just a little fight. For Chu Feng, it is not a consumption at all. On the side, Wei Shuhan, the teacher and referee, was still immersed in the process of Chu Feng's instant victory over Tian Hai. In just 1 month, Wei Shuhan didn't expect that he would practice the Starry Thunderstorm technique that he taught him to this level. What I didn't expect was that Chu Feng's martial arts power is too exaggerated. There was a moment. Wei Shuhan even thought that Chu Feng was a true 7th-level warrior. Not only did he have a strong soul power, he also awakened 2 talents. One is the S-level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. The other is the Gigantamax talent that enhances the power of talents. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Chu Feng's martial arts can crush Tian Hai's martial arts when they are of the same level. Wei Shuhan could see that Chu Feng was not very familiar with many aspects of his martial arts and wasted a lot of energy. There are also minor issues such as insufficient power control. To be able to cultivate the Starry Thunderstorm art to this level in just 1 month is already a very good talent. But this level is far from enough to defeat Tian Hai. Logically speaking, originally, Chu Feng should have been doomed to lose. But who could have thought? Chu Feng's talent is so powerful that no warrior of the same level can resist it. The power is too exaggerated. As a result, Wei Shuhan awakened 2S level talents, and Chu Feng awakened 2S level talents. It should be the effect of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder itself. Wei Shuhan knew. It is impossible for a warrior to awaken 2 talents before reaching the 7th level. So, Chu Feng's Nine Heavens Divine Thunder is most likely an S-level talent with a very high upper limit, which can consume a lot of physical strength in exchange for powerful attack power. It seems that I really found a treasure at Baichao University. He has soul power, strong martial arts, and is a freshman. In this martial arts competition of 100 schools, Chu Feng will definitely surprise the talented students of Shenzhou University. Wei Shuhan looked at Chu Feng. After seeing Chu Feng's calm expression and steady heart, he felt a little confused. Is it possible that a martial art that releases such powerful force doesn't consume much physical energy? His S-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. It seems a bit too strong. Chapter 86 Gigantamax. While Wei Shuhan was thinking, he saw that Chu Feng was not afraid at all when facing the strongest Wang Xingyu at the scene. He is. Want to compete for the captaincy? Whoever is stronger will be the captain, otherwise it will be difficult to convince the others if the strength is not enough. It is normal for Chu Feng to want to challenge Wang Xingyu, but Wang Xingyu's fighting ability is quite terrifying. That's enough. Wei Shuhan reminded Wang Xingyu. What he meant was, it's almost enough. The martial arts competition of 100 schools will start tomorrow. If someone gets hurt, Chu Feng won't be able to participate in the competition. In Wei Shuhan's view, Chu Feng would have no chance of winning against Wang Xingyu. Even if the power of martial arts increased several times, it would still be difficult to win. Not because of anything else. But Wang Xingyu is really too strong. His talent is called gigantamaxing, which can instantly increase his physical and spiritual strength by several times. Current. Wang Xingyu should have trained his S-level talent to 9 times its original strength. Actively activate talents. It can also increase 9 times on the existing basis. Its combat power is so abnormal that even if some 7th level warriors come, they may not be able to defeat Wang Xingyu. Wang Xingyu's terrifying physical body is completely overwhelming in terms of numbers. Chu Feng is only at the 4th level. The power of martial arts is only increased 5 or 6 times, which is enough to defeat Tian Hai, but it is difficult to defeat Wang Xingyu. There is almost no possibility. Wei Shuhan understood all this, so he asked Wang Xingyu to stop at the right time. Wang Xingyu nodded slightly after hearing this. He said he would be more restrained. As the captain, he didn't want to lose Chu Feng, a powerful teammate who possessed soul power. And Chu Feng? After taking stock of my abilities, he asked confidently. Can we begin? He was still very confident about this battle. If he defeated Wang Xingyu, he would be able to take the position of captain. Captaincy is more than just command. Once you win first place in the 100 schools martial arts competition, you will receive the most generous rewards. Chu Feng knew about the previous 100 schools martial arts competition. Generally speaking, the 3 major awards all go to the captain of a school, and occasionally some individual team members perform well. Only then will one of the rewards be distributed. So, Chu Feng will try his best to get the position of captain. Okay, everyone, make way. Wei Shuhan said this, and at the same time led the students who were watching the game out of the playground. The entire playground is covered with grass. Left to Chu Feng and Wang Xingyu. The students who were watching the fight retreated outside the rubber track and observed the fight between the two. In the team, Tian Hai silently reviewed the reasons for his failure just now. He didn't expect that. Chu Feng's martial arts level is obviously not as good as his own, and it will probably take him a while to break through to the 4th level warrior. After all, Chu Feng had only reached the 2nd level of cultivation a month ago. But the attack power. But it is several times more than my own. If I had been more careful at that time and expanded the battlefield, I might have been able to deal with Chu Feng more. But want to defeat Chu Feng? Tian Hai thought from every angle, but couldn't find any chance of winning. Chu Feng's strength. It made him feel a little desperate. More importantly, it's only been a month. A month ago, he could easily defeat Chu Feng with one move. And a month later, the gap between him and Chu Feng became as far away as the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. Is this genius? The speed of progress is really too exaggerated. Tianhai looked at the two people in the playground and knew that they were almost the strongest fighting force in this school. But Wang Xingyu should be better. In Tianhai's view, even if Chu Feng's martial arts power was increased 5 or 6 times, it would be difficult to hurt Wang Xingyu. No way. Wang Xingyu's physical body is really too terrifying. His own bright moon on the sea couldn't even take shape under the pressure of Wang Xingyu's aura. As captain, Wang Xingyu's strength is unquestionable. In the playground, as the students left, an extremely tremendous pressure descended upon them. It is Wang Xingyu's physical strength. The powerful body was like a furnace, oppressing everything around it, including Chu Feng. The moment everyone left, the battle had already begun. Chu Feng remained calm in the face of this oppression. He possessed a physical strength comparable to that of a 6th-level warrior, so the mere oppression did not have much impact on him. At the same time, Chu Feng's soul power pressed towards Wang Xingyu without hesitation. Soul control technique. The same move that defeated Ji Hong before was repeated again. In the team, when Ji Hong felt the familiar power fluctuations, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Recalling the brutal soul power of Chu Feng, he knew, if I face Chu Feng again, I will have no chance of winning. Chu Feng's fighting ability is not on the same level as mine. In the playground, when Chu Feng's soul power rushed into Wang Xingyu's body, he suddenly discovered that Wang Xingyu's soul power was extremely strong, like cast steel, and could not be shaken at all. If you say, Chu Feng's soul power is only 1.8 meters. Wang Xingyu's soul power was a full 18 meters. With this terrifying power, even if he didn't resist, Chu Feng's soul control technique couldn't shake him at all. Fortunately, Wang Xingyu is only a 4th-level warrior. There is no awakening of soul power. Otherwise, in terms of soul power, Chu Feng would definitely not be Wang Xingyu's opponent. At this time, Wei Shuhan on the side explained, Wang Xingyu's talent can strengthen his body and soul ninefold. Your soul power is not strong enough, so it's normal that you can't shake him. The simple numerical difference is enough to make most of the skills ineffective. Chu Feng faced a numerical monster like Wang Xingyu. I couldn't help but feel a little powerless. What about that move you used to transform into a thunderstorm? Try it out too. Wang Xingyu said calmly. It was as if he was directing Chu Feng's actions as a senior. He didn't care at all about the scraping that Chu Feng had just done on him. The gap in soul power cannot be made up overnight. He had already expected that Chu Feng's soul attack would be ineffective. Wang Xingyu has almost absolute confidence in his own abilities. He didn't do it on purpose. Instead, he listened to Wei Shuhan and stopped at that point. Just try out the power of Chu Feng's skills and let Chu Feng know the gap between them. If you really want to take action, Chu Feng would have no chance of winning at all. Chu Feng heard this, didn't say much. He also didn't take out the starry thunderstorm technique that he had just used. Because he knew, the power of this martial art is probably not enough to threaten Wang Xingyu. Wang Xingyu's physical strength is indeed too abnormal. But he also mastered more than just the starry thunderstorm technique. Sizzle. The azure lightning slowly gathered on Chu Feng's body. A frightening spiritual pressure permeated the air. The great thunder technique is ready to be unleashed. Chapter 87, 20-meter giant. On the green grass playground, the thick thunder poured out from Chu Feng's body like a giant dragon. The powerful force of thunder attracted dark clouds, making the entire sky dark. Great thunder spell. The spell was enough to harm a 9th-level warrior, bringing Wang Xingyu unparalleled pressure and making the hairs on his body stand on end. In a moment, he instinctively knew that if he took this attack head-on, he would surely die. There was almost no hesitation. Wang Xingyu pushed the ground with his right foot, and with his brute physical strength, he created several spiderweb-like cracks on the grass in the playground. Under the influence of this huge force, his body instantly escaped from Chu Feng's attack range. Strong physical strength. It also gave Wang Xingyu an extremely exaggerated speed, allowing him to easily avoid the fatal blow. Boom! The great thunder spell slammed heavily on the ground, creating a large hole nearly half a meter deep in the reinforced ground of the playground. Such abnormal power. The eyes of the students around him widened. No? Even the captain had to dodge his attack? What Wang Xingyu is most proud of is his physical strength. His defense is incredibly strong. Ordinary attacks shouldn't pose any threat to him at all. What level of attack is this from Chu Feng? It feels a bit outrageous. I think if Wang Xingyu is hit, he will most likely be defeated on the spot. With such a strong attack power, Chu Feng should be able to fight Wang Xingyu. I didn't expect that he could actually arm wrestle Captain Wang. In the team, Tianhai felt the most profoundly about Chu Feng's attack. Because he had fought with Wang Xingyu. Knowing that Wang Xingyu's abnormal physical strength cannot be shaken by ordinary means. Then, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't make Wang Xingyu move. There was even no way to get Wang Xingyu to look at him straight in the eye. Unable to break through the other party's defense. In the eyes of others, he was no different from a soldier, which made Tianhai feel very uncomfortable, but he could do nothing about it. The feeling of not being able to break through the defense even if you try your best became a thorn in Tianhai's heart. Fortunately, Tianhai could still comfort himself. Among his classmates, there is no warrior who can make Wang Xingyu look at him in the eye. It's normal that you can't beat someone. But now, Chu Feng was able to strike, causing Wang Xingyu to dodge. Just this point, Tianhai knew that the gap between him and Chu Feng was extremely huge. Recalling a month ago, compare the scene when he could easily defeat Chu Feng with Chu Feng's current strength. This made Tianhai feel a huge sense of disappointment. He even had some doubts as to whether he was still the favored one in the county. Work hard to get into Baichao University, one of the top 3 universities in the country. He was once a leader among his peers. And now, Tianhai stared at the playground silently, without saying a word. At the front of the team, as a teacher, Wei Shuhan was so shocked by Chu Feng that he was speechless. She is a 9th level warrior. He had an extremely clear understanding of Chu Feng's attack power just now. Just now. Not to mention Wang Xingyu, even if I come, I have to get away. Chu Feng's attack was already enough to hurt this 9th order Golden Body Realm warrior. A 9th level warrior. The top warriors on Blue Star are the 9th level warriors, who are the humans at the top of the food chain. Even if Wang Xingyu came and opened fire at full power, he would not be able to threaten him. And Chu Feng. But with just one attack, he could make you feel the breath of death. That's a bit outrageous. Wei Shuhan muttered to himself. You know, Chu Feng is only a 4th level warrior, so why does he have such strong attack power? What if Chu Feng breaks through to the 5th or 6th level? Does it mean, will he be able to defeat a 10th level or even 11th level warrior in the future? Of course, the 10th level warrior has not appeared yet, so Chu Feng can only defeat a 10th level ferocious beast. Wei Shuhan couldn't help but think. The level of importance he attached to Chu Feng rose to a higher level. If one can kill a 10th level ferocious beast, it is not just a matter of being a genius, but a super warrior who changes the destiny of mankind and breaks through their limits. The value that Chu Feng possesses has long surpassed the level he is at. Wei Shuhan looked at the playground. My mind is full of thoughts. In the playground, after Wang Xingyu dodged Chu Feng's attack, he couldn't help swallowing. It was really dangerous just now. I was almost killed instantly by this kid. Before he knew it, cold sweat had soaked his back. He must remember the life-threatening consequences of carelessness. You are very strong, worthy of my full strength, Wang Xingyu said. He stared at Chu Feng. If Chu Feng were to use that powerful attack again, he would dodge immediately. Then, shoo! The sound of clothes being torn was heard, and Wang Xingyu's body was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gigantamax at full power. He was prepared to have a good look at the strength of this new team member. When Chu Feng saw this scene, he silently thought about how to defeat Wang Xingyu. The power of the Great Thunder technique is indeed strong. But the hit rate is a problem. Perhaps you can try using the 10,000 Thunder Net to restrain Wang Xingyu, and then use the Great Thunder technique to deliver the final blow. Chu Feng felt most of the spiritual power in his body. Know that this combination of spells can only be used once. After all, he is a foundation-building cultivator, and the spiritual power in his dantian is still very limited. Sizzle! The blue electric arc jumped over Chu Feng's body again. This time, the arcs did not converge into a python. Instead, it turned into countless thick and thin lines, gradually weaving into a deep blue lightning net in front of Chu Feng. The attack coverage of the lightning net is wide. and it has a paralyzing control effect. Once the lightning net hits Wang Xingyu and controls him, Chu Feng will be able to use the Great Thunder technique to give Wang Xingyu the final blow and determine the outcome. A lightning net nearly 10 meters wide quickly took shape. The lightning net is extremely wide, enough to cover a 3-story building. However, after Wang Xingyu fully activated his innate gigantamax ability, his size expanded to nearly 20 meters. Like a giant, the size alone makes people feel uneasy. Wang Xingyu's vital parts were covered with scales, making this giant look majestic. The students who were watching the game outside the playground saw Wang Xingyu's appearance. I couldn't help but sigh. A 4th-level warrior actually allowed the captain to use his full strength. After Wang Xingyu's body grew bigger, not only did his strength increase 9-fold, but his defense and other stats also increased several times. The most important thing is that after dynamaxing, some half-meter deep wounds are just a tickle to Wang Xingyu. Even if Chu Feng were to use the same attack just now, if he couldn't hit the vital point, it would be impossible for him to pose any effective threat to Wang Xingyu. Not only is his vitality strong, his fighting ability is also extremely strong. This is why he can firmly hold the position of captain. I wonder how many moves Chu Feng can withstand. No matter how many moves he can hold out, being able to push the captain to this point is enough to keep Chu Feng out for a long time. On site, almost no one is optimistic about Chu Feng. Even Wei Shouhan, who recognized Chu Feng's attacking power, didn't think Chu Feng had any chance of winning. Wang Xingyu's strength is indeed ridiculously strong. Chu Feng's attack, which could threaten a 9th-order expert, was indeed powerful, but Wang Xingyu could dodge it, and had already successfully dodged it once. Whether it can hit is a question. Even if it hit, the damage caused would definitely not be enough to kill Wang Xingyu instantly. In Wang Xingyu's current state, his vitality is definitely greater than that of most 9th-level warriors. It is too difficult to defeat Wang Xingyu with just the attack just now. Chapter 88 Divine Power. On the playground. After Wang Xingyu completed his transformation, the next moment, he swung his huge fist towards Chu Feng's head without hesitation. The clenched fist is like a small hill. The strong wind alone made the trees outside the playground track whistle. Very powerful. Seeing this, Chu Feng did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly covered the area with the lightning net in front of him. The moment the lightning net touched Wang Xingyu's fist, there was a hissing sound, and the lightning net burned the flesh and penetrated into the blood, bringing thunder that is enough to paralyze most warriors. However, this thunder, to Wang Xingyu, who is 18 meters tall, it is no different from scraping. His huge size gave him an unparalleled blood volume advantage. Even if the entire right fist is paralyzed, he could also rely on inertia or the enormous strength in his body to forcefully throw this punch. And the power remains unchanged. Seeing this situation, Chu Feng did not hesitate to mobilize the last wave of spiritual power in his body. The lightning once again transformed into a deep blue python, rushed towards Wang Xingyu. Boom! The huge sound echoed throughout the playground. A bloody hole deep enough to see the bone was punched out in Wang Xingyu's right fist, and his flesh and blood were splattered everywhere by the thunder technique. Even across the playground, there was a small rain of blood. However, although the wound was 1 meter deep, it was only a minor injury for Wang Xingyu, who was 18 meters tall. Just like a person who was 1.8 meters tall. A 10-centimeter wound was left on the hand. Although it is serious, it is far from fatal, especially for a warrior with extraordinary powers. Wang Xingyu's right fist was almost broken. His left fist did not give Chu Feng any chance to breathe. Town! Wang Xingyu shouted loudly. The terrifying pressure then descended upon Chu Feng, even pressing his feet into the grass of the playground. As if there were a pair of invisible hands, Chu Feng was pinned down, and what awaited him was the severe judgment of Wang Xingyu's left fist. The classmates around saw this scene. I couldn't help but sigh. Oh, I'm going to lose. That's pretty good. Being able to disable the captain's right fist shows that Chu Feng is powerful enough to punch like Wang Xingyu. Indeed, in terms of the record, Chu Feng has enough to be proud of. It's not easy. I heard Chu Feng is only a freshman, but he can fight Wang Xingyu to this extent. The future is promising. In the team, when Tianhai saw that Chu Feng was about to be defeated by Wang Xingyu, he felt a lot of emotions in his heart. This situation seems familiar. Remember, a month ago, he also defeated Chu Feng with one move. As a result, a month later, he couldn't even touch Chu Feng's hair. The gap was so big that it made him despair. In Tian Hai's view, even if Wang Xingyu wins, he can only win this once. He won in terms of time, having practiced for several years longer than Chu Feng. It won't be long. He will definitely be left far behind by Chu Feng. Tian Hai has seen many geniuses over the years, but even a genius with extremely strong combat ability like Wang Xingyu cannot reach the threshold of Chu Feng's talent. The gap between people. It's really too big. In front of the team, Wei Shuhan stared at the playground closely. Once Chu Feng had no strength to resist, she would immediately come to his rescue. Now let us see. Chu Feng's eyes were full of determination. It was obvious that there were other means and his rescue was not necessary. But Wang Xingyu took on all the thunder that could harm a 9th-level warrior. What other means can Chu Feng use to fight against Wang Xingyu, who is so powerful? Wei Shuhan doesn't think so. Chu Feng still has other chances of winning. At this moment, buzz! A cry suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The entire playground seemed to have stopped in time, and no one could move. But he was conscious. At this time, Chu Feng. Talent Gigantamax. The power of all talents will be increased to 6 times the original power based on the existing ones. SSS level talent, Divine Intervention. A sacred light descended upon Chu Feng's body. Then, 6 pairs of snow-white wings spread out behind him, carrying him off the ground. Archangel Michael. Chu Feng temporarily borrowed Michael's divine power, and this divine power was amplified countless times by Chu Feng's innate giant power. When the supreme divine power descends, it froze everyone present in place, including Wei Shuhan, a teacher whose cultivation level is as high as the 9th level. Everyone could only watch helplessly. Chu Feng summoned a golden holy sword out of thin air, and then the scorching light shone on Wang Xingyu's 18-meter body. The light carries terrifying divine power, enough to easily kill a 9th-level warrior. But Chu Feng used the healing power of light. He healed all of Wang Xingyu's injuries, then dispersed his divine power and returned to the playground. A full quarter of an hour. After Wang Xingyu realized that he could move, he stopped the enlargement of his body. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I lost. Just now. If Chu Feng can heal his injuries, he can defeat him. When Chu Feng used that power, he had no room to resist at all. A majestic and noble power. Wang Xingyu no longer had any desire to resist. Chu Feng's fighting ability was really a bit too exaggerated, especially the move where 6 pairs of wings grew out of his back, which made him despair. Around. The students watching were all dumbfounded. They never expected that Chu Feng actually possessed such abnormal power. When that power comes, all these people were immobilized and felt the strength of the power that Chu Feng possessed. It is simply beyond human power to resist. It wasn't just Wang Xingyu who was unable to resist Chu Feng's power. All the students present saw it. Even Teacher Lian was frozen in place by Chu Feng just now. Teacher Wei Shuhan is a genuine 9th-level warrior. They are the most powerful group of warriors in the entire Dragon Country. Wei Shuhan took a deep breath when he felt that he was able to move. Too strong. Chu Feng, this kid. Is he really a 4th-level warrior? Just a moment ago, she almost thought that a 10th-level ferocious beast had arrived. That kind of irresistible power even exceeds the upper limit of what a 9th-level warrior can control, right? Wei Shuhan still found a way to break free from Chu Feng's control over him. Only doing so would likely hurt Chu Feng, so she didn't resist forcefully. After feeling that kind of power, Wei Shuhan still felt a lingering fear. Key. Chu Feng's martial arts realm is only at the 4th level. At this moment, Wei Shuhan. I have some doubts in my mind. Why can Chu Feng comprehend such a powerful power? What is his origin? Wei Shuhan recalled that when he first met Chu Feng, when Chu Feng was still a 2nd-level warrior, he suddenly felt as if he was in another world. 1 month's time. Can a warrior really make such great progress? Or is it that Chu Feng is really strong, but he just hasn't shown it yet? Wei Shuhan remembered the legend of the reincarnation of immortals that he had read before. Immortals are an extremely powerful type of human. After reincarnation, one retains the memory of the previous life. Relying on memory, he is naturally proficient in alchemy and martial arts, and defeating opponents of higher levels is as easy as eating and drinking water. And Chu Feng, the strength and potential he showed. It really looks like an immortal. Wei Shuhan took a deep breath, walked into the playground, and prepared to let Chu Feng be the captain. By the way, what kind of method was used just now to crush Wang Xingyu and make him feel a little nervous? Chapter 89 Competition Rules. The neat playground is now somewhat unrecognizable. The huge pit blasted by Chu Feng and the huge footprints left by Wang Xingyu after he became Gigantamax made the playground look very messy. Wei Shuhan came to Chu Feng. First, he checked Wang Xingyu's injuries and found that the wound on his right fist caused by Chu Feng had completely disappeared. You know, that was an injury serious enough to harm a 9th-level warrior. Although it was not fatal, it was impossible to completely cure such a serious injury with a backhand, which was something that ordinary means could not achieve. Even if she came by herself. If you want to heal wounds, you must use elixirs. Chu Feng, who only has the 4th-level cultivation, can heal wounds that would give 9th-level warriors a headache with his martial arts. Wei Shuhan had never seen this kind of martial arts before. She only knew some warriors awaken talents that can help others heal, but as for martial arts, is this Chu Feng's talent? That's impossible. First of all, a warrior can only awaken one talent before reaching the 7th level. There is no reason for Chu Feng to have 2 talents. And if it was a talent, then its power would be a bit outrageous. The power of that move just now was definitely not something that an S-level talent could achieve. Because if it was an S-level talent, there was no reason for Chu Feng to crush Wang Xingyu, who also had an S-level Dynamax. It should be some powerful martial arts. Even some magical powers with infinite power. After Wei Shuhan confirmed that Wang Xingyu was not injured, he came to Chu Feng and asked, "What was the name of that move just now?" "It's a metaphor for the divine presence," Chu Feng said honestly. "This is also an SSS level talent, and has been amplified by the talent maximization. The power can reach that level. It is really powerful to use. But it is not very stable, because it is unknown which god's power this talent will borrow. Wang Xingyu's injury can be cured this time, but it may not be the case next time." After hearing this, Wei Shuhan nodded. "It's amazing. It makes me feel a completely different kind of power. It should be Chu Feng's opportunity, or some powerful inheritance." While thinking, Wei Shuhan announced, "Chu Feng defeated Wang Xingyu. From today on, he will be the captain of our Baichao team, and Wang Xingyu will serve as the vice-captain, assisting Chu Feng." Baichao team is the name of the team that Baichao University participates in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition. The 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition will begin tomorrow. Changing the captain temporarily is actually not conducive to the team's cohesion. Therefore, Wei Shuhan also arranged Wang Xingyu as the deputy captain, responsible for giving advice and helping Chu Feng control the team. Her voice fell. No one in the audience raised any objection, including the second-best Wang Xingyu. At this moment, Wang Xingyu was still reviewing the battle just now in his mind. But no matter how you review it, Chu Feng's mysterious and powerful power always makes him feel deeply powerless. This feeling? It was Wang Xingyu who realized that he had never awakened to the S-level Gigantamax. Gigantamaxing gave him unparalleled strength, allowing him to always possess combat power far beyond his peers. Now, after being crushed by Chu Feng with even more brutal force, he was really hit hard. He stood there, speechless for a long time. The classmates around also gathered around at this moment. They are very aware of Wang Xingyu's fighting ability. His strong body is enough to make most warriors despair. This is also the reason why Wang Xingyu can become the captain. No one would question Wang Xingyu's strength, because those who question it will feel the horror of Wang Xingyu's power. Now, Chu Feng defeated Wang Xingyu head-on in a head-on confrontation. He also defeated Wang Xingyu, who was at the 4th level 9, with the strength of the 4th level 1. From this we can see that Chu Feng's talent and strength are so abnormal that no one has any objection to making him the captain. In the team, Tianhai looked at Chu Feng with complicated eyes. He originally thought that Chu Feng was just a newcomer who had just been admitted to university, but he didn't expect that he would be an extremely powerful dark horse. His progress was astonishingly fast. In just 1 month, he not only surpassed himself, but also surpassed all the senior students present. Tianhai was most deeply touched. At the same time, he was in the most desperate mood. Xu Feng made such rapid progress in just 1 month. How could a so-called genius like him feel? Besides, Ji Hong, who had previously clamored to challenge Xu Feng, has now completely given up on winning. I just feel lucky. I actually had the opportunity to fight with a gifted kid like Xu Feng. Although I didn't last a single round, at least we became friends after a fight. Okay, since everyone has no objections, let me explain the rules for tomorrow's 100 schools martial arts competition. Wei Shuhan said. The rules of the competition are actually pretty much the same for each session. The introduction here is mainly to take care of Xu Feng, who just arrived. The 100 schools martial arts competition consists of 3 major competitions: the qualifying round, the team competition, and the challenge round. The ranking match is a one-on-one battle. Whoever's warrior wins will be the first. One-on-one matches are not limited to schools. If they fight to the end and are all students from the same school in the finals, then the first place position is unquestionable. Unless there are special circumstances, the organizers will separate the contestants from the same school. The qualifying round is more of a test of personal strength, and of course there is also an element of luck. If you meet a top player, there is a high probability that they will be eliminated in the first round. The team competition is held in a designated area. Hundreds of schools form teams, and the strongest of them all is a fierce beast. The strength of the ferocious beasts is at least level 7. A single school team is unlikely to be defeated. Even if I can defeat you, the other teams nearby could not remain indifferent. They would either interfere or take action to seize the results. Team competitions test the team's tactical and coordination abilities. Some teams, if they work together, really have a chance to defeat the 7th level beast. There are also some teams, when combined, they are not even as good as some 5th level ferocious beasts. Xu Feng has just become the captain, so his coordination ability is definitely not good, but that doesn't mean that Baichao University has no chance. With Xu Feng's strength, he can act as a sharp knife and carry out operations alone. As long as we don't meet the top few strong teams, Wei Shuhan feels that there is a high probability that nothing will happen to Xu Feng. Even if he encounters them, Xu Feng should be able to escape or even kill a few of them. Xu Feng's personal combat ability should have reached its peak. Even Wang Xingyu is no match for Xu Feng. There are probably not many people from other schools who can beat Xu Feng. The final challenge is to continuously challenge high-level beasts. Whoever kills a higher-level beast will get more points. The challenge competition is a competition that completely tests personal ability. As long as you are strong enough, you can get the first place. Unlike qualifying, there is also an element of luck. If Xu Feng had taken on several opponents of Wang Xingyu's strength in a row, he would have consumed a lot of his physical strength. If you are unlucky, it will be very difficult to win the championship at the end of qualifying. Chapter 90, the night before the game. In addition to the rules of the game, Xu Feng also got to know his teammates. There are 7 official contestants and 13 substitutes, a total of 20 people. Xu Feng couldn't recognize all of these people at once. Therefore, when the team is fighting, it still depends on Wang Xingyu's command. This is nothing. After all, only one competition requires teammates, and the others are individual battles. If it is a single-player battle, Xu Feng has a great chance of winning. Xu Feng spent the following time understanding the rules. The competition venue is at the Shenzhou University next door. We'll gather here again tomorrow. Then we set off together. It's getting dark. Xu Feng said goodbye to everyone and prepared to go back to the dormitory to rest. Only then did he realize that he had exhausted so much energy that his legs felt weak after walking a few steps. The cost of SSS level talent is a bit high. The power is very strong indeed. But unless it is a critical moment, it is best not to use it casually, otherwise it will easily affect subsequent games. While Xu Feng was thinking, he went to the cafeteria to have dinner. Back to the dormitory. Use some healing pills to restore your physical strength. At the same time, he opened the Wanjie Mall and prepared to use the mid-grade spirit stones he had just obtained to buy some skills to replenish his combat power. Plus the 20 medium-grade spirit stones given by teacher Wei Shuhan. Xu Feng now has 22 spirit stones, among which he has used a lot of 1 medium-grade spirit stone, so it can be said that there are 21.5 in total. In the Wanjie Mall, the first thing Xu Feng saw was the complete version of the 3000 Thunders inheritance. A total of 10 medium-grade spirit stones are required. take it without hesitation. As the mid-grade spirit stone in his hand disappeared, a flood of powerful memories flooded into Chu Feng's mind. All the various uses of 3,000 thunders are also revealed. After Chu Feng sorted out some memories, so he prepared to try the power of this move. He opened the window, looked at the dark sky of the magic city, and prepared to try out the power of the full version of 3,000 thunders. Shenzhou University. Inside a training room. As a substitute player, Jiang Hao is training all night long in order to achieve a good result in this 100 schools martial arts competition. Substitute players cannot participate in team competitions. But you can participate in qualifying and challenge competitions, and if your results are good enough, you can win first place. You also have a chance to get a share of the 3 major rewards of the 100 schools martial arts competition. I wonder how Chu Feng is doing. Jiang Hao came to the window, looked at the sky full of dark clouds, and muttered to himself, recalling Chu Feng's outstanding performance in the 4-school league. It's not impossible to say that you don't want to surpass him. Nowadays, he obtained the powerful purple sky divine thunder, which was equivalent to an additional S-level talent. In terms of talent, it should be enough to be on par with Chu Feng. After absorbing the purple sky divine thunder, Jiang Hao's cultivation level also soared to the 3rd level, 6th level, which is far beyond the warriors of the same age. You know, most of the freshmen who entered school with him are now polishing themselves at the 9th level of the 2nd stage. In order to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd stage, they are trying their best. And myself. He easily broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage. When Chu Feng sees his own progress, he will be so surprised that he will be speechless, right? Jiang Hao thought secretly. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. In my mind, Dan Lao's voice slowly sounded. Xiaohaozi, don't let up. You need to completely master the lightning flash. Once you learn this move and combine it with the purple sky divine thunder, even some 5th level warriors won't be able to catch up with you. If you're fast enough, you can attack and defend, and you'll definitely achieve excellent results in this 100 schools martial arts competition. After hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded slightly. He pushed open the window, and purple lightning jumped on his body, then turned into a purple lightning, crossing the entire playground. It was so fast that it circled the track several times in the blink of an eye. Then along the wall. Returned to his own training room. The purple thunder figure caused shock in the audience. Oh my god, that boss is practicing martial arts overnight? It was so fast that I didn't even get a clear look at his face. He must have a very strong lightning talent. He's probably one of the best geniuses in our school. Ji Xian, the captain of the Shenzhou team, was also on the playground at the moment. He watched silently at the speed Jiang Hao had just displayed and admired it in his heart. Very strong. Even though he was a senior, Jiang Hao's speed was still at the upper level. The key point is that Jiang Hao is only a freshman now. He has such strength as a freshman. How strong will he be in the next 100 schools martial arts competition when he is a junior? The school takes this into consideration. Jiang Hao was made an exception and became a substitute player to witness the grand occasion of the martial arts competition among 100 schools. It will also lay the foundation for the next championship. Except Ji Xian. There was also Fang Yu, the special teacher who brought Jiang Hao back. He was also at a window in the teaching building and saw Jiang Hao's performance just now. Fang Yu originally thought that he had just picked up a little genius. Unexpectedly, the talent displayed by Jiang Hao far exceeded his imagination. As soon as he entered college, he subdued the powerful purple sky divine thunder, which was equivalent to an additional S-level talent. Besides, his cultivation level also soared like a rocket to the 3rd level, 6th level. It's only been a month, right? Wait until junior year. How strong is this kid Jiang Hao? Even Chu Feng, who was missed before, should now be left far behind by Jiang Hao. After all, no matter how strong Chu Feng was, he only had one S-level talent. As for Jiang Hao, the purple sky divine thunder is comparable to an S-level talent, plus he has an A-level talent. In terms of overall combat effectiveness, he is definitely far superior to Chu Feng. How unpredictable things are. Fang Yu couldn't help but sigh. At first I thought I was picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, but now it seems that I was picking up watermelons and losing sesame seeds. God truly protects Shenzhou University. Because Jiang Hao. Fang Yu also became the team leader of the Shenzhou team, responsible for helping Fang Hao familiarize himself with the competition. The treatment of the team leader teacher is much better than that of the special recruitment teacher. Fang Yu had to say. Jiang Hao is truly his lucky star. At this moment, a blue flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the dark night sky. The speed of lightning is extremely fast. Even if you look at it from a distance, you can feel the unmatched momentum. In particular, the lightning accelerated in the second half, its speed visibly increased several times, and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. You know, that's the sky, not the playground. The farther from the ground. This means that the more terrifying the distance the lightning travels, the more abnormal its speed will be. It's Chu Feng. He used the full version of 3000 Thunders to test the full speed of this move. The speed was very fast and he was very satisfied. Shenzhou University. Fang Yu looked at the sky. He couldn't help but compare the lightning with the speed Jiang Hao had just displayed. Finally, the conclusion is drawn. There is no comparison. The speed just now, especially the acceleration in the second half, should be a level that can only be achieved by a warrior who has just entered the 9th level. It's not something a martial arts novice like Jiang Hao can commit fraud against. Even if Jiang Hao's speed was increased tenfold, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb his exhaust gas. No way. You can tell at a glance that the gap in realm is huge. Of course, there is no need for comparison. In the future, when Jiang Hao's realm is higher, he will naturally be able to reach that level. It's nothing rare. On the playground, Ji Xian, the captain of the Shenzhou team, looked at the sky and exclaimed in admiration. So fast. I hope he is not my opponent. Otherwise, Shenzhou University would have had a tough battle in this 100 schools martial arts competition. But most likely it won't be. With such a fast speed, even a 6th level warrior would be unable to catch up. According to the information of other schools, the most they can do is become a 4th level warrior. Even if there are those who have hidden cultivation, at most they can only reach the 5th level, and a 5th level warrior can hardly reach this speed. You can tell at a glance. This can't be my opponent. The game is approaching, so there's no need to be too nervous. In the practice room, Jiang Hao stared at the track left by the lightning in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Dan Lao, how long will it take me to reach the speed I just reached? Quick. Too fast. If only my lightning flash could be that fast. Isn't the 100 schools martial arts competition a piece of cake? Mergui looked at the sky. I always feel that there is a familiar aura, but I can't tell who it is. Too far away. He also didn't feel real. After a moment's silence, Dan Lao spoke slowly. It won't be long, maybe 5 or 6 years, it will be quick. Chapter 91 Mahayana Dimension Secret Realm. 5 or 6 years is not particularly long for a warrior. Some high-level warriors, they may be stuck in a realm for more than 10 years, or even unable to break through for their entire lives. If Jiang Hao wants to reach the level of the warrior just now, he probably needs to be at least level 7. It's really fast to break through the 7th level in 5 or 6 years. After hearing this, Jiang Hao curled his lips. He also knew how big the gap was between himself and that warrior. Like a frog in a well looking at the moon. It is like an ant seeing the blue sky, it can only look up but cannot compare. Prepare well for tomorrow's 100 schools martial arts competition. Even though you're a substitute, you still have a chance to win a place. Dan Lao said in Jiang Hao's head. Just take a look at it. Working hard to practice is the right way. Night. Baichao University. After wandering around in the sky, Chu Feng was a little out of breath. It must be said that the consumption of the SSS level Divine Presence was really great. My physical strength has not recovered yet. As a result, it is impossible to exert its full speed, probably only half of its peak speed. The price of Goddess Presence is indeed a bit high. Chu Feng pondered silently. Then he sat cross-legged in the bedroom, digesting all the inherited memories of 3000 Thunders. The memory of 3000 Thunders is very vast. Even if it's all in his mind, he still needs to sort out all these memories. Time flies by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was past 12 o'clock. Chu Feng's Wanjie Mall was also refreshed. Daily Special, Mahayana Dimension Secret Realm leads to a world inhabited by Mahayana cultivators, contains a teleportation bracelet, and allows for teleportation. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only one left. Mahayana period? Or a secret dimension? Xu Feng bought it without hesitation. No matter what was refreshed in the special sale area, he would buy it all. After all, it only cost 9.9 yuan, which was really cheap. It's no different from giving it away for free. As Xu Feng bought the Mahayana Dimensional Secret Realm, a light gray bracelet appeared on his right hand. At the same time, another message came into his mind. Just a slight movement of the mind. You can use this bracelet to enter the secret realm of the Mahayana dimension. Explore the vast resources within. But Xu Feng didn't do that. Because the secret realm of the Mahayana dimension seems very intimidating. There are Mahayana cultivators in it, and probably also the path to the Mahayana stage, as well as the resources needed for cultivation. But with Xu Feng's current strength, how can he obtain the resources of the Mahayana period? It is impossible for a Mahayana cultivator to give you his resources for nothing. Even if there are spirit stone mines or something, as long as there are people, they will most likely be occupied. However, the realm of Qi refining is divided into Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spiritualization, return to void, fusion, overcoming disaster, Mahayana. There are 9 in total. And Mahayana is the top existence in the world of immortal cultivation. What if it's dangerous inside? If I, a mere cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, rashly enter, wouldn't that be giving myself away? If you encounter any unexpected situation, you may not be able to fight back. Unless it is a world with only spirit stones, or an extremely safe place without ferocious beasts and other creatures, it is not safe. Of course, the most important thing is, we must first find out the situation inside the secret realm. So, Xu Feng didn't go in for the time being. But the resources inside cannot be left unused. We have to find a safe way to go in and explore, or at least understand whether the secret realm is safe. After thinking about it, Xu Feng opened the Wanjie Mall. I still have 10.5 medium-grade spirit stones in my hand. I will see if I can buy some equipment or skills to ensure my safety, and then try to go in and explore. I browsed around in the Wanjie Mall for quite a while. Soon, he saw several satisfactory exercises. Soul-splitting technique, split your soul, creating an avatar. This avatar possesses only the power of the soul and can assist in reconnaissance or use soul attacks. Price, 8 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones, transforms into 3 avatars, Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing. Each avatar has its own unique effects. Price, 113 medium-grade spirit stones. Xu Feng looked at the 2 martial arts books he had chosen. The soul-splitting technique can create clones, but the clones don't have any special effects, and their reconnaissance capabilities are probably not very strong. But the advantage is that it is cheap. It only costs 8 medium-grade spirit stones, which I can fully afford. Another saying about the 3 pure ones. Looks good. The 3 clones have their own abilities, and the more clones there are, the greater the things they can accomplish. But it's too expensive. Xu Feng bought the soul-splitting technique without any hesitation. 8 mid-grade spirit stones disappeared. What followed was a jade tube emitting a green luster in his hand. By inserting the power of the soul into it, he could understand the information inside. Xu Feng took a quick look. I found that this technique was extremely complicated. After all, it involved the cultivation of the soul, and if you were not careful you would become an idiot. So you must be extremely careful. He stayed awake all night and was completely immersed in cultivation. The next morning, Xu Feng slowly put away the jade tube, left the dormitory, and went to the gathering to prepare to participate in today's martial arts competition of 100 schools. I have to say, the practice of soul-splitting technique is still very difficult. Generally, it needs to be used together with some soul-repairing pills or spiritual herbs to achieve the best effect. Only, Xu Feng no longer has any spirit stones left, and the remaining 2.5 spirit stones need to be kept for cultivation. Therefore, the speed of cultivation will be a little slow. But with Xu Feng's talent, it won't take long for him to cultivate another soul of his own. Probably 2 or 3 days. Very quickly. Thinking about. Xu Feng left the dormitory, had breakfast, and came to the playground. At this time, many students had already lined up, and when they saw Xu Feng, they all shouted, "Good morning, Captain!" Including Wang Xingyu, the deputy captain. It was the first time that Wang Xingyu was defeated by someone of the same age. Although the loss was inevitable, he still felt a little uncomfortable. I just weakly followed the classmates around me and said hello to the captain. Chu Feng responded with a smile. Then he stood at the front of the team and took charge of leading the team. As the students arrived one after another, Wei Shuhan also came to the playground and took his class to Shenzhou University to prepare for participating in today's martial arts competition of 100 schools. A group of people left the school. We boarded the bus that had been prepared long ago and arrived at the gate of Shenzhou University, which is also in Shanghai. Get off! Wei Shuhan led a few people to the competition venue with ease. It is a stadium that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The space inside is extremely spacious, and the first qualifying match will be held here. While walking in Shenzhou University, a voice suddenly came. Chu Feng? Turning around, I saw Jiang Hao, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. After all, they were from the same school, so Chu Feng greeted Jiang Hao with a smile. Haven't seen you for a long time. After hearing this, Jiang Hao scratched his head and puffed out his chest. He replied with a hint of pride. It's not too long, just a month. Then, Jiang Hao's third level, 6th order aura completely erupted and was fully displayed in front of Chu Feng. I'm going to show off myself and let Chu Feng know how much I've grown in this month. Chu Feng was a little surprised by Jiang Hao's cultivation. Very good. His martial arts skills of the 3rd level, 6th level, almost caught up with himself. Seeing that Jiang Hao was somewhat proud, Chu Feng was ready to let him see his own cultivation level. At this moment, Wei Shuhan's voice came over. Hurry up and follow me, Chu Feng, you are the captain. Chapter 92 Matching Opponents. When Chu Feng heard Wei Shuhan's voice, he stopped chatting with Jiang Hao. I am too lazy to show my cultivation. Because the game matters. He waved goodbye and followed the group. Jiang Hao saw this. Especially after seeing the surprise in Chu Feng's eyes, his emotions were high. Chu Feng will definitely be even more surprised when he sees me as a contestant. When old Dan saw Jiang Hao's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. Chu Feng did not hide his cultivation level. With his own soul, he easily knew that Chu Feng was already a 4th order, 1st level warrior, but Jiang Hao just didn't notice it. It's a month for everyone. Chu Feng's cultivation level has broken through to the 4th level, which means that Chu Feng also has great opportunities. Just now, someone seemed to call Captain Chu Feng? Merkel added. Why does he feel that Chu Feng's captain seems to be the captain of the Baichao team? What's wrong with being the captain? Just because he leads a tour group, he can be called the captain. Jiang Hao also heard it. But I didn't take it to heart. Because Chu Feng had just been in college for a month, how could he become the captain of the Baichao team? You know, even if he obtained the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, he would only be a substitute player of the Shenzhou team. My cultivation level is similar to Chu Feng's. How powerful can he be in just 1 month? Can it be more powerful than my own Purple Sky Divine Thunder? The Purple Sky Divine Thunder is something comparable to S-level talent, and S-level talent is the most top-level talent in the world. That's it, I still can't become a formal player. That Chu Feng. Naturally, there is no reason for him to become a regular player of Baichao University, let alone the captain. Currently, the premise of all this is Jiang Hao was confident that he had far surpassed Chu Feng. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder that he will display in the competition later will surely shock Chu Feng to the point of being unable to close his mouth. In Jiang Hao's mind. Seeing Jiang Hao standing there grinning foolishly, Dan Lao couldn't help but remind him. Chu Feng's cultivation has reached the 4th level, the 1st stage. He is likely to have participated in this 100 schools martial arts competition. The 100 schools martial arts competition is extremely important to each university. Chu Feng was able to cultivate to the 1st level of the 4th stage in just 1 month, which shows that he has a strong talent. No matter what, Baichao University will definitely let Chu Feng participate in this competition. Even if Chu Feng was beaten up. 2 years later. When Chu Feng's strength grows, he will definitely bring good results to Baichao University. When Jiang Hao heard Dan Lao say that Chu Feng had reached the 4th level, 1st stage of cultivation, his eyes widened instantly. No, Mr. Dan, don't tease me. He worked very hard to subdue the Purple Sky Divine Thunder and finally broke through to the 3rd stage, 6th level. He has always been far ahead of others and has no rivals in terms of talent. Finally, you say? Chu Feng is at the 4th level, 1st level? Is that a joke? Who can cultivate so fast? Cheating is just like that. Why would I lie to you? Chu Feng is definitely here to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition. You'll know then, won't you? Speaking of this, Jiang Hao finally believed what Dan Lao said. He swallowed hard and forced an explanation. Level 4, level 1 doesn't seem that powerful. Don't forget the lightning flash I just learned. The speed of lightning is extremely fast. If Chu Feng can't keep up with his speed, then even if his martial arts skills are a little weak, he can still use his speed to outsmart Chu Feng and beat him. Upon hearing this, Dan Lao fell silent. That's the truth. Only, I always feel that I have seen Chu Feng somewhere before, and the aura on him seems familiar. Moreover, Chu Feng's aura and the confidence he exuded in his every move made Dan Lao instinctively feel that he was difficult to deal with. Jiang Hao? What are you daydreaming about? The qualifying match is about to start. Come with me to see who you're matched with. The voice of Fang Yu, the leader of the Shenzhou team, came. More than 100 schools participated. There are at least thousands of contestants. The qualifying round is a one-on-one battle, so time is tight. The opening ceremony is quickly skipped and the game goes straight to the point. Match, then fight. When Jiang Hao heard Fang Yu's words, he suddenly remembered. If Chu Feng is a contestant, Fang Yu, as the team leader, cannot possibly not know about it. Teacher Feng, is Chu Feng also on the Baichao University team? He wanted to confirm what Chu Feng's cultivation level was. No way. Chu Feng is too strong, and the key is that he is in the same class as himself. The sense of oppression he brings to him is unparalleled. What Jiang Hao wanted was to surpass Chu Feng. At least better than Chu Feng in some aspects. Otherwise, being crushed from head to toe in all directions really made him feel suffocated. I am a man with a golden finger. With such strong support from Elder Dan, there is no reason why he cannot beat Chu Feng. Chu Feng? Fang Yu still had an impression of this. After all, he was the one who wanted to recruit this genius, but failed. So I still have a very deep memory of the name Chu Feng. Chu Feng is indeed a contestant from Baichao University, and a formal contestant at that. What? When Jiang Hao heard the words official contestant, his head started buzzing. Unexpectedly, all his hard work would result in him being just a substitute player for Shenzhou University. And Chu Feng? It's not that he can become a formal player. He really has the cultivation level of the first level of the 4th stage. Not only is his realm high, but his combat power may also be stronger than mine. So special. What on earth did Chu Feng eat to grow up? Can he still let people have fun? But, seeing Jiang Hao's unwilling look, Fang Yu knew that Fang Hao wanted to compete with Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng is bound to disappoint Jiang Hao. Chu Feng's cultivation level is only at the 2nd level, 3rd level. This is the data submitted by Baichao University himself. He can't be your opponent. He is just a bystander. Don't worry. When Baichao University submitted the player's data, Chu Feng had not yet returned to school. So I filled in a 2nd level, 3rd level cultivation level. But this is just data on paper. You can fill in whatever level you want. Won't the real thing be revealed in the competition? Therefore, most schools will not falsify the cultivation level. No need. Fang Yu also knew this. It can be basically confirmed that Chu Feng's cultivation level is definitely not that high. So he patted Jiang Hao's shoulder confidently. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is terrifying. Chu Feng was indeed powerful before, but now he has been left far behind by you. Fang Yu's words. Jiang Hao completely let down his guard. Thinking back to what Elder Dan had told him, Chu Feng was already a 4th order, 1st level warrior. He couldn't help but complain about Dan Lao in his heart. You old fool, do you think it's fun to deceive me? When Dan Lao heard Jiang Hao's complaints, he just sighed silently. Never mind. Once the battle begins, it be clear who is strong and who is weak. There's no need to argue. Alright, hurry up and go. If it's your turn and you're not here, you'll be declared the loser. Fang Yu said this and took Jiang Hao to the gymnasium to prepare for the first round of qualifying. Chapter 93. Whose freshman is this? The spacious gymnasium was packed with countless athletes and various universities participating in the competition. There is a huge screen above the stadium. Everyone is being matched with opponents at this moment. Chu Feng followed Wei Shohan to Baichao University's exclusive viewing seats and sat down. This is the treatment offered by the previous universities. The judges behind Chu Feng were the presidents of several universities, including Su Jiqiang, the president of Baichao University. But among them is an acquaintance named Zhang Chen. He is the captain of the Sky Regiment. I didn't expect to meet him here. Zhang Chen also keenly noticed Chu Feng's gaze and turned to look over. After seeing that it was Chu Feng, I was a little surprised. This guy is actually a college student? Come to think of it, it makes sense. With such strong attack power, it definitely couldn't have come from nowhere. But with Chu Feng's attack power, is it really true that no one will be killed? Recalling the destruction that Chu Feng had caused on the top floor of the Zhangqiang Hall, Zhang Chen still felt a little frightened. At this time, a middle-aged man next to Zhang Chen looked over. Brother Jiang, I wonder if you've taken a fancy to that Kalinzi from Shenzhou University? I can introduce him to you. The man's name is Xiang Jin, and he is the president of Shenzhou University. In the tone, he was very polite to Zhang Chen. After all, he was the top expert in exploring the secret realm of the dimension. What if we discover something good, such as the secret to breaking through the 9th level? Or perhaps it could be a magical resource that could allow humans to raise the upper limit of their combat power. Build a good relationship with Zhang Chen. At that time, I might have the opportunity to explore some new realms of martial arts. This is also the reason why he recommended his students to Zhang Chen. Close the distance. Xiang Jin also knew that Zhang Chen's Sky Battle Group needed to absorb fresh blood, which was why they came to watch the 100 Schools martial arts competition. Recommending his own students is entirely his job as a principal. And Xiang Jin also has absolute confidence in his students. Shenzhou University is the strongest university in Longhua. The most talented student in the university must be the most outstanding genius in the entire Dragon Country. There is no reason for Zhang Chen to look down on him. Zhang Chen heard Xiang Jin's recommendation. Didn't show much interest. Instead, he looked at Su Jiqiang, the president of Baichao University, who was sitting next to him. Principal Su, what plans does your school have for Chu Feng after graduation? Zhang Chen had already set his eyes on Chu Feng. Now that I have a reason, I can just ask Chu Feng to come over. Su Jiqiang looked puzzled when he heard this. Chu Feng knew. Isn't he just a freshman? How come you graduated directly? I don't have any plans for now, but Chu Feng is just a freshman and there are still 4 years until graduation. Su Jiqiang explained. If we really want to make any arrangements, we'll have to wait 2 or 3 years. Freshman? Zhang Chen's eyes whitened immediately. Are you talking about Chu Feng's freshman year? Is he this perverted in his freshman year? Did you know that I almost killed a 9th level warrior? And if Chu Feng was a freshman, that would mean he had only been practicing for a year, because his talent was awakened in his senior year of high school, so he probably only had 1 year to practice until now. So, he reached the 4th stage, 1st level of cultivation in just 1 year? Isn't this freshman from your Baichao University a bit perverted? On the side, Xiang Jin felt a little unhappy when he saw the shock in Zhang Chen's eyes. You don't even look down on the genius in your own family, and yet you care about a freshman? What can freshman year explain? Xiang Jin has seen many talented warriors, many of whom have been stuck in one realm for several years without making any progress. It really depends on the warrior's talent. You have to be in your junior or senior year to see it. In addition to talent, a warrior's combat effectiveness is also very important. If he has talent but poor combat effectiveness, it will not be of much use. Baichao University is a university specializing in the study of alchemy. What kind of fighting power can a freshman have? Xiang Jin wanted to ask Chu Feng what was going on, but then he keenly caught the sound of the radio. Chu Feng from Baichao University versus Yi Fenchen from Shenzhou University. Contestants, please prepare. Spectator seats. Chu Feng couldn't help scratching his head when he heard his name. Is it my turn so soon? And it was Yi Fenchen from Shenzhou University. He had some knowledge of this person and he was quite powerful, with the combat capability of the 4th level and 9th level. He also possesses a powerful weapon called Earth Fire, which makes him very difficult to deal with. It feels a bit unlucky to meet such a player the first time I go on stage. A lot of cards are about to be exposed, right? Be careful. The opponent's strength may be comparable to Wang Xingyu's. Wei Shuhan reminded Chu Feng not to be careless. Chu Feng has the ability to defeat Wang Xingyu. It would be a pity if he was eliminated in the first round because of carelessness. Chu Feng nodded. He stood up, left the spectator booth, and prepared to fight. The judge's seat behind him. Xiang Jin, the president of Shenzhou University, also widened his eyes and asked Chu Feng tremblingly, "Is this a freshman? Have you ever seen a freshman with the cultivation level of the first level? I thought that Shenzhou University would be invincible because they had Zhang Hao, who was at the 3rd level and 6th level. I didn't expect that there would be someone braver than Zhang Hao in Baichao University. What a pervert! Yes, the 4th level, 1st level is still a little weak after all. The 100 schools martial arts competition in 2 years will be Chu Feng's stage." Su Jiqiang, president of Baichao University, said lightly. In the tone, he has almost absolute confidence in Chu Feng. After hearing this, Xiang Jin suddenly felt that Zhang Hao was not attractive anymore. He said a little sourly, "So what? This time, Chu Feng was matched with our Yi Fenshin. It's just bad luck for him. I promise that your Chu Feng will be eliminated in the first round. Yi Fenshin's strength is second only to Captain Ji Xian. In the strength assessment, he is comparable to some ordinary 7th level warriors, and he also masters the earth burning fire, which is equivalent to having an additional S-level talent. He once had a real record of fighting head-on against a 6th level 9th level warrior without being defeated. No matter how talented Chu Feng is. After all, he is now a warrior of the 4th level. If he meets Yi Fenshin, he will probably be eliminated in 1 round. So what? I'll let Shenzhou University be arrogant for a while longer." Su Jiqiang obviously didn't think Chu Feng had any chance of winning. But he also knew Chu Feng's battlefield is not here. It's normal for a freshman to be at a disadvantage against a senior player and lose. When Chu Feng grows up, Su Jiqiang wants to see whether their Shenzhou University can still maintain the first place in the 100 schools martial arts competition. "I think Chu Feng has a chance." Jiang Chen spoke. He knew that Chu Feng possessed martial arts that could harm 9th order warriors, and his attack power was exaggerated and terrifying. With this kind of trump card, facing Yi Fenshin, who is at the 4th level and 9th level, shouldn't be a problem. As long as the attack is successfully released. At least we can die together. A chance? Xiang Jin couldn't believe it. He really thought Yi Fenshin was just a small minion who could be challenged at will. There is a cultivation level difference of nearly 1 major level between Chu Feng and Yi Fenshin. I'm afraid that the only chance he has is to admit defeat, right? But he didn't continue talking. What will be the outcome? Just watch the fight between the two of them and you'll know. Chapter 94, One Move Kill. Shenzhou University spectator seats. Zhang Hao keenly caught Chu Feng's name. According to Elder Dan, Chu Feng has reached the 4th level, first stage of cultivation, but teacher Feng Yu said that Chu Feng's cultivation is only at the 2nd level, 3rd stage. There are some doubts. What exactly is Chu Feng's strength? Level 4, Level 1. The information displayed is incorrect. Feng Yu also saw Chu Feng at this moment, and could tell Chu Feng's specific cultivation level at a glance. He felt a little complicated. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng actually has this kind of talent. It was a huge loss that I didn't bring Chu Feng back. Well, there's nothing I can do. I tried my best during the special recruitment. The principal didn't allow it, otherwise Chu Feng would have brought it back. After Zhang Hao confirmed Chu Feng's cultivation level from Feng Yu, he fell silent. I thought I had worked hard enough. I didn't expect that there is always someone better than you. Chu Feng must have had many opportunities in the past month to surpass himself in cultivation. Zhang Hao admitted it. After all, this is not the first time that he has been crushed by Chu Feng, so he can totally accept it. Only, thinking about how he had just displayed his level 3, level 6 cultivation in front of Chu Feng, Zhang Hao felt a little ridiculous. He is already at the 4th level, and you are still showing off so little cultivation. Simply, just give yourself up to someone to slap your face. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel very embarrassed. If he had known earlier, he would have been more humble. Of course, it's all in the past, and there is no point in being embarrassed. Now, qualifying is the key. Although Chu Feng is stronger than himself, he is not lucky. His opponent is Yi Fenshin, who is a top warrior in his team. As a substitute player, Jiang Hao also fought with Yi Fengchen several times. Each defeat was worse than the last. Later on, Yi Fengchen didn't even use his talent and relied solely on his fighting skills to pin himself to the ground and beat him. With Yi Fengchen's strength, Chu Feng will probably lose in the first round. Inside the spacious gymnasium, there was a football field in the center, which now has 4 rings placed there, allowing contestants to fight together and improve efficiency. Chu Feng slowly stepped onto his own stage. After confirming your identity, a young man with fiery red hair also walked onto the ring. It's Yi Fengchen. Yi Fengchen confirmed his identity and immediately noticed Chu Feng's cultivation level, which was the first level of the 4th stage. To be honest, it's a bit weak. Substitute player, huh? I'll give you 3 moves to show off your skills. It'll make your participation in the competition worthwhile. Confidence. Extremely confident. After knowing the difference in cultivation, he did not take Chu Feng seriously at all. Chu Feng nodded after hearing this. No refusal either. The opponent has given us the opportunity, there is no reason not to seize it. I haven't shown my soul power yet. If Yi Fengchen is so careless, I wonder if he can withstand my soul controlling technique? Spectator seats. Because this battle is between Baichao University and Shenzhou University, so it attracted a lot of attention. Who do you think is more powerful? Need I tell you? It's definitely Shenzhou University. They've been number 1 on the list for so many years. How could they be any worse? I've read the information. Yi Fengchen is the vice captain, and his strength is second only to the strongest Ji Xian. This guy named Chu Feng will probably have a tough fight. A tough fight? Only when our strength is similar can we have a tough fight. I feel like the battle is going to be one-sided. Yi Fengchen has a record of challenging a 6th order, 9th level warrior head-on, but Chu Feng is only a 4th order, 1st level warrior. What can he use to defeat him? And with the addition of the earth burning fire, he already has an S-level talent, which is equivalent to double S-level talents. His combat power is extremely exaggerated. It is said that Wang Xingyu from Baichao University is even weaker than Yi Fengchen. Alas, Chu Feng from Baichao University is unlucky to have met such a formidable opponent in the first round. Random matching, it still depends on luck. Inside the venue, both sides get ready. The referee shouted loudly after confirming the identity. He also introduced the rules. Jump off the stage, or lose your fighting ability, and you will be deemed a loser. Immediately following, the battle begins. The voice fell. Yi Fengchen did as he said and really let Chu Feng make 3 moves. Then he stood there motionless, quietly waiting for Chu Feng to make a move. The next moment, he suddenly felt that a mysterious force had invaded his body. There was no time to react. His body walked out of the ring without any control, fell off the ring, and failed in the fight. Until Chu Feng's soul control technique disappeared. Yi Fengchen slowly reacted. Look around. A look of confusion. What happened? Why did I run out of the ring and admit defeat? Seeing this, the referee looked at Chu Feng and smacked his lips. This guy is awesome. He mastered the art of soul attack at the 4th level, and directly attacked the opponent by reducing their dimensionality, killing him instantly. Chu Feng from Baichao University wins. The sound spreads out. In the spectator seats, most of the contestants were stunned. What? Yi Fengchen lost already? This is a fucking match fixing, right? The battle was indeed one-sided, but in the opposite direction. It feels like he was bribed and surrendered on purpose. Otherwise, in the match between Baichao University and Shenzhou University, Yi Fengchen would never have jumped off the stage on his own initiative. Many viewers don't understand why. But now, most warriors above level 7 can see the clues. Shenzhou University spectator seats. Jiang Hao was dissatisfied when he saw Yi Fengchen jump off the stage on his own initiative. Why, Yi Fengchen just admitted defeat. There is a problem. In his mind, Dan Lao explained slowly. Chu Feng has awakened the power of his soul and cultivated it to the 2nd realm, the Wandering Soul Realm. He has also mastered a soul-powered offensive spell. First of all, awakening the power of the soul is very difficult. It is usually exclusive to 7th level warriors. Moreover, even if the power of the soul is awakened, it does not necessarily mean that one has combat capability. One still needs to cultivate to the realm of wandering souls before one can initially possess some power. At this time, he was only using his soul to intimidate his opponent. Only after learning a soul-attacking spell did he truly possess the ability to kill souls. All of them require time to practice. Chu Feng was only a freshman, but he was able to cultivate his soul power to this level. Illustrate. That kid is either extremely talented and has completed the journey that others would take years to complete in just a few months. Either he has hidden it very deeply, and has already comprehended the power of the soul, but is only showing it now. Mergui prefers the former. Because Chu Feng's talent is so abnormal, it is completely understandable that his soul power is also abnormal. Doesn't that mean I can't even withstand a single blow from Chu Feng? Jiang Hao thought that he had narrowed the gap between himself and Chu Feng, but unexpectedly he was left further and further behind. Upon hearing this, Dan Lao was silent for a moment. He recalled. It seems that Jiang Hao has never been able to withstand a single blow from Chu Feng. But after all, he was his student, he comforted himself. Don't worry, I'm here. His soul power won't work on you. If you meet Chu Feng, you can crush him with your martial arts. As a soul body, Dan Lao's soul strength has long reached the highest level of the divine soul realm. Chu Feng's soul power in the wandering soul realm is nothing compared to him. Jiang Hao heard Dan Lao's answer. He felt very unhappy. He considered himself a little genius, but he needed the teacher's help to fight Chu Feng. This feeling made his self-esteem quite uncomfortable. On the side, Fang Yu, the team leader, looked at the field silently and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Soul power. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng not only broke through to the 4th level, but also mastered such powerful soul power. So much so that under Yi Fengchen's carelessness, he was killed by Chu Feng in one move. He was obviously the second strongest team member, but he couldn't even defeat the 4th level, 1st level player. If this gets out, the reputation of my Shenzhou University is about to be ruined. Wrong. There were so many spectators at the scene, the news had already spread. Chapter 95 Irresponsible. I should have resolutely brought Chu Feng back. Fang Yu sighed in his heart. Pity. The principal did not support it, otherwise it would be Chu Feng who came back with him, not Jiang Hao. Judge's seat. Xiang Jin, president of Shenzhou University, was a little confused. As the principal, he is also a 9th level warrior, so he can naturally see Chu Feng's soul power. It would be fine if I could cultivate to the 1st level of the 4th stage in my freshman year. He even awakened the power of his soul. The key point is that he actually cultivated his soul power to the wandering soul realm and learned a soul attack spell. Is this right? Even many 7th level warriors probably don't have as advanced a use of soul power as Chu Feng, right? Baichao University. Where did this freak come from? Xiang Jin looked dimly at Su Jicheng, the president of Baichao University, who was standing beside him. Your Baichao University is really good at discovering talent. A genius like Chu Feng. It is something you can only come across by chance. It must be sheer luck that Baichao University has such a person. However, Su Jicheng knew Chu Feng's background. He is our own specially recruited teacher, poached from Shenzhou University. Initially, it was because Shenzhou University was unwilling to provide more conditions that it was able to gain a genius like Chu Feng. It's just average. Remember how Chu Feng was almost snatched away by your Shenzhou University? Su Ji emphasized. It was indeed luck. No one knew that Chu Feng would have such talent. Oh? Xiang Jin frowned. He really didn't understand the situation. How could his special recruitment teacher let go of such an outstanding genius? Which special recruited teacher is this? So irresponsible. We had to wait a whole day for this to happen, but it slipped right under our noses? Thinking of how his second strongest Yi Fengchen was defeated by someone in one move, Xiang Jin felt very upset. Wait. We must investigate thoroughly, find out the teacher responsible for this matter and punish him severely. He forgot. It was he who rejected Chu Feng himself. However, a sneak attack using soul power can only be used once. Xiang Jin said slowly. Once you take precautions, it won't be so easy to use the power of the soul to harm others. They still have the strongest Jixian who has not appeared yet. When he meets Chu Feng again, it will be the time for Chu Feng to be defeated. Su Jicheng heard this. I couldn't help but nodded. Indeed, it can only be used once, but Chu Feng is just a freshman after all, so why does he need a bicycle? Being able to defeat Yi Fengchen, and defeat him with just one move, is already a pretty good record. However, Jiang Chen, who was also on the judges' panel, had a strange expression on his face. Remember, Chu Feng still has a killer trick that he hasn't used yet. That was a martial art that was powerful enough to harm a 9th rank expert, and he might not even be able to withstand it head-on. Plus the soul power of the Wandering Soul Realm. If Chu Feng really met Ji Xian, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Inside the venue. On the ring. After Chu Feng defeated Yi Fengchen, he turned and left. Prepare for the next battle. Although Yi Fengchen was a little confused, he lost, and if there was really a problem, the referee would definitely say it. There is also a judges' panel. Chu Feng couldn't have lied. He must have relied on some extremely powerful means to defeat himself. Yi Fengchen guessed it was the power of the soul. He looked at Chu Feng and shouted loudly, "See you in the team competition." He lost inexplicably and was very unwilling to accept the loss. He will definitely get back at them next time. Auditorium. Many contestants with insufficient skills saw this scene and speculated that the match was fixed. And it's so fake, the kind that you can tell it's fake at first glance. It was a fake match between the 3rd-ranked Baichao University and the 1st-ranked Shenzhou University. For a time, the crowd was outraged. I want an explanation. I don't accept it. I demand a thorough investigation of these two people. They don't even act anymore. Top universities can just monopolize the rankings, right? At least try a few moves. You're just throwing in the towel right now. You don't even treat us, the audience, as human beings. When everyone is dissatisfied. Xiang Jin from Shenzhou University stood up from the judging panel. Since Chu Feng has already used his soul power, he certainly cannot hide it. As long as the cultivation is higher. Everyone can sense Chu Feng's methods, and those who feel dissatisfied now are the warriors whose cultivation is not enough. So, he explained. Everyone, Chu Feng did not fake the match. He defeated Yi Fengchen using the power of his soul. All the judges saw this, so the match wasn't a rigged one. Yi Fengchen was arrogant and underestimated his opponent, so he was defeated in one move. The power of the soul. All the students here are aware of this concept. Isn't that something that can only be awakened by a 7th-level warrior? How come Chu Feng awakened early? Oh my god, what's the point of this? Did Chu Feng just reserve the first place? Soul power. Isn't it a direct dimensionality reduction attack? This is the first time I've heard of someone awakening soul power before reaching the 7th level. Isn't Chu Feng's opportunity too good? His cultivation is a little weak, only the 1st level of the 4th stage, otherwise he would definitely be number 1. The principal came out to explain in person. The voices of doubt also disappeared, replaced by a general sense of shock. Chu Feng also quickly became the favorite to win the championship. Of course, other players will definitely be prepared against the power of soul, just like Tian Hai did before. Most likely, each has their own methods. Chu Feng didn't take this to heart. The power of the soul is just one of his trump cards, not the most powerful one. There are still the Great Thunder Spell and SSS level talents that have not been used yet. Even if the power of the soul is targeted, he still has the confidence to win the next battle and strive for the first place in the qualifying round. Thinking, Chu Feng returned to his seat. He took out the soul-splitting technique and began to practice, preparing to enter the Mahayana secret realm as soon as possible to explore. Get the resources therein. Improve your strength as much as possible. At this time, Wei Shuhan came to Chu Feng's side, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and praised him. Good job. As the class teacher, she had a deep understanding of Yi Fengchen's strength. His combat capability is roughly the same as Wang Xingyu's. Getting rid of Yi Fengchen is equivalent to directly removing a hidden danger for Baichao University. Nothing, he just underestimated his enemy. Chu Feng responded. He could feel the burning heat from Yi Fengchen's soul, and Yi Fengchen's control over fire must be very powerful. It's a pity that there was no chance to take action. After Chu Feng left, the battle continues. Players were constantly being matched, and the sound of the broadcast spread throughout the venue. Wang Xingyu from Baichao University versus Ji Xian from Shenzhou University. As the sound spreads, it instantly attracted the attention of a large number of people. These two. However, the captains of the top 3 universities are among the strongest. Although Chu Feng defeated Wang Xingyu. However, there was no time to modify the information submitted previously. The information showed that Chu Feng was just a formal team member, and his cultivation level was still the 3rd level of the 2nd stage, which was quite inconspicuous. And Wang Xingyu and Ji Xian are both captains of their respective universities. And it is also the top university in Longhua. So their attention is very high. Chapter 96 The Powerful Ji Xian. As the broadcast voice fell, Wang Xingyu and Ji Xian also walked into the venue respectively. Before the two sides started fighting, it had already sparked a lot of discussion among the audience. If nothing unexpected happens, Ji Xian should be better, right? After all, he is the captain of Shenzhou University. Not necessarily. Baichao University has also won first place in qualifying competitions several times. Shenzhou University is still stronger in team competitions and challenge competitions. The uncertainty in the qualifying rounds is too great. It's very likely that I'll be restrained by the opponent's ability and lose. Yes, Yu Fengchen's defeat just now was very ugly. Judges' seats. Xiang Jin, president of Shenzhou University, looked at the arena below with great confidence. He knew Ji Xian too well. In the history of Shenzhou University, Ji Xian's strength can be ranked among the top 3. He has never met an opponent among warriors of the same level. The profound talent he possessed was used by him with extraordinary skill. A few days ago, Ji Xian also successfully broke through to the 5th level. He is one of the few warriors who can break through to the 5th level during college. His physical strength is already on par with that of an average 6th level warrior. The martial art he mastered, air compression fist, can even break the defense of a 7th level warrior. It is no exaggeration to say that Ji Xian has the strength of a 7th level warrior. Only, there's just no soul power. Xiang Jin still felt very uncomfortable about the soul power that Chu Feng possessed. You know, even a 7th level warrior would most likely not be able to attack the enemy with the power of his soul. Because the soul power that has just awakened still needs to be polished and spells need to be learned before it can have a certain level of attack power. And Chu Feng? I really don't know how he practiced. At the 4th level, one can use soul power to attack the opponent's soul, and his cultivation has reached the 4th level. The key is, you're only a freshman. To be honest, 2 years later, Ji Xian would definitely not be Chu Feng's opponent. But now, Chu Feng has been practicing for too short a time, and this is his biggest weakness. Xiang Jin was thinking. On the stage off the field. After confirming the identities of the two, the referee waved. The battle begins. As the voice fell, Wang Xingyu's body expanded rapidly, and his gigantic talent was instantly activated to the limit. An 18-meter-tall giant suddenly appeared in the field. Town. The fist as big as a sandbag smashed hard at the young man on the ring in front of him. The terrifying force oppressed the surrounding air, forcing it to form a transparent sphere. Ji Xian was not afraid at all when he saw that Wang Xingyu wanted to compete with him in strength. He raised his right fist and faced Wang Xingyu's fist, which was several meters long. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded in the venue. Wang Xingyu, whose physical strength had increased dozens of times, was actually knocked back half a step by this attack. His strength was shaken by Ji Xian. You know, being at the 4th level, Wang Xingyu's strength is dozens of times that of a normal warrior with the blessing of his S-level gigantic talent. Generally speaking, no one can be your opponent in terms of strength. But this Ji Xian, he was able to take my punch with his bare body. How abnormal is his strength? Good. Ji Xian was hit by a punch from Wang Xingyu and was knocked to the edge of the ring. After suffering a loss, he praised it instead. Then, he soared into the sky as if nothing had happened. It flew directly in front of Wang Xingyu's huge head. Anti-gravity. By using his profound talent of controlling gravity in reverse, he could easily fly. It flew directly onto Wang Xingyu's face. Never stopping. A white cyclone condensed on Ji Xian's fist. Compressed air punch. The cyclone carried a deadly breath, which made Wang Xingyu feel palpitations instinctively. This move is extremely powerful. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Ji Xian. However, at this time, Ji Xian's gravity was applied to Wang Xingyu's arm, causing Wang Xingyu's hand to be pressed down hard by a huge force. Gravity is related to the weight of an object. As Wang Xingyu grew bigger, his weight also increased, and the gravity he was subjected to increased exponentially. The gigantamax talent was restrained by Ji Xian's heavy profound talent. Wang Xingyu couldn't even lift his hands. Then, Ji Xian swung his fist suddenly, and an air compression cannon hit Wang Xingyu's shoulder hard, making a small hole in Wang Xingyu's shoulder. The damage is weak. Is the defense so strong? Ji Xian murmured. Following closely, he blasted out a continuous stream of compressed air punches. If one punch doesn't work, try 10 or 100 punches. Wang Xingyu wants to fight back. But every time he raised his hand, the originally restraining gravity suddenly turned into accelerating gravity. The switch in power made Wang Xingyu feel like he couldn't even control his body. There is no effective defense. Standing there waving his arms around. The constraints of gravity also made it difficult for him to move his body. He was just a big sandbag, being hammered by Ji Xian, and had no power to fight back. Ji Xian's attack was concentrated in one place. Although the power was not great, it relied on its number to penetrate Wang Xingyu's shoulder. Blood and flesh splattered. The referee saw this. He also knew that Ji Xian could attack Wang Xingyu's heart or head. In that case, Wang Xingyu would at least be seriously injured. Judging from the current situation, the winner has been decided. Ji Xianshan. Spectator seats. Many viewers who supported Shenzhou University were very excited to see Ji Xian win the battle. Too strong. Baichao University is a complete punching bag. I can't even fight back. It seems that this time, the title of the strongest university will belong to Shenzhou University again, right? There's no suspense. Chu Feng from Baichao University seems quite powerful. Will he be able to fight? It's hard to say. The power of the soul is quite special. As long as Ji Xian has a way to restrain it, Chu Feng will definitely lose. Baichao University spectator seats. Wei Shuhan looked at this scene and took a deep breath. Defeated. And the defeat was unsurprising. Gigantamax is restrained by gravity, there is nothing we can do about it. Ji Xian's strength is also quite impressive. He completely restricted Wang Xingyu and made it impossible for him to defeat him. Wei Shuhan looked at Chu Feng and asked. Now that the vice captain has been defeated, only Chu Feng can take on the responsibility in the qualifying round. Are you sure? Others only know that Chu Feng is a freshman, but they don't know that Chu Feng is the strongest one in his team. His strength exceeds that of Wang Xingyu. It's hard to say. Chu Feng also watched their fight and felt that Ji Xian still had many tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't used yet. If a real fight breaks out, it's a 50-50 chance. The power of his Great Thunder technique is very strong, but hitting the target is a problem. The speed of the 3000 Thunders is very fast, but it is unclear how powerful Ji Xian's ability to control gravity is. If you can restrain yourself in place through gravity, the combat effectiveness will be very difficult. Certainly. With the SSS level talent as a guarantee, Chu Feng is quite confident in fighting. Judges' seats. When Xiang Jin, president of Shenzhou University, saw that his student won, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. He looked at Jiang Chun, who was standing beside him, and asked, Captain Jiang, what do you think of Ji Xian? Is he qualified to join your Tsangchong group? Jiang Chen nodded. Although the requirements for joining the Sky Battle Group are very high, with Ji Xian's strength, he is naturally qualified to join. But when it comes to strength, I think Chu Feng is still a little more powerful. Chapter 97, Comparing Alchemy? You mean, Ji Xian can't beat Chu Feng? Xiang Jin expressed disbelief. Chu Feng's soul power was indeed powerful, but it had been exposed. With Ji Xian's talent, we must be able to find a way to restrain it. In battle, once Chu Feng's soul power is restrained, how can he be a match for Ji Xian in terms of strength? If you say Chu Feng is talented, I admit that he has reached the first level of cultivation in his freshman year. His martial arts talent is indeed very strong. But in terms of strength, Chu Feng is definitely not a match for Ji Xian now. Xiang Jin added. No matter how talented you are, it takes time to cultivate. It would take at least a few years for Chu Feng to defeat Ji Xian. Now, it's a question whether Chu Feng can defeat Wang Xingyu from Baichao University. Xiang Jin continued. Just the defense that Wang Xingyu showed just now. Ji Xian's air compression cannon was like scraping, and it took dozens of shots to penetrate Wang Xingyu's defense. If Chu Feng comes instead, Wang Xingyu probably won't be able to hit him even if he just stands there, right? I'm talking about now. Jiang Chen emphasized that he had seen Chu Feng's attack power, which was definitely much stronger than Ji Xian's. Wang Xingyu's defense is indeed pretty good. But in the face of Chu Feng's attack, he definitely couldn't defend himself. High probability. He could only rely on his size advantage to take Chu Feng's attack, and then fight back while still surviving. If you are hit in the vitals, it is very likely that he was killed by Chu Feng in one move. When Xiang Jin heard Jiang Chen's affirmative tone, his eyes widened instantly, and he turned his head stiffly to look at Jiang Chen. How is that possible? He instinctively didn't believe in Chu Feng's strength. But after seeing Jiang Chen's determined eyes, he knew how much support this team leader had for Chu Feng. Wait, if Chu Feng is strong enough, sooner or later he will be ranked next to our Ji Xian. Then it will be clear who is stronger and who is weaker, right? The qualifying round will eventually determine the first place. If Chu Feng is really that strong, he will definitely wipe out all his opponents. Compete with Ji Xian for the final championship. Of course, they will meet on the road and decide the winner. On the side, Su Jiqiang, the president of Baichao University, did not express much opinion. Regardless of whether Chu Feng could beat Ji Xian or not, he was the best student in his school, without a doubt. At this point, in Su Jiqiang's heart, it is already unshakable. As the game progressed, Chu Feng was also matched with many opponents from other schools. But most of the opponents had no confidence in resisting Chu Feng's soul power and simply gave up. Even if there was, they would be killed instantly by Chu Feng's soul controlling technique. Until the sun sets, there is still no contestant who can make Chu Feng use skills other than soul control. Of course, Chu Feng was lucky, but his opponent was so bad. After a day of fighting, thousands of contestants were eliminated, leaving only about 100. The remaining ones were either extremely strong and had overcome all obstacles along the way. Either they were incredibly lucky or their opponents were rubbish, allowing them to advance successfully. At this moment, Chu Feng's name rang out again on the radio. Chu Feng from Baichao University versus Jiang Hao from Shenzhou University. Spectator seats. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Jiang Hao's name. I remember that Jiang Hao's IS cultivation level is only at the 6th level of the 3rd stage. It's not easy for him to hold on until now. You know, the current martial arts cultivation level of the 4th stage and 6th level is considered low. Jiang Hao, who is at the 6th level of the 3rd stage, can hold on until this point, so he must have some extraordinary qualities. At this time, Chu Feng suddenly noticed a sharp gaze. Turn around and look. It was Jiang Hao who was sitting in the audience seats of Shenzhou University, staring at him with eyes full of war. As if he wanted to compete with himself. Could it be that he has a way to restrain his soul power? Chu Feng admitted that Jiang Hao's talent was indeed good. He was able to cultivate to the 3rd level, 6th level, which was only slightly worse than himself. But the power of the soul is not so easy to deal with. From his fight all the way here, he knew that there were really not many players who could fight against the power of the soul. Jiang Hao also knew that Chu Feng's soul power was quite powerful. I am definitely no match for him. But he still wanted to fight Chu Feng. He believed that if he put aside the power of his soul, his lightning flash would definitely be able to fight. After a day of fighting, Jiang Hao even defeated an opponent from the 4th level and 9th level of Lingxiao University with the help of lightning flash. Now, Chu Feng is only at the 4th level, level 1. If Chu Feng didn't have soul power, then he would definitely be able to defeat him. Jiang Hao didn't know why, but he really wanted to defeat Chu Feng once, but it would be unfair to win. That's right. Jiang Hao plans to use Dan Lao's soul power to protect himself. This will render Chu Feng's soul power ineffective. Then, he would fight Chu Feng with the methods of a warrior. Although it is a bit immoral, for the sake of ranking and to prove that his martial arts skills are better than Chu Feng, Jiang Hao chose to go all out and not care about his face. On the judges' panel, when Xiang Jin heard that Jiang Hao was going to fight Chu Feng, he couldn't help but draw his attention back. After all, both of them are freshmen, and Jiang Hao is also the top talent in his school. Xiang Jin still wanted to know, who of these two freshmen will be more powerful? Certainly, In Xiang Jin's mind, Zhang Hao's chances of winning were infinitely close to zero. The power of his soul was too abnormal. Without some special means, there was no way to deal with it. Principal Xiang, who do you think has a better chance of winning? Su Jiqiang's voice came over. They were both freshmen and both were geniuses in the school. If Chu Feng defeats Zhang Hao, doesn't it mean that Baichao University will definitely defeat Shenzhou University in the future? Xiang Jin heard this. Some feel helpless, and some feel unwilling to accept it. Isn't it obvious? Zhang Hao might not even make it through the first round. The power of the soul is really exaggerated. But how can we do that? Originally, Chu Feng was a student of his own school, but he was snatched away by Baichao University. It's because of that special recruitment. Thinking. Xiang Jin remembered the special recruitment teacher who recruited Zhang Hao very well, and he would go and ask for punishment after the qualifying round was over. Now, Zhang Hao is not as strong as Chu Feng, so he can only make up for it in other areas. Thought for a moment. Xiang Jin remembered that Zhang Hao could also refine pills. Zhang Hao has now mastered the new type of Baichao Yunling pill that Baichao University has just researched. You know, the Baichao Yunling pill is already very difficult to refine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be 1 million dragon coins per piece. The newly developed Baichao Yunling pill has double the effect, and the difficulty naturally increases by twofold. More importantly, the new Baichao Yunling pill was published less than 2 days ago. In just 2 days, Zhang Hao had mastered the new elixir and successfully refined it once. From this we can see that Zhang Hao's talent for alchemy far exceeds that of ordinary people. Although his combat talent might be a little weak, his talent for alchemy was definitely something Chu Feng could not catch up with. Think of this. Xiang Jin looked at Su Jiqiang confidently and said nonchalantly. So what? Do you know our Zhang Hao's talent for alchemy? Chapter 98 The Pain of the President of Shenzhou University. Talent in alchemy? Su Jiqiang raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know that Zhang Hao had a talent for alchemy, nor did he know what Zhang Hao's talent for alchemy was like. But he knew how strong Chu Feng's talent in alchemy was. A brand new formula for the Baichao Yunling pill has been developed, which has increased the effectiveness of this pill by nearly 100%, making it extremely powerful. Even Mr. Qian, who is at the 9th level, has to learn from Apple. Old Qian is the chief alchemist of the Sky Corps, and no ordinary alchemist can compare to him. An alchemist of this level is as humble as a student in front of Chu Feng. This alone, you can know how strong Chu Feng's talent in alchemy is. That's right, Xiang Jin said confidently. Looking at Su Jiqiang's puzzled eyes, he seemed to have regained his position and said proudly. Zhang Hao has already learned the improved Baichao Yunling pill from your Baichao University. You know, the new formula of Baichao Yunlington was released less than 2 days ago. The difficulty of refining the Baichao Yunling pill is also notoriously difficult. The fact that Zhang Hao was able to learn it in such a short time is enough to show his talent. However, after hearing this, Su Jiqiang's eyes did not fluctuate at all. Is it a simplified version? The complete version of the Baichao Yunling pill requires the power of the soul. Chu Feng demonstrated it himself, refining 3 pills in one breath, and the efficacy was increased by 100%. The effect is quite good. Among them, the key is the power of the soul, and of course the spiritual power to condense the spiritual fire. Just now Su Jiqiang paid a little attention to it. Zhang Hao obviously has not awakened the power of his soul, so it is naturally impossible for him to learn the original Baichao Yunling pill. Simplified version? Xiang Jin was puzzled. He didn't know much about this. He only knew that it was a powerful elixir improved by Qianfeng of the Sky Corps. So I asked subconsciously. But it doesn't matter. Is there any simplified version? Does your Chu Feng know how to make it? Su Jiqiang fell silent after hearing this. He felt that Xiang Jin must have come here to make him laugh. Su Jiqiang stared at Xiang Jin for a long time, and after confirming that Xiang Jin really didn't understand Baichao Yunling, he slowly explained. Is it possible that the complete version of the new Baichao Yunling pill formula was researched by Chu Feng, and Elder Qian was only responsible for the simplification process? The full version requires soul power and spiritual fire. The requirements are very high. Mr. Qian made some improvements so that it only required an alchemy furnace. And the improvement process is not complicated, it just changes the steps. the greatest credit still goes to Chu Feng. It was Chu Feng who researched this recipe. What? Xiang Jin stood up at once. He stared at Su Jicheng with wide eyes and asked, "You said the elixir was developed by Chu Feng? That's bullshit, right?" Even though he was a layman in alchemy, he knew the difference between researching elixirs and refining them. Refining pills is very simple. Just take the recipe and follow the steps to make it. Be careful and use more herbs. No matter how stupid you are, you will be able to refine it sooner or later. But researching elixirs is different. It cannot be achieved by spending time on it. It requires real talent. It requires a very deep understanding of elixirs to be able to research new ones. He is not the kind of alchemy master who has accumulated more than 10 years of experience. It is impossible to research a completely new elixir. Not to mention Chu Feng, a college student who has just been in college for less than a month. He probably has less than 1,000 pills, right? Can he research new elixirs? Principal Su, if you're bragging, at least give me some draft ideas. You're saying that the new 100 herb soul-containing pill was researched by Chu Feng. Aren't you treating me like a fool? Xiang Jin didn't believe a single word Su Jicheng said. Empty words are not enough. If you say that the elixir was researched by Chu Feng, you have to provide evidence. Do I really need to lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Qian Feng of the Tsong Corps. He learned how to make the Baichao Yunling pill from Chu Feng. Su Jicheng explained. There is absolutely no need to talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Qian Feng? Xiang Jin was puzzled. Isn't that a 9th level warrior? But when he heard Su Jicheng's firm tone, he felt a little dizzy. A 9th level warrior learns how to make pills from a 4th level warrior? What's more, this 9th rank warrior is also a top level alchemist with considerable fame in Dragon Country. Is it possible? He knew Qian Feng. Jiang Chen, who was present, was Qian Feng's team leader. Xiang Jin turned to look at Jiang Chen and asked, "Can you give Qian Feng a call? I want to confirm whether the Baichao Yunling was really refined by Chu Feng." Jiang Chen looked strange. Because he had already learned from Qian Feng that Chu Feng's talent in alchemy was even more abnormal than his talent in martial arts. The improved Baichao Yunling pill was created by Chu Feng. No problem. Jiang Chen agreed and then called Qian Feng. Ding. The call is connected. "Captain, what's the matter?" Qian Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Nothing, it's just that the president of Shenzhou University wants to talk to you," Jiang Chen said. He handed the phone to Xiang Jin. Xiang Jin took the phone, politely addressed him as Mr. Qian, and then introduced himself. Then he asked, "Did Chu Feng research the recipe for the Baichao Yunling pill?" Qian Feng was a little confused when he heard this. Why did he suddenly ask this? But he didn't think much about it and explained casually. "It's Chu Feng. He should be a freshman at Baichao University now. Does President Xiang want to talk to him about something?" Xiang Jin's head was buzzing when he heard Qian Feng's affirmative answer. Surprisingly, is this really the recipe for the elixir that he researched? Jiang Hao's so-called talent in alchemy was so ridiculous in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng opened up a whole new path, and even senior alchemy masters like Qian Feng had to learn from Chu Feng. And Jiang Hao is just following Chu Feng's path. In alchemy, it is clear who is strong and who is weak. There is no need to say much about martial arts. Chu Feng, who possesses powerful soul power, can probably kill Jiang Hao in one move. They are both freshmen. They should be from the same school, but the difference between them is so huge, like heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Xiang Jin became more and more heartbroken. Who recruited Chu Feng? Can't he see such a perverted person? Giving it away to Baichao University for nothing is such a waste. That specially recruited teacher must be fired. Staying at Shenzhou University will only ruin the atmosphere at Shenzhou University and lower the overall level of students at Shenzhou University. How is it? Do you still think Jiang Hao's alchemy skills are good? Su Jicheng asked. At this time, faced with the questioning, Xiang Jin was speechless. With Mr. Qian as his guarantor, Chu Feng's talent is beyond doubt and there is no need to even verify it. Because verifying it again will only slap yourself in the face. In front of Su Jicheng, the reputation of Shenzhou University has been completely lost. Xiang Jin silently looked at the arena below. Chu Feng and Jiang Hao have also appeared. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Hao will be killed instantly. Ah! Uncomfortable. Chapter 99 also has soul power? Inside the venue, Jiang Hao was the first to go on stage. He looked at Chu Feng opposite him and said silently in his heart, "I'm sorry, I will definitely beat you this time." Yes. Jiang Hao planned to borrow some off-field assistance, that is, the power of Dan Lao, to resist Chu Feng's soul power. This is to ensure that he is qualified to sit at the table and fight with Chu Feng. Using Dan Lao's power, even if you win, it will be an unfair victory. But he really wanted to win. At least once. So I can only say sorry. In order to win this time, Jiang Hao decided to bet all his cards. And Chu Feng? He didn't feel much about it, but just nodded gently as an old classmate who had fought together. After confirming the identity, the referee raised his hand and shouted, "Both sides get ready. The battle begins." First time. As usual, Chu Feng poured out his soul power, ready to use soul control to end the game. However, when his soul hit Jiang Hao, it was discovered that Jiang Hao was wrapped in an extremely vast soul power, forming a thick layer of defense. Chu Feng's soul attack was completely blocked. This kid Jiang Hao has also mastered the power of the soul. Hidden deep down, Chu Feng withdrew his soul power, and blue lightning flashed on his body. He was ready to use other means to defeat Jiang Hao. As for Jiang Hao, purple lightning flashed on his body. At this time, the two had not yet started. But the audience could see that Jiang Hao must have used some means to resist Chu Feng's soul attack. Otherwise, under the influence of Chu Feng's soul power, he had already walked off the stage and admitted defeat. I thought Chu Feng was already very strong, but I didn't expect Jiang Hao's talent to be even more incredible. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Hao's cultivation level is only the 6th level of the 3rd stage, right? I didn't expect that this year's contestants are so abnormal. Now, Chu Feng is probably in for a tough fight. Jiang Hao's previous performance was extraordinary. He mastered the power of thunder at an extremely fast speed and even defeated a level 4, level 9 Lingxiao University player head-on. He is also a strong candidate to win the championship this time. Jiang Hao's speed is difficult to discern with the naked eye. If you can't catch up with him, it's absolutely impossible to defeat him. The person at the 4th level, 9th level of Lingxiao University was dragged to his death by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's strength is obvious to all. Even Wang Xingyu, the strongest in Baichao University, would probably be able to fight him. Chu Feng is only at the 4th level, 1st level. If we put aside his soul power, he will most likely not be a match for Jiang Hao. There are always higher mountains than the other. Chu Feng is going to stop here. Shenzhou University. Fang Yu, the team leader, was also shocked to see that Jiang Hao could actually withstand Chu Feng's soul attack. "Jiang Hao, you're so awesome." The power of the soul was actually suppressed the whole time and did not show any effect at all. It is also possible that he has not mastered the spell of attacking with soul power, so he cannot use it. Today he happened to meet Chu Feng and defended against Chu Feng's soul power attack. I have to say, Jiang Hao really has a lot of surprises. Baichao University spectator seats. Wang Xingyu, the second strongest in the team, couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw that Jiang Hao was not defeated by one blow. This kid is asking for trouble. Chu Feng's strength is even stronger than his own, and he is definitely a top warrior in this competition. Even if their Ji Xian came, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Chu Feng. The power of soul is just Chu Feng's most insignificant means, and it is not very powerful. A Jiang Hao who is at the 3rd level and 6th level. If you face Chu Feng, there is a high probability that you will die. Judge's seat. Xiang Jin, who had been in despair, suddenly had hope in his eyes after seeing Jiang Hao withstand Chu Feng's soul power. It doesn't matter if you can't make the elixir. As long as you can beat him, it's fine. If he could defeat Chu Feng, who was at the 4th level and the 1st level, with the strength of the 3rd level and the 6th level, it would be enough to prove Jiang Hao's talent. It can also prove the excellence of the education system of Shenzhou University. The power of the soul doesn't seem that great. Xiang Jin turned around and said. He was quite familiar with Jiang Hao's battle record. Putting aside the power of the soul, he had a very high chance of winning against Chu Feng, who was at the 4th level, 1st order. Su Jiqiang didn't say much after hearing this. He didn't know much about Chu Feng's fighting ability, so it was hard to say whether he could defeat Jiang Hao. On the side, Jiang Chen retorted. Your Jiang Hao is probably not a match for Chu Feng. He knew Chu Feng quite well. The power of soul is just one of Chu Feng's means. He still has means that can harm a 9th level warrior that he has not yet used. Judging from Jiang Hao's previous performance, it's really uncertain whether I can defeat Chu Feng. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Jiang Hao's chances of winning are very slim. How could that be? When Xiang Jin heard the words from the leader of the Sky Corps, he was totally unconvinced. It was difficult for him to refute Jiang Chen, who was of a very high status. He just stared at the arena below, waiting for Chu Feng to lose the game. Who is stronger? I guess we'll know soon. Inside the venue, Jiang Hao took the first step, and deep purple lightning shot out from his body. Like a poisonous snake, it rushed straight towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng had no intention of holding back against Jiang Hao, because since he could withstand his soul power, it meant that he must have extraordinary means. In particular, when using soul power to attack just now, Chu Feng could sense the extremely powerful soul aura from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's soul power is definitely stronger than his own. So, can't hold back. Great thunder spell. The azure lightning exploded from Chu Feng's body, engulfing most of the arena in an instant. If Jiang Hao's attack is a poisonous snake, then Chu Feng's attack is a python, or a giant python that can swallow the sky. Jiang Hao's attack power could not last for even a second under Chu Feng's thunder technique. Even the referee on the ring had to be extremely alert to deal with Chu Feng's attack. You know, that referee is a genuine 9th level warrior. A large area of the arena was covered in blue lightning. Jiang Hao's figure was swallowed up in an instant. The audience was stunned. What's going on? Was it Chu Feng who took action just now? Isn't this a bit scary? Even from this distance, I can still feel the aura of near destruction from the audience. Is Chu Feng really a 4th level, 1st tier warrior? Why does this level of attack feel like it can only be performed by a 9th level warrior? That's exaggerated. Jiang Hao's attack feels like playing in front of Chu Feng. They are not even on the same level. It turns out that he not only has mastered the power of the soul, but his combat ability is also abnormal. Shenzhou University spectator seats. Fang Yu originally thought that Jiang Hao had brought a surprise and had hope of defeating Chu Feng. But I didn't expect that. Chu Feng's attack was actually so powerful, in his opinion. This is at least enough attack power to harm a 9th level warrior. Ji Xian beside Fang Yu. After seeing Chu Feng's attack, his expression was solemn. Facing such an attack, he had no confidence at all that he could withstand it. This kind of attack. Is it really something that a 4th level warrior can do? If my opponent is Chu Feng, not only does one have to deal with the interference of soul power, but one also has to find a way to resist such a terrifying attack power. The probability of winning is less than half. Chapter 100 Battle against Ji Xian. Judge's seat. Xiang Jin, who was originally a little unconvinced, felt his heart drop to the ground after seeing Chu Feng's attack. As a 9th level warrior, Xiang Jin. It was obvious at a glance that Chu Feng's attack had definitely reached the 9th level. In other words, if I just stand there and let Chu Feng hit me, Chu Feng can break through my defense and hurt me. There is a huge gap between the 4th and 9th levels. But Chu Feng has the attack power to hurt himself. This kind of attack. How could Jiang Hao, who is only at level 3, level 6, possibly resist it? As long as you are hit head-on, you are almost certain to lose. Inside the venue, when Chu Feng's lightning dissipated, everyone saw. The referee appeared in front of Jiang Hao and blocked Chu Feng's attack for Jiang Hao. The referee took action. Jiang Hao naturally lost. With the help of the referee to block the damage, Jiang Hao was unharmed. However, after being attacked by Chu Feng, the 9th level referee's clothes were all torn to pieces. No hair at all. There were charred wounds on the body, and a faint black smoke was coming out of the whole person. He was obviously injured by Chu Feng's attack. If Chu Feng had not stopped in time, the referee might not have been able to withstand Chu Feng's attack. I lost. Jiang Hao was unwilling, but he had no choice. Who knew that in addition to Chu Feng's abnormal soul power, his attack power was also terrifyingly strong? Don't give yourself any chance to react at all. He didn't even have time to use the speed that he was so proud of, and was killed by Chu Feng with one move. In Jiang Hao's mind, old Dan's eyelids twitched as he looked at Chu Feng opposite him. Forget it, forget it. If we can't beat him, forget it. There's no need to fight to the death. Chu Feng is too abnormal. We can't compare with him. Not to mention anything else. Judging from Chu Feng's attack power just now, Dan Lao felt that even at his peak he might not be able to withstand it. What's more, Jiang Hao is only at the 3rd level and 6th level. It's normal to lose. God knows what kind of opportunity Chu Feng had that allowed him to launch such a perverted attack. It's completely unreasonable. The venue is too small. If it were a team competition, I'd be confident I could dodge it. Jiang Hao still refused to admit defeat. This time, I was indeed careless. I didn't expect Chu Feng's attack to be so abnormal. If I had been prepared. With the speed of lightning, he can definitely dodge this attack. If Chu Feng can't hit me, what does it matter how strong his attack power is? In his mind, Dan Lao was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. You haven't even awakened your soul power. To put it bluntly, you're not even qualified to be Chu Feng's opponent. It is true. If Jiang Hao faced Chu Feng alone, he would definitely be carried away in one round. No speed can be exerted. After hearing this, Jiang Hao silently clenched his fists and then left the ring dejectedly. Only the injured referee was left. Said hoarsely, Chu Feng wins. The audience witnessed Chu Feng's attack and were not surprised that Chu Feng won. We all have eyes. It can be seen that the referee who was protecting Jiang Hao was in a bad condition after being hit by Chu Feng. Not only were all my clothes and hair burned, the whole person was electrocuted like charcoal, and black smoke was coming out of his whole body. This attack power. Not to mention Jiang Hao, there are few people here who can withstand it, right? Spectator seats. Fan Yu became more depressed when he saw that Jiang Hao was defeated without any suspense. The stronger Chu Feng becomes, the more it proves that he was wrong. If I try harder, or pay for it myself, will I have a chance to bring Chu Feng back? Or disregarding the principal's orders? Bring Chu Feng back by force. After all, the resources Chu Feng wants are not worth mentioning to him at all. Judge's seat. Xiang Jin looked bitter. Jiang Hao survived the first attack, but not the second. He didn't understand. Why? They are both freshmen and graduated from the same school, but the gap between them is so big. Chu Feng's attack can even hurt a 9th level warrior. And what about Jiang Hao? His martial arts skills couldn't keep up, his attack power wasn't as good as others, and his soul power was definitely not as good as Chu Feng's. Not to mention alchemy. The genius that I was proud of. He was completely defeated by the genius of Baichao University in all aspects without any blind spots. More importantly, it is possible for Chu Feng to become a student of his school. Thinking of this, Xiang Jin felt extremely upset. At this time, Su Jiqiang still remembered what Xiang Jin had said before. He said lightly, the soul power is indeed not that great, but your Jiang Hao seems to be just so-so. Indeed. Xiang Jin was silent, he was unable to refute. Jiang Hao's defeat was complete, which also meant that Shenzhou University would be completely defeated in the next 100 schools martial arts competition. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Chu Feng is indeed very strong. I'll give you the next 100 schools martial arts competition, but this time, our Shenzhou University must still be number 1. Ji Xian still has a lot of cards up his sleeve that he hasn't revealed yet. When the time comes, these people will know the strength of his Shenzhou University. After all, there is only one Chu Feng. And my Shenzhou University produces several top talents in every class. Not necessarily. Zhang Chen retorted that he didn't think anyone could withstand Chu Feng's attack. Chu Feng's combat power has completely broken through to the level of a 9th order warrior. If you really want to defeat Chu Feng, I'm afraid that few 4th level warriors can do it. Xiang Jin was not afraid of this. Even if you lose the qualifying round, you still have team matches and challenge matches. In the team competition, no matter how strong Chu Feng is individually, can he withstand the siege of several universities? The challenge. He also has a warrior named Su Qingqing who can control ferocious beasts. With the help of the ferocious beasts, Su Qingqing will surely be able to kill indiscriminately in the challenge. What's more, the qualifying round has not yet decided the final winner. Whether Chu Feng can defeat Ji Xian is still unclear. Baichao University spectator seats. After Chu Feng defeated Zhang Hao, he returned to his seat and continued to practice the soul-splitting technique. I have a premonition. It won't be long before he can master this technique, split a brand new soul, and explore the secret realm of the Mahayana dimension. It's getting dark. For a warrior, not sleeping for one night will hardly have any effect. So the game will be played overnight. It not only tests the warrior's strength, but also his physical strength. There's even a lot of luck involved. If you encounter several overly powerful opponents in a row and exhaust your physical strength, you will soon be eliminated regretfully. As the game progresses, Chu Feng also met several powerful players who could resist his soul control technique, but none of them could withstand the second move of the thunder technique. With medium-grade spirit stones as a supplement, his spiritual power recovered very quickly, and even if he used the Great Thunder technique continuously, it could keep up with the consumption. Soon, the radio sounded again. Ji Xian from Shenzhou University versus Chu Feng from Baichao University. Chapter 101, Decisive Battle. Are you here? I wonder if Chu Feng can defeat Ji Xian, the strongest person in Shenzhou University? You know, Zhang Hao just now was just a substitute player. Wang Xingyu, the captain of Baichao University, has already lost and was defeated by Ji Xian without any suspense. I wonder if Chu Feng has a chance. I don't know if his soul power is effective, and there's also that terrifying thunder. Fighting till now. The battle between Chu Feng and Ji Xian was basically the last one. There is another group. But that group was not very strong, they were just very lucky and put in a little effort to be able to fight until now. If nothing unexpected happens, the victory or defeat will be decided between Chu Feng and Ji Xian. Baichao University spectator seats. When Chu Feng heard his name, he prepared to leave. At this time, Wang Xingyu walked over and pulled Chu Feng aside and said, "He's very strong, be careful." Then he quickly introduced Ji Xian's characteristics. Ji Xian's control over gravity is extraordinary, which can be seen from his ability. When fighting with him, it is easy to be controlled by the rapidly changing gravity. Before, that's what happened to Wang Xingyu. His loss was a foregone conclusion. I suggest a quick victory. Ji Xian is like a quagmire. Once you get caught up in his rhythm, there's a high probability you won't be able to get out. Understood. Chu Feng thought about it seriously and nodded in response. This is Wang Xingyu reminding himself. He used his trump card right from the start, which was the SSS level talent that defeated Wang Xingyu. Chu Feng naturally had no objection. From yesterday to now, his physical strength has almost recovered. It's a good opportunity to try out the power of this SSS level talent. At this time, Wei Shuhan also came over and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, indicating that he should not be nervous. There's no need to be tough if you can't win, and there's no shame in admitting defeat. She had seen Chu Feng's full strength and felt that Chu Feng had a great chance of winning. But if Ji Xian is equally powerful, even stronger than Chu Feng, there would be no need to fight hard. If you get injured, your combat effectiveness in subsequent team competitions and challenge matches will be greatly reduced. Yeah, I understand. Chu Feng waved his hand, left the spectator seats, and stepped onto the stage. Judge's seat. Several principals silently looked at the cheering audience around them and the arena that was about to break out. Xiang Jin rarely said anything. In his opinion, Chu Feng would not be a match for Ji Xian. But this kid Chu Feng brought so many surprises. With the cultivation level of the first level of the fourth stage, he instantly killed Yi Fenshin, the second strongest person in his own team, and also mastered a perverted attack that could hurt a 9th level warrior. Until now, Xiang Jin had never seen Chu Feng use his full strength before. From Chu Feng's calm demeanor, it can be confirmed that those previous tricks were not special tricks of Chu Feng. He must have one or even several extremely powerful trump cards. Chu Feng is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse in this year's 100 Schools martial arts competition. He is a strong candidate to compete for the championship. If nothing unexpected happens, the champion of this qualifying round will be born between these two people. As the president of Shenzhou University, Xiang Jin naturally hopes that Ji Xian will defeat Chu Feng and win the championship. If Chu Feng wins, it's very troublesome. You know, Chu Feng is just a freshman, and he can still participate in the 100 Schools martial arts competition. Chu Feng was unstoppable when he was a freshman. when he was a junior. The champion of the 100 schools martial arts competition is absolutely no suspense. Come on, Ji Xian. Xiang Jin looked at the stage below and muttered to himself. On the stage. After the two of them came on stage, Ji Xian raised his hand and clenched his fist. He released the terrifying gravity without any scruples. Then, a brutal aura rose into the sky. Ji Xian's martial arts skills began to break through layer by layer, and in an instant he broke through to the 5th level, and the speed of breakthrough did not slow down at all. It was not until the 9th level of the 5th stage that the aura slowly stabilized. Then, he manipulated gravity to squeeze the air inward, forming an extremely strong translucent armor on the surface of his body. The armor is incredibly strong. Covering Ji Xian, it made him look like a god of war, majestic and powerful. In order to avoid the situation that Ji Fengchen encountered, he showed all his strength at the beginning, and the originally suppressed state was completely released. No way. The sense of oppression brought by Chu Feng is really too strong. If they are killed instantly again because of hiding their skills, Shenzhou University will be completely defeated by Baichao University in the qualifying round. Auditorium. Everyone watched the scene, especially the scene where Ji Xian's realm broke through rapidly in just a few minutes. I couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, he's actually a 5th level warrior. Ji Xian's talent is ridiculously strong. Isn't he the first 5th level warrior among the contestants? Chu Feng is only at the 4th level, 1st level. Can he defeat Ji Xian, a 5th level, 9th level warrior? The realm gap is too big. Also, the armor on Ji Xian looks very powerful. I wonder if he can withstand Chu Feng's attack. If it were possible, one of Chu Feng's major methods would be completely scrapped. Soul power, how should Ji Xian deal with it? There must be a way. He's the captain of the Shenzhou University team. Baichao University spectator seats. Wang Xingyu stared at Ji Xian off the court and couldn't help but clench his fists. When he fought with me, I'm afraid he didn't even use half of his strength. 5th level cultivation. Air armor. I remember that Ji Xian defeated me by using only his talent and a boxing style that was not very powerful. I didn't expect that even though we are all at the 9th level, the difference in combat power would be so huge. Facing the complete Ji Xian, Wang Xingyu has no chance of winning at all. Even among geniuses, there are differences between them. Inside the venue. On the spacious arena. After Ji Xian finished arming himself, he turned to look at the referee, assumed a fighting stance and said, "Referee, I'm ready." And Chu Feng? He had nothing to prepare, so he nodded as well. Bring it on. After receiving responses from both players, the referee raised his arms. The battle begins. As the voice fell, Chu Feng immediately prepared to use his SSS level talent to fight Ji Xian head-on. In order to catch the opponent off guard. He didn't even try using his soul power. However, before Chu Feng could activate his talent, Ji Xian's fist had already reached his face. Ji Xian's speed was extremely fast, like teleportation, and he didn't give Chu Feng any chance to react. He had no intention of letting Chu Feng take action. Because he was completely unsure if he could withstand the attack power displayed by Chu Feng. So, to protect yourself from being attacked, he decided to attack as quickly as possible to interrupt Chu Feng's rhythm and prevent Chu Feng from using that powerful martial art. Shenzhou University spectator seats. When Jiang Hao saw Ji Xian's speed, his pupils suddenly contracted. This speed? The speed at which Ji Xian attacked with just his physical body was faster than his own lightning flash. His own lightning flash is the martial art he is most proud of. Jiang Hao even felt that if he used his lightning to its full potential, he would at least be able to deal with a top genius like Chu Feng. Now it seems that Lei Shan has no advantage in front of Ji Xian. What I call pride in is nothing more than the speed at which others type. Chapter 102, Resisting the Great Thunder Technique. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. Fortunately, the person he compared himself to was Chu Feng, not Ji Xian. Although Ji Xian is fast, he is a senior student after all, and I am only a freshman. It is enough for me to be faster than Chu Feng, who is also a freshman. I don't know, how fast is Chu Feng? On the ring. The moment Ji Xian appeared, blue lightning enveloped Chu Feng. 3,000 thunders were operated to the extreme. Chu Feng drew a blue arc on the ring, disappeared in front of Ji Xian at a faster speed, and easily widened the distance. Ji Xian's fists continued to move with unabated force. With a bang, a huge cavity was blasted out on the ring. If this punch hits an ordinary 4th level warrior, it can smash him into meat paste. Unfortunately, Xu Feng dodged it easily. So fast. Ji Xian thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Xu Feng not only possessed powerful attacks, but also had a speed far beyond his own. Just now, I exerted most of the gravity on Xu Feng. An ordinary 5th level warrior. Under that gravity, it would be impossible to move. And Xu Feng. But he seemed to be unaffected and easily dodged his attack. This shows. Although Xu Feng's martial arts skills are only at the 4th level, his physical strength is at least at the 6th level. Otherwise, he would not have any chance to dodge under his own gravity. I can't tell. Ji Xian murmured. He thought that Xu Feng's methods were just a little abnormal, and he mastered the power of the soul and a kind of super strength. Unexpectedly, his physical strength is also extremely exaggerated. It's comparable to my body that I've gained through years of exercise. The most important thing is. And the speed just now, all these performances made Ji Xian think that Xu Feng was not a 4th level warrior at all. He is more like a 7th level warrior who has been training for many years. Spectator seats. Especially the viewing seats where Shenzhou University is located. Jiang Hao originally wanted to compete with Xu Feng in speed, but judging from Xu Feng's performance just now, his speed was definitely far beyond his. The proud lightning flash. It's nothing in front of Xu Feng. His soul power is not as good as others, his cultivation level is not as good as others, and even his speed is not as fast as others. Jiang Hao was silent. I felt that my young heart had been deeply hurt. We are all freshmen and we all go to the same university, so why is there such a big gap? And this gap is getting bigger and bigger. In his mind, Dan Lao stared at Xu Feng in the audience with his soul power, and felt his scalp tingling. He remembered. Last night, the blue light that streaked across the sky was exactly the same blue as the one Xu Feng had just moved in. He said, "Why do I feel a familiar breath?" It turned out to be Xu Feng. What's even more outrageous is that the speed Xu Feng displayed today was more than twice as fast as yesterday. If yesterday's speed was only at level 7 or 8. So today, Xu Feng's speed has definitely reached the threshold of the 9th level, which is why he can dodge Ji Xian's attack so easily. I thought that Jiang Hao would be able to catch up with the light from yesterday in 5 or 6 years. Now it seems that. If Jiang Hao wants to be able to fight with the current Xu Feng, he needs to practice for at least 10 years. And it is almost impossible to catch up with Xu Feng. Xu Feng? It's really perverted. Judges' seats. After seeing Xu Feng's speed, several principals who were watching the game fell silent. They are all 9th level warriors. Everyone can see that the speed Xu Feng displayed in just a moment has reached the 9th level. That is to say, warriors below the 9th level could never beat Xu Feng's opponents in terms of speed. Of course, this also includes Ji Xian. Ji Xian's speed is indeed very fast, but it is still a long way from the speed shown by Xu Feng. When Xiang Jin, the president of Shenzhou University, saw this scene, he really didn't know what to say. This kid Xu Feng. The more I understand, the more desperate I feel. Inside the venue. After Xu Feng dodged Ji Xian's attack, he immediately launched a counterattack. Blue thunder gathered on him. In an instant, it transformed into a dragon with 4 colors of lightning and pounced towards Ji Xian. Great thunder technique. The lightning is extremely bright. Ji Xian, on the other hand, had already been prepared for Xu Feng's attack. The translucent armor on his body became more and more solid. He turned around and stood up straight, without any intention of dodging. Boom! The great thunder technique exploded as expected. The terrifying force directly blasted a nearly half-meter deep pit on the stage where Ji Xian was. The smoke and dust dissipated. Ji Xian slowly stood up in the deep pit. The armor on his body was a little damaged, but it was constantly being repaired. He looked a little disheveled, but he had not suffered any fatal injuries and was able to move freely. Generally, Ji Xian said lightly. Xu Feng's attack was indeed very powerful, but it was defended, that is another matter. After that, Xu Feng's attack would not have much impact on himself. When the audience saw this, they couldn't help but admire it. So strong, you can handle this. It's his compressed air armor. He compressed the air countless times before he could barely withstand it. No matter what, it was blocked. Chu Feng's attack was completely useless. If the attack fails to produce any effect, then Chu Feng has already lost half of the battle. The captain of Shenzhou University is still amazing. Judge's seat. Xiang Jin's heart was hanging in the air, but after seeing that Ji Xian was safe and sound, he finally let go. He breathed a sigh of relief and spoke slowly. I don't think the attack is that good. Is this all you warriors have? The implication is that if there were no other attacks, it would be difficult to defeat Ji Xian in this battle. Unable to break Ji Xian's defense? At most, Chu Feng could tie with Ji Xian, and there was no possibility of winning. Su Jicheng, the president of Baicha University, was not sure whether Chu Feng had any other means, so he did not say much in response to Xiang Jin's question. It's not a big problem if you can't beat it. Chu Feng was fast enough just now, so he had no problem dealing with Ji Xian's attack. Even if the defense is not broken. By stalling for time, the game should be tied, and the two would then be tied for first place. This has happened before. Captain Jiang Chen, who was standing by, saw that Chu Feng's attack was blocked and couldn't help but praise Ji Xian. That's amazing. That is thunder that is enough to threaten a 9th level warrior. Logically speaking, there was no way Ji Xian could defend himself. But that boy cleverly compressed the air layer by layer. In the end, it formed a defensive power several times greater than the original one, which barely blocked Chu Feng's attack. Although it is a bit difficult. But it was blocked after all, which is still very good. Jiang Chen watched the field silently, feeling that this battle would most likely end in a draw. Both have their advantages. If there are no other means, no one can do anything to anyone else and it can only be considered a draw. On the ring. Chu Feng saw that his attack was blocked. It also means that I have a deep understanding of how powerful Ji Xian is. The fact that he can withstand the Great Thunder spell is enough to show how strong this guy is. I still can't do without SSS level talent. Buzz. A mysterious force suddenly descended upon the scene. God comes as a metaphor. Of course, Chu Feng used the effect of the gigantic talent in advance. On the stage. When Ji Xian sensed this power, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He leaped. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Chu Feng, raised his huge fist, and smashed it hard on Chu Feng's head. Chapter 103, We Don't Watch Horror Movies. The air was infinitely compressed under Ji Xian's fist, forming a cavity like a cannonball, whistling towards him. This time, Chu Feng did not choose to dodge Ji Xian's attack. Because of his divine presence, he briefly obtained the divine power of the giant spirit. Chu Feng stretched out his right hand and squeezed it casually, and the extremely powerful air cannonball was directly blown up. Immediately afterwards, the 3,000 thunders were activated to the extreme. With the blessing of the extremely large talent. Just blink. Chu Feng came in front of Ji Xian, twisted his body, and threw a simple straight punch on Ji Xian's shoulder. Ji Xian did not react at all to Chu Feng's attack. Or simply unable to react. After being hit by this punch, the originally sturdy armor on his body shattered like paper. His shoulder was directly smashed down. The whole person was knocked out of the ring by Chu Feng's punch at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and was deeply embedded in the grass. Lost. And the loss was no surprise. In the spectator seats. Those who came to watch the game were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No? Who is the 5th level warrior? Why do I feel that Chu Feng's performance is more like that of the 5th level warrior? Whether it's speed or strength, he suppresses Ji Xian in all aspects. What kind of martial arts did Chu Feng use just now? I felt an extremely terrifying force descending upon me in an instant. I also feel it. It's even more terrifying than my principal's aura. Shenzhou University spectator seats. Jiang Hao was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Feng to be able to defeat Ji Xian head-on. He is faster than others and stronger than others. The key cultivation level is indeed only at the 4th level. This is fucking. Jiang Hao felt that Chu Feng also had a cheat, and it was a cheat even more perverted than his own, Dan Lao. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the combat effectiveness is so strong. Ji Xian's armor could block Chu Feng's 9th level attack, but under Chu Feng's power, it was as vulnerable as paper. Chu Feng's power. One is that it has reached a point that one cannot even imagine. Coupled with that abnormal speed, it is impossible to imagine who else can be Chu Feng's opponent. In his mind. When Dan Lao saw this scene, he reacted quickly and realized that what Chu Feng used just now was probably not martial arts, but his talent. Chu Feng's talent is not the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, but the talent that can rapidly increase strength. This talent level. It's possible to be above S rank. Only in this way can he suppress Jixian with one hand in the strongest posture. Although the strongest talent level in Dragon Country is only S level at present, there are records in ancient books that in the past Dragon Country, there were also people who awakened SS level talents, and even SSS level talents. But I don't know why. Ever since humans entered the martial arts world, high-level talents have gradually disappeared. The highest level of the remaining talents does not exceed S level. And this kid Chu Feng. It is very likely that he was extremely lucky to awaken an SSS level talent. With his super SSS level talent, he was able to defeat Jixian of the 5th level and 9th level with the combat power of the 4th level and 1st level. Alas! Dan Lao sighed, thinking about Jiang Hao's hard work in obtaining a purple cloud divine thunder comparable to the S level. As a result, his combat capability is probably not even as good as someone with SSS level talent. This gap. Who can accept it? Jiang Hao stared at Jixian, who was sinking deeply into the grass on the field. He gritted his teeth and asked in his heart, Dan Lao, do I still have hope of surpassing Chu Feng? Old Dan shook his head. It was impossible to defeat Chu Feng, but there might be some very slim chance of surpassing Chu Feng in some aspects. But there is no need to do that. Why do you have to compare yourself with Chu Feng? That kid is simply the definition of pervert. Xiaohaozi, forget it, we don't want to watch horror movies. As long as we put Chu Feng aside, Jiang Hao's talent is definitely one of the best in Longhua. The kind that is a little stronger than Ji Xian. But Chu Feng was really unreasonable. Not only was he talented, but he also left the second place Jiang Hao behind by 180,000 meters. It even gave Jiang Hao some hope of catching up. Dan Lao has seen many geniuses. But this is the first time I have seen a genius like Chu Feng, who has been so arbitrary and powerful that he can transcend the stars. I see. Jiang Hao felt bitter, but he could do nothing about it. At this stage, I am indeed no match for Chu Feng at all. Beside, Yi Fengchen, who was defeated by Chu Feng not long ago, fell silent when he saw Ji Xian defeated. I thought that Chu Feng was only powerful in soul power, and it would be no big deal if he could take advantage of my carelessness and use his soul to defeat me. But who would have known that Chu Feng's soul power was just his most insignificant ability? That lightning-fast speed. An attack that is enough to threaten a 9th-level warrior, and a power that surpasses Ji Xian. They are all Chu Feng's deadly killing moves. Yi Fengchen asked himself, even if he could hold on to the power of his soul, he would most likely still lose to Chu Feng. In this qualifying match, Chu Feng is undoubtedly the first. Strength, no doubt. But this is not a good thing, because in the next team competition, Chu Feng will definitely be targeted by everyone. Because he is too strong, there is no point in playing unless Chu Feng is eliminated. Chu Feng alone can probably eliminate all the teams using guerrilla warfare. Chu Feng's fighting ability does not need to be tested. Just need to eliminate him first. Yi Fengchen's eyes flickered. There was no reluctance to be defeated by Chu Feng, only a desire to defeat Chu Feng. Even if it is using the majority to bully the minority. Behind him, when Fang Yu saw that Ji Xian lost, his face looked a little ugly. Remembering that Chu Feng was the person he was supposed to bring back, he couldn't help but want to confront the principal. Is the talent you like bad? What's wrong with spending a few billion more? Does our school need that little money? Fang Yu was speechless and a little helpless. It was originally an honor for Shenzhou University. With Chu Feng's strength, it would be no problem for him to win the championship in the 100 schools martial arts competition for 2 consecutive years. Now. But it was handed over to Shenzhou University. Well. He could only sigh in his heart, and then silently made a voodoo doll for the principal. Baichao University spectator seats. Wei Shuhan smiled knowingly when he saw Chu Feng defeat Ji Xian. This kid is still as strong as ever. Judging from the strength Chu Feng has shown now, let alone Ji Xian, who is at the 5th level, even a 9th level warrior like himself would probably not be able to fight him. But you should know. Chu Feng's current realm is only that of a 4th level warrior. Fighting across 5 or 6 major levels is truly an unprecedented talent. Beside her, Wang Xingyu remained silent. He had fought with Ji Xian before and knew how powerful Ji Xian was. The gravity that is sometimes strong and sometimes weak is very uncomfortable. Then, he couldn't even control his body freely and was completely at the mercy of Ji Xian. And it came to Chu Feng. There was almost no sign of Ji Xian using gravity, and it was even impossible to feel that Ji Xian was using gravity. You know, Zhongxian is Ji Xian's most proud talent. How could it not be used in battle? All I can say is, Chu Feng's physical strength was too abnormal. He was immune to most of Ji Xian's gravity interference simply by relying on his physical strength. It is equivalent to directly destroying Ji Xian's S-level talent. This is why he was able to win so easily. Otherwise, under the gravity interference that was like a quagmire, Chu Feng would not have been able to fight so smoothly. I'm afraid Chu Feng's physical strength has surpassed my gigantamax form, right? Wang Xingyu said to himself. Chu Feng easily broke free from the gravity that he could not break free from. This means that his physical strength is definitely stronger than mine. Chapter 104, The Loss is Not Unfair. Gigantamaxing is Wang Xingyu's core talent. It greatly improves the strength of his physical body, and can increase the strength of his 4th level 9th level physical body several times. But even so, Wang Xingyu also had no way to ignore Ji Xian's gravity by relying on his physical strength. But Chu Feng did it. Especially after that inexplicable force descended, it seemed as if the entire force field was taken away by Chu Feng. Ji Xian's gravity had no effect at all. Even Ji Xian's armor was crushed by Chu Feng with a light pinch. You know, the translucent armor condensed by Ji Xian can help him resist Chu Feng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. According to Teacher Wei, Chu Feng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is enough to harm a 9th level warrior. That is to say, in an instant, Chu Feng broke through his strength to the 9th level, even reaching the top level of the 9th level, so that he could easily break Ji Xian's armor with one blow. More importantly, Wang Xingyu also knew that this is not all of Chu Feng's methods. The previous Chu Feng had mastered a martial art that could grow wings. That move could even temporarily confine space, which was extremely abnormal. If that move is used, Ji Xian probably still wouldn't be able to fight back. Chu Feng is really too strong. He doesn't look like a 4th level warrior at all. Judging from his overall performance, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a 9th level warrior. In the qualifying round, Chu Feng is undoubtedly the first place. Only, in the next team competition, Baichao University will definitely be targeted. According to previous rules, there are dozens of other universities targeting the number 1 Shenzhou University. They will be the first to eliminate Shenzhou University, and then the other universities will compete for the first place. And Shenzhou University has never withstood the pressure in team competitions. Their first place only appears in qualifying and challenge matches. Team competition. Shenzhou University is often the first to be eliminated and is always at the bottom of the list. I just don't know. Can Chu Feng withstand the pressure of the team competition? Judge's seat. Several principals looked at each other in silence. Judging from the fighting ability shown by Chu Feng, who would win if he didn't win? Xiang Jin from Shenzhou University silently gritted his teeth. He swore, the specially recruited teacher who has never been recalled by Chu Feng will be kicked out today. Such a perverted talent. Xiang Jin was really upset that Baichao University got the upper hand. Su Jiqiang from Baichao University was excited. He was almost crazy with joy that his university had produced such an outstanding talent. Chu Feng's fighting power is not only against the sky. His alchemy skills are also ridiculously strong. It is simply powerful in all aspects without any blind spots, which is unmatched by ordinary people. In Su Jiqiang's view, even if Ji Xian could exchange a few moves with Chu Feng, compared with Chu Feng, his value was not even half of Chu Feng's. Chu Feng's talent in alchemy alone is enough to crush Ji Xian. Moreover, in terms of combat effectiveness, one more time to crush it. What can Ji Xian use to compare with Chu Feng, and how can he possibly be better than Chu Feng? Beside him, Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Regiment, was even more excited. He not only saw Chu Feng's fighting ability, but also saw the possibility of the human race becoming powerful again. Today's Chu Feng. With the cultivation level of the 4th level, one can possess combat power comparable to that of the 9th level. What if Chu Feng cultivates to the 9th level? Although it is said that the higher you practice, the more difficult it is to challenge higher levels, but judging from the talent Chu Feng has shown now, Chu Feng, who is at the 9th level, should be more than capable of challenging a 12th level beast. Chu Feng is also very likely breakthrough to the 10th level in martial arts. Judging from Chu Feng's current talent, if he can't break through to the 10th level, then no one in the entire dragon country will be able to do it. And if Chu Feng breaks through to the 10th level, then his small step will be a big step for the entire dragon kingdom. If Chu Feng's breakthrough method can be studied thoroughly, it is likely that most warriors will have the hope of breaking through to the 10th level. At present, there are at least dozens of warriors in Dragon Country who are stuck at the peak of the 9th level, waiting for the arrival of a new realm. These people will most likely break through with Chu Feng, including Jiang Chen. By then, the human race's combat capability will usher in a blowout improvement. Therefore, Chu Feng's future is almost equivalent to the future of the human race. The appearance of Chu Feng gave everyone hope of breaking through to a new realm. Such a good thing. How could Jiang Chen not be excited? He looked at Chu Feng off the field, as if he was watching the end of the human race completely eliminating the ferocious beasts and unifying the Blue Star. On the stage, after Chu Feng defeated Ji Xian, he successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Then came the next battle. But the opponent's strength is far inferior to Ji Xian, and the strongest is only Wang Xingyu. Chu Feng defeated them easily and finally won the championship in the qualifying round. He stood on the podium. Accept the cheers of the audience. Oh my god, that's amazing. I heard Chu Feng is still a freshman. I've never heard of this before. Ji Xian has practiced for 4 years, but is not as good as Chu Feng, who has practiced for 1 year. This talent is truly abnormal. If nothing unexpected happens, the key to the qualifying round of the next 100 schools martial arts competition will be directly reserved for Chu Feng. If I can win the championship as a freshman, let alone as a junior, I feel like Baichao University is better. They've recently improved their elixirs and have top-tier talent. They seem to be on track to surpass Shenzhou University. Of course, I feel like when we talk about the best university in the future, Baichao University will be the one. Has Shenzhou University finally fallen from grace? Off the court. Only then did Ji Xian slowly crawl out from the grass in the playground. There was an almost heart-wrenching pain in my right shoulder, but they were all minor injuries. Chu Feng's attack avoided the vital point. It only hit the shoulder, and although it was painful, it was far from fatal. Take some healing pills and you'll be better soon. Ha! The loss was not unfair. Chu Feng is really strong. Ji Xian had to admit that the power of that boy's last move was simply terrifying. Without having fought in person, it is impossible to imagine how much abnormal power is hidden in Chu Feng's body. When facing Chu Feng's attack, Ji Xian felt like a small boat of several meters in size on the sea, while Chu Feng was a huge wave of hundreds of meters in size that was beyond human power to withstand. You know, his own realm has broken through to the 9th level of the 5th stage. In addition to his usual training and the added strength of Chongxian, his physical strength is definitely no less than that of some 7th level warriors. What's more, there is also armor that can withstand 9th level attacks. In order to fight against Chu Feng, his defense was maximized. Before going on stage, Ji Xian was still confident that with the armor condensed from the air, even if a 9th level warrior came, it would be impossible to break it without 2 or 3 moves. But when it came to Chu Feng, he was crushed by a single squeeze. Under the pressure of Chu Feng's power, Ji Xian felt that even if a true 9th level warrior came, he would probably not be able to survive a single move by Chu Feng. He briefly reviewed the battle. In the end, he didn't have any chance of winning. If Chu Feng was his enemy, he would just wait for death. High attack power. The speed is also ridiculously fast, there is no need to fight if you encounter it. In the next team competition, eliminate Chu Feng as soon as possible. Ji Xian thought. Since Chu Feng has demonstrated extraordinary strength, he must be targeted accordingly. Chapter 105, Entering the Secret Realm of Mahayana Stage. As the night deepens, the evening breeze blows. After Chu Feng won the championship, it was exactly past 12 o'clock. At this time, the special offer shop has also been refreshed. Daily special, 9th level soul pill. Buy 1, get 1 free. Dramatically accelerates your soul power cultivation. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only 1 left. Chu Feng silently looked at the light blue panel in front of him, feeling a little excited. almost without hesitation. Bought the soul pill. Buy one get one free, get 2 soul pills. In the mall, 1 soul pill requires 3 mid-grade spirit stones. It is a special cultivation pill that only 9th level warriors can use. He now only has 2.5 mid-grade spirit stones. I can't afford it at all. Now that I have this elixir, I can start practicing the soul splitting technique. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to succeed in my cultivation today. Possessing the soul splitting technique. You can explore the secret realm of the Mahayana dimension by yourself. While thinking, Wei Shuhan and others also left the spectator seats and came to Chu Feng's side. Great, I knew you could do it. Wei Shuhan praised. She knew from the last battle that Chu Feng was extremely powerful, so it was not surprising that he defeated Ji Xian. And there are classmates who have fought before. They were all injured to varying degrees, but when they saw Chu Feng win the championship, they couldn't stop smiling. Principal Su Jiqiang also came. He squeezed in front of Chu Feng, took out 32 medium-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into Chu Feng's hand. Well done. I got you a lot of stones. Chu Feng took the spirit stone. Sincere thanks. He really needed this kind of thing, the more the better. Get some rest. We'll just have to go through the team competition the day after tomorrow and focus on preparing for the challenge match. Su Jiqiang continued. After all, the team competition will definitely be targeted. If you get injured and haven't gotten a ranking yet, won't that affect your ranking in the challenge competition? With Chu Feng's strength, as long as your fighting power remains at its peak, it will be easy to win first place in the challenge. By then, with the first place in the 2 major competitions, Baichao University is undoubtedly the #1 university in Dragon Country. Chu Feng nodded. He also understood the fierceness of the team competition and had no intention of showing off. And, taking advantage of this period of time, I can explore the secret dimension of the Mahayana period. Not far away. Xiang Jin looked at Chu Feng silently, recalling the glory of the past, and felt a little sad in his heart. He looked at Feng Yu beside him and asked in an unsteady voice. Check. It's Chu Feng who's in charge of special recruitment. Damn it. Chu Feng should have been a student of Shenzhou University, but what happened? Because the special recruitment teacher neglected his duties, this top talent ended up at Baichao University. Therefore, we must investigate, and investigate thoroughly. As a team leader, Feng Yu was also the teacher who specially recruited Chu Feng. It's better not to say it. He got angry whenever Xiang Jin mentioned this matter. Isn't it you? I said I'd pay a little more. Feng Yu directly took out the surveillance footage from the storage ring and threw it in Xiang Jin's face. Look for yourself. Xiang Jin didn't expect that. A small teacher who missed Chu Feng, how could he still be so arrogant? He really wanted to see what confidence I had to dare to throw things in my face. In the surveillance, the dialogue is crystal clear. President Xiang. We don't have enough funds, and the other 3 universities are offering too much. Then forget it. If they want it, just give it to them. We at Shenzhou University are not short of talented people. In the upcoming 100 schools martial arts competition, we have a very good chance of taking first place. But Xiang Jin was dumbfounded after watching Feng Yu's surveillance video. What the hell, it was me who personally shut Chu Feng out. At this moment, he was a little upset. It was really uncomfortable to eat the melon on his head. After a long time, he slowly exhaled. From now on, double the treatment for specially recruited students, even those in their senior year. At last. As for Chu Feng, he returned to his residence with the qualifying championship medal. Shenzhou University specially arranges single dormitories. The first thing Chu Feng did after returning to the dormitory was to take out the soul pill and swallow it in one gulp. At the same time, he practiced the soul splitting technique according to the mantra. When the Shenhan pill enters the mouth, there is a cool and comfortable feeling. This feeling of comfort quickly spread throughout his body, making Chu Feng feel as if his entire soul was floating. In this wonderful feeling, the power of the soul is increasing at a rapid rate, and the progress of the soul splitting technique is also rapidly increasing. During the process, when the effect of the medicine is almost consumed, take another soul pill. The majestic soul power gradually condensed. Finally, it turned into a small gray ball, floating quietly in Chu Feng's mind. The 3rd level of the soul. Soul Core. The power of the soul increased significantly, and Chu Feng's perception of the surroundings became clearer. If you use soul control, even the gigantic Wang Xingyu would probably not be able to escape the attack of his own soul power. But that's not enough. Chu Feng estimated that if he faced Jiang Hao's soul defense, he would not be able to break it alone. I have to say, Jiang Hao still has something. He possesses such a strong soul power. He must have reached the level of divine soul, right? Otherwise, after condensing his soul core, he would be confident that he could defeat Jiang Hao's defense. Still need to work harder. It seems that Jiang Hao's talent is probably not inferior to mine. Chu Feng took a deep breath. I thought my talent was incredible enough, but I didn't expect there were other masters out there. Continue to practice. Then, he completely immersed himself in the practice of the soul-splitting technique. After the power of the soul was upgraded, the speed of practicing this spell increased several times. Soon, the soul core in Chu Feng's mind began to sink into a circle in the middle. Gradually, as the depression grew larger, it finally split into two smaller soul cores. Chu Feng's mind moved slightly. Another soul core appeared in front of him, and gradually turned into a translucent human figure. Yes, although they are in soul form, they can share memories and have a close soul connection. Relying on this split soul, he would be able to explore the secret dimension of the Mahayana period. Don't be too afraid of the dangers. The most serious consequence is probably the explosion of the split soul. Although some soul power will be lost, at least the person is still alive, right? If you encounter a strong man in the Mahayana stage, we can also unilaterally cut off contact and eliminate the threat. Overall, worth a try. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the bed. With a slight movement of his mind, his soul floated up and entered the bracelet on his right hand. Shift of sight. A strong sense of spatial distortion came from the split soul. When Chu Feng's soul opened its eyes again, it came to a big green tree, surrounded by low bushes and weeds. The overall atmosphere gives him a peaceful feeling. In particular, the rich spiritual power far exceeds that of the blue star, making this fragment of the soul feel comfortable all over. It feels that if it practices for a few days, it can achieve a breakthrough in a small realm. The concentration of spiritual power here is roughly equivalent to half a low-grade spirit stone. Not particularly strong. But the advantage is that it is endless and inexhaustible. However, Chu Feng was not careless, because this was a secret realm for Mahayana cultivators, and there might be dangers everywhere. He slowly released the power of his soul and detected the surrounding environment. Soon, Chu Feng discovered a village nearby, where many ordinary humans lived. The soul floated among the trees, and after seeing those ordinary people from afar, it couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, this world is relatively safe. Because there are many elderly people with gray hair and beards living in the village, and those elderly people have obviously lived safely here for many years. Big brother, are you also going to Qingyun sect to practice? A childish voice suddenly sounded in Chu Feng's ears. It was a little girl less than half a meter tall, wearing cloth clothes. This voice scared Chu Feng. You know. His soul power was constantly monitoring the surroundings, and any movement could be detected immediately. But when did this girl come close? Chu Feng stared at the little girl and observed her carefully, and found that the girl's presence was very low. If he was distracted for a moment, the girl would disappear from his sight. The power of the soul is completely unable to detect the girl's existence. This is a very special ability. Chu Feng thought for a moment. He couldn't detect any malice in the little girl's question, so he asked directly. Qingyun sect? What is that? Chapter 106, Rare SSS Level Talent. It's the most powerful and largest sect near us. Everyone must go to Qingyun sect to train after the age of 6. If you have talent, you can become a disciple of Qingyun sect, and you can eat delicious food every day. The little girl said this, her big eyes still sparkling with anticipation. Chu Feng watched silently. I have a whole new understanding of the world. It should be a relatively safe world, otherwise it would be impossible to raise such an innocent child. As for Qingyun sect, we must go there. After all, it is the most powerful sect nearby and a powerful channel for obtaining information about the surrounding area. It is also the beginning of getting familiar with this secret dimension. If there were a Mahayana cultivator in the Qingyun sect who took a fancy to his 2 SSS level talents, then his future cultivation would probably be smooth sailing. Thinking, Shu Feng talked with the little girl for a while. We learned that the girl's name was Zhou Xiaotao. She was only 6 years old this year, and she had to go to Qingyun sect alone to report. I was a little scared on the road. So I want to find someone to go with her. Shu Feng nodded and decided to go to Qingyun sect to see the situation in person. Because this world still makes him feel very safe, and he carries a portal with him, so if there is any danger, he can teleport away immediately. Certainly. The main thing is this fragment of soul. The characteristics are too obvious. It is composed of pure soul power. You can tell at a glance that he is not a human at all. If you report with a soulful attitude, people will most likely not accept it. Thinking, Shu Feng said to Zhou Xiaotao, "Wait for me." Then, he quickly changed into a set of cloth clothes similar to Zhou Xiaotao's, teleported over, took back the soul fragment, and took Zhou Xiaotao to Qingyun sect. On the road, Shu Feng spent some dragon coins to buy some candies and chocolates from the Wanjie Mall and gave them to Zhou Xiaotao. What's this? Zhou Xiaotao looked at the colorful packages in Shu Feng's hands, her eyes filled with uncontrollable curiosity. Try it? As he spoke, Shu Feng peeled a candy and stuffed it into Zhou Xiaotao's little mouth. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xiaotao's big watery eyes lit up. She savored the candy in her mouth, a comfortable smile emanating from her whole body. It's delicious. Zhou Xiaotao savored the sweetness of the candy, a taste she had never experienced before. At the same time, he looked at the few candies left in Shu Feng's hand. Asked cautiously, "Brother Shu Feng, can you give me 2 more? Shu Feng nodded. These candies are not worth anything at all. Even with so many of them in hand, they only cost less than 100 dragon coins. He casually stuffed all the candies into Zhou Xiaotao's hands. Take it. Thank you, brother. Zhou Xiaotao was so happy that she stuffed all the candies into her pockets. Prepare to save it for savoring. At the same time, save a few for your parents to try. While thinking, the few of them soon arrived at the foot of the Qingyun sect's mountain. Shu Feng looked up and saw several towering mountains reaching into the sky, majestic and magnificent. There seemed to be cranes hovering in the clouds, giving people a feeling of floating immortal air. It should be a big sect. At the foot of the mountain, there is a spacious platform, which is empty and gives people a very lonely feeling. Isn't it said to be the largest sect? Why are there so few people coming? Shu Feng was puzzled. I found a monk in a green robe in front of the mountain gate, who was dozing off on the table. This? The Qingyun sect isn't some declining, trashy sect, right? Shu Feng thought of this the first time, but since he was already here, there was no reason not to go and take a look. Holding Zhou Xiaotao's little hand, came in front of the monk. Brother? Wake up? Is our Qingyun sect recruiting people? The cultivator was a little dazed after being woken up. After looking up and feeling Shu Feng's cultivation level, a light suddenly appeared in his tired eyes. It's a foundation building cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator so young, is this a gift from heaven? Is it our Qingyun sect's destiny that should not be extinguished? The Qingyun sect is short of talent. The combat effectiveness has declined and it cannot compete with the surrounding sects. They are even about to be stripped of their sect status because they have not been able to recruit people for years. By then, some of the Qingyun sect's inheritances, as well as the sect's original benefits, will all be cancelled. Therefore, now that someone has joined Qingyun sect, it means that there is a possibility that Qingyun sect will survive. How could he not be happy? Maybe there is a chance for Qingyun sect to survive. Yes. Are you here to join my Qingyun sect? Shu Feng nodded. He also pointed to Zhou Xiaotao beside him. Yes. Shu Feng can only stay for 1 day, and then he has to go back to play in the team competition and challenge competition. Therefore, the only one who can really stay in Qingyun sect is Zhou Xiaotao. You never know when he might run away. Okay. The monk said 3 good words in a row, buy 1 get 1 free, it's a huge profit. My name is Ma Yang, what are your names? After introducing each other, Ma Yang briefly explained the Qingyun sect. The leader of the Qingyun sect was an extremely powerful divine transformation cultivator. He can fly, hide, and do anything. There is also a supreme elder who is in seclusion, trying to break through to the fusion realm. So, you can be completely assured of Qingyun sect's foundation. Joining a sect not only provides you with 3 meals a day, but also allows you to become a true disciple and receive direct instruction from the sect leader. A master monk serves as a teacher. It is a benefit that cannot be compared with any other welfare. After talking for a long time, Chu Feng was silent. What the hell, isn't this giving you nothing? He is just a leader of the Huashan sect. If my guess is correct, he is the kind of mysterious dragon that can only be seen from the tail but not the head, right? Wow! So impressive. Daddy said those who can fly and hide are all immortals. Zhou Xiaodao's big eyes were full of admiration. She is small. I just feel that immortals are no more than this. Really? Impressive, right? But if you want to join our Qingyun sect, you still need to take an aptitude test. Ma Yang hurriedly said. He could see the impatience in Chu Feng's eyes, so he wanted to grab this little girl and rely on this little girl to make Chu Feng stay. Saying, he took out a formation plate and pressed Zhou Xiaodao's white and tender hand on it at an extremely fast speed. Test Zhou Xiaodao's talent. The next moment, the array plate suddenly burst out with brilliant golden light, and the 3 words SSS appeared on the array plate. This. When Ma Yang saw Zhou Xiaodao's talent, his head started buzzing. It turned out to be the top SSS level talent. You know, it's hard to find one among 100 million people. The Yin state where he was located had a total population of over 300 million people, but in the past 10 years, there were only 2 people with SSS level talents recorded. From this we can see that. How rare is SSS level talent? From today on, you are our master's personal disciple, and my junior sister. As soon as Ma Yang finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew. An old man with an immortal look appeared beside Zhou Xiaodao in an instant at lightning speed. Staring at the SSS level array in front of Zhou Xiaodao, she couldn't help but dance. Great. Heaven will not destroy our Qingyun sect. And Zhou Xiaodao. Looking at the 2 people with strange expressions, he couldn't help but grab the corner of Chu Feng's clothes tightly. Fear in my heart? She asked timidly. Brother Chu Feng? How about we go back? Chapter 107 Special Talent? Go back? Chu Feng shook his head slightly. He definitely would not go back. He still needs to understand this world more deeply. Even if he really wants to go back, he will go alone and teleport away. Thinking, Chu Feng rubbed Zhou Xiaodao's head. Look again, I'm here. On the side. Upon seeing this, the old sect leader was immediately ready to agree and wanted to find a way to get Zhou Xiaodao to stay. But in the blink of an eye, he saw the senior disciple Ma Yang standing beside him. I feel like I still need to maintain the image of a superior person. I was too excited just now and almost scared others. He quietly sent a message to Ma Yang. Ma Yang immediately understood and explained. This is our sect leader, True Man Qingyun. He was injured in the past and has become a little mentally disturbed. Please don't be offended. After that, he pulled Chu Feng and continued. Let's test our talents together. We in Qingyun sect teach everyone. Since Zhou Xiaodao listens to Chu Feng, she must find a way to keep Chu Feng here. Keeping Chu Feng is equivalent to keeping Zhou Xiaodao. It's like buy one get one free. No matter what Chu Feng's talent is, with Zhou Xiaodao, it is definitely a win-win. Chu Feng nodded. I have 2 SSS level talents and 3 S level talents. I wonder what the results will be when tested. He placed his hand on the array plate, ready to see which talent would appear. Ma Yang pinched his fingers. Activate the formation plate. To be honest, he was not very optimistic about Chu Feng's talent. How could there be so many SSS level talents? There are only 2 people with SSS level talents in a country in 10 years. Now there is a Zhou Xiaodao. If we want to see the next SSS level talent owner, we will have to wait at least 5 years. So, Ma Yang is not optimistic about Chu Feng. The array plate detected Chu Feng's cultivation level. The light on it was 4 colors, sometimes showing SSS level, sometimes showing S level. It seems like the left and right brains are fighting each other. There never was a final outcome. Ma Yang saw this and looked puzzled. The formation disk didn't react? Impossible. Even SSS level talents can be detected. Could it be that Chu Feng's talent can be even better than SSS? Things that don't make sense. Because the most powerful talent is SSS level. At this moment, there was only a loud bang, and the formation plate seemed unable to withstand Chu Feng's power and exploded on the spot? What's going on? Ma Yang was confused. Why could the array disk explode? Qing Yun Jinren beside him reacted instantly. Could it be a special talent, or a twin talent? As the sovereign, true man Qing Yun has a very broad experience. He immediately took out a brand new formation plate and placed it in front of Chu Feng. Try this. The new array can test two talents at the same time. If Chu Feng really has twin talents, then his sect would have picked up two treasures. If two S-level talents are awakened at the same time, the power can barely be comparable to that of SSS level talents. What Chu Feng needs to awaken are two SSS level talents. Then this kid is simply a treasure among treasures. When Ma Yang saw the formation plate that the sect leader took out, he also reacted. It turns out this guy has twin talents. Twin talents are very rare, and to some extent, their strength can even exceed that of SSS level talents. Certainly, there are very few people who can possess two talents at the same time. Especially when possessing two powerful talents at the same time, the probability is extremely slim. 10 years. There are only two people with SSS level talents in Yen State. And Chu Feng has twin talents, and both talents are SSS level. Is it possible? It's totally a pipe dream. So, Ma Yang is not optimistic about Chu Feng. Even if he has twin talents, their combined value is probably not as good as Zhou Xiaodao's SSS level talent. However, at this moment, the formation plate that true man Qing Yun took out also made a sound of being overwhelmed under Chu Feng's hands. With a bang, it shattered into pieces again. Ma Yang was confused. True man Qing Yun was also confused. What is going on? Why can't the array plate that detects both talents detect Chu Feng's talent? Could it be that he has a special talent that is inherently undetectable? Or he is an extremely rare triple-born talent, a child of destiny who awakens three talents at the same time upon birth. True man Qing Yun instinctively thought it was the former. But I am unwilling to give in. What if Chu Feng is a gifted person? You know, the three lives talent is even rarer than the SSS level talent. In 10 years, the state of Yen also produced two people with SSS level talents. The whole of South China. That is to say, in the 108 countries, including Yen State, it took a full 10 years for a cultivator to awaken three talents at the same time. If Chu Feng really awakens, it is the talent of three lives. Even 3A level talents can barely be compared with an SSS level talent. If the 3A level talents can be coordinated, then having more than one SSS level talent will be a piece of cake. In particular, after a cultivator condenses the golden elixir, he can awaken his talent once more. At this time, the owner of the three lives talent can awaken three talents at the same time, which is absolutely abnormal. So, if Chu Feng really is the owner of the three lives talent, its value is definitely higher than that of Zhou Xiaodao, who has SSS level talent. While thinking, true man Qing Yun took out another formation plate, placed it in front of Chu Feng, and asked in an excited voice. Try again? Chu Feng turned his head and glanced at true man Qing Yun, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Qing Yun. They can't even measure a talent. Isn't this sect a bit declining? Bring Xiao Tao to join Qing Yun's sect. Is it really okay? It's definitely not good, but I'm not familiar with this world and I have nowhere to go. This declining sect is just right for him to understand this world. So, there are still many benefits to staying in Qing Yun's sect for the time being. When the time comes and you have understood the surrounding information, you can change your job. It's not a big problem. Thinking, Chu Feng placed his hand on the formation plate again. Likewise, as expected, the formation plate that tested the three talents still exploded. When true man Qing Yun saw this, my heart is hanging in the air. It seems that Chu Feng must have awakened a special talent that cannot be tested. This caused the array plates to explode one after another. As for Chu Feng awakening four talents, is that possible? True man Qing Yun had only seen cultivators who had awakened four talents in ancient books. At present, it was estimated that there was not a single cultivator who had awakened four talents in the entire Xingyan continent. So, that's impossible. Can Chu Feng really awaken four talents? True man Qing Yun shook his head. When did he start to have such unrealistic fantasies? Chu Feng can only be an awakened special talent. There is no other possibility. True man Xingyun said with certainty, and then looked at Chu Feng again. He was less than 20 years old, and his cultivation level was in the late foundation building stage. He started practicing at the age of 12. At the age of 20, it took 8 years to reach this level of cultivation, which shows that Chu Feng's special talent is not that great. If Zhou Xiaotao were to come, she would be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage at least in 8 years. Moreover, true man Xingyun knew it at a glance. Zhou Xiaotao is only 6 years old now. By the time she is 20 years old, she will probably be a divine transformation cultivator, which is far beyond what Chu Feng can compare to. Chapter 108, Third-Rate Sect. Well, now that you are all here, let's join my Qingyun sect. True man Qingyun looked at the two of them and said. He actually didn't want to recruit Chu Feng because he was uncertain about his special talents and didn't know how strong he was. It is far less real than Zhou Xiaotao. However, Chu Feng and Zhou Xiaotao had a good relationship. She was afraid that if Chu Feng was driven away, Zhou Xiaotao would also be driven away, so she took Chu Feng in. However, if you want to become my true disciple, there is still a test. True man Xingyun originally wanted to accept Zhou Xiaotao as his true disciple. But he didn't want to accept Chu Feng as his true disciple, so he set up a test. With Zhou Xiaotao's talent, she will definitely pass, but Chu Feng may not be able to do so. Within 10 years, you must learn the Qingyun sword technique of our Qingyun sect, otherwise you will be expelled from the sect. True man Xingyun spoke in a serious tone. Ma Yang, who was listening on the side, was confused. Only 10 years. How is it possible to learn it? There are 4 swords in the Qingyun sword technique, namely, Heaven, Earth, Profound Yellow. Finally, the 4 swords merged into one. Mastered the extremely lethal Qingyun sword technique. With his A-level talent, it took him 5 full years to learn the yellow sword and the black sword in the Qingyun sword technique. Even if Zhou Xiaotao has SSS level talent, it would be almost impossible to learn all the Qingyun sword techniques without 3 to 5 years. And Chu Feng, what is awakened is a special talent, and it is most likely not as good as Zhou Xiaotao's SSS level talent. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to make Chu Feng learn the Qingyun sword technique within 10 years. Thinking of this, Ma Yang looked at Chu Feng sympathetically and said with understanding. Okay, I'll take you to where you'll live. The sect will give you 100 low-grade spirit stones every month. Zhou Xiaotao, you haven't yet refined your qi. You still need to practice the basic Qingyun Ju. Next, a simple ceremony is performed. Chu Feng and Zhou Xiaotao have officially joined the sect. But this sect is indeed poor. The spirit stones it distributes are only low-grade spirit stones. For a cultivator like Zhou Xiaotao who has SSS level talent, shouldn't they get a few mid-grade spirit stones? The value of a medium-grade spirit stone is equal to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The effect is excellent. Combined with Zhou Xiaotao's talent, Zhou Xiaotao's cultivation will definitely improve rapidly. Chu Feng thought about it. He quietly took out a medium-grade spirit stone and gave it to Zhou Xiaotao, and told her to practice well. When the time comes and my cultivation becomes strong enough, it will be the same if I leave this broken sect. As for Chu Feng, he will definitely run away before he can even stay for a day. Come with me. I'll arrange accommodation for you and we'll officially start training tomorrow. Ma Yang said this and led the two of them out of the mountain gate. They were brought to a courtyard on the mountainside called Kingswewan. Then he took out 2 books of Qingyun sword technique and Qingyun technique, as well as 200 low-grade spirit stones and gave them to the two of them respectively. When distributing spirit stones, Ma Yang felt a little guilty. He had such a good talent, but he could only practice with low-grade spirit stones. It really feels like a waste. But there was no other way. Even though he was the eldest disciple and had reached the golden core stage, he could only use low-grade spirit stones to practice. The effect of medium-grade spirit stones is good. However, 1 mid-grade spirit stone requires 1 million low-grade spirit stones to exchange for. How could my sect afford it? The sect doesn't have many resources. The sect has been in a state of deficit for many years, and the 2 remaining medium-grade spirit stones have to wait until the critical moment when Zhou Xiaotao breaks through. That way, only in this way can the value of mid-grade spirit stones be maximized. Take a good look at the exercises. There's rice in the woodshed. I live next door, so if you have any other questions, feel free to come and see me. After saying that, he was about to leave. At this time, Chu Feng called out to Ma Yang. Does our sect have a place similar to a library? He needed to understand the world, so naturally, it was faster to learn through books. If he asked Ma Yang directly, he would inevitably arouse suspicion if he asked too many questions. As for Zhou Xiaotao, she is only 6 years old, what can she ask for? Yes, you can go anywhere if you want. Just be careful not to go into the Zhuxian sword formation in the back mountain. You can get hurt easily. Ma Yang explained and then left the small courtyard. Now, he needs to report the two people. As long as the sect accepts them, it can continue to exist. Of course, it is just a third-rate sect, let alone the Tsangyun continent. Even in this small country of Yen, he can't even be ranked. Even the spirit stones can't be released. If he wanted to be promoted to a second-rate sect, he still needed to rely on Zhou Xiaotao. At the Nanzhou Martial Arts Conference a year later, his sect would be considered a second-rate sect only if it made it into the top 1,000. Qualified to compete for resources. Resources such as spiritual veins, spiritual fields, spiritual beasts, etc. Only with these resources can the sect have the possibility of development. Green Bamboo Courtyard. In this somewhat messy yard, Chu Feng took the time to help Zhou Xiaotao tidy up her bed. During this period, Zhou Xiao followed Chu Feng all the time. Seeing that Chu Feng seemed to want to leave, he lowered his head in disappointment. Brother Chu, will you leave? Well, there are still a few hours. Chu Feng replied that if he didn't leave, he would miss the team competition. When Zhou Xiaotao heard Chu Feng's answer, she lowered her head even more. Along the way, she could feel Chu Feng's care, and the candy made her feel the warmth of being cared for. Zhou Xiaotao didn't want to leave Chu Feng, and didn't have any feelings for Qingyun sect, so she said it subconsciously. I'll go with you. Come with me? Not so good, right? Chu Feng thought that it would expose the fact that he had a portal. Bring Zhou Xiaotao back home. There is no way to explain it. So, he shook his head. I'll be back. And soon. This world where Mahayana cultivators exist must have resources far beyond what one desires. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is extraordinary. As long as Chu Feng wants to reach a higher level in the qi refining realm, he must return here. I can feel it myself. Not long after staying here, the bottleneck in the late stage of foundation building began to loosen slightly. I should be able to break through to the golden core stage before I go back. A cultivator in the Jindan stage. In a team competition, he probably wouldn't be afraid even if he was surrounded by dozens of people. Really? Okay. Then Xiaotao will wait for you here. When Zhou Xiaotao heard that Chu Feng would come back, the stone in her heart was instantly put down. The whole person showed a comfortable smile. By the way, can you read? Chu Feng suddenly thought of this question. He had just looked through the martial arts technique given to him by Ma Yang. I discovered that the writing system in this world is similar to the traditional Chinese characters used on Blue Star. I don't even recognize myself completely. Not to mention Zhou Xiaotao, who was only 6 years old. Zhou Xiaotao also let go of the Qingyun Ju at this time, looked at the words that looked like heavenly books, and said with a bitter expression, I don't know him. Chu Feng nodded, then sat on a chair in the room and began to study the Qingyun sword technique. Chapter 109, A Promise. The 4 swords of Qingyun sword technique correspond to different effects. The yellow sword is just a sword move. It is an upward move, but the upward move requires strength and precision. You have learned it when you can use a wooden sword to cut a piece of wood as thick as your thigh without using spiritual power, and the sword will not be damaged at all. Generally speaking, a level talent it takes 3 to 4 months to barely get started. It takes a year to master it. Xianjian is the sword energy. Using spiritual power to condense sword energy can greatly increase the power of the long sword. It takes about 10 years to learn it thoroughly. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaotao has an SSS level talent, otherwise she might not even be able to learn the mystical sword in 10 years. Chu Feng muttered. Then I continued reading. The earth sword is to throw the sword in your hand out, so that the sword energy does not dissipate and can kill the target. It is considered a great success. Tianjian is a sword that can be used to kill enemies. Take the enemy's head from miles away. The integration of the 4 swords is the Qingyun sword technique. The flying sword can go straight up to the blue sky. It is powerful and has a wider range. After learning the Qingyun sword technique, one can practice the Qingyun sect's 4 swords of Zhuxian. Finally, he practiced the Zhuxian sword formation, which was able to kill gods and demons with unparalleled power. Chu Feng studied it a little bit. He then left the room and found a somewhat broken wooden sword in the yard. Came to the wooden training stake in the corner of the courtyard. He casually made a sword flower. Although I've never used a sword, I feel like it should be okay. Chu Feng pondered the contents of the yellow sword in the Qingyun sword technique, which killed the enemy without damaging the sword. After closing my eyes and thinking for a moment. Brush! With one upward strike, the wooden stake was split in half on the spot by Chu Feng, but the broken wooden sword in his hand was unharmed. Huang Jian, you've got it. It just feels like that. Why would it take a year? Zhou Xiaodao, who was standing by, watched Chu Feng split the wooden stake in half with one sword, and her big eyes instantly filled with light. Amazing! She had played with wooden swords before. It is a toy made by the old people in the village when they have nothing to do. It is very useful for chopping rape flowers, but it is impossible to chop a wooden stake thicker than your waist with one sword. The result can only be that the wooden sword breaks first, while the wooden stake remains intact. Zhou Xiaodao's own wooden sword accidentally chopped down a big tree. The tree was fine, but the wooden sword broke. And brother Chu Feng. Holding a wooden sword, he easily split the wooden stake. Brother Chu Feng is so powerful. I'm afraid that the Qingyun immortal before was no more than this? Zhou Xiaodao thought. At this time, Chu Feng turned around, handed the wooden sword to Zhou Xiaodao, and asked, "Do you want to learn?" Think. Zhou Xiaodao took the wooden sword and answered almost without hesitation. There was no reason for her not to learn such a powerful sword technique. Okay, come here and I'll teach you. Chu Feng taught Zhou Xiaodao the basic sword techniques, and then corrected Zhou Xiaodao's sword posture. So he prepared to leave. Chu Feng warned before leaving. Practice well, I have to go out for something. He wanted to find the sutra repository to understand the background of this world. He doesn't have much time left. Chu Feng still needs to go back to participate in the team competition of the 100 schools martial arts competition. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaodao immediately stopped practicing sword, ran behind Chu Feng, and asked cautiously, Can you take me with you? It's really scary to stay here alone. That senior brother and that real person gave her a strange feeling. Only by staying beside Chu Feng. Only then will you have that warm feeling of being cared for. Cannot. Chu Feng refused, saying that the transmission was too important and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. All right. Zhou Xiaotao lowered her head in disappointment. Suddenly I felt that the wooden sword was not so interesting. But I'll be back soon, before you learn the yellow sword. Chu Feng added. After participating in the 100 schools martial arts competition, I will definitely come back. If I want to become stronger, I have to explore this world. Okay, it's a deal. When Zhou Xiaodao heard that Chu Feng would come back, a happy smile instantly appeared on her face. At the same time, she stretched out her white and tender little hand, hooked Chu Feng's little finger and said, We've made a promise to each other for 100 years, and we won't change our minds. Chu Feng completed this mysterious ritual carefully, reached out and rubbed Zhou Xiaodao's head, and then left the courtyard. Zhou Xiaodao looked at Chu Feng's receding back and subconsciously tightened the wooden sword in her hand. Her pretty face was full of determination. Learn the yellow sword quickly. This way I can see brother Chu Feng earlier. After Chu Feng left Kingsui Wan, he wandered around Qingyun sect. The mountain is huge. Tall buildings can be seen everywhere on the mountainside, but they look a bit old because no one cleans them. Alchemy Pavilion. Equipment Refining Pavilion. Sutra Repository. Chu Feng quickly found the target and plunged into it. The sutra library was spacious and covered in dust, and it was obvious that no one had been there for a long time. There are many books. Chu Feng first went to the history category and looked up the origin of this world. He learned this by reading historical materials. This place is called Xinyun Continent. The continent is divided into Dongsheng Shenzhou, Shilin Mazhou, Nanhuan Yaozhou, Beiyuan Bingzhou, and Zhongtu Tianzhou. Each continent is extremely vast. Even for the strongest Mahayana cultivator, it would take at least a year to cross a continent. So, the connection between continents is mostly through teleportation arrays, which is convenient and fast. Chu Feng was in the Yan state of the Great Xia dynasty in Dongsheng Shenzhou, which was extremely remote. But such a country also has 300 million people. Longyuan City, the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, has a population of over 1 trillion and gathers nearly half of the powerful people in the entire Dongsheng Shenzhou. It is a huge city where solemnity and bustle coexist. Compared with the Yen state where he was, it was much more powerful. The state of Yen belongs to the Nanzhou of the Great Xiao dynasty and has 3 second-rate sects. They are the Blood Knife sect, the Beast Taming Villa, and the Five Elements sect. The strongest fighters in these sects are all returned to Void cultivators, who are 1 level stronger than the Spirit Transformation cultivator of Qing Yunjinren. But, logically speaking, although Master Qing Yun's cultivation in the Spirit Transformation realm is a little weak, it shouldn't be so bad that he can't recruit talents, right? Why was there only the sect master and the eldest disciple when I came to Qing Yun's sect? Chu Feng instinctively felt something was wrong. It is very likely that Qing Yun's sect was targeted, all the disciples left, and no one dared to come to Qing Yun's sect, so it declined. And those who can target the divine transformation cultivators. I guess there are only those 3 major sects, right? Qing Yun's sect is a bit dangerous. Chu Feng pondered and continued to look up the history of this continent. It's late at night. Green bamboo courtyard. Zhou Xiaotao was swinging the sword hard in the courtyard, and sweat fell with every strike. Her hair was already soaked with sweat, but her movements were meticulous. With the understanding of Huang Jian, Zhou Xiaotao shouted and thrust his sword onto the wooden stake. The broken wooden sword in his hand was like a sharp iron weapon, easily cutting through the thick wooden stake. Huang Jian, it's time to get started. Is Brother Chu Feng coming back too? Chapter 110, The Beast of Fortune. Zhou Xiaotao subconsciously looked towards the entrance of the courtyard. Under the faint moonlight, there was no one at the entrance. She also stopped the sword. It was only an inch away from completely cutting the wooden stake. If you haven't completely split the wood stake, you haven't fully mastered the yellow sword, right? Zhou Xiaotao thought. She didn't want Chu Feng to become someone who didn't keep his promises, so she didn't learn all of Huang Jian's skills. In that case, no matter how Chu Feng comes back, it's not too late. Zhou Xiaotao put away the wooden sword in her hand and laughed unconsciously. I'm so smart. Then she began to prepare dinner. After all, she was just a mortal and still had to eat. Next door. Ma Yang is also constantly practicing the yellow sword in order to better teach the new junior sister tomorrow. Of course, it is also to maintain his status as the eldest brother. So, when teaching, you must demonstrate your durability. It would be best if it was the demeanor of a peerless genius. Huang Jian could learn it at a glance, and Xian Jian would come on a wave of his hand. It would be even better if I could get a few words of praise from Xiaotao. You know, Zhou Xiaotao is a cultivator with SSS level talent, and his future is limitless. As long as he gets along well with Xiaotao, when his junior sister becomes successful in the future, maybe he can even get close to her. If the Qing Yun sect wants to rise in the future, it will definitely be inseparable from Zhou Xiaotao. While thinking, Ma Yang continued to practice the yellow sword. I have to say, this yellow sword is so damn hard to practice. I worked hard day and night, but it took me 5 years to completely learn the yellow sword. No way. When he went up the mountain, he awakened a C-level talent, and the subsequent A-level talent was the second talent awakened when he reached the golden core stage. So Huang Jian's training took a little longer. Now, Zhou Xiaotao's talent is at SSS level, so it will take at least a month for her to practice the yellow sword, right? This period was the best time for him to establish himself as a peerless master and a proud genius. As for Chu Feng, Ma Yang was not optimistic at all. He thought that a special talent might not be as good as his own C-level talent. Without a few years of training, I guess you won't even be able to reach the threshold of Huang Jian? It was only out of Xiaotao's consideration that the sect leader reluctantly accepted Chu Feng as his disciple. That kid. He is so lucky to have a sister as talented as Xiaotao. When Xiaotao becomes successful, maybe Chu Feng will be able to dominate the Tsangyun continent. Alas! Poor me, I still have to work so hard to review Huang Jian. I have been practicing the Xian sword for so many years that I have almost forgotten the Huang sword. Come on! To be able to hold on to Xiaotao's thighs. Ma Yang silently cheered himself up. At the top of Qingyun Peak, there is Tongtian Palace. In the huge hall, there was only true man Qingyun, who was holding a tortoise shell in his hand. Divining the fortunes of Chu Feng and Zhou Xiaotao. The main thing is Zhou Xiaotao, to see if he can lead the Qingyun sect to rise again. If Zhou Xiaotao didn't have enough luck, even with SSS level talent, it would be difficult for her to grow up, and staying in Qingyun sect would only delay each other. Certainly. The stronger the talent, the stronger the corresponding luck will be. Xiao Tao, who has SSS level talent, definitely has good luck. It's a good opportunity to see the strength of Chu Feng's talent and what level his special talent is at. Truman Qingyun made a hand gesture with his right hand. The tortoise shell on the left hand emits a mysterious light. Zhou Xiaotao's projection suddenly appeared on the tortoise shell. Then, a brilliant light suddenly burst out, and a fiery red phoenix with a wingspan of 5 meters suddenly appeared in front of Master Qingyun. It's a lucky beast. Under normal circumstances, detecting luck will only show the height of a ray of light. For example, his eldest disciple Ma Yang. His luck is a white beam of light, and the height of the beam is only 30 centimeters. The higher the light column, the stronger the luck. The color of the light column indicates the person's personality. Ma Yang's color is white with a hint of gray, which means that the person is slow-witted. Although he has some clever ideas, they are not many. The road of life is very smooth, with almost no major ups and downs. But the beast of destiny is different. Only when the power of luck is condensed to a certain intensity can it be projected in the form of the fate of the owner of the luck. Phoenix, the king of birds. This means that Zhou Xiaotao is very likely to become a female emperor. Key: the bigger the divine beast is, the stronger its luck is. Zhou Xiaotao's phoenix wingspan is a full 5 meters, and his luck is so great that he is bound to become a well-known strong man in the Tsangyan continent. All the twists and turns along the way. Almost all of them can escape danger with the help of luck. The beast has a 5-meter wingspan, which shows its strength. But you have to know that Ma Yang's luck height is only 30 centimeters, which is frighteningly weak. Even the white tiger, a lucky beast that recently appeared in Longyuan City, is only 3 meters long, but it is already the top genius in the entire Longyuan City. Zhou Xiaotao's 5-meter wingspan shows that her luck is so abnormal that she may be the strongest in the entire Tsangyan continent so far. The Qingyun sect has hope of rising. Truman Qingyun couldn't help but feel excited. As long as Zhou Xiaotao is trained well, there would definitely be a place for his Qingyun sect in the future Tsangyan continent. As for the strongest Qingyun sword sect in Qingzhou, Truman Qingyun is confident that he can recruit them back into his own Qingyun sect. Qingyun sword sect was originally a branch of Qingyun sect. Because of differences in ideas, they split up. Later, the Qingyun sword sect got the opportunity and became the strongest sect in Qingzhou, and even wanted to incorporate the Qingyun sect. As the sect leader, how could he allow such a thing to happen that would go against Tiangang? So I decisively refused. Naturally, it was suppressed by the Qingyun sword sect, resulting in the loss of talent in the sect, and now it can't even maintain its position as a third-rate sect. Wait until Qingyun sect completely loses its qualification as a third-rate sect. The Qingyun sword sect can then naturally incorporate all of the Qingyun sect's resources. Originally, Truman Qingyun was in despair. Who knew that Zhou Xiaotao would appear, who not only had SSS level talent, but also possessed an extremely rare beast of luck? All I can say is, heaven will not destroy his Qingyun sect. When Zhou Xiaotao grows up, the Qingyun sword sect will sooner or later let it know who is the orthodox one. Truman Qingyun was immersed in beautiful fantasies. After a long time, he then drove away the lucky beast in front of him, and then prepared to test some luck values for Chu Feng. After all, it is a special talent. Although the level cannot be tested, the strength may still be comparable to SSS level. Even if the strength of the talent is not high. If your luck is strong enough and you can gather a lucky beast, you can still achieve great things. There are many powerful Mahayana cultivators who do not have much talent, but through their own efforts, they eventually stand at the top of the world step by step. There are many such cases. What if Chu Feng is one of them? Wouldn't it be a waste for him to miss out on a top talent? While thinking, the tortoise shell in Master Qingyun's hand once again exuded a mysterious aura. Chu Feng's figure slowly emerged. Chapter 111, Golden Core Tribulation. Truman Qingyun was making hand gestures, preparing to test Chu Feng's luck. Just then, inside the sect, a dazzling blue light shot up into the sky. In the dark night, the light was extremely dazzling, bright enough for everyone in Qingyun sect to see clearly. Truman Qingyun held the tortoise shell in his hand and looked outside the hall. What is that location? Sutra Repository? And judging from the situation, is someone breaking through to the Golden Core stage? Truman Qingyun immediately thought of Chu Feng, because there were only 4 people in the sect, and Chu Feng was the only one who met the conditions for breakthrough. I wonder how many thunder tribulations he can withstand. When breaking through the golden elixir stage, one will be baptized by thunder tribulation. The greater the power of the thunder tribulation, the higher the intensity of the baptism will be, and the mana value after the breakthrough will naturally be stronger. His eldest disciple Ma Yan only withstood 3 thunder tribulations, condensing a gray low-grade golden elixir. If it is silver, it is a mid-grade golden elixir, and its power is 3 times that of a low-grade golden elixir. The golden color is a top-grade golden elixir, which is 3 times more powerful than a mid-grade golden elixir. However, it also needs to withstand at least 7 thunderbolts. If it is purple gold, it is a top-grade golden elixir. Even if it withstands the bombardment of 9 thunders, it may not be able to condense. It depends on luck. There will be at most 9 thunder tribulations when condensing the golden elixir, unless one is born with multiple talents. Otherwise, even if you endure all of it, there is only a 10% chance of condensing the purple gold pill. While thinking, Master Qing Yun temporarily stopped divination and silently looked at the sky outside the hall. There are also 2 other people from Qing Yun sect, Zhou Xiaotao and Ma Yang. The entire Qing Yun sect is usually very quiet, so when there is some movement, it is hard not to look over. Is that Brother Chu? Zhou Xiaotao felt the breath of destruction coming from the sky and prayed silently in her heart. I hope Chu Feng can return safely. Ma Yang stopped practicing sword and prepared to see how Chu Feng performed in condensing the golden elixir. Library. Chu Feng didn't expect that he would suddenly have a breakthrough while reading. It also took a short period of time to accumulate. In addition, the spiritual energy in this place is rich, and I am practicing all the time, so the breakthrough is so fast. Now that the thunder tribulation has come. That's perfect. After becoming a Jindan cultivator, I can go back. Even if we are targeted in the team competition, we are still capable of fighting. Chu Feng left the library and came to an open space outside, looking up at the sky. In the sky, thunderclouds rolled, and thunder as big as buckets jumped in them. The next moment, boom! The terrifying thunder rushed towards them like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Thunder tribulation is both a disaster and a baptism. So Chu Feng did not resist and let the thunder bombard his body. He also wanted to use this power to condense the golden elixir. The first bolt of lightning didn't hurt Chu Feng at all. Then comes the second and third. In less than a quarter of an hour, 6 bolts of lightning had descended, but the thunderstorm showed no signs of dissipating and continued to brew. Qing Yun sect. Ma Yan was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng could actually withstand 6 thunders. This means he is at least a silver mid-grade golden elixir. Its quality is better than yours. Illustrate. Chu Feng's special talent is most likely above level A, otherwise he would not be able to activate so much thunder. The higher the talent level, the more thunder will be activated. SSS level talent, when condensing the golden elixir, will definitely activate the 9 thunder tribulations, and when going through the tribulation, it will also make your golden elixir more perfect. In Tongtian Hall. When true man Qing Yun saw this scene, he couldn't help but nod slightly. Very good, his talent is stronger than Ma Yang. It seems that Chu Feng, who joined the sect with Zhou Xiaotao, has quite good talent. But the power of the 7th thunder will only grow stronger and stronger. It will become increasingly difficult to block the subsequent thunders. Boom! It seemed as if to confirm what true man Qing Yun said. The thunder that was as heavy as several people could hold together tilted out like a pillar supporting the sky and headed straight for Chu Feng. The momentum is magnificent. Looking at Ma Yang and Qing Yun's sect, he was terrified. If this kind of thunder tribulation struck me, I would probably die on the spot, right? I don't know if Chu Feng can bear it. Besides, Chu Feng had endured 6 thunders before. He must have reached the end of his strength now, right? Outside the library, the 7th thunder arrived as expected. It hit Chu Feng and simultaneously blasted a nearly 1 meter deep pit into the ground. In the deep pit, Chu Feng stood there almost unharmed. Apart from the clothes being burned, there was almost no impact. Endless vitality surged out of his body. It was the S-level talent of Lifetide, coupled with the talent of Giganticization, that allowed Chu Feng to face the thunder tribulation so easily. At the same time, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, he used all his strength to practice the bodybuilding technique Starry Thunderstorm Art during the thunder tribulation. Use the terrifying power of thunder to help improve your martial arts skills. Now, Chu Feng's martial arts realm reached the 4th level and 8th level under the push of thunder tribulation, and his foundation was extremely solid, without the slightest sense of vanity. Although thunder tribulation is dangerous, its benefits are so great that they are obvious. Chu Feng didn't have much time to think. Following closely behind were the 8th and 9th thunder tribulations. The rumbling sound echoed in Qingyun sect. Ma Yang looked at the 9th thunder tribulation falling, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy. He didn't expect that Chu Feng's special talent had reached the SSS level. Otherwise, it would be difficult to trigger the 9 thunder tribulations. I didn't expect that. He just wanted to accept a disciple, but he actually accepted 2 disciples with SSS level talents in one go. In this way, his Qingyun sect was completely stable. As long as these 2 are trained well, Qingyun sect will definitely have a place in the entire Yen state in the future. Tongtian Hall. When true man Qingyun saw the 9th thunder tribulation falling, he could no longer sit still. Chu Feng is not the only one who possesses SSS level talent. But the thunderclouds in the sky were still rolling. The thunder tribulation hadn't ended yet? You know, when Chu Feng first started learning, I tested Chu Feng's talent. It is neither a twin gift nor a triple gift. And nowadays, the fact that Chu Feng could trigger the 10th thunder showed that he definitely had more than one talent. It is very likely that it is the extremely rare and precious 4 life talents. Thinking of this, true man Qingyun's figure was somewhat unstable. I never expected that I would find such a genius. With these 4 talents, as long as your luck is not too bad, they will definitely not be worse than SSS level talents. Judging from the current situation, Chu Feng was able to trigger the 10th thunder, which showed that his talent strength was already above the SSS level. I just don't know. How many thunder tribulations can Chu Feng trigger? If there are 18, it is equivalent to 2 SSS level talents, and if there are 27, it is equivalent to 3 SSS level talents. Next, it depends on the limit of this kid. Only. True man Qingyun never expected that the subsequent developments would overturn his 3 views. Chapter 112, Ancient God and Demon Swallowing Thunder Art. After 9 thunder tribulations, the thundercloud showed no signs of stopping, but instead grew larger and larger. Next comes the 10th and 11th questions. Until the 18th. At this time, true man Qingyun was dumbfounded. It was not because of Chu Feng's 4 life talent, nor was it because Chu Feng's talent was comparable to 2 SSS level talents. Instead, the thunder in the sky still showed no signs of stopping. Could it be that he could really bring about 27 thunder tribulations? Qingyun sect. At this moment, Ma Yang was dumbfounded and didn't even realize that the sword in his hand had fallen to the ground. I thought Zhou Xiaodao's talent was already invincible, but I didn't expect Chu Feng's talent to be even more abnormal. Is this fucking justice? He could naturally see that Chu Feng's talent was as strong as 2 SSS level talents, which was extremely abnormal. You know, an SSS level talent is already very rare. Possessing 2 SSS level talents at the same time, let alone Yen state, I'm afraid there are not many people in the entire Dongxing Shenzhou. In Chu Feng's situation, his talent strength definitely far surpasses Zhou Xiaodao. At this time, Chu Feng. The aura all over his body was contaminated by the thunder tribulation, and his martial arts realm had already broken through to the 3rd level of the 5th stage. Even the 9 heavens divine thunder showed signs of transformation. Of course, there were still no injuries on his body. The recovery speed of the life tide is too terrifying. Unless the power of the thunder tribulation exceeds Chu Feng's life limit, it is difficult to kill Chu Feng. In the sky, thunderclouds continued to expand. It seems that Chu Feng is very dissatisfied with his existence in this world. The 3rd round of thunder tribulation is about to come. And the time just past 12 o'clock at this moment. Today's specials at Wanjian Mall have been refreshed. Daily special, Ancient God and Demon Swallowing Thunder Art level? Legend has it that this peerless technique, derived from the ancient thunder demon, only requires the swallowing of powerful thunder to become infinitely stronger, forging the essence of a god, the body of a true demon, and gathering supreme divine power. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only 1 left. Good. Chu Feng was excited when he saw this good thing. This technique is so powerful that its level cannot be displayed. Even the Wanjia Mall cannot display the level, which shows how powerful this ancient god and demon swallowing thunder technique is. And looking at his description, As long as you swallow thunder, you will become stronger. And the thunder that is constantly condensing in the sky is the best nourishment for this technique, isn't it? The blood of the gods. The true demon's battle body. There is no need to say more about the supreme divine power and how powerful the martial arts are. Chu Feng took it down without hesitation. He wanted to start practicing immediately, but he didn't expect that after buying it, all the inheritances about the ancient god and demon swallowing art would be deeply imprinted in Chu Feng's mind. It saves a lot of practice time. Chu Feng went over the technique briefly. Although he only had a vague understanding of it, he had a rough idea of the process of swallowing thunder. Xingyun Peak. Trueman Xingyun took advantage of the brief pause in the thunder tribulation and quickly released his soul power to check on Chu Feng's condition. Endured 18 thunder tribulations. Moreover, the power of each thunder tribulation is stronger than the last. If he is injured or something, I can quickly send him some healing pills to help him recover his strength and build a better relationship with him. However, when Trueman Xingyun checked Chu Feng's condition, but he was surprised to find that apart from his clothes being torn, Chu Feng had no scars on his body. His entire body exuded an aura similar to that of ancient gods and demons, causing Trueman Xingyun's soul power to tremble slightly. This is a bit perverted, right? 18 thunders were powerless against Chu Feng. Is he still a cultivator who was building his foundation? At this moment, the violent thunder rushed down, directly tearing apart the soul power of Trueman Xingyun. Boom! It's the 19th thunder tribulation. The thunder, which was thicker than that of Xingyun Peak, hit Chu Feng hard. This time, not only did it not cause any harm to Chu Feng, but it made Chu Feng's aura even more inflated. In the sky, the thundercloud saw that they could not do anything to a mere cultivator, so they roared and blasted out all the power of thunder. 21st. The power of thunder and lightning is endless and continuous. Xingyun sect's continuous thunder. Welcoming the cultivators from other sects in the surrounding area, outside Xingyun Peak, many cultivators with extremely powerful auras stood in the air. Among him, at least they have reached the golden core level. Among them are quite a few nascent souls and a small number of spiritual transformations. At the front of the crowd, a man in a gray martial arts uniform exuded an aura of returning to the void that distorted the surrounding space. He had a hideous scar on his face. It was Yuan Ba, the leader of the Blood Knife sect. What's going on? Just now, he could clearly feel that something was wrong with the thunder tribulation under the Xingyun sect. Xingyun sect is the enemy of Xingyun sword sect. They cannot allow Xingyun sect to develop, otherwise how can these sects demonstrate their status in front of Xingyun sword sect? Master! Someone is condensing a golden elixir here. Golden elixir? Yuan Ba was stunned. This thunder tribulation was thicker than the entire mountain. You said someone was condensing a golden elixir here. Can the Jindan cultivators present here withstand this kind of thunder tribulation? Yuan Ba didn't believe it. It's a pity that the thunder tribulation will block detection, otherwise I would be able to see what is going on. Yes. The monk next to Yuan Ba said respectfully. The monk noticed his master's disbelief and continued. It is said that this is the 29th thunder tribulation. What? Yuan Ba was completely dumbfounded. You are not kidding me. Even if you have SSS level talent, you can only summon 9 thunder tribulations if you break the sky. Even if it is twin talents, even if both talents are SSS level. There are only 18 thunder tribulations. Now, 29 thunder tribulations. Didn't they say that the golden core below had at least 4 talents, 3 of which were SSS level? Is this correct? This is such bullshit, right? How rare is an SSS level talent? Possessing all 4 talents simultaneously is even rarer. What the hell, not to mention the 4 talents, 3 of which are SSS level, why don't you go to heaven? There's a limit to lying. Do you think I'm a fool? Yuan Ba was unhappy. This kind of thing, just a little speculation will tell you it's fake. I absolutely have no intention of deceiving the sect master. This is the truth. The monk raised his right hand and swore. He had been monitoring this place the entire time, so it was impossible for him to remember incorrectly how many thunder tribulations there were. Yuan Ba fell silent after hearing this. However, he did not leave, but waited quietly for the people at the foot of Xingyun Peak to overcome the tribulation. Block the news. No matter how many thunder tribulations there are, they in the Blood Knife sect want this kind of talent. Anyway, it is impossible to leave it to Qingyun sect. And even if one has 4 talents, and all 4 talents are SSS level, then the maximum number of thunder tribulations is no more than 36. It seems that the boy's tribulation is about to end. But you should know. That kid is at most a Jindan cultivator. Once the tribulation is over, I can use my return to void stage cultivation to forcibly take him away. Chapter 113 Running Away? Boom! Thunderstorms from the sky fell one after another. The power of the thunder tribulation is beyond the limits of what a Jindan stage cultivator can understand. Truman Qingyun took my Yang and Zhou Shaodao far away from Qingyun Peak to avoid being affected. Generally speaking, only SSS level talents can summon 9 thunder tribulations, and S level talents can summon 7 thunder tribulations. Chu Feng possesses 2 SSS level talents and 3 S level talents, which can summon a total of 39 thunder tribulations. However, the talent he possesses, Dynamax, can enhance all other talents. And the power is multiplied several times. Therefore, the number of thunder tribulations far exceeded the imagination of everyone present. As the one who suffered the thunder tribulation, Xu Feng's primordial god and demon swallowing thunder art improved at an extremely fast speed. The extremely powerful thunder tribulation is the best nutrient for the growth of his talent. Under the baptism of thunder, Xu Feng's body exuded a blue-purple texture, and the strength of his whole body received an almost extreme increase. If Xu Feng were to meet Wang Xingyu again, Xu Feng would probably be able to easily suppress the gigantic Wang Xingyu with the strength of his physical body. Even if Ji Xian's armor can withstand the Great Thunder technique, it will not have any effect on Xu Feng's body, which has been strengthened by the ancient god and demon devouring heaven art. This is just physical strength. Xu Feng's martial arts realm was soaring at an astonishing speed. At this time, his realm had already broken through to the 6th level. It is 2 levels higher than the original 4th level. The power of the thunder tribulation has been getting stronger and stronger, but Xu Feng can feel that his tribulation this time is almost coming to an end. In Dantian, a blood-red golden elixir was quietly suspended. Xu Feng was not quite sure why the golden elixir had undergone such a change. He only knew that the originally gray golden elixir gradually turned into gold and purple gold under the baptism of thunder. Perhaps the color was too rich and it eventually turned into a glaring red. I don't know what quality this red golden elixir is. While Xu Feng was thinking, he was also planning his retreat, because he could feel several extremely powerful auras in the sky. Golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, return to void. They were cultivators who were 3 realms higher than him, and the predatory intent in their auras was not concealed at all. It was obvious that they wanted to snatch me away. Boom! Another thunderbolt struck. In the sky, Yuanba, the leader of the Blood Knife sect, had become somewhat numb. He completely believed what his subordinates said. Xu Feng had just survived 29 thunder tribulations. Because I just counted casually, and Xu Feng was struck by more than 29 lightning strikes. How many tribulations has this kid gone through? Yuanba asked casually. Did he break a heavenly law? Why did the thunder tribulation continue without a break? Moreover, its power was growing stronger and stronger. The aura emitted by the thunder tribulation was so great that even this cultivator in the return to void realm dared not peek at it. He didn't even dare to release the power of his soul to investigate. Could Xu Feng withstand such a perverted thunder tribulation? Could he have died, being whipped repeatedly by the thunder tribulation? Unfortunately, I can't find the specific situation. Master Yuan. Xu Feng has already survived 101 thunder tribulations. The subordinate responded. During this period of time, all the information has been found out. Xu Feng is just a cultivator who has just joined Qingyun sect. He is not very powerful. Since he joined Qingyun sect, he probably doesn't have any background. He could be kidnapped directly, or even have a demon planted in his heart, so that he could be used by his Blood Knife sect forever. Yuan Ba nodded. He probably understood what his subordinates meant. Xu Feng must be taken away. Truman Qingyun of Qingyun sect only has the cultivation level of the divine transformation realm, and he has no way to change this fact. But he was still a little confused. More than 100 questions. Does this kid have 10 SSS level talents? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? There are only 3 cultivators with 4 kinds of talents in the entire Sanyun continent. He alone has more than 10 talents. How can other warriors cope with him? Wrong. At this moment, Yuan Ba remembered an extremely rare talent. S-level talent is gigantic. It can double the power of your other talents, making one SSS level talent comparable to 2 or 3 SSS level talents. If he had 4 talents. And he has a gigantamax talent, which means he is equivalent to having 1 S-level and 9 SSS level talents. It is easy to survive 87 thunder tribulations at once. It's also possible. Chu Feng's talent has been upgraded again, and it is no problem for him to attract 100 thunder tribulations. Thinking of this, Yuan Ba's eyes changed. I didn't expect that there would be such a perverted cultivator. No matter how talented he is, he must take him down. Certainly. The premise is that Chu Feng will not be killed by such a perverted thunder tribulation. Only when you are alive can you be called a genius. Not far away, Truman Qingyun, who was also floating in the sky, silently looked at his Qingyun Peak, which was riddled with holes and destroyed by the thunder tribulation. I feel mixed emotions. He knew that with Chu Feng showing such talent, it was impossible for him to stay in Qingyun Peak. If I had known he was so powerful. Hundreds of thunder tribulations, this level of power, with his weak strength at Qingyun Peak, there is no way to block the weather. Chu Feng will definitely be taken away by other sects. There is really no other way. The Qingyun sect is too weak, otherwise there wouldn't be only one great disciple left. As long as Zhou Xiaotao is still here, it's fine. He really could do nothing about Chu Feng. At this time, Zhou Xiaotao was being taken care of by Truman Qingyun. Although she was young, she was able to understand roughly what had happened through the surrounding environment. Will I never see brother Chu Feng again? Zhou Xiaotao couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Truman Qingyun did not respond, but just stared at Qingyun Peak in silence. Ma Yang on the side. He is quite familiar with this kind of thing. If you have the chance to see them in the future, they will take Chu Feng away and train him well. As long as you practice hard, you will definitely have the chance to see him again. Ma Yang's previous junior brothers all left in this way. The conditions and treatment of other sects are better, but Qingyun sect is still suffering from overt and covert suppression everywhere. So, most of them left. Those who didn't want to leave and those with good talents were forcibly abducted. However, even if you leave, there is probably no danger to your life. At this moment, the last thunderbolt fell from the sky. Boom! Compared with the previous thunder tribulations, this last one seemed to have only momentum but no real power. However, only Chu Feng knew. God has really tried his best. This last thunder tribulation should be enough to kill any nascent soul cultivator. However, the ancient gods and demons' thunder swallowing art is too abnormal. Most of the thunder is not only unable to harm itself, but also becomes its nutrients. If it was heavenly fire or something like that, I would probably be dead. While thinking, at the last moment before the thunderbolt disappeared, Chu Feng activated the space bracelet in his hand without hesitation and left this world in the blink of an eye. In the sky. When Yuan Ba saw the lightning dissipate, a powerful aura burst out from his body. His cultivation level of return to Void Realm instantly suppressed everyone present. He took a step forward and arrived at Qingyun Peak in the blink of an eye. Want to take Chu Feng away? However, when Yuan Ba stepped onto Qingyun Peak, he didn't see a single hair of Chu Feng. Where are the people? Could it be that it was blasted into pieces by the thunder? Chapter 114, The True Form of Gods and Demons. Yuan Ba looked puzzled. It is very likely that there will be more than 100 thunder tribulations and not even a hair will be left. Because of the interference of thunder tribulation, the aura of destruction made it impossible for him to find out the specific situation of Chu Feng. So he didn't know what was going on with Chu Feng. Judging from the situation at the scene, even Chu Feng's shadow was seen, so where could he go? A Jin Dan, no matter how talented he is. Could he possibly escape right under the nose of this return to Void Cultivator? Yuan Ba carefully surveyed the surroundings and even displayed the strength of a return to Void Cultivator, completely flattening the entire Qingyun, leaving the people around him silent in fear. That's all. He still couldn't find Chu Feng, so he could only wave goodbye and leave. What a pity. If Chu Feng could survive, he would become a great man in the future. But genius is often accompanied by hardships. The so-called God is jealous of talented people, which means that they will be killed by more than 100 thunder tribulations. Yuan Ba could feel the power of the last thunder tribulation, which had definitely reached the top level of nascent soul. There is even a subtle tendency to touch the state of becoming a god. It's not a loss for Chu Feng's golden elixir to dissipate under such a thunder tribulation. In the sky, many monks from the Blood Knife sect also fell silent. What a great talent, what a pity! Only the 3 people from Qingyun, especially Truman Qingyun, had a bitter look on their faces. He watched helplessly as his sect was razed to the ground, but dared not say a word. No strength. There is no right at all. Zhou Xiaotao followed behind Master Qingyun and watched the scene silently. Where's brother Chu Feng? She didn't see Chu Feng and couldn't help feeling anxious. Truman Qingyun wanted to say that Chu Feng must have been turned into ashes by the thunder, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Ma Yang added. Chu Feng should have gone to another world. He just used this common method of tricking children. Zhou Xiaotao didn't believe it, and she knew that Ma Yang was probably just trying to fool her. But she didn't ask any further questions because she could feel Yuan Ba's recklessness. Destroy other people's sects at will. You can also feel Master Qingyun's cautiousness. He didn't even dare to say anything when his sect was destroyed. This moment. Even though she was little, she had a very clear understanding of power. Only by becoming strong enough can you be qualified to protect everything. Brother Ma, please teach me the Xian sword later. Zhou Xiaotao said while clenching her fists, her eyes full of desire for power. Black sword? Ma Yang was a little confused. You haven't even started learning the yellow sword yet, and you're already learning the black sword? Moreover, Xianjian uses spiritual energy to condense sword energy. Without spiritual energy, you can't learn Xianjian at all. Zhou Xiaotao shook her head. I have almost mastered the yellow sword and can now move on to the next stage, the black sword. Ma Yang was even more confused after hearing this. It's only been a short time, less than a day, and you've already learned the Huangjian technique? That's nonsense. Even if it's an SSS level talent, a little better than your A level talent, it can't be this powerful, right? Thinking about myself, it took me several years to learn Huangjian. And one day of yours is equivalent to several years of my time. Is that possible? Thinking. Ma Yang took out a wooden sword from his storage ring and handed it to Zhou Xiaotao. Come. Let me see your yellow sword. Zhou Xiaotao didn't hide anything and stabbed Ma Yang with her sword. Ma Yang is quick-witted and quick-handed. He stretched out his fingers and easily caught the sword, but his eyes were full of horror. The force and accuracy just now were enough to split a piece of wood as thick as a thigh. This is? Really, learned it? Is the gap between people so big? I was just practicing the yellow sword so hard, but you learned it just by looking at the technique. I'm afraid that Chu Feng's talent is just this level. Don't say that Zhou Xiaotao has SSS level talent. If you ignore the talent level, Ma Yang even thinks Zhou Xiaotao is much better than Chu Feng. Truman Qingyun, who was standing by, also saw this scene. But he suppressed the shock in his heart. Only after the Blood Knife sect members around them had completely left did he bring the 2 of them to the ruins of the Qingyun sect. And Ma Yang? Some blind spots were discovered. That's not right, Xiaotao. If you are so talented, why don't you learn the Qingyun Ju yourself? The Qingyun Ju can only exert its greatest power when combined with the Qingyun Sword Ju. If Xiaotao was so talented, wouldn't she have learned everything? Zhou Xiaotao paused after hearing this. I couldn't read and it was Chu Feng who taught me. Now Chu Feng is gone. I couldn't help feeling sad when I thought about it. But she wanted to become stronger, so she explained. Brother Chu Feng taught me. I can't read. By the way, Brother Chu also learned the yellow sword after just one look. Ma Yang's head started buzzing when he heard this. He learned it just by watching it for a moment. Is this even human language? Are you geniuses like me, each one more perverted than the other? But Chu Feng's talent is understandable. After all, he has experienced hundreds of thunder tribulations. He is so abnormal that Ma Yang does not envy him at all. Really, not sour at all. On the side, Truman Qingyun sighed. I am blind. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing he can do. Wrong. Maybe there is a way. Truman Qingyun looked at the tortoise shell in Zhou Zhong. If he could predict Chu Feng's fortune, it meant that Chu Feng was still alive. If divination doesn't work, In either case, there is a definite message. Without any hesitation, True Man Qingyun activated his magic power, and Chu Feng's figure suddenly appeared on the tortoise shell. Then, a steady stream of mana is injected into it. Crack! As if a great terror had come, a crack appeared on the tortoise shell without any warning. The cracks expanded rapidly. As the cracks expanded, an image of a god or demon that covered the sky and the sun appeared. The god or demon was extremely ferocious, and exuded a power that shocked the entire space. Judging from the appearance, the body of this god and demon is hundreds of meters tall, and its aura is extremely powerful. The next moment. Click! The tortoise shell shattered on the spot, and the gods and demons disappeared. It took a full quarter of an hour for Qing Yunjinren to come back to his senses, and his whole body was trembling. What kind of lucky beast is this? He couldn't analyze it at all, mainly because it was too high and too big. You know, Zhou Xiaodao's lucky beast is only 5 or 6 meters tall, while Chu Feng's lucky beast is hundreds of meters tall. What a magnificent fortune this is! Anyone who possesses a 10-meter-long divine beast of fortune can be called the son of fortune. Chu Feng's luck. It's not an exaggeration to call him the father of luck. And the luck is still there, which means Chu Feng is still alive, but just disappeared under everyone's noses. It is very likely that the power of the thunder tribulation was too strong, causing a crack in space, which caused Chu Feng to disappear. It also makes it impossible for the return to void cultivators to track it. Just like Ma Yang said, Chu Feng just went to another world. He is worthy of being called the father of luck. He can even run away like this. True Man Qingyun was a little out of control. Although the precious tortoise shell was destroyed, he didn't care at all. Xiao Tao, don't worry. Your brother Chu Feng really just went to another world. Chapter 115, Purple Sky Shield. After Zhou Xiaotao knew that Chu Feng was still alive, she couldn't help but hold the wooden sword tighter. I understand. Please teach me how to practice. If we don't have strong enough strength, situations like today's will definitely happen again in the future. Therefore, she had to become very strong, at least stronger than the sect leader. Blue Star, Dragon Country. Shenzhou University, early morning. When Chu Feng opened his eyes again, he returned to his room. That's where he left off. In other words, the next time I enter the dimensional secret realm, I will directly enter the Qingyun sect? Chu Feng put on his clothes and thought. Remember this well. If someone blocks your birth point, you will be in trouble. Then he checked the time. There is still a difference in the length of a day between the two worlds, but the difference is not that big, and I got back just in time. Just in time to participate in the team competition. Before going out, Chu Feng also sorted out his abilities. He had just broken through to the golden core stage. According to the purple sky lightning control technique that he had practiced, at the golden core stage he would directly comprehend a powerful defensive spell, the purple sky divine shield. The purple sky shield resists most of the damage. For example, the previously extremely powerful Great Thunder technique will have no effect against the purple sky divine shield. With defense, monks can avoid contact between their physical bodies and enemy attacks, greatly reducing the chance of being injured. Chu Feng mobilized the vast spiritual power in his body. A standard purple sphere appeared instantly and wrapped Chu Feng inside. The sphere exudes the aura of lightning and looks very hard. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Chu Feng discovered through the power of his soul that it was teacher Wei Shuhan. The power of the soul moved slightly, and Chu Feng opened the door of the room. Wei Shuhan brought Chu Feng's classmates into the room. The first sight when entering the room. Then he saw the round ball wrapped around Chu Feng's body, which was emitting a faint breath of destruction. What is this? A completely new martial art? Wei Shuhan originally wanted to ask Chu Feng to participate in the team competition. But, after seeing Chu Feng's Zhixiao divine shield, he couldn't take his eyes off it. She stretched out her fair hand and felt around it, and she could feel the extremely solid defense inside the sphere. Wang Xingyu and others also came over. They had never seen this kind of martial arts that could wrap a person in a ball. His face was full of curiosity. It feels really powerful. I wonder if this ball's defense is strong enough compared to your Great Thunder technique? What's the name of this martial art? Chu Feng raised his hand, and blue thunder gathered. He was also ready to try whether the Zhixiao divine shield could withstand the bombardment of the Great Thunder technique. Replied. It's called the Purple Sky Divine Shield. Please make way for me. I want to see which one is stronger, the purple sky divine shield or the great thunderbolt technique. Wang Xingyu and others retreated upon hearing this. After all, they were deeply impressed by the power of the great thunder technique. Especially the vice captain Wang Xingyu. The gigantamax titan was almost destroyed by the great thunder technique. If the great thunder technique had hit the vitals, it would have been killed instantly. So he retreated the fastest. As a teacher and a 9th level warrior, Wei Shuhan protected several students behind him. If this Zixiao divine shield can't stop it, she can also defend against it with her own skills. After Chu Feng saw that everyone had retreated, the lightning in his hand became even stronger. Can feel? The ancient god and demon swallowing thunder art can not only strengthen the body by swallowing thunder, but also enhance the effect of any thunder spell. For example, the Great Thunder Technique or the Purple Sky Divine Shield. But the Zixiao Divine Shield was not amplified by the ancient god and demon swallowing thunder technique, so the Great Thunder Technique should not be amplified either, otherwise the comparison would be unfair. As he thought about it, terrifying lightning burst out from Chu Feng's hand. The Great Thunder Technique fiercely bombarded the Zixiao Divine Shield, causing a violent reaction. Lightning flashed in all directions, and after a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared when looking at the brilliant lightning. They couldn't even imagine being hit by such a powerful attack. Wei Shuhan was also a little nervous. If he can't even withstand Chu Feng's attack, then this teacher is really derelict in his duty. Soon, the light dissipated, and not a single bit of the power of the Great Thunder Technique was leaked out, and the Purple Sky Divine Shield was also intact. Seeing this, Wei Shuhan felt relieved and praised. Strong defense. If I had this defense, I wouldn't have to worry about today's team competition. I could wrap myself up with a turtle shell. In that case, as long as the opponent cannot break Chu Feng's defense, he will basically be invincible. Wait until the opponent is tired. Then come out to reap the rewards and finally win the team competition perfectly. This was the winning method Wei Shuhan came up with. After all, Chu Feng's performance in the previous qualifying round was so outstanding. You will definitely be targeted. When the time comes, even if a bunch of people besiege him, Chu Feng will be worn down to death. And now with such a powerful shield, the chances of winning are undoubtedly much greater. Wang Xingyu saw that Chu Feng had such a strong defense. I couldn't help but feel a little envious. Not only is his attacking power strong, his defense is also strong. If he were to fight Chu Feng now, I'm afraid he would have no chance of winning, right? I am afraid. I can only compare with Chu Feng in strength. The combat effectiveness has been raised by Chu Feng by several levels. In the Purple Sky Shield, Chu Feng stretched out his right hand and pressed on the defense. For Chu Feng now, the strongest thing is actually his physical body. The thunder tribulations swallowed by the ancient god and demon thunder swallowing art greatly increased Chu Feng's physical strength. Now his power. It has reached an immeasurable level. Chu Feng exerted a little force with his right hand, and the extremely hard Zixiao Divine Shield was easily torn open like paper. Then with a bang, it broke into pieces. Wang Xingyu was stunned when he saw this scene. Did you just crush the Zixiao Divine Shield casually? That is a shield that is strong enough to defend against the Great Thunder Technique. Why does it feel like glass in Chu Feng's hand? Or Chu Feng just happened to retract the shield and created an illusion of brute force? Seeing this, Wei Shuhan immediately came to Chu Feng. She looked Chu Feng up and down. I couldn't help but pinch Chu Feng's arm and found that Chu Feng's muscle strength was stronger than my own. You know, I am a real 9th level warrior. And Chu Feng is only a 4th level warrior. Wrong. At this moment, because of the destruction of the Zixiao Divine Shield and the close contact with Chu Feng, Wei Shuhan discovered Chu Feng's martial arts realm. Level 6. When did Chu Feng become a 6th rank warrior? Moreover, this aura was quite stable, not at all like one that had just broken through. On the contrary, it seems like he has been polishing himself at the 6th level for a long time, and his foundation is quite solid. Could it be that Chu Feng has always been a 6th rank warrior and has been hiding his cultivation level? That's why he could easily defeat Ji Xian. After all, even if Ji Xian temporarily broke through the realm, he was only at the 5th level, which was a long way from the 6th level. But if that's the case, how did he hide his skills during the qualifying rounds? At that time, there were no less than 10 9th level warriors watching the battle, including top 9th level warriors like Zhang Chen, the leader of the Sky Battle Group. There is no reason for Chu Feng to hide his cultivation level. Chapter 116, Storm Wolf King. If he hadn't hidden his cultivation, wouldn't Chu Feng have broken through 2 levels in 2 days? Wei Shuhan was silent. This kid's talent is really abnormal. Ji Xian broke through from the 9th level of the 4th stage to the 9th level of the 5th stage in just one go. The current Chu Feng? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the 4th level of the 6th order. He broke through from the 1st level of the 4th order to the 4th level of the 6th order in just one day, which means he has left Ji Xian far behind. Thinking about it carefully, based on Chu Feng's past record, it actually makes some sense. Behind Wei Shuhan. Although Wang Xingyu and the others were slow to react, they quickly noticed the unique aura on Chu Feng. It seems our captain has broken through to the 6th level? Teacher Wei was stunned. He is definitely a true 6th level warrior. If I remember correctly, Chu Feng seemed to be a 4th level warrior the day before yesterday, or even a 4th level 1st level warrior? Geniuses can't be judged by common sense. Didn't Ji Xian from Shenzhou University also break through from the 9th level of the 4th stage to the 9th level of the 5th stage in an instant? That makes sense. Chu Feng didn't feel much about this. His cultivation speed seemed to have always been this fast, so he just reminded him. The team competition is about to start, right? Upon hearing this, Wei Shuhan realized that he had come here just to take Chu Feng to participate in the team competition. I looked at the time, said waving his hand. Hurry up, it's not good to be late. After saying that, he turned around and left, with Chu Feng following closely behind. Wang Xingyu and the others finally reacted and followed. Shenzhou University. Spacious gymnasium. The original arenas were all replaced with a huge dimensional portal connecting to another dimensional space. This time, the team competition will be held in the dimensional space. Wei Shuhan took a few people to the gymnasium and introduced the rules of the team competition. In the dimensional space, there is a Storm Wolf King with a strength of up to the 9th level. Who can kill the Storm Wolf King? Whoever's school wins first place in the team competition. First, you have to find the Storm Wolf King, then defeat the 9th level Wolf King, and finally be careful of other contestants. For Baichao University itself. In particular, Chu Feng won the championship of the qualifying round and crushed Ji Xian, who was in 2nd place, with almost absolute strength. Therefore, the Baichao team will definitely receive special attention. It's not surprising to be beaten up by a group of people. In previous team competitions, Shenzhou University was always beaten up, but now it is Baichao University's turn. Being beaten up by a group of people is also a symbol of strength. Only if you are strong enough will you be targeted. If it's too weak, no one wants to bother with you. Wei Shuhan explained. After you enter, you will be dropped at a random location. Spread out as much as possible and find a way to hide. Especially Wang Xingyu and others. Chu Feng was okay, he was strong enough. Before other schools formed a group, they almost ignored Chu Feng. But Wang Xingyu is different. Since he is Chu Feng's teammate, he will most likely be beaten until Wang Xingyu and others are eliminated. Listening to Wei Shuhan's description, Chu Feng thought about it for a moment and felt that there might still be some threat. After all, 9th level ferocious beasts have been arranged. Moreover, the talents of warriors are all different, and if you are not careful, you may end up in trouble. It is better to be cautious. While Chu Feng was thinking, he followed Wei Shuhan into the gymnasium. Countless teams are waiting here. Judge's seat. Xiang Jin, president of Shenzhou University, looked at the team off the field with mixed feelings. Over the years, Shenzhou University has hardly ever won any team competitions. Now, we have a chance to win the team competition, and I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. Because the challenge after that. Alas! It's all my fault. I shouldn't have saved that little money. If I had found Chu Feng back then, wouldn't there be so many problems? Just as Xiang Jin was regretting, he suddenly saw Chu Feng who had just stepped into the stadium. Chu Feng's aura did not show much. Xiang Jin saw it at a glance, a 6th order, 4th level warrior? No? Is this guy really a freshman? Why does he feel that Chu Feng is more like a senior student? Ji Xian's talent was far superior to anyone else in Shenzhou University. It took him 4 full years of practice to reach the 9th level of the 5th stage. And Chu Feng? Just 1 month here, and you're already at level 6, level 4? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Jiang Chen and Su Jiqiang, who were standing by, also sensed Chu Feng's presence at this moment. No way. As the champion of the qualifying round, it is hard for Chu Feng not to attract attention. Su Jiqiang, the president of Baichao University, looked at Chu Feng silently for a full quarter of an hour before he slowly spoke. It's just average. I only spent a few dragon coins to find it. Didn't your Shenzhou University recruit a genius like Chu Feng? Of course, Su Jiqiang knew that Chu Feng had abnormal talent. However, knowing that Xiang Jin actually missed a genius like Chu Feng for billions of dragon coins, he decided to say this just to make Xiang Jin a little jealous. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jin clenched his fists unconsciously. Damn it! Is this human language you are talking about? Unfortunately, he had no way to refute it. He had sown the seeds before and now had to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Corps, stared at Chu Feng and was very excited. It's better to be stronger. In fact, the stronger the better. The previous Chu Feng was able to reach the 9th level of strength. Now, Chu Feng might be able to rival a top 9th level warrior like himself, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Once Chu Feng breaks through to the 9th level, it will probably be easy for him to defeat or even kill those 10th level beasts. There are still many 10th level ferocious beasts on Blue Star. The strongest ones are even 12th level beasts. Especially in the deep sea, there may be creatures more powerful than the 12th level ferocious beasts. But that's too far ahead. Currently, there are only 3 12th level ferocious beasts on land. If those 3 beasts are dealt with, the entire blue planet will no longer be threatened by ferocious beasts. And all this hope lies with Chu Feng. As a 9th rank warrior, Jiang Chen could barely challenge a 10th rank beast, but he was powerless when facing an 11th rank beast. The 12th level ferocious beast didn't even dare to look at it. The area where the Dragon Kingdom is located is just a corner of the Blue Star. If you accidentally provoke a 12th level ferocious beast, or maybe one day a 12th level ferocious beast wants to wander around and wanders into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the Dragon Kingdom, it is undoubtedly a catastrophe. Jiang Chen was not joking. Many other countries were destroyed in this way. He also often feels a sense of crisis. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? So, Chu Feng needs to grow up quickly, the faster the better. The stronger the better. In the gymnasium, with Chu Feng's entry, he immediately attracted the attention of a large number of contestants. No way. Chu Feng's performance in the qualifying round was too outstanding, and he was the first one to be eliminated in the team competition. Coupled with the aura of a 6th level warrior, he immediately became the center of attention. Chapter 117, after all, he is only a 4th level warrior. In the gymnasium, many teachers leading the team and students with stronger abilities sensed Chu Feng's presence. They looked over in surprise. That's a 6th level warrior? I knew he must have hidden his realm. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Ji Xian, who was at the 9th level of the 5th level? I was really shocked when I easily defeated Ji Xian at the 4th level. I thought Chu Feng's talent was unprecedented, but it turns out it was just realm suppression. It doesn't seem so scary anymore. The potential shown by the 4th level, 1st stage defeating the 5th level, 9th stage is really too terrifying. For a 6th level cultivator, defeating a 5th level warrior seems like a simple matter of course. It is natural for him to suppress others by relying on his realm. So, after seeing Chu Feng's realm, many people still knew that they could not beat him. But that feeling of powerlessness has subsided a lot. At least you know the approximate level of your opponent, so you won't be at a loss when the fight starts. Outside the gymnasium, the team from Shenzhou University also arrived late. Jian Hao has gradually let go of the grudge he had with Chu Feng yesterday. Dan Lao also kept persuading him. Chu Feng is actually nothing special. He just has a stronger martial arts skill and a faster training speed. His current realm is only the 1st level of the 4th stage, not much higher than yours. If you work hard and recover a few more powerful thunderbolts, you will definitely be able to surpass Chu Feng in realm. When the time comes, relying on your realm to crush you, no matter how powerful Chu Feng's martial arts are, he will not be your opponent. Jiang Hao listened to Dan Lao's comforting words and seemed to be lost in thought. Indeed. Chu Feng, who is at the 4th level in the 1st stage, can defeat Ji Xian, who is at the 5th level in the 9th stage, but can he defeat a warrior at the 9th level in the 9th stage of the Golden Body realm? You can improve your realm by absorbing thunder. It can also increase the level of thunder. For example, the purple sky divine thunder is comparable to an S-level talent, and if he possesses 2 such divine thunders, wouldn't that be equivalent to having 2 S-level talents? And after absorbing the divine thunder, one's realm will soar dramatically. This is how one reached the 3rd stage, 6th level. When there are enough divine thunders, the power of Jianghao's talent will be greatly enhanced, which is equivalent to having 3 or 4 S-level talents of others. Your realm can also rise rapidly like riding a train. With talent in realm, combat effectiveness will inevitably increase exponentially. Index. It is normal to be a little slow in the early stage, but in the later stage, he will definitely surpass Chu Feng in all aspects. Yes. Try your best, Chu Feng is no better than this, Jiang Hao said secretly. Seeing Jiang Hao's attitude, Dan Lao couldn't help but feel very satisfied. Very good, that's it. Chu Feng's fighting ability is a mystery. It is still very difficult to defeat him at this stage. But in terms of realm, you definitely have a chance to crush him. Jiang Hao clenched his right fist. His eyes were determined. Losing now doesn't mean you will lose in the future. Although Chu Feng is making great progress at this stage, can he continue to improve so quickly? Perhaps, Chu Feng will soon encounter a bottleneck. It wouldn't be surprising if he stayed at the 4th level of martial arts for 3 or 4 years. And this will be an opportunity for me to surpass Chu Feng. In the team, Fan Yu, the team leader, was very pleased to see Jiang Hao's determined face. What a good student! If it weren't for Chu Feng, with Jiang Hao's talent, he would definitely be no less than Ji Xian in the future. It's just a pity. Born at the wrong time. Chu Feng seemed to have been given a cheat, his fighting power was simply exaggerated. He is already so strong at the 1st level of the 4th stage. By the time he reaches the 9th stage, will all the warriors in the entire dragon country be no match for Chu Feng? Wrong. Judging from Chu Feng's current performance, once Chu Feng's realm breaks through to around level 6, he will probably be able to compete with most level 9 warriors. Because Ji Xian, who is at the 5th level and 9th level, is not an ordinary warrior at all. Ji Xian at this level is completely capable of defeating some ordinary warriors of the 7th or even 8th level. That is to say, when Chu Feng was at the 4th level, his combat power was almost reaching the 9th level. His attack power is enough to threaten the lives of most 9th level warriors. Therefore, as long as Chu Feng can make a breakthrough, it shouldn't be difficult for him to challenge the 9th level warrior head-on. Hey! Thinking of this, Fan Yu couldn't help but sigh. Think back to a month ago. Chu Feng was just a warrior who had some difficulty fighting against a 2nd level ferocious beast. Nowadays, he is almost reaching the level of the top warriors in Dragon Country. Throughout the history of Dragon Country, there has never been a warrior with such abnormal talent as Chu Feng, right? It's simply perfect. It would be even better if he were a student of Shenzhou University. Thinking about it, Fan Yu couldn't help but shake his head. It's all missed, it's too late to say these now. In the team, Ji Xian was also reviewing yesterday's battle. He is still frightened by Chu Feng's terrifying power, but he is not without a chance of winning. After watching the battle video again and again yesterday, Ji Xian discovered that Chu Feng's power seems to be some kind of secret method that can greatly increase his strength in a short period of time, instead of always possessing such strong power. So, either defeat Chu Feng before he releases that power, or delay time and defeat him after the duration of the power is over. Or, defeat Chu Feng by force at his strongest state. Ji Xian speculated. No matter how strong Chu Feng is, can he be stronger than a 9th order ferocious beast? After all, he is only a 4th level warrior, and his strength has a limit. Unless he can break through to level 5 or even level 6, the threat he poses will always be limited. Can break through in a short time? How difficult is it? Level 4, level 1. It would be considered fast if you could cultivate to the 4th level 3rd level in 2 days. Many people have practiced for 3 or 4 years before breaking through to the 4th level. If Chu Feng wants to make further progress in his martial arts realm, he cannot do so without time to hone his skills. While thinking, a group of people slowly entered the gymnasium. His Shenzhou University has always been the strongest university in Longhua. When he entered the venue, he could have attracted everyone's attention. Only, this year, Baichao University shines even brighter. In other words, Chu Feng is so powerful that he has surpassed all the universities in this session, including the strongest Shenzhou University in history. When Ji Xian and others walked into the gymnasium, the first thing he saw was Baichao University surrounded by people, especially Chu Feng from Baichao University. Chu Feng knew that he would definitely be targeted, so he didn't hide his breath. The aura of a 6th order, 4th level warrior continuously emanated from him, and since he was in everyone's sight, it was hard not to see it. In Shenzhou University, in Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao has the highest cultivation level. He saw Chu Feng at first sight and knew that Chu Feng had broken through to the 6th level, or the 4th level of the 6th stage. Am I old and blind? Didn't he wake up last night? Dan Lao felt it was unbelievable. He quietly used the soul power of the spiritual realm to explore the past. Want to confirm this? Turn out, there was no concealment of Chu Feng's cultivation. It was a real breakthrough. It was not like Ji Xian who suppressed his realm and suddenly broke through. But it is achieved through practice step by step. Moreover, his whole body exudes a divine and demonic aura that makes one's soul tremble, which is extremely terrifying. Chu Feng really broke through within 2 days. Still broke through 2 levels in a row. It's totally unreasonable. Just now it was said that Chu Feng was a 4th level warrior, and Jiang Hao had some chance of surpassing him. Even the chicken blood is ready. Result? It's only been less than 2 days, right? He's already reached the 6th level, a level a day, right? According to Chu Feng's cultivation speed, Elder Dan even felt that Chu Feng might only need a month or so to break through and become a 9th level warrior. So perverted. Jiang Hao is no match at all. Dan Lao thought silently. If possible, he would have wanted to cover Jiang Hao's eyes and stop him from seeing. It's so cruel. Those who came from the same class were crushed in all aspects, even to the point of being completely crushed. How much damage must Chu Feng's 6th level cultivation have caused to Jiang Hao's young mind? Chapter 118 Desperate Jiang Hao. In the Shenzhou team, Fang Yu, the team leader, also discovered Chu Feng's aura as a 6th level warrior. He stood there, silent. Chu Feng, who is at the 6th level, probably has the actual combat power to compete with all the 9th level warriors present, right? Let a warrior with combat power as high as the 9th level participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition. It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Alas! Regret it. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world, otherwise Fang Yu would have traveled back in time and slapped his principal twice. Let him know how competent I am as a specially recruited teacher. Except Fang Yu. The other members of the team also gradually discovered Chu Feng fighting with Bai Chao. Ji Xian reacted the fastest. He stared at Chu Feng's direction, feeling a little dazed. Only 2 days? Can you cultivate to be so strong? Is it possible? After a full quarter of an hour, he finally figured it out and breathed a long sigh of relief. I see. Ji Xian understood a little. It must be that Chu Feng suppressed his cultivation just like himself. When he fought with him yesterday, he was not at the 4th level. But it's level 6. It was natural for me to lose to a 6th level warrior since I was at the 5th level and 9th level. He doesn't have to worry about being inferior to others. The suppression of cultivation has always been like this. I lost to a 6th level warrior, and it wasn't unfair. Ji Xian felt relieved. As a top talent at Shenzhou University, he actually felt very embarrassed to be challenged by someone of a higher level. It should always be you who challenges others across levels. Now the roles are reversed. He was defeated by a 4th level, 1st level warrior, and he felt extremely upset. I didn't get a good rest the whole day yesterday. So now, seeing that Chu Feng's strength was at level 6, he was not afraid at all, but felt relaxed instead. Lost to a 6th level warrior? Fang Yu was puzzled and turned to look at Ji Xian. Ji Xian met Fang Yu's gaze and felt something was wrong. Could it be that Chu Feng is hiding his cultivation level? Wasn't he a 6th rank warrior during the qualifying round? Ji Xian was puzzled. If Chu Feng was only at level 4 during the qualifying round, so in less than 2 days, he broke through to the 6th level? Is this reasonable? Is it right? Breaking through 2 levels in 2 days is something I can't even imagine. Therefore, the answer is obvious. Chu Feng's cultivation has always been at the 6th level, but he had hidden his level before and did not let himself see it. Now the team competition is about to begin. Under pressure, Chu Feng had to reveal his true realm in order to intimidate other teams. Secondly, it would allow him to use his full strength without having to distract himself from hiding his skills during the battle. Just extrapolating a little bit. The result is obvious. Chu Feng is a 6th level warrior who has hidden his realm. After hearing this, Fang Yu fell into silence. He was a 7th rank warrior who had awakened his soul power and knew that Chu Feng had never hidden any of his cultivation. And the most important thing is that Chu Feng's aura is too powerful. Like a god or demon, it intimidates everyone and makes people tremble with fear. This kind of terrifying aura was something Chu Feng did not possess before. In other words, after Chu Feng's realm was improved, his combat effectiveness was definitely improved to an extremely abnormal level. Moreover, even if you hide your cultivation, can't the principal and his people see it? Chu Feng probably didn't hide his cultivation. His current strength is not comparable to what it was a few days ago. Fang Yu said truthfully. By then, when Ji Xian and Chu Feng fight each other, he should be able to see Chu Feng's progress in the past 2 days. Ji Xian frowned when he heard this. Is it possible to break through 2 levels in 2 days? He doesn't believe it. When the team competition comes, he will definitely test Chu Feng's strength himself. If he is hiding his cultivation, his combat capability won't be that strong, and I have the confidence to fight him. But if you really break through the 2nd level, Chu Feng's combat effectiveness is likely to undergo a qualitative change. After all, it is 2 major levels, and the improvement in combat effectiveness is bound to be outstanding. By then, he might not be able to withstand even one move from Chu Feng. Ji Xian thought. He hoped it was the former, hiding his cultivation. Because, it is really hard to imagine that one's martial arts talent can break through 1 level in 1 day. As for what the situation is, we will know after a fight. In the team, several other people heard the conversation between Ji Xian and Fang Yu. Yi Fengchen was very upset after losing before. He had originally intended to take advantage of the team competition to regain his ground, but upon hearing that Chu Feng was at the 6th level of cultivation, he could not help but remain silent. Lost the desire to fight alone. He is so strong. It's reasonable for me to call a few more people to surround him, right? Its own earth-burning fire output capability is extremely strong, specifically designed to restrain carbon-based organisms. As long as Chu Feng is still a human being, Yi Fengchen is confident that he can severely injure him. At this time, Yi Fengchen no longer had the confidence to fight Chu Feng alone, but he had the confidence to defeat Chu Feng. Behind the team, Zhang Hao, who cares about Chu Feng the most. He also heard the conversation between Fang Yu and Ji Xian. The fact that Chu Feng was a 6th rank warrior made him feel extremely heavy-hearted. I couldn't help but ask in my heart. Dan Lao, do I still have hope of surpassing him? Merlao was silent. After a moment, he spoke slowly. There is still hope, but it's a little smaller. If Zhang Hao was lucky enough, he could pick up 5 or 6 S-level Divine Thunders in one go and absorb them all. Then through the cultivation and combat power provided by these Divine Thunders. In the end, filling Chu Feng's teeth should be easy. Because Chu Feng's cultivation speed was too abnormal. Maybe one day when Zhang Hao recovers the Divine Thunder, he will have broken through to the 9th level. There is no comparison at all. So, Chu Feng is really at the 6th level, and he just broke through in the past 2 days? Zhang Hao was unwilling to accept this. Chu Feng, who was at the 4th level of cultivation, was no match for him at all. If it weren't for Dan Lao, he wouldn't even be qualified to fight with Chu Feng. Chu Feng, who has level 6 cultivation. I'm afraid even relying on Dan Lao might not be enough to defeat him, right? Yes. Old Dan looked at the aura emanating from Chu Feng and was basically certain that even if 10 Zhang Haos came, they would not be enough for Chu Feng to defeat with one hand. Zhang Hao fell silent after hearing this. I had thought of crushing Chu Feng by relying on my realm. Let me see first. In terms of martial arts realm, I estimate that I will never be able to surpass Chu Feng. Unless accidentally enter a secret realm and then obtain the top inheritance, so that you can fight against Chu Feng. But, is it possible? Do I have that luck? Zhang Hao looked at Chu Feng as if he was looking at a mountain that would continue to grow. With just a moment of distraction, the mountain reached the sky and the top was no longer visible. So desperate. Dan Lao, I'd better practice hard and help you rebuild your body as soon as possible. As for Chu Feng, Zhang Hao admitted that even if he had a cheat like Dan Lao, he still couldn't win. Baichao University. At this time, Xu Feng was listening to Wei Shuhan's tactical arrangements. It's not complicated actually. Just let Xu Feng rely on his speed to quickly find the Storm Wolf King, then behead him and complete the task. Don't delay. Dragging it on will only be disadvantageous to Xu Feng. By the time their physical strength is exhausted, they will be eliminated directly. Xu Feng also understood. Although he was confident in his own fighting ability, there was no need for him to conflict with other teams. The final task is to kill the Storm Wolf King, and you win. No matter how many other teams they defeat, they cannot win the game. Right at this moment, the sound of the broadcast spread throughout the venue. The team competition is about to begin. Please prepare and enter the dimensional space in an orderly manner. Chapter 119, 10th Level Ferocious Beast. Inside the Shenzhou University Stadium. In the center of the crowded grassy field stood a massive dimensional portal. After the broadcast sound appeared, Xu Feng was ready to join in and win this team competition. According to the rule of best of 3 games, if we win this one, the champion of the 100 schools martial arts competition can be decided. You can also get 3 major rewards. But the 9th level Storm Wolf King might be a little difficult to deal with, and he would probably be targeted by other teams. It is still very difficult to win. But when Xu Feng purchased the system at a special price, he also obtained an SSS level talent, the Beast Taming Technique. Beast Taming Technique SSS rank, you can control the ferocious beasts you have defeated, and gain a ferocious beast space to store the ferocious beasts you can control. If I can defeat the Storm Wolf King, then he could protect this ferocious beast and use it for his own purposes, and in future battles, he would have an extra 9th level fighter. Even if used as a meat shield, the improvement to oneself will be considerable. While thinking, Xu Feng came to the portal. At this time, the staff handed Xu Feng a teleportation bracelet. With the help of the bracelet, you can quickly escape from the secret dimension to save your life. If you encounter a dangerous situation, you can activate the bracelet and leave directly. Everyone has one. Xu Feng took the bracelet and entered the secret dimension with his teammates. A familiar sense of spatial distortion came. When I opened my eyes again, I came to a forest, and the surrounding trees were towering into the sky. Beside him are several of Wang Xingyu's teammates. Xu Feng grabbed the tree trunk, jumped to the top of the tree in 3 or 2 steps, and looked around. In the south of this forest, there was a huge storm. The storm swept across the sky and the earth, and the surrounding trees were uprooted and then crushed into pieces of wood and even sawdust. Looking from afar, it was as if the power between heaven and earth was converging there like a funnel. That should be where the Storm Wolf King is, right? It looks very imposing. Xu Feng looked from afar. Even across such a large forest, he could feel the momentum of the storm that wanted to swallow everything. At this moment, Xu Feng's soul power sensed it. There are several people around me, moving closer to me and lurking not far away, as if they are ambushing me. After breaking through the golden elixir, Xu Feng's soul power was also greatly enhanced. The surrounding area of 3,000 meters was covered by his soul power. Most of the figures around him could not escape his sight. Xu Feng returned to the ground, called Wang Xingyu and said, "You guys hide well, I'm going to go find the Storm Wolf King directly." The 9th level ferocious beasts arranged in the competition are not meant to be fought one-on-one, but to be surrounded. But Xu Feng is now a cultivator in the golden core stage, and has also condensed a red golden core that is more powerful than the purple golden core. He was still somewhat confident about dealing with the 9th order ferocious beast, which was equivalent to the late Jindan stage. Thinking, Xu Feng's figure turned into a flash of lightning, flying rapidly above the forest. His speed was so fast that he crossed a distance of hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. He was stunned by the teams on the ground that were encircling Xu Feng. Oh my god, so soon? Did he just run past me? Being first in qualifying is still very strong. He's running too fast. How can we fight him if we can't catch him? Don't worry, Xu Feng is definitely going to kill the Storm Wolf King. We just need to block him nearby. Outside the secret realm. Inside the gymnasium. Several wide screens are placed above the secret dimension, broadcasting the battle scenes in the secret realm. After a brief debugging, most of the contents of the secret realm were played out, but the instrument at the location of the Storm Wolf King was unable to transmit the images back. After a while, the instrument was successfully debugged. Everyone saw. In the picture, a huge storm formed where the demon Wolf King was. The storm swept through the surrounding mountains and trees, and a nearby hill was flattened by the storm. Judge's seat. Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Corps who often went in and out of secret realms, felt something was wrong the moment he saw the storm. There's something wrong with this power. And there were no other ferocious beasts around, so the Storm Wolf King shouldn't have taken action. Etc. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. This is not the Wolf King taking action, but the Wolf King breaking through. The vision that occurs during a breakthrough. If the Storm Wolf King, who was originally at the 9th level, breaks through again, won't he be at the 10th level? He took a deep breath. Then he shouted loudly. Emergency, suspend the game. 9th order ferocious beasts and 10th order ferocious beasts are completely different concepts. If a ferocious beast can break through to the 10th level, then one of them can be worth 10 9th level ferocious beasts, and its combat power is extremely exaggerated. Key. The strongest warrior on the scene was at level 9, and no one could possibly crush a level 10 beast. Even if Jiang Chen went there himself, he would have to be careful when facing a 10th level ferocious beast. He would not be sure of killing it, and the best he could do was to drive it away. There is no way this game can go on. The 9th order beast is already very powerful, and even the entire team of Baichao University may not be able to defeat it. And if the Storm Wolf King breaks through to the 10th level, it is simply not something these students below can handle. Going up there will only lead to their deaths, without even a chance to retreat. Jiang Chen's voice spread throughout the venue. Several principals beside him were the first to react and quickly found the relevant staff to make arrangements. Within the secret realm, Chu Feng had just arrived near the storm created by the Storm Wolf King. The air around suddenly solidified. In the blink of an eye, an air cage was formed, trapping Chu Feng inside. The Shenzhou University team appeared in front of him in an instant. Led by Ji Xian. A group of people surrounded Chu Feng, and then several teams appeared together, completely blocking Chu Feng's retreat. Chu Feng stood in the air cage. Looking at the densely packed crowd around him and Ji Xian floating in the sky, he knew that this battle was inevitable. No extra nonsense. Lightning flashed on his body, and terrifying thunder slowly gathered. At this moment, a man's voice spread throughout the city. It was Jiang Chen. Dear students, an emergency has occurred and this competition has been suspended. Please activate your teleportation bracelets immediately and leave the secret realm. This is an emergency, leave immediately. Chu Feng heard these voices and didn't say much. Since the situation is urgent, let's just go. In the sky, Ji Xian was also a little helpless. He had finally caught Chu Feng, but now he had to suspend the game. I feel a little unwilling. With Chu Feng's speed, he will definitely be prepared next time. It will be difficult to catch him again. Around. Zhang Hao, who is a substitute, is also in the team. The old Dan in his mind kept urging Zhang Hao to leave, because the Storm Wolf King's aura after breaking through to the 10th level was too terrifying. It made Dan Lao's soul tremble. There was no confidence at all in protecting Zhang Hao. However, Zhang Hao, without the power of the soul, could not sense the horror of the Storm Wolf King, so he didn't think it was a big deal. 9th level beast. It's not unmanageable. Moreover, he wanted to see how strong Chu Feng was, so he kept following the team. Refused to leave. At this time, when everyone was about to leave, the Storm Wolf King's storm suddenly expanded, but the expected strong wind did not come. Instead, it passed through everyone like a wall of wind. At the same time, wrap everyone up. The next moment, someone shouted in panic. The bracelet is broken, I can't teleport out. Chapter 120, Careless, didn't he dodge? Many people in the team also discovered that the teleportation bracelet was ineffective. It's obvious. It's that wind wall just now, there is something wrong. It was the Storm Wolf King who took action, intending to hunt him and the others down. Some people wanted to run, but unfortunately, after the wind wall passed through everyone for a distance, it turned into a solid city wall, blocking all the roads. Now there is no way back. At this time, Ji Xian also reacted quickly. He turned around and looked behind him. A ferocious beast as big as a mountain slowly stood up at this moment. It was estimated to be at least 30 meters tall. His hair was black and blue, his limbs were strong and powerful, and his sharp eyes exuded a fierce aura. In particular, the Storm Wolf King was floating in the air, with a green storm surrounding him. It looks extremely extraordinary. However, Ji Xian was not panicked at all. He couldn't use the power of his soul to detect the breath of the Storm Wolf King, so he thought it was just a 9th level ferocious beast. And it is a ferocious beast set by the competition team. Even if he is strong, he will definitely not be that strong. We can definitely deal with it. Everyone, hold on. It's a 9th level beast. If we work together and rely on our numbers, we definitely have a chance of defeating it. Hearing Ji Xian's words, the team present gradually quieted down. Yes. With so many people, how could they not defeat the Storm Wolf King? Even if we pile up like that, he would be killed. Don't underestimate the 9th level beast, it's actually only slightly stronger than the 7th level one. Yes. I know. Someone has done research. The 7th and 9th levels are the same level. The gap won't be too terrifying. Unless the Wolf King breaks through to the 10th level, we have nothing to fear. When a Wolf King breaks through to the 10th level, there will definitely be an emergency notice. I didn't hear any emergency notice, so this is only a 9th level Wolf King. If everyone works hard, we can easily defeat it. I think I heard a notice just now. It seemed like they were asking us to retreat. He didn't mention the 10th level of Wolf King. It could be something else. Right. Even if we tell you the key point, our teleportation device is no longer effective, right? I can't run away, I can only fight. At this time, Chu Feng also sensed the breath of the Storm Wolf King, and a terrifying feeling came from the Storm Wolf King that made his soul tremble. Not entirely correct. There is also the high fighting spirit provided by the ancient god and demon swallowing thunder art. When the golden elixir is achieved, the power of the thunder tribulation that he withstood must have reached the nascent soul stage, right? Of course, the swallowing thunder technique was able to restrain the thunder tribulation, but it was also enough to show that his physique was abnormally strong. Even if 12 fierce beasts come? Chu Feng was not afraid at all, not to mention that this was just a 9th level ferocious beast. Because it was the first time that Chu Feng felt the aura of a high-level ferocious beast, he had no way of telling whether it was a 9th level or 10th level ferocious beast. But think about it for a moment. I knew that a level 10 ferocious beast wouldn't be allowed into the competition. A 10th level beast, let alone students like me, even if the referees came, they might not be able to defeat it, right? So, Chu Feng just felt that this 9th level beast seemed a little too powerful. There was no doubt that it was a 10th level ferocious beast. But I just announced that the game has been suspended, so the Storm Wolf King should not keep score now. There was no way for everyone to retreat. Our current task should be to work together to defeat this demon Wolf King. Everyone be careful. This Wolf King is extremely powerful. Chu Feng reminded. Ji Xian was not afraid at all when he heard this, but instead retorted. It's normal. After all, it's a 9th level beast, and Chu Feng, you're only a 6th level warrior. It's not surprising that you're intimidated by its aura. Everyone, don't worry too much. I'll take over and give it my all. Ji Xian's call attracted hundreds of responses. Everyone cheered because someone was leading the charge and they only needed to hide behind an output, which was of course a good thing. Except Chu Feng. And there is Mergui. At this moment, Dan Lao couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. My soul power in the divine soul realm is trembling. That demon Wolf King is definitely a 10th level combat force, and its combat power is extremely powerful. Ferocious beasts are also divided into different types. Some ferocious beasts are naturally soft and cute, and even if they are level 9, their threat level may not be as high as some level 7 ferocious beasts. Some ferocious beasts are naturally ferocious and may only be at the 9th level, but they are no less difficult to deal with than some 10th level beasts. The demon Wolf King in front of me. He is the brutal type, and his strength should not be underestimated. Even in the heyday of Dan Lao, he might not be a match for the demon Wolf King, not to mention that he only has a soul now. The current situation is extremely dangerous. At this time, Ji Xian has already condensed the air armor. This time, his air armor was nearly 10 times thicker than the last time he fought Chu Feng. He used his ultimate move right from the start. Last time, he didn't have time and was defeated by Chu Feng, including his armor and men. This time Ji Xian learned his lesson and used his full strength. After all, a 9th level beast. If you are not careful, you will really die. Everyone, seize the opportunity to attack, and leave the frontal containment to me. Saying, Ji Xian went straight to the head of the demon Wolf King. There was a look of confidence in his eyes. The difference between a 9th level beast and a 9th level warrior is not particularly large. His own armor once withstood a full strength attack from a 9th level warrior, and in the end, only part of the armor was shattered, while he himself was unharmed. The key thing to know is that his armor can be made by compressing space. As long as you are not injured, the air can be compressed infinitely. His armor can be repaired at any time. So nowadays, even when facing a 9th order ferocious beast, Ji Xian was still confident. He also rushed forward to actively restrain the ferocious beast. Nothing else? Just be confident in yourself. In the team behind him, everyone prepared their martial arts. Colorful lights lit up. Once Ji Xian diverted the attention of the Storm Wolf King, the most violent attack would be waiting for him. Yi Fenchen from Shenzhou University followed closely behind Ji Xian. The burning earth fire in my hand has long been thirsty. And Chu Feng. The air cage that imprisoned Chu Feng had disappeared, but he did not take the initiative to attack. But he wanted to see the strength of this ferocious beast. In case there is any powerful hidden card, Ji Xian can try it first. I saw. When Ji Xian rushed to the Storm Wolf King. The Storm Wolf King frowned slightly, raised his claws and slapped down hard at an extremely fast speed. Like hitting a badminton ball, he slapped Ji Xian and sent him flying. The Storm Wolf King now just wants to leave this world. If these humans are in the way, he can waste some time and kill them all. Everyone saw Ji Xian being slapped away. Most of the spells in his hand were extinguished in an instant, and defensive martial arts followed. This beast is quite powerful. Even Ji Xian, who is at the 5th level and 9th level, can't withstand it. Yeah. But I feel like he might have the urge to attack. Should we just wait and see? I think that makes sense. Is boss Ji Xian okay? At this time, Ji Xian slowly crawled out of the ground. His clothes were tattered, but he was full of fighting spirit. I was careless just now and didn't dodge. This time, we must make the Storm Wolf King look bad. S-level talent, Chongxian. Chapter 121. Let me think about it. Chongshuan's terrifying gravity was instantly exerted on the Storm Wolf King. The sudden force directly knocked the Storm Wolf King to the ground. The Storm Wolf King is over 30 meters tall as a small building. He struggled on the ground for several times before he managed to stand up. When gravity acts on him, the Wolf King's thoughtful eyes suddenly became clear, and then turned into anger. The bloodthirsty ferocity erupted. It decided to kill all the humans in front of it first. Boundless power surged out from the body of the Storm Wolf King, forming a green cyclone around it. A violent tornado began to rage, uprooting the surrounding trees and leaving many people unable to stand. At this time, Ji Xian raised his arm and called out, "Now, follow me." He rose from the ground and went upstream against the tornado on the Storm Wolf King's body. Be prepared to help draw fire from everyone present. Create opportunities for everyone to attack. Many people saw that Ji Xian had just defeated the Storm Wolf King, and for a moment they felt that this ferocious beast did not seem so scary. All kinds of martial arts and talents were directed towards the Storm Wolf King. However, no matter what these people did, they could not hurt the Storm Wolf King at all. There was even no way to break through the tornado on the Wolf King's body. Ji Xian saw this. I suddenly felt something was wrong. Because, in front of the tornado summoned by the Wolf King, his air fists could not even take shape. There is no attack power at all. No attack. How else can we defeat this 9th level ferocious beast? Ji Xian felt a little uncomfortable. Isn't the strength of this 9th rank beast a bit too strong? Fortunately, he still had some defense and managed to barely withstand the Wolf King's attack. So, even if the attack doesn't work, at least there will be no danger to life. At this moment, the Wolf King raised his head and let out a long howl. Ouch! Immediately afterwards, the storm around him gathered like a real towering tree, which was torn into pieces in an instant. The armor on Ji Xian's body was torn off in the blink of an eye. The clothes were completely torn. The most important thing is that he couldn't maintain his balance, and the skin on his body began to crack bit by bit under the tearing of this powerful storm. He was totally unable to withstand such a fierce attack. The Storm Wolf King's strength is definitely more than rank 9. Ji Xian came to this conclusion, but it was too late. Under the storm of the Wolf King, he was powerless to turn the situation around. He could only watch his skin being torn apart and his body gradually disintegrated by the storm. Powerlessly waiting for death. Beyond the secret realm. After the Storm Wolf King broke through to the 10th level, all the monitoring equipment in the secret realm became ineffective. I have no idea what's going on inside. Zhang Qian and several other 9th level warriors did not dare to rashly enter the secret realm. Because once the 10th level Storm Wolf King really shows his power, several 9th level ones present might die. Before the loss is confirmed. There is no need to go in yet. What if everyone has retreated? Wouldn't it be a death sentence if I went back in? At this time, the head count was done. Xiang Jin, the president of Shenzhou University, had a bitter look in his eyes. All the students from their school were in there. They were the top group of college students in Long Country, and each of them had the hope of becoming a 9th level warrior. Must be saved. Thinking. Xiang Jin was about to go in to save people, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Xiang Jin and explained. How can we save them? Can you do it alone? If 5 or 6 9th level warriors are sacrificed, is it worth it? It's a question of whether it's worth it. They are certainly talented. However, there are also talented people, or even better talents, in various universities in Dragon Country. What's more, Ji Xian and his companions are likely to have died under the wolf's claws. Entering rashly is a completely impulsive act. Unless Ji Xian's talent is comparable to Chu Feng's. Or maybe Chu Feng is inside, then he is still worth saving. Because Chu Feng's talent is extremely important to the entire human race, he shoulders the hope of the human race breaking through to the 10th level. No matter what the situation, Chu Feng must be saved if possible. Where's Chu Feng? Jiang Chen finally reacted at this moment. He looked around for Chu Feng. Aside, Su Jiqiang from Baichao University also came over. He discovered that his school was missing a key student, Chu Feng. Chu Feng is still inside. That was the most proud genius of our school in all these years. He had to be saved, no matter what. Su Jiqiang prepared to answer. Xiang Jin interrupted. What if they are still alive? Are we just going to watch them die? Xiang Jin is unwilling to accept this. If given the chance, who would want their students to sacrifice in vain? Besides, no matter how powerful the 10th level Storm Wolf King is, he can't handle the whole thing alone. If everyone here works together, are you still worried that they can't deal with a 10th level beast? Let me think about it. Jiang Chen answered perfunctorily. His attention at the moment was all focused on finding Chu Feng. Su Jiqiang saw an opportunity. Said hurriedly. Chu Feng is not found, and Hu Shun is still inside. The sound is not loud. But it sounded like thunder to Jiang Chen's ears. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Come on, follow me in to save people. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen flashed and rushed into the dimensional portal. There is no extra time to think. Because he knew. Every second of delay will put Chu Feng in greater danger. It's urgent. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared instantly. Xiang Jin was left standing there in a daze, looking stunned. Damn it. What about you saying you would consider it? As soon as Chu Feng is mentioned, he disappears immediately, right? Chu Feng's life is life, but his students' lives are not life? Xiang Jin thought uncomfortably. But there's nothing I can do. Jiang Chen is the strongest and has the power to fight against a 10th level ferocious beast. Only by relying on Jiang Chen can he and others have hope of defeating a 10th level ferocious beast. Otherwise, without Jiang Chen to hold them back, the other 9th level warriors combined would be nothing but a pile of loose sand. Xiang Jin also knew Chu Feng's talent. He admitted that Chu Feng did need to be rescued, but Jiang Chen's actions really made her feel aggrieved. Beside, Su Jiqiang patted Xiang Jin's shoulder comfortingly. All right, let's gather our forces quickly. Even Captain Jiang would have a hard time defeating a rank 10 Storm Wolf King alone. As he said this, he used his connections as the president of Baichao University to recruit helpers on the spot. A moment later, nearly 29th level warriors entered the secret realm of the dimension together. In the secret realm, After Jiang Chen entered, the first thing he saw was the Storm Wolf King using its ability, the Magic Storm. This ability can summon a powerful storm that wreaks havoc on everything. Jiang Chen also saw it. Ji Xian, who was rushing in the front, had his armor shattered in an instant by the influence of this storm. He had no power to fight back, and his body began to disintegrate bit by bit. Apparently he rushed too fast and was targeted by the Storm Wolf King. Jiang Chen jumped to conclusion. There's no hope. Wait for death. Because he couldn't get there in time, and Ji Xian himself had no ability to resist. With a power far beyond Ji Xian's advancement, he can only wait for death. Jiang Chen's gaze did not linger on Ji Xian for too long, but he kept searching for Chu Feng's figure. Find Chu Feng and retreat immediately. Chapter 122, Saving People. Jiang Chen glanced around and found that many warriors were torn to pieces under the influence of the Storm Wolf King's storm magic power. He could only rely on some martial arts to barely hold on. But it won't be long. It is estimated that they will be torn into pieces like the trees in the sky, turning into a bloody rain, and die in another world. Well, Jiang Chen was also powerless. He could only watch helplessly, unable to change anything. This situation is entirely the fault of the competition team. We will punish them all when we get back. At this time, Xiang Jin and others also came to Jiang Chen's side. The first thing Xiang Jin saw was Ji Xian floating in the air. At this moment, Ji Xian's whole body was covered with blood, as if he was wandering unconsciously in the magic storm. Blood continued to flow from Ji Xian's body. As the blood loss increased, some of the skin and flesh were torn off, and the broken flesh instantly turned into powder in the storm of magical energy. It seems that his life will end soon. Xiang Jin said anxiously. Hurry up and save our Ji Xian. He's dying. Pity. Almost no one around moved. Because the distance is too far, it's too late. Moreover, the risk is very high. When facing a 10th level ferocious beast, you may not be able to save it, and you may even lose your own life. Going to save Ji Xian now would undoubtedly be a very wrong decision. Ji Xian is doomed to die. Xiang Jin also knew what was going on. If he rushed to rescue them rashly, these old guys would definitely fight to the death, and the chances of saving them would be very slim. Giving up and saving other surviving students is the best decision at the moment. Unless there must be someone beside Ji Xian who can restrain the Storm Wolf King, or has powerful defensive martial arts to help Ji Xian withstand the continuous magic storm. Otherwise, Ji Xian would have no chance of survival. But, is there anyone who can fight against the Storm Wolf King? Even though Jiang Chen had experience fighting against 10th level ferocious beasts, he probably didn't have even 30% confidence when facing the Storm Wolf King. Who else can save Ji Xian? Chu Feng? How is that possible? He is at most a 6th level warrior. How can he defend himself against the attack of a 10th level beast? Moreover, Chu Feng has never used defensive martial arts. It is impossible to help Ji Xian. At this moment, Chu Feng might not be able to protect himself, right? Xiang Jin thought. He rushed towards the Storm Wolf King first, trying his best to grab a glimmer of hope. In the magic storm, Jiang Hao and others were struggling to resist, let alone move. It was a blessing that his body had not been torn apart by the magical storm. In the moment the Storm Wolf King released the storm, Chu Feng was ready to rush up and fight it. Only after seeing the warriors around him struggling to hold on, he fell silent. If they charged forward directly and failed to defeat the Storm Wolf King in a short period of time, wouldn't all these warriors be torn into pieces by the magical storm? Although Chu Feng was not familiar with these people. But I know. They are all fellow countrymen of Longhua and grew up on the same land. So Chu Feng wanted to see if he could rescue these people. Sizzle! Purple thunder jumped on Chu Feng's body. The red golden elixir in the dantian beats like a heart, releasing wave after wave of extremely pure spiritual energy. The spiritual energy spread to every part of his body, providing Chu Feng with infinite power. Chu Feng raised his hand, and the powerful force of thunder spread out from the center of his palm. Purple sky shield. Buzz. There was a slight sound, and then everyone felt as if everything around them had stopped. The wind stopped. The terrifying magic storm disappeared in an instant, blocked by a powerful barrier. In the sky, Ji Xian, who was taken care of by the Storm Wolf King, felt it most clearly. He suddenly felt countless times lighter, as if someone had taken away the heavy restraints on him and let him regain his freedom. Is the principle here? As expected of a 9th rank warrior, his methods are extremely powerful. Able to directly withstand the attack of the Storm Wolf King, I am afraid that no one else can do it except the 9th level warrior, right? Needless to say, the 10th level warriors. The highest level of warriors in this world is only level 9, but a warrior at level 9 can be able to strongly resist the attack of a level 10 beast. I'm afraid it's only the leader of the Sky Regiment. Ji Xian was relieved that he had survived the ordeal and had lost too much blood, which made him feel light and airy. Finally, it slowly landed on the ground. Looking for the benefactor who saved me. Look around. There was no sight of a 9th rank warrior, only Chu Feng floating alone in the air. Exploding thunder continuously overflowed from Chu Feng's body, as if supporting the entire world. An idea. Then it appeared in Ji Xian's mind. It was Chu Feng. He blocked the storm of magic energy released by the Storm Wolf King. But then, Ji Xian directly rejected this idea. Impossible. Chu Feng is only at level 6, how could he possibly withstand the attack of a level 10 beast? Even with his 5th level, 9th level air armor, which he had condensed with all his strength, he couldn't even make a splash under the hands of the Storm Wolf King. The gap between each level is like a chasm between warriors. What's more, he is a 10th level Wolf King. Even though Chu Feng is powerful, there is no reason why he could resist the Storm Wolf King's magical storm by himself. Ji Xian turned his head and looked behind Chu Feng. Outside the purple sky shield, several 9th level warriors were rushing over at the fastest speed, including the familiar Jiang Chen and his own principal Xiang Jin. Looking at several familiar figures, Ji Xian became more and more certain of his guess. Yes, it was these seniors who took action. Only then can we live in peace. Only these seniors can release the defense that can withstand the attack of the Storm Wolf King. I must thank them for saving my life later. Ji Xian was thinking. Outside the Zixiao Divine Shield, Jiang Chen and others witnessed with their own eyes the scene where Chu Feng released the entire Zixiao Divine Shield, isolating everyone from the magic storm. Xiang Jin, who was at the front, was dumbfounded. He knew that Chu Feng was very strong, but he never expected him to be so strong. The defensive martial arts he released could actually withstand the attack of the 10th level Storm Wolf King. It's simply exaggerated. You know, even the 9th level warriors present may not be able to withstand the magic storm. Moreover, even if they could withstand it, they would not be able to help others resist. But Chu Feng's martial arts. Not only did it easily block the magic storm, it also formed a huge barrier that sheltered everyone. Its defensive power and range are incredible. No wonder. As soon as Jiang Chen heard that Chu Feng was missing, he immediately came in to rescue him. Such a talented warrior is definitely the hope for the rise of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Among several 9th level warriors, Jiang Chen couldn't help but applaud when he saw that Chu Feng could actually resist the 10th level attack. He is only at level 6, but he can fight against level 10. When he reaches level 9 in the future, beating up a level 12 beast will definitely not be a dream. It's right that I came here by myself. For Chu Feng, even if Longhua makes some sacrifices, it is nothing. While thinking, when the Storm Wolf King saw that his attack was blocked, he roared angrily, and his aura surged, and he was once again brewing a stronger attack. Xiang Jin and others also entered Chu Feng's Zixiao Divine Shield. Meet up with everyone. Especially Xiang Jin, he found Ji Xian as soon as possible and checked Ji Xian's injuries. Ji Xian also took the opportunity to express his gratitude. Is that Captain Jian? His barrier is so powerful. It easily blocked the Storm Wolf King's attack.